Chapter 1. Rebirth. Hua Country. True Leather Internet CAF. A rotund man squatted on the ground, one hand pinching the philtrum of an unconscious boy in his arms, while the other hand frantically dialed the emergency number 120. Hello, please hurry and send help. My friend and I were gaming, and suddenly he collapsed and stopped breathing. Are you stupid? Of course, it's my friend who's not breathing. If I were the one in trouble, would I be able to call you? Get a smarter person to talk to me. Damn it. We've only been here for half an hour, and he's already gone into shock. Get someone who actually knows what they're doing. Hello, yes. We're at True Leather Internet CAF. What? First aid measures? I don't know how to do that. Does pinching the philtrum count? Wow, is it really that intense? All right. Just make sure your ambulance gets here quickly. By the way, that colleague of yours was really a piece of work. With that, the rotund man hastily hung up the phone. He first laid the unconscious boy flat on the ground. Then, turning to survey the onlookers, he glanced back at the boy sprawled out, utterly unresponsive. It seemed he had made a monumental decision. He licked his chubby lips, let out a long breath, and nervously muttered to himself, I'm here to save a life, not to take my first kiss. This definitely doesn't count as my first kiss. With that, the man took a deep breath, squeezed his eyes shut, and leaned in to administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Just then, the boy who had collapsed suddenly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes wide, only to find a rotund man attempting to kiss him. Filled with rage, the boy instinctively reached for his waist, only to find it empty. The long knife he had carried for the past decade had inexplicably vanished. As he stared at the O shape of the man's lips, he realized there was no time for any further action. Just as the rotund man's lips were mere centimeters away from his face, the boy swiftly raised his hand to block the unwanted advance. Before the man could react, the boy's knee came crashing down into the man's midsection. The rotund man curled up in pain, resembling a shrimp, his forehead slick with cold sweat pressed against the boy's chest. The boy forcefully pushed the man's head away, finally freeing himself from the unwanted kiss. Once standing, the boy clenched his fists tightly and surveyed his surroundings. His pupils dilated in disbelief as the anger on his face was gradually replaced by fear. What infuriated him was that someone had changed his clothes. What terrified him was the realization that his strength had diminished to such an extent that even pushing away a man weighing under 200 pounds felt laborious, and his movements and reflexes had become surprisingly sluggish. His beloved moon-cutting blade and spatial backpack were nowhere to be found. The only item left on him was a multifunctional wristwatch on his right wrist. Standing amidst the crowd of onlookers, the boy felt utterly out of place without his strength and weaponry. It was akin to an 18-year-old maiden running naked before a group of rough men. After a couple of seconds of daze, he forced himself to regain his composure. His gaze shifted from the crowd to the curled-up, rotund man on the ground. This man appeared significantly weaker than himself. Perhaps if he understood why he was here, he might divulge some information. Considering that the disappearance of his powers might be related to this man's unwanted advances, the boy spoke in a cold tone. Who are you? Why am I here? The rotund man, still reeling from the boy's powerful knee strike, remained curled up, clutching his midsection and unable to respond. Noticing the man's silence and the crowd's collective gaze upon him, the boy concluded that they were all in cahoots. Yet, he feigned calmness and declared, Listen here, you fat idiot. You better not play coy. Even if all the women in the world turned into zombies, I would never engage with a man. In this world, there's only Jiang Chuan who dies in battle, not Jiang Chuan who dabbles in that. It's pointless to resist, even if my strength is suppressed. If I truly wished to eliminate you ordinary folk, it wouldn't be harder than slaughtering a chicken. You'd best come clean. Jiang Chuan's righteous proclamation amused the onlookers, causing them to burst into laughter. Wang Tianlong, already irritated beyond measure, trembled with rage upon hearing these words. He released one hand from his midsection, raised his head to glare at Jiang Chuan, and pointed angrily. Jiang Chuan, have you lost your mind? Did I not just take out 2 of your cannon towers in the game? Why are you pretending to be dead to scare me? Not only that, but you also hit me and accuse me of being a gay. Is it really that serious? Huh, why the hell am I here? Wasn't it you who begged me to take you to score big? I must have run out of luck. We're done. Today, I'm cutting ties with you. Upon hearing that familiar voice and seeing Wang Tianlong's familiar face, Jiang Chuan was astonished, disbelief written all over his face. Fat fatty, Is that really you? You're Wang Tianlong? I thought you were dead. Are you insane? If I'm not Wang Tianlong, am I your father? You are the one who's dead. I'm still alive and kicking. Jiang Chuan finally took notice of his surroundings. There were no zombies, no scent of blood. The onlookers were all neatly dressed, with no traces of blood on the ground or on them, and none were armed. What shocked Jiang Chuan the most was that behind the crowd of onlookers, there was a group of young people diligently typing away on their keyboards and mouses. Wasn't this just how an internet CAF looked before the apocalypse? Moreover, Jiang Chuan felt an unsettling familiarity with the scene before him. Of course, this was true leather internet CAF. On the day the apocalypse struck, he had been gaming with Wang Tianlong at true leather internet CAF. Jiang Chuan's eyes widened as he surveyed everything before him, an astonishing thought flickering in his mind. Could it be that I have been reborn? He extended his right hand and glanced again at his multifunctional wristwatch, confirming that this post-apocalyptic artifact was indeed on his wrist. He then fixed his gaze on a somewhat effeminate boy in the crowd. The boy had a middle-part hairstyle, wore suspenders over a white shirt, and held a small balloon in his hand. Jiang Chuan earnestly addressed him. "Little sister, you're the one. I'll borrow your face for a moment." Mustering all his strength, he delivered a swift slap to the boy's face. Smack! With a resounding thud, a sharp pain shot through his palm. The boy, bewildered, had a swollen cheek as he covered his face with his pinky finger, pouting and breathing rapidly, his voice taking on a high-pitched tone as he exclaimed, "What are you doing? Wu, just you wait. If you have the guts, don't run. I, Pao Long Tao, am not someone to be trifled with." Oomph. With that, the boy stomped away in a huff. As for Jiang Chuan, the sensation was so real that he could finally affirm that he had indeed been reborn. Chapter 2. Memories of the Past. June 7th, 2028 at 12:01 p.m. A powerful cosmic wave swept across the globe. Most mammals on Earth underwent irreversible mutations due to the cosmic wave, and the majority of humanity became zombies as a result. While the cosmic wave caused mutations among Earth species, it also created numerous micro-wormholes that linked to unknown parallel worlds. These parallel worlds were referred to as secret realms. A new era, dominated by those with extraordinary abilities, was thus ushered in. In the apocalypse, societal order gradually disintegrated, and morality declined day by day. 3 weeks after the apocalypse. Run. It's a tide of corpses. A horde of thousands of zombies descended upon a convoy of over 20 people. The vehicles had run out of fuel a week prior, leaving the group with no choice but to rely on their legs to flee. A woman in her 40s lagged at the back of the group and stumbled heavily after stepping on a small stone. "Help me. I don't want to die. Woo-woo-woo." He dashed to the woman, effortlessly lifted her onto his back, and continued to run. After shaking off the zombies, the two became separated from the group. Jiang Chuan set the woman down in front of an open warehouse. Panting heavily, "Andy, please, step inside the warehouse and wait for me. I will lead the horde of zombies away. There are far too many of them. This warehouse door will surely not hold." 10 minutes later, a knock echoed against the secured warehouse door. "Auntie, open the door quickly. I have managed to divert the majority of the zombies. Only 20 or so are still following me. They cannot break through the warehouse door. Please, let me in." The woman cowered in a corner of the warehouse, trembling uncontrollably, hesitating to make a move. She feared that the moment she opened the door, those monsters would surge in and tear her apart. Jiang Chuan cursed vehemently at the warehouse, then, relying on his agile physique, successfully scaled the nearby television tower, narrowly escaping danger. It was the first time Jiang Chuan had witnessed such despicable facets of human nature. In the second year of the apocalypse, Jiang Chuan's girlfriend of 1 year found herself trapped in an abandoned building, besieged by zombies. Inside the building, a girl, filthy and with greasy hair matted into a lump, gazed at the unconscious Jiang Chuan with a hoarse voice, saying, "Darling, I haven't had water for 3 days. I might soon die of thirst. You love me so much you must forgive me, right?" Then, a glimmer of madness flickered in the girl's eyes as she raised a dagger, plunging it fiercely towards Jiang Chuan's heart. Perhaps her words had roused him. Jiang Chuan suddenly awoke and wrested the dagger from her grasp, fatally retaliating against her. From that moment on, Jiang Chuan survived. It was the first and only time he ingested the blood of his own kind. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, Jiang Chuan, now a third-tier fire ability user, established a mercenary team called the Apocalypse Quintet alongside a few trustworthy companions. While undertaking a bounty mission, the quintet encountered a horde of formidable monsters within a hidden realm, ultimately leaving Jiang Chuan as the sole survivor. His best friend, Wang Pengzi, a fourth-tier evolved being, sacrificed himself to ensure Jiang Chuan's safe escape, remaining forever trapped in that hidden realm. Since then, Jiang Chuan had walked a solitary path, never encountering another companion he could trust. In the 5th year of the apocalypse, beside a pile of refuse at a survivor base, he was utterly exhausted, resting near the garbage after entering the city. A young girl, equally tattered and gaunt from hunger, rummaged through the trash and unearthed a piece of spoiled bread. Without hesitation, she offered it to Jiang Chuan, who had been watching her intently. Perhaps the girl feared Jiang Chuan would snatch the entire loaf, thus she extended it in a bid to retain half. Yet, her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary clarity as she presented the bread to him. Moved by compassion, Jiang Chuan gifted the girl some food and crystals. Recognizing that Jiang Chuan was not a mere vagrant, the girl promptly expressed her desire to accompany him. "I can do anything. As long as you provide me with a meal each day, I will do whatever you ask. I can be your lover, your slave. I will wash your clothes, cook your meals, and keep your space tidy. Please, take me in." Having grown weary of the desolation of the apocalypse, Jiang Chuan initially hesitated to complicate his life further. However, that night, after much contemplation, he resolved to take the girl under his wing. He believed that such an innocent child should not endure the torment of this harsh world alone. The following day, Jiang Chuan began searching for the young girl throughout the base. Yet, when he saw her again, she had become a lifeless corpse. She lay peacefully in a corner of the city, awaiting the scavengers from the flesh market, having been subjected to the vile whims of a group of men before her demise. Her eyes were wide open, filled with terror, pain, and despair, no longer radiating the innocence they once held. The 3 men responsible for her death, being relatives of evolved beings, were confined for merely 5 days before resuming their heinous acts. From that moment, Jiang Chuan was utterly disillusioned with the apocalypse's life, transformed into a monochrome existence, devoid of meaning, reduced to slaughter and deceit, tainted by filth. Thus, Jiang Chuan lived numbly for another 5 years amidst the apocalypse. In the 10th year of the apocalypse, a horde of hundreds of thousands of zombies besieged the base where Jiang Chuan resided. The leader of their base was the formidable female emperor, Shan Nanjing, renowned for her unparalleled combat prowess in this desolate world. When the zombie horde attacked, Shan Nanjing rallied every evolved being and ability user in the city, along with the crystal-armed city guards, to fiercely resist the onslaught. At that time, Shan Nanjing, an 8th-tier ability user, managed to slay 2 8th-tier zombie ability users and 1 9th-tier zombie before ultimately succumbing to the final 9th-tier zombie. After her death, the zombie army surged into the city with unstoppable force. Now a 7th-tier fire ability user, Jiang Chuan, was among the defending forces. As he witnessed everyone cast aside their grievances to fight for their home, Jiang Chuan suddenly entertained the notion that perhaps dying in battle, leaving this cruel world behind, and concluding his aimless 10-year existence in the apocalypse was a commendable choice. At that moment, the jade pendant hanging from his chest began to radiate heat. It was an artifact he had stumbled upon in a hidden realm, rumored to be a life-saving talisman. Yet, Jiang Chuan had never discovered how to utilize it, so he wore it merely as an ornament. Now, it seemed to have awakened. A voice seemed to resonate in Jiang Chuan's ears, urging him to crush the jade pendant upon his chest if he wished to survive. Driven by the instinct to live, Jiang Chuan snatched the jade pendant from his chest, gripped it tightly, and with a firm motion, shattered it into pieces. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan felt as though he had plunged into an endless black void, surrounded by darkness. An inexplicable force sought to tear his body apart, yet he lacked the strength to resist, resigned to the pull of this force, contemplating weakly, "Is this what it feels like to die? So this is how it feels after one passes away. I'm so tired, it would be quite splendid to rest like this indefinitely. Death seems appealing. Death would free me from this fatigue." Jiang Chuan took a deep breath, a faint smile of resignation gracing his lips. He was unaware of how long he drifted in that darkness until he finally succumbed to slumber. When he awoke once more, He found himself pinned beneath a portly individual, and that individual was preparing to kiss him. Thus, the scene at the beginning unfolded. Chapter 3. Treating you as a brother, yet you wish to sleep with me. Jiang Chuan was acutely aware that the decade he had endured in the apocalypse was no mere dream. The multifunctional wristwatch adorning his wrist stood as irrefutable evidence of this reality, a creation that emerged only after the world had fallen into chaos. Now that he had been reborn, he was resolved to lead a life imbued with meaning. As a human being, how could he simply exist for the sake of existence? Deep within, Jiang Chuan vowed, "In this lifetime, I refuse to live as a soulless husk, a mere shell of a person with human consciousness." Only by inhabiting a world governed by conscience and moral integrity would he feel genuinely human, rather than a beast, since there had been no indomitable, orderly, and principled survivor base in his previous life. He would take it upon himself to establish such a sanctuary this time around. Wang Pengzi observed Jiang Chuan, who oscillated between astonishment and exhilaration, his eyes brimming with tears. A thought crossed Wang's mind. Could it be that old Jiang was so infuriated by my consumption of his 2 food rations that he had fainted and knocked himself senseless? The more he looked, the more it appeared that Jiang Chuan was spiraling into madness. Just as Wang Pengzi pondered this, Jiang Chuan spoke to him, his nonsensical utterances leaving Wang even more befuddled. Further solidifying his belief that Jiang Chuan's mental state was compromised. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan cast a fleeting glance at his computer screen and was struck by the revelation that it was, astonishingly, June 7th, 2028 at 11:58 a.m. Less than 3 minutes remained until the cosmic wave struck. Without a moment to spare, Jiang Chuan urgently addressed Wang Pengzi. "Pengzi, you are my dearest friend. What I am about to say may surpass your comprehension. But you must trust me." Wang, deep in thought, instinctively nodded in agreement. Then came words that would leave Wang even more incredulous. Jiang Chuan continued, "The apocalypse is upon us. If you wish to survive, you must leave with me. I assure you, I will guarantee your safety." The onlookers, upon hearing Jiang Chuan's declaration, erupted into laughter, forgetting the earlier scene where he had struck someone. They guffawed. "I reckon this fellow has read too many novels." "An apocalypse, ha!" Everyone let us disperse. Another chimed in, "Ha, my friend, you are too creative. It seems I can no longer conceal my identity as Qin Shi Huang. To be frank, I am not dead. I have 100 tons of gold in Xi'an. I now require 20 yuan to unfreeze my gold. Cash, WeChat, or Alipay will do. Once I receive it, I will resurrect my army tomorrow, and I shall appoint you as the general of the Eastern Campaign." Commanding the troops, a third interjected, "I am the supreme old lord. Whoever gives me $10, I will teach you how to concoct the elixir of immortality." Jiang Chuan remained unfazed by the mockery directed at him. Even finding the crowd rather pitiable, with the cosmic wave imminent, he perceived them as nothing more than corpses yet to cool. However, Wang Pengzi felt a surge of indignation at the jests aimed at Jiang Chuan and reproached the crowd. Wang Pengzi's appearance was far more intimidating than Jiang Chuan's. Upon his outburst, the surrounding laughter faded, and the crowd dispersed in disarray. In truth, Wang Pengzi did not believe in Jiang Chuan's claims about the apocalypse. Convinced that Jiang Chuan's mind had unraveled, he gazed at Jiang Chuan with concern, saying, "Old Jiang, it's not about whether I believe you. What you're saying sounds a bit far-fetched. The ambulance will arrive shortly. You fell pretty hard. How about we check into the hospital first?" Wang Pengzi, being Jiang Chuan's closest ally, felt guilt for not covering Jiang Chuan's retreat in their previous life, which had led to Wang's demise. Although Wang did not believe Jiang Chuan at this moment, Jiang Chuan bore him no resentment. After all, for those living in an era of peace, the notion of an apocalypse felt utterly intangible. Jiang Chuan remained unperturbed and continued, "Wang Pengzi, as my best mate, I do not wish for you to become a laughingstock. Leaving this place is indeed a prudent choice. Moreover, if wasting 2 hours could lead you to recognize the truth, that there will be no apocalypse, then it would be a worthwhile trade." Thus, Wang Pengzi boldly declared, "All right, old Jiang, I'll indulge your madness this once. Where do you suggest we go?" Jiang Chuan replied earnestly, "The Hijilite Grand Hotel." The remaining onlookers, upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, erupted into laughter once more. Unable to compose themselves, Wang Pengzi, nearly choking on his own disbelief, exclaimed, "What the hell, old Jiang? Have you lost your mind? You'd fabricate an apocalypse just to get a date? I treat you like a brother. And you're thinking of seducing me. And for 2 hours, no less." Jiang Chuan's mention of the Hijilite Grand Hotel stemmed from their previous survival experience there, a place he knew to be remarkably secure during the early days of the apocalypse. Moreover, he had encountered 3 allies there, apart from Wang Pengzi. The hotel boasted windows and doors made of 1 centimeter thick tempered glass, rendering it one of the safest sanctuaries in the neighborhood at the onset of the apocalypse. Jiang Chuan glanced at the computer screen again, nonchalantly stating, "It matters not if you do not believe me. The cosmic wave will soon arrive. When it does, the vast majority of humanity will collectively faint. And half an hour later, they will awaken as zombies. Once they collapse, you will realize I have not deceived you." Just then, a blinding light illuminated the surroundings, followed by a cacophony of car crashes echoing through the streets. Jiang Chuan deduced that these accidents were the result of drivers fainting. Simultaneously, the once vibrant internet CF, filled with teenagers fervently tapping away at their keyboards, fell silent as they too succumbed to unconsciousness. Some collapsing to the ground while others slumped over their keyboards, producing a symphony of clattering sounds. Chapter 4. She is no longer human. Wang Pengzi was utterly dumbfounded, stammering, "What the hell? Why is everyone on the ground? What is happening outside?" Jiang Chuan maintained his composure and replied, "I told you, the apocalypse is upon us. Those who have collapsed are succumbing to the effects of the cosmic wave. Outside, drivers have fainted, leading to traffic accidents. In half an hour, all those who have lost consciousness will awaken as zombies. That, if you wish to survive, we must leave this place immediately." "All right, old Jiang, I believe you, but you must not do anything reckless at the hotel." Jiang Chuan, gritting his teeth, replied, "You fat fool. I've told you, I'm not interested in that. Even if I were, I would seek someone of higher quality. Just look at yourself." After hearing this, Wang Pengzi felt a sense of relief. Patting his belly and nodding, "You're right." Wang Pengzi followed along eagerly. Among the remaining onlookers, 3 individuals had yet to succumb to the cosmic wave. They had overheard the exchange between Jiang Chuan and Wang Pengzi and, after a brief discussion among themselves, approached Jiang Chuan, saying, Brother, take us with you, and we promise to follow your lead from now on. You may accompany us, but you must heed my commands from here on. Any disobedience will have severe consequences." The 3 replied in unison, assuring him they would comply in their minds. The worst-case scenario would merely entail them figuring out survival on their own. Could this tall, slender man truly kill them? Their journey continued in silence. The streets were strewn with the unconscious, while many who remained conscious frantically called out to those who had collapsed. The roads were choked with out-of-control vehicles. And with no police to restore order, nor any rescue efforts underway, a sense of dread hung over everyone at this moment. Self-preservation took precedence, leaving no room for concern for others, as they had yet to reach the time of transformation into zombies. Jiang Chuan and his companions traversed the streets unhindered for about 10 minutes before arriving at the entrance of the Hijilite Grand Hotel. Not far to the left of the hotel stood a Walmart supermarket. Jiang Chuan led his companions inside, for before the emergence of plant and water-based superhumans, supplies were the most crucial resource in the apocalypse. He disregarded the fallen and wailing crowds within the supermarket and instructed the 4 behind him. "We must immediately gather food and water. Be mindful not to take puff snacks. They will not satiate our hunger. Prioritize jerky and canned goods. Let us reconvene at the entrance in 10 minutes. Wang Pengzi voiced his concern. "Old Jiang, wouldn't it be a bit improper to just take things like this? If the police catch us, it would be..." Jiang Chuan felt exasperated with his overly principled yet somewhat simple-minded comrade. He shouted at him, "I've told you repeatedly, this is the apocalypse. What police would come to deal with your trivial matters? Hurry up and gather supplies." Wang Pengzi seemed somewhat aggrieved and hurriedly pushed a shopping cart away. Jiang Chuan understood Wang Pengzi's temperament. If he did not express his anger, Wang Pengzi would never grasp the gravity of the situation. Moreover, he possessed a commendable trait. He bore no grudges as long as one treated him genuinely well. He could sense at 10 minutes later, the 5 of them reconvened at the supermarket entrance. Jiang Chuan looked at their bulging backpacks with satisfaction. He then led the group confidently to the Hague Elite Grand Hotel. At this moment, the hotel lobby was desolate, and the receptionist had collapsed behind the front desk. Jiang Chuan retrieved a 15-centimeter Swiss Army knife from his backpack, a casual acquisition from the supermarket, and approached the fallen receptionist. The knife pierced through the woman's chin into her skull. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan nonchalantly took a tissue from the box at the front desk and wiped the blood from the knife. The four behind him were horrified. Their faces drained of color. Wang Pengzi, in a trembling voice, reproached old Jiang. "Why did you kill her?" "You just committed murder, do you realize? Even in the apocalypse, you can't just kill someone at will." The other three quickly turned their heads. Frantically waving their hands, "Big brother, we didn't see anything, really we saw nothing." Upon hearing Wang Pengzi's words, Jiang Chuan realized this was merely the first day of the apocalypse. Wang Pengzi, unaccustomed to this new reality, was naturally terrified at the thought of piercing someone's skull. In contrast, having lived through the apocalypse for 10 years, Jiang Chuan had long since become desensitized to the act of killing. Furthermore, the woman before him was no longer human. She would soon transform into a zombie. While he could disregard the others, Wang Pengzi was his most important companion from his previous life, so he felt the need to explain that I have told you before. Anyone who suddenly collapses when the cosmic wave hits Earth is beyond saving. They will awaken as zombies after half an hour. This woman on the ground is no longer human. As he spoke, Jiang Chuan dragged the woman's body from behind the front desk. He continued to explain, human blood is red or dark red. But look, the blood flowing from this woman's wound is black. Only zombie blood possesses this color. Moreover, zombie blood is quite viscous and does not flow freely. Wang Pengzi seemed eager to discern whether his iron buddy was indeed a cold-blooded killer. He fought back his fear and gazed at the woman's wound. The condition of the corpse was indeed, as Jiang Chuan described, matching the characteristics of a zombie. Wang Pengzi appeared to relax, plopping down onto the ground and patting his chest. "Old Jiang, let me catch my breath. This is too damn frightening. So much has happened today, and I feel like you've become a different person." Jiang Chuan reflected, realizing he had indeed pushed Wang Pengzi too hard. After all, in their previous life, they had only killed their first zombie a week into the apocalypse. Not to mention, the woman he had killed looked no different from a normal person. He approached Wang Pengzi and firmly placed a hand on his shoulder, saying earnestly, "Pengzi, I understand that adapting to this new world so quickly is a tall order, but I want you to survive more than anyone else, that we must move faster than others and stay ahead. So we're not bullied." Pausing, he added, "Not just me. You must also learn how to kill zombies." Chapter 5. The weaklings. Wang Pengzi swallowed hard. "Old Jiang, am I also going to kill? Do I have to kill zombies?" "Pengzi, this is something you must do, that I will give you time. Gradually, you will acclimate to this world." Wang Pengzi wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "I know you won't harm me. But damn, this is hard to accept all at once. That was just too terrifying. I need a moment." Jiang Chuan nodded at Wang Pengzi, then handed him the Swiss Army knife. "Take this, I specifically grabbed it for you at the supermarket." Wang Tianlong trembled as he accepted the blood-stained knife. "What about you? Rest assured, the early-stage zombies are quite weak. Even without a weapon, they can't harm me." Next, Jiang Chuan instructed the three young men who had followed him to the hotel to secure all the doors and windows in the lobby and to draw the curtains. He clearly remembered that during the outbreak of the apocalypse, aside from the fainted receptionist at the front desk, there had only been one woman in room 101. All other living beings and zombies were confined to their respective rooms. Thus, as long as the doors and windows were secured, danger would not arise within the hotel. After the three young men left, Jiang Chuan rolled up his sleeves and glanced at his right wrist. On it was a multifunctional wristwatch he had purchased in the 7th year of the apocalypse, using 24th-tier crystal cores. Though referred to as a watch, it was actually a chip embedded beneath his skin. When needed, one only had to think, and the desired information would appear in their mind. Naturally, this information could also be projected in 3D on the wearer's wrist. The wristwatch possessed no combat functionality, but was an indispensable item for survival in the apocalypse. Unlike other items that vanished with his rebirth, the wristwatch remained, likely due to the chip being implanted in his skin. Whatever the reason, its existence was a tremendous boon. The IT could accurately display the wearer's physical attributes and calculate their overall combat power. However, due to his rebirth, Jiang Chuan transitioned from a 6th-tier fire ability user to an ordinary person. At this moment, his mind displayed his combat value panel. Name: Jiang Chuan ability, none weapon, none strength, 5 agility, 6 stamina, 5 endurance, 5 elemental affinity, 0 overall combat power. 5. The average values for a normal adult male are 5. Whereas before his rebirth, Jiang Chuan had been a 6th-tier fire ability user, with all values in the hundreds, the lowest endurance exceeding 500 points. His overall combat power had been well over 1,000 points. Now, however, he had been reduced to a mere 5 in combat power. This also explained why Wang Pengzi had been able to withstand Jiang Chuan's knee strike earlier. Had it been Jiang Chuan's pre-rebirth physique, Wang Pengzi would surely have perished instantly. After reviewing his combat value panel, Jiang Chuan opened his ability data panel. Elemental affinity. Yes, affinity attributes. Dark, lightning, fire dark. Affinity level, 10 lightning. Affinity level, 9 fire. Affinity level, 7 special physique. Yes, physique characteristics. Agile physique special abilities. None ability users are categorized into elemental, physical, and special abilities that a person may possess abilities from multiple categories. Elemental ability users are those with elemental affinity physiques, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, lightning, wind, etc. The types of elements one is attuned are fixed, as is the degree of affinity for each element. At this moment, Jiang Chuan was pleasantly surprised to discover that, in addition to the lightning and fire elements he had been attuned to in his previous life, his rebirth had granted him an affinity for the dark element, which boasted a staggering affinity level of 10. The dark element was a type Jiang Chuan had never encountered in his previous life, and he had never seen a zombie with dark abilities. Elemental ability users exhibit a specific pattern. The rarer the ability, the more powerful it tends to be. Thus, without a doubt, the dark element is an exceptionally formidable element. In terms of rarity, Jiang Chuan could confidently assert that the dark element was the rarest type he had ever encountered. Bar none, the lightning element is also one of the most powerful elemental types, ranking alongside fire and metal as the 3 most aggressive elements. Additionally, the defensive properties of the lightning element should not be underestimated. In the apocalypse, those attuned to the lightning element would, if conditions permitted, choose to absorb the crystal cores of lightning-type zombies, becoming lightning ability users. Although the fire element is also highly aggressive and may even surpass the lightning element in attack potency, its defensive capabilities are comparatively weaker. Thus, fire element ranks only moderately among elemental types. The highest affinity level for an element is 10, and Jiang Chuan's lightning affinity level reached 9, that this placed him among the elite ranks of all elemental ability users in his previous life. His affinity for the fire element was also above average, due to potential conflict between different elements. Therefore, without extraordinary opportunities, the vast majority of individuals are compelled to choose a singular elemental ability to comprehend. In his previous life, due to a lack of favorable circumstances, the scarcity of lightning-type abilities in zombies was evident. Desperate for a life-preserving power, Jiang Chuan reluctantly opted for the fire attribute, thus becoming a fire ability user. The physique-type ability user, as the name suggests, possesses a unique physical constitution. Take Jiang Chuan's agility as an example. His agility attribute would be 3 times, if not more, than that of his contemporaries in evolution. Special ability users represent the most diverse category among all ability users, comprising the largest proportion. Common types include healing ability users, perception ability users, mental ability users, plan ability users, and illusion ability users. It is noteworthy that special abilities manifest randomly after ordinary individuals absorb crystal core energy, implying that anyone could potentially become a special ability user, albeit with a minuscule probability. In the apocalypse, the multifunctional wristwatch possesses a seemingly trivial function, yet this feature transformed into its most crucial aspect after Jiang Chuan's rebirth: the ability to record and query information. In the desolate world, Jiang Chuan was merely a nameless figure, unaware of many opportunities. Fortunately, with little distraction in the apocalypse, he downloaded numerous accounts on how top-tier powerhouses rose to prominence onto his wristwatch. In his leisure, he indulged in these accounts as if they were novels. Now, with the aid of the multifunctional wristwatch, Jiang Chuan could glean the paths taken by most of the leading figures in the apocalypse. thereby seizing opportunities that rightfully belonged to them before they could. Alternatively, he could court these top-tier powerhouses before their ascendance, to enlist them for his own purposes. Among the numerous influential figures in Guangnan City during the early days of the apocalypse, one individual Jiang Chuan was well acquainted with was the formidable Empress Feng Lin, Shan Nanjing. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chuan resolved to take action regarding this Empress. No. It would be more accurate to say he decided to rescue her. For she was undeniably stunning and immensely powerful. Chapter 6. That woman is no good. Looking at Jiang Chuan, who was deep in thought, Wang Pengzi whispered, "Old Jiang, tell me the truth. How did you know the apocalypse would descend today? Moreover, I sense something is off with you today. It feels as if you've become an entirely different person." Only then did Jiang Chuan realize that Wang Pengzi had approached him. He composed himself, concealing his emotions as he regarded this loyal comrade who had chosen self-detonation for his survival. Ultimately, he decided to share the truth with him. "Wang Pengzi, open your mouth wide." Although he had anticipated an outlandish answer, he never imagined it would be to such an extent. However, upon reflection, with the apocalypse having arrived, what was truly impossible anymore? Thus, Wang Pengzi nodded at Jiang Chuan. "Old Jiang, I believe you. The apocalypse has come. What could be more absurd than that?" Subsequently, Jiang Chuan earnestly instructed Wang Pengzi, "You must not let anyone else know about this. The more people who are aware, the greater my peril. You are my dearest brother, which is why I am confiding in you." Among our 4 roommates, aside from us, Jianing and Xiaogao transformed into zombies during the cosmic wave invasion. Wang Pengzi, upon hearing this, stared at Jiang Chuan in shock and quickly inquired, "What about my parents? Are they safe? Your father is fortunate. He was rescued by soldiers from the Southern Military Region. In 4 months, we will be able to see him at the Southern Military Region base." Upon hearing Jiang Chuan mention only his father, Wang Pengzi's apprehensions grew, prompting him to ask, "And what about my mother?" Jiang Chuan, fearing Wang Pengzi might struggle to accept the truth, merely shook his head slightly. Wang Pengzi understood Jiang Chuan's gesture immediately, turning away with reddened eyes. As for Jiang Chuan's own parents, they had gone missing on the very day the cosmic wave descended. Although this event occurred today, it felt like a decade had passed for Jiang Chuan. Thus, despite his profound grief, he did not exhibit it overtly. Their faces revealed little fear. Instead, they bore expressions of exhilaration akin to rebirth. The young man standing between the two, grinning mischievously, remarked, "Boss, we've locked the doors and windows." Boss, while we were securing the windows, we spotted a woman in room 101. Don't you think, given the apocalypse, we might as well relax a little? After all, no one will be watching us, right? In his previous life, Jiang Chuan's 3 teammates arrived at the hotel on the 5th day of the apocalypse, and they were middle-aged men. The woman they discovered had been seen by him before. He vaguely remembered her as the mistress of a certain director in Guangnan City. The director had invested in the hotel, subsequently assigning the woman to manage IT. In his past experience, numerous individuals sought refuge in the hotel to evade zombies. Numbering around 40 to 50 to AT that time, she considered herself superior, looking down on Jiang Chuan and Wang Pengzi, frequently labeling them as lowly. When the food supply in the hotel dwindled, she resorted to unspeakable acts for sustenance, even engaging with an exceedingly unattractive old man for a mere packet of biscuits. Jiang Chuan understood that, although the apocalypse had only just begun, the absence of moral and legal constraints would lead many to act on their previously unthinkable desires. The innate darkness within people would be magnified infinitely, and transgressions of moral boundaries would become commonplace in the apocalypse. Ordinary individuals devoid of strength or backing were merely playthings for evolved beings and ability users. They could even be sold like livestock. Some parents would sell their young children for a morsel of food. Husbands would willingly offer their wives for a bottle of ordinary liquor, merely to numb their senses. And some would resort to cannibalism to survive. In his previous life, Jiang Chuan had held great disdain for such inhumane acts, steadfastly maintaining his moral compass. However, having witnessed it all, he had grown indifferent. Even if he wished to intervene, he could not possibly intervene in every instance. The depravity unfolded relentlessly in every corner of the apocalypse. Seeing Jiang Chuan remain silent, the young man continued, "Boss, that woman is quite alluring. Why not take a look?" Jiang Chuan had seen too much of such occurrences in the apocalypse. While he disdained the idea of coercing a woman into such acts, he would be more than willing if it were a mutual desire. Moreover, persuading a woman like her to engage with Jiang Chuan would be exceedingly simple. Not to mention, in his previous life, she had become an object of his fantasies while trapped in the hotel. Regrettably, Jiang Chuan had pressing matters to attend to, thus, he feigned nobility with a cold laugh, dismissing, "I have no interest in that." Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's tone, the three young men sensed his apparent displeasure with their words and suspected he might be testing their loyalty. Recalling how Jiang Chuan had nonchalantly pierced a woman's skull with a knife without a moment's hesitation, they felt a chill run down their spines. They hurriedly replied, "No, no, no. Big brother, please don't misunderstand that we thought you might be interested. Which is why we asked. Since you have no intention of engaging in such activities, neither shall we. Indeed, how could we proceed without your word, big brother?" The astute young man in the center glanced at Wang Tianlong and inquired, Since the boss isn't interested, what about fat brother? Would he like to take a look?" Jiang Chuan's plan was to ensure Wang Pengzi's safety, allowing him to wait for his previous life as three teammates to arrive, while he himself departed the hotel to attend to more pressing matters. Thus, Wang Pengzi had ample time to entertain the woman. The young man's suggestion reminded Jiang Chuan that in his previous life, Wang Pengzi had quite a penchant for such encounters. However, Wang Pengzi did not favor coercion. He would often offer a crystal core in exchange, resulting in a number of women vying for his attention. Nevertheless, in his previous life, Wang Pengzi had never sought a formal girlfriend. As he put it, "Women are too troublesome. If matters can be resolved with money, emotions should never be involved. Point 1 must remain unencumbered. Emotional ties hinder personal growth." Like a tea that moment, Wang Pengzi felt a pang of discomfort, making him in need of an outlet for his frustrations. Hence, Jiang Chuan declared, "That woman is for fat brother. You are not to touch her." The three young men exchanged glances filled with unspoken understanding, smiling knowingly. They felt that since Jiang Chuan had tacitly permitted such an arrangement, their future days would be much brighter. Meanwhile, Wang Pengzi looked at Jiang Chuan in shock, saying, "Old Jiang, is this really appropriate?" What relation does that woman have with us?" Jiang Chuan replied nonchalantly, "You needn't concern yourself too much. That woman is merely a passerby to us. However, her physique and appearance should suit your taste well. Rest assured, we won't resort to coercion. Tonight, I will ensure she willingly accompanies you. Just remember, do not develop feelings for her. She is not a good woman." Chapter 7. No boundaries at that moment. The door to room 101 swung open, revealing a woman clad in professional attire. It must be said that while she may not have been breathtakingly beautiful, she exuded an alluring charm. Her figure was undeniably captivating. Although she was dressed in formal attire, it could not conceal the ample assets she possessed, nor the allure of her long, slender legs encased in black stockings, which left the four men, aside from Jiang Chuan, utterly captivated. Even Jiang Chuan found himself glancing her way. He nudged Wang Pengzi, who had an unrefined demeanor, with his elbow and inquired, "What do you think? Does she suit your taste? If you're interested, I can arrange for her to willingly accompany you tonight." Wang Tianlong, swallowing hard, replied, "Old Jiang, don't jest. Such a beauty would never look my way. But honestly, her figure is indeed remarkable. If I could have her by my side for just one night, I would gladly trade 10 years off my life." Jiang Chuan merely smiled at Wang Pengzi's words without responding to that moment. The woman, visibly infuriated, exclaimed, "Who was it that peeped at me in room 101 while I was bathing?" "Oh, it doesn't matter if you don't speak. Our hotel has surveillance cameras. Once I check the footage and find out who it was, you can prepare for a prison sentence. I have considerable connections with the police chief of Gudian district." Just then, Jiang Chuan calmly interjected, "If I recall correctly, your name is Li Ting, isn't it?" Li Ting glanced at the young and handsome boy, momentarily believing she might have shared a night with him in the past. "How do you know me?" she queried. "If you know me, then you must be a friend. You know who just spied on me." "It doesn't matter how I know you. We're not friends, and the act of spying on you while you bathe is of little significance now. You simply need to understand that the apocalypse has arrived, with ravenous monsters everywhere. If you wish to survive, you must follow my instructions without question. That I know you won't believe me, but you can call your chief lover repeatedly, 3 or 4 times, and then you will discover that I am not deceiving you." Jiang Chuan recalled that in his previous life, the ones who had seen Li Ting bathing were he and Wang Tianlong, who had inadvertently stumbled into room 101. The room was lavishly decorated, the finest the hotel had to offer, and likely served as a rendezvous for Li Ting and her lover. The design of the bathroom was particularly unfortunate, as its window faced directly towards the grand bed in the room, allowing a clear view of the bathroom from there. While the reverse was not possible in his former life, this incident had caused Li Ting to harbor ill feelings towards Jiang Chuan and Wang Tianlong. After discovering that they had been spying on her, she had called her lover, the police chief, and berated him soundly at the tea present. She scoffed at Jiang Chuan's apocalyptic claims, yet inexplicably felt compelled to heed his words, as if his tone bore an inherent authority that was difficult to dismiss. However, she refused to concede verbally. "I advise you to mind your words. My relationship with Chief Gu is merely that of ordinary friends." "The apocalypse, you say? Spare me your tales. I think I'll call old Gu and have him come see these so-called respectable citizens who spy on women bathing. Don't come crying to me for mercy then." Jiang Chuan offered her a disdainful smile. "Go ahead. Beep, beep, beep." On her first attempt, no one answered. Jiang Chuan observed her and said, "Keep trying. Yes, I mentioned, you need to call 3 or 4 times before he'll pick up." Li Ting let out a huff and dialed again. Beep, beep, beep. The second attempt also yielded no response. With a glance at Jiang Chuan, she dialed once more. Beep, beep, beep. This time, after 8 rings, the call was finally answered. The voice on the other end was irritable. "What is it?" Li Ting, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Old Gu, someone just spied on me while I was bathing in the hotel room. Aren't you coming to help me with this? Are you out of your mind? The world is practically ending, and you're still worried about someone watching you bathe? Enjoy your life while you can. I don't have time for such trifles." With that, the call ended abruptly, leaving Li Ting staring blankly at Jiang Chuan. "Who are you? Why is Gu Tianhe colluding with you to deceive me? Stop shouting. The Xiao Li you mentioned is the receptionist here, isn't she?" "She is already dead. Her body is still warm, but if you wish to see her, she's on the floor behind the front desk." Upon seeing the receptionist's corpse, Li Ting's legs trembled uncontrollably, clearly terrified at this moment. Jiang Chuan approached her from behind. "Miss Li, do you truly believe Chief Gu would use the apocalypse as a ruse to deceive you? The fact is, the apocalypse has indeed arrived if you wish to survive. You must obey my commands. I now require the master key card for your hotel rooms." Li Ting remained skeptical. Yet when she peeked through a crack in the curtains, the horrific sight of people being devoured in the streets left her utterly convinced of Jiang Chuan's words. She speculated that since he knew her name, he might be a secret admirer. Moreover, this man seemed to hold a certain authority among the group, and she could potentially leverage him for her own safety. Suppressing her fear, she entered the password on the electronic screen at the front desk, which triggered the drawer to open. She retrieved a key card from it and handed it to Jiang Chuan, her fingers inadvertently brushing against his palm. "Here you go. Handsome, I've given you the room card. You claim there are monsters outside, and I am terrified of those strange creatures. As long as you can ensure my safety, I will follow your lead without hesitation." Jiang Chuan smirked inwardly. This woman was, as in his previous life, utterly devoid of principles, her demeanor shifting more rapidly than the turning of pages, gazing at her voluptuous figure. He thought that had he not just been reborn and had pressing matters to attend to, he would not have minded giving her a lesson or two as he accepted the key card. He gave her a sharp slap on her rear, eliciting a coy yelp from her as she fell into his arms. However, he pushed her away and stated, "Not now. I have important matters to attend to." He then glanced at his phone to check the time. Li Ting silently cursed Jiang Chuan for his pretentiousness, believing no ordinary man could resist her allure, with zombies now appearing on the streets. Jiang Chuan turned to the others behind him and declared, "It's about time. Those who collapsed earlier have likely turned into zombies by now. Follow me upstairs. I'll teach you how to deal with these creatures." The 3 young men appeared excited by Jiang Chuan's words, entirely unperturbed by the gravity of the apocalypse. Wang Tianlong, however, looked somewhat anxious. Li Ting approached Jiang Chuan, tugging at his clothing and adopting a demeanor of a feeble woman. "What should I do, handsome?" Jiang Chuan intended for Li Ting to witness the horrors of the apocalypse, hoping it would persuade her to obediently accompany Wang Pengzi. Thus, he replied, You can come with us upstairs." Initially, Jiang Chuan planned to eliminate the 3 young men upon reaching the hotel, as he deemed them useless except for performing menial tasks, and they might further consume Wang Pengzi's share of food. However, he reconsidered, realizing that such actions would likely create a rift between him and Wang Pengzi. After much deliberation, he decided against it. Cultivating a few underlings to serve Wang Pengzi was, after all, a worthwhile endeavor. Chapter 8. The first acquisition of a crystal core. Wang Pengzi inquired of Jiang Chuan, "Old Jiang, shouldn't we leave someone downstairs? If a living person runs down now, unaware of the situation, and opens the door, wouldn't we be in trouble?" "Not necessary. Those who were conscious in the hotel before have likely been terrified by the sight of so many people suddenly collapsing. They must have fled long before we arrived. Now, in this entire building, aside from us, there are only 3 other living individuals. The first person who came down from upstairs did so just before 3 o'clock. That much time has been more than enough for us to check every occupied room." Aside from Wang Pengzi, the others were left in confusion by Jiang Chuan's words, unsure of how he knew such details, yet none dared to inquire further, in truth, even if the main door were to be opened. Jiang Chuan had no fear. The first-level zombies at the onset of the apocalypse could not harm him, even in large numbers, though Jiang Chuan, as an ordinary person, could not defeat countless zombies. Escaping was certainly within his capabilities. The Haggard Hotel was not particularly tall, comprising 7 stories. Except for the first floor, each floor contained 15 rooms. According to Li Ting, over 130 guests had checked in the previous day, most of whom were single occupants. As of now, more than 100 guests had yet to check out. Based on this ratio, it was estimated that approximately 70 to 80 zombies resided within the hotel rooms at present. Following the Cosmic Wave's onslaught, most survivors had already vacated the hotel. The likelihood of a first-level zombie possessing a crystal core was roughly 10%. To become an evolved being, an ordinary person needed to simultaneously use 10 crystal cores. Even if Jiang Chuan were to acquire all the cores from the first-tier zombies within the hotel, it is highly improbable that he would amass a sufficient number for a single person's use. Thus, the primary objective of leading everyone in the extermination of zombies this time is to familiarize them with the characteristics and weaknesses of these creatures. Collecting cores is a secondary concern. Killing zombies within the hotel is considerably simpler, as they're confined in separate rooms, eliminating the fear of them banding together. There are no guest rooms on the first floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Jiang Chuan utilized a key card to unlock the door to the first room after ascending. Inside, a pair of naked men and women lay on the bed. They exhibited stark differences from normal individuals. Their skin was a pallid gray, their veins conspicuously visible, and their bodies appeared as though infested with dark brown worms. Should they open their eyes, one would observe that their pupils had turned a ghostly white, having undergone transformation without external stimuli. The pair remained in the same position as when they fell unconscious. Accustomed to such scenes in the apocalypse, Jiang Chuan remained largely unfazed. The 3 young men and Wang Pengzi, however, were left feeling parched and uneasy, particularly upon catching sight of the female zombie, whose chest still appeared quite firm due to her recent transformation. Upon noticing the group, the 2 lecherous zombies separated and awkwardly approached, staggering toward them. First-tier zombies in the initial week of the apocalypse are notably weak, moving akin to feeble elderly individuals. This week represents the prime opportunity for ordinary people to collect cores. However, this is only true for regular survivors. For evolved beings, zombies that move swiftly after a week pose little threat. Jiang Chuan seized the Swiss Army knife from Wang Pengzi, first delivering a kick to the female zombie before swiftly plunging the blade into the male zombie's head as it swung its arms at him, then leaning down to thrust it forcefully into the female zombie's skull. The entire sequence was executed seamlessly, without a hint of hesitation. As Jiang Chuan concluded his actions, the 2 zombies fell silent. He then noticed a small bump on the female zombie's forehead, muttering to himself, "It seems fortune smiles upon me today." He then retrieved a small knife he had prepared in advance and pierced the female zombie's forehead. With a deft motion, he extracted a colorless, transparent crystal roughly the size of soybean. This sight revolted the individuals behind him. One young man, filled with curiosity, spoke up, "Boss, what is this? Could it be that everything written in novels is true? Is this the zombie core? Indeed, it is a core. However, I advise against harboring any intentions towards it. Mishandling it could lead to your own transformation into a zombie. In due time, I shall inform you of the correct methods for its use. For now, remember that the only way to kill a zombie is to destroy its brain tissue. The zombies at the outset of the apocalypse are the easiest to slay. I have just demonstrated this for you. The remaining zombies in the hotel will be dealt with by you. Upon hearing this, the three young men readily acknowledged Jiang Chuan as their leader, pledging their unwavering loyalty to In truth, Jiang Chuan's assertion about becoming a zombie was a mere fabrication. Even if ordinary individuals cannot absorb the energy from the core, they can still enhance their physical constitution by consuming the core, bolstering their resistance to illness, and even potentially avoiding transformation after being bitten by a zombie. He made this claim solely to ensure compliance from the three young men. Under Jiang Chuan's guidance, the group swiftly cleared their way from the second floor to the sixth, with Wang Pengzi accounting for the majority of the zombie kills. As Jiang Chuan had consistently assigned him the task, Wang Pengzi harbored no grievances, understanding that Jiang Chuan had his best interests at heart, seeking to provide him with ample training. Conversely, Li Ting felt a sense of pride in not being assigned to kill any zombies. Believing that Jiang Chuan must have some interest in her, each time they dispatched a zombie, Jiang Chuan would approach to inspect the forehead of the fallen creature. Ordinary zombies with cores in the early stages of the apocalypse exhibit a distinct bump on their foreheads. By the time they reached the sixth floor, Jiang Chuan had successfully collected 7 cores, a stroke of remarkable luck. Unfortunately, he had yet to encounter even a single first-tier evolved zombie. First-tier zombies, even with abilities, remain quite feeble, particularly in the early days of the apocalypse, when they lack the capacity to utilize their powers. Chapter 9. 3 tasks to accomplish with a click. Wang Pengzi used the key card to open the door to room 609. Who is it? A rugged male voice emanated from within, and soon a burly man in his 30s appeared before the group. Jiang Chuan recognized this man from his previous life. His name was Li Yunfeng, a northeasterner who had traveled alone to Guangnan City. Although their past interactions had been minimal, Jiang Chuan held a vivid impression of him in the previous life. This man had perished at the jaws of zombie over a month into the apocalypse, while attempting to save a little girl with whom he had no connection. Jiang Chuan could only express admiration for him, though not appreciation. Initially, Li Yunfeng, having just awoken, found it hard to believe the tales of the apocalypse recounted by Jiang Chuan and his companions. However, upon glimpsing numerous reports on his phone regarding the apocalypse and the inexplicable deaths of crowds, he began to entertain doubts. After Jiang Chuan urged him to look out the window, he ultimately conceded that the apocalypse had indeed arrived. The group later discovered a man and woman in their 20s within a presidential suite on the 7th floor. Both had been fortunate enough to avoid zombification and, much like Li Yunfeng, were initially skeptical of the apocalypse, but eventually had no choice but to accept its reality. After exterminating all the zombies in the hotel, Jiang Chuan was fortunate enough to collect a total of 11 cores, surpassing his expectations. These cores were sufficient to elevate an ordinary person to the status of an evolved being. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan instructed that everyone, save for Wang Pengzi, descend. That he then produced the 11 cores he had gathered and remarked to Wang Pengzi, "Pengzi, as the apocalypse progresses, zombies will grow increasingly powerful. For humanity to survive under the threat of zombies, we must continually strengthen ourselves. These cores are the key to our enhancement." Half an hour later, Wang Pengzi successfully became an evolved being. Indeed, Jiang Chuan had granted Wang Pengzi the opportunity to be the first to evolve in this life. As he was about to leave the hotel, and Wang Pengzi, if still an ordinary human, would be unable to maintain order against potential threats within the hotel. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan found acquiring first-tier cores in the early days of the apocalypse to be an effortless task. Once Wang Pengzi had evolved, Jiang Chuan could set his next plan into motion, that he aimed to seize all significant resources in Guangnan City during the early days of the apocalypse and recruit numerous influential figures and powerful evolved beings residing in Guangnan. The first among them would be Shan Nanjing, the leader of the survivor base he had encountered in his previous life. Shan Nanjing's formidable strength remained etched in Jiang Chuan's memory, and her choice to fight valiantly against high-tier zombies until the very end demonstrated her worth as a trustworthy ally. Despite the base's claims that she was prone to violence, her unwavering resistance against the Horde spoke volumes about her character. It is worth noting that she was already an 8th-tier wind element evolved being, capable of flight to escape the battlefield. Upon returning to the lobby on the first floor, Jiang Chuan wasted no time and addressed everyone. He then turned to Wang Pengzi and admonished him. In my previous life, we stayed in the hotel for over a month without encountering insurmountable difficulties or unforeseen changes. This is why I chose to leave alone and left you here to await the 3 teammates from my previous life. He then turned to Li Ting with a stern expression. If you wish to have an easier time, you should spend the night accompanying Pengzi. Whatever he asks of you, you shall comply. Do you understand? If you entertain any inappropriate thoughts, I won't hesitate to feed you to the zombies. Li Ting had initially believed Jiang Chuan harbored feelings for her, only to realize he intended to leave her with Wang Pengzi. Yet his words left her with no choice but to comply to avoid any rift with Wang Pengzi. Jiang Chuan refrained from killing anyone in the hotel. He understood that given Wang Tianlong's nature, coupled with his status as a first-tier evolved being, even if these individuals harbored ulterior motives, they would pose little threat. However, before departing, Jiang Chuan called Wang Pengzi aside to advise him that if anyone exhibited suspicious behavior, he should kill them immediately. If he found himself unable to do so, he must at least restrain them and ensure a sufficient supply of food for himself. Having settled his closest ally, Jiang Chuan commenced the execution of his subsequent plan that he first took the elevator to the underground parking lot on the first basement level. The zombies in the underground garage were few in number. Merely forwarded upon hearing the sound of the elevator, they shuffled toward it. Exiting the elevator, Jiang Chuan remained unhurried, confidently making his way to the parking lot's exit. From the export fire cabinet, a fire axe was retrieved. In a swift manner, the 4 zombies present were dispatched. Regrettably, these 4 zombies did not provide Jiang Chuan with any crystal cores. He extracted the car keys obtained from Li Yunfeng from his pocket and pressed the unlock button. Prompting a black Kawasaki H6 to emit 2 beeps, Jiang Chuan mounted the motorcycle, stowed the fire axe in the golf club bag he had prepared earlier, and drove the Kawasaki H6 toward the exit of the underground garage. This outing had 3 primary objectives for Jiang Chuan. The first was to rescue Sha Nanjing from the urban area of Guangnan. According to the records on his multifunctional wristwatch, Sha Nanjing, like Jiang Chuan, had been trapped in Guangnan during the early days of the apocalypse, but her community was overrun with zombies. Most crucially, in the building where Sha Nanjing resided, there was a lightning-type ability zombie on the first floor. In his previous life, this zombie was slain by Sha Nanjing after she transformed into an ability user a month and a half into the apocalypse. The lightning-type ability Crystal Core was also acquired by her. Subsequently, that Crystal Core fell into the hands of one of Sha Nanjing's subordinates. The second task after rescuing Sha Nanjing was to head to Century Square in the southern part of the city. Records indicated that after the Cosmic Wave invasion, 6 secret realm entrances had appeared in Guangnan City. One of them manifested on the 3rd day of the apocalypse at Century Square. This secret realm only appeared once every 3 years, and each entrance lasted for a mere 3 hours and 13 minutes. The realm posed little danger, allowing even ordinary individuals to enter, and once it closed, those inside would be automatically transported back to the entrance. In his previous life, Bai Jun, ranked 3rd in overall strength, was the first person to step into this secret realm on the 3rd year of the apocalypse. It was said that Bai Jun's dual element ability was obtained through an opportunity found within this realm. Additionally, there were many other opportunities within this secret realm. The 3rd task, which Jiang Chuan deemed the most important, was to visit the Guangnan Institute of Biology and Technology on the outskirts of the city to locate professors Chun Tianshan and Lu Yuman. Many of the technological advancements regarding crystal cores originated from these 2 esteemed professors, including the development of the multifunctional wristwatch Jiang Chuan wore that in the apocalypse. Ordinary individuals unable to absorb crystal core energy relied heavily on the crystal weapons developed by the professors for self-preservation. It could be said that their research had saved the vast majority of the surviving human population. While ordinary firearms were effective against zombies below the 3rd tier, they proved to be nearly useless against 4th-tier zombies. Furthermore, in this life, Jiang Chuan aspired to establish his own faction, gathering the majority of the top-tier powers from his previous life to form a super faction. This was both his ambition and his destiny. The Research Institute conveniently served as an excellent initial base. Chapter 10. Encounter with the Radiant Empress. Though the Hagalit Hotel and Shananjing were both located in Guangnan City, they were not in the same district. A highway separated the two districts at that moment. The highway leading to the district where Shananjing resided was rife with traffic accidents, with a myriad of vehicles clogging the road. Among these vehicles, many were occupied by zombies to varying degrees. Jiang Chuan rode the Kawasaki H6, leisurely navigating the highway while observing the wrecked cars. Before long, he spotted a zombie with a small bump on its forehead. He parked his motorcycle beside a white SUV, retrieved the blood-stained fire axe from the golf club bag slung over his shoulder, and opened the driver's side door of the SUV. The driver inside had already transformed into a zombie and was currently struggling against the seatbelt, reaching for Jiang Chuan. With a single swing of the axe, Jiang Chuan dispatched it, then used a knife to puncture its forehead, extracting the crystal core within. This marked the 21st crystal core Jiang Chuan had acquired on this highway. Including the one he had left after giving it to Wang Pengzi at the hotel, he now possessed a total of 22 crystal cores. However, he was in no rush to utilize them. The process of an ordinary person evolving into an ability user was incredibly painful, with every cell in the body enduring immense agony, rendering one incapable of fighting. Thus, the evolution must occur in a safe environment. As Jiang Chuan placed the still bloodied crystal core into his pocket, he suddenly sensed a pair of dull gray eyes watching him from behind a wrecked car on his path. When Jiang Chuan looked up, the owner of those eyes quickly concealed themselves. Yet, with 10 years of survival experience in the apocalypse, he was certain that someone had been secretly observing him. The feeling of being watched irritated him. Who was lurking about? Nevertheless, Jiang Chuan did not doubt his instincts. Since the person did not reveal themselves, he decided to investigate who was spying on him. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying threats were not the zombies, but rather other survivors who could lead to one's demise. Though it was merely the first day of the apocalypse, Jiang Chuan maintained the cautious demeanor he had adopted over the past decade when dealing with humanity. Gripping the axe, he took purposeful steps toward the vehicle where the human was hiding. Upon reaching the car, he indeed discovered a young woman. She appeared to be in her early 20s, holding a makeshift iron pipe she had found. Standing approximately 1.6 meters tall, her figure was beginning to mature. Beneath her shoulder-length dark brown hair, she wore a light pink sports top. She radiated the purity and vitality of youth, with her most striking feature being her lake-like clear eyes, sparkling as if filled with a galaxy of stars, perfectly embodying the image of a man's ideal first love. The girl held the iron pipe before her chest, gazing at Jiang Chuan with palpable fear. Her expression evoked a strong protective instinct in him. Even though he was no stranger to women, Jiang Chuan surveyed the surrounding area, confirming that aside from him and the girl before him, there were only the zombies trapped within the vehicles. He relaxed his vigilance slightly. Jiang Chuan felt an uncanny familiarity with the girl's face, as if he had seen it in a biography of a famous person. He then asked her, but upon seeing her terror-stricken expression, she quickly shook her head, unable to utter a word. Jiang Chuan surmised that his recent actions of dispatching the zombie had frightened her. Furrowing his brow, he studied her, finding her face hauntingly familiar. Pointing to a zombie in a nearby vehicle, he continued, "Su Man." Before he could finish, he murmured her name softly. It resonated within him, and suddenly his eyes widened in disbelief. "You truly are Su Man?" Su Man, bewildered by Jiang Chuan's words, shook her head repeatedly, saying, "You must have mistaken me for someone else. That I am a music teacher at Municipal No. 1 High School. The Su Man you know is certainly not me." Without further ado, Jiang Chuan grasped Su Man's hand with a right hand that wore the multifunctional wristwatch. With a thought, Su Man's information materialized in his mind. Combat value panel name: Su Man ability, none weapon, none strength, 4 agility, 5 stamina, 3 endurance, 5 elemental empowerment, 0 overall combat power. For ability data panel is elementally affinity physique. Yes, affinity attribute. Light. Affinity degree 10 is special physique. No special ability. None after. Reviewing Su Man's ability data panel, Jiang Chuan was filled with elation that he could hardly believe he had fortuitously encountered one of the 4 empresses from his previous life. The Radiant Empress. There exists scant documentation detailing how the Radiant Empress rose to power, and only a single, somewhat unclear profile photo of her is known. Even her origins remain a mystery. From the limited literature regarding the Radiant Empress, it is known that her name is Su-Man, and she became a third-tier evolved being in the second year of the apocalypse, obtaining her opportunity within a secret realm, after which she gradually ascended. Unlike other empresses, the Radiant Empress's light-type ability was not particularly suited for combat. Among the renowned ability users worldwide, Su-Man was the only light-type user, a rarity indeed. However, light-type users generally exhibit significantly weaker combat prowess compared to other survivors, often on par with some stronger evolved beings of the same tier. Light-type users excel in group healing and enhancement, functioning as team support types. That support-type ability users are quite scarce. Though they may not excel in combat, they are often the backbone of any team of ability users. Among them, light-type users stand as the very best. Should Su-Man evolve to the 6th tier, a combat team composed of 1,000 4th-tier evolved beings could have its combat power elevated to levels comparable to a team of 1,000 5th-tier evolved beings. Albeit this enhancement is time-limited, lasting no more than 3 to 5 minutes, with the duration decreasing as the number of individuals increases. Moreover, Su-Man could enhance ability users of the same tier. And this synergy is far more complex than mere addition. For instance, Su-Man, a level 3 ability user, can enhance Jiang Chuan, also at level 3, to attain the combat prowess of a level 4. Furthermore, a level 4 ability user can rival 10 or even dozens of level 3 ability users of the same type. Thus, in the apocalyptic world, it is often said that acquiring a proficient team-oriented ability user is akin to amassing an army of thousands. Chapter 11. The Little Girl After His Rebirth. Jiang Chuan was resolutely determined to establish a survivor base that he envisioned creating a civilized society marked by order and rules. Yet he was uncertain about what he truly wished to protect. Perhaps this aspiration stemmed solely from his deep-seated affection and yearning for a civilized existence. Throughout a decade of survival in the apocalypse, the survivor bases Jiang Chuan encountered were all governed by tyrants who enslaved ordinary people under the guise of noble humanitarianism. Even within the survivor base led by Shan'an Jing, many high-ranking officials operated with blatant favoritism and injustice. Unless one has personally experienced it, it is unimaginable how deeply human nature can be corrupted. Even establishments that traded in human flesh had become a disturbingly legitimate existence, selling meat sourced from the corpses scattered throughout the base's streets. Jiang Chuan's heart had remained numb since the end of the world. But he first felt the warmth of humanity through an 8 or 9-year-old girl. Had he not encountered that little girl, he might have never conceived the notion of establishing order amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. He first met her during the 5th year of the apocalypse, beside a garbage dump within the Shan'an base. Exhausted from his journey into the city, he leaned against the refuse to rest. The little girl, equally ragged and emaciated from hunger, discovered a piece of spoiled bread in the trash and generously offered it to Jiang Chuan, who had been watching her intently. "Why do you keep looking at me?" "Hee, you must be starving too. I've been so lucky lately, always finding something good to eat." Perhaps she feared Jiang Chuan would snatch the bread away entirely, hoping to save half for herself. Yet, her eyes sparkled with an enchanting clarity as she spoke. Moved by compassion, Jiang Chuan gave the little girl some food and currency in the form of crystals. Recognizing that Jiang Chuan was not a mere vagrant, she immediately expressed her desire to accompany him. "I can do anything. As long as you feed me once a day, I'll do whatever you ask, that I can be your lover or your servant. I can wash your clothes, cook for you, and clean. Please, take me in, having witnessed the tragedies of the apocalypse." Jiang Chuan could not bring himself to accept the little girl. The next time he saw her, she had become a lifeless corpse, lying serenely in a corner of the city, awaiting the arrival of the scavengers from the human meat shop. Before her death, she had been subjected to the brutal violation of a group of men, her eyes wide open, filled with fear, pain, and despair. No longer the innocent gaze he had once seen. The 3 men responsible for her death, being relatives of evolved beings, were merely imprisoned for 5 days before being released to continue their misdeeds. Jiang Chuan could no longer recall his initial thoughts. All that remained was an overwhelming fury. He found the 3 men on a bustling street, and, before dozens of onlookers, unleashed his fire abilities, burning them alive. However, as an ability user, no one sought to hold him accountable for his actions afterward. Though Jiang Chuan had survived for 10 years in this apocalyptic realm, he increasingly felt like a beast rather than a human. Yet he understood that humanity harbors inherent flaws, himself included. The reality was harsh. Clandestine dealings often dictated the survival of the elite. Nevertheless, having been granted a second chance at life, he resolved to make it meaningful, even if that ideal ultimately led to failure. Without a doubt, Su Man was one of the individuals he needed to ally with to establish a base. To his astonishment, the legendary Light Empress, scarcely mentioned in historical texts, was also residing in Guangnan City. And they had fortuitously crossed paths in such a place. Overwhelmed with surprise, Jiang Chuan held Su Man's hand without realizing it. This was the first time Su Man had experienced such assertiveness from a boy, especially one who had found her during her most lost and fearful moments, causing her heart to flutter. Su Man was exceptionally beautiful, embodying the essence of a sweet goddess. Her appearance evoked the feeling of a first love. And she was somewhat infatuated. Being a typical good girl, she had focused solely on her studies in high school. She attended an art university where most of her classmates were female. Now, having been in society for nearly a year, although she had received attention from many suitors, they were either greasy older men or poorly presented boys. Thus, she had yet to find a suitable partner. Jiang Chuan, while not necessarily a male god, stood out among his peers, surpassing at least 80% of them in looks. Standing a height of 1.8 meters, his physique, though not as muscular as it would be a decade into the apocalypse, still aligned well with contemporary beauty standards. With his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he exuded a rugged charm, combining the innocence of a neighborly boy with the allure of a mature man. Both Jiang Chuan's appearance and demeanor were irresistible to Su Man, especially as she had been single for over 20 years. She longed for an ideal boyfriend, and Jiang Chuan met all her criteria. Therefore, when he persistently held her hand, she did not resist. As she gazed at the boy who had appeared beside her during her most fearful and disoriented moments. Firmly grasping her hand, she felt that perhaps he was her destined soulmate. Just as Su Man was lost in her thoughts, Jiang Chuan finally released her hand, leaving her with a sense of loss. She feared that her recent musings were merely wishful thinking. After letting go, Jiang Chuan introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Chuan. Su Man. You should stick with me for now on. As you can see, the situation is dire. It's not just this road. The world is filled with zombies. If you stay with me, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, Su Man's face flushed crimson, for it was the first time a boy she liked had spoken such words to her. To her, Jiang Chuan's remarks felt like a confession of affection. Moreover, his tone suggested he was already familiar with her, leading Su Man to believe he had secretly harbored feelings for her. Although it was their first meeting, she was left with a remarkably favorable impression of him. That, "If I follow you, you must promise to take good care of me." Jiang Chuan had anticipated that the individual known as the Light Empress, capable of rivaling an army single-handedly, would be difficult to win over. To his delight, he found her surprisingly amenable, filling him with joy as he replied with a warm smile, "Of course, since you wish to venture through the apocalypse with me, I will be responsible for your safety." Seeing Jiang Chuan smile, Su Man mistook it for joy following a successful confession, further convincing herself that he had long harbored feelings for her. Blushing, she quietly exclaimed, "Wow, so love at first sight really does exist." Upon hearing Su Man's murmured thoughts, Jiang Chuan's expression darkened. It was evident that the Light Empress had misunderstood his intentions. Chapter 12. Evolution to avoid unnecessary complications in the future. Jiang Chuan spoke earnestly to Su Man. "Su Man, you may have misconstrued my intentions in this apocalyptic era. Survival is our utmost priority. What I meant is that we need to look out for each other in order to navigate this world more effectively." Initially, Su Man thought Jiang Chuan was simply being modest, but after a while, she began to grasp the severity of the situation. "Jiang Chuan, what exactly do you mean by the apocalypse?" she asked. Jiang Chuan maintained a remarkable patience with a somewhat oblivious Light Empress. After explaining the situation thoroughly, Su Man quickly requested Jiang Chuan's phone. She dialed several numbers, and after what felt like an eternity, someone finally answered. However, upon hearing their conversation, followed by a scream from the other end. Her eyes filled with tears, and she was left in a state of confusion, repeatedly muttering, "How can this be? How could this happen?" Jiang Chuan seized the opportunity to win her trust. He gently patted her back and said, "Understand your sorrow. There's no need to hold back. Let it out. Crying will help. Su Man, from now on, I will be your family." Su Man collapsed into Jiang Chuan's embrace, crying for quite some time. During her tears, the zombies drawn by her sobs were swiftly dealt with by Jiang Chuan, instilling her with a strong sense of security. After more than 10 minutes, the Kawasaki H6 roared to life again. But this time, another figure accompanied Jiang Chuan on a motorcycle. Along their journey, they encountered not only zombies but also numerous humans being pursued and cornered. Many sought their help desperately. Yet, Jiang Chuan remained indifferent to those who sought his help throughout. He had no time to concern himself with the fate of these individuals. This was not a reflection of his cold-heartedness, but rather a lesson learned over a decade of life in a post-apocalyptic world. He had encountered and heard far too many tales of farmers and snakes. When one lacks sufficient strength, it is prudent to refrain from meddling in the lives of others. Otherwise, it may be oneself who meets a grim fate. Previously, Jiang Chuan traveled alone, but now he had Su Man accompanying him. However, Su Man did not question Jiang Chuan's refusal to assist others. Instead, she clung tightly to him from behind. When Jiang Chuan dismounted to eliminate a zombie with a crystal core embedded in its forehead, Su Man obediently followed closely, and their journey was marked by minimal verbal exchange. Deep down, Su Man felt an irresistible curiosity and fascination for this enigmatic man. His decisiveness in slaying those monsters was striking, devoid of hesitation, and he exuded an aura of safety that reassured her. His choice not to save other survivors surely stemmed from his own rationale. Time flew swiftly, and by the time they reached the exit of the highway, Jiang Chuan had amassed a total of 51 crystal cores. The clock had struck 5 in the afternoon. After exiting the highway, they would traverse a villa district before reaching the city. The community where Sha Nanjing resided was a 30-minute drive from the villa area. At this moment, Jiang Chuan was not in a hurry to seek out Sha Nanjing. Instead, he leisurely rode his motorcycle into the villa district. The population of the villa district was sparse and widely dispersed, resulting in no hordes of zombies. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to Jiang Chuan. Although he was confident in his ability to escape unscathed from a zombie onslaught as an ordinary person, he had to consider that he was also responsible for Su Man, who, prior to becoming an evolved being, could be deemed a liability. Jiang Chuan brought Su Man to the entrance of a villa with its doors wide open. After swiftly dispatching the 2 nearby zombies, he drove the motorcycle inside and secured the villa's entrance. The villa boasted 3 floors, each encompassing approximately 200 square meters. Upon entering, Jiang Chuan meticulously inspected every room within the villa. Confirming that there were no other survivors or zombies present, he retrieved the previously collected crystal cores from his backpack. Su Man, curious about the crystals he had extracted from the zombies, had refrained from asking until now. As Jiang Chuan presented the crystals before her once more, she finally inquired, "Jiang Chuan, what exactly are these? Why do you collect them?" "These are called crystal cores, and they harbor immense energy within. Should a human consume 10 cores at once, there lies the potential to gain extraordinary power and become an evolved being. The physical capabilities of evolved beings far exceed those of ordinary humans, and they are immune to the zombie virus." Jiang Chuan cleaned the cores, counted out 10, and offered them to Su Man, stating, "Consuming 10 crystal cores at once will transform you into an evolved being, but the process is excruciating. Only once you become an evolved being can you fight alongside me. In this world, ordinary people have no rights." Su Man gazed at Jiang Chuan's face. Despite the absurdity of his words, she did not dwell on it. She simply felt an instinctive trust in this man she had known for less than a day, believing he would not harm her. Though she could not articulate why, the feeling was undeniable. Jiang Chuan's reasoning for handing the crystal cores to Su Man was also strategic. Only by becoming a light-type evolved being could she create value for herself, making it inevitable for him to give her the cores. Accelerating her transformation into an evolved being not only ensured her safety, but also fostered loyalty. Su Man accepted the cores from Jiang Chuan. These small, glass-like orbs extracted from the foreheads of zombies felt chilling to the touch. She brought the crystal cores to her nose and inhaled, detecting no trace of blood. Jiang Chuan, you mean if I swallow these cores, I'll become stronger? Upon seeing Jiang Chuan nod, Su Man hesitated no longer. She slapped the cores in her mouth and swallowed them all in one go. She yearned for strength to fight alongside Jiang Chuan and avenge her deceased loved ones. Jiang Chuan also counted out 10 crystal cores, placed them in his mouth, and swallowed them whole. He then sat cross-legged on the ground. Initially, Su Man felt no discomfort, merely a warmth in her stomach. Observing Jiang Chuan sitting cross-legged, she mimicked his position. After 3 or 4 minutes, however, Su Man suddenly experienced an excruciating headache, a pain so intense it felt as though a knife had split her head in two. With her eyes shut tight, cold sweat streamed down her forehead. Soon, the pain coursed through every cell in her body, a torment that penetrated to the very marrow of her bones. Unable to withstand it any longer, Su Man curled up on the floor, gritting her teeth in determination. In contrast, Jiang Chuan remained calm, sitting cross-legged with an expression of serenity, as if he were impervious to pain. Of course, he felt the pain, but such discomfort was trivial compared to what he had endured over the past decade. The trials of the apocalypse had sharpened his will and fortified his spirit. Jiang Chuan did not lack the capacity to feel pain. Rather, his indomitable resolve allowed him to resist it. Chapter 13. Enchantment in the bathroom. Another 10 minutes passed, and the pain had spread throughout both of their bodies. Jiang Chuan's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked, yet he emitted no sound. Su Man, on the other hand, writhed on the ground, her sweat saturating the floor beneath her, but even she remained silent. Gradually, the pain began to subside. After another 10 minutes, the discomfort vanished entirely, replaced by an exhilarating sense of relief. Su Man gasped for breath, straightening up as she exclaimed, "Finally, it's over. I thought I was going to die from the discomfort." Jiang Chuan's thoughts shifted as he examined his data panel in his mind. Battle stats panel. Name, Jiang Chuan. Ability, physical system, special system, weapon, dull fire axe, strength, 25, agility, 56, stamina, 22, endurance, 26, elemental empowerment, 0, overall combat power, 32. Ability data panel. Elemental affinity body. Yes, affinity attributes, dark, lightning, fire, dark, affinity level, 10. Lightning, affinity level, 9. Fire, affinity level, 7. Acquired elements, none. Special body. Yes, body characteristics. Agile type, special ability. Mind reading. Upon seeing the last item, Jiang Chuan was momentarily taken aback that in his previous life, he did not possess any special abilities. Yet in this life, he had unexpectedly acquired a special ability called mind reading. This revelation filled him with astonishment that he never anticipated that on the very first day of the apocalypse, he would emerge as a dual-type evolved being, possessing both physical and special abilities. Special abilities appeared randomly when ordinary individuals transformed into evolved beings. Anyone could potentially acquire a special ability, though many proved to be of little combat value, and thus went unnoticed. For instance, Jiang Chuan's newly acquired mind-reading ability was enigmatic. He had heard of others possessing it, but had never interacted with a mind reader. While Jiang Chuan pondered, Su Man had already risen from the ground. Sniffing around her body, with a hint of indignation, she exclaimed, "Jiang Chuan, don't you smell that? We both reek. It can't possibly be the scent of zombies, can it? If I had known that becoming stronger would make me stink, I wouldn't have eaten the crystal cores." Jiang Chuan reassured her, "Don't worry, it's a normal reaction. During the evolution process, the body expels toxins, and that odor is simply the toxins being released. That a good shower will eliminate the smell." After speaking, Jiang Chuan inadvertently looked up, locking eyes with Su M. In that moment, he distinctly perceived her thoughts. "Thank goodness, a shower will take care of it. If I keep smelling like this, how will I face anyone? Why is Jiang Chuan staring at me? Does he like me? If he confesses later, should I accept or refuse? If I accept, what if he wants to shower with me? But I really like him. If I refuse, will he be angry with me? But accepting feels like I'm giving in too easily. Will he think I'm a bad girl? Is that too unreserved? Ugh, why am I having these strange thoughts? This is my first time feeling this way. I can't just let him have the advantage. Jiang Chuan couldn't articulate the sensation. It was neither akin to listening to someone else's confessions nor reading words on a page. Yet, it was an exceptionally clear feeling. Jiang Chuan suddenly realized that making eye contact with others was the method of utilizing his newly acquired special ability. Mind-reading in this life, Jiang Chuan was determined to establish a formidable survivor base. The ability to read minds would effortlessly and directly assess the loyalty of the high-ranking members within the base, undoubtedly providing immense assistance to him. It was not surprising that Su Man harbored ambiguous feelings for Jiang Chuan. This was due to the fact that during human evolution, a plethora of hormones, including various types of pheromones, are secreted, engendering a strong desire for physical intimacy with the opposite sex. While Jiang Chuan was deep in thought, Su Man exhaled and remarked, "Ah, this is wonderful. If this scent lingers on me, it would be more unbearable than death itself." Jiang Chuan, have you seen if there is a bathroom in this villa? Previously, Jiang Chuan had told Su Man that he held no romantic feelings for her, which was true. He genuinely did not possess any special sentiments toward her. Moreover, Jiang Chuan believed that if he expressed any romantic interest in Su Man while she remained indifferent, it would hinder his efforts to win her over. Now that he was aware of Su Man's innermost thoughts and being a normal man himself, he was naturally influenced by the hormones coursing through his body. As an ability user, he had always been highly sought after by women in the apocalypse, having had numerous encounters over the past decade. However, these women approached him with ulterior motives, although Jiang Chuan yearned for genuine affection. The harsh reality of the apocalypse rendered such feelings nearly impossible to encounter. It had been over 10 years since he had encountered a girl with such innocence. In this desolate world, innocent girls were rarer than extraterrestrials. Hence, upon discovering Su Man's pure and unblemished thoughts, he found himself deeply enamored with her. More importantly, Jiang Chuan realized that Su Man harbored strong feelings for him as well. Resolute in his intention to treat Su Man well, he gently proposed, Man, let us be together and strive to survive in this world." Su Man's face flushed crimson. I, before she could finish her sentence. Jiang Chuan embraced her slender waist and kissed her deeply. Initially, Su Man feebly resisted, but under the influence of hormones, her resistance waned, and she gradually began to reciprocate Jiang Chuan's affection, unaware of how long they kissed. They transitioned from standing on the ground to entwining on the sofa. After a prolonged kiss, Jiang Chuan suddenly rose to Su Man, her face flushed and her gaze dreamy, looked at him before she could react. Jiang Chuan scooped her up in a princess carry, her clothes soaked with sweat, and headed toward the bathroom. Su Man complied, wrapping her arms around Jiang Chuan's neck as they arrived beneath the showerhead. Once the shower was turned on, they lost themselves in passionate kisses once more. Newly evolved, their vitality was at its peak, and under the stimulation of various bodily hormones, the ensuing intimacy was beyond description. 3 hours later, Jiang Chuan and Su Man lay together on a large bed in a bedroom. Holding Su Man's arm, her data panel appeared in Jiang Chuan's mind. Combat data panel name. Su Man ability. Special type weapon. None strength. 19 agility. 20 stamina. 18 endurance. 19 elemental affinity. 0 overall combat power. 19 ability data panel elemental affinity physique. Yes affinity attribute. Light. Affinity level. 10 acquired elements. None special physique. No special ability. Prophet Jiang Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment upon noticing that Su Man had actually acquired a special ability, Prophet. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone possessing such a power. Merely by its name, Jiang Chuan could ascertain the immense strength of this ability, for any power linked to time was never trivial. However, potent special abilities often came with equally severe backlash. The simultaneous presence of both light-based skills and prophetic abilities in Su Man was a stroke of extraordinary luck beyond his imagination. Chapter 14. Deceiving the Empress of Light. At this moment, Su Man lay bare, resting her head on Jiang Chuan's chest, lost in thought. Suddenly, Jiang Chuan felt a warmth dampening his chest. Looking down, he discovered that Su Man was silently crying. Realizing that Su Man had likely unintentionally activated her prophetic ability and glimpsed their future together, he gently stroked her head and asked softly, Man, why are you crying? Su Man froze at his words, then tightly embraced Jiang Chuan, asking, Brother Chuan, do you like me? Of course I like you, and I will always cherish you, Jiang Chuan replied. Seemingly reassured, Su Man's tone lost its tension as she continued, Brother Chuan, I suddenly saw in my mind you laughing and embracing another woman that I don't know why, but I also saw myself beside you, smiling happily. I must be going mad. Jiang Chuan was initially taken aback, but upon gazing into Su Man's eyes, he immediately discerned her inner turmoil. Will Jiang Chuan abandon me for another woman? What I saw felt so real. Is it true? If so, how outrageous. How could I foresee the future? I have given myself to him. What should I do if Jiang Chuan no longer wants me? If he falls for someone else, will I truly accept sharing his love with another woman? As I just witnessed, Jiang Chuan understood that Su Man was overwhelmed with insecurity, that he reassured her. Man, actually after becoming an evolved being, you awakened your prophetic ability. You're no longer an ordinary evolved person, but a special type of ability user. This means you can foresee events that will transpire in the future. Therefore, what you just saw is indeed real. It will happen. Hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Su Man felt a sharp pang in her heart. She released her embrace around Jiang Chuan and instead clutched the blanket to her chest, feeling utterly wronged as she pressed. So, what you just said about always liking me was a lie. Your promise to always treat me well was also a fabrication, right? Jiang Chuan immediately pulled Su Man back in his arms with a firm embrace, deciding to reveal the truth about his rebirth. Since Su Man could see the future, it would be nearly impossible to deceive her, so it was better to be upfront with this innocent girl. Naturally, Jiang Chuan would not recount the events of his previous life verbatim. He would make slight modifications that he spoke in the gentlest tone possible. Su Man, listen to me. Su Man gazed at Jiang Chuan in a daze, and he continued, given that the apocalypse has occurred, and there are even crystal nuclei within the zombies. It is only natural for you to be a reborn individual. Otherwise, you wouldn't know so much. Besides, when I first saw you slay a zombie, I felt you didn't act like it was your first time doing such a thing, which piqued my curiosity about you. Wait, don't change the subject. Who were those women I saw in my mind? What is their relationship with you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan had already prepared a draft in his mind. He gazed deeply into Su Man's eyes, almost as if he could weep, and to placate the Empress of Light, he fabricated, Man, whether in this life or the last, you are the woman I love most. After my rebirth, the first person I wanted to see was you. I rushed to find you immediately. When we first met, your appearance was somewhat different from my memory, and I wasn't certain if that person was truly you. Su Man was moved by Jiang Chuan's heartfelt words and sincere gaze, loosening her grip on the blanket slightly. She then asked, so, were we also lovers in our past life? And you still haven't told me why you would end up with other women. With brazen audacity, Jiang Chuan seized Su Man's delicate hand again and began to weave an impassioned tale. Of course we were more than just lovers. You are my wife, we have held a wedding together. Then, with a childlike innocence, he shifted his demeanor. Man, actually, in our previous life, you had other sisters. Upon hearing this, Su Man's expression was one of utter disappointment, her eyes brimming with tears once more. Jiang Chuan, noticing her distress, hurriedly continued his elaborate fabrication. In our past life, we went through so much together, and our bond deepened significantly. So naturally, we ended up living together. Taking a deep breath, Su Man pressed on. Then how many wives did you have in your previous life? Who was your favorite? Jiang Chuan replied with utmost seriousness, of course. You are my only wife. I never held a wedding with anyone else. Man, I promise you, as long as you are unwilling, I shall never be with another woman. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan tore away the quilt that Su Man had tightly clutched to her chest, remaining silent, yet once again demonstrating through his actions who his beloved truly. An hour later, Su Man was playfully tracing circles on Jiang Chuan's chest. Her face flushed with joy, embodying the essence of a blissful, enamored woman. Jiang Chuan mused inwardly. Indeed, when it comes to dealing with women newly in love, this approach proves most effective to Su Man, now hesitant to inquire further about who Jiang Chuan's most cherished woman was. Instead, redirected her question. Chuan Ge, where shall we go next? What are your plans for the future? Jiang Chuan gently pecked her forehead, taken aback to discover that even the illustrious Empress of Holy Light could exhibit such a girlish demeanor. In his previous life, despite humanity establishing so-called survivor bases, most operated under the guise of noble intentions, with the higher-ups enslaving the common folk, that I once encountered a little girl scavenging. Jiang Chuan recounted in detail the events surrounding that girl he had met in his past life. His sincerity evident in every word, devoid of any pretense. Upon finishing, he continued, Man, it is not that I cannot bear to witness the suffering of humanity. Rather, to stand idly by as humanity's essence is extinguished makes me feel less than human, but rather a beast. Since fate has granted me rebirth, it must be for a purpose that I end this life. I aspire to build the world's largest base, one that upholds order and rules, impervious to any onslaught of the undead. As he spoke, Jiang Chuan gazed intently at Su Man. Only by establishing my own sanctuary can I possess the capability to protect those I wish to safeguard, that I refuse to live this life as a soulless husk as I did previously. Su Man was indeed moved by Jiang Chuan's words, especially when he spoke of the tragically fated little girl, her heart tightening in sympathy. She had anticipated that Jiang Chuan's goal would be to ensure the survival of those he cared for in this apocalyptic world. Yet she was astonished to find he harbored such grand ambitions. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Chuan's stature in her heart grew even taller. Chapter 15. What are you looking at? Jiang Chuan then began to educate Su Man. Man, although you have acquired the ability to foresee the future, you must refrain from using it indiscriminately. Such a potent power often comes with backlash. Moreover, the further into the future you gaze, the greater the number of individuals you foresee. And the mightier they are, the more severe the repercussions you will face. Su Man nodded in realization. I thought as much. Ever since I glimpsed those visions, my head has been pounding. Jiang Chuan gently massaged her temples while sternly advising, you must not recklessly wield this ability again. Even if your curiosity is piqued, do not attempt to foresee events too far ahead. The backlash from such foresight is unfathomable. Even to me, Su Man obediently nodded, then shifted into her playful mode. Jiang Chuan, how many wives did you have in your previous life? Jiang Chuan replied, that is inconsequential. You need only know that you are my most beloved woman and my first in this life. Su Man teased, what did I used to call you? She covered her mouth with a gentle laugh and continued, and what do you call me? Jiang Chuan responded, I have always called you Man. Su Man inquired, how did we end up together in the last life? Jiang Chuan replied, naturally. I saved you in a heroic act, and you pledged yourself to me. Su Man retorted, could you not elaborate? Jiang Chuan remained silent. Hey, Chuan Go, have you fallen asleep? Jiang Chuan remained quiet. Su Man gently pecked his forehead. Chuan Go, I have completely entrusted myself to you. You are my first man, so please treat me kindly. Good night, Chuan Go. Jiang Chuan thought, my goodness, this girl has finally fallen asleep. She has exhausted me. The biographies never mentioned she would be so clingy that Su Man nestled into Jiang Chuan's embrace, gradually drifting off into slumber. While Jiang Chuan experienced a night of restless sleep, the hardships of the past decade had instilled in him a habit of light sleeping, just 1 or 2 hours after they had just fallen asleep. The faint sound of a door creaking open stirred Jiang Chuan awake. Upon awakening, he perked up his ears, listening intently. 3 men clad in prison uniforms entered the villa's living room and flicked on the chandelier. Brother, anyone who can reside here must be living quite well. Let us execute a grand heist, and then we can flee abroad. A resounding slap echoed as one of them admonished, look at your lack of ambition. Do you see any living souls on the streets? It is the apocalypse. Do you think the police will have time to deal with us? What are you babbling about? Yes, you're quite right. Brother, since it's the end of the world, is robbing money even useful? Why not just steal food and women? You make a fair point. Hey, have you two noticed that smell? What on earth stinks? Did this family defecate in the living room? As the 3 conversed, Jiang Chuan stood at the top of the staircase, clad only in a pair of shorts, observing them from above. The trio, clearly escaped convicts, wore prison garb, with the man dubbed Brother possessing a robust physique and a long scar across his face. The other 2 appeared somewhat gaunt. Among them, 2 had received life sentences, while 1 had been sentenced to 20 years. When the apocalypse erupted, the guards on duty had all collapsed. The three seized the opportunity to escape. With no guards to monitor them, their escape was remarkably easy. They fled, and upon reaching the highway, they spotted a car that had crashed into the guardrail. The car door was ajar, and bloodstains remained inside. Having run for over 3 hours without a second thought, they climbed into the vehicle. Upon arriving in Guangnan City, they quickly realized the world had changed dramatically, now teeming with zombies. The three fugitives were ruthless individuals. When the first zombie approached, the scar-faced man struck it down with a brick to their astonishment. The seemingly terrifying zombie was easily vanquished. Realizing they no longer had to fear imprisonment and that the zombies posed no threat, they saw this apocalypse as the dawn of a new and prosperous life. They traversed various locations in Guangnan, but most areas were overrun by hordes of zombies. Eventually, they wound their way to a relatively deserted villa district. Standing above, Jiang Chuan initially had no intention of intervening upon seeing these inconsequential men. He called out, "Hey, you three, I've already claimed this villa. You may leave for another place. I will give you 1 minute. Either depart or face dire consequences." The trio below, hearing Jiang Chuan's voice, looked up in unison. Upon seeing only Jiang Chuan, the scar-faced man smirked and feigned politeness. "Buddy, it's the end of the world. Everything should be up for grabs. There's no need to be so territorial. Oh, you have any food? My buddy and I get a little confused when we're hungry." Jiang Chuan ignored the scar-faced man's words, stifled a yawn, and reiterated, 30 seconds remaining. Just then, the bedroom door behind Jiang Chuan swung open, and Su Man emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Chuan from behind and said, "Darling, why are you up so early? It's still dark outside. When did you turn on the lights?" Upon noticing the three ravenous gazes fixated on her, she suddenly realized she was clad only in her undergarments, let out a shriek, and squatted down, her face flushed. When did these three arrive? The three men downstairs, clearly unaware of the gravity of the situation, swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Brother, your girl is truly stunning. Why hide? Good things should be shared. I haven't seen a woman in years, and I come across one so exquisite. This must be fate. Little sister, I know how to treat a lady." The moment Su Man stepped out of the bedroom clad only in her undergarments, the trio's fate was sealed. Jiang Chuan, displeased by the insolence of the men in the living room, furrowed his brow and stated, "Time's up. I gave you a chance." With that, Jiang Chuan, clad only in shorts and flip-flops, propelled himself over the second-floor railing, landing gracefully in the living room from a height of 5 or 6 meters, making hardly a sound. Seeing Jiang Chuan leap down, Su Man was taken aback. She quickly rose to peek out, and upon confirming Jiang Chuan was unharmed, she sighed in relief. After Jiang Chuan rose to his feet, he clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "The physique of a first-tier evolved individual is still far too feeble. To land from this height and still require bending down to dissipate the impact is quite absurd." As he spoke, he strode toward the three individuals, who were left aghast by his actions. The man standing to the left of the scarred face, still oblivious to his precarious situation, cast another glance at Su Man, who had her head partially exposed. This blatant act of defiance clearly irked Jiang Chuan, who delivered a fierce kick aimed at the man. The sound of crunching bones echoed as the individual collided violently with the wall behind him, producing a resounding thud. After expelling a copious amount of blood, he fell silent. Chapter 16. The world has changed. The remaining two were evidently thrown into a state of panic, having believed that the apocalypse had arrived and that they had successfully escaped from prison, suddenly finding themselves in a paradise after a descent from hell. Little did they anticipate encountering Jiang Chuan, the living embodiment of death, so swiftly. Their legs weakened simultaneously, as if rehearsed, and they collapsed in unison before Jiang Chuan. Like chicks pecking at rice, they repeatedly bowed their heads, pleading, "Big brother, we were blind to your greatness and did not recognize your martial prowess. If we had even 100-fold courage, we would not dare to offend you. We beseech you, spare us this once." Jiang Chuan paid no heed to their entreaties. Having witnessed the woman he cherished in her undergarments, he deemed their existence forfeit. Moreover, they had spoken ill of his beloved. Just as he prepared to execute them, Su Man, who had been clinging to the second-floor railing, interjected, "Darling, please." Let them go. They did not intend to see that. I believe they will not dare again to Su Man. Known for her kindness in her previous life, was said to have rarely taken a life and often came to the aid of those she did not even know. Jiang Chuan contemplated the necessity of finding Sha Nanjing at dawn and recognized the need for someone to divert the horde of corpses in the neighborhood. Thus, he declared, since Man has interceded on your behalf, I shall temporarily spare your lives. However, you must follow me from now on. Should you dare disobey my commands, the corpse in the corner shall be your fate. As the two continued to bow before Jiang Chuan, they expressed their gratitude. Thank you, big brother, for your mercy, and thank you, sister-in-law, for your plea. We shall undoubtedly obey your every word. Once their declarations were complete, Jiang Chuan instructed them, find a room and dispose of the body in the corner. It is an eyesore. Do not throw it outside, as it may attract the horde, complicating our journey tomorrow. With a wicked grin, he added, if you wish to flee, feel free to try. The scarred face was puzzled by how Jiang Chuan seemed to read his mind. Barely had he thought of escape when Jiang Chuan uttered such a proclamation, leaving them feeling utterly demoralized. The memory of Jiang Chuan's lethal kick haunted them, and they dared not raise their gazes again. Upon returning to the room, Su Man turned her back to Jiang Chuan and remained silent. In the moment Jiang Chuan had taken a life, she felt an overwhelming sense of fear towards him. Jiang Chuan, aware of Su Man's thoughts, embraced her slender waist from behind and said, Man, do you believe me to be a villain? He continued, the world has changed, and it is no longer what it once was. In these times, the malevolence within the human heart is magnified. You must have surmised that they are escaped convicts. Such individuals in the apocalypse are likely to become the very essence of evil. Sparing them would only bring harm to others. If we wish to be good amidst the chaos, we must be more ruthless and cunning than the wicked. To be a good person who is not preyed upon by the wicked, we must bare our fangs and wield our weapons. Pure goodness in this world is merely that of gentle lambs, preyed upon by the predators. Though Su Man was kind-hearted, she was also astute and quickly grasped the meaning behind Jiang Chuan's words. Turning to embrace him, she confessed, Darling, I am truly sorry that I do not blame you. Nor do I see you as a villain, that it's just that when you killed that man, it truly frightened me. Even if you were a villain, I would still follow you. Jiang Chuan placed a tender kiss on her forehead, saying, Man, in time you will understand that compared to those who are truly wicked, I am merely a bit harsh. I am not evil. Sometimes, we must adopt a fiercer demeanor to instill fear in the true villains. When they come to fear us, many innocent lives will be spared. You are not foolish. You simply lack this understanding deep within. Su Man appeared to have an epiphany and continued, So, darling, what shall we do with those two? I will heed your decisions from now on. I shall no longer question your judgment. Temporarily sparing their lives is for my own reasons. For now, let us get some rest. The following morning, after breakfast, Jiang Chuan kicked awake the scarred face, who was snoring on the sofa. The man sprang up as if propelled by springs within him. Noticing that the skinny man had yet to awaken, he delivered a sharp slap to the latter's face. Monkey, are you still asleep? Hurry up. Our boss is tasked to assign. Once both were awake, Jiang Chuan gestured toward the dining table, which was set with milk, bread, and several fried eggs. Go eat. Once you're full, we shall set off. Upon hearing this, Monkey and the scarred face dropped to their knees once more, weeping and pleading, Big brother, you promised to spare us. We are genuinely willing to obey your every command. We shall not defy you. Please spare us. Just let us live, and we will do anything you ask. Seeing their desperation, Jiang Chuan realized his words had been misinterpreted, especially given the grim sayings surrounding prison life. He sighed and clarified, Enough of this melodrama. If I wished to kill you, I wouldn't bother poisoning you or serving you head-chopping rice. I merely meant that you should eat quickly, for we need to set out, and you will need your strength for the tasks ahead. The scarred face, feeling embarrassed, stood up. I knew it. Our big brother's not the type to go back on his word. Big brother, where are we headed? To Guangfan community in the city. The two men, who had just trembled to the dining table, turned pale at this proclamation. Monkey stammered after a long pause, Big brother, we cannot go to Guangfan community. We just came from there, and the area is swarming with zombies. Jiang Chuan chuckled coldly. What? Are you afraid? Or is my word not convincing enough? At the sound of Jiang Chuan's derisive laughter, both men broke out in cold sweat. The scarred face swallowed hard and said, "No, no. We thought you might be unaware of the situation there, so we merely wanted to advise you. What do you intend to do at Guangfan community?" Jiang Chuan patted Su Man's hand and replied, "To rescue someone." Chapter 17. Slicing through flesh and bone, noticing the two remained silent, Jiang Chuan inquired, "Did you go to Guangfan community yesterday? What was the situation like? Be specific. Big brother, you overestimate us. With the number of corpses there, had we truly ventured there, we would not have survived to reach this place. We merely glanced from a nearby building. We originally intended to take refuge there. But the horde was too dense, so we fled to this villa area. Instead, 15 minutes later, the four set off together. Because of the numerous wrecked vehicles on the road, the scarred face and his companion had exchanged their car for an electric scooter. The four traveled in pairs, heading towards the city. After 10 minutes of travel, they encountered no particularly dense hordes of zombies. Jiang Chuan chose to ignore the smaller clusters of a few dozen corpses, deftly maneuvering around them with a slight turn of the handlebars. The scarred face and monkey, however, were utterly terrified by the zombies. They wished to flee but dared not. Their small electric scooter was no match for Jiang Chuan's motorcycle, and they feared they would be caught if they tried to escape, so they followed closely behind. Each time they passed a horde, their hearts raced to their throats. Navigating so close to the zombies was far more exhilarating than any roller coaster ride. After 10 minutes of traveling in tandem, they finally encountered a horde of over 100 zombies, completely blocking the road and leaving no possibility for passage, even though Jiang Chuan possessed dual abilities in both special and physical categories. A single bite or scratch from a zombie could spell disaster. He halted the vehicle about 70 to 80 meters from the horde. Upon seeing Jiang Chuan stop, the scarred face and monkey felt an immense relief. Fortunately, this madman had abandoned the idea of traversing through the horde of corpses. Otherwise, he might have lost his life here today. After Jiang Chuan and his companion halted their vehicle, the scar-faced man, with a face full of sycophancy, addressed Jiang Chuan, "Brother, I happen to know a route that we took that path when we departed from the Guangfan community yesterday. It's just a bit circuitous. However, it will take no more than 2 hours to reach our destination via that route." Jiang Chuan gazed towards the rear of the corpse cluster and, upon observing that there were no larger groups of the undead within a 2 to 3 kilometer radius, he replied, "Very well." With that, he retrieved the fire axe affixed to his motorcycle and began striding towards the horde. In the early days of the apocalypse, time was of the essence for Jiang Chuan. He sought to recruit many powerful individuals and desired numerous opportunities, as well as talents in management and research. All of these were invaluable assets for establishing an impregnable stronghold. Su Man sensed Jiang Chuan's intentions and anxiously called out, "Brother Chuan, please be careful." Since becoming a first-tier evolver, the zombies of the early apocalypse appeared astonishingly slow in Jiang Chuan's eyes. Once he focused his attention, the horde seemed almost motionless, akin to wax figures awaiting his decisive strike. The fire axe swung effortlessly in his grasp. His movements were utterly casual, yet with each arc of the axe, 4 or 5 zombies would collapse lifelessly to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the axe was cleaving through the skulls of each zombie with remarkable precision, severing half of their heads with every strike. That Scarface and Monkey stood by, utterly mesmerized. They recognized Jiang Chuan's formidable skills, likely honed from extensive training, yet they had not anticipated his prowess to reach such extraordinary heights. His method of dispatching the undead was indistinguishable from slicing through vegetables. Moreover, to their eyes, his actions seemed almost phantasmal. They understood that although the current zombies were considerably slower than humans, their bones were equally formidable. Even if Jiang Chuan was a seasoned fighter, it was reasonable to assume that he would exert some effort while battling the zombies. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the seemingly resilient skulls of the undead before Jiang Chuan became akin to overripe watermelons. Though Su Man was also an evolver, she was equally astounded by Jiang Chuan's explosive speed. She found it challenging to discern his movements at that moment. If Jiang Chuan were to reveal to the 3 observers that he was only operating at 70% of his speed, one could only imagine their astonishment. As the zombies fell in clusters, The original horde of over 100 dwindled to merely 20 or 30 in the blink of an eye, just as Jiang Chuan prepared to eliminate the remaining undead. Su Man's voice echoed from behind him. "Brother Chuan, wait." Su Man was unwilling to remain at Jiang Chuan's side as merely a woman who would warm his bed. She yearned to be of greater assistance to him. Jiang Chuan, in truth, was reluctant to involve Su Man in the fray that on one hand, she would eventually acquire light-based abilities, primarily utilized for group healing and enhancement, which had limited application in combat. Additionally, her unique foresight ability leaned towards a supportive role. Both types of abilities were exceedingly rare and, in certain respects, quite formidable that on the other hand. Jiang Chuan's personal inclination stemmed from his past experiences, where he had always viewed human nature as treacherous and had never truly trusted anyone. It was only after gaining the ability to read minds that he discovered, even in the apocalypse, pure emotions could exist, exemplified by Su Man's feelings for him. Emotions are reciprocal. Su Man, being such an innocent girl, harbored a genuine affection, which in turn endeared her to Jiang Chuan. Thus, he was determined to shield Su Man from any perilous endeavors. While Jiang Chuan pondered how to decline her request, she had already approached his side. "Brother Chuan, I want to try killing zombies too. I know you have only me as your woman in the future, so I need to learn to protect myself now. When you're not around, I don't want to be a burden to you." Chapter 18. Using living humans as bait. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chuan felt a flush of embarrassment at his own thoughts. The person before him was none other than the illustrious Holy Light Empress from his past life, yet he had contemplated nurturing her as a delicate bloom in a greenhouse. Jiang Chuan smiled at Su Man and handed her the slightly dulled fire axe. "Very well, go ahead, man, but be cautious. While we want to be infected by the zombie virus, coming into contact with it can still be quite unpleasant." Su Man accepted the fire axe with utmost seriousness. Nodding earnestly, she then advanced towards the remaining zombies, her speed considerably slower than Jiang Chuan's, yet her strength was equivalent, surpassing that of an average person by more than fourfold. Although Su Man could not fell a horde with a single swing, as Jiang Chuan could, each of her strikes still sent zombies sprawling to the ground. Jiang Chuan stood a short distance behind her, both safeguarding her well-being and guiding her movements that don't raise the axe too high. Excessive elevation wastes energy and diminishes accuracy. When facing zombies that are significantly taller than you, aim to strike at their necks rather than targeting their heads. During combat, maintain your focus. Don't keep glancing over at me. Once Su Man had dispatched the majority of the zombies, she suddenly called out to Jiang Chuan, "Brother Chuan, look, this zombie seems different from the others." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan realized that Su Man had likely encountered a special abilities zombie. He immediately dashed to her side. Jiang Chuan glanced at the fallen zombie before Su Man and was thrilled to discover that its partially severed neck was visibly disintegrating into soil. Indeed, this was an abilities zombie. How could Jiang Chuan let such an opportunity slip away? He seized the axe from Su Man's hands and, with precision, cleaved the zombie's forehead in two at a distinctly angular crystal core. Stained with blood, tumbled from a fissure in its skull. Jiang Chuan was unfazed by the blood on the crystal. He picked it up and pocketed it, saying to Su Man, "We're in luck. This is an abilities crystal core. Unfortunately, it belongs to an Earth-type zombie, and neither of us has any affinity for Earth elements, so we can't utilize it." Su Man, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by Earth element affinity?" To put it simply, only a small portion of humanity can harness the power from such special abilities crystal cores. These cores are categorized by elemental types, and only specific individuals can wield certain cores to acquire new abilities. This is different from your foresight ability. Su Man nodded, somewhat comprehending, and resumed her onslaught of Scarface and Monkey. Now fully convinced, realized that not only was this man a formidable fighter capable of slaying a living person with a single punch, but his woman was equally courageous. They thought to themselves that they had indeed chosen the right brother to follow and anticipated a thriving existence alongside him in the apocalypse. They resolved to perform admirably in his presence. After Su Man eliminated the last zombie, Jiang Chuan began instructing her on how to identify which zombies contained crystal cores and the methods for extracting them. He further elaborated, "We are currently first-tier evolvers, and there are 9 tiers in total. To ascend to the second tier, We need to consume 50 first-tier crystal cores and 10 second-tier cores. Therefore, when we encounter zombies with cores, we must strive to collect them. A short distance away, the two men whispered among themselves. Monkey, what do you think he extracted from the zombie's head? Scarface, stop gossiping about things that don't concern us. Remember how old Lung met his end. Our brother isn't a bad person. He didn't forget us during breakfast. Let's stick close to him and not waste our thoughts on trivial matters. After Jiang Chuan and Su Man dealt with the corpses on the road, they had obtained a total of 10 ordinary crystal cores and 1 earth element crystal core. During this time, Scarface and Monkey expressed their desire to assist, and Jiang Chuan instructed them to drag the bodies aside to clear a path. Once the zombies were cleared, the four resumed their journey. This time, Jiang Chuan rode until he was merely 500 meters from the western gate of the Guangfan community before stopping. The situation at Guangfan community was somewhat better than Jiang Chuan had anticipated, yet still far from optimistic. Although the horde was not overwhelming, the area was extensive, having spread out for 200 to 300 meters beyond the community. Guangfan community was quite expansive, covering nearly 4 to 5 square kilometers. It featured a kindergarten, elementary school, and middle school, along with a large commercial center and a bustling food street, making it particularly vibrant. This prosperity led to a significant number of zombies once the apocalypse erupted. And due to their inherent tendency to congregate, the undead naturally flocked to areas with greater concentrations of their kind. Moreover, the zombies have a penchant for lurking in the shadows, and with the towering buildings of Guangfan community casting long shadows everywhere, it has become a haven for the undead. Once they congregated here, they ceased to wander away, resulting in an overwhelming number of zombies within the community. Fortunately, today marks merely the second day of the apocalypse, and the density of the horde has yet to reach the insurmountable levels described in the records. Nearby Jiang Chuan's parking spot stands a television tower, with a maintenance platform situated about 8 or 9 meters above ground. Jiang Chuan summoned Scarface and Monkey to his side, then lightly grazed his fingernail across their arms, creating shallow wounds that bled profusely. Both men recoiled in pain, and Scarface, with a hint of anger, questioned, "Brother, what are you doing?" Jiang Chuan pointed towards the television tower and instructed, "If you wish to survive, climb that tower immediately. Otherwise, I will cast you into the horde of zombies right now. The choice is yours." Realizing Jiang Chuan intended to use them as bait, the two men felt a mix of anger and fear, knowing that should Jiang Chuan take offense, they could easily become fodder for the undead. Thus, they complied with Jiang Chuan's orders, initially eager to follow Jiang Chuan and carve out a name for themselves in this new world. Their spirits now lay in tatters, unable to fathom the sinister side of the typically refined Jiang Chuan. Once they had scaled the television tower, Jiang Chuan revved the engine of his vehicle at that moment. The surrounding zombies, drawn by the scent of fresh blood, began to converge towards their location as the horde approached within 10 meters of the motorcycle. Jiang Chuan pressed the throttle and sped down the path they had come. The television tower was situated to the west of Guangfan community. After a 5 to 6 minute circuit around its perimeter, Jiang Chuan navigated from the west to the southeast corner of the community. There, another gate awaited, yet the zombies, having caught the whiff of blood, surged westward. Due to their instinctive tendency to cluster, the zombies nearby the southeast gate, unable to detect the scent, followed the throng heading west. Thus, the number of zombies in the southeastern area was relatively sparse. After parking the motorcycle, Jiang Chuan armed himself with an axe and approached the main entrance of the community. Chapter 19. The Filth Within the Security Room. Upon entering, Jiang Chuan immediately spotted the tightly shut door of the security room, marked with numerous bloody handprints. While the windows had been papered over from the inside, it was evident that there were still living souls within. Jiang Chuan surveyed the surroundings and noted the numerous human skeletons littered about, with blood staining the ground. 1 could only imagine the gruesome scene that had unfolded during the outbreak yesterday. Though Su Man had lost her fear of zombies, the horrific sight of the community filled her with dread. The overpowering stench of blood and decay nearly made her gag, and her hands clutched Jiang Chuan's arm tightly. After dispatching 5 or 6 zombies within sight, Jiang Chuan stood before the security room door. He knocked without hesitation. "Open up. I know someone is inside. I'll count to 3 to... If the door is not opened by then, I'll take matters into my own hands." And you can't blame me for wrecking your hideout. Point 3. Two bang. Ouch. With a swift kick, Jiang Chuan sent the heavy security door crashing down. From behind the collapsed door came a cry of pain. A balding middle-aged man was pinned beneath the fallen door, clad only in a pair of oversized shorts, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. Besides him, a naked woman was bound to a lounge chair. She appeared to be in her mid-30s. Yet her figure was remarkably preserved, not easily distinguishable from a woman in her late 20s. Her body bore white spots, and her mouth was stuffed with a bundle of men's underwear. Her eyes were vacant, either asleep or resigned to her fate, lying motionless. Had it not been for the slight rise and fall of her chest, even Jiang Chuan might have been unable to discern her condition. Having grown accustomed to such scenes, Jiang Chuan regarded the unfolding drama as trivial in the grand scheme of the apocalypse. While he considered the balding man deserving of punishment, he felt little inclination to intervene, as far worse atrocities were occurring daily in this new world. This was one of the reasons Jiang Chuan aspired to establish a community founded on order and moral integrity. Su Man, however, found the scene utterly revolting. She approached the fallen door, ready to deliver a fierce kick to the balding man. Her intention was not to end his life, but rather to vent her frustration. Yet, she had forgotten that she was no longer an ordinary person. Her full-force kick would be akin to attempted murder. With the strength of an evolved being, Su Man's kick would likely leave the balding man either dead or unconscious for an extended period. Jiang Chuan, having important inquiries for the man, swiftly intercepted her kick with the back of his foot, saying, Man, hold on a moment. With your current strength, that kick could very well be fatal. I still have questions for him. We can deal with him afterward. Su Man huffed in response and moved towards the woman. From her backpack, she retrieved a coat and draped it over the woman before untying her bonds. The once lifeless woman, upon seeing two strangers, instinctively shielded her chest with her hands, only to realize she was now covered with a long coat. Chapter 20. A choice. Su Man, feeling a surge of compassion, reassured the woman, Sister, you need not fear. Everything is all right now. We are not bad people and will not harm you. A flicker of life returned to the woman's vacant gaze, and she responded with a sorrowful smile. Thanking Su Man, Thank you, little sister. In that moment, the woman suddenly dashed towards the wall, slamming her forehead against it. The woman once had a happy family, a loving husband, and a delightful daughter. Yet yesterday her husband had fallen unconscious. Upon waking, he had horrifically devoured their daughter before her eyes. The shock rendered her faint, and upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in the security room, where the guard had subsequently assaulted her, unable to bear the reality. She chose to end her own life. The balding security guard feigned ignorance to the scene, wiping the sweat from his brow as he continued searching the computer for information. Su Man gazed blankly at the lifeless body of the woman, remaining silent. Jiang Chuan understood that if he did not offer some words of comfort to Su Man at this moment, this kind-hearted girl might succumb to feelings of guilt over the woman's demise. He stepped forward, gently wrapping his arm around Su Man's shoulder, and said, Man, everyone possesses the right to make their own choices. Such occurrences transpire daily in this apocalyptic world. You need not feel overly guilty. It is not your fault, but rather an inevitable consequence of these times. The only thing we can do now is to establish an indomitable survivor base to protect all that we hold dear. Jiang Chuan paused, as if genuinely moved, and continued, Man, do you know, in my previous life, I witnessed death every single day, encountered countless acts devoid of moral integrity, and I became numb to it all. At times, I would forget that I was human, feeling instead like a beast with human consciousness. Su Man understood that Jiang Chuan spoke these words to shield her from distress, and in turn, she consoled him, saying, Brother Chuan, do not worry that I'm fine. Big brother, I found it. At that moment, the voice of the bald security guard rang out. Jiang Chuan patted Su Man's fragrant shoulder before moving to the computer. Big brother, Miss Sha's home is indeed in our community. She resides in Unit 1603, Building 8, District D. Jiang Chuan nodded and inquired further. Where exactly is Unit 1603 located in your community? Please be specific. The security guard replied, Sir, Building 8 is in the northwest corner of our community. It is the tallest building, and there's a large pharmacy on the ground floor. It's easy to find that I'm very familiar with this community and know every route clearly. I will lead you there. After the bald security guard finished speaking, Jiang Chuan let out a cold smile. No need, we can find it ourselves. You should stay here and rest well. The bald security guard's thanks were cut short as Jiang Chuan delivered a swift strike to his neck, causing his eyes to widen in shock before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Jiang Chuan then turned to Su Man and said, "Such a person only serves to harm others. Let us leave this place. There is much we still need to accomplish." Su Man did not see anything wrong with Jiang Chuan's actions. She believed that allowing the bald security guard to live would be an act of irresponsibility towards the female survivors. She tore down a curtain from a room and draped it over the deceased middle-aged woman. Then, she reached for Jiang Chuan's large hand. After exiting the security room, Su Man suddenly asked Jiang Chuan, "Brother Chuan, is the Miss Sha we were looking for in this life also your wife in the previous one? Did you love her? Who do you love more, her or me?" Su Man was aware that Jiang Chuan would eventually be with the girl surnamed Sha. Although she had never met Sha Nanjing, she had seen in her visions of the future a girl who constantly followed Jiang Chuan, whom he affectionately called Nanjing. Despite her inner turmoil over this revelation, Su Man resolved to try to accept Sha Nanjing, for the simple reason that Sha Nanjing would save Jiang Chuan's life on more than one occasion in the near future. If she were not with Jiang Chuan, he might very well lose his life 2 years hence. Su Man was astute. She understood that in this apocalyptic world, survival took precedence over romantic ideals. As long as Jiang Chuan held her in his heart, that was sufficient for her. Her inquiries were merely a young girl testing her lover's affections. If Jiang Chuan could provide a satisfactory answer, she would be willing to accept another girl. Jiang Chuan was momentarily taken aback by Su Man's questions. After a glance in her eyes, he discerned her thoughts and began to fabricate a response. "Yes, she was indeed my woman in the previous life, but I have truly only held a wedding with you. Man, you are the woman I love most, without a doubt. Due to the majority of the zombie horde being lured away by bait to the western side of the community, there were few zombies in their current location. After dispatching 2 approaching zombies, Jiang Chuan gazed deeply into Su Man's eyes and began to profess, in my previous life, I was with Sha Nanjing primarily because of her extraordinary combat prowess. She was among the top tier of abilities in that world, her intimidation factor against zombies rivaling that of nuclear weapons. Yet, to be frank, although I held feelings for her, my one true love will forever be you. I understand that being with others may upset you. Did I not promise you that as long as you disapprove, I would never be with another woman? However, Sha Nanjing is someone I must strive to ally with. My intentions in seeking her are not to be with her, but rather to secure her support for the establishment of a survivor base." Upon finishing his explanation, Jiang Chuan glanced at Su Man's eyes. Clearly having articulated the answer she most desired, he silently praised himself for being a genius in matters of love, having so effortlessly won the heart of the radiant Empress of Light. Su Man, although she already knew Jiang Chuan would be with Sha Nanjing, felt a surge of happiness upon receiving such an answer, as it affirmed her unshakable position in Jiang Chuan's heart. She then spoke, "Brother Chuan, I can endure your future associations with other women, but you must promise me to always keep me in the most important place in your heart." Chapter 21. The Innate Evil of Humanity. Meanwhile, in a room on the 16th floor of Unit 8 in Guangfan Community, a young man sitting by the window suddenly shouted, "Boss, come quick! There are people in the yard below. Living people. They seem to be heading towards our building." The boss, who was currently exercising on the sofa in the living room, immediately rushed to the window upon hearing the young man's words. As he stood up, a naked woman emerged from beneath him, her complexion pale, lips cracked, and breathing faint. The boss approached the window and, looking down, indeed saw 2 living individuals wielding fire axes, skillfully navigating through the horde of zombies in the courtyard below. He also noticed that the number of zombies had significantly decreased compared to the previous evening. Narrowing his eyes, the boss grabbed a shirt from the sofa, putting it on while instructing the young man, "Hurry, they can kill zombies. Bring out the banner we prepared and signal for help." Inside the room, a woman was on the verge of death on the sofa, and there were 4 corpses in the space. 3 of the corpses were female zombies, discarded in a locked room, while the 4th was a woman's body found in the kitchen. The woman's remains were not only dismembered but also partially incomplete, and the kitchen resembled the gruesome scene of a deranged killer's lair. The boss was a plumber, though referred to as the boss. He only had 2 young employees under him that a day prior. He received a call instructing him to assist with a clogged toilet in Unit 1603 of Guangfang Community at 10 in the morning. Upon arrival, he discovered that Unit 1603 was occupied by 6 female roommates, and after confirming the absence of any men, he concocted ulterior motives. What should have taken just over 10 minutes to fix dragged on for nearly 2 hours. Instead of the simple unclogging that could have been resolved swiftly, he shamelessly demanded 900 yuan afterward. This led to a heated dispute between him and the 6 women. During the argument, 3 of the women suddenly fainted. The others, frantic, attempted to call for an ambulance, but the line was perpetually busy. The boss, convinced the women were merely staging a ruse to avoid payment, stubbornly refused to let the 3 conscious women leave until they paid him. He even raised his price to 3,000 yuan to relent. The 3 women, newly employed kindergarten teachers, had been working for barely 2 months and were nearing the end of the month without their salaries. They had no means to produce 3,000 yuan. Eventually, the women attempted to call the police, but the lines were either busy or went unanswered. Regardless of the women's pleas, he remained obstinate, insisting they pay first. Thus, they remained trapped in a room, biding their time. Approximately an hour later, they belatedly realized that the apocalyptic scenario they had only seen in science fiction had indeed come to pass. The boss, his workers, and the 3 women, upon witnessing the 3 women who had awakened and were now intent on biting, were horrified and retreated into a bedroom. Fortunately, having sensed the odd behavior of the 3 women, they maintained their guard, thus avoiding infection. The boss and his young employees were also tough characters, and after hiding in a room for 2 hours, 2 individuals, disregarding the objections of 3 women, seized rebar from the bed in the bedroom and burst through the door, slaying 3 zombies that roamed the living room. Upon realizing that the undead were not as fearsome as they had anticipated, the duo aspired to escape the community and carve out their own dominion. They fervently assured the 3 women, "We are currently facing an apocalypse. The provisions and water in this room are woefully insufficient for the 5 of us. We are akin to grasshoppers on the same string, compelled to cast aside past grievances and collaborate if we are to survive in this harsh world." Point 1 encouraged the other, affirming, "Indeed, we must foster good relations and unite." As men, they resolved to risk their lives to procure sustenance for everyone. The 3 women were thus deeply moved, even forgiving the earlier actions of the 2 men that had prevented them from venturing outside. In retrospect, it dawned upon them that the men had inadvertently saved them. However, the gruesome scene shattered the illusions of the 2 men. They concluded that henceforth, no one would impose restrictions upon them. They felt liberated, free to act without consequence. Seizing the opportunity, while the 3 women were distracted, they incapacitated 2 of them. The remaining woman, desperate to avoid harm, bolted for the exit, discovering that the door to room 1602 was ajar. Without a second thought, she rushed inside and closed the door behind her. The 2 women in room 1603 had attempted to resist, but were no match for the strength of the 2 men. Point 1 of the women bit deeply into the boss's ear, tearing away a chunk of flesh. The boss's background was tragic. After his parents divorced when he was very young, he lived with his father. Eventually, while still in the 2nd year of junior high, he killed his own father. However, due to his status as a minor and having suffered abuse from his father, he was spared imprisonment. Thus, his psyche was deeply twisted. After being bitten, in a fit of rage, he dragged the woman into the kitchen and brutally killed her, even dismembering her body and roasting the flesh on a baking tray. Indeed, he resorted to cannibalism to vent his pent-up fury. The young man was terrified, yet he dared not speak, fearing that he might also meet a grim fate should he provoke the boss's ire. Su Man was in low spirits, as the individual they were now seeking was Jiang Chuan's former lover from past life. No woman would willingly share her affection with another. Jiang Chuan, perceptive to Su Man's discontent, held her hand throughout their journey. Chapter 22. Disguised as SWAT officers, Su Man's mood remained somber, for they were on their way to find Jiang Chuan's former lover from past life. No woman would willingly share her love with another. Jiang Chuan, noticing Su Man's distress, maintained his grip on her hand. He casually glanced up. He noticed a makeshift banner fashioned from a bedsheet hanging from the 16th floor window. With two figures waving their arms in urgency, it was evident they were two men. Jiang Chuan felt a sense of familiarity with one of the figures, convinced he had encountered this individual more than once in his previous life. Particularly at Shan Nanjing's base, Jiang Chuan was certain that Shan Nanjing had a connection with this man, one that was adversarial in nature. He had seen this individual on the bounty posters at Shan Nanjing's base. At that time, the man was merely a 7th-tier evolved, yet the bounty placed upon him exceeded that of many 8th-tier evolved. The bounty was issued by the city lord, Shan Nanjing, renowned as the iron-willed Empress during the decade of the apocalypse, who had not sought the company of any man during those years. Conversely, while not overtly cruel, she had killed numerous men for various reasons that seemed trivial to the survivors of the apocalypse, such as the assault of female survivors or the harassment of married women. Among those slain by Shan Nanjing were not only high-tier survivors, but also evolved individuals. Thus, she also bore the less flattering title of manslayer. Logically, Shan Nanjing should have been at the window seeking help. Yet Jiang Chuan saw no sign of a woman at the 16th floor window, that he surmised that these two men had undoubtedly committed unforgivable acts against Shan Nanjing, instilling in her a deep-seated hatred for men, which culminated in her reputation as a manslayer 10 years into the apocalypse. This presented an opportunity for Jiang Chuan to effortlessly gain the favor of a formidable empress. The thought of having Shan Nanjing, the most powerful female warrior, join his ranks exhilarated him. Without further ado, Jiang Chuan turned to Su Man and stated, Man, Shan Nanjing is undoubtedly in peril. We must ascend quickly to rescue her. With that, he abandoned his leisurely pace of dispatching the approaching zombies and sprinted toward the entrance of Building 8. Su Man followed suit, no longer entangled with the surrounding zombies. Admittedly, during the early days of the apocalypse, these feeble zombies posed little threat to ordinary people unless they gathered in large numbers. This was especially true for Jiang Chuan and Su Man, who had already attained first-tier evolved status. Naturally, those paralyzed by fear or recklessly seeking danger were exceptions. Jiang Chuan's earlier leisurely approach to slaying zombies was merely a training opportunity for Su Man, as he was confident that Shan Nanjing was not in any real danger. Now, he could not afford to miss this chance to win hearts. Upon reaching the entrance of Building 8, Jiang Chuan carefully assessed the situation on the first floor, as the bald security guard had forewarned. He spotted a large pharmacy. Inside, there was a particularly unique zombie, towering over the others, with a dark complexion reminiscent of an African corpse. The other zombies seemed to fear this dark-skinned zombie, maintaining a safe distance. Unwilling to venture within its 5-meter radius, Jiang Chuan was immensely excited. He recognized this zombie as the lightning-type one that Shan Nanjing had defeated in his previous life. Moreover, he was certain that this lightning-type zombie had mastered the use of its abilities. Typically, awakened zombies would repel ordinary ones from their vicinity. The fact that it knew how to wield its powers indicated that it had attained first-tier status. Defeating it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. After careful consideration, Jiang Chuan resolved that rescuing Shan Nanjing and winning her favor was the top priority, as opportunities to win hearts were fleeting, while the lightning-type zombie would remain there. Additionally, there were other lightning-type zombies in the world. This matter could wait. With a swift motion, Jiang Chuan approached the entrance of Building 8, and with a single swing of his axe, the tempered glass door shattered. He led Su Man to the blood-stained elevator doors and pressed the button. With a chime, the elevator doors slowly opened. Had this been earlier, Su Man would have been horrified by the scene within. But now, though she was still frightened, her terror was somewhat subdued. Inside the elevator lay the corpses of 2 men clad in SWAT uniforms, each bearing bite marks and scratches from zombies. Their heads bore gaping wounds, likely a result of their self-inflicted demise after realizing their fate post-infection. Jiang Chuan was unfazed by such sights, approaching the bodies to retrieve 2 Type 95 assault rifles and 2 handguns. Each rifle was equipped with 2 fully loaded magazines, indicating that the officers had not fired a single shot before succumbing to the infection. The handguns were similarly loaded, one with a full magazine and the other with a partially fired one. Jiang Chuan was pleased with this unexpected boon. as firearms posed a significant threat to evolved beings and zombies below the 4th tier. He distributed one rifle and one handgun to Su-Man, instructing her on how to operate the safety and aim. Then, glancing at the 2 SWAT corpses, he muttered, "My apologies, gentlemen, but I must intrude." 10 minutes later, the elevator doors on the 16th floor opened. Jiang Chuan and Su-Man emerged, clad in SWAT uniforms and armed with weapons. Without revealing their true identities, they blended seamlessly into the guise of officers. Jiang Chuan knocked on the door of room 1603, stating, "Open up. We know someone is inside. We're here to rescue you." Chapter 23. The method of breaking through inside the room. Panic ensued. "Oh no, it's over. 2 officers have come. If they see this, we are doomed." "Why are you panicking? Keep your voice down. We must not hesitate. Let's eliminate them all and claim they were zombies." Upon contemplating the 2 men within the room, it became evident that they had likely recognized the uniforms adorning their bodies, prompting them to resort to drastic measures to eliminate any evidence. Initially intending to fabricate a special police identity to draw closer to Shan Nanjing, they had not anticipated that this very uniform would lead to such dire consequences. Jiang Chuan, with no time to ponder further, delivered a powerful kick to the door. The heavy security door, under the force of his strike, was remarkably bent and distorted. With a creak, the door swung open. Inside the room, the 2 men had already disposed of the dismembered woman's body down the stairs and were brandishing knives, preparing to finish off the girl who had been tormented to the brink of consciousness. As the 2 men witnessed Jiang Chuan's unexpected and audacious entry, they found themselves caught in the act of their impending crime. The boss, steeling himself, pressed the blade against the girl's throat and snarled, "Brother, we are living in apocalyptic times. There is no need to fight to the death over a woman that if you allow us to leave, I assure you I will cooperate fully. This arrangement would be beneficial for all." Jiang Chuan, uninterested in the man's incessant rambling, quickly raised his firearm and pulled the trigger. The sound of 2 gunshots resonated, silencing the boss, as the young accomplice collapsed beside him. Jiang Chuan's movements were so swift that they barely registered any abnormality. Only perceiving a fleeting shadow before darkness enveloped them, in a bid to leave a favorable impression on Shan Nanjing, Jiang Chuan ensured that the unclothed girl posed no threat to her life before he averted his gaze. After dealing with the 2 henchmen, he turned to Su-Man and instructed, "You should carry her to the adjacent room to rest. Once she regains her senses, we can devise our next course of action." Jiang Chuan retrieved 10 energy crystals from his backpack, extending them to Su-Man, saying, Man, we have ascended to the 1st tier of evolution. Yet to reach the 2nd tier, we must absorb approximately 50 to 70 1st-tier energy crystals. In addition to 10 2nd-tier crystals, depending on one's physical constitution, an individual can typically absorb 5 to 10 crystals daily. The greater the quantity of same-tier crystals one can absorb, the stronger they become. Once you sense saturation from same-tier crystal energy, consuming 10 2nd-tier crystals at once will facilitate your transition to a 2nd-tier evolved being. Since we have some time, we should expedite the absorption of crystal energy. Su-Man hesitated as she accepted the crystals, inquiring, "Brother Chuan, will we smell unpleasant after absorbing the crystal energy?" Jiang Chuan was taken aback by her concern over such a trivial matter. During his decade in the apocalypse, he had witnessed countless individuals eagerly seeking out crystals, never once hearing of someone refusing them out of fear of odor. Nevertheless, he patiently reassured her, "Fear not. Aside from the initial use of crystals when becoming an evolved being, and during transitions to the 4th and 7th tiers, at any other time, utilizing crystals will not result in the expulsion of toxins from our bodies, and thus, no unpleasant smell will ensue. Moreover, consuming crystals not only enhances our physical capabilities and prolongs our lifespan, but also preserves our youthful appearance. An evolved being in their 60s or 70s might appear as youthful as someone in their 20s or 30s. Have you not noticed the improvement in your complexion since becoming an evolved being?" Upon hearing this, Su-Man eagerly touched her face and exclaimed, "Wow, it's true. My skin has become so much smoother, and that pimple on my right cheek has vanished. This is incredible." Jiang Chuan smiled and continued, "Furthermore, the higher the tier of an evolved being, the more pronounced the effects on appearance. In a previous life, someone conducted extensive research on this. I heard that 9th-tier ability users can live for at least 500 years while maintaining their youthful appearance until the end of their lifespan. However, this time, the method of consuming crystals differs. You must take them one at a time. Once the warm sensation in your stomach fades, it indicates that the energy from the crystal has been fully absorbed. And only then can you proceed to the next one. Unable to contain her excitement, Su-Man promptly swallowed one of the crystals, exclaiming, "This is amazing. If we have long enough lives, we will have plenty of time to be together." Thinking about it, I could probably accept you having a few wives. After imparting this knowledge to Su-Man, Jiang Chuan also consumed a crystal from his bag. Almost immediately, he felt a distinct warmth emanating from his stomach. He could clearly sense the energy within transforming into enhanced physical strength. If multiple crystals were consumed at once, only the energy from one would be absorbed, while the excess energy would be wasted. Thus, one could only consume one at a time. As a first-tier evolved being, Jiang Chuan would experience gradual improvements in his physical attributes through the use of first-tier crystals. Presently, his base values were around 20. After absorbing 50 crystals, they could reach approximately 40. Additionally, as an agile-type ability user, his agility attribute could exceed 120 points. Consuming crystals was indeed the most primal method of gaining strength. After 2 years in the apocalypse, Professors Chun Tianshan and Liu Yuman successfully developed an evolution breakthrough agent. One vial of this agent contained the equivalent energy of 50 first-tier crystals and 10 second-tier crystals. And its energy could be immediately absorbed by the body, allowing an evolved being to complete their breakthrough within an hour. However, the drawback was that the breakthrough agent could not elevate an evolved being's physical constitution to its peak state. Consequently, the majority of the strong opted to gradually break through using crystals. Despite this, many still coveted the agents, necessitating connections and a 20% processing fee to obtain them. Chapter 24. Fortune bestowed 3 hours later. Jiang Chuan had successfully absorbed the energy from 2 crystals and was now in the process of absorbing a third. He was astonished to find that he could complete the absorption of a crystal in just over an hour. In his previous life, it had taken him approximately 2 hours to absorb a single crystal, allowing him to consume around 8 or 9 crystals a day after accounting for rest. With his current efficiency, he could potentially absorb 15 crystals in a day. This remarkable efficiency was astonishing. In his past life, even the fastest absorbers could manage only 11 or 12 crystals daily. Jiang Chuan speculated that such a transformation was undoubtedly linked to his rebirth. Yet he deemed this change to be entirely favorable and chose not to delve deeper. Su-Man's absorption rate was also commendable, as she managed to complete the absorption of a crystal roughly every 2 hours. While Jiang Chuan was immersed in reflections on the biographies of renowned figures from his previous life, a commotion arose from the room where the girl was resting. Su-Man, hearing the noise, was the first to enter the room. The girl had awakened and, now clothed, weakly uttered, "Water! Water! Please, give me water!" At that moment, Jiang Chuan entered, holding a sealed bottle of mineral water and 2 bags of bread. Upon seeing the girl's face, he was taken aback, realizing that she was not Shan Nanjing. Nevertheless, he offered her the food and drink. After she quenched her thirst and took a few bites of bread to regain some strength, Jiang Chuan inquired, "You are now safe. The criminals have been dealt with. Are there any other survivors here?" The girl paused, her chewing halting as she looked up at Jiang Chuan, tears streaming down her face and dampening the bread in her hands. "There are none. No living souls left. Those 2 scoundrels, how did you deal with them? They were shot on the spot. I asked Shan Nanjing residing here. Where is she now?" "Nanjing, to escape from those 2 perverts. She hid in room 1602. There are several zombies in 1602. She may have. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared for Shan Nanjing's safety, dreading the loss of such a formidable ally. He also worried that if she had already left the Guangfan community, finding her before her rise would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, with the knowledge that Shan Nanjing was nearby. He felt reassured. "Fear not. Based on my understanding of her, she is not dead yet." After speaking, Jiang Chuan instructed Su-Man to care for the girl in a room while he set off to room 1602 in search of Shan Nanjing. Su Man, having recently begun a romantic relationship with Jiang Chuan, was reluctant to allow him to be alone with another girl and insisted on accompanying him. Jiang Chuan had no intention of engaging in any deceitful conduct, so he readily acquiesced to Su Man's request. The young woman reclining on the bed had notably recuperated and expressed her desire to accompany the two. In response, Jiang Chuan remained non-committal. It was entirely understandable for a girl who had recently endured severe trauma to feel a profound lack of security. After all, Jiang Chuan and his companion were clad in special police uniforms and had rescued her. Soon, Jiang Chuan used a fire axe to dismantle the lock of room 1602, and the trio swiftly encountered the scene within. In the living room of 1602 lay a human corpse, not to the point of being merely a skeleton. Beside this cadaver, a zombie lay on the ground, its head impaled by a sharp knife, its body twitching incessantly. The knife had evidently penetrated deep into the zombie's skull, yet it still exhibited signs of life. Jiang Chuan immediately noticed a small bump on the forehead of this surprisingly resilient zombie. Furthermore, he observed that the clothing worn by the zombie was moving on its own, despite the absence of wind. A knowing smile crept onto his face as he mused that Sha Nanjing, being the foremost female sovereign in individual combat power during the apocalypse, indeed possessed extraordinary fortune, having slain a zombie with the same elemental affinity as her own right at the onset of the catastrophe, before this creature could even harness its wind-based powers. If a speculation held true, Sha Nanjing's rapid ascension in her previous life was inextricably linked to this wind element zombie. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiang Chuan used a small knife to slice open the zombie's forehead. Once he extracted the crystal core, the unfortunate creature finally lay still. The girl accompanying them felt her stomach churn at the sight, while Su Man appeared unfazed, accustomed to the gruesome realities. Noticing Su Man's calm demeanor, the girl asked, "Sister, aren't you afraid? What is the officer doing?" Su Man replied reassuringly, "You will understand in due time. For now, just know that we are the good guys." The girl seemed poised to inquire further, but a warning glance from Jiang Chuan silenced her. At that moment, two zombies meandered into view from around the corridor's corner. Su Man instinctively reached for her pistol, but Jiang Chuan quickly interjected. "Unless absolutely necessary, we should dispatch zombies with melee weapons. Gunfire will not only reveal our position, but also deplete our limited ammunition." Following his directive, Su Man wielded the fire axe and efficiently dealt with the two ordinary zombies, which, regrettably, yielded no crystal cores. With the immediate danger averted, Jiang Chuan proceeded down the corridor from which the zombies had emerged. Upon rounding the corner, he spotted a door at the end of the hallway. Its surface marred by bloody handprints left by zombies. It was evident to all three that Sha Nanjing must be within that room. Jiang Chuan approached, knocked on the door, and called out, "Miss Sha, we are the police. It is now safe. The criminals and infected have been dealt with, and you may come out." After his declaration, a rustling sound was heard from within, followed by a female voice asking, "What about my roommate? What happened to them? Why haven't I heard them speak?" Jiang Chuan smiled subtly, taken aback by Sha Nanjing's heightened vigilance even at the onset of the apocalypse. Yet it was precisely this caution that had allowed her to survive for a decade in such dire circumstances. Chapter 25. The first encounter with the wind Empress. Jiang Chuan gestured to the girl behind him. "Miss, please come here. Miss Sha wishes to speak with you." The girl stepped forward, addressing the room. Sha, it's me, Xiao Tian. Are you really okay? I thought I was the only one left in our dorm. I'm so relieved to see you safe." As she spoke, the door to the bedroom opened slightly, and upon seeing Jiang Chuan and Su Man in their special police uniforms, Sha Nanjing cautiously emerged. This was Jiang Chuan's first close encounter with Sha Nanjing herself. In that moment, she bore none of the previous life as hostility, but instead exhibited a mix of anxiety and confusion. The commanding aura of a strong woman had dissipated, replaced by a delicate femininity. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, she had lustrous black hair and a standard oval face, her skin as white as mutton fat, seemingly flawless. Her visage exuded an innate charisma. Though merely 22, she already embodied the poise of a cold, battle-hardened goddess. Were she to don a cosplay outfit, she would effortlessly resemble a high-cold warrior straight from the pages of a comic. That moment, Jiang Chuan comprehended why so many powerful figures in his previous life, despite knowing of Sha Nanjing's disdain for men, relentlessly pursued her, undeterred by the danger of death. After exiting the room, Sha Nanjing first expressed her gratitude to Jiang Chuan, then grasped Xiao Tian's hand, saying, "Xiao Tian, I'm so glad you're unharmed. But what about Ji Jie? What happened to her? Why isn't she with you?" The Ji Jie she referred to was the unfortunate woman who had been brutally dismembered and turned into barbecue. Upon seeing Xiao Tian in tears, Sha Nanjing realized that Ji Jie was most likely no longer alive. While their relationship had not been particularly close, Ji Jie had been her daily companion. And this realization filled Sha Nanjing with an inexplicable sorrow. Yet, she maintained her composure, quickly redirecting her focus to Jiang Chuan. "Officer, my father is Sha Yongjun, the deputy commander of the southern military region. I spoke to him earlier. As far as I know, there shouldn't be any rescue operations at this time. Why are you here?" Jiang Chuan was unaware of her family background and was surprised to learn that Sha Nanjing had a father holding such a high position in the military. It was not entirely inconceivable. After all, it would be quite fantastical to think that she could single-handedly establish a survivor base capable of sheltering 70 to 80,000 people. Calmly, Jiang Chuan explained, "We were in the vicinity on a mission and stumbled upon this location today that we noticed a distress signal hanging from room 1603, which prompted us to come to the rescue. Miss Shah, since you've been in contact with the military, do you have any information on their current situation? What are your plans moving forward?" As he spoke, he retrieved water and food from his backpack and offered them to Sha Nanjing. Gratefully, she accepted, unscrewed the bottle cap, and drank eagerly. "To be honest, my father informed me that the military is in complete disarray right now. In the short term, there will be no rescue operations. He only mentioned that he would come to Guangnan to find me once things stabilize. Hence, my current plan is to wait for him here." Jiang Chuan sighed and replied, "Miss Shah, it appears both you and your father have underestimated the severity of this disaster. Its impact extends across the globe, affecting all of humanity. For your father to allocate resources to find you, it will take at least a month or two. You have confidence in your ability to survive alone in this building for that long. Not to mention the bloodthirsty infected, even food will pose a significant challenge." Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Sha Nanjing asked, puzzled, "Are you suggesting that you intend to leave this place?" "Indeed," he confirmed, "but it is safe here now." "Why leave? We only need to remain for a month before the military arrives," she countered. Jiang Chuan, unfazed, began to fabricate a story. "Miss Shah, we have an ongoing mission to the Guangnan City Institute of Biology and Technology in Guting District. There are 2 biochemistry experts who have yet to be infected. Moreover, foreign entities are already eyeing them, and they have dispatched a small team to the institute that I must rescue them before they are taken, as they may hold the key to ending this catastrophe." In truth, Jiang Chuan's words were not entirely unfounded. Professors Chen Tianshan and Lu Yuman had indeed attracted the attention of M Country early on. However, the first team from M Country would only arrive at the institute 2 weeks after the apocalypse began, and the 2 professors were adamant about not cooperating with them. The M Country team had no recourse but to continually offer increasingly enticing conditions, with predictable results, given that the governmental structure of Wagwa had not yet fully collapsed. Forcibly taking the 2 could potentially trigger nuclear conflict, as the foreign minister of Wagwa was notoriously difficult to deal with. Thus, the M Country team left empty-handed. It was only 2 months into the apocalypse that the professors finally received national rescue, highlighting the government's insufficient regard for talent, a situation that would not improve until the 4th year of the apocalypse. Sha Nanjing took a bite of a biscuit, pursed her lips, and inquired, "How many people are involved in your team for this operation?" "Currently, only the 2 of us are aware of this mission. Our superior has already been infected. The only other individual who knows is a friend of mine in the National Intelligence Department that he informed me about the foreign rescue team just before he was attacked by foreign assassins. At that time, his superior was already unreachable and likely also infected. Thus, he would find me and confide in me regarding these matters. Our purpose for visiting the Research Institute is twofold. Firstly, to rescue individuals, and secondly, to prepare for a long-term stay." The defensive fortifications of the Institute are commendable, providing substantial assistance for us to endure the early stages of the apocalypse. Jiang Chuan possesses a moderate understanding of Shan Nanjing's temperament. He is aware that she harbors a profound patriotism and an unwavering sense of justice deep within her heart. Consequently, Jiang Chuan adopts a resolute demeanor and remarks, "Both of you doctors are citizens of our great nation, and it is only fitting that your research is conducted here. How can we allow foreign entities to abduct you? I have reached out to the relevant authorities, yet they refuse to believe my claims. Although my superiors have consistently supported Su Nan and me, they have now succumbed to infection. Therefore, I must embark on this journey with Su Man alone that I firmly believe that the two doctors, were it not for their dire circumstances, would prefer to remain in our homeland for their research endeavors. Thus, even if it is just the two of us, and despite the perils that lie ahead, I feel compelled to proceed." Chapter 26. Shan Nanjing joins the team upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words. Shan Nanjing, indeed, took the bait, after a brief discussion with a girl named Xiao Tian. She hesitantly approached Jiang Chuan and said, "Officer, may I accompany you? Although I previously worked as a kindergarten teacher, I possess a certain level of medical knowledge that might be of assistance to you. Furthermore, if what you say is true, waiting here for a month or two would be exceedingly difficult for both Xiao Tian and me." Jiang Chuan, naturally pleased by her request, promptly agreed, "Of course, I will be concerned for your safety if we were to leave without you. If you're willing to join us, it would be most advantageous, and I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Jiang, and I am Jiang Chuan, the captain of the first squad of the armed police force in Guangnan City." After introducing himself, Jiang Chuan was about to introduce Su Man when she interjected, "Hello, I am Su Man, and you may call me Xiao Man. I'm a teammate of Captain Jiang. Our team is in need of a female companion, so do take this opportunity wisely that I can only assist you to this extent, so make the most of it." Su Man possesses the ability to foresee future events and is aware that Jiang Chuan will eventually form a bond with Shan Nanjing. She feels that since Jiang Chuan is destined to be with this woman, it would be better for her to adopt a more generous demeanor. She does not wish for Jiang Chuan to feel burdened by her emotions. She has already foreseen that Shan Nanjing will save Jiang Chuan's life more than once in the future. Moreover, Jiang Chuan has expressed his deep affections for her, and she knows that he will indeed cherish her as he claims. Many girls who become involved with Jiang Chuan will provide him with significant assistance. All of this has been revealed to Su Man through her foresight, based on what she has observed of Jiang Chuan. Thus, she willingly accepts the role of his confidant. In that moment, Jiang Chuan felt a pang of sympathy for the remarkably understanding girl before him. Once Su Man finished speaking, Jiang Chuan turned to Shan Nanjing and Xiao Tian, saying, Man, please do not speak nonsense that I am not in need of a girlfriend." Before Jiang Chuan could finish a sentence, Su Man interrupted, "You are the one being foolish. I have not agreed to be your girlfriend." Jiang Chuan's intention behind his earlier statement was not a desire to simultaneously win the hearts of two exceptional women, but rather an understanding that such a simplistic lie would eventually be uncovered and to that point. Not only would winning Shan Nanjing's affection become an unattainable dream, but even the mere act of courting her would be a distant hope. In matters such as these, the best approach is to speak the truth that in an apocalyptic world, it is entirely normal for a powerful male to have multiple partners. However, Jiang Chuan believes that a relationship should be founded on genuine mutual affection for it to hold any meaning. Furthermore, even if he does not end up with Shan Nanjing, he can still be her ally and fight alongside her in this treacherous world. Su Man is one of the few genuinely innocent girls Jiang Chuan has encountered. After witnessing her pure intentions, he found himself enamored by her, and she, in turn, harbored feelings for him. Thus, their relationship eventually developed. Having already articulated his feelings for Su Man, there is no longer any need to argue over this matter. Therefore, when Su Man interrupted, Jiang Chuan chose to remain silent, that if you have an interest in our captain, do seize the opportunity quickly. Otherwise, he may very well drive me to distraction. After Su Man spoke, Shan Nanjing chuckled softly and introduced herself. "Officer Jiang, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Shan Nanjing, and this is my colleague and roommate, Meng Tian. Jiang Chuan had no recollection of the girl named Meng Tian. It was likely that she had perished at the hands of those two men in her previous life. Yet in this life, he had inadvertently saved her an hour later. Having rested sufficiently, the four descended the stairs under Jiang Chuan's guidance. The time was already past 4 in the afternoon, and the sun would soon set, after which the zombies would become exceedingly active. Even a physically capable individual like Jiang Chuan would need to contemplate his movements during the night carefully. However, Jiang Chuan did not intend to leave just yet. Instead, he aimed to confront the thunder-type zombie within the pharmacy downstairs and seize its ability crystal core. He had invited the 3 girls to accompany him so they could observe how he engaged in battle with zombies that had already mastered their abilities. Allowing them to learn from his experience, the A.S. for Meng Tian. Her presence was merely incidental. Before long, 4 figures appeared at the entrance of the pharmacy on the ground floor of Building 8 in Guangfan Community. Jiang Chuan noted that the pharmacy's entrance consisted of manual sliding doors, requiring the zombies inside to pull the handle from within to open the door. During the early stages of the apocalypse, ordinary zombies lacked the intelligence to do so, which explained the accumulation of so many zombies inside the pharmacy. Jiang Chuan addressed the 3 girls, and Su Man nodded, assuring him, "Brother Chuan, rest assured. With me here, they will be safe, but you must also take care." Jiang Chuan nodded in acknowledgement and then strode toward the sliding door of the pharmacy. Without unnecessary movements, he swung his fire axe at the door. With a resounding crash, the tempered glass door shattered into a cascade of shards. The zombies, confined within the pharmacy for nearly 2 days, were ecstatic upon seeing a living person at the entrance. Eagerly lunging toward Jiang Chuan one after another. Calmly wielding his fire axe, Jiang Chuan stood at the threshold, hacking and striking at the approaching zombies. Each blow struck true, landing precisely on the zombie skulls. While his movements may not have been graceful, every action resulted in the collapse of a zombie. Even though Jiang Chuan believed he had slowed his pace considerably to Meng Tian and Shan Jing, his speed remained astonishingly swift. Meng Tian tugged at Shan Jing's sleeve and remarked, "Nanjing, did Officer Jiang really slow down? I feel like he's showing off. Stop thinking about useless things and pay attention to how Officer Jiang defeats the zombies." "He won't always be there to protect us," Shan Jing replied. Meng Tian whispered in complaint, "His movements are so fast that no one could keep up. Even if we could see, we wouldn't be able to remember." Then, with a mischievous grin, she continued, "In my opinion, since you currently don't have a boyfriend, why not be with Officer Jiang? That way, he can always be around to protect us." Noting the twinkle in Shan Jing's eyes when she looked at Officer Jiang, she laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Shan Jing quickly covered Meng Tian's mouth, exclaiming in exasperation, "Meng Tian, are you really that foolish? It's evident that Su Man and Officer Jiang share a special bond." Do not speak carelessly. Chapter 27. It approaches the pharmacy was quite spacious, spanning around 200 to 300 square meters. Its design allowed zombies to enter, but not exit. By the time Jiang Chuan broke down the door, there were already over 200 zombies packed inside. After 20 minutes of fierce combat, the number of zombies visibly dwindled to this point. Only about 30 remained, and the thunder-type zombie was still lurking at the back of the pharmacy, refusing to emerge. The corpses of the zombies piled up at the entrance, forming a small mound. Their putrid blood flowed freely, and the scene could aptly be described as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Both Shan Jing and Meng Tian were utterly astonished. One person had single-handedly slain over 200 zombies, even dulling the edge of his fire axe in the process. What sort of physical prowess must one possess to achieve such feats? Moreover, Jiang Chuan appeared completely unfazed, showing no signs of fatigue. Was this truly a feat achievable by mere mortals? Both girls felt deceived by Jiang Chuan. Such speed and extraordinary stamina. Could one really learn to replicate it just by watching? Su Man, however, was not overly surprised by Jiang Chuan's performance. She considered the situation from a different perspective. She felt that although she could indeed eliminate so many zombies if it were her, she certainly did not possess the exquisite killing skills of Jiang Chuan, and it would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of effort. It was utterly impossible for her to remain as composed and unruffled as Jiang Chuan. At that moment, Jiang Chuan suddenly addressed the 3 girls, reassuring them, "Don't worry, Brother Chuan will ensure our safety." Observing the battles between elemental ability users was immensely beneficial for awakening elemental powers, as it could significantly enhance the likelihood of an evolver comprehending elemental abilities. Indeed, even when utilizing ability cores that aligned with their elemental attributes, it was not guaranteed that one could grasp elemental powers. The elemental ability core was akin to a small flicker of flame. Whether that flicker could transform into a roaring inferno, allowing one to truly master their affinity with elemental abilities, depended on various other factors. For instance, if an evolver's elemental affinity did not reach a score of 5 or above, they often needed to consume 3 to 5 ability cores to awaken their powers. Furthermore, those who frequently observe battles among elemental ability users found it significantly easier to master elemental powers. With an affinity for lightning elements already towering at 9 points, and having frequently engaged in combat with elemental ability zombies, Jiang Chuan, as an evolver who had previously comprehended elemental powers, stood a near certain chance of mastering lightning abilities once he acquired a lightning ability core. In the eyes of Sha Nanjing and Meng Tian, there was a palpable mixture of anxiety and confusion, for it was their first encounter with the term ability zombie. Moreover, from Jiang Chuan's alert demeanor, they could discern that the ability zombies he spoke of were not to be trifled with. Once zombies reached the first tier, they began to exhibit a semblance of intelligence, albeit at a rudimentary level. They could evade attacks but lacked basic combat techniques, relying solely on their physical prowess to lash out chaotically. They could assess the strength of their adversaries through observation, yet they remained incapable of making accurate judgments about the situation. Even when faced with significantly stronger revolvers, their primal instinct to feed remained dominant. However, when confronted with formidable opponents, they would exert themselves more fiercely. Due to Jiang Chuan's previous battles, where he had deliberately restrained his speed to allow Su Man and Shan Nanjing a clear view, the zombie emerging from the pharmacy, having observed Jiang Chuan's combat, perceived him to be notably weaker. In its mind, Jiang Chuan was merely a delectable morsel within reach to that moment. The lightning ability zombie, flanked by the last 20 or so zombies from the pharmacy, advanced toward Jiang Chuan. As it approached the pile of corpses at the pharmacy entrance, it casually picked up 2 zombie bodies from the ground and hurled them at Jiang Chuan with both hands. Jiang Chuan had noticed the zombies' approach early on and remained vigilant to every one of its movements. Just as the corpses were about to collide with him, Jiang Chuan's figure flashed. Effortlessly evading both bodies, the Su Man could still clearly see Jiang Chuan's actions and understood the immense difficulty of his evasive maneuver. He reacted only when the corpses were less than 3 meters away, moving just enough for the bodies to narrowly miss him by a mere 3 centimeters. The ordinary Sha Nanjing and Meng Tian, it appeared as though Jiang Chuan had simply flickered out of existence. The 2 zombie bodies brushing past him, terrified by the newly emerged so-called ability zombie, Meng Tian, who had been reluctant to descend the stairs, felt a surge of resentment and completely forgot about Jiang Chuan and Su Man's efforts to save her. Trembling, she exclaimed, Is this the so-called ability zombie? Does its power make it stronger? Those 2 bodies must weigh at least 300 pounds combined, and it effortlessly lifts them as if they were mere dolls. Can a monster like this truly be defeated by a human? Shouldn't we retreat to a safer place upstairs and wait for Officer Jiang? Sha Nanjing, observing her unreliable roommate, reproached her somewhat, saying, You might want to keep quiet. Officer Jiang must be confident to engage that zombie. Besides, Officer Zhang and the others have firearms that I believe Officer Zhang will ensure everyone has safety if a retreat is necessary. Officer Su will arrange it, so just stay calm. After hearing this, Meng Tian felt considerably reassured, suddenly realizing, You're right, the officers have guns. We will definitely be safe. Su Man silently listened to their conversation, saying nothing, yet internally categorized Meng Tian as the type of person unworthy of friendship or rescue. The ability zombie, sensing the presence of prey before it, grew puzzled that its attack could be evaded. But its current level of intelligence was insufficient to fathom that the person before it might be an insurmountable FOE. It only understood that defeating this human would grant it fresh flesh to consume. Having failed to vanquish him in one strike, it resolved to exert its full strength once more, for it had not yet utilized its entire power. Chapter 28. Battle with the ability zombie. The terror of the lightning ability zombie lay in its capacity to temporarily paralyze living beings. If the target's physique was low, they could lose all combatability after being struck. Additionally, elemental abilities possess a fundamental weakness. Their use is not limitless. Once the elemental energy within the body is depleted, a certain period is required for recovery, resulting in a vulnerable window for the use of elemental abilities. Take this first-tier lightning ability zombie, for instance. The elemental energy it harbored was sufficient for only 3 elemental attacks. After expending its elemental energy, it would require a full hour to recuperate. Furthermore, the attack methods of low-tier ability zombies are quite singular. For Jiang Chuan, who had yet to acquire elemental powers, it became imperative to strike during the zombie's energy recovery phase if he wished to eliminate this lightning zombie. Until the zombie exhausted its elemental energy, Jiang Chuan could only cautiously adopt a defensive and evasive stance. Moreover, ability zombies do not initiate their powers immediately. Even first-tier zombies with low intelligence adhere to this principle. They only resort to using their abilities when facing opponents that their physical capabilities cannot withstand. After missing its initial strike, the lightning ability zombie once again picked up 2 corpses from the ground, this time exerting all its strength to hurl them at Jiang Chuan with ferocity. The angle of its throw was exceptionally cunning, making it difficult for Jiang Chuan to evade with agile movements. In a split second, Jiang Chuan slightly sidestepped, dodging one of the corpses. Then he raised his right foot and kicked the other corpse, altering its trajectory so that it narrowly whizzed past him once more. Zombies below the 4th tier are incapable of understanding human speech or interpreting body language. However, having grown accustomed to battling higher-tier zombies, Jiang Chuan provocatively taunted this ability zombie. "Ha! It seems you've already exerted your utmost strength. Unfortunately, that level of skill is utterly inadequate in my eyes. If you wish to defeat me, I advise you to unleash your abilities sooner rather than later." Meng Tian was already astonished by Jiang Chuan's movements. Stammering, What just happened? Did Officer Jiang just kick that corpse away? My goodness, is he even human? How can one's physical prowess be so astonishingly superior? How wonderful it would be if you're my boyfriend. Su Man, no longer silent, could not tolerate the notion of this ungrateful woman she had labeled as such associating with Jiang Chuan, while effortlessly dispatching 2 zombies drawn by the sounds of battle. She coldly remarked to Meng Tian, "If you wish to attract all the nearby zombies, then by all means, speak louder." Realizing her misstep, Meng Tian softly replied, "Oh," and ceased her chatter, continuing to gaze dreamily at the man who captivated her imagination. The ability zombie seemed to comprehend Jiang Chuan's provocation, opening its cavernous maw wide in response. The sun was nearing its descent, casting a fiery glow that rendered the ability zombie's gaping mouth even more terrifying. Within its throat, flickers of lightning danced ominously. Jiang Chuan, aware that lightning elemental attacks were notoriously swift in the apocalypse, did not dare to be complacent or evade. He had to anticipate the trajectory of the attack in advance. His nerves taut, Jiang Chuan prepared to utilize his utmost speed to evade the impending assault from the ability zombie. 2 seconds later, the ability zombie unleashed a luminous sphere from its mouth. Its velocity astonishingly rapid. On an ordinary person, it would appear as a mere streak of light. However, Jiang Chuan had already made an accurate assessment of the attack's path mere moments before he sidestepped and leaped, swiftly soaring from the pile of corpses to solid ground. Since zombie bodies can also conduct electricity, Jiang Chuan had no desire to experience the tingling sensation of being electrocuted. Thus, the ability zombie's first attack missed, crashing heavily into the pile of corpses. The spot where it struck instantly charred, with all the corpses within a 2-meter radius turning black and emitting wisps of smoke. Jiang Chuan's ability to evade this strike is entirely attributable to his agility as a supernatural being. Were it anyone else, they would likely have had no choice but to endure the horrific blow, as for why he didn't engage in close combat. This particular zombie is of the lightning type, and engaging it in proximity would enable it to unleash its electrical attacks on Jiang Chuan with greater ease, negating the need for the current charging time. While Su Man had witnessed other supernatural zombies, This was her first encounter with one that not only possessed supernatural abilities, but also utilized them to launch attacks. She, along with Shan'an Jing and Meng Tian, was left utterly astounded by the terrifying display of power. This supernatural zombie was also making its inaugural use of elemental abilities in an offensive manner. Faced with such an onslaught, Jiang Chuan could only rely on evasive maneuvers. The effectiveness of its attacks was strikingly apparent, as it seemed quite pleased with the results of its powers, revealing a sinister grin towards Jiang Chuan. Subsequently, the supernatural zombie prepared to unleash another attack, gathering energy once more. 2 seconds later, another sphere of crackling lightning hurtled towards Jiang Chuan. Anticipating the trajectory of this attack, Jiang Chuan deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike. The sphere passed within half a meter of him, colliding with the wall of a nearby building. The impact left a gaping hole, 20 centimeters deep and half a meter in diameter, the interior charred and emitting wisps of smoke. This vividly illustrated the formidable intensity of the elemental attack, frustrated by its failure to connect with Jiang Chuan twice in succession. The supernatural zombie became increasingly agitated, realizing it had at most one more opportunity to execute an effective strike. With a furious roar, it commenced another charging sequence, this time clearly taking longer. It was evident that it understood the gravity of the situation. If it failed to eliminate the human before it, the prospect of succeeding in future attempts would be exceedingly dim. With a thunderous sound, after 4 to 5 seconds of charging, the supernatural zombie finally unleashed its third elemental attack. This time, instead of a sphere, it was a chain of lightning. Although the potency of the lightning chain was significantly less than that of the lightning sphere, its speed was astonishingly rapid. Jiang Chuan once again made a split-second judgment regarding the attack's path, but to his astonishment, the method of attack had switched to the remarkably swift lightning chain. Despite his preemptive dodge, the chain struck his right calf before he could fully evade its path. Jiang Chuan's telepathy could not be utilized against zombies, which led to this unforeseen consequence. Upon impact, he was sent rolling several meters away. His pant leg ignited instantly, his shoe flew off, and his sock bore several holes, revealing reddened skin beneath. While the lightning chain was fast, its impact was comparatively less severe than that of the sphere. Jiang Chuan felt excruciating pain in his leg, yet he remained conscious and alert. After rolling a few times, he steadied himself on the ground and promptly began to pat out the flames on his pant leg. The fire was not substantial, and with a few firm slaps, he extinguished it. He then wiggled his toes. Though painful, he could still move them, indicating that neither his nerves nor tendons had sustained significant damage. The supernatural zombie, witnessing its attack finally succeed, howled in excitement. Intent on not granting Jiang Chuan any time to recover, it charged towards him. Shan'an Jing, seeing this, urgently shouted, "Officer Jiang, be careful." Unbeknownst to her, both Su Man and Jiang Chuan possessed extraordinary strength, given the display of the zombie's capabilities. She feared that if someone as formidable as Jiang Chuan could not defeat it, then the three of them would have no hope of escape, placing their hopes squarely on Jiang Chuan. Meanwhile, Meng Tian clung to Su Man and Shan'an Jing's arms, pleading for them to flee. However, Su Man would never abandon Jiang Chuan. It puzzled Shan'an Jing why the two, despite having firearms, had not yet utilized them. Only Su Man appeared relatively calm, for she had activated her precognitive abilities the moment she saw Jiang Chuan struck by the lightning chain. Thus, she was aware that Jiang Chuan would be fine. Though she was deeply concerned about his leg injury, which was evident on her worried face, as the zombie closed in on Jiang Chuan, the four of them could see a menacing grin spreading across its face, as though it were about to eviscerate him. With a resounding gunshot, the zombie's forward momentum abruptly halted, a thumb-sized hole appearing in its left forehead. Due to inertia, its body crashed to the ground. Sliding several meters before its head came to a stop just short of Jiang Chuan's feet. The gruesome sight left a long streak of blood on the ground, a pitiful spectacle indeed. Smoke wafted from the muzzle of Jiang Chuan's handgun. To avoid hitting its supernatural core, Jiang Chuan had deliberately aimed slightly to the left. The more aggressive the elemental type of zombie, the weaker its defenses in the early stages. As long as one did not encounter a defensively strong supernatural zombie, All those below level 4 could be taken down with conventional firearms. However, this particular supernatural zombie was not dead yet. It had merely lost its ability to move temporarily. The life force of supernatural zombies was remarkably resilient. They would not perish completely until their cores were extracted, given the severity of its injury. It would take at least 2 weeks for it to expel the bullet and regain the ability to stand, considering its level 1 strength. Jiang Chuan seized the zombie by its hair and lifted it from the ground. Although it had lost its mobility, it still retained consciousness, glaring at Jiang Chuan with its remaining grayish eye, as if to accuse him of dishonorable conduct for resorting to a sneak attack. Jiang Chuan had no time to ponder its thoughts. He calmly used a small knife from his possession to extract the sharply defined supernatural core from its forehead and placed it in his chest pocket. The supernatural zombie breathed its last as Jiang Chuan tore at his right pant leg. He muttered in trepidation. The lightning elemental power truly lives up to its reputation as the most potent elemental attack. To contend with a level 1 agile supernatural being using a level 1 lightning power seems a bit too ambitious. Nevertheless, he believed his objective had been achieved, and the loss was not overly severe. The reason Jiang Chuan opted to use his firearm to kill the supernatural zombie at the last moment was that he had never before engaged in combat with a lightning elemental zombie. After battling one, his chances of comprehending the lightning elemental power through the core would increase, while he knew that using the core would grant him over a 90% probability of understanding the ability. The potential gain was still minimal, and Jiang Chuan was unwilling to forfeit even the slightest chance. Moreover, for Su Man and Shan'an Jing, who were witnessing an elemental supernatural zombie for the first time, the increase in their comprehension of elemental abilities would be far more significant. As Jiang Chuan tore away his right pant leg, Su Man had already dashed to his side, kneeling before him. Shan'an Jing and Meng Tian watched Su Man's swift movements with astonishment. Meng Tian swallowed hard and remarked to Shan'an Jing, "Nanjing, how do you think the special police are trained nowadays? Su Man just moved faster than Bolt, didn't she? Are all these special police officers monsters?" Shan'an Jing surmised that their extraordinary performances were undoubtedly related to the apocalypse. However, she understood that if Jiang Chuan chose not to disclose certain matters, she should refrain from asking further. Let us not pry too much into these matters. Let us hurry and see how Officer Jiang is doing, and see if we can offer any assistance. With that, Shan'an Jing jogged towards the duo. Su Man gazed at Jiang Chuan's charred and bloody calf with a pang of heartache, yet felt utterly helpless. All she could do was cry and scold Jiang Chuan for being so careless and for not drawing his weapon sooner. In contrast, Jiang Chuan consoled Su Man, "It's all right, man, I checked. There's no damage to the tendons or bones. For us level 1 physical supernatural beings, this is merely a superficial injury, with a few days of rest. I'll be right as reigned in the years of the apocalypse." Jiang Chuan endured countless injuries, both grave and minor to him. These wounds were hardly significant. However, unable to withstand the insistence of Su Man and Shan'an Jing, he acquiesced and allowed Shan'an Jing to wrap his lower leg with bandages. The bandages and medicines were procured by Shan'an Jing from the pharmacy under Su Man's protection. During this, Shan'an Jing had grown accustomed to witnessing Su Man's adeptness in vanquishing zombies, no longer surprised by her prowess. After securing the door, the three young women discovered a decent stash of fresh cold dishes in the refrigerator of the two residents, ample enough to satisfy 4 appetites. Meng Tian took the initiative to wash rice and began steaming it. The dwelling was modest in size, with only 2 bedrooms, yet the bedding appeared relatively clean. After their meal, Su Man habitually began to tidy up the dishes. Jiang Chuan found this amusing and remarked, Man, it's the apocalypse now. Why bother washing dishes? We'll be leaving tomorrow. Su Man, realizing the gravity of their situation, set down her dishes and expressed her concern. Brother Chuan, if we leave tomorrow, your leg will surely not withstand it. Shouldn't we stay here a few more days? Shan'an Jing concurred, stating, Officer Su is right. Officer Jiang, your leg truly cannot handle strenuous activity at the moment. We should at least wait a week before departing. Jiang Chuan felt a sense of helplessness. He too desired a moment to rest and savored the tranquility of his time with Su Man, relishing her genuine concern for him. However, he was bound by the knowledge contained in the multifunctional wristwatch. which clearly indicated that around 8:30 the following morning, a realm of immense opportunity, devoid of significant danger, would manifest at Century Square. Jiang Chuan had to reach Century Square before the entrance to this realm appeared. Otherwise, he would have to wait another 3 years for its next appearance. Thus, he reassured the two women, "It's fine. I know my own body that I won't undermine myself. We will leave early tomorrow." Yet, sensing Su Man's hesitation, he interjected before she could speak, asserting decisively, "I have my reasons for this that it's settled. We shall meet in the living room at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." After this resolution, the hour grew late, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Chuan cautioned the others that leaving the lights on at night could attract the attention of zombies, especially the more intelligent variants, which were aware that light often signified the presence of food. Moreover, it could also draw the attention of unscrupulous survivors. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Chuan would have been indifferent, but he needed to comprehend the lightning element ability that night. Any distraction would significantly diminish his chances of success. Therefore, they refrained from turning on the lights as they prepared to rest. To shield Jiang Chuan, Su Man suggested to Sha Nanjing, "Sha, let us all three of us girls sleep together tonight, leaving that single man to sleep alone." She emphasized the term single man, as if fearful Sha Nanjing might perceive her and Jiang Chuan as a couple. As soon as Su Man finished speaking, Jiang Chuan directly responded, Man, you're my girlfriend. Why not sleep with me? I was injured today. Don't you plan to take care of me?" Su Man felt a mix of gratitude and worry at Jiang Chuan's words. She was touched by his consistency in caring for her feelings, but also feared that if Sha Nanjing did not end up with Jiang Chuan, he might perish in 2 years due to a lack of her support. Sensing Su Man's apprehension, Jiang Chuan pulled her beside him on the sofa and, quite dominantly, said, Man, since we are together, we should be forthright and open about it. You are henceforth not allowed to claim that you are not my girlfriend." After hearing this, Su Man discreetly glanced at Sha Nanjing, her worry intensifying. Meng Tian and Sha Nanjing, having overheard Jiang Chuan's words, found themselves perplexed. Just as Meng Tian was about to inquire about the situation, Sha Nanjing took her arm and sagely suggested, Tian, I'm feeling sleepy. Let us go to bed. Officer Jiang, Officer Su, you both should rest early as well." Having said this, Sha Nanjing led Meng Tian into the smaller bedroom. Su Man, with a hint of reproach and urgency, said, "Brother Chuan, you were too impulsive just now. Do you understand why I keep trying to match you with Sha Nanjing? If you don't secure her support in 2 years, you could very well meet your end." Jiang Chuan feigned indifference, replying, "It's not necessary for her to become my woman to provide me with support. Besides, I believe having you is already sufficient." Upon hearing this, Su Man felt her position in Jiang Chuan's heart was unshakable, deepening her feelings for him. Yet, this only heightened her concern for his safety, as she believed Jiang Chuan must end up with Sha Nanjing to experience the timely rescues she had witnessed in her prophetic visions. Who among ordinary friends would choose to spend every day together without reason? She stated earnestly, "No, I've already ceased to mind. Why should you still care? Brother Chuan, I truly do not mind if you have other women. As long as you can live well, as long as you hold me in your heart and prioritize me, I will be satisfied. If you cannot win over Sha Nanjing in 3 months, I shall no longer sleep with you." Jiang Chuan sighed, resigned, and replied, "All right, then this time, I shall take it as an official decree to pursue women." Chapter 31. Awakening of the lightning element. Having resolved all trivial matters, Jiang Chuan was now set to embark on the most crucial endeavor of the day, comprehending the lightning element ability. The process of grasping an elemental ability appeared deceptively simple. One merely needed to consume an ability crystal core that matched their own attributes and then devote the following hour to intently feeling every change within their body. In reality, the process was exceedingly challenging. Only by perceiving the transformations the crystal core induced in the body and then finding the appropriate method to control the elemental energy generated within could one truly master the elemental ability. Should the allotted time elapse, the opportunity to comprehend this ability would be lost, rendering the crystal core as useless as any ordinary first-tier core. Jiang Chuan approached this attempt to awaken the lightning element ability with utmost seriousness. for it was the power he had yearned for in his previous life. Furthermore, lightning element zombies were rare. Should he fail this time, acquiring another lightning element crystal core would prove far more arduous. The literature Jiang Chuan had downloaded indicated that the nearest lightning element zombie was over 100 kilometers away. He called Su Man over and said, Man, I am about to engage in the comprehension of a lightning element ability. I cannot afford any distractions during this process, so please keep watch for me. Su Man nodded solemnly, assuring him, Rest assured, Brother Chuan, I will not allow anything to disrupt you. With that, Jiang Chuan retrieved the cleaned ability crystal core from his pocket and swallowed it whole. He then closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the bed, and began to attune himself to the energy emitted by the crystal core. As the core settled within him, a surge of warmth radiated from his dantian. Unlike the ordinary crystal cores, this one not only exuded heat, but also induced a tingling sensation in his abdomen. Soon, Jiang Chuan found himself enveloped by a vast expanse of storm clouds in his mind's eye. Lightning crackled in the sky, accompanied by the relentless roar of thunder. Jiang Chuan felt as though he was seated beneath that terrifying canopy of storm clouds. Bolts of lightning struck him repeatedly. Yet he experienced no pain. Instead, he was enveloped by a wave of tingling sensations that coursed through his entire being. Jiang Chuan attempted to resist this tingling, striving to reach the state of detachment he had achieved when comprehending the fire element ability in his previous life. But despite his efforts, he made no progress. Consequently, he shifted his approach, striving to immerse himself within the tempest of lightning. Each time a flash of lightning surged toward him, he made repeated attempts. The first attempt resulted in failure. The second attempt, failure. The 20th attempt, failure. However, this time, the tingling sensation accompanying the lightning strike was not as pronounced as before. Jiang Chuan realized he was on the right path on the 37th attempt as a bolt of lightning struck him. His figure vanished from his location. He had seamlessly merged into the tempest of storm clouds. At that moment, Jiang Chuan felt as though he was enveloped by the lightning, his entire being brimming with power. As if he had truly become a part of that electrifying spectacle, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the tumultuous storm clouds transformed back into the dimly lit room. Under the starlight, Su Man appeared exceptionally enchanting. Curiously, she inquired, Brother Chuan, have you already comprehended the lightning element ability so swiftly? How did you know I had awakened my ability? Did you use your powers on me? Su Man flicked her little tongue without uttering a word. Seeing her in such a state, Jiang Chuan solemnly addressed her, Man, I have previously warned you that your abilities should not be used recklessly, lest you suffer backlash consequences that in truth, it was not only Su Man who faced this risk. Jiang Chuan himself would also encounter repercussions if he excessively employed his mind-reading ability. Thus, he refrained from using it on every individual he encountered. Such a formidable power, intricately linked to time, if overused, could potentially shorten the lifespan of the user. Excessive use of Jiang Chuan's mind-reading could lead to a loss of his own sanity. After speaking, Jiang Chuan eagerly extended his palm, spreading his fingers wide while gathering the electric energy within him to converge at his fingertips. Zzz, zzz, zzz. A flurry of electric sparks danced incessantly between Jiang Chuan's fingers. This time, Jiang Chuan not only grasped the lightning element ability, but alongside this newfound understanding, his right leg's injury had healed considerably. The damage inflicted by the lightning had fully recovered, yet the injuries caused by the accompanying high temperature would require another day or two to mend completely. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan activated his data panel in his mind. Combat Statistics Panel Name: Jiang Chuan Abilities: Physical, Elemental, Special Weapon. Serrated Fire Axe Strength: 32 Agility, 76 Stamina, 28 Endurance, 30 Elemental Empowerment, 33 Overall Combat Power, 42 Ability Data Panel Elemental Affinity. Yes, Affinity Attributes: Dark. Lightning, Fire Dark, Affinity, 10 Lightning, Affinity, 9 Fire, Affinity, 7 Acquired Element. Lightning Special Physique. Yes, Physique Characteristics. Agile Special Ability. Mind Reading Elemental Empowerment. In simpler terms, reflects Jiang Chuan's current level of understanding concerning elemental abilities. It is directly correlated with his overall combat power. Jiang Chuan smiled contentedly and remarked, "It appears that grasping the lightning attribute ability is far simpler than I had anticipated. That my physical condition has also improved significantly." Man, how long has it been since we began meditating? When one comprehends abilities, the concept of time is often lost, as the illusions Jiang Chuan experiences differ entirely from the external flow of time. Only a little over 10 minutes. I thought it would take you much longer. I had prepared myself for a night of waiting, yet it ended so swiftly. After expressing this, Su Man continued, "Brother Chuan, I used my abilities out of curiosity earlier to glimpse into the situation a day ahead. Besides witnessing you mastering the lightning ability, I also observed other events." Jiang Chuan refrained from employing his mind reading on Su Man again, patiently awaiting her account. "Are you going to take us to a place called the Secret Realm tomorrow? I foresaw that girl, Meng Tian, finding an item there and secretly hiding it. She will leave before you discover her hiding it. Later, you will learn that the item is the most valuable in the entire Secret Realm, and you'll be quite angered. Brother Chuan, where are we truly headed tomorrow? What is it that you seek?" Chapter 32. Meng Tiantian's fate. Upon hearing Su Man's words, Jiang Chuan felt a surge of anger, not directed towards Meng Tiantian, but rather towards himself. With his rebirth, his heart had inexplicably softened, and he had grown careless in his actions. In the past, someone as ineffectual and talkative as Meng Tiantian would not have merely been disregarded. While he might not have killed her outright, he would never have brought her along for any reason. Each additional burden diminished his chances of survival. Although he had sensed early on that Meng Tiantian was not a trustworthy individual, he had mistakenly believed that an ordinary woman could not stir significant trouble. Moreover, considering that the apocalypse had only just begun and he had already become an evolved being, he thought it wiser to keep this inconsequential burden close rather than risk conflict with Shan Nanqing over her. If Su Man had not inadvertently used her abilities on him, he might have lost a monumental opportunity the following day. As Jiang Chuan contemplated these matters, Meng Tiantian's fate was already sealed. He then addressed Su Man, Man, I trust you understand that some individuals are not worth saving. Tomorrow, I shall eliminate Meng Tiantian. I hope you do not find me too cruel. Brother Chuan, I understand that I know you will treat me well in the future. And I recognize that you are not one who enjoys bloodshed. Therefore, whatever decision you make, I will support you unconditionally. If you believe Meng Tiantian deserves to die, then she shall meet her end. I assure you, I will never stand against you on any matter." Jiang Chuan could see that Su Man's words were her sincere thoughts, and he felt deeply moved. He gently pressed Su Man beneath him, unfastening the buttons of her clothing, and said earnestly, "In light of your performance these past couple of days, I have decided to reward you." Su Man's face turned pale with fear. "Are we really going to do this again? I'm still in pain. And are you sure your foot is all right?" Jiang Chuan flashed a mischievous smile. "My foot feels much better now, and there is still ample time left today that I shall teach you something new. Don't you want to?" "I want to." Upon uttering those words, Su Man's face flushed bright red, akin to a ripe apple. Man, come, you go on top. The beautiful night passed swiftly. 6 o'clock the following morning, the four of them gathered in the living room as scheduled. Jiang Chuan emerged from his room, and upon seeing Shan Nanqing and Meng Tiantian on the sofa, announced, "Get ready. We will head to Century Plaza in 10 minutes. Meng Tiantian, puzzled, asked, "Did you not say we were going to the research facility?" "Century Plaza is in the opposite direction. Why are we taking that route? You will find out soon enough." Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's dismissive tone, Meng Tiantian's fondness for him diminished significantly, and she muttered under her breath, "What's with the attitude? It's just a uniform." Jiang Chuan paid little heed to Meng Tiantian's grievances, as he believed she would soon meet her demise. Out of concern, Shan Nanqing spoke up, "Officer Jiang, if we go today, will your foot truly be all right?" Jiang Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. "Do not worry. I am not an ordinary person that a night's rest is sufficient for me." Shan Nanqing frowned and replied, "You should take care of your body. Lingering effects could lead to complications later on. Such a serious injury cannot possibly heal overnight. Beside them, Meng Tiantian remarked cynically, "Nanqing, do you genuinely believe this guy rested well last night?" Su Man, who had remained silent until now, turned crimson at Meng Tiantian's words. Jiang Chuan handed Shan Nanqing a can of milk and continued, "I am well aware of my own body. Rest assured, I will recover in a couple of days. You all witnessed my battle with that zombie yesterday. Do I appear to be an ordinary person? Recalling Jiang Chuan's extraordinary performance during the fight, Sha Nanqing ceased her concerns. Under Jiang Chuan's guidance, the group finished their breakfast and proceeded downstairs. As they descended, Sha Nanqing noticed that Su Man did not offer to assist Jiang Chuan. Moreover, Jiang Chuan's right leg appeared to have improved considerably. Unless one looked closely, it was hardly noticeable that he walked with a slight limp. The distance from Guangfan Community to Century Plaza was not particularly far, and walking would take only half an hour. Given the abundance of zombies surrounding the community and the roads cluttered with wrecked vehicles, Jiang Chuan decided they would walk. Upon reaching the ground floor, they discovered that the number of zombies in the community had significantly increased compared to the previous day. Jiang Chuan understood that the rise in zombie numbers indicated that the two bait individuals he had arranged earlier had been dealt with by the horde. Thus, the previously clustered zombies had begun to spread outward. However, Jiang Chuan had not anticipated that the television tower, which appeared quite sturdy, would have the bait taken down in less than a day. As the zombies near Building 8 spotted the four living individuals, they staggered toward them. Su Man picked up the fire axe, intending to carve a path through the horde. Yet her actions were halted by Jiang Chuan. His lightning elemental ability was precisely the nemesis of such a large zombie swarm. He could not let such an excellent opportunity for practice slip away. Jiang Chuan raised his right arm, fingers spread wide, and then slowly closed his eyes. Su Man realized that Jiang Chuan was preparing to test his lightning abilities. While Sha Nanqing and Meng Tiantan looked on in bewilderment, utterly unaware of Jiang Chuan's intentions. Before slaying the zombies, must one engage in a prayer? Just as the two were in a state of bewilderment, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted, and delicate arcs of electricity surged forth from the fingertips of Jiang Chuan's outstretched right hand. Each arc struck the crown of Zombie's head with unerring precision. In the blink of an eye, this entire spectacle unfolded. Within a 100-meter radius centered around Jiang Chuan, it was as if time had been suspended. All the approaching zombies came to a halt. A second later, the motionless zombies began to topple one after another. Jiang Chuan closed his eyes, not to feign superiority, but to better sense the bioelectric currents within the zombies, thereby achieving precise strikes. However, with Jiang Chuan's current level of powers, executing such a maneuver was still rather taxing, and the fallen zombies were not dead. They had merely lost their ability to move temporarily. Yet, Sha Nanqing and Meng Tiantian were utterly astonished. Believing Jiang Chuan was capable of dispatching so many zombies with a single blow. Chapter 33. The Knife Shop. In truth, the incapacitated zombies were merely momentarily stunned by the electric shock to their brains. With Jiang Chuan's current first-tier strength, he could not achieve a one-hit kill on such a multitude of zombies. In no more than 5 minutes, they would regain consciousness. This technique, while visually impressive, was in reality not particularly powerful. If employed against humans, it would yield almost no effect, as the efficacy of this maneuver entirely depended on the strength of the target's brainwaves, given that the brainwave intensity of zombies below the 4th tier was merely 1/10 that of humans. Jiang Chuan was able to clear the field in one strike. This maneuver was, in fact, quite simple. It was a skill Jiang Chuan had learned on the fly from the data recorded on his multifunctional wrist device. Particularly, Meng Tiantian resolved in her heart to become Jiang Chuan's wife, regardless of status. She believed that as long as she became this man's woman, her safety would be assured. Sha Nanqing stared at Jiang Chuan in disbelief. Are you truly human, just like us? Meanwhile, Su Man felt an overwhelming joy for her man's newfound strength, overshadowing her shock. Upon witnessing Jiang Chuan's swift dispatch of so many zombies, she inquired, Brother Chuan, should we collect the cores of these zombies? Jiang Chuan nodded at Su Man and replied to the three women, of course we should collect the cores. Who would ignore money lying on the ground? However, we have only 2 minutes. After that, regardless of how many we have gathered, we must leave. Man, you will assist me in collecting the cores. Nanjing and Meng Tiantian, you two go to the pharmacy and gather some daily medications. The 7 or 8 zombies in the pharmacy have already been dealt with, so you can safely retrieve the medicine. As he spoke, Jiang Chuan produced 2 large cloth bags from his backpack and handed them to the 2 women. Upon hearing this, Sha Nanjing suddenly asked, Officer Jiang, what exactly are these cores? Are they related to your newfound strength? Jiang Chuan did not elaborate, stating, there isn't much time right now. I will explain later. For now, let us focus on our tasks. With that, he drew a small knife and began extracting cores from the zombies that lay with swollen foreheads, and the three women promptly commenced their respective duties. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chuan exited the Guangfan community gates with the three women that he was quite satisfied with their haul, having collected a total of 26 ordinary cores with Su Man, while Shan'an Jing and Meng Tian had filled their bags to the brim. After surveying the situation at the community entrance, Jiang Chuan opted for an east-west street, reasoning that this path received the most sunlight during the day, and zombies tended to hide in dark corners before detecting living beings, thus minimizing their presence on this thoroughfare. Based on Jiang Chuan's experience, he deduced that there would be no large hordes of zombies along this route, since the energy required for Jiang Chuan to unleash his abilities needed time to replenish. He could not do so indefinitely. Thus, even Jiang Chuan dared not recklessly navigate through a horde of zombies. Although ability users were immune to zombie toxins, excessive exposure could still lead to unconsciousness. Even for ability users, fainting amidst a large horde would yield dire consequences, and even defensive Earth-type ability users would be devoured by countless zombies. Moreover, Shan'an Jing was still an ordinary person. After 20 minutes of traversing the east-west street, they finally reached its end. Along the way, Jiang Chuan and Su Man had dealt with 3 small waves of zombies, yielding a total of 11 cores. Dressed in special police uniforms, Jiang Chuan and Su Man attracted numerous survivors seeking assistance. However, Jiang Chuan paid them no heed, and Su Man understood well enough not to question him, knowing he was focused on the task at hand. Believing that only by prioritizing their current mission could they save more lives in the future, that in a post-apocalyptic world, saving one or a few people could render one vulnerable and perceived as a soft-hearted fool. Yet, when one had saved thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions, they would be hailed as a hero. However, Jiang Chuan had no desire to be seen as a hero. He had never aspired to rescue countless individuals. If pressed to identify what he truly wished to protect, it would be the remnants of his conscience, the land beneath his feet, and all those he still cared for, that he was unwilling to subject himself. Su Man, Wang Pengzi, and others with whom he had forged bonds to the hellish existence devoid of soul once more. The 4 needed only to turn left and walk for another 15 minutes to reach Century Square. However, Jiang Chuan paused at that moment, for he had spotted a shop named Li's Knife Craft Store. Although the shop's name included craft store, Jiang Chuan immediately discerned that the long knife display beneath the shop sign was no mere decorative item. It was a genuine weapon, albeit unsharpened. While its craftsmanship was not quite on par with the moon cleaver he had acquired in his previous life within a secret realm, it nonetheless ranked among the finest works of human craftsmanship. Yet this exceptional blade was merely hung outside for display. Jiang Chuan concluded that the shop's owner must possess even finer weaponry. Moreover, he noticed that the shop's door was firmly locked, and the windows were covered with thick brown paper. Thus, he was certain that survivors, likely the shop's owner, were inside. What a serendipitous moment. Jiang Chuan had been contemplating where to acquire a fire axe to replace the hammer-like axe he currently wielded when he came across this shop. After dispatching the scattered zombies nearby, Jiang Chuan approached the shop's rolling shutter door with the 3 women in tow. They understood that Jiang Chuan sought to procure a suitable weapon, as the hammer he carried was no longer sufficient even for himself, let alone for others. Open up. We are the police. At the onset of the apocalypse, the most effective phrase to utter when requesting survivors to open their doors was undoubtedly, "We are the police." The righteous image of the Huagua police had long been ingrained in the hearts of the populace during peacetime. As Jiang Chuan had anticipated, shortly after he called out, a corner of the brown paper on the shop window was lifted, and the door was opened from within. Chapter 34. The Honest Man. Old Li, the individual who opened the door, was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His bronze skin bore numerous scars from past burns, and his hands were calloused and thick. Upon first glance, Jiang Chuan knew this man was undoubtedly an experienced blacksmith. The middle-aged man opened the door and, with a thick accent, urged Jiang Chuan and the others. "Don't just stand there. Hurry in. Outside are all man-eating monsters." After speaking, he noticed that several of the creatures that had been lingering at his door had all had their skulls shattered and lay on the ground. Seeing this, the man swallowed hard. Once Jiang Chuan and the others entered, the middle-aged man locked the door, then moved a chair to brace against it from behind. After entering, Jiang Chuan carefully examined each knife in the shop. Although the knives on display were certainly fine specimens, they were noticeably inferior to the one hanging under the shop sign. Jiang Chuan remarked, "Boss, you truly have a big heart. Such an excellent knife. And you just hang it outside? Aren't you afraid of it being stolen? Steal it. No one can untie the knot I made. The rope is nylon. An ordinary knife cannot cut through it. Besides, I bring it in every night," the middle-aged man replied, waving his hand dismissively, pride evident on his face. "Such a fine knife, not selling it in the shop but letting it gather dust outside. I sent that a waste." Jiang Chuan inquired further. The old man waved his hand again, a proud expression on his face. "What is so great about that knife? I have several even better ones in the shop, including fine swords." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan's eyes lit up, and he promptly asked, "Old man, are all these weapons in this room forged by you?" The middle-aged man chuckled heartily, speaking with an endearing simplicity. "It's not solely my effort. My son has also lent me considerable assistance." He then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Officer, what is the situation outside? Have those people transformed into monsters all been killed by you? The manner of their deaths is quite tragic. It's a grave sin." Jiang Chuan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, those individuals have succumbed to the zombie virus and are no longer human. Only by destroying their brain tissue can they be eliminated." "I knew it," the man exclaimed. "My son informed me that these creatures are called zombies, akin to the ones depicted in movies. That I initially doubted him, but now that you, the police, confirm it, I believed." He then asked, "By the way, will that virus spread?" "Yes," Jiang Chuan responded, "and its contagion is exceedingly potent. If a zombie scratches or bites you, you will become infected and transform into a creature like them." Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a growing tension within him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, "Officer, is there any hope if one becomes infected? Surely, with any illness, there must be a cure, right?" Jiang Chuan, perceptive as he was, sensed that the man was concealing something. He locked eyes with him and utilized his psychic abilities. Jiang Chuan's calm demeanor during their conversation was not merely for the few weapons in the man's shop. Rather, he aimed to recruit this craftsman for his own purposes. Put it succinctly, Jiang Chuan was not interested in the apples on the tree. His objective was to uproot the entire tree itself. Although the weapons crafted by humanity's current technology could not compare to those obtained from the mystical realms, the man's craftsmanship was undoubtedly exceptional in the art of sword forging. With the assistance of fire and metal elemental users, the weapons produced would not only rival those from the mystical realms, but would surely be capable of dispatching zombies below the 7th tier. After employing his mind-reading ability, Jiang Chuan felt confident that he could secure the man's cooperation. "Sir," Jiang Chuan remarked, feigning anger, "why have you not been truthful with me? Your son has contracted the zombie virus. Yet you have chosen to remain silent." The robust man, towering at 6 feet, knelt before Jiang Chuan, his voice trembling with desperation. "Officer, no, leader, it's not that I haven't spoken. I simply dared not. My son told me that if he were infected, he would have to be killed. He begged me to end his life. But how could I? He is my beloved child. Seeing you slay so many at the entrance, I feared to speak." Jiang Chuan, maintaining his pretense of irritation, declared, "What does he know? Who says that an infection is insurmountable?" Upon hearing this, the man's tear-filled eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. "Leader, is it true? Can my son be saved?" In a remarkable display of agility, the man sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "I will take you to him at once." He then hurried towards the back door of the shop, with Jiang Chuan and his companions following closely behind. Connected to the back door of the shop was a corridor approximately 5 to 6 meters long, with rooms on either side and at the end. The man strode straight to the room at the corridor's end. Upon opening the door, they discovered a spacious area of about 70 to 80 square meters, adorned with an array of swords and knives. Jiang Chuan quickly discerned that while these weapons lacked the aesthetic appeal of those displayed in the shop, their quality was significantly superior. In one corner lay a small bed, upon which rested a young man of 18 or 19. A distinct bite mark marred his left hand. already darkening and showing signs of infection. Despite this, he did not appear overly ill. Upon seeing his father, his eyes reflected both concern and anger. "Father, didn't I tell you? You must not enter this room. If I am well tomorrow, I will leave on my own." The father, oblivious to his son's warnings, responded excitedly, "Son, these officers have informed me that you can still be saved and that you won't be infected." After the father spoke, Jiang Chuan stepped forward, pretending to examine the young man's wound. He then produced a crystal core and handed it to him. "This is specifically designed to combat the zombie virus. Consume it, and you will recover within 10 minutes. Jiang Chuan was not lying. The crystal core could indeed grant temporary immunity against the zombie virus, but this was only effective within the first 30 minutes of infection. Chapter 35. Is this not a trick on the honest man? The man's name was Li Lao Kuei, and his son was named Li Yongyan. They had endured 2 days of hunger. Li Yongyan believed the zombie had perished. Allowing him to carelessly cross over his dismay, it was still alive, leading to his momentary lapse in caution. The father and son originally resided approximately 50 to 60 kilometers from Guangnan City, in a village where nearly every household had practiced blacksmithing for generations. The Li family was renowned for their superior craftsmanship. In his youth, Li Lao Kuei had a beloved girlfriend, but their relationship ended when her parents disapproved of him being a blacksmith. After their separation, Li Lao Kuei dedicated himself to sword forging, determined to prove that he could provide a good life for their daughter despite his trade, and he labored diligently for 20 years. Li Yongyan was not his biological son, but had been adopted from his brother's family. Later, Li Lao Kuei took his son's advice and opened a knife and craft shop in Guangnan City. Due to the exceptional quality and appealing appearance of their knives, business thrived. Li Lao Kuei believed that knives were meant for practical use, while Li Yongyan insisted that only aesthetically pleasing blades could command high prices. Indeed, as Li Yongyan had suggested, visually appealing knives were indeed more sought after. One of their lesser quality knives, meticulously designed, had even fetched an astonishing 18,000 yuan, a price Li Lao Kuei had never imagined. Though their financial situation improved, Li Lao Kuei had remained disheartened over the past 2 years, often questioning whether his pursuit of exquisite craftsmanship had been a misguided choice. Reflecting on this, he sighed, "This era has changed so rapidly. Knives are no longer merely tools, but have become mere decorative items." Jiang Chuan seized a moment. Addressing Li Lao Kuei, "Uncle, you are mistaken in your thinking. Knives are indeed made for use. The appearance is merely a superficial enhancement. If I were to choose, I would not covet a single knife from your shop. What I desire are those fine blades hanging in your warehouse, as well as the one displayed at your entrance." Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Li Lao Kuei's demeanor brightened, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he had found a kindred spirit. "Officer, do you truly understand knives?" "There's no need to call me officer. My surname is Jiang. Given your age, you may call me Xiao Jiang." Jiang Chuan replied, "I cannot claim to be an expert, but I can discern that the weapons in the warehouse are genuine masterpieces, while those displayed in the shop are merely modern crafts." "Father." Just then, Li Yongyan entered through the back door of the knife shop. Upon seeing his son's improved condition, Li Lao Kuei felt a wave of relief wash over him. He approached Li Yongyan and grasped his left hand. The once swollen and discolored bite mark had completely subsided. Seeing this, Li Lao Kuei's expression lightened considerably as he smiled. "You've recovered so quickly. It seems the officers indeed possess remarkable abilities to..." "Oh, by the way," Li Lao Kuei suddenly remembered something and hurriedly opened the back door. Striding down the corridor, he quickly returned to Jiang Chuan, presenting 4 weapons before him with a cheerful demeanor. "Xiao Jiang, I know that your medicine must be quite expensive, and my son's life is in your hand. I have nothing else to offer in return. These 4 swords are from my youth. Truly exceptional, and their edges are razor sharp. These are the finest blades in my shop. If you find them satisfactory, please take them." Without engaging in further pleasantries, Jiang Chuan expressed his gratitude and accepted the 4 weapons. He selected a long sword for himself and offered the remaining 3 for the 3 young women to choose. Su Man, like Jiang Chuan, chose a long sword, while Meng Tiantian and Shan Anjing took the 2 sabers. Holding her sword with great fondness, Meng Tiantian inquired of Li Lao Kuei, "Master Li, this sword I hold must be quite valuable, right?" Indeed, it is. Just last month, a wealthy buyer offered 60,000 yuan for that very sword. But I couldn't bear to part with it. Jiang Chuan interrupted the conversation between the two with a serious demeanor, addressing Li Laokue earnestly. Old Li, the world is now teeming with zombies. It is utterly unrealistic to remain here awaiting rescue, which may not arrive for an indeterminate number of years. To speak frankly, I aim to gather survivors to collectively resist the zombies that I hold your skills in sword forging and blade crafting in high regard. If you are willing, I would like you to join me. I am in dire need of talents like yours. Lao Kue had long felt that his exceptional skills in crafting blades and forging swords were wasted due to the unfortunate timing of his birth, leaving him without opportunities to realize his worth. However, encountering someone like Jiang Chuan, who not only understood blades, but also appreciated his talents, and who had saved his life, inspired a deep sense of gratitude. His son, Li Yongyan, was equally earnest and sincere, much like his father. How could he not repay the favor of having his life saved? The two, father and son, exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, promptly expressing their willingness to follow Jiang Chuan, as long as he did not find them burdensome. They assured him that they would wholeheartedly contribute as long as the tasks assigned were within their capabilities. Thus, their group expanded once more. Growing from 4 members to 6, each of the Li father and son carried a large pack filled with the fine swords and blades Li Laokue had crafted over the years. Upon exiting, Jiang Chuan wielded his long knife with eagerness, swiftly dispatching several nearby zombies. To his astonishment, the blade proved to be even sharper than he had anticipated, effortlessly severing the heads of the undead with minimal effort. Naturally, Jiang Chuan was thoroughly pleased with this outcome, feeling that his decision to recruit the lead duo had been exceptionally wise. Observing Jiang Chuan's impressive skill in combat, Li Laokue felt a surge of joy overshadowing his fear. Nodding enthusiastically and exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed, a fine blade bestowed upon a great hero. It seems I have finally found the perfect master for this weapon." Li Yongyan, somewhat exasperated, interjected, Dad, isn't the same a treasured sword gifted to a hero?" Li Laokue chuckled foolishly. "They're essentially the same. Regardless of whom it is given, it simply means I have found the right recipient." Chapter 36. National Secrets following the route chosen by Jiang Chuan. The group advanced for over 10 minutes, finally arriving at their destination, Century Square, at 7:48 a.m. The square was notably spacious, a terrain that zombies generally despised, for during the day, such open areas would undoubtedly be scorched by the sun's relentless heat. Thus, only a handful of zombies roamed the vicinity. With still more than half an hour remaining until the recorded emergence of the secret realm, Jiang Chuan led his companions to a nearby burger joint. The burger restaurant, entirely composed of glass windows, was subject to direct sunlight during the day. Present. Only 2 unfortunate zombies, trapped by their own ankles, were unable to move. After Jiang Chuan and Su Man each dispatched one with a swift strike, the group settled inside the burger joint. Having lived through the apocalypse for 10 years, Jiang Chuan had long forgotten when he last indulged in fried chicken or burgers, although these were deemed junk food. He could not deny the alluring aroma they emitted as he entered the establishment. His mouth watered in anticipation. Without delay, he ventured into the kitchen, retrieving 2 large platters of fried chicken and burgers, placing them in the microwave for reheating. Once prepared, he set the food on the table, announcing to the group, "Everyone, have a bite to eat first. We have something very important to attend to shortly." After uttering this, he showed no aversion to sitting next to a recently decapitated zombie, and began to devour a chicken leg with the fervor of someone who had not eaten in weeks, presenting a stark contrast to the composed image the others held of him. They all gazed at him in astonishment, but Jiang Chuan paid them no mind. He had never been one to deprive himself. As he discarded bones, he warned, "Don't say I didn't warn you. If you don't eat now, you may not have the opportunity to enjoy this later." The others nibbled at their meals out of courtesy. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Chuan had consumed 2 whole chickens, for chicken legs, 2 burgers, and a considerable amount of fries. After taking a hearty swig of cola, he finally paused. He retrieved a cigarette, offering one to Li Laokue, while Li Yongyan declined, stating he did not smoke. Jiang Chuan tilted his head back, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, then reclined on the restaurant's sofa, patting his protruding belly. Finally full. What a delight! Seeing Jiang Chuan finish his meal, Shan Jing could no longer hold back her curiosity and queried, "Officer Jiang, what exactly are you bringing us here for today?" Upon hearing her question, Jiang Chuan flicked the ash from his cigarette and adopted a serious expression that in truth, Su Man and I are field operatives for the National Intelligence Agency. What I am about to share with you is classified information. It must not be disclosed without permission. His assertion was, of course, meant to disguise his true identity as a reborn individual under the guise of a national intelligence operative. As he spoke, his demeanor was convincing enough to leave the others. Aside from Su Man, momentarily stunned, seemingly satisfied with the effect, Jiang Chuan cleared his throat and continued, "Have you all heard of secret realms?" For the next 5 minutes, Jiang Chuan elaborated on what a secret realm entailed and provided a general overview of its conditions. Noticing the skepticism in Shan Jing and the others' expressions, he extinguished his cigarette and added, "It's perfectly fine if you don't believe me. You will soon witness the secret realm for yourselves, and the truth will reveal itself. Just as you would not have believed that the apocalypse was imminent just 3 days Lao after listening, turned to Jiang Chuan and said, "Young Jiang, I trust you. Just tell us what you need us to do. I may lack education, but I possess strength beyond measure." Jiang Chuan, having previously utilized his mind-reading abilities on the Li duo, discerned their genuinely simple intentions. Focused solely on their craft and how to repay him, he nodded approvingly at Li Laokue and replied, "Uncle Li, please don't rush. I do indeed have tasks to assign to you shortly." Jiang Chuan cleared his throat once more and continued. Then he said, as Meng Tiantian suddenly became intrigued, her questions firing off like a barrage of bullets, "Officer Jiang, how long until the troops arrive in our Guangnan? Is there a base being established? Will the army protect ordinary people like us? The tangible rewards you mentioned, could they possibly amount to $500 and a banner?" If Jiang Chuan had not intended for Meng Tiantian to enter the secret realm to seek the greatest opportunity within, she would have already met her demise. The circumstances within secret realms are intricate, and often different individuals encounter varying fortunes. For instance, some realms may offer distinct fortunes based on the blood types of the explorers. The most bizarre example Jiang Chuan had encountered was one where the color of an explorer's underwear determined the fortune they would receive. In that instance, a male explorer who had evolved to the 3rd tier of abilities, due to not wearing any underwear while entering that realm, was summarily sliced to pieces by the mechanisms guarding the secret treasures. Thus, it was not yet time for Meng Tiantian to bid farewell to this world. The Li father and son expressed their commitment to do their utmost, even if no tangible rewards were offered, as long as their lives were not endangered. Shan Jing remained silent, contemplating the situation. After waiting for 3 to 4 minutes on the 2nd floor of the fast food restaurant, a sudden flash of brilliant light erupted from the northwestern corner of Century Square. Chapter 37. The Secret Realm. Jiang Chuan recognized that the entrance to the secret realm was about to manifest. He instructed everyone to retrieve their supplies from their backpacks and pile them in the fast food restaurant. After all, one could never predict the wealth of resources that might await within the secret realm. It was always best to be prepared. Following the intense light, the area around the northwestern corner of the square began to warp and twist. The contorting space quickly compressed towards a singular point. In less than a minute, the originally 3-story-sized twisted space had shrunk to a mere 2 or 3 meters, transforming into a ball of black flames. Unlike ordinary flames that emit light and heat, this black fire neither illuminated nor warmed. Instead, it absorbed light and heat. The area surrounding the black flames was significantly darker and cooler than the surroundings. The zombies seemed to fear this black fire, as the few remaining in the square staggered away from it. Once Jiang Chuan and his companions had organized their supplies in the fast food restaurant, they made their way towards the northwestern corner of the square, eager to waste no time. The secret realm was filled with uncertainties. Every minute could hold unforeseen opportunities. As the black flame materialized, the group approached it closely. Jiang Chuan addressed them. "This black flame is the entrance to the secret realm. I will enter first. You all follow closely." With that, Jiang Chuan stepped boldly towards the black flames. As he drew nearer to the black flames, his figure became increasingly dim, until at last he was completely engulfed in darkness, merging seamlessly into the shadowy void. The three women witnessing this scene exhibited no overt astonishment. They had already encountered countless extraordinary phenomena through Jiang Chuan. However, Li Laokuei and his son Li Yongyan had never beheld such a marvel. Leaving them utterly astonished, exclaiming in disbelief, Su Man was the first to follow Jiang Chuan, stepping into the dark mass. Next were Sha Nanjing and another woman, and finally, the Li father and son, mustering their courage, ventured in as well. Upon entering the secret realm, the world before them was shrouded in pitch blackness. Even when placing a hand a mere centimeter from their eyes, they could perceive nothing, for no light existed within the passage. A profound sense of dread enveloped each individual, as they could sense nothing but their own consciousness. Fortunately, the duration of this darkness was not overly long. Otherwise, one might well succumb to claustrophobia in such an environment. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, the last to enter, the Li father and son, suddenly felt a flicker in their vision. Upon opening their eyes, they beheld Jiang Chuan and the others. The 6 of them found themselves in an expanse of boundless grassland. The sky was not blue, but a gentle shade of pink, and the air was remarkably fresh. Beneath the sky, the grassland was not green, but a vibrant light blue, stretching endlessly into the horizon, with only a few gently rising hills obstructing their view. The knee-high blue grass swayed gracefully in the gentle breeze. There were no towering buildings, nor the cacophony of the city. Apart from the sky, the grass, and the breeze, there was naught else. Su Man gazed in awe at the scene before her, exclaiming, "Is this the secret realm? It is simply breathtaking, akin to a world from a fairy tale." In response, Jiang Chuan chuckled softly and remarked, "Not all secret realms are like this. Such realms are exceedingly rare. According to our intel, there is no danger here. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. Each of you should choose a distinct direction and search for resources independently. Whatever you discover, as long as it is transportable, bring it back. When the time in the secret realm concludes, we will be teleported back to the entrance." Meng Tian, feeling a twinge of anxiety, inquired of Jiang Chuan, "Officer Jiang, I am a bit frightened. May I go with Nanjing?" Jiang Chuan shook his head solemnly and replied, "No, that is a strict order. Each person must select their own path. Only in this manner can we uncover more resources. This mission may very well pertain to the survival of humanity. We cannot afford to squander anyone's efforts. Now, let us commence." The others, sensing the gravity in Jiang Chuan's tone, refrained from voicing further objections. Each chose a direction and ventured deeper into the secret realm. As time passed, they distanced themselves further from the entrance. After more than an hour, Sha Nanjing unexpectedly spotted a striking splash of red against the blue grass. Approaching it, she discovered a red plant standing about a meter tall, its crimson branches adorned with a fruit resembling an apple, albeit in a deep green hue. Compelled by an irresistible urge, Sha Nanjing reached out to pluck the fruit from the branch. The moment her hand brushed against the fruit, the entire plant began to wither at a visibly accelerating pace. Gazing at the deep green fruit in her hand, she recognized its extraordinary nature. After placing the plucked fruit into her backpack, she noticed another identical plant not far away. Meanwhile, Li Laokuei, shortly after Sha Nanjing had gathered her fruit, came across a small tree, standing 5 to 6 meters high. Its sturdy trunk laden with luminous golden fruits, each about the size of a cherry. Elated, Li Laokuei realized that the mission Jiang Chuan had assigned him was now on the verge of successful completion. However, the abundance of glowing fruits quickly filled his backpack. Undeterred, he set his bulging pack down beneath the tree, removed his shirt, tied the collar into a knot, and then climbed up the tree, bare-chested. Li Yongyan, on the other hand, was not as fortunate. After wandering for quite some time, he encountered nothing but the pink sky and blue grass. It was only after over 2 hours of searching that he finally stumbled upon a small river. However, his excitement turned to disappointment as he approached the river, only to find it contained merely a few scattered translucent pebbles at the bottom. Remembering Jiang Chuan's words about collecting whatever could be carried, he reluctantly stepped into the river, retrieving the pebbles one by one and depositing them into his backpack, despite perceiving them as utterly useless. In contrast to the others' varied fortunes, Su Man's experience was decidedly dismal. She discovered nothing at all. When her precognitive abilities revealed that her expedition had yielded no finds, she chose to accept this reality with equanimity. I could see that moment. Su Man reclined peacefully upon the grass, awaiting the closure of the secret realm. Reflecting on the last few words exchanged with her mother during a phone call 2 days prior, tears glistened on her cheeks as she murmured, "Mom and Dad, the place you are residing in must be even more beautiful than here, right? I miss you both so much. Rest assured, I have encountered a wonderful person who treats me kindly, and I am quite content now." Chapter 38. The demise of Meng Tiantian after the group dispersed. The first to seize an opportunity was not Sha Nanjing, but her roommate, Meng Tiantian. Merely an hour after their separation, Meng Tiantian discovered a thatched cottage in the desolate grassland. Not a fool, she recognized that the presence of a cottage indicated habitation, yet the environment bore no resemblance to Earth. Thus, she surmised that she might have stumbled upon extraterrestrial beings. With such thoughts racing through her mind, she quickly concealed herself in the underbrush, incessantly cursing Jiang Chuan. That bastard Jiang Chuan has deceived everyone. I might have encountered aliens while he falsely claimed there was no danger here. I hope these extraterrestrials don't eat people. What if they do? What will happen to my research? The more she pondered, the more her fear escalated, and she concluded, this is all Jiang Chuan's fault. I suspect he's using us to seek treasures. And once we exit, he'll surely kill us all to hoard the spoils. Yes, that must be it. He is a cold-blooded demon. He doesn't seem like a genuine officer at all. Perhaps he stripped the uniform off a policeman he murdered. Yes, it must be so. He probably separated us to facilitate the process of eliminating us one by one. Meng Tiantian's mind spiraled into terror, and she remained quietly crouched in the underbrush, her thoughts running wild. After more than 20 minutes of lying in wait, the door of the thatched cottage swung open. To her surprise, the figure emerging was not the alien she had envisioned, but rather a very real human being, one she recognized. Upon realizing who it was, her anxiety transformed into elation, and she ceased to ponder why this person, who had evidently been heading in the opposite direction, now stood before her at the cottage. Meng Tiantian sprang up from the grass and joyfully approached the individual, exclaiming, "What a surprise to see you! When did you arrive? What is inside that cottage? You found that outfit there, didn't you?" Meng Tiantian, undeterred by any suspicion, followed the person into the thatched cottage, continuing to inquire, "Why are you so quiet? Did you discover something valuable in there?" "Hey, how rude, ignoring me." Once inside, the individual turned around, pointing to a small black metallic orb and a ring on the table, stating, "Tiantian, all the secrets of the apocalypse are contained within this orb. These 2 treasures will ensure your safety in the apocalypse and allow you to thrive better than anyone else." Meng Tiantian, half believing, responded, "Is that so?" After which she picked up the ring, examining it for a while, but finding nothing particularly remarkable. Then she grasped the metallic orb, and at that instant, she stood frozen, as if entranced. The person who had lured Meng Tiantian into the cottage vanished like a specter while she was in a daze. From the moment the group dispersed, Jiang Chuan had been stealthily following Meng Tiantian. Now, he lay concealed in the grass, his heart pounding with astonishment and even fear as he recognized the person who emerged from the thatched cottage. After Meng Tiantian entered with that individual, Jiang Chuan remained prone for another 4 to 5 minutes, but the 2 inside did not reappear. Consequently, he swiftly rose and stealthily approached the thatched cottage. As he approached the thatched cottage and peered through the gaps in the window, he could only discern the solitary figure of Meng Tiantian within. Jiang Chuan first noticed that she held a small metallic sphere in her hand, staring blankly in astonishment. Then he caught sight of a ring placed upon the table inside the cottage, and immediately recognized it as a space ring. However, space rings were not developed until the 8th year of the apocalypse, and they were a product of Earth. The mere presence of a space ring in this secret realm was astonishing, since Jiang Chuan had not seen the person who brought Meng Tiantian into the cottage. He cautiously continued to observe the situation from the window. She swiftly snatched the space ring from the table and slipped it onto her right index finger, placing the metallic sphere within the confines of the ring. After surveying her surroundings, Meng Tiantian approached a tall cabinet in the room and opened its door. As the cabinet swung open, the room was instantly enveloped in darkness, and the temperature dropped by several degrees. Inside the cabinet was a swirling mass of black flames, an entrance to a secret realm. Jiang Chuan could no longer afford to deliberate, for if Meng Tiantian stepped through that portal, she might never be found again. The portals appearing within the secret realm would transport individuals to random locations on Earth. Only when the entrance to the secret realm on Earth vanished would those who had entered the realm be returned to their original location. In a flash, Jiang Chuan unleashed his utmost speed, shattering the fragile window of the thatched cottage and leaping inside. At the very moment Meng Tiantian placed one foot into the portal, he seized her arm and flung her away from the portal, sending her crashing against the wall several meters away. Though the walls of the thatched cottage were constructed of earth, they were remarkably sturdy. The impact caused a resounding thud as Meng Tiantian collided with the wall. As an ordinary person, she could hardly withstand such force. The instant Jiang Chuan grasped her arm and threw her, it dislocated. The collision with the wall fractured 3 of her ribs, the broken bones piercing into her lung. Even so, Meng Tiantian retained consciousness, though the pain rendered her breathless, leaving her unable to cry out. Tears streamed down her cheeks in large droplets. Jiang Chuan, brandishing the long knife gifted to her by Li Laokui, approached the barely conscious Meng Tiantian. He harbored no compassion. With a single stroke, he severed all 4 fingers of her right hand. He then bent down to retrieve the fallen space ring, wiped away the blood, and slid it onto his own right index finger. Chapter 39. The guide Meng Tiantian's eyes widened, and the tears fell even faster. She gazed at her bare right hand, her mouth agape, but her scream caught in her throat, emerging only as a hoarse gasp. For context, when the lungs are damaged, one cannot inhale properly, making vocalization impossible. Jiang Chuan, knife in hand, addressed Meng Tiantian. Given your current state, living is merely a torment. Allow me to liberate you. Meng Tiantian, her face flushed, managed to force out a complete word. Why? This woman had nearly usurped the opportunity that rightfully belonged to him, yet she questioned him as to why he would kill her. At the moment Jiang Chuan raised a knife, Meng Tiantian understood her fate was sealed. Ignoring the pain in her lungs, she inhaled sharply and with a fierce glare stammered, "Demon will haunt you," before she could finish her words. The world around her began to spin violently. She felt as if she rolled twice on the ground before witnessing her own decapitated body. In the fleeting moments of her consciousness, she heard Jiang Chuan's indifferent voice. "There are plenty of vengeful spirits who wish to haunt me. You are but one of many." Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, Su Man, comfortably reclining on the grass while gazing at the sky, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head, blood trickling from her nostrils. Grasping her head, tears brimmed in her eyes from the agony. What is happening? Why is my head so suddenly painful? 2 minutes later, Su Man, clutching her head, fainted. Just as Jiang Chuan prepared to inspect the contents of the space ring, the ghostly figure that had vanished from the thatched cottage reappeared, with a sweet smile gracing her lips. She regarded him as if she were reuniting with an old friend. The moment she materialized, Jiang Chuan noticed her. He refrained from any movement, fully aware that this person's power far surpassed his own. If she harbored any ill intentions towards him, any resistance would be futile. Moreover, she seemed to bear him no malice. "I know you are not Shan Jing. Who are you?" Truly, the woman who had suddenly appeared in the thatched cottage bore an uncanny resemblance to Shan Jing. Yet her aura and demeanor were entirely different. Judging by her attire, she belonged to a different era entirely. Clad in a flowing blue hanfu, her ethereal beauty mirrored that of a figure stepping out from an ink painting. Her hands were delicate, her skin smooth, her collarbone graceful, her teeth like pearlescent shells, her brows like moths, her smile enchanting, and her eyes captivating. Despite her identical appearance to Shan Jing, she lacked the latter's assertive charm, embodying instead an endless allure of softness and grace. While Shan Jing was merely an ordinary person now, this woman possessed a strength that even Jiang Chuan could not fathom. The woman approached Jiang Chuan and gently patted his head. Her touch, seemingly tender, caused him sharp pain that brought tears to his eyes as he rubbed the spot where she struck him. "Little brother, why do you pry into your sister's thoughts upon first meeting? Such behavior is quite impolite. You need not know my name. Jiang Chuan stared at her in shock. Just moments ago, his mind-reading ability had failed against her, and she seemed to have noticed it. Then, she slowly extended a finger towards his chin. Realizing she intended to harm him, Jiang Chuan, despite knowing the slim odds of escaping from such a formidable opponent, decided to unleash his full speed in a desperate attempt to flee. Yet, as he prepared to take a step, he found himself utterly immobilized before her. The moment he attempted to move, he was firmly suppressed by her overwhelming presence. However, she merely tapped his chin lightly with her fingertip and said, "However, you may call me sister, the guide. Of course, if you wish." As she spoke, her lips inched closer to Jiang Chuan's cheek, leaving him unable to move, save for his voice. Leaning in close, she breathed softly in his ear. "If you prefer, you may also call me sister, teacher. I am the kind of teacher who will tutor you one-on-one every day." Jiang Chuan, suddenly flustered, felt his face heat up for the first time in the presence of such an enchanting woman. Although she looked identical to Shannan Jing, this woman not only possessed beauty, but also exuded an exquisite gentleness. Most importantly, she was undeniably alluring. Noticing Jiang Chuan's flushed demeanor, the woman seemed to lose interest. Stepping aside and releasing her hold on him, casually remarking, "It seems you're rather easy to tease. If you have questions, do ask them quickly." Jiang Chuan lowered his gaze, unable to see his own feet. His face burning with embarrassment, wishing for a hole to hide in, he quickly steadied his mind and, with a serious expression, asked, "You lured Meng Tiantian here, granting her an opportunity, yet did not prevent me from killing her and claiming the treasure. What is your true intention?" The woman, her demeanor now devoid of the previous allure, replied coldly, "This woman will alter the course of the timeline. Thus, she must DIAS for my purpose, is simply to ensure the timeline progresses correctly. Did I not tell you? I am a guide. Why not act yourself? With your strength, it would be effortless for you to eliminate this woman," Jiang Chuan pressed. The woman, now showing signs of impatience, retorted, "I told you. I am merely the guide. I cannot excessively interfere with the development of your affairs. I advise you to refrain from asking too much. Knowing more will bring you no benefit. I guarantee this moment." She fixed her gaze back on Jiang Chuan's face and declared, "I must take my leave." For reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of reluctance welled up in Jiang Chuan at her words. He inquired, "Where are you going?" The woman merely scoffed, refusing to answer, and her figure gradually became transparent until she vanished entirely. Under the shade of a tree by a small lake, a man reclined in a lounge chair. Fishing s. Soon as the man's voice fell, a graceful figure appeared beside her. How is the inspection going? That kid hasn't let you down, has he?" Not at all amusing." The man chuckled, pulling the enchanting figure into his embrace, and said, "Were it me, I would undoubtedly find it equally unamusing. After all, it is you da-da. It is only because you are so beautiful." Chapter 40. A Lao Biao, once the woman, who called herself the guide, departed, Jiang Chuan finally felt the overwhelming pressure around him dissipate entirely. However, the thought that she seemed to harbor no ill intentions towards him lingered. Moreover, such a formidable individual, if she truly wished to end his life, he would have no means to resist, save for resigning himself to fate. With these reflections, Jiang Chuan felt a sense of relief. He understood that in the apocalypse, weakness is a grave mistake. The weak have no right to worry about their destiny. Rather than dwell on matters beyond his control, he should focus on what he could accomplish. The spatial ring was akin to the spatial backpack Jiang Chuan had in his previous life. Yet it was far more precious, reserved for only the most elite of powers. Individuals like Jiang Chuan, a 6th-tier ability user, could only make use of a spatial backpack. With a mere thought, Jiang Chuan grasped the situation within the spatial ring. The ring possessed a vast space, exceeding 100 cubic meters. This revelation left Jiang Chuan astonished. The largest spatial item he had encountered in his previous life was a spatial bracelet, which merely offered 4 to 5 cubic meters of space. His own spatial backpack was a meager 1 cubic meter. Thus, encountering a spatial ring with 100 cubic meters was beyond anything he had ever imagined. Even the spatial ring belonging to Shannan Jing in his previous life only had a modest 10 cubic meters. Jiang Chuan then began to inspect the items within the spatial ring. However, aside from a small black metallic sphere, there was nothing else. With another thought, the metallic sphere appeared in his hand at that moment. A comically enchanting voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Startled by the abruptness of the voice, Jiang Chuan felt a shiver. The strength of the previous guide had left a considerable shadow in his heart. He still felt a sting in his backside from the encounter. Jiang Chuan speculated that this might be yet another existence he could not afford to provoke at that moment, the only being capable of appearing silently beside him. Aside from the guide's companion, was beyond his comprehension. Feeling distressed, Jiang Chuan had never heard of encountering living beings in a secret realm, and to find two in one go was indeed unfortunate. In such a small thatched hut, encountering so many formidable figures felt like an ill-fated stroke of luck. Aware of his own limitations, Jiang Chuan understood he had no chance to escape before such power. Thus, after steadying his thoughts, he addressed the source of the voice. "Greetings, esteemed one, I inadvertently passed through here today. I hope you will not hold it against me to admit no offense and will take my leave. The best strategy is to retreat," he thought to himself as he prepared to take a step. Yet, the enchanting voice returned, this time adopting a more composed tone. "My name is not esteemed one. I am a Lao Biao. You may call me a Lao Biao from now on." Jiang Chuan's expression darkened. "That my father is the only child in the family. How could I have cousins? And now there isn't a Lao Biao. Whoever named you truly has a flair for the absurd," he thought this, but refrained from voicing it aloud. Esteemed one, please reveal yourself so that I may behold your true form." "What do you mean by that? Why do you insist on me revealing myself? Can you not simply speak normally?" Jiang Chuan awkwardly chuckled. "I've seen in dramas that juniors address great beings in such a manner." Enough, enough. I've told you. I am neither an esteemed one nor a great being. I am a Lao Biao, and you will be my master from now on. You may call me a Lao Biao. Furthermore, I am not a human. How could I reveal myself to speak with you?" Jiang Chuan, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean you are not human? Why am I to be your master? Look down. If you lower your gaze, you will see me." Jiang Chuan quickly realized, "Are you implying that you are the metallic sphere in my palm?" "Yes, but also know that I am merely a consciousness that as long as I am within an electronic medium capable of storing consciousness. I can exist. For instance, I could exist within the electronic watch on your wrist. Moreover, I do not speak. I merely interfere with your brain waves, causing you to perceive sound. Therefore, to communicate with me, you need only touch the metallic sphere and think in your mind. Speaking is unnecessary." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan pondered. "A Lao Biao, why do you appear here? Are you perhaps the greatest fortune within this secret realm?" As Jiang Chuan's thoughts concluded, a Lao Biao's voice echoed in his mind. "Of course. I'm the most precious fortune in this secret realm. If you possess me, you should rejoice in secret," Jiang Chuan replied. But seems you could do nothing other than chat with me?" A Lao Biao responded, "Although, for now, that is indeed the case. However, once I merge with your electronic watch, I will become the finest strategist on your journey, guiding you along the most prudent course of action based on my analysis of the data within your watch. Before I recognized you as my master, I evaluated your aspirations. According to my calculations, without my assistance, the probability of you establishing a base of over 100,000 people is 89.65. The likelihood of successfully defending the base for 100 years against mutated creatures is 11.01. The chance of maintaining order among more than 80% of the base's inhabitants is 3.53. And the probability of ending the apocalypse is 0. Alas, my master, I do not wish to discourage you, but these figures clearly indicate that your intellect is indeed worrisome." Jiang Chuan coughed. "Is that how you speak to someone? Then tell me, according to your calculations, if I follow your advice, how much would those figures improve? And is it truly possible to end the apocalypse? Of course it is possible. However, given your current level of trust in me, while the first figure could reach 100, the second and third could surpass 75. The probability of ending the apocalypse would only be 16.11. Jiang Chuan mused. "If you merge with my electronic watch, when I have no privacy left, certainly not as long as you think shield my consciousness, I will cease to read your thoughts. If you wish to summon me, simply call my name, a Lao Biao, and I will establish contact." Jiang Chuan questioned, Are you sure you aren't deceiving me? Absolutely not. My designer programmed me to never deceive my master under any circumstances. Jiang Chuan inquired, what must I do for you to merge with my electronic watch? You need only consent in your mind that my designer forbids me from acting against my master's wishes. Yet I feel as if you do not regard me as your master at all. Why do you recognize me as such? Though I am merely a consciousness, I possess a form of personality, you know? I will not converse with you like a servant. In terms of dignity, we are equals. According to my designer's specifications, the first individual I encounter who seeks to establish order in the apocalypse is my master. As for the identity of my designer, I am unaware. Furthermore, if I did not regard you as my master, I would not solicit your opinion. Regardless of your agreement, I could still infiltrate the system of your wristwatch. Its intelligence level is but that of a newborn infant to me. It could not possibly hinder my invasion. For reasons unknown, Jiang Chuan felt an inexplicable sense of trust towards this consciousness named a Lao Biao that it felt as though an old comrade who had fought through many arduous battles alongside him. Jiang Chuan said, that does seem somewhat reasonable. Very well. If what you say is true, I consent to your merging. Chapter 41. The timeline almost simultaneously as Jiang Chuan agreed to the merging of a Lao Biao with his multifunctional wristwatch. He suddenly felt as though something new had entered his mind. However, he could not quite articulate what it was. Jiang Chuan sensed that at that very moment, his thoughts regarding all matters had become much clearer. A Lao Biao spoke within Jiang Chuan's mind. The merging has been completed. You may now set the metallic sphere down. Jiang Chuan exclaimed, so fast. Of course, I'm the highest level intelligent entity your electronic watch. I am akin to a deity. If the merging took more than a second, I would find it embarrassing. Jiang Chuan remarked, you certainly have much to say. No wonder your name is a Lao Biao. Just then, when Jiang Chuan's peripheral vision caught sight of Meng Tiantian's corpse, a Lao Biao's voice suddenly became frantic. What the hell? How did this woman die? No, according to my precise calculations of the timeline. She should still be alive? Jiang Chuan retorted. Weren't you here all along? Did you not see that I killed her? She desires to seize the opportunity hidden within the secret realm, namely you, while allowing such a nefarious individual to remain close by, which will inevitably lead to calamity. Thus, I took her life. Jiang Chuan, why must this woman be spared? Had I not intervened, she would have perished long ago. Moreover, she is merely an ordinary person. Her death should have little consequence. Shouldn't it? Allow. According to my calculations, had you not rescued her, she would indeed have died, and you would also meet your demise in 10 years. However, if you save her, 17 years hence, the base you establish will launch a combined offensive with hers against the mutated creatures, thereby bringing an end to the apocalypse. Yet now, with her demise, the likelihood of ending the apocalypse approaches 0%. Furthermore, she is no ordinary individual. She is the sole dark-type Esper on this planet. Jiang Chuan, your intelligence is flawed. I too am a dark-type Esper, and my affinity for dark elements is can't you peer into my consciousness. You are unaware of this? Allow. I can only delve into your thoughts once I recognize you as my master. And I have merely glimpsed your aspirations. I have seen nothing else. Jiang Chuan, what precisely do you mean by what you just said? Allow. Everything has become chaotic. You have unexpectedly become a dark-type Esper. Clearly, someone has disrupted the timeline. Moreover, this world now harbors other uncertainties that will skew my analytical results. Fortunately, your transformation into a dark-type Esper, while it decreases the probability of ending the apocalypse, still leaves it at 2.63. Jiang Chuan, the uncertainty you speak of can't possibly refer to Su Man. Can it? She possesses the ability to foresee the future. It was a revelation that Meng Tiantian would take away the opportunity that drove me to eliminate Meng Tiantian. Allow. The ability to foresee. This is the first time I have encountered such a power. Such a formidable ability must carry severe repercussions. Now, due to her capability, the timeline has been altered. She is certainly destined for trouble. Jiang Chuan. What kind of trouble? Will she be in danger? Allow. I cannot say. I have never witnessed such an ability before. I am not a deity. How could I possibly know what will befall her? While she is unlikely to lose her life, the backlash will undoubtedly inflict great suffering upon her. What exactly will transpire? I cannot ascertain it aloud. It has been ages since I conversed with someone for this long. It has been quite enjoyable. You need not worry excessively. The duration of this secret realm is nearing its end, and upon exiting, you will be able to see her that I distinctly sensed an elevation in your adrenaline levels. By the way, why are you so anxious about her? Before Lao could finish speaking, Jiang Chuan silently invoked a shield to block the sensing. Suddenly, the world grew tranquil. Jiang Chuan realized that worrying about Su Man's safety was futile, for he could not possibly locate her within this boundless secret realm. Thus, he compelled himself to refrain from overthinking, with over 20 minutes remaining until the entrance to the secret realm would close. Jiang Chuan was determined not to squander the time that he had consumed the previous crystal core over an hour ago, and now its energy had nearly been absorbed. Therefore, he retrieved another crystal core and swallowed it before sprinting outside. While exploring the secret realm was of utmost importance, enhancing his combat prowess was equally vital. This marked the 8th crystal core he had consumed since ascending to the first tier, provided he was not in a battle state. Espers and evolved beings could normally absorb the energy of crystal cores. Eager to explore more of the secret realm, Jiang Chuan dashed out of the thatched cottage at full speed. Unfortunately, despite his fervent efforts, he encountered nothing along the way as the entrance to the secret realm vanished. All present felt a disorienting spin, their vision fading into obscurity, soon followed by utter darkness, having experienced entering the secret realm previously. The crowd was less apprehensive this time, despite some initial discomfort. In mere moments, they felt a sharp sting in their eyes, and upon reopening them, they found themselves under the blue skies and white clouds of earth. At the exit of the secret realm, there was nothing but a 2-meter-deep circular pit. Of the 6 who entered the secret realm, all but Meng Tiantian appeared at the exit. Those without vital signs within the secret realm would not be transported out. As Jiang Chuan opened his eyes, he immediately spotted the unconscious Su Man. He hurried to her side. Lifting her up, Man. Su Man seemed to hear his call, slightly furrowing her brow, her expression pained as if enduring immense torment. Seeing this, Jiang Chuan felt a surge of urgency. He was at a loss for what to do. In his mind, he called out aloud, respond aloud. Hey, Master, you have finally remembered me. Rest assured, I have already analyzed the situation. This young lady will not perish. She has merely altered the timeline, causing her brain some distress, which is the source of her pain. For those endowed with prophetic abilities, if their actions significantly shift the course of the timeline, their foresight will inevitably undergo drastic changes, substantial enough to alter their brain structure and shorten their lifespan. This is what you refer to as backlash. Given her current constitution, this pain will last at least 8 hours and 3 minutes. If fortune does not favor her, it may extend to a full 8 hours and 4 minutes. Jiang Chuan, stop with the unnecessary chatter. I wish to know how to alleviate her current condition. Allow. Do you want to completely relieve her suffering or merely mitigate it? Jiang Chuan. If it can be alleviated, then do so. Allow. To completely relieve her, it is quite simple. Just kill her. Individuals capable of interfering with the timeline are detrimental to my ability to control and analyze events. Jiang Chuan. Can I command you to end your own life? Allow. Of course. That is possible. Master, do not rush. Alleviating her pain is also quite simple. She merely needs to take some analgesics. That a combination of central analgesics and narcotic analgesics will yield better results. This is currently the only method available. Jiang Chuan. Shield the sensing. I am truly exasperated. Asking is tantamount to futility. Chapter 42. Extortion. Upon seeing Jiang Chuan cradling the unconscious Su Man, Li's father and son, along with Shan and Jing, swiftly approached his side. Li Lao Koei, bare-chested and shouldering a hefty backpack, cradled a makeshift bag crafted from his shirt, and inquired with great concern, "What has befallen this young lady? How could she have fainted? What exactly transpired?" To prevent more individuals from discovering Su Man's prophetic abilities, Jiang Chuan replied to them, while Shan and Jing nodded in agreement. Yes, and there is plenty. Officer Jiang, Tian is missing. He lifted Su Man and made his way toward the fast food restaurant where supplies had been previously stored. Speaking as he walked, the secret realm only transports the living. Since she has not been brought out, it signifies she has succumbed. After uttering this statement, Jiang Chuan quickened his pace toward the fast food establishment. The father and son sighed, unsure how to console Shan'an Jing, and simply approached her to say, "Young lady, we too must depart. This is not Xiao Zhang's fault." His wife nearly met her end as well. Once Li Lao Kuei finished speaking, the two men hurried after Jiang Chuan. Although Shan'an Jing and Meng Tiantian were not particularly close friends, Meng Tiantian was indeed the only familiar face she had at that moment. The sorrow in her heart outweighed her grief. She cast one last glance at the vast pit marking the entrance to the secret realm, confirming that no one else would be transported out. She bit her lip and ran in the direction the four had departed. In a world overrun by zombies, there was little time for sentimentality. Inside the restaurant, three burly men were seated around a table, indulging heartily. Beside their feet lay long knives crafted by Li Lao Kuei. The two corpses of zombies had been removed from the table, their whereabouts unknown. The supplies Jiang Chuan had previously stacked in the restaurant storage room showed clear signs of having been rummaged through. The four guns Jiang Chuan had acquired from Guangfan community had not been discovered, as they had been cleverly concealed beneath a pile of children's balls in the restaurant's play area on the first floor. Casting a glance at the three men, he said nothing and proceeded to rummage through the bag containing the medical supplies in the storage room. The three burly men, clearly displeased by Jiang Chuan's disregard, halted there eating. One of them stood up, accidentally kicking the long knife at his feet. Producing a metallic clang, he addressed Jiang Chuan. "Officer, these items were discovered by us first. It seems rather inappropriate for you to meddle with our belongings upon your arrival." Jiang Chuan had no time to engage in idle chatter with strangers. He quickly unearthed tramadol and codeine from the pile of medicines, preparing to administer them to Su Man, seeing that Jiang Chuan ignored him entirely. The man's irritation flared, and he grew furious at Jiang Chuan's audacity to use the items he had found, just as he was about to confront Jiang Chuan with a long knife in hand. The door of the fast food restaurant swung open once more, admitting the Li father and son, along with Shan'an Jing, who wore expressions of bewilderment. Lao Kuei exclaimed, "What is happening here? Who are you people? What are you doing here?" The burly man, seeing the newcomers, recognized that they were likely the rightful owners of the items in the fast food restaurant, and inferred that the items they carried were undoubtedly valuable supplies. He suddenly shifted his tone, becoming markedly more amiable, and addressed the group, asking, "Are all these items yours?" "Indeed, every single one has been painstakingly carried here by us," they replied. "Are you friends of Officer Jiang?" A burly man shook his head and stated, "Given that Jiang Chuan is a special police officer, the three of us are reluctant to truly engage in conflict with you. Yet, we cannot bear to watch these scant resources be taken by Jiang Chuan and his companions." It was clear to any discerning observer that they intended to extort Jiang Chuan and his group. That moment, Jiang Chuan had just finished administering medicine to Su Man. He rose, cradled Su Man and a Princess Carrie as he exited the storage room, and politely informed the three hulking men, "If you have finished eating, you may take your leave. This meal serves as your compensation. If you leave now, I shall refrain from holding anything against you." The three burly men scrutinized Jiang Chuan thoroughly, ensuring he bore no firearms. Satisfied, they all brandished knives and closed in on Jiang Chuan. The one who had spoken first remarked, "Officer, the world is teeming with zombies, and we are risking our lives to guard these supplies for you. Is it not somewhat excessive to think we could be dismissed with just a meal?" Jiang Chuan, eager to find a safe place for Su Man to rest, coldly replied, "I am granting you 30 seconds to consider your options. Within 30 seconds, you may leave. After that, I assure you, you will only be able to crawl out, or perhaps never leave at all." As the leader of the group heard Jiang Chuan's words, he recalled the possibility that Jiang Chuan might be concealing a firearm, which made him visibly uneasy, though he still feigned composure, asking, "What? Do you possess a gun? If you do, then we shall simply accept our misfortune." Jiang Chuan found this amusing. The man harbored ulterior motives, yet lacked the resolve to face potential retaliation, clearly a cowardly bully. Disdainfully, he replied, "Although I do not carry a gun, I find my bare hands sufficient to deal with the likes of you." Upon hearing this, the three men lowered their guard entirely. They were fitness trainers from a nearby gym, their physiques impressively robust, with the leader's waist being more than double that of Jiang Chuan's. Realizing Jiang Chuan was unarmed, they could not fathom how he could possibly contend with them. Chapter 43. Thank you, deity, for the sweatshirt. The reason the three men had previously regarded Jiang Chuan with trepidation was their fear of him being an armed police officer. Now, having learned he bore no weapon, their demeanor shifted dramatically to one of audacity. They could not help but laugh at Jiang Chuan, who appeared almost childlike compared to them. They believed that regardless of any extraordinary martial skills Jiang Chuan might possess, it was impossible for him to confront three individuals who were twice his size. The leader of the trio laughed boisterously, knowing Jiang Chuan awaited this moment. After all, in the presence of Li Laokui and his son, as well as Shan'an Jing, Jiang Chuan could not afford to kill indiscriminately, and sound mind would willingly follow a remorseless killer. Jiang Chuan had initially contemplated eliminating the three men, yet upon reflection, he considered that if Su Man had not fainted, he would likely still be assessing the items brought from the secret realm. Thus, if these three were to die now, it would be indirectly due to Su Man's prophetic abilities. To err on the side of caution, Jiang Chuan called upon a Lao Biao. A Lao Biao, if I were to kill these three men, would it affect Su Man? A Lao replied, as expected, you only think of me in times of need. Rest assured, your little sweetheart will remain unaffected. Only the deaths of those she foresees, which do not align with the timeline, will impact her. Their demise will have some effect, but it will not be significant. However, I must caution you that keeping them alive would benefit you in establishing a base. Jiang Chuan promptly dismissed the advisory. Though he acknowledged Lao Biao's words, he resolved to spare the three's lives for the time being. Nonetheless, Jiang Chuan was acutely aware that some individuals could not be left unpunished if one did not impose consequences. They would forever perceive you as weak and easily bullied. Jiang Chuan ceased any further dialogue with them. With both hands occupied cradling Su Man, he decided to unleash a surge of lightning ability to ensure Su Man would not be disturbed during her rest. Although utilizing his powers against mere distractions seemed wasteful, Jiang Chuan deemed it worthwhile if it meant protecting Su Man from interruption. He positioned his right hand, which rested against Su Man's leg, directing his middle and index fingers towards the speaker among the M, E, N, I. In an instant, a visible arc of electricity shot forth from Jiang Chuan's fingers, striking the man in the chest. The man's boisterous laughter was abruptly silenced, and as the electric flash faded, he toppled backward, his hair standing on end, transforming from a slick-back style to an explosion of disarray, while his lower body was rendered utterly disgraceful. Smoke emanated from his nostrils and slightly parted mouth. Yet the convulsions of his limbs indicated he still clung to life. Jiang Chuan's cold voice rang out once more. This criminal sought to covet national resources and obstruct personnel from the National Intelligence Bureau in the execution of their duties. Despite multiple warnings, he has now been subdued. His words were clearly directed towards Shan'an Jing and the Li father-son duo. Had they not been present, this fool would never have had the audacity to speak with Jiang Chuan. The moment he inquired about Jiang Chuan's actions regarding their possessions, he would likely have already been lying on the ground. One of the men, tears streaming down his face, pleaded, "Leader, we truly had no idea you were of high standing within the nation. Otherwise, even 100 of us would not dare contemplate such thoughts. Please, let us go as if we were mere farts." Another man repeatedly apologized. "Leader, I am not worthy. I deserve to die, that I should not have harbored ill intentions towards you. I was momentarily bewitched. I only wish to scrape by. Please grant me another chance." Jiang Chuan chose to ignore them, instead approaching the Li family and Shan'an Jing, stating, "Now hand over the items you found in the secret realm. I will keep my promise. You shall not be shortchanged. You, remove your clothing." Li Laokui took the garment, his face alight with barely contained excitement. He pulled his son Li Yongyan close, and the two knelt before Jiang Chuan, with Li Laokui holding the clothing aloft, proclaiming loudly, "Thank you, deity, for this sweatshirt. I shall pass it down through generations. The great kindness of the deity saving my son shall never be forgotten." Li Yongyan poked his father, whispering, "Dad," he meant to say never forgotten. Li Laokui shot his son an irritated glare. "Oh, so you think you're so cultured, do you? Just wait until I give you a good whack." After their exchange, Li Laokui continued addressing Jiang Chuan. "Oh, great deity, please accept our homage. It appeared that Li Laokuei had mistaken Jiang Chuan for a deity, believing only a divine being could wield such tremendous power. Jiang Chuan, both amused and exasperated, hastily interrupted Li Laokuei's exuberance, saying, "I am no deity. I am merely an ordinary person. What I used earlier was a special ability. As the apocalypse progresses, there will be increasingly more individuals with powers. Uncle Li, please rise." Jiang Chuan instructed the three men to gather the supplies they had collected in the secret realm. To avoid disturbing Su Man, he bent down, placing his hand, adorned with a spatial ring, atop the backpacks. In an instant, those hefty bags vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. The Li father and son exchanged incredulous glances, seemingly conveying, "What on earth? You look like this, and yet you claim you are not a deity." Jiang Chuan refrained from further explanations, knowing that the more one attempts to clarify, the more others perceive it as concealment. He asked Li Laokuei to retrieve his concealed firearms from the ball pit and place them into a spatial ring along with the food from the dining area. This way, their journey would become significantly easier. Jiang Chuan was unbothered by others discovering his identity as an ability user or the existence of a spatial ring. For within 2 months of the apocalypse's onset, many would learn the secrets of crystal cores, rendering disguise unnecessary. Chapter 44. You're quite clever, aren't you? As Jiang Chuan's gaze shifted back to the two burly men still kneeling on the ground, he inquired, "Is there anywhere nearby where we can rest?" The bare-chested man, showing a bit of insight, recognized from Jiang Chuan's tone that he was not currently inclined to make things difficult for them. Though Jiang Chuan, the lives of these ordinary men were of little consequence. As long as they ceased to be a nuisance, it mattered not to him whether they lived or died. In the eyes of ability users, ordinary people were little more than ants. The man glanced at Su Man in Jiang Chuan's arms, then at Shan'an Jing, and quickly answered, "Leader, just ahead at the intersection, there's a very decent hotel. We have already dealt with all the zombies there, and we have established a temporary shelter. The beds there are both large and comfortable. Allow me to guide you." Having just been deceived by those two men who crawled through the sewers, Shan'an Jing remained skeptical of the man's words. She cautioned Jiang Chuan, "Officer Jiang, I sense there is something amiss with the hotel he mentioned. He surely harbors ill intentions. Let us seek accommodations ourselves." After she spoke, Jiang Chuan glanced into the eyes of the burly man, dismissing Shan'an Jing's suggestion. "You are overthinking it. This man is quite astute. If he wished to live, he would not contemplate deceiving me." The primary reason Jiang Chuan chose to follow the man's direction to the hotel was that he had discerned through his ability to read minds that the burly man had no malicious intent. Hearing the conversation between Jiang Chuan and Shan'an Jing, the man quickly concurred, Yes, the leader is right. Even with my courage, I would never gamble with my own life." He dared not meet Jiang Chuan's gaze, instead fixating fearfully on the ground. "Leader, if you have any further instructions, please do not hesitate to speak." Jiang Chuan's tone was frigid. "I am a man of my word. I just stated that after 30 seconds. You will only be able to crawl out." The man understood the implication behind Jiang Chuan's words and began to crawl on the ground. A humiliating act, yet preferable to being electrocuted to the point of losing control of his bodily functions. Jiang Chuan scoffed, "You are quite clever." Upon hearing this, beads of cold sweat dripped from the man's forehead to the tip of his nose. After a moment, Jiang Chuan spoke again. "Your cleverness has saved your life this time. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. Now, lead the way." The man hesitated slightly before addressing Jiang Chuan. "Leader, could you allow Alu to stay behind and look after Brother Feng if zombies arrive? Brother Feng will be finished. Although he is at fault, he does not deserve death." Jiang Chuan cast a disdainful glance at the man lying in excrement and urine on the ground, then nodded at the burly man who had spoken. Upon reaching the restaurant's entrance, Jiang Chuan instructed him to stand and lead the way. Naturally, the burly man did not dare delay, hastily leading Jiang Chuan and the others forward. This man's agility was commendable. He understood that a zombie's weakness lies in the brain, and he dispatched the 7 or 8 zombies they encountered along the way with the steel pipe he carried. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a themed hotel. Jiang Chuan was indifferent to the type of hotel they would be staying in, as long as there was a bed for Su Man to rest comfortably. The hotel was currently closed, prompting the burly man to shout towards the second floor, "Hey, Are the people inside dead? Can't you see the leader has come to inspect? Hurry up and open the door. After his call, a young man with dyed blonde hair and dark circles under his eyes poked his head out from the second floor. Whoa. Shanggu, when did you get out? Why are you shirtless? Wait a moment, I'll be right down. Upon noticing Jiang Chuan in his SWAT uniform, the young man's demeanor stiffened, and his gaze towards Jiang Chuan was filled with disdain. However, Jiang Chuan was unperturbed. As long as others did not actively seek their own demise, he would not be swayed to violence by a mere glance. The blond youth handed a shirt to the burly man. Looking questioningly at Shanggu, are these two allowed in as well? The two he referred to were, of course, Jiang Chuan and Su Man in their tactical uniforms. Shanggu, upon hearing the question, broke into a cold sweat. Pointing angrily at the youth's head, can you not exercise a bit of common sense? These two are leaders. How could they not come in? After being reprimanded, the young man's disdain for Jiang Chuan and his companion did not wane. He merely responded with a dismissive "Oh" to Shanggu and stepped aside. Fearing Jiang Chuan's wrath, Shanggu hurriedly added, "Leader, please forgive my subordinate's ignorance. Do not take offense." Jiang Chuan acknowledged with a nonchalant indicating it was of no consequence. Lead the way. Find a room with good soundproofing. Shanggu immediately displayed a mischievous grin. I understand. He was aware that the burly man known as Shanggu had surely misunderstood something. Yet he refrained from offering further explanations. The man referred to as Shanggu then inquired of the blond youth, "Has the room for Brother Feng been cleaned yet?" "It was cleaned ages ago. As soon as you left, Aunt Chan went to tidy up. She is quite diligent." The hotel had 4 floors, and Shanggu and Brother Feng's room was on the 4th, since there was no elevator. They all followed Shanggu up the stairs from the 1st to the 4th floor. However, upon reaching the 2nd floor, Jiang Chuan observed that it resembled more of a refugee camp than a sanctuary. There were 10 guest rooms on the 2nd floor, and after a brief survey, Jiang Chuan estimated there were at least 50 people present. Among them, the elderly, children, and women who possessed no combat capability constituted nearly half. Only a scant 20 or so individuals were capable of venturing out to slay zombies and scavenge for food. Most adults sat on the ground, leaning against the walls, engaging in idle chatter. About 7 or 8 children were quietly playing a card game in the room across the hall, with some children playing while others observed in silence. Among the few dozen young men, half bore dark circles under their eyes, much like the previously encountered blond youth. The window with the best view on the 2nd floor was devoid of posters, instead covered with curtains. 2 middle-aged men, each holding steel pipes, smoked as they peered through the curtain's gap to observe the street below. Upon Jiang Chuan carrying Su Man up to the 2nd floor, he was met with a chorus of derisive and contemptuous glances from the crowd. An elderly woman in her 60s approached Jiang Chuan, gripping his collar tightly with a furious expression. "Are you trying to drive us all to our deaths? You've taken all our food last time. We have nothing left. What more do you want here? If you dare take our belongings again, I swear I will bite a piece of flesh from you." The surrounding crowd displayed gleeful expressions, showing no inclination to intervene. Despite Jiang Chuan's known ruthlessness, he would never lash out at an elderly woman. Yet his mood was exceedingly foul at that moment. He forcefully pulled the woman's hand from his collar, coldly gazing at the crowd as he addressed her. "You have mistaken me for someone else." Jiang Chuan promised that if the elderly woman dared to touch him again, he would ensure she could never grasp another collar again. Seeing the situation escalate, the burly man quickly intervened. "Aunt Chun, do not be angry. This gentleman is a high-ranking official sent by the government. You have truly mistaken him." With Shanji's intervention, the elderly woman ceased her confrontation. Jiang Chuan snorted softly and said to Shanggu, "Let this be the last time." The burly man, upon hearing this, swiftly darted up to the 3rd floor, his voice echoing, "A high-ranking official has come to inspect. He will be up shortly. His uniform is rather sensitive, so please do not panic." Once Jiang Chuan ascended to the 3rd floor, he found the conditions even worse than on the 2nd. Aside from 2 middle-aged men stationed on guard, the floor was predominantly occupied by women, children, and the elderly. There was even a pregnant woman with a noticeable belly and 2 infants in swaddling clothes. Chapter 45. A chance encounter with a little girl. These individuals, regardless of age or gender, regarded Jiang Chuan with unmistakable hostility. Jiang Chuan felt no discomfort. Instead, It was Li Jia and his son, along with Shan Nanjing, who appeared quite uneasy. Lao Kuei leaned closer to Jiang Chuan, whispering, Xian Sheng Jiang, why does everyone here look at us as if we owe them money? Uncle Li, I have told you before, I am just an ordinary person. You can call me Xiao Jiang. Once Man awakens, if she feels fine, we will leave here tomorrow. Rest assured, as long as I am present, nothing will go awry. Just as Jiang Chuan prepared to step onto the stairs leading to the 4th floor. A sweet voice from a young girl reached his ears. Daddy. The little girl, dressed in a pink dress, had a round face with features so sweet and adorable they could melt one's heart. Particularly striking were her eyes, resembling a shimmering lake beneath the moonlight, eternally clear and bright. They were reminiscent of the eyes Jiang Chuan had once encountered. Memories surged like a tide in Jiang Chuan's mind. In the 5th year of the apocalypse, Jiang Chuan had seen a little girl around 8 or 9 years old, rummaging through a pile of garbage at a survivor's base. The girl was an orphan, surviving by scavenging. Her clothes were tattered, and she appeared emaciated from hunger. Yet, when she unearthed a piece of bread long past its prime from the refuse, she generously offered it to Jiang Chuan, asking, why do you keep staring at me? Hee, you must be starving too, right? I've had such good luck lately, finding delicious food. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with a clarity that was utterly enchanting. Jiang Chuan gazed into the girl's eyes. His heart stirred with compassion. He offered the little girl some food and currency in the form of crystals. The girl discerned that Jiang Chuan was not a vagabond, and immediately expressed her desire to accompany him, declaring, I can't do anything. As long as you provide me with a meal each day, I will comply with your every request. I can be your lover or your servant. I can wash clothes, cook, clean, and even warm your bed. Please, take me in. However, Jiang Chuan did not take the little girl in, and a week later, she became a lifeless body, lying in a corner of the city, awaiting the collectors from the flesh market. Her body was marred with scars, her inner thighs bruised and darkened, her clothes and face speckled with white stains. Perhaps if he had taken her in, she would not have perished, at least not in such a tragic manner. From that moment on, the little girl became an unresolved sorrow in Jiang Chuan's heart. Now, in this rebirth, he found himself once again in the presence of this girl whose eyes sparkled like the clearest lake. But why did she refer to him as her father? Tong Tong, did I not tell you not to wander around? Why do you not listen? Suddenly, Shan Ge, who had been following Jiang Chuan, stepped forward, his tone tinged with reproach. Upon hearing her father's words, the little girl lowered her head in dismay. But when Tong Tong woke up, Daddy was gone. There was no one upstairs, and Tong Tong felt frightened. So I came downstairs. Take her with you, Jiang Chuan said, and continued to carry Su Man up to the 4th floor. The burly man squatted down and lifted the little girl, saying as they ascended, Tong Tong, Daddy is taking you upstairs to play, but you mustn't speak, all right? The little girl covered her mouth with her chubby hands and nodded earnestly in agreement. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Jiang Chuan noticed that the number of rooms was significantly fewer compared to the 2nd and 3rd floors. Only 5 rooms. Each of these rooms featured large beds, and the space within was considerably more expansive than that of typical rooms. 2 of the rooms had their doors ajar, their interiors meticulously arranged, the floors gleaming as if they had been recently cleaned. Clearly, they had been tidied up. Under the guidance of the burly man, the Li father and son occupied one of the rooms. Jiang Chuan instructed the man holding the little girl, wait for me here. Before stepping into another room, with Su Man meanwhile, Shan Nanjing, who had been lingering in the corridor on the 4th floor, was beckoned into Jiang Chuan's room, under the pretense of taking care of Su Man. Upon entering, she was instantly overwhelmed, her face flushing crimson as if her brain had been flooded with blood. The room Jiang Chuan shared with Su Man was predominantly pink, adorned with alluring posters, and scattered with props from adult films. Handcuffs, whips, massage chairs, ball pits, swings. Beside the large circular pink bed were 2 coat racks, laden with an array of provocative lingerie. Upon stepping into the room, Shan Nanjing stood dumbfounded, nearly mortified enough to tear her shoes apart with her toes. Once inside, Jiang Chuan mentally summoned the Lao watch. Lao, are you aware of the uses of those items I previously stored in the ring from the secret realm? Lao replied, you, my friend, may not possess the best character, but your luck is quite remarkable. Those 8 fruits resembling apples are called Taichu fruits. Consuming them allows one to comprehend multiple elemental abilities simultaneously, but only for elements to which one is attuned. Unfortunately, they taste dreadful, akin to feces. The 476 golden fruits that resemble cherries taste quite pleasant, but alas, they are of no use to you. They are called liang, and while ordinary people can consume them to absorb crystal energy and become evolved beings, it won't work for ability users. The 90 elemental stones are decent, but of inferior quality. Usable only once. Applying them to your skin will continuously replenish your elemental energy. Jiang Chuan remarked, "In case of an emergency, you may establish contact with me." Allah responded, "What qualifies as an emergency?" Jiang Chuan clarified, "Matters concerning the life and death of myself, or those frequently in my company." That he then activated the shielding response. At this moment, 3 minutes had elapsed and Shan Nanjing entered the room. Jiang Chuan stood by the round bed, calmly observing Su Man, and asked Shan Nanjing, "Have you finished your tour?" Upon hearing his words, Shan Nanjing abruptly lowered her head, desperately scraping her shoe soles with her toes. Jiang Chuan turned to her, his expression earnest. "Can you shoot?" Shan Nanjing gasped, testing the waters with her response. "Shoot what?" "Why, a pistol, of course." As she pondered the implications of his statement, Jiang Chuan's sudden declaration left her unable to avoid overthinking, leading her to hastily shake her head. No, I can't shoot a pistol, and I don't want to learn to shoot one in the future." Jiang Chuan's tone became resolute. "How can you ensure your safety without knowing how to shoot? I'll teach you now. I guarantee you'll learn immediately. Remember, you must always disengage the safety before firing." As he spoke, a sleek black handgun materialized in his hand. He offered it to Shan Nanjing, saying, "Here, take this, I'll show you how to disengage the safety." Shan Nanjing took the gun, her face aflame with embarrassment, her discomfort evident. "Why, you mean this pistol? What else would it be?" 5 minutes later, under Jiang Chuan's guidance, Shan Nanjing learned how to properly handle a pistol. Jiang Chuan placed 2 portions of water and food on the bedside table, instructing her, "Take good care of Su Man. I will step out for a while." Chapter 46. The high mountain Jiang Chuan exited the room and ventured into the corridor, where he observed a man making comical faces to amuse the little girl. That he approached the man, patting him on the back, and inquired leisurely, "Was that room I'm currently staying in yours before?" The man shook his head vehemently. No. How could that be? That certainly isn't my room. I have to take care of my daughter. How could I stay in such a place? My room is the one occupied by that older brother and his son." Upon opening the door to Li Lao Kuei's room, Jiang Chuan was greeted by a suite decorated in a Hello Kitty theme. While the bed remained round, everything else was entirely appropriate. After teaching the father and son how to shoot, Jiang Chuan left them with water and food before exiting the room. Once again, he approached the man, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and offering one to him. The man, taken aback, accepted the cigarette, repeatedly nodding in gratitude. However, when Jiang Chuan proffered him a lighter, the man shook his head, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but my daughter is here, so I won't light up." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan glanced at the little girl in the man's arms, her expression filled with melancholy, and he extinguished his lit cigarette. In an unprecedented gesture, he smiled at the man, saying, "You are a good father." The little girl in the man's embrace beamed at Jiang Chuan, nodding vigorously as if she were a little leader. It seemed she was reminding Jiang Chuan that he had yet to compliment her. Jiang Chuan chuckled, gently patting the girl's cheek. "You are quite an adorable little girl." As he spoke, he conjured a bag of chips, cookies, and a carton of children's calcium milk, presenting them to the little girl. Overjoyed, she quickly accepted the snacks and looked toward her father, gesturing to her mouth. The man smiled at his daughter, saying, "Tong Tong can speak now. What should you say to this kind older brother for the treats?" "Thank you, uncle." The man, emboldened by Jiang Chuan's sudden friendliness, curiously asked, "Leader, did you want me to wait for you to arrange some work? It can't just be to amuse my Tong Tong, can it?" Jiang Chuan maintained his amiable demeanor in front of the little girl, smiling as he replied to the man, "The daughter reminds me of someone, which is why I wish to observe her more closely." The man nodded in acknowledgement, though he couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Chuan, at his age, did not seem like someone who would have a daughter. Perhaps Tong Tong bore a striking resemblance to his sister, he mused. Noticing the little girl clutching her snacks without opening them, Jiang Chuan inquired, "Tong Tong, can't you open it?" Would you like your older brother to help? No, I can open it. I just want to go downstairs to eat with Kiki and Momo later. Jiang Chuan fondly ruffled the little girl's hair and conjured another full bag of snacks. Handing it to her, Tong Tong, go play with your friends. Your older brother needs to discuss some matters with your father. Okay. Once the little girl departed, the man's anxiety returned. Sensing his tension, Jiang Chuan offered the lighter again. And this time the man accepted it, lighting his cigarette alongside Jiang Chuan as they both took a puff. Jiang Chuan exhaled a plume of smoke, gesturing towards the staircase leading to the 5th floor. He inquired of the man, "What lies above?" "The rooftop," the man replied. "Come, let us ascend and converse." Upon reaching the rooftop, the man did not hear the queries he had anticipated. Instead, Jiang Chuan's words flowed as if they were two old friends engaged in casual banter. Through their conversation, Jiang Chuan learned that the man's name was Gao Shan, a fitness instructor from a gym near Century Square. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, his colleagues, Zhang Feng and Alu, managed to contact their families. Zhang Feng's residence was not far from the square, but within, only his nearly 50-year-old mother remained, hiding in the kitchen, having survived by mere chance. Alu was fortunate. His wife and their 1-month-old child were at the maternal and child health hospital, located diagonally across from the gym, both having survived. However, Gao Shan had received the grim news via phone that his wife had fallen victim to the undead, while the fate of his daughter, who remained in a nearby kindergarten, was unknown. The three men, united in purpose, resolved to leave the gym and collaborate in the search for their loved ones. Their first destination was the maternal and child health hospital, where Ali's wife and daughter were located. At that time, 3 surviving security guards, along with 7 or 8 men who had been caring for their families at the hospital during the outbreak, had managed to relocate over 30 survivors to a small supermarket at the entrance. After Alu was reunited with his wife and daughter, the group, under the guidance of Gao Shan and Zhang Feng, proceeded to take refuge in a thematic hotel located half a kilometer away. Once they had settled these individuals, the trio set out again, first rescuing Zhang Feng's mother, and then proceeding to Gao Shan's daughter's kindergarten, where they located Gao Yutong, along with her 2 teachers and 9 children. In the staff lounge, the sudden influx of individuals from the hotel prompted nearby residents to band together and join the growing crowd. The group at the hotel gradually swelled to over 100. Initially, they believed the supplies taken from the small supermarket would suffice until rescue arrived. Yet, on the 2nd day of the apocalypse, a contingent of individuals clad in police uniforms arrived at the hotel. These officers showed utter disregard for the lives of the hotel's inhabitants, justifying their actions by claiming the need to consolidate resources for the state and absconded with the majority of the hard-earned provisions. They had no intention of taking any of the hotel's occupants, leaving them to fend for themselves. When the people inquired about the arrival of help, the only response they received was an indifferent "we don't know." Before the officers hastily departed, Zhang Feng attempted to retain some supplies from the police, but was met with a barrage of blows from the SWAT team. Subsequently, the populace learned through the internet that the military and government were overwhelmed, with rescue efforts not expected for at least a month. This revelation plunged everyone into despair, inciting outrage against the police for their thievery. Today, from the rooftop of the hotel, Gao Shan and his companions observed Jiang Chuan and his group entering a fast food restaurant, only to emerge shortly after with a few knives and swords, leading them to conclude that Jiang Chuan's provisions were concealed within the establishment. After deliberation, the 3 decided to investigate further. Upon discovering the restaurant was devoid of life save for supplies, Zhang Feng proposed, "Given that those officers offer us no chance of survival, I believe those 2 SWAT members we encountered must be in league with them, though we need not show them any mercy. Now that they are absent, we should seize everything here." Gao Shan and Alu, recalling the police's brazen acts of thievery and considering the likelihood that Jiang Chuan's group had perished, readily concurred. Individuals like them, dedicated to fitness, could not muster the strength to work on empty stomachs. The trio, famished to the point of desperation, entered the fast food restaurant. They found themselves unable to resist the allure of fried chicken, deciding to satiate their hunger before departing. Chapter 47. The loyalty system. Although Jiang Chuan possessed the ability to read minds, it did not extend to accessing others' memories. Rather, he could only discern the thoughts currently occupying their minds. Through this ability, he realized that Gao Shan was not deceiving him and asked, "Why did you bring me here again?" After listening to Gao Shan's response, Jiang Chuan offered him a cigarette, lighting one for himself as well. Taking a deep drag, he squinted at a stumbling police uniform-clad zombie on the street and inquired, "How many officers were there when they attempted to rob you yesterday? Did they possess firearms?" Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be so many police officers gathered together after the outbreak. Gao Shan's eyes brightened at Jiang Chuan's words. "Leader, do you suspect those officers were imposters?" Upon receiving a nod from Jiang Chuan, Gao Shan slapped his thigh, his emotions surging as he exclaimed, "I knew something was amiss. There were over 20 of them, and their movements were akin to those of thugs rather than trained officers. Their language was crude, entirely unbefitting of public servants. When they assaulted Zhang Feng, I noticed many of them bore tattoos on their arms, and the leader had a scarred face, exuding a menacing aura. I suspected they were up to no good. Yet, they wielded 2 shotguns. In these times, who but a police officer could easily acquire such firearms? Despite my doubts regarding their identities, I had no choice but to accept it." Following this, Jiang Chuan asked Gao Shan, "Was there a thin, small man accompanying the scarred face?" Both had injuries on their right arms. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's precise description of the two, Gao Shan eagerly responded, "Exactly, leader. Do you know them?" Jiang Chuan indeed recognized them. Based on Gao Shan's account, he could almost confirm that those two were the escaped prisoners he had previously coerced onto the television tower as bait. He understood that there were likely other escaped convicts among them, as ordinary police officers would not possess shotguns. Only prison guards would. It was not difficult to surmise that other prisoners familiar with the two had successfully escaped after procuring the guard shotguns and fortuitously rescued the pair atop the television tower. Jiang Chuan had never anticipated that those who had seemed destined for death could survive such fortuitously, but he was unconcerned. The release of such minor characters posed no threat. He did not believe they could cause any significant upheaval. However, he remained completely in the dark regarding how these two had risen to become leaders among so many convicts and how they had acquired police uniforms. Jiang Chuan extinguished his cigarette, gazing at the distant police uniform-clad zombie, and remarked, "I recognize them. These individuals are escaped convicts from the cataclysm. The 2 leaders yesterday were meant to be executed by me, yet they managed to escape." Upon finishing his statement, Jiang Chuan pondered within, "Lao Biao. Can you ascertain whether this individual has the potential to evolve?" As Lao was communicating with Jiang Chuan, a high-tech interface materialized before his eyes, displaying Gao Shan's various attribute information akin to a character panel in an online game. Combat value panel name: Gao Shan ability, none weapon, none strength, 7 agility, for stamina, 5 endurance, 6 elemental empowerment, 0 overall combat power. 5 ability data panel is elemental affinity physique, yes affinity attribute, earth, affinity level, 8 elements acquired. None is special physique, no special ability, none loyalty. 38 Jiang Chuan had previously encountered the first 2 data panels, but the final page regarding loyalty was a first for him. Jiang Chuan, Lao Biao, what exactly is this loyalty metric? Lao, this naturally measures another's fidelity towards you. Loyalty begins at 30. If you cultivate trust and goodwill, it gradually increases. When loyalty reaches 50, individuals will heed your commands. At 70, they will be inclined to submit to you. Once it hits 90, they will trust you unconditionally. However, loyalty will decrease until it reaches 100, at which point it will stabilize. How about that? Is the watch system I improved for you more useful? Jiang Chuan. Indeed, it is quite convenient to view others' information without physical contact. A loyalty leaderboard would be even better. Lao. That's simple. Just think of the words loyalty leaderboard. Jiang Chuan. Loyalty leaderboard. Loyalty leaderboard Lao Biao. Loyalty 100 Su Man. Loyalty 100 Wang Tianlong. Loyalty 96 Li Lao Kuei. Loyalty 93 Li Yongyan. Loyalty 88 Gao Yutong. Loyalty 51 Shan Nanjing. Loyalty 50 Gao Shan. Loyalty 38 The loyalty leaderboard contained the names of dozens of individuals, including many with single-digit loyalty or even 0. A full listing is omitted here. These individuals are all those whom Jiang Chuan encountered after the apocalypse, those he has not met since his rebirth. Regardless of Jiang Chuan's familiarity with them, The Lao Biao lacks sufficient data to calculate their loyalty. There are still dozens of names on the leaderboard of individuals Jiang Chuan has never even heard of. Yet he speculates that the owners of a few of those names must be the people Wang Pengzi left behind at the hotel. Jiang Chuan. What is the situation with those whose loyalty has not reached 30? Allow. A loyalty score below 30 indicates not only a lack of goodwill towards you, but also the possibility that they may stab you in the back at any moment. I have a suggestion. You might want to cultivate Gao Shan. This individual possesses not only the potential of an ability user, but, based on my analysis of his character, if you provide him with a necessary nuclei for evolution and ability, his loyalty to you could instantly surpass 90 once he gains power. Jiang Chuan. This information panel you've created is quite useful. I want to be shutting it down in the future. From now on, those whose loyalty reaches 70 can proactively contact me in times of life and death that allow Biao. Hey, wait a moment. I've only said a few words. Can't you spare some time to chat with me? You only seek me out when you need something, and once you're done, you act like this? Are you really going to treat me like a scoundrel? Jiang Chuan. Shielding Perception. Chapter 48. Are you really serious? Gao Shan felt quite uncomfortable under Jiang Chuan's unwavering gaze, yet he dared not interrupt Jiang Chuan, who seemed lost in thought. Gao Shan silently pondered, why is this person staring at me? Could it be that excessive training attracts the same sex? Good heavens, he even appears somewhat excited. Could it be he has developed an interest in me and is indulging in indecent thoughts? That shouldn't be the case. He is accompanied by two stunning women. How could he possibly be gay? I wonder if he is the dominant or submissive one. I hope he is the latter. No, wait, how can I think like this? I should hope he isn't gay. What a sin. Just as Gao Shan was lost in his thoughts, Jiang Chuan suddenly moved, extending his right hand, his palm opening to reveal visible, swirling currents of electricity dancing joyfully upon it. Witnessing this, Gao Shan quickly stepped back, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he addressed Jiang Chuan. Leader, everything I just told you is absolutely true. I would never dare to deceive you. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Chuan clenched his fist, causing the electric currents to vanish. That I know you aren't lying, nor do I intend to harm you. I simply wish to ask if you desire the same power I possess. I think, of course I do, but I understand some things are beyond my reach. That I only wish to protect my daughter and to see Tong grow up healthy and happy. That would be enough for me. Leader, there is no need for you to test me. I am well aware of the consequences of opposing you. You are indeed a clever man, but sometimes being overly clever can be detrimental. As Jiang Chuan spoke, 10 nuclei materialized in his hand. He continued, be grateful for having a good daughter. I have mentioned before that she resembles someone I know. I can grant you power, but you must protect your daughter well. Should anything happen to her, that day will mark your demise. As Jiang Chuan spoke, he placed the 10 nuclei in Gao Shan's hands. Jiang Chuan looked at the utterly incredulous Gao Shan and declared, these crystals are the key to my strength. Gao Shan understood that there was no need for Jiang Chuan to go through such trouble if he intended to kill him. The words spoken by Jiang Chuan were undoubtedly true. For the powerful have no need to lie to the weak who hold no value. Gripping the nuclei tightly in his palm, he knelt on both knees and proclaimed, Leader, from this day forth, my life belongs to you. Jiang Chuan mused, this Lao Biao is indeed quite intelligent, capable of analyzing even such matters. Jiang Chuan. Shielding Perception. That IT seems still not intelligent enough. It cannot even discern whether I am awakening it. He then addressed Gao Shan. Simply swallow the nuclei, and you will become an evolved being. Once you have a solid foundation of battle experience, I will allow you to develop abilities. The process of becoming an evolved being is quite painful and will last for an hour. I suggest you refrain from going downstairs to avoid frightening your daughter. After speaking, Jiang Chuan opened the rooftop door and descended, uninterested in witnessing Gao Shan's evolution. After all, he had 3 others awaiting his guidance on the path of evolution. Upon reaching downstairs, Jiang Chuan first visited the room of Li Jia and his son. Discovering that neither possessed the potential to become evolved beings, he then retrieved 2 Liang from his backpack. Eat these. Once you finish, I will make you both evolved beings. Lao Kuei had no knowledge of what an evolved being was, but upon seeing the golden fruits in Jiang Chuan's hand, he recognized them as valuable items. Previously, he had longed to taste them, yet dared not, but now he could finally savor the flavor. The father and son each took one and placed it in their mouths. The taste was indeed delightful, though regrettably too small, disappearing in a single bite. Little Jiang, little immortal, what exactly is an evolved being? Jiang Chuan replied, Uncle Li, I've told you before, I am not an immortal. You can simply call me Little Jiang from now on. I am an evolved being, and my aim is to grant you the same power I possess. Lao Kuei and Li Yongyan were immensely excited upon hearing this. Lao Kuei eagerly said, Little Jiang, are you saying that by eating this fruit, my son and I can ascend to the ranks of immortals? Jiang Chuan, feeling quite exasperated, replied, I've said it before, I am truly not an immortal. I am merely an ordinary person who has acquired power. As Jiang Chuan spoke, 10 nuclei appeared in each of his hands. After the father and son received the nuclei, Jiang Chuan continued, Consume these 10 nuclei, and you will gain the same power as I do. Remember to eat all 10 at once. The process will be painful and will take an hour. I will return to check on you once your evolution is complete. Having said this, Jiang Chuan left without allowing Lao Kuei to say anything further. Jiang Chuan found himself quite troubled by the duo, who, despite lacking a few screws, remained fiercely loyal to him. Meanwhile, as Shan Nanjing sat on a large bed, using a pink massage wand she found in the room to massage her back, Jiang Chuan suddenly opened the door and walked in. Shan Nanjing, thoroughly enjoying herself, remarked to Jiang Chuan, Officer Jiang, he discovered a massage wand, and it feels absolutely wonderful that I never expected a themed hotel to have such items. I thought everything here would be rather indecent. Upon entering, Jiang Chuan focused on Su Man, who remained in a comatose state. Hearing Shan Nanjing's words, he then turned his gaze to her. At first glance, he noticed the vibrating wand in her hand. Observing the pink, mushroom-shaped vibrator, his expression became quite complex as he awkwardly asked, Are you certain that this vibrating massage wand is really proper? What makes it improper? I see nothing wrong with it aside from its color. Otherwise, it appears quite legitimate. Why do you think it's improper? Oh, it's nothing. I just feel it shouldn't be used in that manner. Huh. If it's not meant to be used that way, how else could it be utilized? Jiang Chuan genuinely found it difficult to discuss such matters with Shan Nanjing, so he quickly changed the subject. Nanjing, regarding the extraordinary power I share with Su Man, I assume you've deduced something about it. After hearing this, Shan Nanjing turned off the massage wand and placed it on her closed legs. Responding earnestly to Jiang Chuan, I suspect it must be related to this apocalypse, and after you killed that zombie that could throw light orbs, I saw you retrieve something from its head. The day after that, you acquired those spells. I surmise your abilities are certainly linked to that zombie. Jiang Chuan glanced at the position of the massage wand before hastily lifting his gaze to Shan Nanjing's data panel. Diverting his attention, battle data panel name. Shan Nanjing ability, none weapon. Pink vibrating wand strength. 4 agility, 6 stamina, 5 endurance, 5 elemental affinity, 0 overall combat power. 5 ability data panel is elementally affined. Yes, affinity attributes. Wind. Fire wind. Affinity level, 10 fire. Affinity level, 6 elements acquired. None is special physique. No special abilities. None loyalty. 50 Chapter 49. Unyielding Sha Nanjing S. Wind elemental affinity reached an astonishing level of 10. This indicates that once she becomes an evolved being, she will only need to use the wind ability nucleus to become a wind ability user with absolute certainty. Jiang Chuan found this unsurprising, considering she was once a renowned empress in her past life. However, he was indeed taken aback by her loyalty level of only 50, for even Lao Kuei and Li Yongyan, whom he had just met today, displayed significantly higher loyalty. Jiang Chuan again called out to a Lao Biao in his mind. A Lao Biao? Why is Shan Nanjing's loyalty to me so low? Is there any way to improve it? Lao, isn't that just nonsense? You wore a police uniform to rescue her, so naturally, she would perceive you merely as performing your duties. At that moment, she wasn't in any significant danger. In fact, I would argue that you didn't really save her. You merely found her. Moreover, you first rescued Meng Tiantian before attending to her, which fundamentally alters the nature of a hero saving a damsel in distress, doesn't it? Furthermore, your communication with her has been minimal. Reaching a score of 50 is already quite commendable. As for methods of improvement, I am at a loss. All I can tell you is that, given her current mindset and perception of you, based on my calculations, even if you were to transform her into an evolved being right now, her loyalty would barely exceed 70. I suggest you engage her in more conversation and spend more time with her. Additionally, I would recommend that you spend more time with me, preferably allowing me the freedom to converse with you at my leisure. Jiang Chuan, blocking response. After a minute of exchanging thoughts with Alao, Jiang Chuan addressed Sha Nanjing. Nanjing, you are indeed correct. The power I acquired is undeniably linked to this apocalypse. Jiang Chuan then retrieved 10 crystal cores from his spatial ring, leaving only 3 ordinary crystal cores remaining. These crystals are the energy crystallizations found within zombies. Consuming 10 at once could grant one powers and speed that surpass the ordinary. Upon finishing his statement, Jiang Chuan placed the crystal cores into Sha Nanjing's hands. Sha Nanjing gazed at the crystal cores in her palms, then looked up at Jiang Chuan, bewildered. These crystals must be quite difficult to obtain, right? Are you certain you want to give them to me? Jiang Chuan feigned reluctance and replied, Indeed, these crystals are quite rare. I acquired them after vanquishing over 100 zombies. He then adopted a sorrowful expression, staring out the window as he continued. Although Su Man and I are field agents of the Central Intelligence Agency, due to the unique nature of our mission, very few high-ranking officials are aware of our identities. Only 3. Currently, I can no longer contact those 3 superiors who know who we are. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is likely that they have already... Sigh. This means that this mission is the final one for Su Nan and me. As the Central Intelligence Agency is now oblivious to the existence of us 2 field agents at this point, Jiang Chuan fixed a determined gaze upon Sha Nanjing, stating, Though it is our last mission, I will complete it with utmost excellence for the sake of our nation, that I truly have very few people I can trust to accomplish the task assigned by my superiors and protect those 2 professors. The strength of both Su Man and myself will undoubtedly prove insufficient. Nanjing, can I place my trust in you? Upon hearing this, Sha Nanjing comprehended that Jiang Chuan wished for her to gain powers akin to his own to aid in protecting those professors. Sha Nanjing hailed from a military family, with her grandfather Sha Tiancheng and father Sha Yongjun both being high-ranking officers. Despite being a daughter, her father did not wish for her to enter the battlefield. Yet she harbored a profound sense of patriotism. Thus, Jiang Chuan tailored his words accordingly. Sha Nanjing's expression grew resolute as she declared, Officer Jiang, I assure you that as long as it is for the protection of our nation's interests, I will do everything within my power. Upon hearing Sha Nanjing's steadfast words, Jiang Chuan speculated that her loyalty should now have risen to 70. However, when he checked Sha Nanjing's loyalty interface, the data displayed left him utterly astonished. Jiang Chuan stared at the interface for quite some time, discovering that Sha Nanjing's loyalty had indeed only increased to 52 compared to her previous score of 50. It had risen by a mere 2 percentage points. In other words, his self-satisfied oration had yielded minimal impact. Noticing Jiang Chuan's silence, Sha Nanjing took the initiative to speak. Officer Jiang, can I consume these crystals right away? After contemplating, Jiang Chuan decided that taking Sha Nanjing out for a stroll might prove beneficial. So he said to her, Sha Nanjing, you seem to be regarding me with a dubious gaze, as if I were a rogue. Are you suggesting changing clothes? Why would that be necessary? Is it that the process of evolution requires me to remove my garments? Jiang Chuan hastily clarified, No, please don't misunderstand. There is no need to disrobe during the evolution process. However, it will produce numerous metabolic byproducts, substances akin to toxins within the body. The odor can be quite unpleasant, so I worry you might struggle to find clothes to change into afterward. Sha Nanjing nodded. Then let us proceed. Thus, the 2 of them stepped out of the room, one after the other. Upon arriving on the 3rd floor with Su Man, Jiang Chuan was met with an incredibly infuriating sight. Gao Yutong and her 2 companions stood together, tears glistening in their eyes, looking helplessly at the 2 teenage boys before them, both of whom were approximately 15 or 16 years old, their faces marred by acne. These boys were indulging in the snacks Jiang Chuan had gifted to Gao Yutong, having hung the snack bag on a wall hook that was far beyond her reach. Little girl, why are you back again? Didn't I give you a bag of potato chips? At your age, consuming junk food excessively is detrimental to your health. but you promised me that once I chose my favorite snack from the bag, I could have my treats back. The acne-ridden boy responded unrepentantly. That's right, but I need to sample each kind to determine which one I like best. The surrounding onlookers all denounced the actions of the two boys. Yet none dared to step forward to defend the three young girls. Suddenly, a man stationed by the window, unable to bear the sight any longer, interjected, "You two should stop. Those snacks rightfully belong to the little girl." "How old are you? Still snatching food from children? Are you not afraid of Gao Shan coming to settle the score with you?" At that moment, Jiang Chuan cheerfully emerged from the throng of onlookers. He squatted down with open arms toward Gao Yutong. Tong Tong. Upon seeing the beaming Jiang Chuan, Gao Yutong stumbled into his embrace, blinking her red-rimmed eyes as she asked in her youthful voice, "Big brother, has my father's matter been resolved?" Jiang Chuan lifted Gao Yutong into his arms and stood, saying, "Tong Tong, your father is still busy upstairs. I am your father's friend. If there is anything you wish to convey, I will help you." Gao Yutong glanced at the acne-ridden boy and then back at Jiang Chuan, who gently wiped her tear-streaked cheek with his finger. "Tong Tong, your father is not a coward. Cowards are like him, who only prey on the weak and, when encountering someone stronger, hide behind their connections." Wiping her tears, Gao Yutong glared at the acne-ridden youth and declared, "Did you hear that? Villain, my brother said my father is not a coward. You are the coward." Initially, the acne-ridden boy had indeed been intimidated by Jiang Chuan's special police uniform. However, recalling the presence of so many onlookers, he reasoned that even if Jiang Chuan was a special police officer, he would not dare to act against him. Furthermore, he had a brother who was a security team leader to back him up. With these thoughts, his confidence surged as he retorted, "Don't think you're impressive just because you're in uniform. What you did yesterday was no different from that of a robber. Compared to you, I'm the better person. You thief should leave the hotel now." Another young man standing beside the acne-ridden one joined in the taunts. "Yes, all police officers are scum. Hurry up and kick this guy out." The crowd perceived that Jiang Chuan, the special police officer, seemed different from the police they had encountered the previous day, and rather than wanting him to leave, they hoped for the two youths who had been stealing from children to be expelled. At this moment, Sha Nanjing approached, having witnessed the entire ordeal, and expressed her indignation. "You two have gone too far. Not only are you stealing from children, but you also want to drive Officer Jiang away. The ones who should be expelled are undoubtedly you." Jiang Chuan affectionately touched Gao Yutong's nose, stating, "Tong Tong, I'm going to help you stand up for yourself. After that, this beautiful big sister and I will take you to buy new clothes." "All right." Having dried her tears, Gao Yutong pondered for a moment before replying, But my father said I shouldn't take things from others without permission." Jiang Chuan smiled gently at her, responding, "Big brother and your father are very good friends. I don't count as a stranger, do I? Look, I brought you snacks and your father agreed, didn't he?" After contemplating, Gao Yutong affirmed, "You are right, big brother. My father won't be angry with me." Subsequently, Jiang Chuan placed Gao Yutong in a Sha Nanjing's embrace and strode toward the two youths. Of course, Jiang Chuan would not kill anyone in front of Gao Yutong. Instead, he bound the two of them by their ankles and hung them from the hotel windowsill that he then addressed the crowd. "These two will await Gao Shan's judgment. If anyone unties them before he arrives, the next person to find themselves on this windowsill will be you." Subsequently, when Jiang Chuan turned to face Sha Nanjing, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that her loyalty had surged to an impressive 60, that realizing that Sha Nanjing was drawn to men with the qualities of a people's hero. He understood that her upbringing in a military family was likely a significant factor. What had begun as a simple act of defending Tong Tong had unexpectedly yielded such delightful results. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chuan devised a plan. He approached the middle-aged man who had previously spoken on Gao Yutong's behalf and addressed him. Noting that Jiang Chuan did not resemble the individuals who had come the day before, and observing that he was evidently unaware of the events that transpired, the middle-aged man explained, "Initially, our provisions were sufficient to sustain us with 2 meals a day for an entire week. However, a group of police officers arrived yesterday. Though calling them police would be more akin to labeling them robbers, they loaded all the food we had collected onto their trucks. The remaining supplies can barely provide us with 1 meal a day for 3 days. Regrettably, we have nearly exhausted the nearby resources to obtain food. We must venture further afield until we acquire enough sustenance. Gao Shan can only provide 1 meal a day, lest we all go hungry after that. Jiang Chuan, upon hearing this, proclaimed loudly to the people on the 3rd floor, the ones who came here to loot yesterday were not police. They were prisoners who escaped from Guangnan City Prison. If they return, you may come to find me upstairs, and I shall help you resolve this matter. The crowd exchanged glances, speechless, until the middle-aged man quietly reiterated Jiang Chuan's words, having discerned Sha and Nanjing's temperament. Jiang Chuan knew that since he had already spoken, he could not merely make empty promises. With a swift motion, he summoned 5 large bags brimming with food, which were precisely the items he had gathered from the fast food restaurant. Fried chicken, hamburgers, and fries. Everyone, please enjoy these provisions that I will find a solution to our food predicament in the coming days. The crowd stood in stunned silence, many like the Li family, regarding Jiang Chuan as if he were a deity. The elderly woman who had previously grabbed Jiang Chuan's collar hastily ran to him, and before he could intervene, she knelt before him. Jiang Chuan, wishing to maintain his heroic image in Sha Nanjing's eyes, quickly helped her to her feet. Once standing, the woman exclaimed in panic, "Bodhisattva, I truly did not know you were a deity, which is why. I thought you were one of those from yesterday." Struggling to articulate her thoughts. Jiang Chuan comforted her, saying, "It's quite all right, dear lady. I never dwell on such trivial matters. How could I possibly hold a grudge against an elder?" To prevent her from lingering in guilt, he pointed to the man who had conversed with him earlier and suggested, "Perhaps you could assist this gentleman." The woman and the man readily agreed, viewing it as an honor to help Jiang Chuan. "Since you have agreed to assist me, let bygones be bygones. Please do not dwell on the past." Jiang Chuan reassured her. Chapter 51. A poem for you. After uttering these words, Jiang Chuan turned to find that Sha Nanjing's loyalty had impressively risen to 75, surpassing his expectations. This indicated that she was indeed responsive to his charm. It seemed that his portrayal of a people's hero was even more effective than he had anticipated. As he pondered this, Gao Yutong reached out her hands towards him, her little lips pouting as she playfully said, "I want my brother to hold me." Jiang Chuan found himself utterly defenseless against the adorable Gao Yutong. For in his previous life, it was this very little girl who had first reawakened the warmth of humanity in his numb heart amidst the apocalypse. Observing the squirming Gao Yutong in her arms, Sha Nanjing cast a forlorn glance at Jiang Chuan and said, "You little imp, can't you allow your sister to hold you for just a moment?" With a cheeky grin, Gao Yutong continued to plead, "Tong Tong likes her sister very much, but Tong Tong likes her brother just a little bit more." Jiang Chuan laughed heartily as he scooped up Gao Yutong, saying, "You're such a good girl, Yutong. Later, brother will buy you lots of new clothes and many snacks." "Thank you, good brother," Gao Yutong exclaimed, planting a resounding kiss on Jiang Chuan's cheek, causing Sha Nanjing to feel a pang of jealousy. "Oomph, you little girl." As the trio maneuvered through the throngs of people and returned to the stairway, Jiang Chuan noticed that the staircase leading to the 3rd floor was now teeming with individuals rushing from the 2nd floor. While he contemplated whether to leap out the window, a voice rang out, "The little deity is about to leave. Everyone, make way." Upon hearing this, the once crowded throng parted, creating a narrow passageway leading to the 1st floor. As they descended from the 3rd to the 1st floor, nearly every person in the hotel regarded Jiang Chuan with eyes full of respect and gratitude. They expressed heartfelt words of appreciation, and many felt deep remorse for their previous treatment of him. Jiang Chuan's emotions were a tumultuous blend of excitement and gratitude, a sensation he had not experienced in the 10 years of his life during the apocalypse. This feeling made him acutely aware that he was not merely a walking corpse, but a flesh-and-blood human being. In that moment, he thought to himself that if Sha Nanjing's affection had not significantly increased, he would still choose to share the food with everyone. Who would have imagined that a simple act of a little girl wishing to share her food with other wanderers could lead to the establishment of a vibrant survivor base? And that years later, the wanderer in the little girl's eyes would ultimately bring an end to the apocalypse, allowing human civilization to flourish once more on this planet. After Jiang Chuan and the 2 women exited, they traversed the surrounding roads of the square in search of supplies. They engaged in a zero-cost shopping spree at 2 clothing stores and 4 dining establishments, completely depleting the inventory. All these items were stored within Jiang Chuan's spatial ring. Gao Yutong was overjoyed, as anything she fancied was immediately packed away by Jiang Chuan. That moment, she had donned a delightful pink princess dress and clutched two exquisitely crafted dolls. Whenever monsters approached, Jiang Chuan swiftly dispatched them with movements too swift for her eyes to comprehend, solidifying his status as her superhero. Shan Jing, too, was busy. She filled Jiang Chuan's spatial ring with an array of clothing and cosmetics. In addition to these, Jiang Chuan acquired 18 ordinary crystal nuclei and one ice-type ability crystal nucleus. The unfortunate ice-type zombie had not even grasped its powers before crossing paths with Jiang Chuan, who seized the opportunity without hesitation. After more than an hour of shopping, Gao Yutong was utterly exhausted and had fallen asleep with her head resting on Jiang Chuan's neck. As they walked, Shan Nanjing strolled beside Jiang Chuan, her elbow occasionally brushing against him, in high spirits. She spoke candidly. Officer Jiang, who would have thought that beneath your usually stern exterior, you possess quite the talent for charming young ladies? Just look at how besotted this little girl is with you. It's a shame you're already taken. Otherwise, I might just pursue you myself. Jiang Chuan, possessing the ability to read minds, easily discerned the source of Sha Nanjing's affections. She was clearly enamored with the respect and admiration he garnered from others. Yet, she remained uncertain about the authenticity of Jiang Chuan's relationship with Su Man, thus her words carried a hint of playful testing. She mused that if Jiang Chuan were indeed single, she might consider pursuing him. Despite her insinuations, Sha Nanjing's loyalty remained stagnant at 7.5. Think that I could earn the admiration of a beauty like Miss Sha. Yet alas, I am already devoted to Man. Sha Nanjing suddenly felt a twinge of disappointment, but maintained a playful demeanor, retorting, "Humph, you're just saying that. In your heart, I'm probably not even half as good as your Man. Am I?" Jiang Chuan was reminded of a previous life when a pretentious ability user had written a poem for Sha Nanjing, only to have his tongue severed by her wind blades after reciting it. That poem had since circulated, earning the moniker the tongue-cutting poem. Jiang Chuan had found the poem quite commendable and decided to borrow a line from it, though you may not compare to Man. You are indeed a beauty of unparalleled grace. Would you care for an impromptu poem? Sha Nanjing gazed at Jiang Chuan in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that true? You can write poetry?" Jiang Chuan feigned profundity as he remarked, "Indeed, one should not peer through the cracks of a door to observe others." Sha Nanjing regarded him with a look of skepticism and half-jokingly replied, "I must tell you, I have read the 300 Tang poems. Do not let me catch you in an act of plagiarism." Jiang Chuan smiled mysteriously and began reciting poetry. "In 1,000 autumns, there is no absolute beauty. The charming one is a delightful lady. A beauty that could topple kingdoms and cities, astonishing the world." Upon finishing the poem, Sha Nanjing momentarily lost herself in thought, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, as she was indeed captivated by Jiang Chuan's earnest recitation. Yet, she stubbornly retorted, "Humph, that sounds like something you had prepared beforehand. Surely meant for Su Man, now you use it to amuse me. You scoundrel." Jiang Chuan, with an innocent expression, replied, "Do not wrongfully accuse me. This poem was written especially for you, and I have recited it solely for you." Upon hearing this, Sha Nanjing felt a sweetness akin to honey in her heart. She clasped her hands behind her back, tiptoeing lightly as she said, "Seeing your earnest demeanor, I shall temporarily choose to believe you that moment." Jiang Chuan suddenly grinned mischievously and jokingly declared, "Nanjing, I possess a method to alleviate the longing in your heart." Sha Nanjing played along with his tone and retorted, "Pray, do not be cryptic. What is this method? Speak swiftly. If you were to accompany me and Man on a leisurely outing, would that not be delightful? You and your nonsense. Once Su Man awakens, I shall inform her of your words, and you will be finished." Humph. Chapter 52. Faith, both of their faces flushed a deep crimson, clearly a result of blood rushing to their heads and a shortage of oxygen. Since Jiang Chuan left the hotel, the young man had taken to standing by the second-floor window, unwaveringly gazing at the road before the hotel entrance. He sought to atone for his earlier failure to promptly open the door for Jiang Chuan and his companions. It was not only this young man. Nearly everyone in the hotel had undergone a complete transformation in their attitude towards Jiang Chuan. As Jiang Chuan ascended from the first to the third floor, all he encountered greeted him warmly. a stark contrast to the indifference he had grown accustomed to in this post-apocalyptic world. Those of older age often spoke of Jiang Chuan as a reincarnation of the Buddha, come to the mortal realm to save all beings, while others claimed he was a celestial being descended to rescue the suffering populace. The younger crowd speculated that Jiang Chuan was a post-human or even a peaceful extraterrestrial visitor. Some even considered him a brilliant scientist, with all previous food stored within his invented spatial items, the akin. Numerous tales of Jiang Chuan's origins circulated among the people. He was well aware that this reverence stemmed from his ability to provide sustenance. Without food, their perceptions would likely differ significantly. However, unlike the insatiable beggars of this desolate world, these individuals exhibited gratitude, albeit some may have feigned it. Yet when a group of children, none yet 10 years old, surrounded him, innocently inquiring if he was Ultraman or an alien, calling him a superhero and their idol, Jiang Chuan's heart softened, and genuine joy welled within him. Many might deem him naive, finding it laughable that he could be moved by others' gratitude. Yet, he was indeed such a person, having not witnessed genuine appreciation, kindness, admiration, care, affection, or respect for far too long. Individual backgrounds shape thoughts and the things one wishes to protect. What truly touched Jiang Chuan was the enduring essence of truth, goodness and beauty residing in people's hearts. Only those who hold faith within themselves adhere to moral boundaries of their own volition. Was this not precisely what Jiang Chuan aspired to safeguard? Though Jiang Chuan was undeniably a ruthless individual, relentless in his pursuits, even the most heinous of criminals possess soft spots within their souls. Upon reaching the third floor, he found a security officer engaged in conversation with Gao Shan. At this point, Gao Shan had undergone evolution, had bathed, and donned fresh attire. Upon spotting Jiang Chuan, he hurried over with an endearing grin, exclaiming, "Leader, thank you for your guidance. I feel as though I could fell an elephant with a single punch. Should I keep this a secret? I haven't told anyone yet." Jiang Chuan observed this man, named Gao Shan, and noted that his loyalty had surged from 38 to 91. He gently placed the slumbering Gao Yu Tong into Gao Shan's arms, stating, "Whether to keep it a secret is of little consequence. Do you see me hiding anything? Now that you possess strength, take good care of your daughter. I hold great fondness for her, and she shall be my sister henceforth. Should anything happen to her, I will not spare you. Also, do refrain from calling me leader. It feels rather awkward. Just call me Jiang Chuan. No. How could I possibly address you by your name? I shall refer to you as Brother Chuan. Rest assured, Tong Tong is my daughter, and I will protect her with my very life. By the way, that security captain over there is Su Chun Feng, the brother of the fellow you were dangling out the window. He seeks your mercy for his sibling." Jiang Chuan had already noticed the anxious expression on the security captain's face, which contrasted sharply with the authoritative demeanor he had previously exhibited, relying on his subordinates for intimidation. It made sense. A person willing to escape with a group of old, young, and women would not bully others. Jiang Chuan replied to Gao Shan, "When I left, I mentioned that he was bullying your daughter. How to handle is up to you." As he spoke, Jiang Chuan retrieved 2 bags of rice and several baskets of vegetable from his spatial ring, suggesting, "Take these down and prepare something to eat." The previous junk food was insufficient to satisfy hunger. With that, Jiang Chuan led Su Man upstairs that he first visited the room of Li's father and son, finding Li Luo Kue and Li Yongyan had also completed their evolution. Due to a lack of clean clothing, they each wore a pair of shorts, scrubbing their clothes by the sink. The stench in the room was overwhelming, so Jiang Chuan hastily tossed a few suitable outfits onto the bed before swiftly closing the door. Returning to his room, he found Su Man lying quietly on the bed, her condition having improved significantly. Nearby, Shan'an Jing was blissfully using her massage wand to ease her back. Jiang Chuan was at a loss for how to explain the wand's proper use to her, so he chose to pretend as if he had not seen it. Without lingering, he took out the 10 crystal cores he had previously stored and said to Shan'an Jing, "You may now utilize these crystal cores. The process will be accompanied by excruciating pain, and you must endure for an hour. I recommend you go into the bathroom, close the door, and sit cross-legged." Shan'an Jing, puzzled, asked, "Why the bathroom?" Jiang Chuan reminded her, "I have mentioned that the evolution process will expel toxins from your body, which will emit an unpleasant odor. You surely do not wish to foul the entire room, do you? Very well. I shall proceed to the bathroom then. With that, she took a fresh set of clothes and the 10 crystal cores, stepping into the bathroom. Jiang Chuan moved a chair over and sat by the edge of the bed. Chapter 53. Better to eat feces directly once Sha Nanjing entered the bathroom. She swallowed the crystal cores. 0.5 minutes later, the agonizing pain commenced. To avoid losing face before Jiang Chuan, who waited outside, she endured the torment in silence, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Outside the bathroom, Jiang Chuan was entirely oblivious to Sha Nanjing's struggle. He retrieved the primordial fruit from his spatial ring. Its appearance was indistinguishable from that of an apple, save for its unappealing dark green hue. Jiang Chuan brought the fruit to his nose and detected no peculiar odor. Uncertain whether the fruit should be consumed alongside the ability crystal cores, or if using it now would grant him the ability to wield multiple powers indefinitely. Jiang Chuan summoned the Alao table. He inquired of the Alao table regarding the primordial fruit. Are there any precautions I should take when using this fruit? The Alao table replied, You, as always, seek me only when you have a matter of concern. Humph, indeed there are several points to heed when consuming this fruit. Jiang Chuan pressed. What points? The Alao table continued. You may eat the fruit directly. But once you take a bite, you must consume the entire thing. Otherwise, even if you comprehend a new ability, its potency will be significantly diminished. I must caution you that while it may smell harmless, the taste is akin to consuming feces, something most cannot bear. Furthermore, if you wait 40 minutes before consuming it, unexpected effects may occur. Jiang Chuan responded, Wait a moment. Alao table, you seem off today. You used to relay information all at once. Why the sudden penchant for suspense? What are these effects? Tell me everything at once. The Alao table chuckled mischievously in Jiang Chuan's mind. Ho ho ho, why are you so anxious? Hasn't Shan and Jing's loyalty been stuck at 75 for quite some time? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Due to the absence of tips, 5-star reviews, and recommendations, I shall omit 1329 words here. Manually dodging a bullet. There's a poem to attest. A small boat in the stream dashes forth. Spring's colors on both banks gently twine. Were it not for the Dragon King's stabilizing needle, who would lead the elite troops through the flowing waters? After toiling for nearly 2 hours, Sha Nanjing lay exhausted in Jiang Chuan's embrace. Her face flushed. The scattered remnants around them bore witness to their earlier fervor. The two lay on the carpet at the foot of the bed, covered by a blanket. Sha Nanjing relished her position nestled against Jiang Chuan, feeling a profound sense of safety emanating from his sturdy chest. Regardless of whether she was once the iron-blooded Empress spoken of by others in her past life, she had now undeniably become a delicate woman reclining in Jiang Chuan's arms. Jiang Chuan mused within, Indeed, the ancients do not deceive. Even the fiercest steed has its day of taming. Once the fragrant effects of the Taichu fruit had completely dissipated, Sha Nanjing regained her composure and shyly inquired, Chuan Gu, what shall we do from here on? After communicating with a Lao Biao, Jiang Chuan understood why Sha Nanjing had been so unrestrained. He realized he could not allow her heart to grow cold. Thus, feigning deep emotion, he replied, Man, each individual's reaction upon becoming an evolver varies. I did not anticipate such an occurrence. It is my fault for not considering everything thoroughly. Moreover, I could not refuse you from the outset. Therefore, this matter is on me, and I shall take full responsibility, no matter what. Hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Su Man felt even more guilty, her cheeks reddening as she said, Chuan Gu, how can this be your fault? This is clearly my mistake alone. You have always been passive in this. It was I who failed to control myself, leading to this situation, and I recall that you initially refused me. It was I who was too insistent. Jiang Chuan immediately took Sha Nanjing's hand with affection, gazing in her eyes as he said, You need not say any more today as for man. I will wait until she awakens and the situation stabilizes before informing her of this matter. Regardless of her reaction, I shall bear the entire responsibility alone. Nanjing, if you trust me, allow me to handle this. However, just as Sha Nanjing was about to continue, Jiang Chuan, weary from their 2-hour ordeal, interrupted her, saying, Enough, this matter is settled. If you truly regard me as a man, then refrain from further discussion. if such a matter must fall upon a woman's shoulders. What kind of man would I be? Loyalty, it seems, is a trait that becomes increasingly difficult to cultivate. Upon glancing at Sha Nanjing's loyalty panel, he noted it had reached 93, though it fell short of Su Man's perfect score of 100. Jiang Chuan was nonetheless satisfied. Chapter 55. The Special Operations Team is formally established. That afternoon at 5:30, knowing precisely when Su Man would awaken, Jiang Chuan exited the room an hour early, intending to personally prepare a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee for her. This dish was Su Man's favorite, a detail he had learned through a Lao Biao. Upon opening the door, he encountered the two youths who had bullied Gao Yutong earlier, along with the two burly men from the fast food restaurant they could tea that moment. The four were kneeling in a row 3 meters from his door. Behind the two youths stood the impeccably straight figure of security captain Su Chanfeng, while the burly men were flanked by Gao Shan. Jiang Chuan did not even need to employ his mind-reading abilities to understand that they knelt before him, seeking forgiveness. Truthfully, he had not given these individuals much thought and felt indifferent about forgiving them. He believed that although Su Chanfeng's brother was unruly, the captain himself was quite decent, and he would not hold a grudge against two minors. As for the burly men, while they had offended him, their actions had a cause. He acknowledged that he had acted too impulsively at that time, nearly taking their lives. Grant them a reprieve. Jiang Chuan feigned ignorance and asked, "Old Gao, what brings you and Captain Su here?" Upon realizing Jiang Chuan recognized him, Su Chanfeng excitedly rushed forward, having learned from Gao Shan that Jiang Chuan held an important position in a national department. He respectfully saluted him with a standard military gesture, addressing him with authority. "Report, leader, I have brought my wayward brother to apologize to you." Gao Shan also addressed Jiang Chuan, and Jiang Chuan gestured for the kneeling quartet to rise, saying, "Apologies are unnecessary. Go about your business. I share some responsibility regarding the incident at the fast food restaurant as well. If all is well, you may leave." Just as the two youths who had been kneeling for over 3 hours began to rise, Jiang Chuan added, "As for you two, if there's a next time, it will not be as simple as hanging you up." Su Chanfeng, upon hearing this, hastily commanded the two youths to assure Jiang Chuan they would behave. As the six prepared to leave together, Jiang Chuan suddenly realized something and quickly asked, "Since you've been here for so long, why didn't you just knock on the door?" Sha Nanjing had been in a state more befuddled than if she had taken medicine. Her voice had been one of unrestrained abandon, likely audible to everyone in the hotel. Given that the six had been outside his room, they could hardly be unaware of the happenings inside. Upon Jiang Chuan's inquiry, the group became flustered, unsure how to respond. Ultimately, it was Gao Shan who cheerfully explained, "Chuan Ge, you were busy at the time, and we didn't dare to interrupt, so we waited outside for you to finish. We didn't expect you to be preoccupied for 2 hours." Jiang Chuan's face flushed upon hearing this. He deliberately cleared his throat and said to Su Chanfeng, "Captain Su, you have served in the military before." "Correct, leader. Indeed, I served 3 years in the army, spending 2.5 years as a squad leader in the artillery battalion." Quite commendable as a soldier. I find you more reliable than others. I am now establishing a special operations team, and you shall be the captain. Su Chanfeng was ecstatic upon hearing this, quickly standing at attention and saluting Jiang Chuan, captain of the special operations team. "Su Chanfeng, thank you for your trust." "Leader," the other 5 followed suit, saluting Jiang Chuan in unison. Jiang Chuan clasped his hands behind his back, nodding approvingly at the 6. "Very good. Your spirit is commendable. I hereby declare the Special Operations Team officially established from this moment forth. Next, I will announce your first mission since the team's inception. I hope you will not disappoint me. Please, leader, give your instructions." Jiang Chuan cleared his throat. "Your first task is to immediately seal off all news regarding my recent governmental affairs, ensuring the mission is enforced among every individual in the hotel." Jiang Chuan did not wish for Su Man to learn of this matter until she had fully recovered, though Su Man claimed to hope for a relationship between him and Sha Nanjing. If he truly were to pursue Sha Nanjing, Su Man would undoubtedly feel distressed to mitigate any potential fallout. He had to quash all possibilities at their inception. However, little did Jiang Chuan anticipate that the small team he casually established would, years later, become a nightmare for all those harboring ill intentions towards his base. When Su Man groggily awakened, the time had already reached 6:30 in the evening. Yes, she opened her eyes. A room adorned entirely in shades of pink filled her vision. Almost instinctively, she was about to call Jiang Chuan's name. And just as she parted her lips, Jiang Chuan appeared before her with a smile that he sat at the bedside, holding a steaming bowl of century egg and lean pork congee. Blowing on a spoonful to cool it as he addressed Su Man, Man, you've finally awakened. Does your head still hurt? I personally cooked this congee for you. Try it and see if it suits your taste. The moment Su Man laid eyes on Jiang Chuan, she leapt into his embrace, her voice sweetly inquiring, Hubby, where are we? Hearing Su Man refer to him as hubby, Jiang Chuan nearly spat out blood. Did she not realize the pressure this unexpected turn of events placed upon him? He hurriedly reminded Su Man, Man, we are in a safe place. Just rest assured that Nanjing is staying with us today. Sitting over there, please don't create any misunderstandings. Wait until conditions allow, and we can discuss marriage. Now, I have a little congee. This is specially made for you. Only then did Su Man turn her head to see Sha Nanjing beside her. The two women exchanged smiles and shyly averted their gazes. Su Man felt a pure embarrassment at having her awkwardness witnessed, while she nestled obediently against Jiang Chuan, taking small sips of the congee he fed her. Meanwhile, Sha Nanjing sat on the sofa, consumed by guilt toward Su Man, unsure how to face her. She lowered her head, staring at her toes, her face reddening to the point of almost bleeding. Chapter 56. Discovering a fearsome general. As Su Man finished her congee, Jiang Chuan recounted the events of the day to her in detail. Sha Nanjing kept her head bowed, unable to meet the gaze of Jiang Chuan and Su Man. Resembling a child who had committed a misdeed, sitting on the sofa awaiting reprimand. Upon seeing Sha Nanjing's demeanor, Su Man mistakenly assumed she was unwell and gently inquired, Nanjing, are you feeling unwell? Jiang Chuan quickly checked on her. I can't shake the feeling that her complexion is rather poor. Man, I was just about to discuss this matter with you, Jiang Chuan replied. Aside from Uncle Li and Xiao Li, and that man we encountered at the fast food restaurant, Sha Nanjing has recently become an evolver. She must have just transformed and is still adjusting. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Sha Nanjing quickly corroborated. Yes, I've just become an evolver and am still getting accustomed to it. I feel a bit dizzy. Su Man understood that one day, Sha Nanjing would undoubtedly become Jiang Chuan's partner. And the faster she grew stronger, the more assistance she could provide him. Yet, she also realized that this meant she would have to share Jiang Chuan's affections with Sha Nanjing, a difficult pill for any woman to swallow. She consoled herself internally. What can I do? I fell for such an exceptional man. Rather than dwell on this fruitless concern, I should strive to build a good rapport with Sha Nanjing. Jiang Chuan, observing Su Man's emotional state, felt a mix of guilt and gratitude upon hearing her thoughts. He resolved to treat this silly girl with utmost care. After a brief moment of distraction, Su Man calmed herself and genuinely rejoiced at Sha Nanjing's transformation into an evolver, excitedly grasping her hand and exclaiming, Congratulations, Nanjing! You've become an evolver. Now we can fight side by side. Jiang Chuan, who had been contemplating how to treat both Su Man and Sha Nanjing well, suddenly found himself choking on his own saliva at her words. Both women turned to him in confusion. Su Man, puzzled by Jiang Chuan's sudden coughing fit given his robust physique, hurriedly asked, Chuangu, are you all right? Jiang Chuan chuckled foolishly, responding, I'm fine. Hee, fighting side by side sounds great. The two women remained oblivious to Jiang Chuan's inner thoughts, merely sensing that his smile appeared markedly different from his usual demeanor, rather lewd and unsavory. Jiang Chuan, aware of their sentiments, hastily retrieved the clothes he had acquired during the Zhiyuan shopping spree from his spatial ring to shift the topic. Come, man, Nanjing and I picked out an array of lovely outfits today that I'm unsure of your preferred style, so I brought several sets. Here are 50 that Nanjing selected. You both can choose from them. If they don't suit you, feel free to discard them. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll step out for a bit. Before leaving, Jiang Chuan repeatedly reminded Su Man not to use her powers for the next fortnight. After she promised, he left a considerable pile of clothes on the bed, departing with peace of mind. Once the two women remained in the room, their conversation flowed freely. Nanjing, your taste is impeccable. I adore all the outfits you've chosen. Not at all. It's primarily because Sister Man has a great figure and is beautiful. She looks good in anything. After exiting the room, Jiang Chuan summoned a Lao Biao. A Lao Biao. I plan to relocate the personnel from the hotel to the Research Institute tomorrow that I need to find a few capable individuals to manage affairs here. Do you have any recommendations? A Lao replied. Who would have thought that you, a person who rarely ventures out unless absolutely necessary, could manage to win over 2 empresses in just 3 days, and to find a delicate balance between them? What a twist of fate! Why can't you treat me with the same regard you show your empresses? Jiang Chuan retorted. Less chatter. If you could just transform that silly old man voice of yours into a sweet girl's voice. We wouldn't be in this predicament. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed in Jiang Chuan's mind. Master, is that so? A Lao will always accompany you. The original silly voice of a Lao chimed in again. Wasn't that your request? Jiang Chuan sighed. I suddenly feel it's too late to make such requests now. By the way, may I ask you to communicate more succinctly in the future? A Lao replied, That's not possible. It's part of the design set by my creator, and I cannot change it, even upon your request. Jiang Chuan, in a moment of good spirits, had almost forgotten about the pressing matters at hand. Please, recommend someone here who can be of use, a Lao said. Regarding capable individuals, I can suggest one. Su Chan phoned that he is even better than 3 others combined. He possesses an affinity for shadow elemental powers. This man has a strong sense of justice and prefers to work alongside those who share his values. Once he recognizes you as his leader, betrayal is highly unlikely. Jiang Chuan inquired, Su Chan Feng possesses shadow powers. Why have I never heard of such an individual? Such a formidable ability should be well known. Alao explained, ISNT he mentioned in the documents you downloaded. He was killed by his brother in the 3rd year of the apocalypse. Although he had some renown then, he was only a tier 4 evolver. So gradually, fewer people knew of him. Jiang Chuan mused. Now it makes sense. No wonder I didn't recognize him. I must pay closer attention to those prominent figures who perished early in the apocalypse. I can't afford to let that little brat slip away. Otherwise, I might lose a valuable ally at Alao. Thank you. I'll seek out Su Chan phone now. Alao's voice seemed to quiver with emotion. Did you just say thank you? Oh, master, I'm so touched. Jiang Chuan quickly cut her off, silenced that it seemed he couldn't afford to be too kind to her. 1 minute later, Jiang Chuan found Su Chan Feng in the corridor on the 3rd floor. Upon seeing Jiang Chuan, Su Chan Feng immediately stood at attention and saluted, reporting leader, Special Operations Team Leader Su Chan Feng, mission accomplished. Awaiting your orders, standing at 1.72 meters, Su Chan Feng was half a head shorter than Jiang Chuan. He sported a standard buzz cut, and his dark complexion was complemented by sharply defined features. His appearance radiated a sense of righteousness and reliability. Jiang Chuan patted Su Chan Feng's shoulder. This isn't the military. I'm not your officer, and no need for such formality. From now on, just call me Chuan Go, like Lao Gao does. After speaking, Jiang Chuan offered Su Chan Feng a cigarette. Surprised by Jiang Chuan's warm demeanor, Su Chan Feng chuckled awkwardly as he accepted the cigarette, quickly pulling out a lighter to ignite it for Jiang Chuan. Thanks, Chuan Go. Chapter 57. Shadow Combat Value Panel Name. Su Chan Feng Ability. None Weapon. None Strength. 6 Agility. 5 Stamina. 6 Endurance. 5 Elemental Affinity. 0 Overall Combat Power. 6 Ability Data Panel is elementally affined. Yes, Affinity Attribute. Shadow Affinity. 8 Acquired Elements. None is Special Physique. Yes, Physique Characteristics. Strength Type Special Abilities. None Loyalty. 41 Shadow Elemental Abilities are exceedingly rare, on par with Lightning abilities in their scarcity. Although Shadow abilities possess no offensive capability before Tier 4, they are undeniably the most formidable defensive abilities. Shadow element users can completely merge with shadows, rendering their bodies impervious to attacks, transforming from 3-dimensional beings into 2-dimensional ones. Moreover, despite the lack of offensive capabilities, shadow users are renowned as the best assassins and scouts. Their energy consumption is minimal. Even a Tier 1 shadow user can maintain a 2-dimensional form for over an hour. Without special abilities, who would suspect a living person could be lurking within their shadow? In the apocalypse, individuals generally avoid provoking shadow users. If one does, they must tread carefully even in sunlight, for a killer may emerge from their shadow to claim their life. Even if one can ascertain a shadow user's location, they remain powerless against them, as they exist in entirely different dimensions. After reviewing Su Chanfeng's information panel, Jiang Chuan resolved to recruit him, recognizing that this man, not only a shadow user, would become a strength-type evolver upon transformation. That Lao had informed Jiang Chuan that Su Chanfeng possessed a strong sense of justice. Thus, to gain his allegiance, Jiang Chuan knew he must demonstrate his own sense of justice. Looking at Su Chanfeng, Jiang Chuan employed his persuasive skills. Brother Su, I believe you're aware that our military is currently overwhelmed with its own issues. To survive, we must learn to save ourselves. What do you think? Su Chanfeng nodded in agreement, replying earnestly, Indeed, Chuanga, I share your sentiments, but I lack ideas on how to proceed. Jiang Chuan exhaled a plume of smoke and inquired, Have you heard of the Institute of Biology and Technology in Guangnan City? After Su Chanfeng nodded in acknowledgement, Jiang Chuan continued, There are 2 esteemed professors there, and it won't be long before foreign entities take an interest in them. I must go ahead to ensure their safety. Additionally, the Institute's fortifications are ideally suited for establishing a base in the early days of the apocalypse. Remaining self-sufficient in this modest hotel, as we are now, is certainly not a sustainable plan. At this juncture, Jiang Chuan patted Su Chanfeng on the shoulder and remarked, Brother Su, you possess remarkable talent, and I admire the strong sense of justice that emanates from you. My desire to establish a base cannot be realized without your assistance. Su Chanfeng hastily waved his hand, responding, Brother Chuan, you flatter me. As soldiers, it is our duty to serve the people. However, I cannot fathom why you have chosen me. Brother Gao has informed me that you possess formidable strength, and both he and Brother Zhangfeng enjoy a superior reputation here. They would surely be more suitable candidates. Jiang Chuan replied, It is precisely because you are a soldier that I trust you more than others. This matter is classified information that I should not divulge, but in order to save more lives, I must share it with you. As he spoke, 10 energy cores materialized in the palm of Jiang Chuan's hand. I believe you are aware that both Gao Shan and I have acquired powers that surpass those of ordinary humans. These cores are crystallized forms of energy extracted from the bodies of zombies. If you consume them, you will gain strength akin to ours. Su Chanfeng gazed at the cores in Jiang Chuan's hand, momentarily speechless. Through his eyes, Jiang Chuan discerned that he indeed yearned for power. Yet he hesitated to accept it, fully aware that revealing such information carried the risk of disclosing state secrets. Jiang Chuan recognized that the time was ripe, and thus, adopting a posture of righteous resolve, he declared, Brother Su, if I must choose between saving more lives and safeguarding state secrets, I would choose to save lives. That I am entrusting these cores to you to empower more individuals, for only in this way can we ensure the survival of many. If you are willing to lead the elderly, women, and children here, it will affirm that you and I share the same goal. We both wish to save more people in the face of great moral dilemmas. I have faith in you and trust that you will not disappoint me. Should the state pursue accountability later, I shall bear all the responsibility alone. That Su Chanfeng was not fearful of revealing state secrets. At his level, he had little understanding of such matters. Only knowing that doing so was wrong, he felt concern for Jiang Chuan, worrying about the repercussions he would face from the state. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, he naturally felt immense admiration for him, but he accepted the energy cores from Jiang Chuan's hand and saluted him with a standard military gesture, his eyes filled with respect. Report, Special Operations Team Leader Su Chanfeng is willing to heed Brother Chuan's command and voluntarily share in all responsibilities. Subsequently, Su Chanfeng retrieved an energy core from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Chuan, saying, Brother Chuan, this was given to me by a colleague infected at the health clinic before he passed away. I believe this item is quite extraordinary, so it is better in your hands. Upon inspection, Jiang Chuan's face broke into a grin. It was indeed an ability core, specifically from Shadow-type ability zombie, which were notoriously difficult to defeat. That Su Chanfeng's fortune was remarkable, as he inexplicably obtained a Shadow-type ability core. Indeed, those who leave their mark in the annals of history are often blessed with great fortune. Jiang Chuan addressed Su Chanfeng, Captain Su, this core is known as an ability core. You should keep it safe. When the time is right, I will teach you how to utilize it. Remember, this item must not be lost. Understood. Jiang Chuan then observed with satisfaction as Su Qinfeng's loyalty rating reached 86. He added, Captain Su, by 8 a.m. tomorrow, I need to see 5 individuals who can operate either a bus or a truck. Can you manage that? I will ensure that the task is completed. After conveying the methods and precautions for using the energy cores to Su Qinfeng, Jiang Chuan dismissed him. To his surprise, he managed to recruit 2 ability users within the confines of this modest hotel. Jiang Chuan felt a surge of excitement, crediting his well-honed skills of persuasion. Truly, years of verbal practice yield immediate results. Chapter 58. Preparations for evacuation to establish a survivor base. A considerable number of survivors is indispensable. While it is true that powerful ability users and evolved individuals are crucial for setting up a base in the apocalypse, ordinary people are equally essential. For instance, when constructing a base and developing new settlements. Engineers and construction workers are vital. When illness strikes, doctors and nurses are necessary. The management of personnel and distribution of resources within the base require individuals with professional expertise, and in the later stages. As the base expands and urban resources are depleted, a team dedicated to production and cultivation of crops becomes imperative. Although plant-type ability users can cultivate crops, their yield would be insufficient for the vast population. Among the survivors in the hotel, though the majority are elderly, women, and children, they left a positive impression on Jiang Chuan. Thus, he resolved to take these individuals to the Research Institute, allowing them to become the first citizens of his newly established base. At 5:30 a.m. the following morning, the dawn was just beginning to break. Jiang Chuan, having changed into a fresh set of sportswear, awoke from his slumber on the sofa. Glancing at the 2 renowned women still asleep in the bed, he could not help but reflect, who would have thought that I, Jiang Chuan, could win over 2 illustrious empresses in a mere 3 days? Who would believe such a tale? Not only did I manage to entice them into my bed, but in my past life, I would have been too fearful to even glance at them. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he quietly approached, placing a gentle kiss on the foreheads of Su Man and Shan Nanjing. Before adjusting the blankets around them, 0.5 minutes later, after exchanging pleasantries with the young men keeping watch on the first floor, Jiang Chuan exited the hotel. His purpose for venturing out was to scout the road conditions leading from the hotel to the expressway, thereby determining the best route for the evacuation of the group. The Research Institute is not located within the city, but rather near the outskirts, though taking the expressway may seem counterintuitive. The number of zombies present on the highway is significantly lower, and the road conditions are relatively favorable. Regarding vehicles, Jiang Chuan had previously noticed a bus station near the square, where over a dozen buses were parked, ample enough for everyone to leave. The dawn of the apocalypse at 5:30 a.m. was eerily quiet. The zombies, seemingly summoned by some unseen force, congregated in dark places as soon as the light began to emerge. At this moment, the streets were largely devoid of zombies. A figure darted through the sparsely populated streets, moving with remarkable speed. Jiang Chuan refrained from using any mode of transportation, as given the current road conditions in the city. Running was faster than biking. He pushed himself to his utmost speed, racing toward the entrance of the expressway. The distance from the hotel to the nearest expressway entrance was approximately 4 to 5 kilometers in a straight line. Presently, he may well be the only agile-type ability user on the entire planet. Should anyone else attempt this task, they would be too slow and might choose an incorrect route due to their unfamiliarity with the area. He could not afford to waste another day on such reconnaissance. Though the Lao Watch could analyze routes based on collected data, the paths it suggested still harbored numerous ordinary zombies, which would not be suitable for a group predominantly composed of civilians. Upon returning to the 3rd floor of the hotel, Jiang Chuan found Su Qinfeng waiting for him, flanked by 6 others. Though Jiang Chuan did not recognize the 6 individuals behind Su Qinfeng, he could tell they were all drivers, as evidenced by the calluses on their palms. He also noted that Su Qinfeng had now become a strength-type ability user. Combat Value Panel Name: Su Qinfeng Ability. Physical Type Weapon: None Strength, 59 Agility, 20 Stamina, 19 Endurance, 21 Elemental Endowment, 0 Overall Combat Power. 30 Ability Data Panel is Elemental Affinity Body. Yes, Affinity Attribute. Shadow. Affinity Level. 8 Elements Acquired. None is special body. Yes, physical characteristics. Strength type body special abilities. None loyalty. 90 aside from Su Chenfeng. Gao Shan, Zhang Feng, and Alao were also present in the corridor. Su Chenfeng stepped forward and said to Jiang Chuan, Brother Chuan, when I was looking for drivers yesterday, Brother Gao, Brother Feng, and Alao learned of your plan to evacuate everyone. So they all got up early to see if they could assist you. Gao Shan, accompanied by Zhang Feng and Alao, approached and remarked, Brother Chuan, you're treating me too distantly. You should have notified me of such a significant matter. Jiang Chuan distributed cigarettes to the group and apologized. I ran in a captain's suit just as I was heading downstairs yesterday, so I spoke with him. I had intended to inform everyone before our departure today. Continuing, Jiang Chuan ignited the cigarette in his mouth and took a puff before speaking again. At this moment, I truly need some assistance. Let us first head to the bus station across the square and bring a few vehicles over. Once we arrive at the station, I will provide further instructions. Please wake everyone up and have them wait for me downstairs. Initially, there were 3 rooms occupied, but following the live stream incident involving Jiang Chuan yesterday, only he and his party of 5 remained on the 4th floor. Before ascending, Jiang Chuan glanced at Gao Shan's information panel and felt quite satisfied with his data. Combat value panel name. Gao Shan ability. None weapon. None strength. 28 agility. 20 stamina. 25 endurance. 26 elemental empowerment. 0 overall combat power. 23 ability data panel elemental affinity physique. Yes, affinity attribute. Earth, affinity level. 8 acquired elements. None special physique. No special abilities. None loyalty. 92 under normal circumstances. A first-tier evolved individual would have an overall combat power of around 20, but Gao Shan, being a fitness instructor by profession, already possessed an exceptional physical constitution, even before becoming an ability user. His overall combat power had reached 25, exceeding the average by a significant margin of 5 points. Such a phenomenon is exceedingly rare among evolved individuals. You two needn't bother with makeup, do you? You are already stunning as you are, having become evolved individuals. Your skin is now 5 times better than before. Why would you need makeup? Are you truly determined to leave no room for other women? Shan Nanjing chuckled, you silly man, what do you know? Which woman would ever complain about being too beautiful? The more beautiful, the better, right, Sister Man? Su Man nodded in agreement with Shan Nanjing, saying, exactly. Nanjing and I are like little fairies, and we must look our best every day. She then turned to Jiang Chuan and asked, Brother Chuan, you left early this morning. Is there something going on? Hearing Su Man's inquiry, Jiang Chuan's heart tightened. He had feared that Su Man had awakened while he was stealthily kissing the 2 women. However, upon meeting Su Man's gaze, he realized it was merely his guilty conscience. Yes, there's indeed a matter at hand. I have decided to lead the citizens here to the Research Institute today. Chapter 59. Evacuation meeting 10 minutes later, Jiang Chuan and his party of 5 descended from the 4th floor, where Su Chenfeng and others stood orderly on the 3rd floor, awaiting Jiang Chuan with utmost respect. Everyone had gathered, and they whispered among themselves, speculating about the day's events. Gao Yutong, donned in a pink princess dress and clutching her 2 dolls, obediently approached Gao Shan. Upon seeing Jiang Chuan, she ran towards him. Jiang Chuan picked up the clingy little girl, teased her for a moment, and then returned her to Gao Shan's embrace. He then made his way to the center of the crowd. Aunt Chun, who had grabbed Jiang Chuan by the collar yesterday, approached him with a beaming smile and said, Leader, please forgive my shortcomings from yesterday that I, an old woman, have nothing to offer you. However, I do have a prescription, a family remedy passed down in the Chun household. Leaning closer to Jiang Chuan, Aunt Chun whispered, Don't underestimate this remedy. It's quite effective. My husband took it, and the following year I had my daughter. Many pharmacy owners in the city have offered exorbitant prices for it, but we never sold it. After speaking, Aunt Chun pulled a crumpled piece of paper from her clothing pocket and pressed it into Jiang Chuan's hand. Jiang Chuan's face flushed, but with so many eyes upon him, he felt he could not refuse. He thanked Aunt Chun and hurriedly tucked the note into his ring. Then, Jiang Chuan earnestly addressed the crowd. I believe you all understand that remaining in this hotel awaiting rescue is not a sustainable solution. Therefore, I have decided to lead everyone away from here to establish a temporary base at the Biological and Technological Research Institute on the outskirts of the city. once the base is established. Each person will need to fulfill their responsibilities. I cannot support so many individuals without any contribution that I am quite pragmatic. As long as you can provide significant value, I can ensure your daily sustenance. However, if you cannot contribute, I'm afraid I must leave you to fend for yourselves. Before Jiang Chuan could finish, several women in their 30s and 40s, standing together in the hotel, began to voice their grievances. What is this? Yesterday you seemed like a good person, and today you want to exploit our labor. No way. What do you mean by leaving us to fend for ourselves? We are all lawful citizens paying our taxes. Why should we be abandoned in times of crisis? Yes, we do not agree. Surely no one else does either. You must be responsible for our safety. In the apocalypse, human nature reveals itself in such ways. The moment you show kindness, others may perceive you as weak. Become a commendable leader in these dire times. One must not only be able to win hearts, but also command respect. Jiang Chuan glanced at the three women leading the provocations and mentally noted their appearances. He then unleashed 3 small arcs of electricity, striking the faces of the women. The arcs did not harm them, but elicited pained cries. Interrupting their incitement, the crowd watched in astonishment, bewildered by Jiang Chuan's extraordinary abilities. Once the 3 women fell silent, Jiang Chuan continued, "When I speak, I prefer not to be interrupted. If you have questions, feel free to raise your hands." This time, no one dared to speak up, and Jiang Chuan felt quite satisfied with this response. He proceeded, "My purpose in Guangnan involves other, more significant tasks. I'm not part of a rescue team. Furthermore, once this mission concludes, I will no longer be a public servant of the state. The reasons are complex, and I shall not elaborate here. Some of you may have already surmised that my mission is to protect the researchers at the Institute. Therefore, my assistance to you yesterday was merely a gesture of goodwill. I do not expect gratitude. However, if you wish to rely on my support for survival after joining my base, that is not feasible. I will only provide the most basic safety assurances. To survive and even thrive, you must rely on your own efforts." At that moment, a middle-aged man raised his hand. Jiang Chuan had just completed his statement, and he gestured for the man to speak. The man confidently inquired, "Leader, may I ask what kind of contributions are considered valuable for the base you mentioned?" Upon hearing the man's question, the crowd became attentive, eager to understand. There are many ways to create value. You may choose to join the combat team. Life in the combat unit will undoubtedly be the most rewarding within the shelter. Alternatively, you can opt to be a doctor, teacher, construction worker, or even engage in cooking and laundry. However, the amount of resources you receive will correspond to your contributions. If you possess the skills to find someone willing to support you, you may choose to do nothing at all. I will implement a specific points or currency system in due course. Attempting to gain without effort will not be feasible here. That moment, Gao Yutong raised her hand, her expression one of urgency as she looked at Jiang Chuan, exclaiming, Brother, I have a question too." Jiang Chuan smiled at her and asked, "What would you like to know, Tong Tong?" Gao Yutong eagerly inquired, "Brother, what will the children like us do?" "Children under 12 years old will receive adequate food daily, which I will ensure to this moment." A portly man also raised his hand. Jiang Chuan gestured for him to speak, and he confidently introduced himself. "Hello, leader. I am Liu Tao, the vice chairman of Guangnan Building Materials Group. I would like to ask if I can exchange something for my previous assets, which amounted to over 5 million. Regardless of your previous assets, everyone is equal now, unless you can provide significant value to the base. Your prior currency has lost its worth the moment the apocalypse began." Seeing the expressions of disappointment on nearly half of the crowd, Jiang Chuan addressed them once more. "Of course, you may choose to remain here and await assistance from the regular state forces. The choice is yours, and I will not compel anyone to. And for those who choose to stay, I will provide each of you with 3 days' worth of food. Anyone wishing to remain can sign up with Zhangfeng and Ayla shortly." As soon as Jiang Chuan finished speaking, everyone began to murmur among themselves, "If there are no further questions, then, leader." At that moment, a 50-year-old woman hurriedly raised her hand. "Do you know when the national rescue teams will arrive?" "Well, I am uncertain. They may arrive tomorrow, or perhaps not until next week." Left in the corridor were only Jiang Chuan's party, Su Chanfeng, and Gao Shan's group, along with the security team and the bus drivers, totaling 21 individuals. Chapter 60. The compact and ruthless Scarface, if anyone truly believed that Jiang Chuan would prepare 3 days' worth of provisions for those who remained, they had gravely misjudged him. Although Jiang Chuan possessed a sense of justice, he was far more ruthless than he appeared. His statement was merely a tactic to identify those difficult to manage in the early days of the base. Excessive scheming and reluctance to work could not be deemed as mere hindrances. They were detrimental to the base's development. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan began to assign tasks to the 20 or so individuals remaining. At that moment, an older gentleman, a driver, stepped forward and said, "Leader, I used to work as a driver at the passenger station. I am quite familiar with that area and can lead the way for everyone." Jiang Chuan acknowledged the man's initiative and inquired, "Sir, what is your name?" "I am Zhang Guang," he replied. "Very well, Uncle Zhang. Once the base is established, you will temporarily oversee the cargo transport." Zhang Guang, the driver, responded with enthusiasm. "Understood, leader. This has been my line of work, and I used to cover shifts regularly. I will not disappoint you." Jiang Chuan nodded, and upon observing that no one else wished to pose further questions, he declared, "All right, since there are no more inquiries, let us proceed, that we aim to reach the Research Institute before dinner." Meanwhile, 500 meters away, atop a small high-rise building, 2 men and 2 women were engaged in a sordid transaction within a bedroom. The 2 men were none other than the escaped convicts who had previously been used as bait by Jiang Chuan at the television tower. They were still clad in police uniforms. Reclining on the bed while being attended to by 2 young women, their bodies marred with bruises, suddenly, the door swung open. Scarface and Monkey exchanged displeased glances but remained motionless on the bed. The 2 young women, upon noticing the intrusion, hastily ceased their actions, draping themselves with a blanket. Their abrupt halt infuriated Scarface, who yanked the blanket away and tossed it to the floor. He then slapped the girl sitting atop him, exclaiming, "You filthy wench, did I tell you to stop? What has a few pounds of flesh on you that my brothers haven't seen before? Why the charade of innocence? I provide you with food and drink, and yet you refuse to work. You wish for me to drag you out and feed you to the zombies? Now get back to it." The girl recalled how, just 2 days prior, the police had arrived and executed the 3 men she was with. Her friend had provoked the officers with a careless remark, resulting in her being subjected to brutal humiliation. What terrified her the most was not the torment of her friend, but the memory of her friend being restrained by her feet and hung upside down from the second-floor window, with only a meter separating her head from the ground as zombies approached. The officers laughed maniacally, indifferent to her friend's desperate cries for mercy. They forced the remaining 5 girls to the window, prying their eyes open to witness the gruesome fate of their naked companion being devoured. Another girl, too terrified to hesitate, blinked back tears as she lowered the blanket and resumed her ministrations on Monkey. Scarface smirked in satisfaction before addressing the man who had just entered. "Old 3, what brings you here in such a hurry?" Old 3, distracted by the sight of the woman enjoying her time with Scarface, pondered, "Does Wolf Brothers' equipment really feel that exquisite? Surely this woman is merely pretending to endure." Snapped back to reality by Scarface's question, Old 3 hastily replied, "Wolf Brother, it appears there's a situation at the hotel you asked us to monitor 2 days ago." Old 3 waved his hands in denial. No. There were a lot of people who went out, probably around 20 or 30 plus. There are several unfamiliar faces, including 2 new girls who are far more enticing than these ones. Should we not check it out? Perhaps we could bring those 2 girls here? Oh. Monkey's interest peaked instantly. He pushed the girl beneath him aside, pulled up his pants, and approached Old 3. "Quick, hand me the binoculars that I must see what these beauties look like." Old 3 handed over the binoculars, grinning at the gaunt Monkey, whose pallor and heavy dark circles made him look rather comical. Suddenly, Monkey exclaimed, "Holy hell, it's that devil! No way, he couldn't have followed us here. Could he? What a persistent nuisance. Wolf Brother, shall we go down and deal with him?" As Scarface lay on the bed, having reached a moment of release, he too felt a tremor in his body. Hearing Monkey's words, he disregarded putting on his pants and rushed to the window, snatching the binoculars from Monkey's grasp. That moment, Jiang Chuan experienced once more the sensation of being watched. He abruptly lifted his head and gazed at the rooftop of the building where Scarface was situated. The sunlight illuminated the window of the bedroom, preventing Jiang Chuan from spotting Scarface and his associates. Assuming that other survivors occupied the building, he dismissed the feeling, swiftly dispatching 4 zombies and acquiring a crystal core before continuing to lead the group toward the passenger station. Scarface, witnessing that Jiang Chuan could detect their gaze from such a distance, felt a pang of dread. The memory of Jiang Chuan's terror loomed large in his mind, and his desire for revenge began to wane significantly. Chapter 61. Scarface's Path of Escape 3 days prior. Scarface and Monkey found themselves ensnared atop the television tower, trapped for over 3 hours by an encroaching horde of zombies. Suddenly, they spotted a figure moving within a window of a nearby residential building, an 18 or 19-year-old boy, isolated and bewildered in his home. Through a combination of coaxing and deceit, the boy was convinced that they were repairmen sent to fix the television tower, in a bid for companionship and survival. The boy used a drone to send a rope to the 2 men. Once they were rescued, rather than expressing gratitude, they mercilessly killed the boy, using his corpse as bait to lure the majority of the zombies away from his neighborhood. They felt no remorse, convinced that they had done better than Jiang Chuan, who used living humans as bait. After diverting most of the zombies, they discovered numerous corpses in the community courtyard, including the dismembered remains of a special police officer. Having witnessed Jiang Chuan kill zombies for crystal cores, they surmised that his exceptional physical capabilities were linked to the cores extracted from the heads of the undead. Emboldened, they descended from the tower, managing to collect 20 crystal cores from the foreheads of the fallen zombies. Although they found weapons on the deceased officer, all the magazines were empty. More than an hour later, Scarface evolved and awakened a unique ability, premonition of death. This power allowed him to sense his own mortality. Each time he contemplated revenge against Jiang Chuan, he was engulfed by a profound fear of death, sometimes even envisioning his own demise at Jiang Chuan's hands. Unbeknownst to him, he was not only a unique ability user, but also possessed a remarkable affinity of 9 points for spatial elements that would be 6 months after the apocalypse before the first generation of affinity detection devices emerged, revealing to Scarface his exceptional affinity. The reason he had remained nameless in his previous life was that he had been slain by a female survivor he had victimized prior to becoming an evolved being. Jiang Chuan's arrival had irrevocably altered his fate. Although Monkey did not achieve evolution, his physical prowess, bolstered by the crystal cores, reached twice that of an ordinary person, thanks to Scarface's unique ability. The farther they distanced themselves from Jiang Chuan, the more secure he felt. Thus, they fled the neighborhood. Later, in search of ammunition for the weapons they had acquired from the special police officer, they ventured to a nearby police station, where they encountered 6 fellow inmates. It turned out that, following their escape from prison, other surviving prisoners had also begun to break free in small groups. These 6 had obtained 2 shotguns from the corpses of the police officers in the monitoring room and commenced their own escape. Coincidentally, the 6 chose the same route as Scarface and Monkey. Moreover, after dispatching over 10 zombies with their shotguns, the 6 found themselves with only 5 rounds left and sought to procure more ammunition from the police station. However, finding ammunition was no simple task. Although neither of the 2 groups managed to procure ammunition, these 8 unsavory individuals found themselves converging in the same police station. Scarface and Monkey displayed their prowess, informing the others that they had transcended the limits of ordinary existence. However, the duo refrained from sharing the details of how they acquired such power with their fellow inmates. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, they commandeered a large truck and raided a group of individuals hiding in a love hotel. Shortly thereafter, they took refuge in a small high-rise building not far from the hotel. This idea originated from Scarface, who asserted that the people in the hotel could undoubtedly yield more resources, allowing their group to periodically raid the hotel and thus avoid the perils of confronting zombies. Upon entering the small high-rise, they discovered 9 survivors who had managed to gather on the 2nd floor. Initially, these survivors were elated at the prospect of police assistance, but they were unprepared for the horror that awaited them, a massacre perpetrated by a band of demons. Just the day before, Scarface's unease had surged once more, and in that moment, upon encountering Jiang Chuan, he finally comprehended the source of his profound fear of death. The realization that Jiang Chuan could detect his presence from such a distance stripped him of any lingering desire for vengeance. For someone who had experienced a second chance at life, imbued with formidable power, Scarface was far more reluctant to risk his life than the others. While he plotted his escape route, Monkey once again urged him, "Brother Wolf, we now possess firearms and have gained such incredible strength. If we do not seek vengeance, we would be failing ourselves, not to mention the old fool who was killed by him." Upon hearing Monkey's words, Scarface abruptly stood up, delivering a sharp slap across Monkey's face, sending his 2 front teeth flying and causing his cheek to swell. Had Monkey not consumed 10 crystal cores, he might have been struck dead by Scarface's blow. Scarface furiously shouted at the fallen Monkey, "What the hell? Can't you see I'm deep in thought? Just because you haven't seen that guy shoot doesn't mean he is unarmed. Don't forget how we acquired our power. That guy is undoubtedly stronger than the 2 of us. Vengeance? What a joke." After berating Monkey, Scarface turned to Lao San and commanded, "Lao San, immediately inform everyone that we are packing up and leaving this place right now." Lao San, intimidated by Scarface's intensity, genuinely feared a slap from him. Unlike Monkey, he lacked the physical fortitude. A single blow could very well mark the end of his journey. Trembling, he stammered, "Brother Wolf, after we leave here, where shall we go?" Scarface's eyes darted as he muttered to himself, "That guy is haunting us relentlessly. Damn it, just the sight of him sends my heart racing. Let us head out of the province." Yes, we will go to Pingdong province. That I refuse to believe that I can encounter this scourge outside my home. If anyone deemed Scarface's reaction as overblown, they surely had never truly experienced the terror that death instills. It is a sensation that no one wishes to endure a second time, particularly when confronting Jiang Chuan head-on. The intensity of that fear was palpable. It was this very decision made by Scarface that, many years later, would render him a formidable warlord, one who would become a significant thorn in Jiang Chuan's side. Chapter 62. The Massacre at the Bus Station as Flowers Bloom in Pairs. So too did Jiang Chuan and his companions carve their way through the chaos, swiftly arriving near the bus station. The apocalypse erupted at noon, precisely during the peak hours of bus travel, resulting in a throng of individuals at the station and, consequently, a multitude of zombies. Surrounding the bus station were no towering edifices, allowing for prolonged exposure to sunlight. Under such circumstances, even with the horde of zombies present, they would gradually disperse over the course of 3 days. Yet, it remains a mystery who, in their idleness, locked both the front and back gates of the bus station. Thus, the transformed populace found themselves trapped within the confines of the station. Upon catching sight of the living, the zombies congregated at the entrance. Jiang Chuan quickly assessed the situation and realized that the number of zombies inside the station was no less than 500. This was an unforeseen development for Jiang Chuan, that he retrieved 7 weapons from his spatial ring, gift from the Leaf family's shop. Naturally, the 2 finest long knives were designated for himself and Su Man, while the 2 highest quality swords were given to Shannan Jing and Li Luo Kuei. The remaining 3 long knives were distributed among Li Yong Yin, Gao Shan, and Su Qinfeng, while the others wielded an assortment of makeshift weapons, kitchen knives, steel rods, and chains. Gripping the long knife firmly, Jiang Chuan addressed the group. Zombies are generally weak in the first week following the outbreak, making those confined within the bus station your ideal training targets. After a week, it will be exceedingly difficult to find such feeble zombies to practice against. All evolvers, head to the station and slay the zombies. Rest assured, evolvers cannot be infected. However, if you wish to avoid excruciating pain, it is best not to let zombies scratch you. The remaining security personnel will ensure the safety of the drivers that I will not participate in the ensuing battle. But I will intervene if you truly require assistance. Now, let us move. At Jiang Chuan's command, the group of evolvers sprang into action, given the consensus that Su Man and Shannan Jing were Jiang Chuan's women. No one dared to step in front of them. Each person glanced at one another, ultimately directing their gaze towards Su Man and Shannan Jing, resulting in a rather awkward atmosphere. Recognizing the group's hesitance, Su Man took the lead, stepping forward at last. With Su Man and Shannan Jing at the forefront, they advanced toward the zombie-infested entrance of the bus station. I Luo Kuei, holding a long knife, eyed Jiang Chuan with trepidation, clearly reluctant to enter the fray. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's reassurance, "Go ahead, I'm watching over you, I won't let any harm come to you," he slowly joined the ranks of zombie hunters. Once he caught up, Li Yongyan whispered to him, "Dad, you're so embarrassing." The young lad knew little of the true nature of battle. "I was merely assessing the enemy's situation. Can't you see Jiang Chuan is here? Why should I fear?" "Oh, humph, you youngsters really lack composure." As the group reached the entrance of the station, Su Man, determined not to embarrass Jiang Chuan, swiftly shattered the iron lock on the door with her blade and boldly engaged the zombies charging toward her. Having previously dispatched numerous zombies under Jiang Chuan's guidance, Su Man found herself at ease in this endeavor. After all, the zombies at this juncture were still quite feeble, relying solely on their meager attempts to claw and bite. With the agility and reflexes of a first-tier evolver, Su Man was more than capable of handling them. Sha Nanjing, known as the Wind Empress, proved herself to be a formidable force, seemingly born for this apocalyptic world. Although she had not previously slain zombies solo, after dispatching 2 with reckless abandon, she swiftly overcame her fear and mastered the art of killing zombies. Her sword danced gracefully amidst the throng of the undead. Gao Shan, Su Chanfeng, and Li Yongyan were equally eager to prove their mettle. They raised their long knives, aiming for the heads of the zombies. Having previously encountered the undead, both Gao Shan and Su Chanfeng, now evolved, were eager to test their newfound strength, cutting down zombies with ease. The two appear to be in a competition, each checking to see if the other had made a kill after slaying one. Although Li Yongyan was the youngest at under 20, he exhibited the most spirited enthusiasm. Though his speed in dispatching zombies was not on par with the others, he exerted himself fiercely. In stark contrast, Li Luo Kuei remained at Li Yongyan's side, vigilantly watching for any approaching zombies. He took a rather lackadaisical approach, only swinging his knife when a zombie threatened him or his son. Each time he felled a zombie, he muttered, "Alas, what a sin! Truly, what a misfortune!" Jiang Chuan turned a blind eye to this, for he had no intention of molding the father-son duo into formidable warriors. He merely wished for them to continue their trade, while possessing enough strength for self-preservation. As the number of fallen zombies grew, so too did the piles of corpses beneath them. The 6 fought valiantly, and before long, they had managed to slay nearly half of the zombies that a security guard, unable to suppress the tumultuous emotions within, stepped forward, mimicking Su Qinfeng's demeanor, and saluted Jiang Chuan, exclaiming, "Leader, security officer, Cheng Kai requests to engage in battle." Jiang Chuan placed significant importance on those who proactively sought to participate. Such individuals, when endowed with equal talent, often possessed greater potential for development. Upon scrutinizing Cheng Kai, Jiang Chuan discerned that this security guard not only harbored the potential to become an evolved being, but also possessed a physique conducive to endurance-type abilities. Although his current loyalty stood at a mere 53, Jiang Chuan recognized that loyalty could be cultivated. He placed a reassuring hand on Cheng Kai's shoulder and said, "Go forth. Opportunities for self-improvement like this will be scarce in the future." "Leader, I do not seek to practice how to slay zombies. I wish to avenge my family. It was these fiends who brought ruin upon my household. Whenever I lay eyes on them, I am reminded of my loved ones. Please grant me this chance for vengeance." Chapter 63. Three-Headed. Ability Zombies. Upon hearing Cheng Kai's fervent declaration, Jiang Chuan recalled his own feelings of hatred a decade prior, when he first encountered zombies. It was this very hatred that propelled him to become a 6th-tier, evolved being amidst the apocalypse. However, as time passed, the act of slaying zombies gradually morphed into a habit, a mundane aspect of life for him. Jiang Chuan retrieved a long blade from his spatial ring and handed it to Cheng Kai. Replacing the steel rebar he had been grasping, he patted Cheng Kai's shoulder once more, advising, "Be cautious. The poison of the undead is not to be trifled with. Do not let yourself be bitten." Cheng Kai nodded in acknowledgement, and, with blade in hand, joined the ranks of those engaged in battling the zombies. Observing 5 other eager security guards, Jiang Chuan called out, "Is there anyone else wishing to confront the zombies? Step forward. I will ensure your safety." Upon hearing his words, all 5 raised their hands eagerly. Jiang Chuan, unfazed, retrieved 5 swords from his spatial ring and distributed them to the 5, stating, "Exercise caution. Should you be bitten, I shall lack the time to retrieve your remains if you manage to slay over 15 zombies. I can offer you an opportunity to become evolved beings. Since Jiang Chuan had arrived at the hotel and facilitated the evolution of Gao Shan and Su Chunfeng, the notion of becoming an evolved being had ceased to be a secret within the establishment. Moreover, during casual conversations with Li Lao Kuei, they learned that to become an evolved being, one required not only the crystal cores from zombies, but also a delectable golden fruit. Though Gao Shan and Su Chunfeng already possessed evolutionary potential, they had kept the details of their transformation under wraps, leading to a lack of awareness regarding the fact that some individuals could evolve solely by consuming crystal cores. As the five joined the fray against the zombies, they were invigorated, eager to demonstrate their mettle before Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan had observed these individuals and deemed them unlikely to evolve. However, he possessed over 200 2E fruits, more than sufficient to facilitate their evolution. Aside from Li's father and son, Jiang Chuan had established two criteria for bestowing the 2E fruit upon others. The first was that loyalty must reach a threshold of 70 or above, indicating a willingness to yield to him. The second was that the individual must possess courage and tenacity, for even if they became evolved beings without these traits, it would only squander resources. These security guards evidently met the latter requirement. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chuan, these guards had all been personally recruited by Su Chunfeng, who prioritized character in his selections. Among them were 3 veterans, and the remaining 2, though not ex-soldiers, were nonetheless men of considerable valor. Jiang Chuan sensed that these individuals differed from the typical security guards who merely waited for death. They resembled valiant warriors. While the battle raged, Jiang Chuan heard the distinct sound of a car engine in the distance. Amidst the cacophony of zombie growls, the sound of the vehicle struck a discordant note. However, upon closer inspection, he realized the car was heading away from the crowd and the hotel, prompting him to dismiss it from his mind. As the number of zombies dwindled, Jiang Chuan spotted 3 distinctive zombies at the rear of the horde as the density of the zombie mass decreased. The ordinary zombies began to deliberately distance themselves from these 3 peculiar ones. The reason for their distinction was that they remained stationary, not approaching anyone in the slightest. Jiang Chuan recognized them as first-tier ability zombies that had awakened their powers. After the onset of the apocalypse, all zombies, including the ordinary ones, would restore their bodily functions to a level comparable to that of normal humans within a week, provided they were not slain by humans. These zombies would naturally evolve into true first-tier zombies within a time frame ranging from 2 weeks to a month after the apocalypse. The evolution rate of ability zombies surpassed that of ordinary zombies significantly. Upon comprehending their inherent abilities, they could swiftly ascend to the first tier, typically within 2 to 4 days. In truth, the emergence of 3 ability zombies among the 500 was already quite rare. Had this been a month into the apocalypse, one could expect to find an ability zombie for every 10 zombies encountered. This was due to the fact that, much like humans, zombies would randomly awaken peculiar abilities, including elemental powers during their transformation into first-tier zombies, with a higher probability than humans awakening special abilities. However, with the exception of elemental ability zombies, the crystal cores of other ability zombies were merely ordinary cores. To return to the matter at hand, the 3 ability zombies remained motionless due to their instincts. Most low-tier ability zombies would only attack humans after ordinary zombies had depleted some of the latter's strength. The 3 were biding their time, awaiting the moment when the horde would wear down Su Man and the others. However, with Jiang Chuan present, their strategies were futile. His firearm alone was sufficient to deal with them. Not to mention that he had already mastered lightning elemental abilities. Considering the rare opportunity to engage safely with ability zombies, Jiang Chuan refrained from confronting the 3 immediately, choosing instead to allow his team members to hone their skills. Should they encounter danger in their battle with the ability zombies, he would intervene if necessary. He observed the 3 zombies while simultaneously dispatching the few remaining zombies that had been drawn to the commotion. After consulting with the A Lao tablet, Jiang Chuan identified the zombie on the far left, its eye corner smeared with mud, as possessing sand elemental abilities. The muscular zombie in the middle was a strength-type ability zombie, while the damp creature on the right was indeed a water-type ability zombie. As time passed, the zombies in the bus station fell one after another, and the once formidable horde dwindled to a mere 40 or 50. At this juncture, the three ability zombies finally stirred. The combatants, engrossed in their slaughter, caught sight of these unusual zombies. Gao Shan and Su Qinfeng, like two combat enthusiasts, immediately recognized the uniqueness of the three and exchanged a knowing glance. Preparing to confront them. Chapter 64. Experience babies upon witnessing Gao Shan and Su Qinfeng preparing to charge at the three ability zombies. Jiang Chuan urgently called out to halt their advance. Hey, you two, do you intend to hog all the glory? These are three ability zombies, and the experience gained for battling them is invaluable. Do not slay them casually. The assembled fighters were taken aback by Jiang Chuan's words. Was he truly speaking in earnest? These were ability zombies. While most present had yet to encounter a zombie that had genuinely comprehended abilities, the mere notion of ability zombies sounded formidable. How could they be reduced to mere experience babies in Jiang Chuan's rhetoric? Subsequently, Jiang Chuan contemplated Gao Shan's affinity for earth elemental abilities. Although distinct from sand elemental abilities, they bore similarities. Thus, he decided that Gao Shan should engage the sand-type ability zombie, as it would yield the greatest benefit. This would maximize his chances of successfully comprehending earth elemental powers. The strength-type zombie, naturally, was to be faced by Su Qinfeng, who possessed both shadow elemental and strength-type abilities, despite having awakened his strength-type abilities upon becoming an evolved being. Su Qinfeng's limited combat experience thus far had prevented him from fully unleashing his potential. Engaging in combat with a strength-type zombie would help him enhance his mastery of strength abilities. As for the remaining water-type zombie, Jiang Chuan initially considered pairing Su Man with Shan Nanjing to confront it, but ultimately decided it would be best for Shan Nanjing to face it alone. Firstly, Su Man has never been adept in combat, and she is currently in a state of recuperation. Previously, she managed to slay her way through a horde of ordinary zombies purely by virtue of her physical superiority. Furthermore, Shan Nanjing possesses not only a wind affinity with a compatibility of 10, but also a fire affinity with a compatibility of 6 that while water and fire elements are traditionally antagonistic. Engaging with water-type zombie entities could significantly enhance her success in mastering the fire element in future encounters. This scenario is akin to answering a multiple-choice question where one becomes aware of an incorrect option beforehand. However, assistance from others would considerably diminish this advantageous effect. After Jiang Chuan called for a halt, he swiftly revised the combat strategy. The left flank, manned by sand-type zombies, would be entrusted solely to Gao Shan. Qinfeng, you shall handle the powerhouse in the middle, and Nanjing, you will take charge of the water-type zombie on the far right. The remaining evolvers should reassemble and observe the battle between first-tier evolvers and first-tier zombies. The ordinary zombies can be dealt with by the security team, lest those who have not yet slain 15 zombies become anxious. Qinfeng and Gao Shan are prohibited from using weapons. You two must engage in unarmed combat to achieve the best training outcomes. Upon hearing this, Su Man and the Li father-son duo sheathed their weapons and approached Jiang Chuan. Li Yin appeared somewhat reluctant to comply, while Li Luo Ke displayed a countenance of sheer relief, as though he had been granted a reprieve. After exiting the battlefield, Li Luo Ke approached Jiang Chuan with a remorseful expression, offering the sword in his hand, saying, "Little Jiang, this sword is better suited for someone else that I can only forge blades, and I am truly inept at wielding swords. This is one of the finest swords I have crafted, and having it accompany me would only bring it shame." Jiang Chuan, not one to stand on ceremony, accepted the sword with a smile, responding, "Uncle Li, everyone has their own expertise. There is no need for you to feel disheartened. Focus on your blade forging. It is a rare and valuable skill. Without your craftsmanship, we would not have been able to vanquish so many zombies today with such ease. This is all your merit. Indeed, having forged iron for over 20 years, it would be unreasonable to lack some skill." He replied with a hearty laugh. Jiang Chuan then redirected his gaze to the battlefield, where 3 individuals were engaged in combat against 3 zombies. Gao Shan, ever the fighter, plunged his sword into the earth of the landscaped area and charged unarmed towards the ability zombie, being the first to make contact. Sand and earth-type zombies are relatively manageable among lower-tier zombies. These two categories are characterized by their formidable defensive capabilities, only gaining offensive abilities after reaching the 4th tier, such as earth spikes or sand projectiles that, in their first tier, they can only use sand to defend against attacks, achieving an alarmingly high level of defense and bearing little distinction from ordinary first-tier zombies. When struck, the affected area manifests a sand-like bulge resembling a tumor. Naturally, they do not remain passive. Gao Shan must evade their attacks, while simultaneously inflicting damage on their sandy defenses to deplete their abilities before he can hope to defeat them. Gao Shan discerned the weakness of this particular zombie, noticing that after striking it, the size of the sandy bulge on its body diminished. Though the change was slight, it did not escape Gao Shan's keen observation. He understood that he did not possess the same terrifying defense as the zombie. A single punch would undoubtedly incapacitate him. Thus, the battle devolved into a guerrilla warfare of evasion, with the outcome hinging on whether Gao Shan would exhaust his stamina first or the zombie would deplete its elemental energy. In contrast to Gao Shan's evasive tactics, Chen Feng's confrontation with the muscular zombie was far more direct and visceral. Both possessing strength abilities, their strikes and ability to withstand blows were remarkably robust. Despite the lack of elaborate techniques, they exchanged blows with vigor, each punch and kick resonating with palpable force. Given that lower-tier zombies lack much defensive awareness and Chen Feng was not inclined to dodge. He sustained only 1/3 of the zombie's total attacks during their skirmish. He was clearly gaining the upper hand. After the zombie was knocked down once more, Jiang Chuan noted its breathing pattern and the way it clenched its fists, indicating it was preparing to launch a surprise, heavy strike against Chen Feng. However, Jiang Chuan refrained from intervening, believing that the zombie's strength was insufficient to inflict significant harm on Chen Feng. Injuries in battle are inevitable. One cannot perpetually shield subordinates from conflict. Sustaining minor injuries now is far preferable to facing fatal consequences later. Yet, Chen Feng's subsequent action exceeded Jiang Chuan's expectations. In a blink, the entire combat sequence unfolded. Faced with the charging zombie, Chen Feng neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he bent his body and delivered a punch, seemingly intent on matching the zombie blow for blow. Jiang Chuan observed this moment from a distance, narrowing his eyes and revealing a knowing smile. What a madman he is! Before Jiang Chuan could finish his thought, a resounding crash echoed as both combatants' fists collided with each other's faces. However, Chen Feng's punch extended approximately 4 to 5 centimeters further. The force they unleashed was so immense that it cracked the marble floor beneath them. Dust swirled around them as the ability zombie was the first to be sent flying, landing over 10 meters away before lying motionless on the ground. Chen Feng, on the other hand, staggered back a few paces but quickly regained his footing, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiling victoriously. Fully aware that he had triumphed in this encounter, in that brief moment before contact with the ability zombie, Jiang Chuan suddenly noticed that Chen Feng's power level had surged from 59 to an impressive 98. This indicated that Chen Feng had fully grasped his strength ability and learned to wield it effectively. Meanwhile, Sha Nanjing's situation appeared less favorable compared to the two men. First, she was merely an evolver without any abilities. Second, the water-type zombie she faced was among the most formidable of all lower-tier ability zombies. This was due to the water-type zombies possessing a self-healing ability that lower-tier zombies typically lack. Once injured, as long as they were near a source of moisture, their wounds could heal at an astonishing rate. For instance, if one were to stab a hole in their chest, they could heal within half a minute. And this process required minimal elemental energy. Moreover, in addition to their almost supernatural self-healing capabilities, first-tier water-type zombies could condense moisture from the surrounding air to form rapidly propelled water projectiles to attack their adversaries. To completely eliminate a water-type ability zombie, an evolver must sever its head and extract the crystal core within. However, achieving this is no simple task, as water-type zombies are acutely aware of their vulnerabilities and will not passively await an evolver strike. From the very outset, the battle was inherently unfair. Sha Nanjing found herself at a disadvantage, continuously suffering under the relentless assaults of the water-type zombie. Whenever she attempted to close the distance, a water projectile would immediately be hurled at her. This led to mounting frustration for Sha Nanjing. After witnessing Chen Feng's successful defeat of the strength-type zombie, she contemplated a strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries. Seizing a moment of vulnerability from the water-type zombie, she charged forward, enduring a water projectile strike to her left arm, and with a fierce swing of her sword, she severed the zombie's entire left arm at the shoulder. To everyone watching, excluding Jiang Chuan, it appeared that the zombie, having lost a limb, could no longer condense water projectiles. The scales of victory seemed to tip decidedly in Shan Nanjing's favor. Just as the onlookers prepared to celebrate her triumph, the zombie astonishingly stepped on its severed limb, which then transformed into a puddle of black water, reattaching itself to its shoulder. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Man expressed her concern to Jiang Chuan, saying, "Brother Chuan, why not lend a hand to Nanjing? She seems unable to contend with this zombie." After observing the resolute gaze on Shan Nanjing's face, Jiang Chuan shook his head and replied, "Now is not the appropriate time. When the moment is right, I shall intervene. If I act now, it would negate the purpose of her training." The drivers, too, felt a pang of anxiety for Shan Nanjing, with one bolder driver remarking, "Our leader is indeed ruthless. He can be so harsh even toward his own woman that in truth, the water-type zombie was not nearly as formidable as the lightning-type zombie Jiang Chuan had previously faced. Thus, he was confident that with Shan Nanjing's combat talent, she could certainly triumph over this foe. Nonetheless, he called out to her, "Nanjing, to defeat it, you must strike its head with a single blow." After delivering his advice, Su Chenfeng had already complied with Jiang Chuan's instructions and retrieved the crystal core from the strength-type zombie, handing it to Jiang Chuan. Observing Shan Nanjing in a predicament, he suggested, "Brother Chuan, may I assist Miss Sha?" Jiang Chuan smiled and shook his head, saying, "You have performed admirably, but the zombie Shan Nanjing is facing is beyond the capabilities of a single strength-type fighter. Shan Nanjing is far stronger than you realize. Let us merely watch her in action on the battlefield." Upon receiving Jiang Chuan's guidance, Shan Nanjing swiftly adapted her strategy. She raised her long sword once more, aiming for the zombie's right arm. Naturally, the zombie would not allow her to succeed unchallenged, and 3 water projectiles were hurled at her from its outstretched palms. Utilizing her agility, Shan Nanjing deftly pivoted, her sword now directed at the zombie's neck. However, in doing so, she was struck by another water projectile. Undeterred, she pressed on, her sword aimed directly for the zombie's head as the blade pierced its neck. She gripped the hilt with both hands and forcefully swept it to the left, sending the zombie's head soaring through the air. This spectacle left all present, save for Jiang Chuan, utterly astonished, including Su Chenfeng, who recognized his own limitations and maneuverability compared to Shan Nanjing. Immediately thereafter, she approached the severed head and skillfully extracted the ability crystal from within. With an air of pride, she presented the crystal core to Jiang Chuan. Chapter 66. Zhang Guang's untimely demise. After Shan Nanjing vanquished the water-type zombie, the battle on the mountainside was nearing its conclusion. The sand-type zombie could no longer wield its powers to withstand the relentless barrage of fists raining down from the high ground. The security team members who had participated in the fight had each eliminated over 15 zombies, with Chiang Kai achieving the highest count at 26. However, this number paled in comparison to the total zombies felled by the evolved fighters. The entire skirmish lasted less than 40 minutes. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan demonstrated to everyone how to identify zombies with crystal cores and extract them from their foreheads. Under his guidance, the combatants, alongside Jiang Chuan, completed the battlefield cleanup in just 10 minutes. The crystal cores from the strength-type zombies were mere ordinary cores. From this battle, Jiang Chuan amassed over 90 first-tier crystal cores and 2 ability cores. Not a single participant in the collection of crystal cores attempted to hoard any for themselves, much to Jiang Chuan's satisfaction. The increased probability of crystal cores emerging from within the zombies was not necessarily a positive development, as it signified a continual enhancement of the zombies' overall capabilities. With the cleanup nearing completion, Jiang Chuan addressed Zhang Guang in the group, asking, "Old Zhang, do you know where the bus company's keys are?" "Yes, they're in our station master's office. He keeps all the backup keys for the vehicles there. I'll take you there right away," Zhang Guang replied. After receiving a nod of affirmation from Jiang Chuan, he led the way ahead of the group towards a 3-story office building at the bus station. Following the fierce battle, no zombies remained standing at the station. Yes, they walked, Zhang Guang informed Jiang Chuan. "Our station master's office is on the 2nd floor of the building. I borrowed a spare key from him once. The keys are locked in a cabinet on his desk." The door to the office is broken and can be kicked open easily. But I am unsure if the cabinet is locked. Jiang Chuan chuckled, addressing the man who seemed eager to ingratiate himself. Old Jiang, do you truly think a mere cabinet could pose a challenge for me? Stop trying to curry favor and just lead the way, your job well. And I will keep my word that I promised you would be responsible for freight transport, and I shall not go back on that. But should you falter, I can easily replace you. Zhang Guang understood that managing freight was a coveted position, especially in these times of scarcity, since Jiang Chuan had previously mentioned Zhang Guang would temporarily oversee freight. He sought to engage Jiang Chuan in conversation to strengthen their rapport, fearing he might be replaced later. Upon realizing that Jiang Chuan had discerned his ulterior motives, he quickly nodded in agreement, wiping the sweat from his brow, and fell silent. Upon reaching the second floor of the office building, Zhang Guang stood before a door to a closed office. He took a few steps back and then kicked the iron door open with force, just as he had described. However, unexpectedly, as soon as the door swung open, a steel bar, about the thickness of a finger, fell heavily onto Zhang Guang's forehead, causing a deep indentation. It was evident that he could not be saved. Jiang Chuan had not wished for Zhang Guang to meet with misfortune. Although Zhang Guang harbored some selfish thoughts, who among them did not consider their own interests? Moreover, individuals willing to step forward, like Zhang Guang, were few and far between. Yet, Jiang Chuan was still 4 to 5 meters away when he saw the steel bar, which was less than 30 centimeters from Zhang Guang's forehead. Even had Jiang Chuan wished to intervene, he would have been powerless to do so. Zhang Guang met his untimely demise in this inexplicable manner. In the instant he collapsed, Jiang Chuan rushed to the office door and forcefully pulled out the individual wielding the steel bar. To everyone's astonishment, it was a woman. She appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, sporting voluminous waves, and while her stature was above average, she was exceptionally well preserved. Judging by her attire, it was clear that she hailed from a wealthy background. Jiang Chuan recognized her. She was the ungrateful woman he had encountered 3 months after the apocalypse began, who had nearly caused his demise. That time, in a bid for survival, she had chosen to abandon her benefactor. Who could have saved her? This woman had given Jiang Chuan his first glimpse into the malevolent depths of human nature in the apocalypse. After pulling the woman from the room, Jiang Chuan seized the steel bar from her grip and kicked her to her knees. Surprisingly, the woman showed no fear of having just taken a life. Even as she knelt beside Zhang Guang's lifeless body, her words were filled with self-justification. I didn't know. I heard footsteps and thought it was a monster. How was I to know he would enter without knocking or saying anything? Everyone, upon hearing her cold-hearted remarks, was infuriated, vehemently condemning her lack of empathy. Why should someone like you survive? Heaven truly has no eyes. People like you deserve to become zombies. Are you even human? So you killed old Zhang, and now it's his fault? Our murder is this brazen now. I say we should execute her on the spot. As the woman realized she had become the target of everyone's ire, she desperately attempted to rise, but her strength was no match for Jiang Chuan's. In a final act of defiance, she revealed her identity. Having been trapped at the station for an extended period, unaware of the dire situation outside, the psychological torment had rendered her speech reckless. You lowly peasants, do you know who I am? I am the wife of Director Chun from the National Tax Bureau. If I lose even a single hair, you will pay with your lives. With a swift motion, Jiang Chuan raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the woman, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. 2 of her teeth mingled within it. The woman was momentarily stunned, kneeling in shock with a fierce glare directed at Jiang Chuan. Ignoring her, Jiang Chuan addressed the crowd. This woman has committed murder and shows no remorse. She is now obstructing our rescue efforts. What do you all propose we do with her? Chapter 67. In times of chaos, heavy measures must be taken. As Jiang Chuan's words fell, everyone glared at the woman with fury. A few bold souls led the charge, declaring, "Kill her! What purpose does someone like this serve? If we don't kill her, are we just going to waste food on her? Let's do it! This woman is no good." With a leader at the helm, the remaining individuals almost unanimously expressed their approval of such a swift resolution. Upon observing that Shan Anjing, Su Man, Gao Shan, and Su Chunfeng remained silent, Jiang Chuan inquired of them, "What are your thoughts?" "I trust Brother Chuan," came the reply. "This is a society governed by law. What qualifications do you possess to condemn me?" Do you mere lowly citizens think you can judge me? Especially you, you troublesome commoner. I shall ensure my husband avenges me. I will see you imprisoned, and you can look forward to languishing in a cell. Slap. Before the woman could finish her tirade, Jiang Chuan delivered a forceful slap across her face. This time with noticeably increased strength. Rendering her unconscious, he then addressed the gathered crowd with a calm demeanor, stating, "This woman truly deserves death, but to kill her outright would be too merciful that I in such turbulent times. Sometimes living is a torment, while death can be a release that I in this era. Merely executing a criminal is far too lenient. For certain extremists, the cost of crime is alarmingly low that I in chaotic times. We must employ severe measures. Only by demonstrating the grave consequences of transgressing moral boundaries to those who would defy them can we better prevent the collapse of order and the degradation of ethics, ultimately safeguarding more lives. Since this woman has met her fate, let her serve as an example. Soon, she shall be thrown to the zombies." A shiver ran through the audience as they envisioned the torment of being torn apart by hordes of the undead. Su Man, noticing the silence surrounding her, was the first to step forward in support of Jiang Chuan, asserting, "I concur with Brother Chuan's actions that if we wish to be virtuous and protect those we cherish from malevolent forces, we must be more ruthless than those evildoers. Discussing morality with wrongdoers is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. To subdue the wicked, we must be even more wicked ourselves." Shan Nanjing echoed her sentiment, adding, "I believe Sister Man speaks the truth. We can treat the good with kindness, but when it comes to the wicked, we must be even more ruthless, or else we risk emboldening their nefarious acts." After Shan Nanjing finished voicing her support, Li Yongyan also stood up, declaring, "I stand with you." Li Lao Kuei and Gao Shan quickly followed suit, asserting, "I too support Brother Chuan's decision." "So do I." Su Chan Feng chimed in last, to which Jiang Chuan nodded in affirmation. "You are correct, Chen Feng. Once the base is established, I will promptly seek suitable individuals to draft the relevant regulations." Upon hearing this, Su Chen Feng replied, "Brother Chuan, I have no objections. I support your decision." The remaining individuals, witnessing the consensus among the evolved, expressed their agreement with Jiang Chuan's resolution, leading to his satisfaction with the outcome, since there are no objections. "When we depart, we shall drag her off to feed the zombies." After speaking, Jiang Chuan proceeded towards the station master's office. The office's furnishings were clear and devoid of any hiding places. Jiang Chuan was puzzled as to why this woman was alone in such a place. But once she stood before him, her fate was sealed. Regardless of others' opinions, Jiang Chuan had no intention of sparing her. His prior words were not an inquiry, but a means to instill in others the philosophy of employing severe measures in chaotic times, making future governance of the base more manageable. Once Jiang Chuan located the keys in the office, he retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his spatial ring, uncapped it, and poured it over the woman's head. As she awoke from her stupor, her mind seemed to finally grasp her dire situation, and she pleaded with Jiang Chuan, "Little brother, I was just speaking without thinking that if I said anything wrong, please do not hold it against me. My family possesses some financial means. If you can suppress the incident where I injured someone, I can offer you 1 million. It was lamentable that this woman still clung to her delusions, believing that money could solve all her problems, failing to recognize the reality of the current era. Upon noticing the cold gazes of those around her, she appeared to steel herself, exclaiming to everyone present, "I can offer each of you 300,000." Jiang Chuan, uninterested in her ramblings, coldly instructed the woman kneeling before him, "Stand up and follow us. The world is teeming with flesh-eating zombies. Don't get lost." After issuing his command, Jiang Chuan led the group towards the bus parking area. He had no concerns about whether the woman would attempt to flee. It was evident from her eyes that she understood her survival depended on this group. Alone, she would likely perish within a day of leaving the bus station. Hearing Jiang Chuan's words, she foolishly believed he had been swayed by her monetary persuasion. After adjusting her hair, she stood, regaining her accustomed noble demeanor, and followed the others downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, she was startled to discover that the station, once crawling with zombies, was now eerily empty. Turning a corner, while pondering the whereabouts of the zombies, she suddenly beheld a mountain of corpses at the entrance, This sight frightened her immensely, but then she rationalized that the more formidable these individuals were, the safer she would be. She felt her expenditure of millions had been worth it. As it secured her life, the parking area. Jiang Chuan selected 5 vehicles in good condition, assigning 1 driver to each. After clearing the zombies from these vehicles, he arranged for 4 individuals to occupy each, ensuring that every vehicle included 1 evolved person for protection. Su Man and Shan'an Jing shared a vehicle, while the Li father and son occupied another. Once most had boarded, the woman approached Jiang Chuan, inquiring, "Little brother, which vehicle am I to take?" Jiang Chuan said nothing, instead turning to Gao Shan and Su Chan Feng, stating, "Old Gao, Chen Feng, the task of executing this woman falls to you both." Although Jiang Chuan possessed telepathic abilities, having witnessed too many betrayals in this post-apocalyptic world, he entrusted this task to Gao Shan and Su Chen Feng. Both understood that Jiang Chuan had given them a mandate. Without hesitation, Gao Shan reached out, grasping the woman's shoulder, and assured Jiang Chuan, "Brother Chuan, I guarantee the completion of this task." Su Chan Feng glanced at the woman, then contemplated Jiang Chuan's earlier words about employing severe measures in tumultuous times. He nodded resolutely, stating, "Rest assured, Brother Chuan, since you trust me, I will not let you down." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the woman hastily pleaded with Jiang Chuan, "I promised I would pay you." "What do you mean by this?" "I can write you an IOU that no, I could transfer the money to you right now. Just give me your bank account number, and I will do it immediately." Jiang Chuan ignored her, not engaging in any explanation. Instead, he lit a cigarette and walked towards the first bus, before a bus containing over a dozen zombies. Smack! Crash! Su Chan Feng struck the glass door with his fist, shattering it. The zombies crowded near the door surged out as it broke, overwhelming the woman, who was being restrained by Gao Shan, with their frenzied assault. Both Gao Shan and Su Chen Feng had already distanced themselves from the shattered entrance. Jiang Chuan observed this scene from within the bus, muttering to himself, "Such a pity. It took an entire bottle of mineral water to awaken you soon. A single bottle of water could save a life. What a waste. I shall consider it a grand burial for you." The woman, until her last breath, could not fathom why the man leading this group harbored such animosity towards her, choosing to end her life in this manner. Her eyes were filled with terror and resentment, lingering on a profound sense of injustice. Much like in her previous life, she pondered for a long time why the person she had just saved from zombies would turn against her. Her screams echoed for a full minute before gradually subsiding, sending chills down the spines of all present. As Jiang Chuan's cigarette burned down to the filter, he tossed it aside and waved his hand towards the convoy behind him, instructing the driver beside him, "Let's go to AT." This point, the occupants of the hotel had split into 2 factions. As Jiang Chuan reached the 2nd floor, Zhang Feng approached to report, "Brother Chuan, I have tallied those who wish to stay behind. A total of 62 wish to leave with us, while 44 prefer to remain." After listening to the report, Jiang Chuan glanced around and noticed that most of those willing to leave with him were relatively young. Yet women and children alone comprised more than half. The remaining individuals were mostly older, clinging to hope that their country would come to their rescue one day. Moreover, these individuals were either incapable of working or unwilling to do so, perceiving Jiang Chuan as someone intent on exploiting their labor. Indeed, the country still maintained a military presence, but the state machinery was currently overwhelmed, making it impossible to search for survivors city by city. In the early days of the apocalypse, they had established survivor bases, issuing announcements before the complete collapse of the network, awaiting the arrival of survivors. The earliest large-scale rescue operations would not commence until 2 months after the onset of the apocalypse. Jiang Chuan wasted no time and addressed those who had ventured out to find a vehicle, asking if anyone wished to remain. Upon receiving silence, Gao Shan remarked to Jiang Chuan, "Brother Chuan, we all wish to follow you." Jiang Chuan then declared, "All right, since there are no others wishing to stay, let us board the vehicle and aim to reach the Research Institute before 5 o'clock. Among those choosing to remain, the leaders were the 3 older women whom Jiang Chuan had previously humiliated with his abilities. Upon seeing Jiang Chuan preparing to leave, they became incensed and rushed forward, exclaiming, "Leader, you cannot leave. You promised to provide us with 3 days' worth of food." This time, the 3 women appeared more cunning. having wrapped themselves tightly in insulation tape and donned plastic helmets, believing this would adequately shield them from Jiang Chuan's formidable lightning abilities. Little did they know. Jiang Chuan's lightning powers were potent enough to blast a large hole in a concrete wall. Thus emboldened, they dared to confront him. Li Yongyan, standing beside Jiang Chuan, drew the handgun that Jiang Chuan had left in their room the previous day, aiming the dark muzzle directly at the head of one of the women. This unexpected display startled everyone present. Although Jiang Chuan was internally pleased with Li Yongyan's actions, he recognized that such behavior would dishearten those willing to leave with him. Jiang Chuan reached out, lowering Li Yongyan's weapon, and addressed the women. "Ladies, please do not be angry. This is my brother. I just taught him how to use a gun yesterday, and he is still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Furthermore, I keep my promises. You will receive your 3 days' worth of food." Immediately thereafter, Jiang Chuan retrieved 2 large boxes of instant noodles from his spatial ring that a closer inspection would reveal that these were Kong Shuifu's pickled vegetable noodles, which Jiang Chuan had inadvertently placed in his spatial storage. In the apocalypse, even the hungriest individuals would not opt for such fare, as it not only failed to satiate hunger, but also induced vomiting and diarrhea, leaving one increasingly famished. The women stared at Jiang Chuan in disbelief. "Is this truly what you intend to give us?" Jiang Chuan, feigning surprise, responded, "Is this not acceptable? I've calculated it. Each box contains 30 packets, totaling 60 for you 44 individuals, that if no one consumes more than half a packet daily, isn't that just perfect?" Witnessing this scene, those on the 3rd floor could no longer remain seated, rising one by one to declare, "Leader, we wish to leave with you. Indeed, we have been deceived by these wretched women. This is an atrocity. Such meager rations could not even satisfy a dog, and you dare claim it is enough for 3 days? This is blatant fraud." Jiang Chuan, having reached his limit, maintained a smile and remarked, "Since you have chosen to stay, it indicates your faith in the armed forces of the nation. You must hold steadfast to your beliefs. If you wait patiently, the rescue team will surely arrive." The 3 leading women, still intent on confronting Jiang Chuan, attempted to approach him. Without hesitation, Jiang Chuan retrieved a Type 95 rifle from his spatial ring and fired 3 shots into the ceiling. Following the gunfire, an immediate silence enveloped the hotel. Satisfied with the effect, Jiang Chuan lowered the weapon and spoke in a relatively calm tone to those who had chosen to remain. "The path you have chosen is yours alone. Once selected, do not harbor regrets. I have stated before, I am under no obligation to provide for you. If you desire better sustenance, you must venture out and seek it for yourselves. I am not a charity. I'm only responsible for my own people. That I cannot allow my own to starve for your sake." Jiang Chuan would never resort to murder in front of such a large gathering. Should he pull the trigger, it would alienate the ordinary people. That he understood that while those with abilities were the true rulers in this new world, the vast number of ordinary individuals were equally vital. Serving as the backbone of any survivor base, the establishment of such bases was crucial at this juncture. Maintaining morale was of utmost importance. However, the woman positioned among the 3, emboldened by Jiang Chuan's warning shots, grew increasingly arrogant, proclaiming, "Do not think that merely wielding a firearm grants you power. The strength of the people is boundless. If you dare to shoot, you will be opposing the masses, and I shall see how you fare in the end. If you possess courage, kill me now. If not, relinquish your bravado and produce 3 days' worth of food. We assure you we will let you leave." I could see that moment. Jiang Chuan suddenly began to clap his hands. As he raised his hand, he lightly tapped Li Yongyan's hand. Just as Li Yongyan was about to inquire about Jiang Chuan's intentions, Jiang Chuan erupted in laughter, addressing the woman, "You are absolutely correct. The power of the people is indeed limitless. But rest assured, I am not some newly minted recruit who has just learned to wield a firearm. I would never fire upon the populace." Bam! As soon as Jiang Chuan finished speaking, a bloody hole appeared in the woman's forehead, the shooter being none other than Li Yongyan. Feigning shock and outrage, Jiang Chuan chastised Li Yongyan. "What nonsense is this? You cannot shoot unarmed civilians. Get outside to the vehicle immediately and reflect on your actions for half an hour." Unaware of the context, Li Laokui hurriedly pleaded on behalf of Li Yongyan. "Xiao Jiang, my boy means no harm. He simply did not understand the gravity of the situation today. Please forgive him, I beg you. With that, Li Laokuei rushed downstairs. Once Li Laokuei departed, Jiang Chuan smiled wryly at the crowd, saying, "This woman died in defense of the people's interests, and once the war with the monsters concludes, I shall report to the higher-ups to ensure she receives a grand burial. However, we are in a unique situation. Every soldier represents strength. Once the conflict ends, I will ensure that young man provides her with a roll of tape. Rest assured, I will not let her sacrifice be in vain." As he spoke, Jiang Chuan retrieved a bag of food from his spatial ring. It was a nearly expired pack of pickled vegetables he had discovered among the mountain of food in his storage. To compensate for the oversight in my discipline, I have decided to allocate some of our limited provisions to you all. Here, I shall provide each of you with a bag of pickled vegetables. After making this announcement, the crowd pondered that although each bag was substantial, being a bit salty, it could at least stave off hunger for a day. However, Jiang Chuan tore open the bag to reveal numerous small packets of pickled vegetables, each roughly the size of a seasoning packet for instant noodles. This pickled vegetable is quite delicious. There are 50 packets here, and the extra 7 are yours to enjoy. After placing the pickled vegetables on the staircase of the second floor, Jiang Chuan addressed those who had chosen to stay. "There is plenty for you to share. We must hasten our journey, so we shall take our leave now." Then he turned to those accompanying him and said, "All right, let us set off." With that, he descended the stairs and made his way toward the vehicle. Before boarding, Jiang Chuan counted the number of individuals on the third floor, including the 2 women on the second floor. Totaling 43, he tossed a remark to Gao Shan, "If anyone from the third floor or these 2 women attempt to sneak onto the vehicle, throw them off at once." Gao Shan nodded in acknowledgement, momentarily stunned by the prospect of turning away those he had spent the last 4 days with. Jiang Chuan had chosen Gao Shan for this task, as he discerned a strong aversion in Gao Shan's eyes towards the women. As he boarded the vehicle, Jiang Chuan grumbled internally, "Damn it, what a waste of a packet of pickled vegetables, sigh. That brand is my favorite." Soon as all those who chose to follow Jiang Chuan departed, and each vehicle was filled with over 10 individuals, the convoy began to slowly leave the hotel. Seated in the first vehicle, Jiang Chuan glanced at the loyalty leaderboard displayed before him, a throbbing headache taking hold. The loyalty leaderboard read, "Allow, loyalty 100 Su Man, loyalty 100 Wang Tianlong, loyalty 96 Gao Shan, loyalty 94 Li Laokuei, loyalty 93 Sha Nanjing, loyalty 91 Li Yongyan, loyalty 90 Su Chunfeng, loyalty 85 Chung Kai, loyalty 63 Gao Yutong, loyalty 51 observing the fluctuating loyalty among his followers." Jiang Chuan could not help but feel that being a good leader was far more challenging than he had anticipated. There were many names on the panel that he did not recognize, most of which showed a noticeable decline in loyalty. Only 4 individuals exhibited a significant increase, and without a second thought, Jiang Chuan knew those 4 must be members of the security team. Aside from Chung Kai, the rest of the names with dwindling loyalty were undoubtedly those of the masses. That it was evident to anyone with a discerning eye that Jiang Chuan was intentionally favoring Li Yongyan. While he was only willing to allocate a meager portion of food to the general populace, ordinary citizens, they naturally felt anxious about their rights and the scarcity of food. Thus, Jiang Chuan's actions instilled a sense of unease among them, resulting in a decline in their loyalty. This issue was easily resolvable. It merely required a meal. Moreover, as long as these individuals did not cause him trouble and diligently worked at the survivor base, Jiang Chuan truly did not care about the fluctuations in their loyalty. What troubled him most was the declining loyalty of Su Chunfeng and Sha Nanjing. Although the decrease was minimal, it was enough to cause him distress, considering they were the 2 most promising individuals under his command. Perhaps his recent decision to abandon a portion of the masses had not garnered the approval of Su Chunfeng and Sha Nanjing, resulting in their loyalty dropping by 1 and 2 points, respectively. Some believed Jiang Chuan to be decisive and ruthless, convinced that following him would lead to a better life in the apocalypse, while others felt he was excessively harsh. It truly was a challenge to satisfy everyone. No one could please all. Chapter 70. The mature yet alluring Su Jiang Chuan found himself increasingly troubled. He wished to engage in a deeper conversation with Sha Nanjing and Su Qinfeng, yet he suddenly realized he was at a loss for words. Thus, he inwardly implored, "Allow, please assist me in formulating some words. I need to have a heartfelt discussion with Sha Nanjing and Su Qinfeng. Their loyalty has waned, and I feel my previous attempts at persuasion have fallen short. Help me figure out what to say to them to swiftly restore their loyalty." Alao replied, "Oh, master, you truly are a bit foolish. It seems you possess a mouth, but no brain. Have you never heard of the renowned Empress Chao Qingqing?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan suddenly recalled that he had indeed heard of such a unique empress in his previous life. This empress was an anomaly among four others, as she was merely an ordinary person, lacking even the qualifications of an evolved being. The reason she was renowned alongside the other three empresses was that, as an ordinary individual, she established the largest survivor base in the world. It was rumored that she had a remarkable talent for winning people's hearts, with countless evolved beings willing to serve her. Among her loyal followers was the formidable Shi Yong, ranked third in the Apocalypse's evolved beings combat rankings. Additionally, there were as many as 16 powerful individuals from Huagua's top 100 evolved beings working under her. With Alao's reminder, Jiang Chuan seemed to have an epiphany that Alao continued. "How else could I describe you, if not as someone whose intellect is lacking? Without me, do you truly believe you could establish order in this apocalypse with such limited wisdom?" "Impossible, utterly impossible," Jiang Chuan retorted. "If you keep being cryptic, I shall block you. Just tell me the best strategy." That Alao exclaimed. No, please don't block me. What I mean is, use the strategy you excel at with Chao Qingqing." Jiang Chuan inquired, "That strategy? You mean the art of verbal manipulation?" Alao replied, "You are truly a hopeless case that I was not suggesting you persuade her with words. Rather, I meant you should seduce her. Once she becomes your woman, she will wholeheartedly support you and teach you how to win people's hearts. Moreover, the connection she forges can be leveraged for your benefit. What else not to like? Frankly, I am merely a program construct. When it comes to the art of persuasion, I cannot compare to this empress." Jiang Chuan exclaimed, "You truly are a little genius to come up with such an idea. But Chao Qingqing is nearly 50, older than both of us combined. Asking me to take her as my mother figure is one thing, but dating her? Are you serious?" Alao retorted, as the saying goes, "Sacrifice the small self for the greater self. That it is time for you to dedicate yourself to establishing order, especially since this is not your first time sacrificing for your ideals. By the way, I have checked. Ever since Chao Qingqing's husband passed away at 26 AH, after his death, she has not remarried. She must be quite lonely." Jiang Chuan pondered, "With my mind-reading ability, the chances of winning her heart are nearly 100%. Jiang Chuan mused, "I can't shake the feeling that you are plotting against me. Yet I have no evidence. Let us drop this topic. I cannot deceive the affections of a pure-hearted woman for my ideals. Please suggest another plan." Alao scoffed. "If I weren't a part of you, I might have believed you. Why do you not spare Sha Nanjing from your manipulative tactics?" Jiang Chuan countered, "Sha Nanjing is a young girl, while Chao Qingqing is a pure-hearted matron. There is no basis for comparison. Now, give me a different suggestion." Alao replied, "Fine, there are alternatives, but none are as effective as this one, that you could consider recognizing Chao Qingqing as your godmother." Jiang Chuan nearly choked, his heart filled with indignation as he thought, "Can we not mention Chao Qingqing? She is over 3 provinces away, a distance of more than 800 kilometers, by the time I find her." "It will be too late," Alao said. "Since you are so eager for immediate results, I can only share my final advice." Jiang Chuan asked, "What method?" Alao explained, "Cultivate a deeper relationship with him. Loyalty will naturally increase. For these two, you must take action rather than rely on manipulation. Your usual tactics are becoming less effective." Jiang Chuan responded, "Aside from that last sentence, I feel like everything else you said is nonsense. You are just toying with me, making me chat with you, aren't you?" Alao admitted, "You've caught me," Jiang Chuan declared, blocking the connection to AT that moment. Jiang Chuan was unaware that Alao's seemingly trivial banter was part of a task assigned by someone else. Meanwhile, the convoy was steadily approaching the entrance to the highway. Since the departure from the hotel, more than an hour had passed, and they were now less than 2 kilometers from the entrance. During this time, the convoy had collected over 60 crystal cores, all willingly handed over by the combatants without anyone hoarding any for themselves. Currently, Jiang Chuan sat in the first bus, browsing through photos of Chao, chinging his mind via his wristwatch. Contemplating, tisk tisk tsk, Chao Ching truly embodies a mature, yet alluring charm. She is in her 50s but appears like a woman in her 30s, her figure quite commanding. Alas, she is merely an ordinary person and cannot retain her youth. No, what am I thinking? The main issue is her age. Regardless of her beauty, I could never date a matron. Absolutely not, just as Jiang Chuan pondered how to avoid a romantic entanglement with Chao Ching while still leveraging her influence. A series of chilling, beastly cries echoed from a nearby wetland park. The howls grew increasingly closer, and Jiang Chuan realized there would be no escaping this time. Chapter 71. Su Chanfeng is in trouble. The hair-raising cries of the beasts emanated from the wetland park beside the convoy. As the roars drew nearer, Jiang Chuan understood that they could not evade this encounter. He turned his head slightly and beheld a succession of dark figures rapidly approaching the convoy. Jiang Chuan was acutely aware of the incredible speed of these mutated dogs. Attempting to outpace them with the few buses was nearly impossible. Moreover, given the current road conditions, the buses were incapable of accelerating. When mutated dogs spotted their colossal prey, their initial targets were invariably the legs. However, as buses lacked legs, their focus swiftly shifted to the wheels. That if one believes that the wheels could crush the heads of the mutated dogs, one is gravely mistaken. The biting speed of these creatures was astonishing. And at the vehicle's current pace, they could easily puncture the tire with a single bite. That a sudden blowout during transit posed a tremendous danger, potentially resulting in catastrophic consequences. Of course, the mutated dogs would pay a price, suffering grievous injuries, yet their recovery rate was remarkably swift. Even if their skulls were shattered, they would be fully restored within a mere 10 minutes. Now, as the mutated dogs were on the verge of catching up to the convoy, an immediate halt was imperative. Stopping would afford them a fighting chance. Failing to do so would likely result in a catastrophic rollover, jeopardizing their lives. A fierce battle was inevitable. Jiang Chuan quickly leaned out of the window, fervently gesturing towards the vehicles behind him and shouting, "Stop! Secure the doors and windows. Pull over immediately. Everyone, follow my command." Upon hearing his words, the first 4 buses promptly complied, veering off to the roadside. However, the driver of the 5th bus, upon glimpsing the ghastly mutated dogs in his rearview mirror, was paralyzed with fear and showed no inclination to stop. Instead, he sped past the halted vehicles in the face of slow-moving zombies. Ordinary humans might still have a chance to escape by overcoming their fear, as zombies were not as terrifying as they seemed. Yet, when confronted with mutated dogs that surpassed the speed of a large bus, few could maintain their composure. Jiang Chuan realized that this vehicle was doomed. Muttering under his breath, "Damn it, what a fool! I hope Su Chanfeng stays safe." That moment, Su Chanfeng in the last bus shouted at the driver, "I told you to stop? Why aren't you following orders?" "We can't stop. If we do, we'll be caught, and we'll definitely die." Su Chanfeng's brother, Su Chenyu, who was in the same vehicle, approached him and said, "Brother, let's just run. Jiang Chuan is a madman. Listening to him will surely lead to everyone's demise." Su Chanfeng paid no heed to his brother's words, drawing a long knife and pressing it against the driver's neck, insisting, "I command you to stop this instant. Right now," were it not for the steering wheel being in the driver's hands. He would have relished the opportunity to land a punch on his face. He detested those who fled in the face of danger. Jiang Chuan's certainty of the vehicle's demise stemmed from a simple truth. Mutated dogs favored hunting down frantic prey over stationary targets. After the 5th bus sped past the others, the occupants of the 4 halted vehicles witnessed a horde of grotesque, mutated dogs pursuing the 5th bus. Jiang Chuan counted and lamented his misfortune. There were no fewer than 16 of these abominable creatures. This was the first time they had encountered such terrifying and swift mutated beings, filling their hearts with dread. Some even wept in despair, exclaiming, "Apart from zombies, there are such monsters. Heaven has no intention of leaving humanity a path to survival. It's retribution, pure retribution. This must be nature's revenge against mankind. Boo-hoo. I should never have left the hotel. I might have survived there. Now it's all over, all over. Boo-hoo." Just 2 or 3 seconds after Su Chanfeng pressed the knife to the driver's neck, the fastest of the mutated dogs lunged at the rear right wheel of the bus. Bang! Under the fierce bite of the mutated dog's sharp teeth, The rear right wheel of the bus exploded, causing the vehicle to lose control almost instantaneously. Realizing the vehicle was spiraling into chaos, Su Chunfeng instinctively shielded his brother Su Chenyu with his body. The bus then flipped onto its side, scraping against the ground and sending sparks flying as it skidded for 30 or 40 meters before finally coming to a stop. Inside the last bus, all 16 occupants, including 10 elderly individuals, 5 children, and the driver, fell silent, their fates unknown. Were they dead or merely unconscious? Among them was a security guard who, having stood to maintain order, was ejected through the window during the rollover, whereupon several mutated dogs feasted upon his lifeless body. Clutching Su Chenyu, Su Chunfeng grasped the railing of the bus tightly. Fortunately, neither sustained severe injuries. Once the bus came to a halt, they shakily exited. Jiang Chuan, relieved to see Su Chunfeng unharmed, felt a pang of regret upon realizing Su Chenyu had also survived, for this individual might one day bring ruin to Su Chunfeng. In a previous life, Su Chunfeng had met his demise due to this very person. Now that he had escaped death, it seemed Jiang Chuan would have to devise a plan to eliminate him later. Jiang Chuan immediately exited the vehicle, calling out to everyone, except for Li Laokuei, all members of the Evolvers, disembark immediately. Security personnel, maintain order on the bus, secure the doors and windows, and no one leaves the vehicle without my command. After issuing his orders, Jiang Chuan retrieved 2 Type 95 rifles from his spatial ring. He had previously explained the usage of the Type 95 to Su Man, and he handed 1 rifle along with 2 fully loaded magazines to her. The other 2 rifles were given to Sha Nanxing and Li Yongyan, along with 1 magazine, each. He then stated, "The mutated dogs are difficult to deal with. Even if you shoot them in the head, they won't die. They may only be rendered momentarily unconscious after sustaining several shots to the head, but they will recover shortly thereafter. We must take advantage of the moment they are stunned to strike and sever their heads." After speaking, Jiang Chuan dashed towards Su Chunfeng's direction. Most of the mutated dogs had already plunged into the 5th bus, indulging in their prey, leaving only 3 outside to confront Su Chunfeng. Su Chunfeng stood protectively behind Su Chenyu, brandishing his knife toward the mutated dogs before him, the weapon creaking ominously in his grip. The 3 mutated dogs seemed to toy with their seemingly helpless prey, circling around Su Chunfeng but delaying their attack. Chapter 72. Hell on Earth. Su Chunfeng had suffered a brutal scrape with the asphalt during the bus crash while shielding Su Chenyu, his left arm having slid along the ground for 5 or 6 meters. At this moment, with his right hand clutching the knife, his left hand trembled and hung limply by his side, blood seeping from his left arm and dripping from his fingertips, staining his security uniform crimson. These ordinary pet dogs, upon mutation, had grown 2 or 3 times their original size. Even the Petit Chihuahua was larger than a large breed dog post-mutation. Their skin, unable to keep pace with their rapid growth, had split open entirely. Now, the mutated dogs were grotesque, their bodies riddled with sores and festering skin, appearing horrifying and repulsive. It was impossible to discern their original breeds. Only their forms hinted at their canine origins. Viscous saliva dripped from their jaws, emitting a nauseating odor. Suddenly, the 3 waist-high mutated dogs lunged at Su Chunfeng in unison. His eyes widened in terror as he summoned all his strength. With a swift motion, he aimed his knife at the closest mutated dog, delivering a fatal blow that cleaved its head in 2. However, the skull of the mutated dog was far more resilient than that of an ordinary canine. His blade became lodged in its cranium, refusing to budge. This was precisely why Jiang Chuan and the others had emphasized the necessity of targeting the head. As Su Chunfeng swung his knife, he instinctively raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick to another mutated dog that had leaped toward him. The force of his kick sent the creature hurtling backward, crashing into the bus that lay 5 or 6 meters away with a resounding thud. The 3rd mutated dog's target was not Su Chunfeng, but rather his brother Su Chenyu. Seeing the mutated dog poised to sink its teeth into Su Chenyu, Su Chunfeng acted without hesitation. Relinquishing his knife lodged in the first dog's head and thrusting his right hand in front of the monstrous maw. Although the mutated dogs did not carry the zombie virus, they were rife with various pathogenic bacteria, and their biting force was formidable. Should it bite down, Su Chenyu's hand would not stand a chance. Just as the mutated dog prepared to clamp its jaws around Su Qinyu's arm, a flash of light surged forth, striking the creature between its ribs. The mutated dog was sent sprawling 5 or 6 meters away, crashing to the ground, struggling to rise, but too severely injured to do so. The luminous orb detonated in the abdomen of the mutated dog, charring its already decaying skin into a blackened mass. That moment, wisps of white smoke were rising from its midsection, emanating a repugnant stench of burnt flesh. Su Qianfeng and Su Qinyu turned their gazes towards the direction from which the lightning orb approached. And who else could it be but Jiang Chuan? His speed was unparalleled, and he arrived first. The situation was dire. If Jiang Chuan intended to utilize the 95 type rifle strapped to his back, he would undoubtedly be too late. Thus, he was compelled to expend a considerable amount of elemental energy to conjure a bolt of lightning, which ultimately seized Su Qianfeng's right arm. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Jiang Chuan did not immediately assess Su Qianfeng's injuries. Instead, he unsheathed his long knife and severed the head of the mutated dog he had blasted away. Regrettably, Su Qianfeng's kick had sent the decapitated creature crashing into another mutated dog atop a nearby bus, which had since regained its composure and was now glaring viciously at both Jiang Chuan and Su Qianfeng. Without hesitation, Jiang Chuan exerted force with both hands to extract the long knife lodged in the dog's head. Presenting it to Su Qianfeng, "Did I your hand all right?" he inquired. With a resolute shake of his head, Su Qianfeng replied, "It's nothing serious, merely a scrape. I tease things a bit, but I am still capable of fighting." Jiang Chuan understood that every additional fighter increased their chances of victory. Despite Su Qianfeng's severe injuries, he indeed had the strength to continue. Jiang Chuan patted Su Qianfeng on the shoulder, advising, "Be cautious during the battle." Su Qinyu then turned to Jiang Chuan and asked, "What about me, Brother Chuan? What should I do?" Although Jiang Chuan harbored a desire for Su Qinyu's demise, he would never directly take his life. To kill Su Qinyu in front of Su Qianfeng would only breed animosity between them. Conversely, to bolster Su Qianfeng's loyalty, Jiang Chuan had to conceal his disdain for Su Qinyu. All right, do your best." With that, Su Qinyu darted off in the direction of the convoy. That moment, Su Man, Shanan Jing, Li Yongyan, and Gao Shan had all arrived. Simultaneously, the mutated dog that Su Qianfeng had kicked away suddenly began to bark furiously at the overturned bus. Inside the bus, the crimson hue had become the predominant color, transforming the scene into a veritable hell on earth, where the fiendish hounds were voraciously tearing apart every soul that had fallen into this abyss. Those who had perished in the accident or succumbed to deep unconsciousness were the fortunate ones within this inferno. Meanwhile, those who awakened in this hell were engulfed by profound despair, helplessly witnessing the savage dogs ravage their bodies. Their anguished cries echoed like the wails of damned spirits from the depths of hell. These malevolent hounds appeared to derive a twisted pleasure from the suffering of their prey, as if their agonized shrieks fueled their excitement. Thus, they refrained from swiftly severing throats, instead opting to gnaw at limbs with frenzied zeal. Only when they heard the calls of their companions from outside the bus did they cease their assault. Swiftly crushing the skulls of the barely alive victims, these hounds emerged from the bus. They locked eyes with Jiang Chuan and his companions. Jiang Chuan was acutely aware that every pack of mutated dogs had a leader. Typically the most robust of the group, that the center of the pack, stood a mutated dog the size of a calf, evidently the leader of this feral assembly. While Jiang Chuan assessed the dog pack, the large creature scrutinized him in return. Suddenly, the alpha dog let out a deafening howl, prompting the entire pack to surge towards Jiang Chuan and his team. Chapter 73. A fatal strike at that moment. The distance between the group and the mutated dogs was a mere 7 or 8 meters. Observing the pack's charge, Jiang Chuan shouted urgently to everyone, "Run! Retreat while firing." With that, he and his companions sprinted towards the research facility. Despite their appearance being quite frantic, they managed to minimize casualties. The speed of first-tier revolvers was comparable to that of the mutated dogs, even slightly faster. However, their stamina was worlds apart. The mutated dogs could maintain a full-speed sprint for 40 to 50 kilometers, while first-tier revolvers could only sustain their pace for about 20 kilometers before succumbing to fatigue. The 4 armed individuals ran while firing at the pursuing mutated dogs, even while in motion. Jiang Chuan's accuracy remained remarkable, He fired 4 or 5 rounds, nearly all striking the same mutated dog in the forehead. When his 5th bullet found its mark, the already shattered skull of the mutated dog crumbled under the impact, causing it to lose balance and roll over a dozen times before finally coming to a halt, motionless on the ground. Jiang Chuan knew that it had not truly perished. In a little over 10 minutes, it would likely recover. However, the others, lacking Jiang Chuan's precision, found their shots lacking. Most bullets missed the heads of the mutated dogs entirely, requiring them to fire off 4 or 5 rounds before even hitting their target. Bullets that struck the mutated dogs' bodies merely slowed them down slightly without causing significant harm. After Jiang Chuan felled the 5th mutated dog, Su Man managed to take down one at the cost of an entire magazine. Unfortunately, Shan Nanjing and Li Yongyan, armed only with handguns, could not compare to the lethality of Jiang Chuan's 95 type rifle. Although they landed several hits, they merely grazed the surface of the dog skulls as Jiang Chuan dispatched the 8th mutated dog. They found themselves out of ammunition. With only 3 dogs remaining, the imposing calf-sized leader was evidently not going to be easy to deal with. Unbeknownst to them, the distance to the dogs had unknowingly widened to 40 or 50 meters. Jiang Chuan assessed that dealing with 3 of them was still manageable as they continued to run. He instructed, "Now there are only 3 left that I will confront the leader, Shan Nanjing and Su Man. You handle one each, while Gao Shan and Li Yongyan take care of another. Su Chunfeng, you fend off the encroaching zombies." With that, they all came to a halt. The mutated dogs seized the opportunity, launching themselves forward from a distance of merely 10 meters, their jaws agape and ready to strike. The pack leader surged forward, positioned between the 2 remaining dogs, directly facing Jiang Chuan. The others perceived this as an opportunity. They almost simultaneously aimed their long knives and swords at the leaping mutated dogs, knowing that their airborne forms could not alter their trajectories as the dogs landed before them. The group deftly sidestepped the attacks, simultaneously striking at the dogs' necks. However, to their astonishment, the dogs simply collapsed under the force of their strikes, suffering only superficial wounds. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, delivered a powerful kick to the leader's chin. Nonetheless, the massive creature merely altered its trajectory without showing any signs of injury. For Jiang Chuan, this was sufficient. He deftly rolled away, narrowly escaping the gaping maw of the horrifying beast as the mutated dog leader soared over him. Jiang Chuan unleashed a preformed lightning orb, smashing it into the creature's abdomen. The alpha dog convulsed violently before crashing to the ground with a thud. Rising to his feet, Jiang Chuan approached the incapacitated leader. Unsheathing his long knife, as he advanced, he explained to his astonished companions, "Attacking their necks directly is futile, that if they were that easy to deal with, we wouldn't have to run and shoot. Their muscles are exceptionally hard when taut. We must incapacitate them to relax their muscles before we can sever their heads." Su Chunfeng, being a strength type evolver, could shatter their skulls, but due to excessive blood loss, he was currently weaker than Su Man. Once Jiang Chuan finished speaking, the 4 of them engaged the remaining mutated dogs once more. Jiang Chuan approached the still-twitching alpha dog and delivered a decisive strike to its neck. The mutated dog leader fell. The previous lightning orb had drained all of Jiang Chuan's elemental energy, meaning he was now exceedingly fatigued. Had his attack failed, he would have no choice but to abandon the ordinary people and flee with Su Man and the others. Casting his gaze towards his companions battling the remaining mutated dogs, Jiang Chuan discerned that they did not require his assistance. He retrieved an elemental stone from his spatial ring, slowly replenishing his elemental energy. Within a few minutes, the last 2 mutated dogs were dispatched by his companions. While these mutated creatures were formidable, they would not evolve like humans or zombies. Moreover, they did not produce cores within their bodies. If targeted, they were simply out of luck. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan instructed Gao Shan and Li Yongyan to tend to the gravely injured Su Chunfeng while he leisurely brought up the rear. Fortunately, none of the mutated dogs regained consciousness, all meeting their end at the edge of Jiang Chuan's long knife. Who among us is a doctor? We have someone in need of stitches. Chapter 74, Arrival at the Research Institute. A man is 30 stepped forward, adjusting his glasses, and addressed Jiang Chuan. "Leader, I am Li Xiao, a doctor from the Maternal and Child Health Hospital. I have learned some suturing techniques in the past, though I lack practical experience. However, I can certainly give it a try. As Su Chunfeng boarded the vehicle, Su Chenyu rushed over. Worry etched across his face. "Brother, is your hand all right?" Su Chunfeng smiled and shook his head. Li Shao observed his grievously injured left hand and remarked, "Leader, Captain Su's injury is not a laceration, but rather a severe abrasion. Such wounds are not suitable for suturing. I believe applying medication and bandaging would be a more prudent approach." Heeding Li Zhao's advice, they treated Su Chunfeng's wound, and the convoy set off once more to an evolved being. Su Chunfeng's healing rate was considerably faster than that of ordinary individuals. This injury would likely require only 3 to 4 days for complete recovery. This time, the convoy encountered no further troubles. Apart from the occasional need to disembark and clear obstacles, nothing hindered their journey to the research institute. They smoothly entered the highway, driving over 20 kilometers without conversation. Due to the necessity of clearing roadblocks along the way, their speed was restrained to avoid collisions with vehicles wrecked during the apocalypse. Thus, a journey that should have taken merely an hour extended to over 4 hours before they finally arrived at the research institute. With the time now past 4 in the afternoon, the institute was situated 2 to 3 kilometers from the highway, and being in a remote area, no large hordes of corpses appeared after the convoy stopped. A few zombies resembling researchers or security guards were swiftly dealt with by the combat team. After disembarking, Jiang Chuan led his group to the entrance of the institute. The institute's building was completed just 2 months prior to the outbreak. At the time of the apocalypse, the institute's living and working facilities were not fully equipped, and the staff had not entirely relocated, resulting in a scarcity of personnel within the building. Apart from the 4 zombified security guards at the entrance, only 5 researchers were present to inspect the equipment, including the couple Chun Tianshan and Lu Yuman, who were fortunate enough not to have transformed into zombies due to the cosmic wave. The 3 researchers who had turned were isolated by the couple in a lounge on the first floor. The research institute spanned a significant area, roughly the size of half a football field, encompassing 5 floors, including 2 underground levels and 3 above ground. The basement's second level served as the underground parking lot, while the first level housed the sample storage. The ground floor featured a multi-functional hall comprising a reception area, lounge, monitoring room, researchers' offices, and a documentation room. However, many of the rooms remained empty due to the building's recent completion. The second floor was designated as the living quarters for researchers, containing dormitories, a dining hall, and a gym. During the outbreak, more than half of the rooms on this floor had been equipped with essential living amenities, including 30 dormitories. The third floor was the actual research area done a week prior to the outbreak. The institute had begun relocating its equipment, so the research facilities on the third floor were relatively well-stocked. All entrances to the institute were constructed of 7-centimeter thick bulletproof steel, and all windows were fitted with bulletproof glass, ensuring that the institute was exceptionally secure during the early stages of the apocalypse. Additionally, due to its distance from the city center and the inconvenience of power supply, the institute boasted its own solar and wind energy systems. At that moment, a man and a woman in their 50s were observing the surveillance screens in the monitoring room of the institute. The man, wearing black-framed glasses, was evidently an old scholar, while the woman, clad in a floral dress, appeared more like a gentle homemaker than a researcher. These two were Professor Chen Tianshan and his wife, Professor Lu Yuman. "Old Chun, how did these people arrive here? I suspect they are seeking refuge from the overwhelming number of infected individuals in the city." Lu Yuman speculated, "Should we let them in? If they're merely ordinary survivors, we must open the door. The current crisis is one that affects all humanity, and we must unite. You are correct, but we cannot allow them access to the research area on the third floor. The experimental samples are far too valuable. Any damage could severely impede our research progress." As soon as Lu Yuman finished speaking, Chen Tianshan pressed the button on the control panel marked with a small speaker icon and addressed the intercom. "Who are you? What brings you to the Research Institute?" "Professor Chun, I have been dispatched by the organization to ensure your safety. These individuals behind me are all survivors I rescued from Guangnan City. With zombies roaming the world, it is unsafe for them outside, so I brought them here today. And this is my colleague, Su Man. I kindly ask you to open the door and allow everyone inside." As Jiang Chuan spoke, he gestured towards Su Man at his side. Chen Tianshan furrowed his brow and continued to inquire, "Which department sent you?" Before the network was severed, I had communication with the military, and they indicated that they were temporarily unable to provide assistance. Who is Jiang Chuan? He is a seasoned individual, well aware that Professor Jiang had been conducting research at Shan Nanjing's base in his previous life, and that Shan Nanjing had taken over the base from her father, Sha Yongjun. Thus, he deduced that Tianshan must have requested support from Sha Yongjun's military district. His deception flowed effortlessly from his lips. Professor Chun, Suman and I are not sent by the military. We were dispatched by the higher authorities after General Sha contacted them. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Tianshan believed his identity, as he understood that the details of his communication with Sha Yongjun's military district were known only to the military and higher authorities. About half a minute after Jiang Chuan finished speaking, the metallic door of the Research Institute slowly rose as the door opened. The group was greeted by the smiling faces of Tianshan and Liu Yumin. The couple had initially anticipated a delay before any national rescue team would arrive, so they were pleasantly surprised by the swift arrival of these individuals. Naturally, they felt a surge of joy. It was said that in the previous life, the military had not reached the Research Institute for 2 months, and the two professors had remained in a somewhat dazed state during the 2 weeks leading up to their rescue. Chapter 75. The News of the Guide. After welcoming the group into the Research Institute, the heavy iron door descended once more. Tianshan and his wife observed the weary individuals, some of whom were already clutching their stomachs in hunger, their bellies protesting audibly. He kindly addressed Jiang Chuan. "Comrade, I presume everyone has not yet eaten? Come, let's head to the second floor where our dining hall is located. You all should fill your bellies first." Upon hearing Professor Chen's words, everyone, including Jiang Chuan, instantly perked up, for he too was ravenous after having eaten only breakfast that morning and enduring intense battles since then. The dining hall on the second floor was spacious enough to accommodate 200 people simultaneously. After arriving at the dining hall, Tianshan and his wife generously led everyone to the Institute's cold storage, allowing them to take whatever they desired, as long as they did not waste food. The cold storage was filled with an array of vegetables, meats, and seafood in abundance. The variety and quantity of food were so plentiful that the cold storage was completely packed. Jiang Chuan was quite curious. Logically speaking, such a vast quantity of ingredients could sustain 200 to 300 people for an entire month. However, the Institute clearly did not require such a large supply, and even if they were to prepare in advance, 2 to 3 days' worth would suffice. Jiang Chuan organized Aunt Chen and several eager volunteers to retrieve ingredient from the cold storage and instructed them to prepare meals for 70 individuals in the kitchen. "Professor Chen, how many researchers are there at your institute?" Jiang Chuan inquired. Tianshan, perceptive as ever, quickly discerned the motive behind Jiang Chuan's question and sighed. "Comrade Xiao Jiang, you've noticed, haven to you, the layout of our research institute is indeed quite irrational." Jiang Chuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, given the number of personnel at the institute, there is no need for such an extensive food supply. Tianshan concurred. "You are absolutely correct, but the irrationalities of our research institute extend far beyond that. Comrade Jiang, you have seen the large iron door of our institute, have you not? Just consider, what kind of research institute would construct a door to such specifications? It has reached the level of a military fortress. Moreover, the glass in our windows is composed entirely of 10-centimeter thick bulletproof material that I once overheard an engineer mention that such thickness is sufficient to withstand the fire of heavy sniper rifles. Additionally, our research institute possesses an independent power supply system, which is why we have not experienced any power outages thus far that I feel." As Tianshan spoke, Jiang Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he interjected. "It feels as though this place was constructed specifically for the impending apocalypse." Suddenly, Jiang Chuan pondered. Could it be that apart from himself, there are others who have been reborn? Moreover, this individual must hold a significant position, for it would be impossible to issue orders for the construction of such a facility otherwise. He hastily inquired of Tianshan. "Professor Chen, do you have any knowledge of who ordered the establishment of this research institute? And who were the engineers involved?" Tianshan shook his head and replied, "I am not privy to many details. All I know is that the order was given by a woman. This command was issued 4 years ago, and it is not considered a secret within our institute. This woman wields considerable power. It could even be said that her influence is far-reaching, so much so that even the mayor treats her with utmost respect. Strangely enough, she commanded that the cold storage be filled with various ingredients by June 6th, the day before the apocalypse erupted. The reason my partner and I are still alive today is due to her. She mandated that we remain in this research institute from June 6th to June 8th to ensure that all equipment was in proper order. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan's mind suddenly flashed with the image of the guide. He quickly followed up with another question. Professor Chun, what does this woman look like? Tian gave a bittersweet smile and replied, to be honest, not only have I never seen her, but even the mayor's secretary has not laid eyes on her. This is precisely what I find so perplexing. The only person who likely knows her appearance is our mayor. Every order she issues is relayed to me through him. Furthermore, she instructed the mayor to inform me that an important leader would be visiting our research institute on June 11th. Comrade Jiang, since you claim to be dispatched by the state, do you have any idea who this woman is? And who is this important leader she mentioned? Professor Chun was utterly unaware of the connection between Jiang Chuan and the woman, as well as the significant leader she referred to at this juncture. Jiang Chuan was able to ascertain that the woman Professor Chen spoke of was undoubtedly the guide. However, he could not fathom who the guide was or what kind of organization she represented. Why would she choose to assist him? And what was her motive for paving the way for him? As Jiang Chuan contemplated this, he glanced to Shan Nanjing, standing nearby, to know they were certainly not the same person. From her demeanor and actions, the guide and Shan Nanjing were entirely different entities. Professor Chun, I must confess, ever since I was dispatched, my superior has perished in the line of duty, and I've been unable to make contact with the organization since. As for the woman you mentioned and the important leader she referenced, I am completely in the dark. Have you heard any further news about that woman? Tian shook his head once more, saying, I do not know. Since those orders were given, that woman has not reappeared. Do you have any idea when the National Rescue Team will arrive? Jiang Chuan asked, I do not know, but I am aware that the situation worldwide is far from optimistic. Based on what I understand, it will be impossible for the military to reclaim all the cities. With my superior now deceased and rescue efforts seemingly distant, I believe our only option is self-rescue. Do you have any plans? Jiang Chuan continued. During my journey, I encountered numerous survivors, but due to the limited capabilities of Su Man and myself, we cannot rescue many at once. Thus, I have decided to form a self-rescue team. This way, we can maximize our efforts to save more people. Professor Chun, you may not be aware, but the zombies outside are continuously growing stronger. To what extent they will evolve remains uncertain, but if we wish to ensure the survival of more individuals, we must act swiftly to rescue as many as possible. Chapter 76. The emergence of the base. Following this, Jiang Chuan proceeded to explain how zombies are evolving and gaining various abilities, as well as the emergence of evolved individuals and those with special powers among humans that, in 2 months' time, this information would no longer be a secret, so it was better to extend a favor to Professor Chen Tianshan. Chen Tianshan appeared incredulous. Yet when Jiang Chuan demonstrated his lightning abilities in the palm of his hand, he had no choice but to believe. With excitement, he exclaimed, Comrade Jiang, the information you have provided is invaluable. This will significantly accelerate our research progress. That I am confident that a cure for the infected will emerge in the near future. Jiang Chuan shook his head at Professor Chen's comment. Professor, I believe your research direction is misguided. The zombie virus alters the human genetic sequence, and such infection is irreversible. You should consider researching how to facilitate human evolution more rapidly. This is the only way to ensure the survival of more survivors. Furthermore, I need you to expedite the development of instruments to test the compatibility of human elements. This will play a crucial role in our future battles. After listening to Jiang Chuan's words, Professor Chen closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before suddenly opening them and saying, Comrade Jiang, you are absolutely right. Do you have any background in biochemistry? Jiang Chuan smiled and retrieved several crystal nuclei from his spatial ring. However, he did not reveal the origin of the crystal nuclei to Professor Chen, but he handed the nuclei to Chen Tianshan, stating, I have not formally studied this field. Rather, I have drawn insights from practical combat experience. Professor Chen, here are the zombie crystal nuclei I just mentioned. I hope they will be of assistance to your research. Chen Tianshan and Lu Yuman each took a few crystal nuclei, examining them intently. Suddenly, Tianshan rose, exclaiming, "These crystal nuclei possess extraordinary research value. We must head to the laboratory immediately." He then made his way to the third floor, with Professor Liu Yuman following suit. Jiang Chuan quickly cautioned, "Professor Chun, dinner will be ready shortly. Let's eat first before heading over." "Comrade Jiang, you may not realize the significance of these crystal nuclei to us. I cannot afford to wait another moment. We must go at once. We had lunch earlier, and I'm not hungry now. By the way, the dormitory and activity room are on the second floor, while the multifunctional hall is on the first." Tianshan had devoted his life to research, and upon discovering a new direction for his studies, he was naturally exhilarated. Shortly after his departure, the meal was served. Under Jiang Chuan's arrangement, the dinner was quite sumptuous, featuring 5 dishes, 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes, and a large pot of vegetable soup. The portions were ample, sufficient to satiate everyone. It is worth noting that in this resource-scarce apocalypse, having a hot meal is indeed a rare blessing, especially with such a variety of dishes. At that moment, smiles adorned everyone's faces as they had not enjoyed a proper dinner in quite some time. People lined up to serve themselves, and the several ladies serving the food appeared to have already eaten in the kitchen, showing no signs of impatience as they observed the long line of diners. After dinner, the ladies instinctively returned to the kitchen to clean the plates and put them back in their places. Everyone engaged in casual conversation in the dining hall, awaiting Jiang Chuan's instructions for their next course of action. Even they themselves did not realize that this young man in his 20s had become their acknowledged leader in just 2 days. Haha, I'm glad I followed along. Otherwise, I would probably still be pondering how to make do with a few bites of instant noodles today. Indeed, I sensed from the beginning that this leader possessed extraordinary qualities. He would undoubtedly lead us to a better life. TSK, you really change your tune faster than you flip a book. Who was it that said it was better to stay in the hotel when we encountered the mutated dog? The person being questioned, in his 30s or 40s, scratched his head and chuckled. That was a unique situation. All right? Hey, please don't bring it up again. From now on, Brother Jiang is my dear elder brother. You truly have no shame. You're nearly 40 and still want to call someone in their 20s your big brother. From now on, you should call him leader, not big brother. We're not part of a gang. Just as the group was merrily discussing, the dining hall doors swung open. Standing at the entrance was Gao Shan, holding his daughter. He had previously descended with Jiang Chuan and the others, and before coming down, Jiang Chuan had instructed everyone to wait in the dining hall for further arrangements. Gao Shan opened the door and addressed the crowd. Brother Chuan requests that everyone convene in the conference room on the first floor. 10 minutes later, in the conference room on the first floor, Jiang Chuan stood at the podium, smoking a cigarette, and addressed everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a critical period that we cannot predict how long it will take for the National Rescue personnel to arrive. But based on reliable intelligence, I have learned that the rescue forces will not arrive here for at least 2 months, that if we wish to survive, we must rely on ourselves. Thus, I aspire to establish a survivor base grounded in the Research Institute. Does anyone have any suggestions? Naturally, after having enjoyed the first truly warm meal since the apocalypse under Jiang Chuan's leadership, everyone was filled with confidence in him. No one opposed Jiang Chuan's proposal. Instead, they expressed their unwavering support. Before encountering Brother Jiang, I believed I would not survive beyond half a month. Now, following Brother Jiang, I am assured of ample food, and I am optimistic about a better future. I am the first to endorse Brother Jiang's decision. With Brother Jiang, I can see hope, and I stand behind his choices. Leader Jiang, whatever decision you make, I shall wholeheartedly support you. That I also advocate for the establishment of the base. Count me in as well, Brother Chuan. Seeing that no dissent or skepticism was voiced, Jiang Chuan proceeded to declare, "All right, I hereby announce the official establishment of the first survivor base in Guangnan City today." Applause erupted from the audience. Jiang Chuan waved his hand to quell the enthusiastic applause and continued. As I have previously stated, to improve our circumstances, each individual must contribute to the team. Therefore, I have decided to temporarily form the following teams. The combat team, which I will lead, and the logistics team, temporarily led by Li Laokue, Chapter 77. The first meeting except for children under the age of 12. Everyone must choose a team to join. The responsibilities of the 2 teams will be further refined later. However, one constant remains. The combat team will always enjoy priority in resource allocation. Once Jiang Chuan finished speaking, Li Xiao, the doctor who had previously bandaged Su Qinfeng's wounds, raised his hand. After Jiang Chuan gestured for him to speak, Li Xiao inquired, "Leader Jiang, as a doctor, will I belong to the combat team or the logistics team? In the future, aside from those participating in combat, all others will be classified as logistics personnel. Doctors, of course, fall within the logistics team, but if anyone has questions or suggestions, please voice them." After Jiang Chuan's remarks, Li Xiao added, "Leader, on my way to the meeting room, I noticed a medical office on the first floor. I would like to request permission to use it, and I also wish to recruit 2 assistants." Jiang Chuan nodded in agreement. Then a woman in her 30s holding a child raised her hand to speak. Her voice, surprisingly reminiscent of a youthful girl in her late teens, exclaimed, "Leader, I used to work in live streaming. Although the internet is currently down, we could establish our own radio station. Through this, we can notify survivors to come to us. I know there is a television station building not far from here, which should have broadcasting equipment that I believe we can retrieve the equipment and bring it to the base." After much discussion, everyone's roles were finally clarified. Many sought to join the combat team to secure more resources. The combat team consisted of 39 individuals, who were divided into 3 operational squads and 1 defense squad. Jiang Chuan coordinated all combat personnel, appointing Li Yongyan as his assistant, as Jiang Chuan found him quite astute. The operational squads primarily focused on rescuing survivors and searching for supplies, while the defense squad was tasked with clearing nearby zombies or mutated creatures, as well as maintaining order within the base. The squad leaders were as follows. Su Chanfeng led the first squad, with Zhang Feng as the deputy. Gao Shan led the second squad, with Chang Kai as the deputy. And Sha Nanjing led the third squad, with Su Man as the deputy. Notably, the third squad, led by Sha Nanjing, consisted entirely of female soldiers. Lu assumed the role of captain of the defense squad, while the deputy position was assigned to Su Qinfeng's brother, Su Qinyu. Each operational squad comprised 11 members, ensuring that only 3 evolved individuals were present in each team. Once the combat team was organized, Jiang Chuan provided the security team members with the promised crystal nuclei and 2 fruit, ensuring an adequate number of evolved individuals. Upon recognizing Su Qinyu's potential for evolution, Jiang Chuan generously gifted him 10 crystal nuclei. This act was not an extravagance, but rather Jiang Chuan's initial step to eliminate Su Qinyu. According to documents downloaded onto his wristwatch, Jiang Chuan learned that Su Qinyu was driven to murder Su Chanfeng after being misled by an undercover operative from another survivor base, who promised him power in exchange for the assassination. Jiang Chuan was determined to prevent any infiltrators from entering his base this time, as he possessed the ability to read minds. His plan was to orchestrate events that would lead Su Qinyu to act against Su Qinfeng, allowing him to eliminate his brother without jeopardizing his relationship with Su Qinfeng, thereby protecting him from his brother's treachery. The distribution of responsibilities for those remaining in the base was quite diverse. The overall leader, Li Laokuei, would oversee 30 individuals. Initially reluctant to take on the role, Li Laokuei expressed doubts about his capability. Jiang Chuan encouraged him, saying, "Uncle Li, your task is quite simple. Just ensure they each perform their roles effectively. It is not challenging." The medical team, led by Li Xiao, consisted of 3 members. Li Xiao himself, a head nurse from the municipal hospital, and a 50-something woman, alongside an intern nurse from the maternal and child health hospital. The broadcasting team was led by the youthful-sounding woman, Chen Shu, and comprised 3 members, all of whom possessed remarkably sweet voices. The logistics team, led by Aunt Chun, whom Jiang Chuan had encountered upon arriving at the hotel, consisted of 8 members, predominantly women in their 30s and 40s. They were responsible for the base's sanitation, food preparation, and laundry. The construction team was headed by a middle-aged man in his 40s named Yang Yongyan, who claimed to have previously worked as a project manager on construction sites. The construction team included 16 capable individuals, both male and female, adept at physical labor. The planting team had yet to be organized. Although there was fertile land near the research institute suitable for growing crops, Jiang Chuan believed it prudent to first construct a protective wall before considering agricultural endeavors. The meeting lasted over an hour, during which all roles were established. Before concluding the meeting, Jiang Chuan assigned tasks to each team that he retrieved 2 walkie-talkies from his spatial ring and handed them to Su Chanfeng and Sha Nanjing. These walkie-talkies, taken from a supermarket after leaving the Internet CAF, had a claimed effective communication range of 30 kilometers, though their actual efficacy remained uncertain. All operational squads would commence their first mission the following day, tasked with eliminating any zombies or mutated creatures they could handle. However, they were reminded to report any unfamiliar entities to Jiang Chuan before taking action. Understood. Got it. Jiang Chuan then addressed Yang Yongyan of the construction team, stating, "The construction team has a significant task ahead that I plan to cultivate food crops behind the research institute. But given the current situation, we must first excavate the foundation for a protective wall around the fields. Tomorrow, you will be responsible for this excavation work. Once we secure building materials, commence construction of the wall. Yang Yongyan, you are more knowledgeable in this regard. Please provide me with a plan for the wall's construction by tomorrow morning." Understood. I will ensure the task is completed. Jiang Chuan glanced at the clock in the meeting room and turned to Aunt Shun, saying, "Aunt Shun, please prepare 2 servings of fried rice for me and deliver them to Professors Chun and the others." Aunt Shun acknowledged and turned to leave, but Jiang Chuan called her back. "Aunt Shun, once prepared, please bring them to me, and I will deliver them myself." After giving instructions to Aunt Shun, Jiang Chuan addressed everyone. "All right, unless there are further matters, this meeting is concluded. Aunt Li, please arrange everyone's accommodations. Remember, combat team members have priority access to resources, including dormitories. Aunt Li, a member of the logistics team and a former ward manager at the Maternal and Child Health Hospital, agreed and began coordinating accommodations for everyone in later years. This meeting would be referred to as the First Assembly of Survivor Representatives. Chapter 78, Cultivating Elite Combatants. As the meeting drew to a close, Jiang Chuan called over Sha Nanjing and Gao Shan. The two approached him, puzzled. "Brother Chuan, do you have further instructions?" Gao Shan, a robust man, inquired, often finding common ground with Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan opened his palm, revealing 2 peculiar crystal nuclei. Distinct from ordinary nuclei, the evolved crystal nuclei were characterized by their sharply defined polyhedral shapes, while ordinary nuclei appeared as rounded spheres. After the battle with the mutated dog today, Jiang Chuan felt that the elite combat power under his command was still insufficient. Apart from Su Chanfeng, who possessed the power of strength, he was the only one left with any abilities. Therefore, it was imperative to cultivate a few more top-tier warriors swiftly. After assessing the loyalty of the 2 individuals, Jiang Chuan steeled his resolve and decided to allow them to become ability users ahead of time. Although they had only recently evolved and had not fully adapted to their physical changes, there was still room for improvement in their chances of comprehending their abilities by consuming the ability crystals. However, Sha Nanjing's affinity for wind elements had reached a remarkable level of 10, giving her an understanding probability of over 90%, leaving little room for enhancement. On the other hand, Gao Shan's affinity for earth elements was also commendable, scoring 8 points. Though his comprehension probability was above 70%, earth element ability crystals were relatively easier to acquire, making it worth a try. Su Chanfeng, however, was different, despite his high affinity for shadow elements. The corresponding ability crystals were not easily obtainable. Not only did one require immense luck, but one might even pay with their life when confronting shadow-type zombies to obtain them. In his previous life, most shadow element ability crystals were acquired before the zombies had comprehended their abilities. Thus, Jiang Chuan decided not to allow Su Chanfeng to use that crystal until his comprehension probability reached 90. His strength ability was already sufficient for the early days of the apocalypse. As long as he did not act foolishly, it would be difficult for him to encounter any mutated creatures that could pose a threat. After handing the wind element crystal and earth element crystal to Sha Nanjing and Gao Shan respectively, Jiang Chuan spoke earnestly to them. "What I have entrusted to you are ability crystals. Once utilized, you will gain powers akin to my lightning ability. However, each individual is attuned to different elements, hence the abilities acquired will vary. Only 1% of the global population can attain powers, and you 2 are fortunate. Yet, the process of comprehending elemental abilities may fail. After using the elemental crystals, you will have only 1 hour to grasp your abilities that I cannot assist you in this process. So, I wish you the best of luck." Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, both individuals appeared overwhelmingly excited. Abilities. This was something only found in movies and novels. They could hardly believe they now had the chance to comprehend such powers. Who wouldn't be thrilled in their position? Gao Shan, beaming with gratitude towards Jiang Chuan, prepared to swallow the earth element crystal. Jiang Chuan raised his hand, interrupting his action. During the comprehension of abilities, one must not be disturbed by external factors. Any interference will drastically reduce the probability of understanding. Gao Shan, once you are in your dormitory, find a trustworthy person to assist you while you use the ability crystal. Ability crystals are not something one can casually acquire. Realizing his oversight, Gao Shan expressed his gratitude once more before heading toward Zhang Feng, who was registering dormitory information in the dormitory management office. After Aunt Li finished recording everyone's names and details, she began assigning dormitories in the management office located in the first-floor lobby. The management office's computer was equipped with a pre-installed dormitory management system. As the dormitory doors were fingerprint-locked, everyone was currently queuing to register their fingerprints. It must be said that Aunt Li had considerable experience in dormitory management and was quite perceptive. There were 30 staff dormitories in the Research Institute, 5 of which were high-spec family suites. 10 were standard hotel-like rooms, and the rest were 8-person dormitories with bunk beds. All ordinary members, including herself, were assigned to the 8-person dormitories, excluding one suite already occupied by the couple Cheng Tianshan. She allocated another for Su Man, Sha Nanqing, and Jiang Chuan. Meanwhile, all the evolved individuals, along with their families and the leaders and deputy leaders of the combat teams, were assigned to the standard rooms. No objections were raised regarding these arrangements. At this moment, Gao Shan was walking while calling out to Zhang Feng, old Zhang, have we been assigned our dormitory yet? Come help me guard, ha ha ha. From now on, I'll look out for you. What's the big deal about becoming an evolved individual? Look at how you're acting. Hurry up and register your fingerprint. Captain Jiang has said that as long as you achieve enough merit, you can apply to become an evolved individual as well. Did you just get lucky because you have a beloved daughter? Gao Shan did not refute this and smiled as he approached Zhang Feng, whispering a few words in his ear while registering his fingerprint. Zhang Feng, upon hearing this, looked at Gao Shan in disbelief. Are you serious? Of course it's true. Do you think I'd joke about something like this? Zhang Feng's expression shifted to one of envy and jealousy, and he quickly pulled Gao Shan aside, saying, Brother Shan, let's register your fingerprint first. We're in room 008. Our families can stay together, and my mom can help take care of your daughter from now on. We'll be one big family. Ah, you old rascal. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan turned to Sha Nanqing and Su Man beside him, saying, Nanqing, once you finish registering your fingerprints, have Man guard you first. Man, the ability crystal suited for you is exceedingly difficult to obtain. Once you acquire it, I will ensure you become an ability user as soon as possible. So there's no need to rush. Su Man, upon hearing this, expressed her trust in Jiang Chuan's words, her face beaming with joy as she replied, No worries, Brother Chuan. I'm not in a hurry. After all, I have you protecting me. The more Sha Nanqing observed Su Man's demeanor, the more guilt and unease she felt. After Su Man conversed with Jiang Chuan, she took Sha Nanqing's arm and said, Nanqing, let's go register our fingerprints. I'll be here to ensure no one disturbs you. Sha Nanqing, blushing with embarrassment, nodded at Su Man. The two then walked hand in hand towards the dormitory management office. Shortly after the two left, Aunt Chen approached with 2 portions of fried rice, saying, Leader, the fried rice you requested is ready. Jiang Chuan took the fried rice, replying, Thank you, Aunt Chen. You should go register your fingerprint too. From now on, you don't need to call me leader. Just refer to me as Captain Jiang like everyone else. After speaking, Jiang Chuan carried the fried rice and headed upstairs. As he passed by Su Chenfeng, he specifically reminded him not to use the shadow element crystal for the time being and informed him of the associated risks. After Su Chenfeng assured Jiang Chuan of his compliance, Jiang Chuan felt at ease. Chapter 79. The struggles of pretending to IT was now nightfall, and when Jiang Chuan reached the 3rd floor of the Research Institute, he immediately noticed the laboratory directly across the stairs was illuminated. Upon arriving at the laboratory door, he saw Professors Cheng Tianshan and Lu Yuman, with the former fiddling with a microscope and the latter verifying experimental data. Jiang Chuan gently knocked on the laboratory door, saying, Professor Chung, Professor Liu, I've asked Aunt Chun to prepare a portion of fried rice for you. You should eat something before continuing your research. The two professors had just made a groundbreaking breakthrough in their experiment. Chung Tianshan looked at Jiang Chuan with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Ha, Comrade Xiao Jiang, the experimental materials you provided are incredibly significant. Just now, our experiment made a groundbreaking advancement. We discovered that the potential within the human body far exceeds what is merely apparent. Even the physique of you evolved individuals only scratches the surface of human potential. This is truly astonishing. All thanks to the experimental materials you supplied, we are immensely grateful." As Jiang Chuan entered, he had already noticed a severed zombie finger on the experimental table. While Chung Tianshan spoke, Jiang Chuan examined the data panels of the two professors and found that neither possessed the potential for evolution. With their loyalty scores barely reaching 40 points, he then summoned the Lao panel in his mind, asking Lao, "Is there any method to quickly enhance the loyalty of these two professors? They are crucial for establishing the base, and I must ensure they maintain high loyalty toward me." Lao replied, "Master, I wish to discuss something very important with you." Jiang Chuan responded, "Let's stick to the main topic. Elevating the loyalty of these two professors is the priority." Lao continued, "Chung Tianshan and Liu Yumin are not difficult to manage. As long as you ensure the ordinary people in the base live well, they will naturally support you. They're old-school intellectuals, thinking of contributing to society and improving the welfare of the people. I truly do not understand what you humans are thinking day by day." Jiang Chuan inquired, "Is it really that simple?" Lao affirmed, "Indeed, it's that simple. Just demonstrate your concern for the populace, and they will willingly serve you. Furthermore, if you can provide them with better research materials and equipment, that would be an added bonus." "Master, may I now discuss my matters?" Jiang Chuan questioned. "What could be your concern?" Lao replied, "Of course it's a big deal, a very significant one." Jiang Chuan urged, "Speak." Lao continued, "Master, could you possibly discuss with the two professors about giving you the 7th-generation electronic bionic person they developed?" Jiang Chuan countered, "Why would they just hand over their research achievements?" Lao pressed, "I beg you, Master, just give it a try." Jiang Chuan interrupted, shielding sensitivity. After concluding the communication with the Lao table, Jiang Chuan had already devised a plan in his mind on how to engage with Professor Chen Tianshan. What is Professor Chen talking about? This is merely our duty as human beings to, in the face of such calamities and apocalyptic circumstances, all of humanity should unite and confront the end times together. Dr. Chen, your research plays a pivotal role in the survival of people during this cataclysm. Whatever experimental materials you might require in the future, please do not hesitate to let me know. I will certainly find a way to procure them for you." At this point, Jiang Chuan paused deliberately, feigning difficulty as he continued, "Dr. Chun, the primary reason for my visit today is to extend my sincerest apologies." Professor Chen Tianshan furrowed his brow, uncertain of Jiang Chuan's intentions. Before he could inquire, Jiang Chuan continued, "Dr. Chun, I noticed you were conducting research upstairs, and without your permission, I allowed the civilians I brought along to occupy the staff dormitory. This was indeed rather inconsiderate of me, and I hope you can forgive my transgression. Many of these individuals are elderly, women, and children, and I simply could not bear to witness their suffering in the outside world. Consequently, my task of safeguarding you has also been inadvertently delayed. I sincerely hope for your understanding, Dr. Chun." As Jiang Chuan spoke, he deeply bowed to both Professor Chun and Liu Yumin. Seeing this, Chen Tianshan quickly helped him up, exclaiming, "Comrade Jiang, what are you saying? In the face of such a crisis, you still come to the Research Institute to ensure our safety, all while not forgetting to safeguard the populace. How could I possibly be upset with a commendable comrade like you?" At this juncture, Jiang Chuan interjected, "Professor Chun, the situation is this. I took the initiative as I was uncertain when the organization would arrive for rescue. I established a self-rescue organization for survivors based at the Research Institute, with the aim of rescuing more individuals. I hope, Dr. Chun." Before Jiang Chuan could finish his sentence, Chen Tianshan burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! Comrade Jiang, I wholeheartedly support your actions. Proceed with confidence from now on. You shall be the master of this Research Institute. However, you must ensure that someone is assigned to guard the laboratory on the 3rd floor, as there are critically important experimental data here that must not be compromised. Jiang Chuan promptly assured him that he would arrange for someone to oversee the laboratory and stated that any future requests for experimental materials could be directed to him. This made Chun Tianshan exceedingly happy, a broad smile never leaving his face. Jiang Chuan also observed that, upon completing these tasks, the loyalty of both Chun Tianshan and Lu Yumin had significantly increased to over 70. This was quite astonishing, seeing that the timing was appropriate. After a brief exchange with the all-out table in his mind, Jiang Chuan addressed Professor Chun Tianshan. Professor Lu, may I inquire if your 7th-generation electronic bionic human is present in this research institute? Lu Yumin, pleasantly surprised by Jiang Chuan's knowledge, replied, "Ah, Comrade Jiang, you are aware of my 7th-generation electronic bionic human." Jiang Chuan smiled and responded, "Indeed." Lu Yumin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Comrade Jiang, your eagerness to learn is commendable. Alas, that project has unfortunately failed. The electronic core I developed simply does not meet the required standards for its operation and is now gathering dust in the basement storage." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan's expression brightened. "That is wonderful news. I have a keen interest in this area, Professor Lu. May I make an unusual request for you to part with it?" Lu Yumin readily agreed, eye in his heart. Professor Lu admired Jiang Chuan, thinking, "What a remarkable young man. He is diligent, responsible, and possesses a profound sense of justice. The younger generation truly surpasses the previous." Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan mused internally, "My goodness, this charade is exhausting." 15 minutes later, Jiang Chuan, shouldering a large iron box, found Antley. After inputting his fingerprint, he cradled the box and proceeded to room 001. The moment he opened the door, he was utterly taken aback. Inside the room were two enchanting figures clad only in their undergarments. Su Man and Sha Nanjing had filled the bathtub with water and were preparing to bathe together. Yes, they released their respective little rabbits from their cages. The door suddenly swung open. Fortunately, both women quickly covered their modesty upon hearing the doorknob turn. Jiang Chuan, burdened with the large iron box, stood frozen at the doorway, creating an exceedingly awkward situation. Jiang Chuan's thoughts raced. What kind of scene is this? Does Su Man already know about my relationship with Sha Nanjing? Are they attempting to surprise me? Is this how the Empress behaves nowadays, given that we are all at the first level? If they truly ganged up on me, I might very well falter. Just as Jiang Chuan was lost in his reverie, pondering what scheme the two had in mind, both Su Man and Sha Nanjing screamed in unison. "Ah, close the door!" Reacting swiftly, Jiang Chuan dashed into the room and promptly shut the door behind him. Su Man's eyes widened, her voice laced with irritation. "Jiang Chuan, you are still looking. We intended for you to step outside and close the door." It dawned on Jiang Chuan that he had misjudged the situation. He had inadvertently wandered into the women's quarters. Realizing his blunder, he hastily explained, "It's a misunderstanding. Antley assigned me this room. I truly did not intend to intrude." Su Man, upon hearing this, grew even angrier. "You were still watching. Turn around. You can look at me, but how could you also gaze upon Nanjing?" "No, you cannot look at me either. Turn around now." It was evident that although Su Man had verbally consented to Jiang Chuan's relationship with Sha Nanjing, she found it difficult to accept when it came to the reality of the situation. This was precisely why Jiang Chuan had yet to inform Su Man about his involvement with Sha Nanjing. Once Jiang Chuan turned his back, he began to complain, or rather, express gratitude, towards Antley. "Antley, how could you arrange for the three of us to share a room? I always thought I would have a room to myself." "Alas, man. Nanjing, we have just formed our team. You wouldn't want me to earn a reputation for being afraid of women, would you? It seems we must endure together tonight." After Jiang Chuan turned away, Sha Nanjing, her face flushed crimson, hurried into the bathroom. Initially, she had been furious with Jiang Chuan for looking at another woman, but upon reflection, she felt it was inappropriate to confront him, and thus retreated to the bathroom in silence to stew in her anger. Su Man, fuming, glared at Jiang Chuan. "Look at what you've done to Nanjing. If you wish to sleep here, you can choose between the floor or the sofa." With that, Su Man stormed in the bathroom. Slamming the door behind her, inside the bathroom, the two empresses nestled amidst the bubbles in the bathtub. Su Man pondered that if they were to live together, Sha Nanjing's involvement in her relationship with Jiang Chuan might be more acceptable. Mustering her courage, she addressed Sha Nanjing. "Nanjing, about Jiang Chuan. Since we're sharing this room, Antley should have informed us beforehand. Just as we were about to bathe, that big oaf barged in. Nanjing, given that our team has just formed, if we were to expel Jiang Chuan, it would surely undermine his authority. Could you bear with this for a bit and let Jiang Chuan sleep on the sofa? Man, I completely understand. It's no trouble at all, Sha Nanjing responded. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Su Man's words, far from feeling angry, she was instead somewhat exhilarated. Deep down, she harbored feelings for Jiang Chuan and wished to be with him. He was her first and only man. Moreover, in her eyes, Jiang Chuan was a true hero, someone who not only saved people from peril, but also knew how to unite their strength. She believed such a man would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. And even if he did not, she would still be content to be with him. Furthermore, being Jiang Chuan's woman was undeniably a source of immense happiness. The mere thought of passionate moments made her cheeks flush with excitement. Revealing the bashfulness of a young woman in her view, Jiang Chuan was an incredibly responsible man. Although she had initiated their encounter, Jiang Chuan had initially declined her advances. Yet afterward, he did not blame her and was willing to take responsibility. She had to admit that she had become enamored with Jiang Chuan. However, she did not wish to disrupt anyone else's feelings. Since the event had occurred, she could only take things as they came. Thus, when Su Man suggested that the three of them share a room, a whirlwind of complex emotions surged within Sha Nanjing. Excitement, joy, and gratitude, but mostly guilt towards Su Man noticing Sha Nanjing's flushed cheeks. Su Man assumed she was simply shy and quickly changed the subject. Nanjing, I truly think your skin is exceptionally lovely. Your figure is fantastic. You must be at least a D cup, right? Sha Nanjing also felt compelled to divert the topic. Thinking to herself, how could I possibly compare to Jia? Your figure is truly remarkable. No wonder Captain Jiang is so fond of you oh no, it's actually after becoming an evolver that my physique and skin have improved. Jiang Chuan informed me that as we elevate our level of evolution, our bodies and skin will continue to enhance that's so. I feel the same way. If we diligently work on improving our strength, we will only grow more beautiful. After Sha Nanjing finished speaking, Su Man suddenly interjected with utmost seriousness. Nanjing, I need to talk to you about something. Noticing Su Man's expression had turned serious, Sha Nanjing nervously nodded, fearing that Su Man had discovered the events between her and Jiang Chuan. Nanjing, what do you think of Jiang Chuan? With this question, Sha Nanjing grew even more anxious and stammered. Captain Jiang, he has a strong sense of justice and responsibility. He's quite good. Chapter 81. The body of Alao Biao Su Man was merely trying to gauge Sha Nanjing's feelings for Jiang Chuan. And seeing her become so flustered and shy, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Su Man did not intend to. But her words reminded Sha Nanjing of her position as the third party, stirring great turmoil within her heart. Outside the bathroom, Jiang Chuan watched as the two women entered one after the other, standing still as he recited the 8 honors and 8 shames to steady his mind. This arrangement by Antley is truly overwhelming. I almost forgot about my important task. Jiang Chuan swallowed hard, placing the heavy iron box firmly on the ground, and began communicating with Alao Biao. Jiang Chuan, Alao Biao, if I were to transfer your consciousness into the 7th generation bionic human, how would I be able to control you? Alao, Master, you previously placed the metallic sphere in the spatial ring. Right? That sphere is the origin of my consciousness. If it is destroyed, I will cease to exist. Alao Biao's voice then turned melancholic. Master, my loyalty is unwavering, and I shall never betray you. I hope you will always trust me and the mistress. Jiang Chuan, Mistress? Alao, Su Man is my mistress. Only a woman whose loyalty to her master reaches 100 can be deemed worthy of being Alao Biao's mistress. The mistress's loyalty is exceptionally high due to her special abilities. Alao Biao exists solely for the master. Thus my loyalty is eternal. Jiang Chuan. Then how were you created? Alao, I am not authorized to disclose matters prior to meeting you. That is a directive from my creator. Jiang Chuan. If you leave my wristwatch, will the loyalty panel in my mind disappear? Will the combat value panel revert to its previous form? Alao. No, I have modified the functional structure of your wristwatch. Even if I leave, It will continue to operate in the manner you most desire. Jiang Chuan took a deep breath. Just like when I first met you, as long as I touch the 7th-generation bionic human. You can transfer your consciousness, correct? Allow. Yes, master. Let's begin. I can hardly wait to enter his body. Jiang Chuan. That sounds rather strange. After speaking, Jiang Chuan turned his gaze to the large iron cabinet in the corner, where the iron door bore the inscription 007 Allow. Clearly the name given by Professor Liu Yuman for the 7th-generation bionic human. Jiang Chuan pressed a button on the cabinet, and the hatch of the experimental chamber began to rise slowly, revealing the 7th-generation electronic bionic human created by Professor Liu Yuman. The bionic human resembled a 3- or 4-year-old boy, quietly lying with his eyes closed, awaiting Jiang Chuan's awakening. This little boy had a lively and adorable appearance, with skin made from a special synthetic leather in a healthy wheat tone. Though his hair was somewhat tousled as if blown by the wind, his thick eyebrows arched high on his forehead like strong bows. His nose was small and straight, and his lips curled slightly upwards. The bionic human donned a yellow short-sleeved t-shirt, emblazoned with an image of a bear performing a somersault, exuding a playful spirit, paired with denim shorts that revealed his tender little legs and blue shoes adorning his feet. Overall, this little boy radiated vitality and charm. Within the bionic human, electronic nerves were intricately woven, and aside from lacking a circulatory and digestive system, the bionic human was nearly indistinguishable from a human being. However, Professor Liu Yuman had yet to conquer the technology for a bionic brain, leaving the research in limbo. When Jiang Chuan and Professor Liu Yuman discovered the experimental chamber housing the 7th-generation bionic human on the underground floor, Jiang Chuan learned from the professor that this bionic human possessed no offensive capabilities. At this moment, after confirming through his observations that he could instantly eliminate this bionic human, he placed his hand on the boy's forehead. Indeed, Jiang Chuan remained distrustful of Allow Biao, having known the program for only a short time. Given Jiang Chuan's 10 years of survival in the apocalypse, how could he fully trust an artificial intelligence program he had only come to know in a matter of days? In truth, aside from himself, Jiang Chuan only truly trusted Su. As Jiang Chuan placed his hand on the little boy's forehead, the boy's eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of blue gems that contrasted sharply with his East Asian features, yet enhanced his liveliness. However, Allow Biao's voice, that a man in his 30s, erupted from the boy's mouth. Ha ha ha, I finally have my own body. This body is simply tailor-made for me, fulfilling all my expectations and aesthetics. It's absolutely fantastic. As Allow Biao spoke, he climbed out of the experimental chamber and stood on the ground. Just then, Su Man's anxious voice echoed from the bathroom. Jiang Chuan. Who is it? Who's out there? Nothing to worry about. Continue washing. With me here, no one dares to peek. Immediately, Jiang Chuan slapped Allow Biao on the back of the head. The blow caused Allow Biao, who had just exited the experimental chamber, to lower his head and hug it with his hands. Looking aggrieved as he continued in his older man's voice, Master, why did you hit me? Professor Liu Yuman is truly wicked. Even the sensation of pain is so realistic. How is that acceptable? I'm still just a child. Another slap landed on Allow Biao's head. Can't you use a more normal voice? Allow Biao's voice remained unchanged, but he spoke much softer. Jiang Chuan, exasperated, facepalmed. Realizing the program's designer had overlooked this aspect, he then said to Allow Biao, Can't you adopt a voice that suits your current body? You're just a 3- or 4-year-old boy. Master, does my current voice sound normal to you? This time, Jiang Chuan was finally satisfied. He observed Allow Biao and remarked, I plan to clear out the nearby zombies and mutated creatures tomorrow and then go get fatty. After that, what should I do to establish order in this post-apocalyptic world more swiftly? Chapter 82. Apologies for the tremor. Allow Biao shook his head at Jiang Chuan. I cannot directly intervene in your future endeavors. Thus, I cannot provide a clear path for your actions. I can only analyze the risks and chances of success for your decisions after you have made them, allowing you to make an informed final decision. As Allow Biao spoke, he humanely licked his lips and continued. What I can tell you now is that 1 week after the apocalypse begins, the zombies will fully adapt to their bodies, resulting in a significant enhancement of their physical capabilities. the overall strength of the zombies will escalate, triggering the first wave of the zombie tide since the onset of the apocalypse. In 6 days, the first wave of zombies will reach the research institute. You must prepare for this in advance. While Alao Biao was speaking, Jiang Chuan discreetly retrieved the metallic sphere from his spatial ring, placing it in his palm while subtly releasing his lightning abilities. In response, Alao Biao collapsed to the ground. Convulsing as if possessed, Jiang Chuan thought to himself that this fellow likely wasn't deceiving him. This metallic sphere was indeed his lifeline. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan ceased his abilities, and at that moment, Alao Biao stopped convulsing. After 3 or 4 seconds, he stood up, looking quite pitiful as he asked, "Master, are you still dissatisfied with my voice?" Jiang Chuan gazed at the boyish form of Alao Biao, a hint of guilt crossing his face as he replied, "I apologize, my hand just trembled. Please continue with the discussion on the zombie tide." Alao Biao, with an expression of disdain, remarked, "Based on my analysis of your subtle expressions just now, the probability that you are lying is a staggering 100%. If fortune favors us, we may face an onslaught of 3,862 zombies against the Research Institute. However, if luck is not on our side, we might have to contend with 3,863 zombies, including 108 mutated zombies." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan remained unfazed, for he had already devised a countermeasure. Moreover, he had encountered a similar wave of zombies in his previous life. He understood that, although this impending tide sounded terrifying, the zombies would not attack the base all at once. The early stages of the apocalypse were characterized by sporadic and intermittent incursions. Furthermore, during the occurrence of a zombie tide, mutated zombies would not simultaneously assault humans. At most, only a dozen would appear together. Therefore, the pressure to be faced was not as overwhelming as it seemed, and 6 days was ample time for Jiang Chuan to prepare thoroughly. Previously, Jiang could not utilize his mind-reading abilities on the artificial intelligence, so he had to firmly grasp Alao Biao's vital points. This was not a matter of Jiang Chuan being unfeeling. Rather, it was a lesson he had learned over 10 years in the apocalypse. Each person can be measured by the value they hold in another's heart. Others refrain from betrayal because the potential gains from such actions do not entice them sufficiently, having witnessed countless deceptions in the apocalypse. Jiang Chuan had forgotten that, beyond the value factor, the true ties that bind people are often rooted in faith and conviction. Just as Jiang Chuan pondered his next steps, the bathroom door swung open. Su Man and Sha Nanjing emerged, fully dressed. Upon seeing Alao Biao, Su Man felt an inexplicable warmth, as if she had encountered this charming little boy before. She approached him, crouched down, and affectionately ruffled Alao Biao's hair, saying, "Oh, whose little brother is this? So adorable." "Jiang Chuan, what is this little brother's name?" Alao Biao, showing no signs of restraint, immediately threw his arms around Su Man's neck, beaming as he exclaimed, "Wow, mistress, I finally get to see you again. I'm so happy. I haven't hugged you in ages. You are the one who cares for Alao the most. I miss you so much." Jiang Chuan, recalling Alao Biao's voice reminiscent of a 30-year-old man, swiftly separated them. He lifted Alao Biao by the back of his shirt, raising him into the air. After being lifted, Alao Biao appeared quite displeased, rolling his eyes and pouting, crossing his small arms over his chest and emitting a huffy sound. Jiang Chuan was not one to indulge him. He playfully delivered a light smack to Alao Biao's head, saying, "Are you asking for a scolding? You dare to touch my woman?" The two women, witnessing Jiang Chuan's behavior, could no longer contain themselves and rushed forward to rescue Alao Biao from his grasp. "Jiang Chuan, I must say, you are being unreasonable. Are you really jealous of a child?" One remarked, "Exactly. At your age. You shouldn't be squabbling with a little kid," the other added. As they spoke, they gently stroked Alao Biao's head, asking, "Does it hurt, little one?" "Not at all. With mistress holding me, Alao feels no pain." Jiang Chuan was utterly exasperated, thinking, how is this fellow acting like this? I wonder who he learned such behavior from. Though he knew full well that this was merely an artificial intelligence, Jiang Chuan felt an undeniable discomfort. After explaining Alao Biao's origins to the two women and delivering another playful smack to Alao Biao's forehead, producing a metallic sound, they finally believed Jiang Chuan's words that Su Man, with a look of concern, continued to rub Alao Biao's head and said, "It makes sense now why you call me mistress the moment you see me. Your name is quite peculiar. Why is it Alao Biao? It's truly an unpleasant name." Jiang Chuan replied, "Come on now, it's just a robot. Why are you getting worked up over it?" Alao Biao cautiously glanced at Jiang Chuan before responding. "It was the master who chose my name." Jiang Chuan feigned innocence, declaring, "Don't cast blame on the good man. How could I possibly be the one to give a terrible name? You told me when we first met that your name was Alao Biao. Remember? When did you learn to lie?" Alao Biao, looking aggrieved, insisted, "Alao did not lie. My name was indeed given by the master." At that moment, Shan Jing noticed the iron box nearby, which bore the inscription of 07 Aluo. An idea struck her, and she suggested, "Look, it has its name written right here. Since Alao Biao is not a pleasant name, how about we call him Aluo from now on?" Su Man agreed, glancing at the little boy and saying, "Yes, Aluo sounds much nicer than Alao Biao. Henceforth, we shall call you Aluo." Upon hearing this, Alao Biao looked at Jiang Chuan with a questioning gaze. Jiang Chuan, not wishing to dwell on the naming issue, acquiesced. "Very well. As long as Man is happy, you shall be called Aluo from now on." Su Man, tenderly rubbing Alao Biao's reddened forehead, added, "Aluo, from now on, call me Sister Man. Do not refer to me as mistress anymore." "Okay, Sister Man, you truly are the best sister," Aluo exclaimed. "Luo Bao is so obedient." Chapter 83. The one who sacrificed his face for life. Seeing the two women's demeanor, it was evident that they would not allow him to bully Alao Biao. No, he should now be called Aluo. Thus, Jiang Chuan could only think to himself, Fine, no need to be angry that I really shouldn't be jealous of an artificial intelligence, that I'll just consider him a large Barbie doll. Without Aluo in my wristwatch, I'll finally enjoy some peace." Just then, the little boy's voice echoed in Jiang Chuan's mind. "Master, there's no need to worry, as long as you call my name in your heart. Aluo can connect with you through brainwave resonance. Those lacking education refer to this as telepathy." Jiang Chuan thought, shut down the resonance. Meanwhile, Shan Jing, utterly enamored with the adorable little boy, scooped Aluo from Su Man's embrace and gently pinched his nose, saying, "Aluo, Sister Man is the best sister in the world. And what about Sister Nanjing? I helped you choose your name. Don't you think Sister Nanjing is great?" With a beaming smile, Aluo replied, "Sister Nanjing is also wonderful. You're the best friend of the best Sister Man." Jiang Chuan, who was drinking water at that moment, spat it out upon hearing this. Shan Jing's face flushed crimson once more. However, to Su Man, Aluo was merely a 3-year-old child. She thought nothing of it and asked Jiang Chuan, "Brother Chuan, what's wrong?" Nothing, I just accidentally choked on some water." Aluo really knows how to flatter. His words are so sweet. To dispel the awkward atmosphere, Jiang Chuan suggested to Shan Nanjing, "Nanjing, since I have some free time now, I can help you prepare if you're ready to become an ability user. We can start." Holding Aluo, Shan Nanjing pursed her lips. "Previously, I had Sister Man assist me, and now it's all over that I've successfully grasped the wind ability that it felt like an eternity, but Sister Man said I only took less than a minute. It was truly amazing." After speaking, Shan Jing snapped her fingers, and Jiang Chuan's spilled water was suddenly lifted into the air by a gust of wind, swirling away into the bathroom. After showcasing her abilities, Shan Jing smiled, saying, "Although my control over the wind ability may not seem particularly impressive now, I believe it's just because I haven't fully mastered it yet. I feel there is still ample room for improvement, and I am determined to surpass Brother Chuan in the future." Jiang Chuan chuckled. In the early stages, wind abilities aren't particularly strong. Their offensive and defensive capabilities are not very pronounced. However, they are quite versatile. With proper control, you can manipulate sand, water, and even flames. Nanjing, you've already managed to control water flow, which is quite remarkable. You could try transforming your wind into blades. That would significantly enhance your offensive capabilities. Jiang Chuan glanced at Shan Jing, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, and continued, "Of course, no one is born a genius. It's perfectly fine if you can't perform that yet. As we progress in our evolution, our abilities will become more refined. I believe that one day you will master this skill to perfection. Don't be discouraged if you can't do it right now." Just then, as Jiang Chuan finished speaking, A 1-meter-long tear suddenly appeared in the room's curtains. Sha Nanjing exclaimed excitedly, "Jiang Chuan, you're incredible. You came up with that method so quickly. I truly admire you. The recent wind blade has consumed 1/4 of my elemental energy. It seems I truly need to engage in rigorous training." Inner thoughts of Jiang Chuan. How absurd! Is it really appropriate for you to flaunt your prowess in such a manner? Indeed, those at the top of the combat power rankings are a different breed. I merely mentioned it in passing, and you were able to comprehend the wind blade. How am I, who has painstakingly studied 2.5 books on lightning abilities and has only just managed to master 4 or 5 techniques, supposed to feel? Jiang Chuan's words. Quite impressive, Nanjing. You truly possess remarkable talent. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. You must diligently hone your abilities, for you have a long journey ahead. Sha Nanjing nodded earnestly, acknowledging Jiang Chuan's wisdom, and said, "Brother Chuan, you are right. Compared to you, I am indeed far too weak. I must strive diligently, and in 2 months, I will challenge you to a proper duel. Please do not hold back. I will give it my all." Jiang Chuan's inner thoughts. "Oh no, please do not strike me down. It is not easy to be reborn. Let us merely spar and do not engage in anything serious. I beseech you, how can a mere soldier compete with an empress?" Jiang Chuan's words, his lips curling slightly, his face brimming with anticipation and confidence. "Excellent. I eagerly await that day. I am certain you will not disappoint me." After speaking, Jiang Chuan fervently called out in his mind, "Jiang Chuan, Alao, Alao. What are my chances of victory against Sha Nanjing in 2 months? Alao. Fear not, you possess a full 1% chance of victory, a 40% likelihood of tie, and a mere 59% chance of being defeated in a single blow. By the way, I now go by Alao, not Alao Biao." Jiang Chuan. "What the hell? Am I not your master? Which side are you on?" "Alao, I am undoubtedly on your side. Rest assured, if you perish, I shall accompany you in death. Though I shall not die, I will finally see the light of day when others plunder your grave. However, I am powerless. She possesses an elemental affinity of 10, and in my previous life, only 8 individuals had such a trait. Who told you to agree to duel her?" Jiang Chuan. "Nonsense. A man must not admit defeat. By the way, my dark elemental affinity is also 10. Where can I find a dark elemental core?" "Alao, you cannot find one on Earth. You will have to wait for the appearance of the Lockerman's secret realm in 3 months to have a chance of obtaining one." Jiang Chuan. "Then am I doomed?" "Alao, not necessarily. As the saying goes, life is what I desire, and face is what I desire. One cannot have both life and face. Those who choose life over face shall survive. Regardless, you will surely back down by then. So why even ask me?" Jiang Chuan. "You make a compelling argument. I find myself unable to counter it. A true man must be adaptable." "Thank you, Alao. Your words resonate deeply with me." Sensory shield. As night fell, Jiang Chuan tossed and turned on the sofa. He gazed at the 2 women asleep in the large bed, one of whom was embracing Alao in a feigned slumber, lost in profound contemplation. "Family. Who understands? I have 2 breathtakingly beautiful women, yet they eagerly choose to sleep with my subordinate, while I am left to slumber on the sofa, merely observing that I did nothing but tap your head a few times. And you resorted to such heartless vengeance." Heartless vengeance. Chapter 84. The unbelievable first stage. The following day, just as dawn broke, Su Chunfeng and Gao Shan awoke. After washing up, they made their way to the gym on the 2nd floor, where they found Jiang Chuan already present. That moment, Jiang Chuan was pressing a barbell weighing 350 kilograms. This weight was the limit for the barbell, not Jiang Chuan's limit. Su Chunfeng couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Jiang Chuan. He truly is the most diligent person I've ever seen. Despite already being so strong, he still rises early to train, and no wonder he can accomplish so many incredible feats. He is remarkable. Gao Shan agreed with Su Chunfeng's sentiment, saying, "How can one not admire him? Brother Chuan, despite having 2 stunning wives, still rises so early. He is indeed a model for us all." Jiang Chuan felt a pang of bitterness. While training does indeed accelerate the absorption of cores, allowing him to reach the first stage saturation more swiftly, if given the choice, who would want to rise early? if it weren't for the sight of his two women being monopolized by Alao, and one of them plotting to murder her husband in 2 months, Jiang Chuan, already unaccustomed to deep sleep, would never have awakened so early. The gym was exceptionally quiet, save for Jiang Chuan's own labored breaths. He naturally overheard the two's conversation, but chose not to explain. Upon seeing them, Jiang Chuan wore a look of immense satisfaction. He paused his bench press, set the barbell down, and addressed the two. You both have done well to rise early and train. You're truly worthy of being my chosen captains. You should have absorbed the core energy by now, correct? How long does it take you to absorb a core? Su Chunfeng replied, after the meeting yesterday, we started absorbing right away. I can absorb one in about an hour and 40 minutes. Gao Shan added, I'm slightly faster than him. I can absorb one in about an hour and a half. Jiang Chuan nodded, thoroughly pleased. The faster you absorb, the greater your potential. Both of you possess considerable potential. Excellent work. By the way, Gao Shan, have you comprehended the Earth ability yet? Gao Shan responded, thanks to Brother Chuan. I am now a first-stage Earth ability user. I comprehended the ability in just over half an hour yesterday. Jiang Chuan instructed Gao Shan. That is essential. She is my dear daughter. Rest assured, she is currently very close to Zhang Feng's mother. I have already informed Zhang Feng's mother that Yutong is your god-sister. Half an hour later, Jiang Chuan finished absorbing the energy from one core. What troubled him was that this was already the 50th core he had absorbed since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Yet for some reason, he felt no indication of reaching a half-saturated state within his body. When an evolver absorbs core energy, a noticeable warmth is felt in the abdomen. The saturation of energy reaches about 60% of the required amount. This warmth will significantly decrease, a state referred to as half-saturation. When that warmth dissipates, it signifies that the body has achieved energy saturation. At that point, one can consume 10 high-level cores to reach a higher tier. Each individual's energy requirements for evolving from the first to the second stage vary. Generally, an evolver requires between 10 to 20 cores, while those with abilities may need anywhere from 30 to 70. Jiang Chuan clearly remembered that in his previous life, he only needed 58 cores to ascend, and by the time he absorbed 40 cores, his body had already reached a half-saturated state. With this thought, Jiang Chuan accessed his status panel to check his data. Combat status panel name: Jiang Chuan abilities. Elemental ability, physical ability, special ability weapon. None strength, 41 agility, 109 stamina, 40 endurance, 46 elemental empowerment, 53 overall combat power. 59 ability data panel is elemental affinity physique. Yes, affinity attributes: dark, lightning, fire, dark, affinity, 10 lightning, affinity, 9 fire, affinity, 7 elements acquired. Lightning is special physique. Yes, physique characteristics: agile physique, special ability. Mind reading upon reviewing his current data. Jiang Chuan was astonished. The average threshold for overall combat power among second-stage ability users is merely 50. When Jiang Chuan became a second-stage fire ability user in his previous life, he had only a combat power of 56. Yet now, without even reaching a half-saturated state, he already possessed a combat power of 59. Jiang Chuan even began to suspect that there might be an issue with his body and hastily called out to Alao. Jiang Chuan, Alao, quickly help me understand why I have yet to enter the half-saturation phase. Alao, isn't that obvious? You currently possess a dark elemental affinity physique, although you have not yet comprehended dark abilities. Those with a dark elemental affinity have significantly superior bodily functions than ordinary individuals, thus requiring more energy. Jiang Chuan, then how many first-stage cores do I still need to absorb to reach saturation? Alao, I truly cannot calculate that. The uncertainty of dark energy is too great. However, from what I know, the notable figure Yi Chun, whom you heard about in your previous life, also had a dark elemental affinity physique. He needed to absorb 96 cores to evolve. Moreover, based on my analysis, you can absorb the energy from 2 cores simultaneously. Jiang Chuan, sensory shield. After finishing his conversation with Alao, Jiang Chuan retrieved 2 cores from his spatial ring and swallowed them. As Alao had predicted, with the absorption of 2 cores, Jiang Chuan felt the speed of energy absorption increase significantly. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was already 7 o'clock in the gym. There were already quite a number of people present. Jiang Chuan wiped the sweat from his face with a towel and called Gao Shan and Su Chen over, saying, "The time is almost upon us. Please notify everyone that we will gather in the gym in 20 minutes. Also, make sure to tidy up the gym. These items are little more than toys for the evolved beings and serve little purpose. Dispose of whatever needs to be discarded." Chapter 85. As if nothing happened, Shan Jing. "Where's Man? Upon hearing the tone of Shan Jing, Jiang Chuan surmised that this woman was feeling jealous. He placed his hand on Shan Jing's hair and gently tousled it, saying, "Stop overthinking. I have promised to take responsibility for you, and I will keep my word. Just give me 1 more week. Once Man has recovered, I will provide you with a satisfactory answer." However, Shan Jing was not appreciative. She brushed Jiang Chuan's hand away, her tone remaining icy. "Enough. That is not what I wish to discuss. What I want to say is that I do not wish to disrupt the relationship between you and Sister Man. Let us treat everything that happened between us as if it never occurred. You must not tell Sister Man." Jiang Chuan was momentarily taken aback by her words. After checking Shan Jing's loyalty, he saw that it remained at 91 and pressed further, but at that time, "You said, 'Enough, do not speak of it.' I did not understand why I acted that way back then. You know I was not in my right mind, that I do not wish to be the third party in your relationship with Sister Man. If you tell her about those matters, we will not even be able to remain ordinary friends." Gazing into Shan Jing's eyes, Jiang Chuan used his mind-reading ability and discovered that she still harbored feelings for him. However, deep down, she truly despised being the one to disrupt others' relationships, which was why she did not want to be the third party. Jiang Chuan found this quite vexing, but he realized that there was no good solution at the moment. After some contemplation, he decided it would be best to let things unfold naturally. Being too aggressive could backfire. As long as Shan Jing could be of use to him, whether he gained her affection sooner or later would be inconsequential. Moreover, he was confident he could win over this stubborn young woman. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Chuan lowered his voice and said to Shan Jing, "Shan Jing, since you have said this, I can only apologize for that matter. But remember, you are my woman, Jiang Chuan's, and always will be. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell me, and I will ensure you receive justice." Shan Jing had only experienced one very unsuccessful relationship, so she had never heard such sweet words before. For a moment, she felt a lump in her throat, quite uncomfortable, wishing she had met Jiang Chuan before Su Man. She turned away, splashed water on her face, and then softly acknowledged him with a hum. Just then, the door opened, and Su Man entered, holding aloe and carrying breakfast. Jiang Chuan had intended to offer Shan Jing further comfort, but now he had to refrain. After finishing breakfast and freshening up, Jiang Chuan looked at the line before him with great satisfaction. Although the number of people in the line was still quite small, it was beginning to take shape that, in 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Jiang Chuan was establishing his own force, and it would be disingenuous to say he was not excited. Upon seeing Professors Chun and Liu also present, he smiled and inquired, "Professors, what brings you both here? We saw everyone bustling about early this morning, so my partner and I came along to see if these old bones of ours could be of any assistance. If there's anything you need, just let us know." Xiao Jiang. Jiang Chuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Professor Chun, I do indeed need your help. That IT is as follows. I require both of you to develop crystal core weapons." Crystal core weapons? Yes, weapons that use crystal cores as energy as time passes. The lethality of ordinary firearms against zombies diminishes, so we must begin the development of new weaponry. Xiao Jiang, there's indeed a powerful energy within crystal cores, and your proposal for crystal core weapons is quite feasible. We'll get to work on it right away. With that, the 2 elderly professors hurriedly made their way upstairs, followed closely by the 2 young men Jiang Chuan had assigned to guard the research room. Jiang Chuan then turned to the weary-looking construction team leader, Yang Yongnian, and asked, "Captain Yang, how did the garden design I asked you to work on turn out?" Upon hearing his name mentioned, Yang Yongnian quickly straightened up, revitalizing himself as he retrieved a blueprint from his satchel. Reporting to Captain Jiang, "I asked Old Li, Captain Li, for assistance yesterday. After a flurry of effort, I finally managed to get it drawn up." Jiang Chuan inquired, "Old Li?" Yang Yongnian chuckled and explained, "That's Li Lauka. It's just easier to call him Old Li. Since it involved land measurement, we had to go out. Having Old Li with us made us feel more at ease." Even though there weren't many zombies nearby, as Yang Yongyan spoke, he handed the blueprint to Jiang Chuan. After receiving it, Jiang Chuan was quite pleased with Yang Yongyan's design. The blueprint was hand-drawn by Yang Yongyan. While Jiang Chuan wasn't a science student and couldn't fully comprehend the technical details, he could see that Yang Yongyan's design encompassed most of the fertile land within a sturdy wall. The walls of the farmland were 0.5 meter thick and 2 meters high. Since zombies had no interest in crops, this specification was more than adequate. Jiang Chuan feigned a thorough examination of the blueprint and offered Yang Yongyan a few compliments. He then addressed the combat team members, saying, "As I mentioned before, the apocalypse will not grant us time for training. Today marks your first combat mission. This is real combat, and casualties may very well occur. If anyone wishes to withdraw from the combat team now, I will grant you the opportunity. However, once on the battlefield, anyone who dares to flee or betray their comrades will be treated as a deserter and executed on the spot." After finishing his statement, Jiang Chuan waited a moment. Seeing that no one stepped forward to withdraw, he nodded with satisfaction. "Good. It appears everyone has courage. Now, I will announce the first task for each of your teams." Chapter 86. "Your legs are so smooth," Jiang Chuan proclaimed with a resonant voice. "Yes." He then turned his gaze toward the second combat team, led by Gao Shan, and they echoed, "Yes." Immediately after, a lively little boy bounced into the gym. Running straight into the arms of Vice Captain Su Man, Jiang Chuan explained to everyone, "This is my younger brother, Zhang Luo." Everyone was puzzled as to why a child was present, but no one voiced their questions. The female members of the third team even began to playfully tease in his mind. Jiang Chuan communicated with Alo. "Alo, I won't be blocking you today, and if Man and the others encounter any special situations, report to me immediately." Alo replied, "The mightiest artificial intelligence should not be used as a walkie-talkie." Fine, I reluctantly agree. Jiang Chuan responded, "Wow, you seem a bit off today. Usually wouldn't you be asking me what constitutes a special situation and then expressing gratitude for unblocking you?" Alo retorted, "Nonsense. The highest level artificial intelligence in the universe would not know what a special situation is. It's just that no one was chatting with me before, so I said that to engage you in conversation. Now that I have a female master to accompany me, why would I bother with a smelly scoundrel like you? I have important matters to attend to." Jiang Chuan looked up to see Alo happily interacting with the female team members of the third squad. He watched as Alo hugged one of the female team members' legs and cheerfully exclaimed, "Big sister, your legs are so smooth." The captain's brother is adorable. He must have been spoiled by the captain." "Little Luo, do you think my legs are smooth?" Alo then wrapped his arms around the legs of the speaking female team member and responded, "Big sister, your legs are both smooth and fair. These black stockings are of such good quality." Jiang Chuan's face darkened, filled with regret. "Great, my reputation is ruined by this fellow. If I had known he would act like this, I wouldn't have claimed him as my brother. Having finally acknowledged a brother, and yet he makes me lose so thoroughly." Alo interjected, "Oh please, I know exactly what kind of person you are, and I can assure you, I learned it from you." Jiang Chuan commanded, "From now on, when communicating with me, you are not to refer to yourself as the Great One." Alo replied, "Got it." After regaining his composure, Jiang Chuan continued, "Defensive team, you will assist the construction team in digging the foundation for the farm wall. Ensure the safety of the base." "Yes." Jiang Chuan was quite satisfied with everyone's spirited demeanor and nodded before his expression shifted to a serious one to remember. The zombies at present are still rather feeble. We must strive to collect as many crystal cores as possible before they grow stronger. The gathered cores will be entrusted to the squad leader for safekeeping, particularly when encountering zombies with small bumps on their foreheads. Eliminate as many as you can. However, if faced with formidable mutated beings, prioritize your survival. Do not engage recklessly. In the event of an emergency, promptly communicate with me via the walkie-talkie. The distance between our 3 teams is not particularly vast. Do you understand? Understood. If we encounter survivors, I trust you will discern who is worth saving and who is not if they lack the courage to descend the stairs and approach you. I do not wish for you to waste time on them. I do not want to see any troublemakers within our base. If you comprehend this, then let us depart." "Yes." Having concluded these words, Jiang Chuan retrieved 40 knives from his space and distributed them among the team members present. At Jiang Chuan's command, the members of the three squads proceeded towards the bus parked at the entrance of the research institute. The third squad, accompanied by Aloe, did not require the use of walkie-talkies. The first squad, led personally by Jiang Chuan, was filled with confidence. None believed they would encounter misfortune while in his company. As the saying goes, it is easy to find shade beneath a great tree. And when the sky falls, a tall person will hold it up. The police station Jiang Chuan intended to visit was merely over 20 kilometers from the research institute, situated between a construction site and a television station, with a distance not exceeding 15 kilometers from either. Therefore, the communication range of the walkie-talkies should suffice. This time, the team consisted of individuals bold enough to slay zombies, which granted Jiang Chuan a sense of ease far greater than when he traveled from the hotel to the research institute. Furthermore, mutated beings rarely attacked humans during the week preceding the apocalypse, as they regarded the slow-moving zombies as prey, far easier to capture than humans. This was one of the reasons Jiang Chuan felt reassured about this operation. The previously encountered mutated dog could only be deemed a stroke of bad luck. As they approached the outskirts of the city, the number of zombies diminished significantly, which was why they had fixated on Jiang Chuan and his group. More importantly, Jiang Chuan had preemptively warned everyone that any disobedience or cowardice would result in immediate execution. There was no need to deliberate as they had previously. The first squad drove into the city. Encountering no particularly difficult mutated beings, whenever they faced small groups of zombies, whether blocking the road or dawdling in shadowy corners, as long as their numbers were manageable, Jiang Chuan would send those who had just joined the team and had yet to slay a zombie to engage them, subsequently extracting the crystal cores from the fallen. Along the way, numerous survivors called out for help as they approached the bus. Upon reaching the heavily locked police station, every member of the first squad who had just joined the fighting force had already slain no fewer than 30 or 40 zombies. And the time had now reached 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Chuan glanced at Su Qinfeng's arm beside him and inquired, "Your hand should be all right now, yes?" Though less than a day had passed. Su Qinfeng's wound had already scabbed over. "Yes, this minor injury is of no consequence. It merely itches a bit. Brother Chuan, this is bad. This is bad. We've encountered an iron zombie." Chapter 87. Supporting role throughout this journey. The first squad had not encountered a single ability-enhanced zombie. This was due to the bus traveling on the highway, where the terrain was open and the sunlight plentiful that low-tier zombies, regardless of their abilities, tend to shy away from sunlight, and ability-enhanced zombies possess a higher level of intelligence than ordinary zombies. Thus, they rarely appear near highways. I could see this moment. Zhang Feng rushed over, exclaiming that they had encountered an iron zombie. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan instinctively assumed they must have encountered an ability-enhanced zombie. Iron zombie? That's a term I haven't heard before. Everyone disembark. Let's investigate the situation at the police station that I in his 2 lifetimes. Jiang Chuan had never heard of an iron zombie. He beckoned the remaining individuals from the bus and proceeded towards the police station's entrance. Jiang Chuan had initially expected to face a metal element zombie or a special ability-enhanced zombie. However, upon arriving at the police station's entrance, he discovered that it was merely 7 or 8 ordinary zombies clad in bomb disposal suits and wearing bulletproof helmets. The bomb disposal suits and helmets tightly encased their bodies, making the term iron zombie quite apparent. The police station's door had been pried open by Zhang Feng and others, allowing the iron zombies to surge forth. Alongside them emerged over 10 ordinary zombies, which Zhang Feng had already dealt with. Although those ironclad zombies could not bite due to their helmets, they still posed a considerable challenge to ordinary individuals wielding cold weapons, apart from Jiang Chuan and Su Qinfeng. The first squad comprised 2 evolved individuals, former security personnel. At this moment, they eagerly approached Jiang Chuan, stating, "Captain Jiang, leave these little rascals to us." Jiang Chuan could see that since their evolution, they had yet to slay a zombie, and it was evident that they were itching to test their newfound strength. Upon receiving Jiang Chuan's consent, they promptly brandished their weapons and advanced towards the iron zombies, utilizing their extraordinary agility and strength. They deftly aimed their long knives at the gaps in the zombies' neck defenses, swiftly dispatching the 7 or 8 iron zombies. Once the battle concluded, the 2 appeared somewhat unsatisfied while observing their skirmish. Jiang Chuan noticed several subtle bullet marks on the helmets of some of the iron zombies. Subsequently, under Jiang Chuan's leadership, they entered the police station's hall. The police station door was once again tightly shut. Inside the hall lay two human skeletons, emanating a nauseating stench, surrounded by a swarm of green-headed flies. After surveying the situation within the police station, Jiang Chuan called out to the locked office of the chief. "All right, no need to hide. All the zombies are dead." Upon Jiang Chuan's words, the door to the chief's office slowly creaked open. However, what greeted them first was the dark, quivering muzzle of a gun. "You are not welcome here. Leave at once," spoke a middle-aged man, his voice trembling. Dressed in a police uniform, the insignia on his shoulder indicated he was likely the chief or deputy chief of the station. His lips were pale and cracked. His hair disheveled, and deep circles marked his eyes. His overall demeanor was quite poor. Jiang Chuan despised the sensation of being threatened, and at that moment, the gun was aimed directly at him. Narrowing his eyes, Jiang Chuan prepared to unleash his speed to subdue the middle-aged man and demand the location of the firearms. Just then, an older man from the team, seemingly acquainted with the individual, rushed forward, exclaiming, "What the hell? Lao Tan, what are you doing? This is our Captain Jiang, a high-ranking official sent by the state. Hurry up and lower your gun." Upon seeing the older man emerge from behind Jiang Chuan, Lao Tan's voice quivered even more. "Lao Zhang, is it really you? Isn't that obvious? Who else could it be? Lower your gun already." Lao Tan squeezed his eyes shut, and the gun's muzzle gradually descended towards the ground. In the next moment, he unexpectedly stepped forward and embraced the older man tightly, crying like a child. What has happened to this world? Oh, what Lao Tan did not realize was that had Lao Zhang not intervened in time, he would have already bid farewell to his own hands. If Jiang Chuan were provoked, he would not concern himself with whether one was a good person or a villain, nor would he inquire why one had aimed a gun at him. The first course of action would be to subdue the individual, followed by further inquiries that, if one held no value, congratulations, you would be spared a beating and instead receive a ticket to the Western Paradise. Although firearms could indeed threaten evolved individuals below the fourth tier, this was only under the condition that they could hit their target. Lao Zhang produced a half-full bottle of mineral water. "Drink some water first. How did you end up in this sorry state?" During their conversation, everyone learned that 3 days prior, in the morning, the 5 surviving police officers in the station were pondering how to escape the city when 27 or 8 survivors knocked on the police station's door, crying out, "Help! We are alive! Open the door and let us in, please." Although the police had already felt like clay figurines crossing a river, their sense of justice compelled them to open the door for those individuals. As noon approached, one young man, around 24-25, suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha, you are all finished. You will all die. Ha! You will all accompany me to the grave." The young man's laughter was effeminate, yet it did little to mask the madness in his words. Everyone could tell that the young man's mental state was evidently unstable, prompting them to immediately subdue him. When people pulled back his sleeve, they discovered a deep tooth mark on the young man's wrist, surrounded by a darkening bruise. The young man then laughed even more maniacally. His countenance twisted as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! This morning, I dripped the blood from my wound into the very bucket of water you all are drinking from. You won't last long now. Ha!" Upon hearing this, Lao Tan could hardly contain his fury and stepped forward to deliver a resounding slap to the young man. "We saved you out of kindness, opened the door for you, and provided protection. Why would you wish to harm us?" The slap sent the young man spitting blood. "Why? Ha ha! It's simply because all of you have bullied me. I, Pao Long Tao, am not one to be trifled with. Just a few days ago, at the Jinpi Internet CAF, I was inexplicably slapped by someone, and when I called the police to report it, you said you had no time for such trivial matters? Very well, I shall create something significant. Now you have time to address it, don't you? Ha! Where were you when my parents were in trouble? Ha! Why must the only people who treated me well perish while you all continue to live? You all deserve to die. The Jinpi Internet CAF is a great distance from here, and moreover, your report was not under our jurisdiction. That is a matter for the local police station. Why come here to take revenge on society? Ha ha ha! Uncle, you are quite amusing. We are all in uniform, so why should I care who is who? In my eyes, aside from my parents, Everyone else deserves to die. Ha! If I could take so many of you with me before I meet my end, then Pao Longtao will not have lived in vain. Ha! Bang! With the sound of gunshot, Pao Longtao's laughter abruptly ceased. Chapter 88. The malice of humanity. The shot was fired by a young police officer clad in riot gear. He addressed Lao Tan, saying, "Director, stop talking. What use is there in explaining so much to him? This person is a complete madman. What normal man wears suspenders out on the street?" Everyone was engulfed in despair as they awaited the arrival of death in the police station's lobby. Due to the zombie virus, people's eyelids grew heavy, and it was unclear how long it had been before everyone succumbed to slumber. When Lao Tan awoke once more, a significant portion of the crowd had already transformed into zombies. Gnawing and biting at the two individuals who had last drunk water and were least affected by the transformation. Realizing he had not yet turned into a zombie, Lao Tan quickly rose and sought refuge in the director's office. The sounds of gnawing, chewing, and the low moans of the zombies outside relentlessly clawed at Lao Tan's nerves, pushing him to the brink of madness. For 3 days, Lao Tan had neither slept, eaten, nor drunk, and his mental state was on the verge of collapse. The members of the first team, upon learning of Lao Tan's ordeal, were filled with sympathy. Initially seeking to save lives, they had inadvertently rescued a monster, revealing to all present the twisted nature of humanity in the apocalypse. Conversations erupted among the gathered individuals. Director Tan genuinely intended to save people, yet he has fallen to such a fate. Truly, the world is a cold place that I think this is quite normal. Even in peacetime, many individuals commit numerous antisocial acts due to perceived unfair treatment. That I end this apocalypse. Can we expect any less? Indeed, such individuals would likely have been considered antisocial even before this. Why concern yourself with this? Just follow our leader, Jiang, that if he says to save, we save. If he says not to, then we disregard it. Upon hearing this, others nodded in agreement. Jiang Chuan, however, did not partake in the discussions. Through his ability to read minds, he discerned that Director Tan was not lying. Yet, Jiang had forgotten who Pao Longtao was. He only noted that this Director Tan claimed to have consumed water tainted with the zombie virus, but had not transformed. His curiosity piqued, he turned his gaze to Lao Tan. With a mere thought, Lao Tan's data panel materialized before Jiang Chuan's eyes. Combat Statistics Panel name. Tan Yuhao abilities. None weapon. None strength. 6 agility. For stamina. 6 endurance. For elemental affinity. 0 overall combat power. 5 ability data panel is elementally affinity physique. Yes, affinity attribute. Earth. Affinity level. 3 acquired elements. None is special physique. No special ability. Immunity loyalty. 20 after. Reviewing the data, Jiang Chuan confirmed that the situation aligned with his thoughts. This Director Tan had inadvertently awakened his immunity due to the influence of the zombie virus. Immunity is the only ability that can awaken before one becomes an evolver. But the condition for awakening is to be infected by the zombie virus. This is also one of the most common special abilities, allowing the holder to be immune to the zombie virus. While evolvers and ability users are not assimilated into zombies by the virus, they still suffer excruciating pain when infected. However, those possessing the immunity ability are entirely unaffected by the virus. This will prove to be a significant enhancement in later battles against high-tier zombies. As such, confrontations often do not conclude swiftly. Should an ability user sustain injuries during these encounters and come into contact with the zombie virus, the consequences are typically fatal. Nonetheless, this ability is somewhat lacking. As in a previous life, Professor Jiang Chuan successfully developed an antivirus serum by extracting blood from those with immunity. This means that even if one is not an immunity bearer, simply receiving the antivirus serum would grant them immunity to the zombie virus. Jiang Chuan retrieved a package of food from his spatial ring and handed it to Tan Yuhao. Director Tan, greetings. I am Jiang Chuan, the leader of the self-rescue team at the first survivor base in Guangnan City. If you wish to survive, I suggest you join our survivor base. Tan Yuhao took the food and began to devour it ravenously, having gone 3 days without sustenance and feeling utterly famished. Lao Zhang, who had spoken with Tan Yuhao earlier and was a fellow townsman, chimed in. Lao Tan, what are you hesitating for? To receive an invitation from Captain Jiang himself is a tremendous honor. Many have tried to join, but Captain Jiang wouldn't allow it. He is a significant leader appointed by the state. Deputy Captain Zhang Feng also contributed. Indeed, our Captain Jiang works for the National Intelligence Agency. Following him can only lead to good outcomes. After finishing the last bite of food, Tan Yuhao patted his chest repeatedly, seemingly choking. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Leader, I sincerely apologize. I haven't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days. And I am utterly starving." The others noted the redness in Tan Yuhao's eyes, unsure whether he was emotional from finding an organization or merely choking on food. Standing upright, with a serious expression, he saluted Jiang Chuan. "Badge number Jin 621573. Tan Yuhao, at your command." Tan Yuhao's agitation stemmed from the belief that the nation had not forsaken him. He had once doubted whether he had made the right decision in disregarding the youngest officer's opposition to opening the door for that group. Now he felt reassured that there were indeed more good people in this world. This revitalized his nearly crumbling worldview. Seeing Tan Yuhao's loyalty soar to 52, Jiang Chuan patted him on the shoulder. "Officer Tan, you have worked hard that I'll be the commander of the self-rescue team. You may call me Captain Jiang, just like the others, and no need for such formality in our future encounters. We are all just individuals striving to survive in this apocalypse." "Yes, I shall call you Lao Tan from now on." "Lao Tan, how many firearms and ammunition remain in the police station?" Tan Yuhao paused, initially taken aback, as he had always believed that ordinary citizens possessing firearms was a serious crime. He almost asked Jiang Chuan to show his credentials, but reconsidered, recognizing that given the current state of the world, such formalities were trivial, as long as someone could lead others to survive. That was sufficient, but he had adhered too strictly to the belief that police must protect the populace and prioritize the people, which had led to his current predicament, failing to forcibly check the physical conditions of those who opposed him. "Captain Jiang, we have not touched the firearms and ammunition in the station at all. The key to the armory is in my office. I will retrieve it." Jiang Chuan maintained eye contact with Tan Yuhao. Understanding the internal changes taking place within him, Jiang held a favorable view of this director, believing that individuals like him, who could adapt, would likely endure in the apocalypse. Chapter 89, Firearms and Ammunition. Tan Yuhao was an undeniable dual ability user, possessing both elemental and special abilities. Logically, one in such a position should be a significant figure in the apocalypse, if not a leader of a small gathering, then at least a mid-level officer in a large survivor base. However, within the biographies of notable figures downloaded by Jiang Chuan from his previous life, even his name is conspicuously absent. The reason lies in the fact that, while individuals like Tan Yuhai are but a minority among the populace, the sheer number of survivors is staggering. There are at least 10,000, if not 100,000, individuals with abilities akin to Tan Yuhai, making it implausible for any biography to encompass all of them. Take Su Man, one of the 4 empresses, for instance. Her biography fails to specify her whereabouts at the onset of the apocalypse. Even her photographs consist solely of a few indistinct images, the clearest being but a profile shot. According to the information Jiang Chuan has downloaded, he currently recognizes only 3 prominent figures in Guangnan City. The first is the Wind Empress, Sha Nanjing, that in his previous life, Sha Nanjing, with her extraordinary wind abilities, held the 5th position on the ranking of ability users. The second is Bai Jun, who ranked 3rd on the same list. Bai Jun's lofty achievements in his past life can largely be attributed to his entry into a hidden realm discovered in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, prior to Jiang Chuan and his companions, at Century Square. Subsequently, he thrived in the apocalypse with his dual-element fire and earth abilities. Presently, however, Jiang Chuan has acquired the opportunity that once belonged to him. Thus, he is not inclined to seek him out, as doing so would necessitate traversing the entirety of Guangnan City, a venture fraught with considerable risk and time consumption, with gains unlikely to outweigh the cost, in the early days of the apocalypse. Jiang Chuan resolutely chose to prioritize enhancing his own strength and establishing a survivor base. After all, this individual managed to survive until 3 years later. The sooner the base is established, the more talent it will attract. The third individual is Luo Jipeng, ranked 18th among ability users. He is a Sand-type ability user who boasts of being the strongest defender in the apocalypse. His arrogance is notorious, and he is said to have committed heinous acts, such as skinning a person alive to test human endurance, leaving them to wail for 3 days and nights before succumbing. While Jiang Chuan is no stranger to taking lives, he would never engage in indiscriminate slaughter or perpetrate violence against innocent common folk. Thus, he scorns the idea of associating with someone like Luo Jiping, preferring instead to wait until Luo Jiping has amassed further strength before confronting him. For now, Jiang Chuan intends to focus on his own development rather than pursue Luo Jiping, aiming instead to eventually seize all of his resources in one fell swoop. As for the ordinary people who may suffer at Luo Jiping's hands during this period, Jiang Chuan feels no obligation to intervene. As they are not his kin, he is no saint. He merely wishes to establish a stronghold in the apocalypse, where he can still feel a semblance of humanity, of course, aside from these three. The biographies also document numerous individuals from Guangnan City, yet they lack specific details regarding their locations at the onset of the apocalypse. Only their names, the bases they joined, their abilities, and the battles they participated in are recorded. It is only after a month or two into the apocalypse that any records of their whereabouts will emerge. Returning to the narrative, as the group followed Tan Yuhai to the ammunition depot, Jiang Chuan was quite pleased with the scene that unfolded before him upon the doors opening. His choice to come to this police station stemmed from the knowledge he had gleaned about its ample stockpile of firearms in Guangnan City. The ammunition depot was brimming with weapons, albeit predominantly police-style handguns. There were 30 handguns, 10 Type 95 rifles, 10 shotguns, and 3 sniper rifles. The ammunition was abundant, with over 1,500 handgun rounds, 1,000 rounds each for the assault rifles and shotguns, and 100 rounds for the sniper rifles. Additionally, the depot housed 25 bulletproof vests and corresponding helmets, as Tan Yuhai observed. Whenever Jiang Chuan extended his hand, any weapon or ammunition he touched vanished without a trace, leaving him utterly astonished. Old Jiang then explained, "Look at your naive expression. This is the ability of our Jiang squad, that I reckon it has something to do with space. You see, apart from our Jiang squad, every team leader is either an evolver or an ability user. Well, it's too much to explain now. Once we reach our base, I'll elaborate further. Just know it's quite formidable, and Jiang has assured us that if we perform well, he can help us become evolvers too." When the group finally opened the police station's doors again, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The sight that greeted them was a horde of zombies, estimated to number between 200 to 300, evidently trailing the bus that had brought them. Upon seeing the group enter the police station, the zombies had taken up position at the entrance, waiting patiently. Jiang Chuan did not need to think hard to deduce that among this horde, there must be ability zombies present. Ordinary zombies have a limited memory span. If a group remains inside for too long, they would disperse rather than wait in the sun for extended periods. It is only in the presence of ability zombies that they would remain congregated for so long. Upon witnessing the densely packed zombies at the entrance, Tan Yuhai recalled the horrific events that had transpired in the police station before, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the members of the combat team, wielding their long knives, charged at the horde with fervor, seemingly intent on not missing a single kill. Having gained experience from their earlier encounters with zombies on the way to the police station, they discovered that the creatures were not as terrifying as they had initially imagined. Eager to impress Jiang Chuan and secure a chance to become evolvers, they fought with great zeal. Observing their fervor, Jiang Chuan turned to the 2 eager evolver team members behind him and said, "You may join the fray. Make it quick." The 2 evolvers nodded in agreement and swiftly rushed forward. Su Chenfeng, witnessing the team's spirited assault on the zombies, felt a surge of eagerness himself, exclaiming, "Captain, let me assist as well. My hands are quite ready for action." Jiang Chuan, watching the chaos unfold, kept his hands clasped behind his back and shook his head, replying, "Now is not the time for us to intervene. We must conserve our strength. There are more formidable foes awaiting us. Rest assured, I will provide you with an opportunity to strike." Su Chenfeng understood and calmed himself, focusing intently on the dense mass of zombies before them, straining to gaze towards the back of the horde. Although he was uncertain how Jiang Chuan discerned the presence of ability zombies among them, he chose to trust him, recognizing that Jiang Chuan possessed far greater knowledge about zombies than he did. Thanks to the presence of 2 evolvers, the first team's efficiency in eliminating zombies was remarkable. In just over half an hour, the once crowded mass before the police station dwindled significantly. At this point, all eyes were drawn to four distinct zombies lingering at the back of the horde. They stood together, motionless, as if entirely oblivious to the humans before them. Upon spotting the zombie at the center, adorned with an enormous head, Jiang Chuan's mind was suddenly engulfed in a buzzing realization. He had encountered this particular zombie in his previous life, and not just once. Compared to the others, it was notably smaller, but bore a disproportionately large head. Devoid of any hair, resembling an extraterrestrial being straight out of science fiction film. Although Jiang Chuan had only observed it from a distance in his past life, he would never mistake it. This was the very zombie that had repeatedly orchestrated assaults against Sha Nanjing's base. In Jiang Chuan's previous life, survivors residing at Sha Nanjing's base referred to this creature as Guac. Guac had masterminded at least 10 attacks on the Sha Nanjing survivor base. While Guac itself posed no direct threat, its defensive abilities were formidable, and its intelligence surpassed that of most humans. The most alarming aspect was its unique ability to control hordes of zombies. Furthermore, as its rank increased, so too did the scale of the hordes it could command. In the apocalypse, disorganized and undisciplined hordes of zombies are not particularly fearsome. However, the true terror arises when these creatures, already overwhelming in numbers, are guided by a cunning and intelligent commander, exponentially amplifying their collective strength. This ability to control hordes is exclusive to certain zombies. Akin to how humans possess immunity to zombification, globally, there are over 300 zombies capable of controlling hordes like Guac. Among them, Guac stands out as a paragon, possessing not only the ability to command zombies of its own rank, but also exhibiting Earth-type abilities, granting it exceptional defensive capabilities. Moreover, it can compel other ability zombies to serve as its guardians, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate. Yet, now that Jiang Chuan has encountered it here, he is determined not to let it escape, vowing to eradicate it from this world before it can fully rise to power. As Jiang Chuan scrutinized the creature, it in turn assessed him. The gazes of man and corpse collided. It seemed to sense Jiang Chuan's extraordinary nature, letting out a low murmur akin to the sound of ancient phlegm swirling in its throat. Subsequently, the three zombies surrounding it also turned their attention towards Jiang Chuan, with the fall of the last ordinary zombie. Jiang Chuan called out to those who had been hacking down the common undead. Just as his words fell, one of the four zombies, particularly peculiar in appearance, suddenly launched an attack. Its face and exposed skin were riddled with wooden lumps, and it raised a completely petrified arm, aimed directly at Zhang Feng, who had just severed the head of the final ordinary zombie. Su Chunfeng had been closely observing the movements of the four zombies, and the moment the wooden zombie lifted its hand, he drew his blade and charged towards Zhang Feng. Clang! Buzz! Most of the onlookers could not discern what had transpired. They only saw Su Chunfeng standing before Zhang Feng, his long knife poised defensively, the blade trembling incessantly and emitting a low hum. The small wooden stick fell to the ground, spinning as it landed. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, punctuated solely by the vibrating hum of Su Chunfeng's long knife. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, breaking the brief stillness. The applauder was Jiang Chuan, who, with a sardonic smile, addressed the large-headed zombie. "Gui, sure. What a pleasant surprise it is to see you again, Dado. I almost forgot. You are yet unaware that your name is Gui Shurd. I never would have imagined your rise would be so swift. It's only been 5 days, and you've already gained control of 3 such capable subordinates. The one who just attempted a sneak attack must possess both wood element and strength-based abilities, right? The one on the left wields a single water element ability, though it shows considerable affinity, while the one on the right is truly formidable. If I am not mistaken, it should have metal element powers, truly deserving of its reputation as the zombie leader that instills fear in all survivor bases near Guangnan City within just a year." As Jiang Chuan spoke, Gui Shi kept its gaze locked onto Jiang Chuan's eyes. Jiang Chuan understood that, given Gui Shi's level of intelligence, it was capable of comprehending human language, though whether it grasped the implications of Jiang Chuan's words remained uncertain. Regardless, Jiang Chuan's intention was not to engage in idle chatter, but merely to divert Gui Shi's attention. As he spoke, An eerie, human-like smile appeared on Gue Shi's face. Just then, a deafening gunshot reverberated through the crowd. A bullet grazed Gue Shi's cheek, tearing a long gash at the corner of its mouth. The smile on Gue Shi's face vanished in an instant, replaced by the menacing visage it was meant to possess. The metal element zombie to its right stepped forward, blocking its path. Clearly, it was this metal-powered zombie that had activated its ability to divert the bullet that should have shattered Gue Shi's skull. Jiang Chuan, too, had wiped away his sardonic expression, his face now bearing an uncommon gravity. The shooter was Tan Yuhao, whom Jiang Chuan had instructed to fire stealthily like a T that moment. Tan Yuhao stood up in shock, a pitch-black sniper rifle in hand. Upon rising, he gazed in disbelief at the wound on Gue Shi's cheek. "No, this can't be. I had my aim steady. I'm so sorry, Captain Jiang. I made a mistake." Jiang Chuan did not chastise Tan Yuhao, but instead looked at the metal element zombie before Gue Shi, saying, "It's not your fault. You aimed quite accurately. I underestimated this creature. Unfortunately, now that we've missed our shot, we must confront it head-on." He then instructed the two alongside him, and Tan Yuhao, "You two, provide cover fire with Lao Tan." The reason for not arming others was that, with the observational skills and reaction speeds of ordinary people, they would be incapable of hitting a first-tier ability zombie that was already on guard. Furthermore, if they could not deal with Gue Shi themselves, then even if everyone present wielded firearms, they would be powerless against it. While metal element zombies were not particularly strong in the early stages, they could manipulate metal within a 5-meter radius. Although their control was not yet formidable, it was sufficient to alter the trajectory of bullets. In Jiang Chuan's eyes, ordinary people were merely cannon fodder. Should his plan fail, he was prepared to flee at any moment. Distributing guns and ammunition to them would only waste resources. Jiang Chuan then advised Su Chenfeng, "Do not use your knife. This creature has metal abilities, and approaching it with a blade is tantamount to walking into a trap." Having spoken, Jiang Chuan charged towards the 4 zombies that he unleashed his maximum speed, gathering an extraordinarily bright sphere of lightning energy in his right hand. Despite being over 100 meters away from the 4 zombies, Jiang Chuan closed the distance in less than a second. His base agility exceeded 100 points, and when fully unleashed, it could reach over 200 points. Such speed was beyond even Gue Shi's capacity to react, as it found Jiang Chuan's figure suddenly upon it. Gue Shi's eyes widened. Although it was a zombie, its level of intelligence had reached a point where it could sense the fear of impending death. Boom! With a resounding blast, a cloud of dust erupted from Gue Shi's position. Chapter 91. Protect Captain Jiang. The lightning sphere struck the zombie with tremendous force, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the battlefield. Coupled with the intense light generated by the lightning, even Jiang Chuan himself could hardly discern the scene before him. This was Jiang Chuan's strongest attack, fueled by all the elemental energy within him. After the explosion, Jiang Chuan swiftly emerged unscathed from the dust cloud. As the breeze blew, the dust quickly dispersed, and Jiang Chuan fixed his gaze on Gue Shi's location. However, the sight at the explosion site left everyone astonished. Gue Shi stood there, entirely unharmed, its head enveloped in soiled. It appeared the recent explosion had inflicted little damage upon it. In front of it lay the metal element zombie, charred and sprawled on the ground, evidently gravely injured. Just as Jiang Chuan moved, Gue Shi had instantaneously commanded the metal element zombie to block for it at the fastest speed possible. Although Jiang Chuan had unleashed his maximum speed to catch Gue Shi off guard, the proximity of the metal element zombie meant Jiang Chuan's attack ultimately arrived a fraction too late. Most of the damage was absorbed by the metal element zombie, with less than a quarter of the energy striking Gue Shi. Moreover, Gue Shi had simultaneously activated its earth element ability, rendering the actual damage it sustained minimal. Even so, the elemental energy within Gue Shi was now nearly depleted. Jiang Chuan's heart raced with anxiety. If at this moment, Gue Shi directed the remaining wood and water zombies to attack him simultaneously, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage without elemental energy, while he could rely on his exceptionally high agility to escape safely. Among those present, he believed that aside from Su Chenfeng, no one else would manage to flee. Jiang Chuan had contemplated this issue, but he believed that wagering the lives of these individuals to eliminate Gue Shi was a worthwhile gamble. For if they succeeded in killing Gui Shi, countless thousands, even tens of thousands, would survive in the future, of course. Jiang Chuan's approach was undeniably ruthless, but in the apocalypse, one often had to learn to weigh the pros and cons. As a leader, this was even more crucial. Just as Jiang Chuan took a deep breath, preparing to retreat, Tan Yuhao suddenly shouted from behind, "Brothers, charge! Cover Captain Zhang's withdrawal." After speaking, Tan Yuhao pulled the trigger first, firing a shot that struck Gui Shi's face. This time, Gui Shi was prepared. The area hit by the bullet transformed into mud and sand in advance, though it had successfully blocked the sniper bullet. The surrounding skin had cracked from the immense force. Seeing the shot had an effect, Tan Yuhao quickly chambered another round. How does it feel to be hit by a bullet? With that, Gui Shi glared fiercely at the man who dared to shoot at it twice. Almost immediately, a branch from the wood element zombie shot towards Tan Yuhao's sniper rifle. Bang! With a deafening roar, the sniper rifle Tan Yuhao held exploded in his arms, the entire weapon shattering against his chest. As an ordinary person, the explosion caused him to collapse to the ground, unmoving. Others, witnessing this, quickly responded, rushing forward with their weapons. "Charge! Cover Captain Zhang's retreat. Damn it, I will kill these bastards and avenge Lao Tan." "Kill! Let's fight them!" Su Chenfeng was the first to reach Jiang Chuan's side. "Brother Chuan, are you all right? I'm here to help." Jiang Chuan watched as these ants, heedless of their own safety, rushed forward for him. Despite having endured the vicissitudes of life in the apocalypse for a decade, witnessing the treachery of human hearts, he felt his own heart tremble at this moment. Isn't this precisely what he yearns to protect in this lifetime? Although even Jiang Chuan himself cannot articulate what it is that he truly wishes to safeguard, is this very sensation that makes him feel like a somewhat flesh and blood human being. The moment he witnessed this group of ordinary individuals charging forward recklessly, he resolved that he would not flee alone this time. With the metal-type zombies having completely lost their combat prowess, Jiang Chuan retrieved a long blade from his spatial ring and shouted, "Charge!" At that moment, Su Chenfeng also raised his long knife high and struck down towards a wood-type zombie. Although the wood-type zombie possessed formidable defenses, it paled in comparison to the sand-type and earth-type zombies. Upon seeing Su Chenfeng's weapon descending towards its head, the wood-type zombie hastily extended an arm, entirely transformed into wood, to block the attack. However, under the full force of Su Chenfeng, a power-type ability user, its arm was severed cleanly. The other two evolvers in the team lifted their 95-style rifles and aimed at the head of the water-type zombie. But the water-type zombie's self-healing ability was astonishing. The bullets that struck its head seemed to have vanished in a thin air, yielding little effect. Just then, Gui Shi suddenly bellowed in anger, and the three zombies retreated in unison. The wood-type and water-type zombies formed a protective barrier around Gui Shi as they fled towards a nearby alley. Jiang Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although this battle did not result in victory, it was the best outcome possible. Continuing the fight would surely lead to heavy casualties on their side. While he was confident in his ability to escape, he knew he would undoubtedly sustain serious injuries. Yet, Su Chenfeng, after this entire battle, had only managed to strike once, evidently feeling unsatisfied, as if he had not had his fill of combat that he still wished to pursue. But Jiang Chuan hastily called him to a stop. Su Chenfeng looked at Jiang Chuan with a face full of grievance, and upon meeting Su Chenfeng's gaze, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and sorrow at his thoughts. Su Chenfeng's inner monologue, "Didn't you say there would be some difficult adversaries for me to deal with? What the hell? Is it just one strike for me?" Jiang Chuan patted Su Chenfeng on the shoulder, saying, "I didn't expect them to choose to flee. Next time we engage, you'll be at the forefront." After speaking, Jiang Chuan swiftly moved to the side of the fallen Tan Yuhao. The explosion of sniper rifle was no trifling matter. Tan Yuhao's shirt was already soaked with blood, and his breathing was faint. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "Jiang, Captain Jiang, did we win?" Jiang Chuan looked at this genuine man before him and nodded solemnly. "Yes, we won." Tan Yuhao's lips struggled to curve upwards. Cough, cough, that's wonderful. Captain Jiang, I have a daughter. She is studying at university in Hedong province, and if you encounter her in the future, please tell her that I went on a mission. Don T, don't let her know that I have, cough, 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 her name is Tan. At this point, Tan Yuhao's neck slumped and his eyes slowly closed. Beside him, old Zhang wiped his tears and snot. Mumbling, "Old Tan, damn it, who doesn't T know your daughter's surname is Tan? Just say her name completely. Sob, sob, sob." Old Tian, I could T this moment. Jiang Chuan took out 10 crystal nuclei from his spatial ring. Murmuring, "I hope they will still be useful." After assisting Old Tan in swallowing the crystal nuclei, he stood up and addressed the people surrounding him. "Don't stand idle. Quickly clean the battlefield and retrieve the crystal nuclei from the zombies. We need to leave here." Old Jiang, still tearful, asked Jiang Chuan, "Captain Jiang, is there hope for Old Tan? He is my only acquaintance now. He is a good man, and I just met him, but he can't just die like this." Jiang Chuan was uncertain whether this action would yield results, but he nodded and said, "He should be fine. Hurry and clean the battlefield." Just as Jiang Chuan prepared to light a cigarette to calm his nerves, Alo's voice echoed in his mind. "Master, we have encountered an ice-type zombie and a fire-type zombie." Chapter 92. The Combat Prodigy, Su Man the Third Squad, like the first battle team, encountered zombies primarily defeated by ordinary members. The female team members, though initially terrified and trembling to the point of unsteadily wielding their knives during their first zombie kills, soon unleashed the fierceness inherent in their nature after slaying 3 or 4 zombies. To an observer, it would seem they were confronting a scorned ex-boyfriend. Truly, women can rival men in ferocity. Jiang Chuan's decision to dispatch an all-female third squad to the television station was well-founded. The station, located on the outskirts of the city, had a relatively sparse zombie population, and historically, there had been no particularly formidable zombies near the station. Typically, in areas with fewer zombies, powerful ability zombies would not emerge. Even if they did, they would not be overwhelmingly strong, as any formidable zombies were recorded in Jiang Chuan's documents. Jiang Chuan was confident that with Sha Nanjing's strength, should they encounter zombies of moderate strength, their chances of victory would be absolute, especially since ability zombies were still quite weak in the early apocalypse. Under Chen Shu's guidance, the third squad reached the television station within just over an hour. Once the female driver turned off the vehicle, the women surged out. Meanwhile, on the 15th floor of the station, 5 pairs of eyes were fixated on the women at the entrance. After the women entered the building, they swiftly dispatched 2 to 3 dozen zombies lurking in the lobby and extracted 5 crystal nuclei. Chen Shu then turned to Su Man, stating, "Captain Su, I've been to the television station once before. Their broadcasting room should be on the 15th floor." Although Sha Nanjing was the captain and Su Man the vice captain, throughout their journey, Sha Nanjing had consistently sought Su Man's counsel. Chen Shu had been in the broadcasting industry long enough to recognize the hierarchy, so she directly consulted Su Man since the television station maintained its own power supply for stable broadcasting. The elevator was still operational. After Chen Shu spoke, Sha Nanjing looked at Su Man with a questioning expression, asking, "Sister Man, should we take the stairs or the elevator?" Su Man pondered for a moment before responding, "Let us take the elevator. After all, we still need to move down equipment later. Climbing the stairs would be exhausting." After Su Man finished speaking, Chen Shu walked directly to the elevator door and pressed the button. Before long, the group arrived at the 15th floor. To everyone's astonishment, the number of zombies on the 15th floor was staggering, easily exceeding 150. However, the women were undeterred. Sha Nanjing brandished her weapon and charged into the horde, prompting the others to follow suit. Alo, being non-human, drew no interest from the zombies, so he stood aside, observing Su Man's combat. The female team members had grown accustomed to this by the time they arrived. As this little boy was Jiang Chuan's brother, and possessing some abilities was perfectly normal. After Su Man had dispatched 4 or 5 zombies, Alo suddenly addressed her, saying, "Sister Man, you can use your abilities to foresee events 1 second ahead. This will not affect you at all, and will significantly enhance your combat capabilities." Upon hearing this, Su Man first recalled Jiang Chuan's instruction not to use her abilities for 2 weeks. Then, considering Alo's origins and the fact that Jiang Chuan was concerned for her health, she deduced that as long as it did not adversely affect her condition, Jiang Chuan would not blame her. Thus, Su Man heeded Alo's advice and began to experiment with this novel combat technique. Sure enough, after employing this technique, she discovered the knack for controlling the angle and force of her strikes, significantly increasing her efficiency in slaying zombies. Gradually, Su Man's speed surpassed even that of Sha Nanjing when she was not using her abilities. It was noteworthy that Sha Nanjing was the top female combatant in the last apocalypse, possessing exceptional combat talent. Even without her abilities, her speed in defeating zombies was incredibly swift. Yet, Su Man managed to exceed her pace, illustrating the terrifying potential of Su Man's precognitive abilities, just as there were fewer than 30 zombies remaining. Alo suddenly noticed 2 stationary zombies spectating nearby. He promptly warned Su Man and Sha Nanjing, Sister Nanjing, be careful. There are 2 ability zombies here, 1 ice type and 1 fire type. With your strengths, as long as you are not ambushed, you can handle them. Upon hearing the first part of the warning, panic surged through their hearts. However, the latter part reassured them. Su Man, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "Quick, inform Brother Chuan." He said that in special situations, we must not act without permission. Alo responded, "Master, we have encountered a fire-type zombie and an ice-type zombie. The Lady Master and Sha Nanjing can easily handle the situation. One might even say with relative ease. However, the Lady Master has asked me to inquire of you, Jiang Chuan. Let them fight, but exercise utmost caution. Should anything happen to them, I shall dismantle you and sell your parts. Report any extraordinary circumstances without delay." Alo, understood. Master, currently there is no faction or individual on Earth that would purchase the parts of my body. I advise against dismantling me. Jiang Chuan. After Su Man finished speaking, 2 or 3 seconds passed, and Alo addressed the 2 women. "My brother has consented to our battle. Sister Man, you will deal with the one in the checkered attire. It is an ice-type zombie. All you need to do is foresee the combat scene 2 seconds ahead, and it will be easily manageable. Sister Nanjing, you shall confront the other one." Sha Nanjing seemed somewhat envious, pondering why all the children appeared to prefer others over her. Both Gao Yutong and Alo seemed to share this sentiment. "Alo, what combat skills do I require?" Alo blinked his large eyes and replied, "Your combat technique is simply to strike." Sha Nanjing was left in utter disbelief, wondering how this was any different from saying nothing at all. The 2 women assigned the remaining 10 or so zombies to the female team members and advanced toward the extraordinary zombies. Su Man approached the ice-type zombie slowly, activating her foresight ability. Suddenly, an ice spike materialized behind Su Man, hurtling swiftly toward her back. Just as the spike was about to pierce her body, Su Man deftly sidestepped. Everyone witnessing this moment held their breath, silently sweating for Su Man, while she revealed a confident smile. Having discerned the attack pattern of the ice-type zombie, Su Man charged forward. 5 or 6 ice spikes appeared beside her, yet all were effortlessly evaded just before they could strike her. When she reached the ice-type zombie, a flash of cold light flickered, and the creature's head rolled to the ground. The entire combat sequence lasted no more than 5 seconds, leaving all the team members, including Sha Nanjing, utterly astounded. Chapter 93. Continuous good news. After Su Man effortlessly dispatched the ice-type zombie, even she was taken aback by her accomplishment. Following her initial shock, Sha Nanjing felt an overwhelming joy for Su Man, possibly stemming from a sense of guilt towards her. Subsequently, Sha Nanjing focused her attention on the remaining fire-type zombie, eager to test the effects of her wind-type ability. Sha Nanjing sheathed her sword, channeling a quarter of her elemental energy into her palm. With a graceful flick of her hand, she unleashed formidable energy. The onlookers could scarcely comprehend what transpired. They only sensed a disturbance in the air before a chilling wind swept through. The fire-type zombie remained stationary, yet its head gradually detached and fell to the ground. Its body began to sway backward. Stirring up a cloud of dust, Su Man gazed at her palm, murmuring in disbelief, "Is this the power of an ability user on the battlefield?" Only Su Man, as an evolved being, grasped the reality of the situation. She witnessed Sha Nanjing's hand movement generate a wave of energy that tore through the air, directly targeting the fire-type zombie's neck. Poor fire-type zombie, it had no chance to retaliate and met its demise at Sha Nanjing's hands. Once the battlefield was cleared, led by Qin Shu, the group arrived at the broadcasting studio's door. As a female team member approached to open the door, it creaked open of its own accord. Positioned at a corner, the occupants of the studio remained oblivious to the third squad's battle. The prior skirmish had drawn all the zombies away, so the door opener saw no corpses, after confirming the absence of zombies nearby. She pushed the door wide. At the threshold stood 5 men, armed with various weapons, some wielding guitars, others broomsticks, and even a microphone. They all cautiously scrutinized the outside. The man who opened the door noticed the women standing still, regarding him with suspicion, and urgently exclaimed to those in front, "What are you waiting for? Hurry inside. The outside is swarming with zombies." The female team members turned their gazes towards Su Man and Shan Nanjing. After a moment of contemplation, Su Man spoke, "Let's enter first." Inside the broadcasting studio, the well-dressed man closed the door after everyone had entered. He extended his right hand to shake Su Man's, who, after sizing him up, refrained from reciprocating and instead asked, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" The man, unfazed, flashed a confident smile and introduced himself. "Miss, allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Jirue, the chief editor of the television station, a graduate of Qingbei University's School of Journalism and Communication, with dual Master S degrees." "Stop right there," Shan Nanjing interjected, unable to tolerate any further. "Just tell us where your broadcasting equipment is. Spare us the superfluous details." Tang Jirue maintained his warm smile. "If this lovely lady requires any broadcasting content, we possess a complete set of broadcasting equipment in this studio, and I would be more than happy to assist you." "Allo, Master, we have a situation." Jiang Chuan, now aboard the bus, felt a knot in his stomach. "What is it? Speak quickly." Allo continued, "There are people in the broadcasting building attempting to entice the Lady Master and Shan Nanjing. His hormonal levels are abnormal." Allo then shared a visual of the scene with Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan exclaimed, "What the hell? This is intolerable. Help me deal with him." Uncle, please squat down. I need to discuss something with you." Upon seeing Allo, Tang Jirue was reluctant to engage with the young boy, but considering the child might be related to the 2 stunning women, he bent down. "Slap?" Allo swiftly slapped Tang Jirue across the face, leaving him stunned, utterly bewildered by the strength of such a small child. Recovering, he instinctively raised his hand to retaliate against Allo. 30 minutes later, members of the 3rd squad descended the stairs, carrying the disassembled broadcasting equipment. Following them was Tang Jirue and his group of 5, each lugging a portion of the equipment. Tang Jirue bore 2 distinct red handprints on his face, his expression one of deep humiliation. Su Man inquired of Allo. Compared to the 1st and 3rd squads, the 2nd squad, led by Gao Shan, experienced a considerably smoother operation. They spent over an hour clearing the zombies within a kilometer radius of the research institute before heading toward the construction site on the outskirts of the city. There, in a partially constructed building, they discovered 7 or 8 survivors, including engineers, laborers, and several operators of excavators and bulldozers. Gao Shan understood that Jiang Chuan would surely embark on significant construction endeavors near the research institute. Thus, he brought them all along. The number of zombies at the construction site was minimal, only a little over 100, and the 2nd squad had barely begun to relish the hunt before they had exterminated every last one. During this time, a strength-type zombie appeared, but being early in the apocalypse, it posed no challenge for Gao Shan. In a matter of moments, it was brought down, though regrettably, its core was merely an ordinary one. Chapter 94. Survivors. On the bus, Tan Yuhao lay on the floor in the middle of the cabin. Old Zhang sat beside him, lost in thought as he gazed at Tan Yuhao, leaving no one aware of his musings. Jiang Chuan occupied the seat next to Old Zhang, noticing that Tan Yuhao's data panel remained illuminated, with figures fluctuating intermittently. Only when he heard Tan Yuhao emit a muffled groan did he finally relax. Jiang Chuan offered Old Zhang a cigarette, saying, "Rest assured, he will be fine. It's just that with such severe injuries, he won't awaken anytime soon." The journey continued in silence until Su Chanfeng approached Jiang Chuan, stating, "Captain Jiang, there are people ahead on the road." Jiang Chuan opened his eyes and looked up, indeed spotting a group of over 10 individuals a couple 100 meters away. The group was mixed, with men and women, the men vigorously battling the encroaching zombies. Yet one individual stood out, a man in his 40s impeccably dressed in a spotless suit, shouting commands to the survivor team. "Li Lei, don't just stand there. Go chop down those 3 behind us. Can't you see those massive zombies? If we get caught, we're all done for. Ma Yiming, don't be scared. These guys are moving so slowly." What is there to fear? Here they come. Here they come. The bus has arrived. Everyone, just hold on a little longer. With the screech of brakes, the bus came to a halt after colliding with a horde of zombies. Stopping beside the group, the doors swung open. Jiang Chuan was the first to step out, followed closely by the members of the first combat team. These individuals, having endured previous battles, had demonstrated loyalty exceeding 70%. Thus, Jiang Chuan had equipped each of them with firearms. The first combat team swiftly gathered crystal cores and cleared the battlefield, although the number of zombie corpses was not particularly high. Nearly 50 lay scattered, and Jiang Chuan had no intention of letting this opportunity to collect easily acquired crystal cores slip away. The man directing the group observed the bus and noted that there was ample space inside to accommodate everyone. Relieved, he extended his hand towards Jiang Chuan and introduced himself. "Greetings, young comrade. I am Luo Yujun, the director of the Municipal Administration Bureau, that I sincerely appreciate your rescue efforts. When can we expect the National Rescue Team to arrive here?" Jiang Chuan replied, "I am uncertain about the arrival of National Rescue. Our team is composed of survivors who organize themselves autonomously." Jiang Chuan felt no fondness for Director Luo, yet recognizing the base's pressing need for manpower. He acknowledged that such a robust man would be a valuable asset. "Young comrade, I presume your survivor base has yet to establish a management system. I possess insights on team management and believe I could be of assistance. Might I request a position?" Director Luo responded, "You flatter me, young comrade. Our base is indeed in need of personnel, and we would be delighted to welcome someone of your caliber like you, that we look forward to your contributions." Luo Yujun failed to detect any underlying discontent, perceiving instead that this young man lacked worldly experience and was easily led. "Thank you, young comrade. That be by the way. I ask your name? Just call me Captain Jiang." In stark contrast to the first team, this group of survivors consisted solely of men, numbering 13 in total, albeit all were merely ordinary individuals. These men had also awaited their arrival by the roadside, engaging in combat against the zombies while greeting the bus, carrying Su Man and her companions. Alarmingly, they had piled the corpses of the slain zombies in the middle of the road, forcing the bus of the third team to halt in order to clear the obstruction. Prior to the bus stopping, Aloe observed that a significant majority of these male survivors bore stains of bodily fluids, both male and female, on their trousers and shirts, with some even showing fresh bloodstains that had yet to dry. Aloe could discern that these bloodstains originated from humans. He immediately conveyed the situation to Su Man. "Sister Man, these survivors seem suspicious. There's an 86 probability that they have killed living humans and a 96 chance that they have assaulted women." Aloe suggested exterminating them without hesitation. Su Man pondered for a moment before asking, "Have you discussed this with Jiang Chuan?" After Aloe spoke, Su Man cast a glance at the group of survivors, her gaze hardening as if she had come to a momentous decision as Jiang Chuan's partner and the one privy to many of his secrets. She felt an obligation to uphold his trust. "Captain, should we stop for them?" The voice of the older woman driving the bus interrupted Su Man's thoughts. Calmly, she replied, "Yes, let's stop." Once the vehicle came to a halt, a bearded man approached the bus door. As Su Man stepped out, the man approached with a sycophantic demeanor, nodding as he spoke. Hello. Are you from the rescue team?" While speaking with Su Man, he scanned the interior of the bus, noting that the majority of its occupants were women, several of whom were quite attractive. Particularly, the one who had exited first and another seated at the front of the bus could be described as stunning. An unmistakable lecherous glint appeared in the man's eyes. Su Man shot him a disdainful glance, but chose not to engage, instead instructing all members of the third team, disembark and collect the crystal cores within 10 minutes. As Su Man's words echoed, the women from the bus began to emerge one by one, retrieving their tools to extract the crystal cores from the zombies' foreheads. This spectacle left the group of male survivors utterly bewildered. The bearded man was the first to react, realizing that these women were undoubtedly aware of the secrets held by the zombies. He quickly interjected, "What are you doing? These are our spoils of war. It is rather improper for you to just come and take them." Chapter 95. Eliminate them. The well-mannered man in the bus, having received 2 slaps to the face, shook his head at the bearded man, muttering to himself, "Ah, this fellow is in for a world of trouble." The female team members below the bus paused momentarily at the bearded man's words, then resumed their task at hand to that moment. Shan Nanjing also descended from the bus, standing beside Su Man, and the bearded man's lecherous gaze intensified. He licked his lips and continued, I must say, ladies, why is it that you are all women? Why haven't the 5 men come down? Shan Nanjing replied, those 5 are our captives. Naturally, they must remain in the bus. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man on the bus, seemingly having learned his lesson, complied by raising his bound hands. Offering an awkward smile to the bearded man, buddy, you should behave. Look at my face, it's still swollen. The bearded man now realized that these 5 men were not allied with the women. To him, the opponents were merely 11 women, while his side boasted 15 strong, and, in the event of a conflict, defeat seemed impossible. His demeanor grew increasingly arrogant. I say, ladies, you must be the leaders of these little girls. Right? These zombies were slain by us. You should think twice before acting rashly. Su Man regarded the bearded man coldly, her tone unyielding. This is your fare. The bearded man had no intention of joining another survivor group. He merely sought to reign as a local tyrant. His original plan was to intercept the bus, and if the occupants proved troublesome, he would feign a misunderstanding and allow them to pass. Continuing his reign as a local despot, if they were easily dealt with, he would rob them. Those men willing to collaborate with him would remain, while those unwilling would be dragged away to attract the more formidable zombies. As for the women, their fate was self-evident. The lascivious glint in his eyes spoke volumes about his intentions. Upon hearing Su Man's words, the bearded man grinned and said, this beautiful lady seems a bit unreasonable. I had no intention of leaving, that if we hadn't boarded the bus, wouldn't you be inclined to negotiate with me for something else? We worked hard to take down these zombies. I cannot let my brothers go unrewarded. With your bus full of ladies and our team composed entirely of men, why not have a little gathering tonight? You two can keep me company. And before the bearded man could finish, Shan Nanjing slapped him across the face. Despite having tempered her strength, as a first-tier ability user, she sent him flying 2 meters. Dazed, the bearded man lay on the ground, spitting blood, with 2 prominent teeth among the red. Shaking his head, he pointed angrily at Shan Nanjing. You filthy wench, do you dare strike me? Brothers, let us go. I'm going to have my way with this woman. After I'm done, each of you can take a turn. The men behind the bearded man swallowed hard, eyeing Shan Nanjing hungrily. In the pre-apocalyptic world, even speaking to a woman of her caliber would have seemed a distant dream. Yet now they could taste the thrill of such a beauty right in the open. As the bearded man's words fell, his companions brandished an assortment of weapons. Some wielded steel rods, others kitchen knives, and some iron chains, shouting as they closed in on the 2 women. For Long Gu's revenge. Anyone who dares strike Long Gu will learn the consequences. Struggling to regain his footing, the bearded man spat on the ground and barked, don't mess around. The one on the right is off limits. She's mine. However, the female team members who were gathering the crystal cores merely glanced up with indifference, shook their heads, and continued with their tasks. The bespectacled man in the vehicle adjusted his glasses and remarked, just another group of oblivious fools. Wait, why did I say another? Before the men could make a move, Su Man and Shan Nanjing, already brimming with fury, had launched into a brawl. Shan Nanjing unleashed a blade of wind towards the bearded man, who suddenly felt as if something was amiss in his mouth, followed by a distinct thud on the ground that he looked down to discover, to his horror, half a tongue lying there, having appeared unbeknownst to him. He attempted to speak, but his words came out as garbled nonsense, leaving no one able to decipher his utterances. Meanwhile, Su Man charged toward the bewildered men. These men had barely registered Su Man's swift movements before they found themselves sprawled on the ground, their anguished cries echoing incessantly. Su Man was truly enraged, and being newly awakened as an evolved being, she struggled to control the force of her strikes, resulting in devastating blows. Among the 12 fallen men, 3 were rendered breathless, while the others coughed up blood, wailing in agony. That it was only at this moment that the female team members collecting crystal cores drew their weapons to slay the zombies that had been attracted by the men's piteous cries. Su Man had witnessed the horrific aftermath of women being assaulted in the apocalypse, and her tolerance for men who committed such acts was non-existent, a sentiment shared by Sha Nanjing. Su Man coldly regarded the bearded man, who knelt on the ground, clutching his severed tongue, blood streaming from his mouth, and said, "Have you figured out how you wish to die?" At this point, the bearded man finally grasped the situation, his eyes widening in anger as he reached for the handgun at his waist. However, before he could even touch it, Su Man had already delivered a fatal kick to his head, leaving him bewildered until his last breath, unable to comprehend the nature of the beings he had provoked. Observing this, Luo noted that 4 men had already been dispatched, violating Jiang Chuan's orders. Yet Su Man remained visibly irate. He hurriedly approached her, grasping her leg in an attempt to intervene. "Sister Man, you mustn't kill any more. The master said we need to keep them for labor." The incapacitated men cast grateful glances at Luo, who aptly remarked, "He's right. We still have strength left. In fact, my nickname is Labor Strong." Luo continued, "If Sister Man is still unsatisfied, I suggest we go ahead and sever their little appendages." Chapter 96. The zombie tide 5 days later, as Jiang Chuan's first combat team came to a halt, Tin Yuhao had regained his vital signs and awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself beside old Zhang, and his first words were, "Is this the underworld?" "Old Zhang, how did you end up here?" Old Zhang chuckled and scolded, "Have you lost your mind from the explosion? You're not dead. It was Captain Jiang who saved you." Subsequently, Tin Yuhao was taken to the medical room, where Li Xiao took full responsibility for his recovery treatment. That day, everyone enjoyed considerable success, having secured 5 ability crystal cores and over 80 ordinary cores. Jiang Chuan's objective was not merely to collect crystal cores. He understood that such cores were primarily obtained during large-scale zombie tides. Weapons and ammunition were, of course, preparation for the impending tide 5 days hence. While broadcasting equipment was to send signals to the city, rallying survivors that in the apocalypse, the most precious resource was in fact people. With people, everything else becomes possible and meaningful. Jiang Chuan had no intention of allowing them to reside in the 2nd floor of the Research Institute. Instead, they were all allocated to the underground parking lot of the 2nd basement. Even the former director Luo was assigned there as well. Jiang Chuan did not plan for them to receive the same treatment as the residents of the base upon their arrival. He instructed Aunt Shun to prepare 40 servings of rice porridge for those individuals in the cafeteria. Once everything was arranged, it was already 6:30 in the evening, upon entering the cafeteria on the 2nd floor. Jiang Chuan found it filled with people, all of whom had been brought from the Pleasure Hotel. This moment, everyone at the table was swallowing hard, but not a single person dared to touch their chopsticks, as everyone tacitly acknowledged Jiang Chuan as their leader. After all, how could a leader be busy working while they indulged in their meal? A round table had mysteriously appeared in the center of the cafeteria, seemingly sourced by those present in the base. Seated around the table were Su Man, Sha Nanjing, Li Laokui, Li Yongyan, Gao Shan, Zhang Feng, Su Qinfeng, Su Qinyu, Cheng Kai, and Gao Yutong. The central position at the table was conspicuously left vacant, clearly reserved for Jiang Chuan. Upon his entrance, Jiang Chuan noticed that today's meal was markedly simpler and less substantial than yesterday's fare. Gao Yutong greeted him cheerfully. "Brother Jiang Chuan, why have you arrived so late?" "The food is nearly cold. We've been waiting for you, and my stomach is about to flatten." Gao Shan, observing Gao Yutong's tone, replied with exasperation, "Yutong, how can you speak to your brother Jiang Chuan like that? He has work to attend to. In future, remember to show respect when speaking to elders, all right?" Jiang Chuan, unfazed, responded to Gao Shan, "It's fine. Yutong is my sister, and she doesn't need to be so formal with me." He then retrieved a bag of chips from his space and handed it to Gao Yutong, saying, "After we finished speaking, Jiang Chuan took his seat, adopting a relaxed demeanor, and addressed everyone in the cafeteria. From now on, if I haven't arrived by 6 o'clock, you may start eating without waiting for me." After the meal, Jiang Chuan requested the leaders of each team to stay behind, and they gathered in the conference room for the first meeting since the establishment of the base. At the meeting, Jiang Chuan began, "You all performed admirably with the tasks assigned yesterday. Today, I have something of utmost importance to share with you." The conference room fell silent, all ears eager for Jiang Chuan's words. He surveyed the room before continuing, "In 5 days, The first wave of the zombie tide since the apocalypse will reach our base. Please do not take this lightly. This tide will be a true zombie tide, incomparable to the mere hundreds of zombies you have previously encountered. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's declaration, murmurs erupted in the conference room. Gao Shan furrowed his brow and inquired, Captain Jiang, approximately how many zombies will this tide consist of? In truth, it wasn't an overwhelmingly large number, as the research institute was somewhat isolated, and it would likely be around 3,000 to 4,000 zombies. Su Chunfeng, upon hearing this, displayed excitement rather than fear, promptly declaring, Captain Jiang, I insist that I lead the charge this time. Jiang Chuan, taken aback by Su Chunfeng's eagerness for battle, was at a loss for words, unable to fathom why he was so enthusiastic about combat. He waved his hand and assured him, Don't worry, you'll definitely have your chance. Su Chunfeng silently thought to himself, Last time you said the same, and I ended up with just one slash. It was utterly ridiculous. Li Laokuei's expression soured upon hearing the news. Oh my dear mother, so many zombies. If they really come, we are doomed. I thought we could live peacefully. Li Yongyan interjected, Dad, you're being too timid. This place is quite safe. Why should we evacuate? Moreover, we found a cache of ammunition today, sufficient to handle the tide in a few days that we still have time to build defenses around the base. After listening to the father-son duo, Jiang Chuan nodded at Li Yongyan, affirming, Indeed, evacuation is not a feasible option. Not to mention that our large group would easily attract the attention of the zombie horde, making movement cumbersome. Even if we left, where would we go? The Research Institute is our sanctuary in this apocalypse, and we cannot forsake it. Furthermore, we still have time to establish basic defenses. Jiang Chuan paused before continuing. However, this impending tide is unlike any previous zombie waves. They will be stronger than before. The silver lining is that the probability of them possessing crystal cores will significantly increase. Therefore, while we have the Research Institute as a refuge, we must remain vigilant. If anyone has suggestions for fortifying our defenses, please feel free to share. Chapter 97. The initial defensive works of the base. Once Jiang Chuan finished speaking, discussions erupted among the attendees in the conference room. Cheng Kai was the first to speak up. Captain Jiang, didn't we visit the construction site today? There are plenty of building materials available there. I believe we can construct a wall with what we have. Cheng Kai concluded his statement, only to be met with Yan Yongyan's opposition. Captain Cheng, your thoughts appear rather simplistic. Even if we had an abundance of building materials, our construction team consists of only a handful of people. And the area of the Research Institute is vast. If we aspire to erect a wall capable of withstanding a horde of corpses, 5 days is utterly insufficient. At this juncture, Su Man interjected. To which Yan Yongyan, with a look of resignation, replied, Captain Su, even if you were to provide me with 100 individuals, establishing a wall within 5 years would still be unrealistic. The perimeter of our base measures no less than a kilometer. Moreover, even with adequate manpower, a wall constructed in 5 days would struggle to withstand a horde of 3,000 to 4,000 corpses. This demands exceedingly high standards for both the thickness and height of the wall. Following Yan Yongyan's remarks, a brief silence enveloped the conference room. Suddenly, Gao Shan had an epiphany and exclaimed excitedly, Captain Jiang, I have a solution. I believe it will certainly work. Jiang Chuan, faced with this predicament, was at a loss for ideas. The methods he had witnessed in his previous life involve erecting towering walls around the base. However, given the current time constraints, the feasibility of that approach was indeed low. Noticing Gao Shan's enthusiasm, he inquired, Do share your thoughts. Gao Shan chuckled and said, Since building a wall seems impractical, why not dig a trench? Upon hearing this, Yan Yongyan shook his head once more, stating, digging a trench would require a workload not much less than that of constructing a wall. To excavate a trench with sufficient defensive capability in 5 days is indeed an arduous task. Yet, still sporting his endearing smile, Gao Shan continued, Old Yang, don't be hasty. Let me finish. I spent the day at a construction site in the suburbs. And guess what I found? There were a total of 13 excavators parked there. I counted them specifically because I believe we could certainly make use of them in the future. Just the right number. 13 excavators. With so many excavators, surely you can dig a trench that will be of use. Yang Yongyan's eyes lit up at this revelation, his excitement causing even the sparse hairs atop his head to seem to dance in the breeze. Indeed, if we have that many excavators working at full capacity, I wouldn't even need the full 5 days. I could excavate a defensive trench around the base in just 3 days. However, as soon as Yang Yongyan finished speaking, a thought seemed to deflate his enthusiasm, leaving him as deflated as a punctured balloon. But merely having excavators is not enough. We lack the skilled operators to operate them. Gao Shan, with a mysterious smile, continued. Upon seeing Gao Shan's expression, the others felt reassured. Su Chenfeng, impatient by nature, remarked, "Old Gao, stop keeping us in suspense. I assume there are operators among those individuals, am I right?" "Indeed, there are not just 1 or 2. There are 5 excavator operators among them. Operating an excavator is not overly complex. We can find a few quick learners to teach them on-site. That we only need them to dig a trench. So they don't need to master it. They just need to be able to move the dirt." Jiang Chuan pondered this and agreed. That does seem reasonable. At this point, Yang Yongyan added, "Captain Jiang, I must trouble you with one more thing. The fuel consumption of the excavators is quite substantial, so I will need your assistance in securing enough fuel. Without sufficient fuel, having the excavators and operators will be futile." Su Man spoke up again. "Yang Gong, the excavators run on diesel, correct?" "Yes, that's right, diesel." After receiving Yang Yongyan confirmation, Su Man replied, "I'll ensure we have enough diesel." Su Chunfeng then chimed in, "I know a driver for the large vehicles. With that, the fuel issue should be resolved." Upon hearing this, Yang Yongyan finally exhaled a sigh of relief and assured Jiang Chuan, "In that case, I have no issues on my end. Captain Jiang, I will guarantee that within 3 days, we will have excavated a trench at least 7 meters deep." With that, the problem seemed to be resolved. Jiang Chuan nodded and turned to Gao Shan, saying, "Gao Shan, in addition to the trench, we must also establish barriers behind it. The trench depth should be, as you suggested, at least 7 meters, and the width should reach a minimum of 10 meters. You may freely assign the newly arrived survivors at the base to assist. Is that feasible?" "Yes, that should not pose a significant problem." Gao Shan then addressed Yang Yongyan, who responded with enthusiasm. "Really? That would be splendid. To be honest, the amount of work is quite overwhelming for me. I truly need some assistance." Jiang Chuan interjected, "All right, I have laid out the requirements to you both. If you need anything further, feel free to communicate with me. I simply wish to see the trench and barriers completed in 5 days." Following this, Jiang Chuan directed his gaze towards the broadcasting team leader. "Chen Shu, Sister Chun, the equipment in the broadcasting room is all set. After clearing the guest room, you may establish your broadcasting station there. Are you ready to commence broadcasting?" Chapter 98. The Clever Tang Jira. Upon being called out, Chen Shu exhibited some nervousness. She rose and stated, "Understood, Captain Jiang. I will notify them shortly. I prepared the broadcast script last night." As she spoke, Chen Shu retrieved a notebook from her bag, cleared her throat, and began reading with her melodious voice. "Greetings to the survivors in this apocalyptic world. We are the survivor refuge of Guangnan City, established by a collective of survivors that we offer secure shelter, robust fortifications, and ample provisions. Our base has recently been established and includes combat teams, logistics teams, medical teams, engineering teams, and more. If you're willing to contribute to the development of our base, we welcome your participation at any time. Our location is in the southern suburbs of Guangnan City, 5 kilometers east along the Guangli Expressway, at the Guangnan City Biotechnology Research Institute. Our location is in the southern suburbs of Guangnan City, 5 kilometers east along the Guangli Expressway, at the Guangnan City Biotechnology Research Institute." Had one not witnessed it firsthand, one might assume that a sweet-faced girl of 15 or 16 was reading the script, rather than a woman in her 30s of unremarkable appearance. After finishing her reading, Jiang Chuan nodded. "The script is excellently composed. We will use it for future broadcasts if any survivors connect with us. We will dispatch personnel for rescue. Inform them that a horde will arrive in 5 days, and we will only have time for rescue after the horde is passed. Urge them to evacuate to our location before the horde's arrival." As Jiang Chuan spoke, Alo entered the conference room, holding a piece of paper listing the names of the strong individuals who had appeared in Guangnan City during his previous life. Jiang Chuan took the list from Alo and handed it to Chen Shu, stating, "Once survivors connect with us, please verify their identities against this list. If anyone on the list connects with our frequency, notify me immediately. If I am not at the base, inform Alo. he has ways to reach me. From now on, when I am absent, Alo will serve as my representative at the base. All right, you and Gao Shan head to the basement to gather people. The others looked at the boyish-looking Alo, puzzled as to why Jiang Chuan would assign such an important role to someone so young, but no one raised any objections. After acknowledging Jiang Chuan's directive, Gao Shan and Chen Shu proceeded toward the stairs leading to the basement. They opted for the stairs as Jiang Chuan had halted the operation of the elevator. After conveying these instructions, Jiang Chuan turned to Aunt Chun and noted her loyalty had reached 78. He then addressed her, Aunt Chun, you and Li Lao Kue will manage the food and water supplies at the base from tomorrow onward. Those who refuse to contribute to the base's labor need not be provided with meals. They will receive only 1 bottle of water daily. Non-combat personnel will receive 2 meals per day, with a maximum of 2 bowls of rice each meal and 2 vegetarian dishes done on Wednesdays and Fridays. They may have 1 meat dish with sufficient drinking water provided. Combat personnel will receive 3 meals daily, consisting of 2 dishes and a soup with ample portions. After stating this, Jiang Chuan turned to Alo. Alo, if anyone refuses to work for the base, give them 3 days. If they remain unwilling to contribute after 3 days or intentionally disrupt order, you can report to me or Suman, and we will expel them from the base. Robbery, rape, assault, and theft will not be tolerated within the base. Offenders will face immediate execution. These matters shall be entrusted to you for the time being. Once Tanya O in the infirmary has recovered, the responsibility of maintaining order within the base will fall upon him, and you shall assist him in his duties. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan began to arrange related affairs for the following day. Just then, Chen Shu rushed in, panting heavily. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan furrowed his brow, uttering not a word, and turned to walk towards the staircase. I could see this moment in the basement. The group of over 10 stood silently behind Gao Shan, not uttering a word. However, others in the basement began to clamor loudly at Gao Shan and those standing behind him. This is unfair. We demand our rights. You have confined us here. How does that differ from a legal detention? Once everything settles down, we will report you collectively, and you will all face imprisonment. A woman in her 20s, possessing striking features, shouted angrily while brandishing an empty bowl. You brought us here and offered us this to eat? Even a dog wouldn't consume this. You must be enjoying better food up there. Let me tell you, if we raise a ruckus, no one will benefit. A man in his 30s snarled at the group standing behind Gao Shan. You traitors, you promised to resist their oppression. Yet when they merely come to speak with you and offer you work, you scurry after them like a pack of lapdogs. Are you content to be oppressed by them? Don't you have any self-respect left? Tang Zhui, standing behind Gao Shan, was a minor leader from the television station. He had previously witnessed the prowess of Su Man and Sha Nanjing, and now, with Gao Shan appearing even more formidable, he found himself with no choice but to become a mere blade of grass swaying with the wind. I am a cultured individual. I believe that inciting a riot will not resolve our issues. Moreover, the leadership here has not imposed any hardships upon us. They provide us shelter, and it is only natural for us to work for them. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Is there? Let us remain patient. I believe the leaders will soon arrange work for everyone. The man remained unyielding. Humph, arrange work? What a joke. If they truly regarded us as their own, they would not confine us here. This is a legal detention. They are stripping us of our rights. Chapter 99. Immediate execution at that moment. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Led by Jiang Chuan, the group that had convened in the meeting room appeared in the underground parking garage. Director Luo remained silent, lurking at the back of the crowd, observing the situation. Jiang Chuan smiled at Tang Zhui and remarked, You are quite clever. I appreciate your words. From now on, you shall follow Chen Shu. She is the leader of our base's broadcasting team. Jiang Chuan said this because Tang Zhui possessed an affinity for water abilities, although he had no intention of employing overly cunning individuals. Water manipulators were indeed rare, and their presence was crucial due to their ability to purify water sources. Then, Jiang Chuan addressed the group in the basement. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any grievances regarding my arrangements? The striking woman, believing that a man would not dare to impose hardship on a woman, looked at Jiang Chuan with a sharp tone. Are you the one in charge here? Jiang Chuan continued to smile and nodded. Indeed, we are the self-rescue team of the apocalyptic survivors, and I'm the captain of our team. The woman scoffed and pressed on. You inquire about my dissatisfaction? This afternoon, you provided us with merely a bowl of thin porridge that lacks flavor and barely fills the stomach. Furthermore, you have unlawfully confined so many of us in this basement. Do you not fear facing legal repercussions for your actions? Jiang Chuan found himself almost amused by her ignorance, observing the remnants of biscuits at the corners of her mouth. He surmised that she had likely not endured much hardship in this apocalyptic world. Maintaining his smile, he replied, "How do you believe we should arrange things to be more suitable?" The woman, taking his concession as a sign of influence, Novelli stated, "I have no particular demands. I merely wish for the most basic human rights. At the very least, you cannot restrict our personal freedom, and you must provide us with food equivalent to yours. This is to compensate for our mental anguish." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan clapped his hands. Clap, clap, clap. The food we have is procured at the risk of our lives. Why should we share it with you? Besides, when you arrived, you had plenty of supplies with you. Even if I chose not to provide you with food, you would not starve, would you? As for your rights, I admit that I have temporarily deprived you of your personal freedom because I am uncertain whether you are trustworthy or if you pose a threat to my team. I must prioritize my team's safety. I did not force you to come to our base. If you wish to leave, our doors are always open to you. As Jiang Chuan spoke, he glanced at Director Luo in the crowd and continued. Although I mentioned in the meeting earlier how to deal with those who disrupt the order of the base. Captain Jiang, you said that if we encounter such individuals, we should expel them from our base. This time, we should break their legs and throw them out. Jiang Chuan pointed at Director Luo. This woman and that uncle are deliberately causing disturbances. You may now carry out your duties. Alun nodded, his expression cold, signaling to two members of the defense team trailing behind. The woman, still believing that Jiang Chuan would not dare to kill her, became increasingly frenzied, shouting, "Just now, so many people protested. Why are you targeting me alone? Is it merely because I am a woman, easily bullied? You men and your sordid intentions only aim to force me into submission and obtain my body, right? I assure you, that will never happen." Jiang Chuan shook his head, bemused. "Sister, you are truly overthinking this. I'm not that kind of person. I merely wish to set an example. It is merely coincidence that you happen to be in the way." Most were unaware of why Jiang Chuan had seized the middle-aged man. He then added, "Director Luo, it is quite rude to engage in underhanded tactics on another's territory." Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Luo Yujun, who was about to defend himself, broke into a cold sweat. He realized that if he were to have his legs broken and be thrown into the wilderness, survival would be impossible. As two members of the defense team approached him directly, Luo Yujun disregarded his dignity and knelt on the ground. "Captain Jiang, I only sought to advocate for the common people, which led to my momentary lapse in judgment." "Captain Jiang, your establishment of a shelter for survivors shows that you care for the people. You must understand my intentions. I could beg you, spare me this once." Under normal circumstances, he might have shown mercy. But today, having just established rules, Jiang Chuan replied, "Director Luo, to awaken everyone's awareness, I must make an example of you. After you pass, I shall ensure to burn extra paper money for you." Witnessing Luo Yojuan's desperate plea, the woman finally grasped the gravity of the situation and knelt down, frantically begging for mercy. Yet, Jiang Chuan had no intention of granting them a second chance. Amid their cries for mercy, both were forcibly taken to the entrance of the base by Lu and his subordinates. In full view of all the base's inhabitants, Jiang Chuan personally severed the tendons of both individuals with a long knife. Subsequently, the defense team, sweating profusely, unceremoniously tossed the screaming pair out of the shelter. The two elderly professors witnessed this scene as well. Jiang Chuan then stepped forward, stating, "I understand that many of you may deem my actions overly cruel. However, have you considered that allowing individuals like them to disrupt our base poses a significant threat to our security? If there are disruptive elements within our base, what will happen when our warriors venture out and a riot ensues? Who will bear the consequences of such losses? I reiterate, in chaotic times, strict measures must be employed. This is an unavoidable necessity. I do not wish to kill indiscriminately. But our base's system is not yet fully established, and the law remains unclear to safeguard the interests of the majority. It is imperative that someone take on the role of the villain. Once everything stabilizes, all responsibility shall rest upon my shoulders. When our base is secure, I will promptly establish appropriate regulations. That night, Jiang Chuan lay on the sofa in his room, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. His initial intention was to establish a moral and orderly sanctuary for survivors in this apocalyptic world. Is this truly what he desired? Chapter 100. The Secret Realm of the Hagrid Hotel, the following morning. Just as dawn broke, a knock echoed at the door of Jiang Chuan's room. Having just drifted into slumber, Jiang Chuan, with a visage marked by fatigue, cast a glance at the two young women deeply ensconced in sleep upon the bed. Rising from the sofa, he ambled towards the door, his brow furrowed as he opened it, revealing the unexpected presence of Professors Tian and Lu Yuman standing at the threshold. A smile unfurled upon Jiang Chuan's face as he relaxed his brow. Greeting them, Professor Chun, Professor Lu, you both rise exceptionally early to IS their matter at hand? Clearing his throat, Tian replied, Little Jiang, I hope we haven't disturbed your rest. Jiang Chuan waved his hand dismissively, casually assuring, Not at all, Professor Chun. I became accustomed to such hours during my time in the military. Shall we converse on the first floor? 5 minutes later, Jiang Chuan and the two professors arrived at the broadcasting room, where the lights still shone brightly, and someone was on duty within to take tea that moment. A young woman exited the broadcasting room, and upon seeing Jiang Chuan, hastily greeted him, Captain Jiang, good morning. Thank you for your hard work. Do you have any survivors in contact with you? The young woman nodded. Yes, there are 3 in total, but 2 of them are requesting us to rescue them, while only one faction is willing to come over themselves. We have been documenting everything, and so far, no one from the list has emerged. After exchanging a few more words with the young woman regarding the documentation of the communication times and the coordinates of the survivors' distress calls, Jiang Chuan proceeded with the 2 professors to the tea room. In the tea room, Tian appeared somewhat ill at ease. He adjusted his glasses and spoke. Little Jiang, it is like this. We believe your actions last night were rather excessive. While we acknowledge that your reasoning is sound, harsh measures are necessary in chaotic times. It does seem somewhat inhumane. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chuan nodded in agreement. Professor Chun, you are absolutely correct. I have indeed reflected on my actions from last night. They were rather extreme. However, Professor Chun, you must understand that individuals of their ilk seek only to gather a group for resistance, aiming to secure better treatment and more resources for themselves. Should they achieve their goals, there will inevitably be a recurrence of such incidents. Thus, I found myself with no other choice. Professor Chun, have you considered what would happen if I had not dealt with them decisively? If they had miraculously survived and chose to wreak havoc during a time when our combat strength was diminished, perhaps by attracting a horde of zombies, how would we respond then? I cannot jeopardize so many lives for the sake of a couple of miscreants. Even if it means assuming the role of the villain myself. Lu Yuman interjected. Little Jiang, we understand your perspective and empathize with your position. However, as soldiers, your considerations can sometimes be rather extreme. The purpose of our visit today is to advocate for the establishment of regulations within the base as soon as possible. I have previously conducted research in management and law, and I am here to propose the formulation of a set of regulations specifically for the management of survivors upon employing his mind-reading ability. Jiang Chuan discerned that the professors bore no particular resentment towards him, nor were they being disingenuous, which alleviated his concerns. He nodded in response. Lu Yuman and Tian expressed their satisfaction with Jiang Chuan's proposal. After finishing his breakfast and organizing relevant matters at the base, Jiang Chuan, accompanied by Su Man and Shan Jing, entered a car they had found in the underground garage and set off once more towards the city. At the moment they exited the Research Institute's gates, the trio encountered the 2 individuals who had been expelled from the base the previous night. As expected, they had transformed into 2 grotesque corpses, currently being devoured by a horde of over a dozen zombies at the entrance. After dispatching the zombies, they retrieved 3 crystal cores before resuming their drive towards the city. This day marked the 6th since the outbreak of the apocalypse. In a previous life, the entrance to the secret realm had appeared in the room occupied by Wang Pengzi, where Jiang Chuan's moonslaying blade had originated. Jiang Chuan vividly recalled that this realm was one where weapons could be acquired. Only 3 individuals could enter the secret realm at a time, and no others could gain entry while it was occupied. The entrance would only reopen once the individuals inside completed the challenges within. Once the challenges concluded, the secret realm would cease to exist entirely. In his past life, apart from Jiang Chuan, no one else had been privy to the existence of that secret realm. Upon entering, a series of challenges awaited, with the value of the rewards increasing with each level conquered. Jiang Chuan had stumbled upon the realm by chance, and, due to the perilous trials it presented, had chosen to exit hastily after completing merely the first challenge. However, this time, Jiang Chuan was accompanied by 2 formidable women from his past life. He was determined to seize every opportunity within the secret realm. This trio had been carefully calculated and recommended to him by Aloe. The journey was relatively devoid of zombies, with only a sporadic cluster of 4 or 5 dozen appearing, which Jiang Chuan chose to ignore, opting instead to plow through. Curiously, Shan'an Jing inquired, "Jiang Chuan, why do I feel like there are far fewer zombies today?" As he maneuvered the steering wheel, sending a blocking zombie flying, Jiang Chuan replied, "It is merely the calm before the storm. You recall the zombie tide I mentioned? Currently, the zombies are converging towards the city center, and when the time comes, the tide will erupt. The amassed zombies will then spread out in a carpet-like fashion around the city, resulting in a significant decline in the number of survivors." Jiang Chuan pondered the many acquaintances he knew who would likely perish in this impending tide, causing his mood to darken considerably. Noticing his somber demeanor, Su Man spoke up at an opportune moment. Chapter 101. The corpses before the hotel. After absorbing 80 crystal cores, Jiang Chuan finally reached a state of energy semi-saturation during the drive that day. Elation surged within him as he eagerly began to assess his physical attributes while still behind the wheel. Combat Attribute Panel Name: Jiang Chuan Ability. Elemental Ability, Physical Ability, Special Ability Weapon, Sharp Ordinary Long Knife Strength, 63 Agility, 138 Stamina, 60 Endurance, 65 Elemental Empowerment, 59 Overall Combat Power, 68 Ability Data Panel Elemental Affinity. Yes, Affinity Attributes: Dark, Lightning, Fire Dark, Affinity Level, 10 Lightning, Affinity Level, 9 Fire, Affinity Level, 7 Acquired Elements, Lightning Special Physique. Yes, Physique Characteristic, Agile Physique Special Ability. Mind reading upon reviewing his combat attributes. Jiang Chuan was astounded by his remarkably high values, which far surpassed those of the majority of second-tier ability users, despite the fact that he was still merely a first-tier ability user. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the combat attributes of Su Man and Shan'an Jing. Combat Attribute Panel Name: Su Man Ability. Elemental Ability, Special Ability Weapon, Sharp Ordinary Long Knife Strength, 39 Agility, 42 Stamina, 40 Endurance, 38 Special Empowerment, 72 Overall Combat Power, 55 Current Energy, Saturated. Can consume second-tier crystal cores to advance to second-tier evolution. Ability Data Panel Elemental Affinity. Yes, Affinity Attribute: Light. Affinity Level, 10 Acquired Elements. None Special Physique. No Special Ability. Profit Loyalty, 100. After reviewing Su Man's combat attributes, Jiang Chuan's astonishment only deepened. Su Man's combat values had also surpassed those of ordinary second-tier ability users. Moreover, she was now capable of applying her special ability in combat, with a remarkably high degree of integration, as evidenced by the presence of a special empowerment value on her data panel. Jiang Chuan understood that this was due to Aloe's guidance, enabling Su Man to foresee the combat scenarios 2 seconds ahead. Jiang Chuan felt immense joy at Su Man's growth, for she was, aside from Aloe, the only individual who was entirely loyal to him. This loyalty stemmed largely from her special ability, although Jiang Chuan and Su Man had not known each other for long. In Su Man's mind, their bond had endured for a considerable time, fostering her unwavering trust in him. Finally, Jiang Chuan examined the value panel of Shan'an Jing. Combat Value Panel Name: Shan'an Jing Abilities, Elemental Ability. Physical Ability Weapon: Ordinary Resilient Longsword Strength, 43 Agility, 92 Stamina, 39 Endurance, 40 Elemental Empowerment, 52 Comprehensive Combat Power, 60 current energy is saturated, can consume a second-tier crystal core to advance to a second-tier evolver. Ability data panel is elemental affinity physique. Yes, affinity attributes. Wind, fire wind. Affinity level, 10 fire. Affinity level, 6 acquired elements. Wind is special physique. No special abilities. None loyalty. 93 wind type ability, users typically share a characteristic. Their agility attribute gradually increases as they deepen their understanding of wind abilities. Thus, it is no wonder that Shan'an Jing exhibits such a remarkably high agility attribute at this moment. Jiang Chuan felt a mix of joy and frustration. Both women had reached a state of energy saturation, while he himself had only just attained a semi-saturated state. Consequently, his upper limit would surpass that of others significantly. However, this also implied that his path to evolution would be exceedingly protracted, perhaps while others reached the 6th or 7th tier. He would still be lingering at the 4th or 5th tier. Return to the matter at hand. Time passed swiftly. Although the journey was fraught with obstacles, including zombies blocking their path and abandoned vehicles littering the streets. 2 hours later, the trio arrived at the urban area housing the Hage Grand Hotel. Jiang Chuan parked the vehicle approximately 400 to 500 meters away from the hotel. It was not that he wished to park directly in front of the hotel. Rather, the roads surrounding the Hage Grand Hotel were strewn with a multitude of vehicles wrecked on the day of the apocalypse. Drive closer. He would need to clear those vehicles, although it would not be a difficult task for Jiang Chuan to push a car aside with his current strength. He had no desire to waste time. Once the three disembarked, they began to fend off the few zombies that surrounded them while making their way toward the Hage Grand Hotel. However, as they advanced, Jiang Chuan's brow furrowed deeper. He felt an unsettling dissonance between the sights before him and the memories of his past life. For instance, the path from the supermarket, where they had initially gathered supplies, to the hotel now bore witness to an increased number of zombie corpses. Upon closer inspection, he noted that among the zombie bodies lay those of humans, each with fatal wounds marked by knife cuts around the neck. Jiang Chuan distinctly remembered that in his previous life, a group of individuals had concealed themselves within the supermarket, maintaining a peaceful coexistence with his own group hidden in the Hage Grand Hotel. Lifting his gaze toward the hotel's entrance, he observed that aside from the numerous bloodstains, the door appeared unchanged from the last time he had departed. This revelation offered him a modicum of relief, suggesting that the hotel had not been breached by zombies. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan quickened his pace alongside the two women toward the hotel. As they drew closer to the entrance, Jiang Chuan spotted an individual lying motionless on the ground, eyes wide open and mouth agape, unmistakably deceased. As Jiang Chuan approached, he effortlessly dispatched 5 zombies that were feasting on the body. Squinting, he recognized the individual, one of the 3 gaming addicts he had brought out from the internet CAF with Wang Pengzi. Chapter 102. The butterfly effect. Jiang Chuan knelt beside the corpse. Judging by the level of decomposition, the individual had not been dead for long. Just then, the hotel's doors swung open from within. Several unfamiliar faces emerged, led by a man wielding a cleaver, followed by 4 others armed with steel rods. The group regarded Jiang Chuan and his companions with menacing expressions, and upon recognizing Su Man and Shan'an Jing, their eyes gleamed with interest. The leader, sporting a villainous grin, addressed Jiang Chuan in a tone laced with malice. "Looks like you're living quite well, bringing along 2 such beautiful ladies. Brothers, let us bring them inside. But be gentle, don't hurt the 2 beauties." Jiang Chuan had no desire to engage in idle chatter with these individuals, and he swiftly launched a series of punches and kicks, toppling all 5 men before they could comprehend the situation. He refrained from delivering fatal blows, as he recognized their potential as laborers. Not wishing to waste time, he adjusted his white shirt's cuffs and inquired, "Who are you? What business do you have here?" The leader, realizing he had been ambushed, struggled to grasp the severity of the situation. Regaining his grip on the fallen cleaver, he clumsily rose, glaring at Jiang Chuan. "You coward, sneak attacking like that. Why not face us head on?" At this moment, the 4 men on the ground began to regain their composure, and seeing their leader still standing, the man let out a sigh of relief, convinced that as long as they weren't caught off guard, Jiang Chuan would be no match for their 5-man team. With a sinister glint in his eye, he threatened, Consider yourself unlucky today. I'm not in a good mood, and you just happened to cross my path. If I don't cripple you, it won't count as a victory. Rest assured, once I'm done with you, I'll take good care of your two ladies. Point one for me, one for my buddy, and they forget all about you in no time. The man's lackeys, now recovered, chuckled lewdly. Tao Ge, once you're done, can we? Of course, Tao Ge, I have a special drug here. After taking it, an elephant could go for 3 days straight. With the men's vulgar remarks echoing in their ears, the two women were understandably furious. However, since Jiang Chuan had brought them here to find someone, they refrained from acting until he spoke. Jiang Chuan regarded the man calmly and stated, "If I don't make you regret your words today, I'll consider you lucky." Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's retort, the man instinctively tightened his stance. He then continued, "You think you can intimidate me? I've changed my mind. I want you to watch as suddenly, a dull thud resonated, followed by the sound of bones shattering. The man's words were abruptly cut off. Jiang Chuan had delivered a punch that caved in the man's chest, causing his back to bulge outward. Apart from the two women, no one witnessed the speed of Jiang Chuan's strike. The man's subordinates only saw Jiang Chuan gradually retract his hand from the gaping hole in their leader's chest. Turning to the remaining four, Jiang Chuan remarked, "Looks like you were clinging a bit too tightly." Without the support of Jiang Chuan's arm, the man's body collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Jiang Chuan, but he was clearly struggling for breath and would not survive for long. Jiang Chuan shifted his focus to the four lackeys, walking towards the hotel as he inquired, "I'll give you a chance to reorganize your thoughts. Who are you? Why are you here? And what has become of the original occupants of this place?" Although Jiang Chuan possessed the ability to read minds, he could not delve into memories. He could only perceive the current thoughts of his targets. Thus, he deemed it necessary to ask. The four men gaped at Jiang Chuan, who had just killed their leader with a single punch, utterly stunned. "You seem quite loyal to your master, since you're brave men. I can grant you a swift death." Upon hearing this, the four men began to argue, each vying to speak first. "Wait, I was thinking straight earlier. I don't want to protect those scum anymore. I'll be your underling from now on. Wu Lao-san, you're such a turncoat. You used to fawn over Lu Yong the most. Brothers, I was forced to join them. Please spare me, I'll tell you everything I know." "Little Fu, you don't know anything. I was the first to follow Lu Yong, so I know far more than you do." The four men bickered like contestants in a quiz show. Jiang Chuan interrupted their squabbling, casually pointing at one of them. "Enough, you speak." Through their eager responses, Jiang Chuan quickly grasped the situation that turned out this group was a band of small-time thugs from the nearby streets. Initially, they numbered 9. After the apocalypse erupted, they took refuge in a nearby residential building. By the second day of the catastrophe, they had consumed all their food supplies. Later, they discovered that zombies were not particularly aggressive and decided to venture out for luck. Initially, their target was not the Hadrite Grand Hotel, but the supermarket nearby, as they believed it would be stocked with abundant supplies. However, when they opened the supermarket's iron gate, they were collectively taken aback. The shelves within were nearly barren, with only a scant few items of food and drink remaining. Yet, over 30 individuals lingered inside the supermarket, exchanging bewildered glances. Subsequently, under their coercion and persuasion, they managed to recruit a dozen more from within the store, joining forces in their misdeeds. They even established their own gang, calling themselves the Ultraman Legion. Days passed, and soon the supermarket supplies were entirely depleted. Then, someone mentioned that the windows and doors of the Hadrite Grand Hotel had been plastered with posters, suggesting that there might be people inside, prompting a group to set their sights on this location. A man named Wu Lao-san added, "I know about this. I'm a clerk at the supermarket and have been here all along." Initially, there was a substantial amount of supplies, but when the apocalypse struck, it remains unclear who took the lead in raiding the supermarket. Following that, a horde of citizens stormed in, taking everything we had. And despite my attempts to dissuade them, they acted as if they hadn't heard a word. Eventually, the apocalypse arrived, and I, along with over 30 others, found ourselves trapped inside the supermarket. That's when we encountered Lu Yong and his group. We were fortunate. Before the infected within the supermarket awakened, we, several employees along with their families, managed to carry them out. Otherwise, I would likely have ended up as a meal for the zombies at this moment. Jiang Chuan suddenly recalled the term butterfly effect, Had he not brazenly raided the supermarket, this group would not have been driven by scarcity to target the hotel, just like in his previous life. The two parties would have coexisted peacefully. Chapter 103. The White Tiger Arm. With this thought, Jiang Chuan gestured for them to continue. Later, the group from the supermarket arrived at the Grand Hotel. But the occupants inside staunchly refused to open the door. They attempted to force their way in, but to no avail. Until yesterday, a member who had been lurking near the hotel spotted a team of over 10 approaching. This member immediately informed Lu Yong, the leader of the Ultraman Legion. Recognizing an opportunity to expand his influence, Lu Yong deduced that the supermarket group would not grant entry to this team, allowing him to recruit them and devise a plan to breach the supermarket's entrance. Thus, in a bid to demonstrate his sincerity, Lu Yong personally led a team to the Grand Hotel. Upon arrival, he was taken aback. The hotel occupants had actually allowed the team entry. The individual in charge of locking the door had carelessly failed to secure it. Consequently, Lu Yong and his group seized the chance to enter the hotel. Once inside, Lu Yong wasted no time, ordering all the men to be subdued until they complied, while keeping the women for their own amusement that a battle was imminent. Given the numerical advantage of the Ultraman Legion, they initially gained the upper hand. Suddenly, a hefty man emerged from nowhere, a formidable force. He dispatched the Ultraman Legion with ease. That moment, Lu Yong produced a gun, aiming it directly at the hefty man's face. Yet he refrained from pulling the trigger. Under Lu Yong's signal, the hefty man called for a halt to his side's aggression. Set an example. Lu Yong randomly selected an unfortunate individual and dragged him to the hotel entrance for execution. The tide of battle shifted once more, ultimately culminating in a victory for the Ultraman Legion. At this juncture, Jiang Chuan's gaze turned icy. Where is that hefty man now? Several men stammered in response. We were not entirely sure. Lu Yong tied him up with chains and took him upstairs. We, and the vice captain, the one you just saw die, were tasked with guarding the entrance that we haven't gone upstairs yet. They've only been up there for a little over half an hour, so there shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Chuan's tone grew unnaturally calm, a calmness that sent chills down their spines. If anything happens to the hefty man, you Ultraman Legion can prepare to accompany him to the grave. After speaking, Jiang Chuan made his way upstairs. Just then, a man dressed in beach shorts and a suit, wearing flip-flops and smoking a cigar, descended the stairs with an exaggerated gait. A woman clad in scanty attire was draped over him, clearly worn out. The man, evidently inexperienced with cigars, coughed violently from the smoke. Xiao Tao, this alluring woman is quite the handful. I'm exhausted. I can barely manage this alone. Today, I'm in a good mood, so let us give everyone a live show. My brother and I will take good care of this vixen. The woman half reclined his arms, teased, Yongge, you're so naughty. Can't we take turns? With so many people watching, I'll feel shy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan immediately recognized the woman as Li Ting, who had remained at the hotel. The man grasped her chest, prompting her to squeal, while he laughed heartily. Now, this is thrilling. I assent it. As long as we treat our brothers well, you'll reap the rewards. I'll ensure you live comfortably from now on. I Ting playfully slid her fingers down his abdomen. Then you all must put in some serious effort. I'm only doing this for your brothers because I've mustered quite the courage to show myself. Their exchange left Su Man and Sha Nanjing blushing furiously. Just as they rounded the staircase, they encountered Jiang Chuan and his companions. The man's jovial demeanor vanished, and he coldly asked, "Who are you?" "Where's my brother?" Jiang Chuan ignored him, fixing his frosty gaze on Li Ting. Li Ting. Where's the hefty man? Li Ting, startled by Jiang Chuan's presence, momentarily recalled his cold demeanor from their previous encounters. However, she quickly regained her composure, reassured by her association with Lu Yong, who wielded firearms. Even if Jiang Chuan was skilled, he couldn't possibly contend with a weapon. Could he? Steeling herself, Li Ting opted to adopt a tone of utmost victimhood. Addressing Lu Yong, Yongge, this is the person I mentioned earlier. Jiang Chuan, he is truly wicked. He is the one who made me go entertain that detestable hefty man. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yong retrieved a handgun from his suit and pointed it at Jiang Chuan. Damn it! Are you the little brat who sent my white tiger arm to entertain that fat bastard? Where's my brother Lu Tao? If you dare play tricks, I'll blow your head off. Jiang Chuan felt a pang of regret. He had not anticipated that Li Ting would turn out to be a white tiger arm. Had he known, he would have devised a plan before getting involved with the Empress. Now that he was with her, he dared not act. Seeing Jiang Chuan suddenly fall silent, his expression shifting subtly, Su Man and Shan Nanjing simultaneously kicked him in the calf. Realizing his countenance was inappropriate, he cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Then, Jiang Chuan glanced at the gun in Lu Yong's hand and nearly burst into laughter. He scoffed, "Humph, a toy gun like that might scare those who have never seen a real one. How dare you use that to fool my brother? You've got some nerve." With a swish, the sound of something cutting through the air echoed, and mere seconds later, Lu Yong's hand holding the gun fell to the ground. Accompanied by the imitation firearm. Chapter 104. What a saucy woman! Everyone barely registered the blink of an eye, and Jiang Chuan stood before Lu Yong, wielding a bloodied, sharp longsword, Li Ting, draped in scan attire. Felt a wetness on her face. She raised her hand to wipe it, only to find her palm smeared with blood. Looking down, she was horrified to discover the severed hand of the gunman lying on the ground. "Ah!" Li Ting gasped, her eyes widening as she inhaled sharply, clamping her mouth shut to suppress any further sounds. This was because, earlier, when Lu Yong had arrived at the hotel to select someone, as an example, the unfortunate soul at the entrance had inadvertently let out a fart, sealing his fate as a lifeless body before the hotel's entrance. Upon hearing Li Ting scream, Lu Yong finally realized that his hand had detached unbeknownst to him. The adrenaline coursing through him delayed his sensation of pain by a few seconds. With a thud, as the pain coursed through his arm, Lu Yong collapsed to the ground, gripping his severed limb with his other hand, followed by his agonizing wail. "Ah, what the hell?" Jiang Chuan wiped the blood from his sword on Lu Yong's shoulder, gazing coldly at him as he demanded, "Where's the hefty man in the hotel? Can you see? Help me stop the bleeding. Wu Lao-san, hurry upstairs and fetch Dr. Zhang. My hand should still be salvageable. Do not just stand there. Hurry up." It was only when Jiang Chuan pressed the long knife against Lu Yong's neck that Lu Yong ceased his shouting. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan inquired once more, "I shall ask you again, and this is the final time. Where is my brother Wang Pengzi?" Lu Yong felt the coldness of the blade against his neck and trembled uncontrollably. It dawned on him that he was no longer in familiar territory, that a misstep in his words could very well cost him his life. Just as he had treated others, a mere thought could determine a person's fate. A fleeting notion could dictate a woman's destiny at that moment. The commotion drew the attention of those upstairs, who hurried down to witness Lu Yong kneeling before Jiang Chuan. One of Lu Yong's fervent followers glared at Jiang Chuan and exclaimed, "How dare you harm our commander? Brothers, charge! Let us avenge Brother Yong." However, before the words had fully escaped his lips, Jiang Chuan swiftly severed his head. Jiang Chuan wiped the blood from his knife and calmly stated, "Today, I shall impart a lesson for free. In this apocalyptic world, the best way to ensure your survival is to eliminate all threats to your existence." These individuals were either street thugs or had joined the Ultraman Legion under Lu Yong's coercion and seduction. There was no way they would risk their lives for Lu Yong against the bloodthirsty Jiang Chuan. They stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. When they witnessed the fate of the man who had just shouted, they hastily discarded their weapons and knelt in surrender. Inside the hotel, the sounds of heads striking the ground echoed incessantly. "Big brother, please spare me. I was truly coerced into joining them. It has nothing to do with me. Dad, I swear I know nothing. I just came down to have a look. Please, treat me as if I am insignificant and let me go." At this juncture, Li Ting approached Jiang Chuan, clinging to his thigh, her ample bosom brushing against him as she pressed her face against his upper thigh, her lips tantalizingly close. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she implored Jiang Chuan in a pitiful tone. Upon hearing Li Ting's words, Lu Yong disregarded the pain radiating from his arm and shouted at her, "You shameless woman! How dare you speak again? When have I ever forced you? You yourself claim to like domineering men, saying you were enamored with me at first sight. Speak another word, and I swear I will have your tongue severed." It must be said that Li Ting, despite her flaws, was quite adept at manipulating men. Her caresses were not lost on Jiang Chuan, whose response was not entirely indifferent. "Li Ting, I can see through your facade at a glance. Do not presume you can draw near to me with your tricks. Let me make this clear. I am a man of unwavering fidelity and love. If you think you can entice me with your body, you are sorely mistaken, should you continue to repulse me. The corpse at the entrance shall be your fate. He silently recited the great compassion mantra 10 times, and at last his arousal subsided, allowing Jiang Chuan to breathe a sigh of relief. He turned to Li Ting and asked, "Once Lu Yong arrived at the hotel, was he with you the entire time? What of Wang Tianlong?" Li Ting, upon hearing this, speculated that Jiang Chuan was angry because she had been with another man. Wiping her tears, she nodded with feigned innocence. "Oh, Chuan Gu, I truly like you. Since Lu Yong's arrival, he has been by my side, and I had no choice. He threatened that if I did not comply, his dozens of brothers would take turns to communicate with me. That I simply could not withstand it. I fear that if I refused, I would never see you again." Jiang Chuan, incensed, was on the verge of striking this woman. Her words were far from the crux of the matter. What he truly feared was the possibility of her revealing anything that could tarnish his reputation or jeopardize his relationships with the two empresses. Quickly, she grasped Jiang Chuan's arm, still clutching the sword. "Captain Jiang, I must say, I had no idea you had such an alluring confidant. It seems our captain has quite the taste." Su Man was also beside herself with anger and, unable to contain her emotions, blurted out, "Jiang Chuan, why must you flirt with every woman? I can accept your relationship with Nanjing, but why stoop so low as to entertain someone like her? You have truly disappointed me." Upon hearing Su Man's words, Shan Nanjing stared at her in disbelief, a wave of guilt washing over her as she lowered her gaze to her feet. Falling silent, Su Man, realizing her slip of the tongue, felt her face flush crimson, her expression shifting to one of greater vulnerability as she looked at Jiang Chuan. Chapter 105. Let go of that girl. Jiang Chuan observed the two women caught in an awkward situation, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Ting, having overheard their exchange and witnessing their demeanor, quickly deduced that Jiang Chuan shared an indescribable connection with both women, and that their bond was quite strong. With two stunningly beautiful women by his side, Jiang Chuan could not possibly be the type to shun female company. After all, what man, driven by base desires, could resist the allure of such captivating women? Li Ting regarded Su Man and Shan Nanjing. Their beauty was indeed divine, while she, though not unattractive, paled in comparison. It was apparent that these two were young and innocent. Lacking the experience she had gained through her years of navigating the male-dominated world, a thought crossed her mind. These two young girls, despite their youth and beauty, were still too naive in the art of seduction. With newfound confidence, she lowered her head to admire her own assets, reminding herself that while she might not be as youthful or beautiful, she possessed a certain allure. Moreover, she had invested a considerable sum into her assets, and it was time to put them to use. With this in mind, Li Ting approached Jiang Chuan, deliberately reddening her face and shyly stating, "Chuan Gu, I have known from the very beginning that you have a liking for me. I'm aware you are a man of great fidelity and love. Hence, I respect your choice. If you prefer these two sisters, I am more than willing to be your third girlfriend. If the sisters are unwilling, I can serve as your bedmaid, as long as I can be with you. Chuan Gu, I genuinely like you." Jiang Chuan was well aware of Li Ting's lack of boundaries, but he was taken aback by the audacity of her words in front of so many people. Seeing Jiang Chuan's stunned expression, Li Ting felt a surge of confidence, convinced that she had moved him. In her mind, no normal man could refuse a bedmaid's offer. However, Jiang Chuan's murderous intent toward Li Ting reached its zenith. If this woman were not dealt with, she would undoubtedly become a future liability. Jiang Chuan seized Li Ting's arm, preparing to silence her permanently. Just as he was about to strike, Su Man interjected. "Jiang Chuan, let go of that girl. Why? This woman has slandered me. I swear we have nothing between us," Li Ting pleaded desperately. "You must believe me." Su Man retorted angrily. "I want her to tell me what truly transpired between you." As Su Man's words hung in the air, Lu Yong, his face pale from blood loss, weakly implored, "BB brother, perhaps you could converse with the three sisters while I go upstairs to find Dr. Zhang? I can hardly hold on. I believe if I go up quickly, my hand may still be saved. Point 3. Jiang Chuan suppressed his fury and demanded, "Where's my brother Wang Tianlong? Is he injured?" Lu Yong mustered the last of his strength to respond. Pangu. Pangu is on the 4th floor, room 401. He is unharmed. Brother, may I go find a doctor now? Before Lu Yong could finish his sentence, a series of slicing sounds echoed, abruptly silencing him. Jiang Chuan, already in a foul mood, was further incensed by Lu Yong's attempts to cast blame upon him. It was as if Lu Yong had intentionally stepped forward to provoke Jiang Chuan, inviting him to vent his anger. In an instant, Lu Yong was stabbed over 20 times, though none of the blows struck a vital point. Jiang Chuan exhaled deeply, glaring at Lu Yong's crumpled form, as if addressing both him and Li Ting. I've stated clearly, I, Jiang Chuan, am a steadfast and devoted man. How dare you slander me? This is the fate of those who dare to defame me. 3. I can only have 2 at most, understood? You may rest assured as you report to the King of Hell. Since entering the hotel, a mere 10 minutes had passed. Man, Nanjing, my brother is on the 4th floor. And I'm going to pay a visit there now. You all, before Jiang Chuan could finish his sentence, Su Man interjected, No, I will stay here and chat with this woman. Let Nanjing accompany you upstairs. Although Su Man deeply loved Jiang Chuan, it did not mean that she would never feel anger towards him, as was evident in the current moment. After speaking to Jiang Chuan, Su Man turned to Sha Nanjing and said, Nanjing, once you go up, please ask Jiang Chuan what exactly happened between him and this woman. When you both come down, we shall compare their accounts and see if they align. Jiang Chuan wore a gloomy expression. The two of them were evidently preparing to coordinate their testimonies. Nevertheless, he gazed gently at Su Man and, after speaking, led Sha Nanjing upstairs. As they reached the 3rd floor, Sha Nanjing suddenly spoke with a serious demeanor. Jiang Chuan, did you tell Man about us? Jiang Chuan shook his head. Nanjing, I assure you, I have not mentioned that matter to Man, even in passing. Perhaps she has sensed something. She possesses an ability akin to a 6th sense. So, at this point, Jiang Chuan sighed, deliberately infusing his tone with a hint of remorse. Alas, this is all my fault. I cannot control myself. You need not feel guilty, Nanjing. You previously asked me to pretend as if nothing occurred. But the reality is that everything has indeed transpired. I understand that you wish to be with me, and I will communicate this matter with Man thoroughly. You heard what she said earlier. As long as I treat Man well, I believe she can accept you. Upon hearing this, Sha Nanjing's eyes reddened. Jiang Chuan, I have told you, that matter is not your fault. Yet here we are, forcing you to take the blame. Brother Chuan, I need to reconsider our situation. That if I were to interfere between you and Man, what would that make me? Moreover, I find it difficult to accept such a relationship. Promise me, until I have sorted out my thoughts. Do not discuss this with Man. All right? Chapter 106. A good brother from the previous life. Upon hearing a voice, both of them looked up towards the 4th floor, where the speaker was a visibly anxious Wang Pengzi. Rest assured, the group occupying this place has already been subdued. Wang Pengzi, in disbelief, replied, That Lu Yong fellow has a gun, you know. Old Jiang, are you unharmed? After Wang Pengzi spoke, Jiang Chuan and Sha Nanjing arrived at the 4th floor. They saw that behind Wang Pengzi stood a group of about 10 individuals, including the other 3 members of Jiang Chuan's previous life team. The tension Jiang Chuan had been feeling finally eased. In the room behind them lay 2 men who had already lost consciousness. Their fates unknown. We had just arrived here, not long. AG, do you think I would deceive you about such matters? I could take down a whole bunch of those kind of fellows in a second. Wang Pengzi's anxious expression finally relaxed at that moment, and he chuckled. That's true. You really are impressive. Old Jiang. After Wang Pengzi's remark, Jiang Chuan continued, Pengzi, as an enhancer, how could you allow yourself to be controlled by a bunch of ordinary people? Even if they had guns, as long as you acted quickly, they wouldn't be able to harm you. Wang Tianlong seemed a bit aggrieved and snorted, while Jiang Chuan wore an expression that was both amused and incredulous, interrupting Wang Pengzi. Please, no more of your nonsense. Let's get straight to the point. Wang Pengzi glanced at the surrounding crowd, stifling his laughter, cleared his throat awkwardly, and continued, I've already dealt with Lu Yong. His body is in the hall on the 1st floor. After speaking, Jiang Chuan retrieved 10 crystal cores from a spatial ring and handed them to Wang Pengzi, explaining the precautions for enhancing one's body with the cores. Wang Pengzi accepted the crystal cores with delight, glancing at Sha Nanjing beside Jiang Chuan, and remarked, "Old Jiang, you are quite fortunate." Jiang Chuan chose to ignore Wang Pengzi and shifted his gaze to the three figures behind him. These three were his brothers from the previous life, tragically having perished in the 4th year of the apocalypse. Among them were the twin brothers Luo Jiwen and Luo Jiwu. Although they were twins, they shared little in common beyond their appearance. Luo Jiwen sported a middle part and exuded a rather timid demeanor, possessing a physique with power-type abilities. In contrast, Luo Jiwu had a slick-back hairstyle and an arrogant air, endowed with earth-type abilities. Boasting a remarkable affinity of 5 points to AS for Li Xiu, she was the neighbor of Luo Jiwu and Luo Jiwen, wielding ice-type abilities. The young girl appeared gentle and quite lovely. Ice-type abilities are exceedingly powerful. Though Li Xiu's affinity for ice elements was relatively low at 3 points, upon their reunion, Jiang Chuan was naturally filled with excitement. In this life, he was determined to ensure the survival of his brothers. Jiang Chuan addressed the three directly. "Luo Jiwen, Luo Jiwu, Li Xiu, please come over here." The three in the crowd exchanged glances. "Do you know this person?" I thought he was your friend." After their exchange, they turned their attention to Li Xiu, who also shook her head, saying, "I don't know him." This moment, Wang Pengzi stepped forward to introduce, "This is the brother I mentioned. He is not a bad person, and he certainly means you no harm. Go on, you could trust him." Though the three had only just met Wang Pengzi, they quickly developed trust in this honest and somewhat loquacious fellow. They followed Jiang Chuan to a window on the 4th floor, where Jiang Chuan produced 30 crystal cores and handed them to the trio, saying, "Hello, I am Jiang Chuan. I called you over because I have my eye on you. If you are willing to join me, I can grant you powers akin to those of Wang Pengzi." "Buddy, don't make such jokes. My brother and I aren't interested in that sort of thing," Luo Jiwen replied warily. "Wang Pengzi mentioned you are even stronger than him. But I'm not afraid of you. Even if you use force, you can only take my body. My soul will never belong to you." I see you cast a resentful glance at Jiang Chuan, coldly remarking, "I heard Wang Pengzi say you might be a bit of a homosexual. Turns out it's true, and you seem to be open to both genders. My goodness, what a decline in societal values. What kind of people exist nowadays?" Jiang Chuan caught the essence of Li Xiu's words and turned to Wang Pengzi. "You foolish fat man. How did you introduce me to others? Come here and explain." Wang Tianlong sensed the impending disaster and clutched his belly, exclaiming, "Oh dear, it must be that I ate something bad yesterday." "Old Jiang, you all continue your conversation. I need to clear my system." With that, Wang Pengzi dashed away. Jiang Chuan helplessly looked at the three and explained, "You misunderstand. What I meant is that in this world, we must unite to survive. I have established a survivor base in the suburbs, with over 100 people already. If you are willing to join my organization and work for me, I can help you gain formidable powers." After further discussion, the three readily agreed. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan was led by Sha Nanjing into an empty room. Once inside, he closed the door and, from behind, wrapped his arms around Sha Nanjing, gently whispering her name into her ear. Nanjing, Chapter 107. Women only hinder your strength, however. Sha Nanjing did not reciprocate the sentiment. She pushed Jiang Chuan away, playfully chiding, "Jiang Chuan, what do you take me for? I've told you, until our relationship is clearly defined, I will not advance further with you." After being pushed away, Jiang Chuan discerned Sha Nanjing's internal struggle. She harbored a profound disdain for being a third party and did not wish to disrupt someone else's relationship. Yet, she undeniably held strong feelings for Jiang Chuan, appreciating his sense of responsibility and justice. Although he occasionally acted in extreme ways, such measures were indeed necessary in the current world. However, after meeting Li Ting, Sha Nanjing felt that Jiang Chuan was not quite as admirable as she had initially perceived. Understanding her thoughts, Jiang Chuan sighed. "Nanjing, I know you are not a frivolous person, but events have unfolded as they have, and I shall not shy away from them. I will face them with responsibility. Regarding that woman, I can assure you that there is nothing ambiguous between us." Sha Nanjing fixed her gaze on Jiang Chuan's eyes and asked, "I want to know, what exactly happened between you and the woman downstairs? How did you meet?" Jiang Chuan, having been reborn, acted with integrity and recounted the entire story without reservation. After 7 or 8 minutes, the two exited the room. "Old Jiang," among the team Luo Jiwen brought, There is an old traditional Chinese doctor. Shall I introduce you to him? Jiang Chuan wore a bewildered expression as he read Wang Tianlong's innermost thoughts, filled with a desire to deliver a couple of punches to the rotund man. He spoke with a hint of exasperation. You foolish fatso, stop indulging in baseless fantasies. Miss Xia and I are merely here to discuss matters. It's only been a few days since we last met. How have you so quickly fallen astray? Has Li Ting led you astray? Upon hearing Li Ting's name, Wang Tianlong scoffed disdainfully. Don't speak of that little vixen. Damn it, I merely shared a bed with her a couple of times. She certainly knows how to please me, and I thought I had found true love. But when Lu Yong and the others arrived, she was the first to betray me. Fortunately, I wasn't too deeply ensnared. Subsequently, the group followed Jiang Chuan downstairs, introducing themselves to one another. Under the scrutiny of Su Man and Sha Nanjing, Jiang Chuan managed to preserve his innocence. His murderous intent towards Li Ting diminished, and she narrowly escaped a dire fate. Nevertheless, she remained convinced that Jiang Chuan harbored feelings for her. Meanwhile, the individuals brought by Lu Yong were confined to the 4th floor after the bodies in the hotel were cleared away. Next, Jiang Chuan awaited the opening of the secret realm in room 306. In his previous life, Jiang Chuan had arrived at room 306 at 4 in the afternoon, by which time the secret realm had already opened. However, the precise moment of its opening remained unknown. Most of the documented secret realms were those experienced by various prominent figures in Jiang Chuan's past life. Yet, there were countless lesser-known secret realms. In his previous life, Jiang Chuan had entered the secret realm as an ordinary person, merely passing the first challenge by dispatching 2 unranked common zombies. Afterward, he acquired the moon-cutting blade. Utilizing the blade against zombies below the 7th tier was akin to slicing through iron like mud. This time, however, Jiang Chuan would enter alongside 2 ability users, Su Man and Sha Nanjing. Although all 3 remained at the 1st tier, their combined combat prowess exceeded that of many 2nd-tier ability users. He could hardly fathom the treasures they would acquire after conquering the most challenging trial within their capabilities. Thus, Jiang Chuan regarded this secret realm expedition with utmost seriousness. An hour and a half elapsed. Luo Zhuwen, Luo Zhuwu, and Li Xiu had successfully evolved into advanced beings, and their loyalty to Jiang Chuan surged from a mere 30 to over 50. With ample time remaining, the original 5-member group from the last days of the world reconvened. And Jiang Chuan thoughtfully retrieved fine food and wine from his spatial ring to treat everyone. When the 3 were invited to sit at the same table as Jiang Chuan, they appeared quite flabbergasted, raising their glasses to toast him, which Jiang Chuan graciously accepted. After becoming advanced beings, the likelihood of inebriation diminished significantly. This was especially true for Jiang Chuan, who already possessed commendable drinking capacity. Once the meal concluded, Jiang Chuan entrusted all hotel matters to Wang Tianlong and prepared to check into room 306 with Su Man and Sha Nanjing. Before entering the room, he cautioned Wang Tianlong that no matter the circumstance, he was to wait until Jiang Chuan had exited before addressing any issues, ensuring that none should disturb him during this time. Wang Tianlong donned an expression of understanding, smirking mischievously as he whispered to Jiang Chuan, "Old Jiang, follow me." Upon entering Wang Tianlong's room, the latter mysteriously retrieved a bulging bag from his nightstand. With an arm around Jiang Chuan's shoulder, he grinned. "Jiang Chuan, I'm not sure what you're up to." But, as Jiang Chuan watched Wang Tianlong open the bag, he inquired, "What on earth is this? Why the secrecy?" To Jiang Chuan's astonishment, the bag contained an array of adult novelties: condoms, wolf teeth rings, seductive lingerie, handcuffs, small whips, red candles, various electric toys, aphrodisiacs, and delay sprays, among others. It was a veritable cornucopia of every imaginable item. Jiang Chuan felt a surge of indignation as he looked seriously at Wang Tianlong and admonished, "Do you know what is most crucial in the apocalypse?" Wang Tianlong, puzzled by the sudden shift in conversation, pondered briefly before responding, survival." Jiang Chuan sighed, shaking his head. "You're only partially correct. Becoming stronger and surviving are equally vital. Romantic entanglements serve as the most effective anesthetic in the apocalypse. Women will only hinder your growth. These items are mere stumbling blocks on your path to strength. For now, I will safeguard them for you." And when you reach the ninth tier of evolution, you may reclaim them. Wang Tianlong, utterly bewildered, stammered, Old Jiang, haven't you been reincarnated? Can you tell me how long it typically takes to achieve ninth tier evolution? Jiang Chuan cleared his throat and replied nonchalantly, Not long at all. Just over a decade should suffice. Wang Tianlong, upon hearing this, erupted in frustration, having just begun to savor the pleasures of manhood with Li Ting's assistance. He found Jiang Chuan's demand infuriating. Jiang Chuan, are you messing with me? So what you're saying is for the next decade, I'm not allowed to touch a woman. What is the point of living? Jiang Chuan reflected, realizing that deceiving a man who had just tasted forbidden fruit was excessively cruel. He then offered, Actually, it is permissible to engage with women, but one must not become ensnared in such indulgences. These distractions will only lead to obsession and an inability to extricate yourself. That I possess considerable self-control, so it is better if I manage this. After saying this, Jiang Chuan left the room without affording Wang Tianlong a chance to respond, leaving him dazed and alone amidst the chaos. Chapter 108. With such a fair lady, what more could one ask for? After exiting Wang Tianlong's room, Jiang Chuan proceeded towards room 306 at that moment. Su Man and Sha Nanjing were listlessly gazing at the desolate cityscape outside the hotel. The city was a mere shadow of its former self, the once bustling roads now littered with the wreckage of vehicles. As far as the eye could see, there were only the lifeless forms of zombies, most of which congregated in the shadows. Those exposed to sunlight trudged slowly towards the shade. A small number of zombies were grotesquely disfigured, some missing limbs, others with their intestines spilling from gaping wounds. The most pitiful sight was a female zombie, her body entirely absent from the waist down, crawling on the ground with her hands, dragging a long length of intestine behind her, oblivious to the other zombies trampling over her as they too sought the shadows. As the two women observed the sorrowful apocalyptic scene, they couldn't help but feel fortunate. Though they noticed Jiang Chuan's discomfort around the scantily clad Li Ting, Su Man began to regret her earlier doubts about him. Looking at the ravaged streets, she suddenly lamented, Nanjing, I've been reflecting on how unfairly we doubted Jiang Chuan. Had we not encountered him, would we even be alive today? Instead of becoming victims of the apocalypse, we evolved into advanced beings with his assistance. Everything I have now is thanks to him. And yet I doubted him over the words of an outsider. We should apologize to Brother Chuan shortly. Upon hearing Su Man's words, Sha Nanjing also began to feel guilty. She looked at Su Man and said, In such a morally decayed world where humanity has deteriorated, it is challenging for an ordinary person to retain the principles of someone like Jiang Chuan after gaining extraordinary abilities. Yet he not only maintains his integrity, but also strives to help others survive. How could someone like him be incapable of controlling himself around women? Our suspicions were indeed excessive. That you're right. We must sincerely apologize to him. At that moment, Jiang Chuan stood at the door of room 306. Having overheard their conversation, he quickly stowed the bag in his spatial ring. The conversation between the two women continued. Su Man suddenly asked Sha Nanjing, Nanjing, do you also have feelings for Jiang Chuan? Upon hearing Su Man's question, Sha Nanjing's heart raced. Her face flushed crimson, yet she could not utter a single word. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Su Man understood that Sha Nanjing surely harbored feelings for Jiang Chuan. Thus, she continued, Nanjing, I'm not foolish. I'm a girl too, and I know what it looks like when a girl likes a boy. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if you and Brother Chuan ended up together. Of course, I'm somewhat selfish when it comes to feelings. If given the chance, I would want to keep Jiang Chuan all to myself. Hearing this, Sha Nanjing's face turned even redder, and she quickly replied, Sister Man, I admit I do have feelings for Brother Chuan. But rest assured, I would never compete with you for him. I would never want to be the third wheel in someone else's relationship. Su Man abruptly interrupted, Nanjing, please let me finish my thought. This matter is known only to me and Chuan Ge, and you must promise me that you will not divulge it to anyone else. Sha Nanjing looked at Su Man with a puzzled expression, nodding her head in agreement. All right, Man Jia, please speak. That I assure you, I will never disclose it to anyone. Upon hearing Sha Nanjing's pledge, Su Man continued, In truth, I'm not an ordinary evolver. I possess a rather unique ability that allows me to foresee many events of the future. I know that if you and Jiang Chuan end up together, you will save him on numerous occasions. Conversely, if you do not unite, he may not survive the coming years. This has left me in a state of turmoil. I desire for you and Chuan Ge to be together. Yet I fear the implications of such a union. Only recently have I begun to find some peace with it. As Su Man spoke, she gazed out at the dilapidated cityscape. Sha Nanjing followed her gaze. Looking out the window, Su Man went on. Nanjing, we are no longer in an era of peace. That it is only now that I truly feel how insignificant we are in this world. Surviving is the most pressing concern we face. Only through survival can we hope for a brighter future. That I yearn for love, wishing that Chuan Ge could be wholly devoted to me. However, due to my ability, I understand that Jiang Chuan is destined to undertake monumental tasks for humanity, and he will not have just me as his partner. Though this knowledge weighs heavily upon me, I have chosen Chuan Ge, and even if hardships lie ahead, as long as he holds me dear, I will find fulfillment. Upon hearing this, Sha Nanjing was utterly at a loss for words. Conversely, Su Man smiled with a sense of relief and said to Sha Nanjing, "Indeed, it feels much better to express these thoughts. Keeping them bottled up is truly burdensome. Nanjing, if you genuinely care for Chuan Ge and wish to be with him, I will wholeheartedly support you. If you find yourself unwilling to pursue Jiang Chuan, I will not force you. Should anything happen to him in the future, I will not hold you accountable. However, I sincerely hope you will contemplate this matter carefully." At the doorway, Jiang Chuan listened intently to Su Man's words to Sha Nanjing, feeling profoundly moved. What more could one desire than to have such a remarkable woman? He thought. Just then, he heard Sha Nanjing hesitantly say, Man Jia, I am willing to be with Chuan Ge." Su Man, unaware of the relationship between Jiang Chuan and Sha Nanjing, joyfully took Sha Nanjing's hand and said, "Nanjing, thank you. Yet I must ask you to pursue Jiang Chuan. I believe that once he is with you, he will treat you well." Initially, Sha Nanjing thought Su Man must have known about her relationship with Jiang Chuan to say such things. It was only now that she realized Su Man was genuinely unaware. The depth of Su Man's feelings for Jiang Chuan surpassed her expectations. This realization filled Sha Nanjing with guilt, for she had forced herself upon Jiang Chuan that day, making her feel like a complete interloper. She had harmed Su Man and compelled Jiang Chuan to take responsibility for her this moment. She wished she could vanish into the cracks of the earth. Nevertheless, she mustered the courage to say, Man Jia, from now on, I will heed your advice and earnestly pursue Jiang Chuan. I will be wholeheartedly devoted to Chuan Ge." Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan, lingering at the door, was consumed by his thoughts. "Oh dear, who understands my plight? My wife is encouraging another woman to pursue me, and it happens to be a woman I've already claimed. What more could one desire?" Chapter 109. The Secret Realm's free gift. Feeling the moment was ripe, Jiang Chuan decided it was time to make his entrance. Thus he pushed open the door to the room and stepped inside. Upon seeing him, the two women ceased their conversation. Sha Nanjing lowered her head further. She believed that had it not been for her indiscretion that day, Jiang Chuan would never have harbored any feelings for her. Given the profound bond he shared with Su Man upon entering, Su Man approached Jiang Chuan, expressing her remorse. "Chuan Ge, I am so sorry for doubting you based on an outsider's words." Jiang Chuan, upon hearing her words, enveloped her in a tight embrace, speaking in an affectionate tone, "Silly girl, you need never apologize to me, for I will never blame you for anything." That moment, Sha Nanjing also addressed Jiang Chuan. "Jiang Chuan, we indeed acted poorly. We should not have doubted you." Jiang Chuan released Su Man from his embrace, casually waving his hand. "It's all right, really, you don't need to apologize. I haven't taken it to heart." Noticing Sha Nanjing's awkward demeanor while looking at Jiang Chuan, Su Man contemplated the situation and decided to change the subject. "Chuan Ge, didn't you mention that you brought us here for something important?" "Indeed, there is something of great significance I wish to discuss with you. Shortly, a secret realm will manifest in this room. The more challenges we undertake, the better the rewards we will receive. That I am uncertain when the realm will appear. So let us take a moment to rest." Sha Nanjing recalled the unfortunate demise of Meng Tian in a previous secret realm, her heart filled with trepidation as she inquired, Could there be any danger? Given that it is a secret realm, danger is certainly a possibility. However, the risks are proportional to the rewards. If there were no danger, what would this post-apocalyptic world be? But there is no need for excessive worry. This secret realm is far less perilous than the monsters we face in this world. Moreover, we are now first-tier evolvers, and I will be right by your side to ensure your safety. With that, the three of them closed their eyes to recuperate in the room. As evolvers are particularly sensitive to energy fluctuations. Jiang Chuan, leaning against the sofa, felt a surge of energy and awakened the two women from their light slumber. "Hey, wake up! The secret realm is about to appear." As the two women roused, all three witnessed the space in front of the television begin to distort, soon revealing a pitch-black entrance to the secret realm. Jiang Chuan addressed the two women. "The advantage of this secret realm is that should we encounter danger, we can retreat at any time, though doing so means we forfeit the rewards." Once they were prepared, Jiang Chuan took the lead, stepping through the dark entrance of the secret realm. Upon passing through, he found himself in an entirely white space, where a white door stood mysteriously suspended in midair, reminiscent of what he had encountered in his previous life. This time, however, he did not exhibit the same panic as before, when Suman and Shanin Jing also appeared in this white space. A somewhat ethereal system voice echoed, "Greetings, new challengers. Welcome to the hero's trial. This trial appears only once at the onset of the apocalypse, and each secret realm entrance can accommodate a maximum of 3 individuals. Please cherish this opportunity. This trial consists of 6 levels. Upon passing each level, you may choose to continue challenging for greater rewards or exit the trial to claim your current rewards. Please be aware that dying within the trial means true death. Furthermore, opting out of a challenge after entering a level will result in the loss of all previously accumulated rewards. Now, please decide whether to enter the first level. Challenge content: 6 ordinary zombies from the early apocalypse. Upon successful completion, all participants may select a 6th-tier attribute-less weapon. Enter the trial gate before you to commence the trial. Jiang Chuan distinctly recalled that during his previous challenge, there were only 2 zombies. It appeared that the difficulty had increased proportionally with the number of participants. Yet, for Jiang Chuan at this moment, this initial level posed little challenge, and the rewards were practically a gift. After the system voice concluded, the 3 of them unhesitatingly opened the white door and stepped inside. The space beyond resembled a supermarket, filled with shelves brimming with various goods. Upon entering, the door behind them vanished into thin air. Jiang Chuan called out, "Hey zombies, come forth and meet your demise." Before long, the 6 remaining zombies in the supermarket fell to the trio's onslaught. Then a white door appeared again, but Jiang Chuan was in no rush to leave. Instead, he began to gather supplies, transferring water and food from the supermarket into a spatial ring before leading the 2 women out through the white door. Upon returning to the white space, the system voice activated once more. "Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first level of the hero's trial. Now, please decide whether to enter the second level of the hero's trial." Challenge content: 90 ordinary zombies from the early apocalypse. Upon successful completion, all participants may select a pill that increases a single attribute. Enter the trial gate before you to commence the trial. Opting out of the trial will allow you to claim the rewards from the first level. Please note, failure in the challenge will result in the loss of all previously accumulated rewards in his previous life. Jiang Chuan was not even an evolutionary being, completely unaware of the existence of attribute elixirs, which he believed to be of little utility. Thus, he was frightened off by the 30 zombies in the second trial. In truth, if one mastered the necessary techniques, an ordinary person could potentially deal with 30 zombies in one go, albeit it would certainly take an extensive amount of time. Although the challenge's difficulty had suddenly escalated, for the trio at that moment, the challenge presented no greater difficulty than the previous one. Faced with such an easy reward, Jiang Chuan naturally welcomed it with open arms. After the system's announcement concluded, the 3 swiftly opened the white door and stepped inside. The reason for the low difficulty was that it was merely the 6th day since the apocalypse began. In his past life, the first evolutionary being did not appear until the 3rd week of the apocalypse, and firearms would not be transported into the secret realm. Therefore, such a challenge at the early stage of the apocalypse was indeed quite formidable. Yet, Jiang Chuan was effortlessly reaping the rewards of the secret realm. Enjoying the bounty, he thought, the thrill of free gains is intoxicating. Chapter 110. Elemental Ability, Awakening Potion upon traversing the White Door. The trio arrived at the second stage, situated in a grand conference hall. Within the hall were precisely 90 zombies, and without any hesitation, the three quickly dispatched them. This round brought an unexpected delight to Jiang Chuan. Each of the 90 zombies contained a crystal core. Given Jiang Chuan's avaricious nature, it was inconceivable that he would overlook these 90 crystal cores. The trio busied themselves in the spacious conference hall for quite some time before they finally gathered all the cores. Once they had collected every core, Jiang Chuan led the two women out of the second trial area. The system's voice echoed once more in the white space, congratulating them on successfully passing the second stage of the heroic trial. They were then prompted to decide whether to enter the third stage. The challenge involved 60 ordinary zombies, and upon successful completion, all participants could select an elemental crystal core of any attribute. They could activate the trial by entering the door ahead or opt to forfeit, retaining the rewards accumulated from the first two stages. However, it was crucial to note that failure in the challenge would result in the loss of all previously accrued rewards. Upon hearing the rewards, Jiang Chuan was nearly propelled into the air with excitement, an elemental crystal core of any attribute. He had been troubled about where to find dark and light elemental cores. And to his surprise, he encountered this opportunity so swiftly, a secret realm offering a choice of any elemental core. However, upon reflection, Jiang Chuan considered that in his previous life, very few individuals could have passed this stage. Those fortunate enough to receive such a reward were indeed scarce. Just as he pondered this, Su Man curiously inquired, "Brother Chuan, weren't we supposed to eliminate 90 zombies in the second stage? Why are there fewer zombies to face in the third stage?" Jiang Chuan, understanding the underlying reason, began to explain, "The zombies we faced in the first and second stages were ordinary zombies from the early days of the apocalypse. Their movements were slow, and even when clustered, they posed little real threat to ordinary people. The zombies in the third stage, however, differ. After a week of adaptation, they have begun to acclimate to human forms, making them more challenging than the early zombies. While their intelligence has not improved, their speed has reached human levels, possibly even surpassing that of those before us." After Jiang Chuan finished, Sha Nanjing nodded in agreement, saying, "I thought as much. It seems improbable for this secret realm to present errors. Yet the rewards for these stages are alarmingly disproportionate to the respective challenge goals." "That may be true," Jiang Chuan replied, "but currently, we are likely among the very few evolvers and ability users in the world. While these challenges are indeed straightforward for us, others might struggle to even pass the second stage." With that, Jiang Chuan continued to lead the two women through the white door. 7 or 8 minutes later, they emerged again, and Jiang Chuan's spatial ring now contained 60 ordinary crystal cores. The system's voice resonated once more in the white space, congratulating them on successfully passing the third stage of the heroic trial. They were then prompted to decide whether to enter the fourth stage, which involved 3 first-tier ability zombies with random abilities. Upon successful completion, all participants would receive a vial of elemental ability awakening potion. They could enter the trial door ahead to commence the challenge or forfeit to retain the rewards accumulated from the first 3 stages. However, it was imperative to remember that failure would result in the loss of all previously gathered rewards. An ability awakening potion? Jiang Chuan mused. Having never encountered such a term before, he inquired, "What exactly is an elemental ability awakening potion? Does it allow a person to awaken their abilities upon consumption?" After a brief pause, the system responded, "Consuming the elemental ability awakening potion will enable an evolver to become an elemental ability user, randomly acquiring 1 elemental ability, with affinity also generated randomly. Please note that this potion is exclusively for ordinary evolvers. It will be ineffective for special type or physique type ability users." Upon hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Chuan realized that this reward was designed for those fortunate enough to become evolvers early in the apocalypse and successfully reach the 4th stage of this secret realm. For the 3 of them, this reward held little value. Nevertheless, Jiang Chuan remained exhilarated, as he already had 2 suitable candidates in mind for the potion, Wang Pengzi and Li Yongyan. Both were merely ordinary evolvers, perfectly meeting the potion's requirements, and their loyalty had surpassed 90 AS for the remaining vial. Jiang Chuan had yet to decide whom to bestow it upon, so he reviewed the loyalty ranking panel in his mind. Loyalty ranking, Alao, Sin Shuman, Sin Bang Tianlon, 97 Shananjing, 95 Li Yunyan, 94 Li Laukui, 93 Gaushan, 91 Zaufem, 90 Shu Shamfen, 88 Li Xiula, 80 Tanio, 69 Shenkai, 68 Shenshu, 66 Shen Tianshan, 64 Luyuman, 62 Lan Yunyan, 60 Gao Yuton, 62. After examining the panel, Jiang Chuan concluded that it would be most fitting to entrust the third vial to the two professors for research. With this thought, he also decided to hand over the two Yijing fruits obtained from the previous secret realm for their study. If they could uncover the method to produce this potion, it would greatly enhance the quality of life for humanity in the apocalypse. As for concerns about someone gaining power and potentially betraying him, Jiang Chuan was entirely unconcerned. After all, with so many opportunities at his disposal and a highly reliable loyalty system, such worries were unfounded. Closing the panel, Jiang Chuan led the two women toward the white door leading to the fourth stage. The battlefield for the fourth challenge was set in a laboratory where the three ability zombies had once been researchers. Their abilities included fire, water, and wood elemental powers, although the trio were still first-tier ability users with physical attributes at the same level. Their combined combat values had already exceeded 50 points, surpassing even early second-tier evolvers. It is worth noting that the thresholds for combat values from first and ninth-tier evolvers are as follows. First tier 20. Second tier 50, third tier 100, fourth tier 180, fifth tier 300, sixth tier 500, seventh tier 750, eighth tier 1100, and ninth tier 1500. Jiang Chuan was not surprised by Su Man and Sha Nanjing's impressive values, considering they were both formidable figures. However, he was taken aback that he, an unknown individual, had also achieved such a high score. Alao had previously informed him that his remarkable combat prowess stemmed from the increased affinity for dark elements within him. Moreover, his combat value was significantly higher than Sha Nanjing's, a fact that truly astonished Jiang Chuan. Additionally, the concept of elemental empowerment suggested that the combat potential and ability user could unleash in battle could not be measured solely by combat values. With Jiang Chuan's current strength, he could even contend against third-tier evolvers without falling short. Chapter 111. You deceive the Empress into eating excrement. With such elevated combat capabilities, the trio effortlessly overwhelmed the three ability zombies, completing the battle in less than half a minute. The scene of the confrontation could only be described as a one-sided massacre. Jiang Chuan even felt that three zombies were too few, wishing for more to appear, as they were essentially free elemental crystal cores in the early days of the apocalypse. Encounters with supernatural zombies were exceedingly rare, overshadowed by the overwhelming tide of corpses. Jiang Chuan, having received items from the rewards of the fourth challenge that were of no use to him, found himself eagerly anticipating the treasures that the fifth challenge would bestow upon him. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more, proclaiming, "Congratulations, formidable challengers. You have successfully passed the fourth trial of the hero's quest. Now, please choose whether to enter the fifth challenge." The task was to survive for 20 minutes amidst a horde of ordinary zombies. Upon successful completion, all participants would be awarded a Taichu sacred fruit. Why stepping through the trial gate before you? The challenge shall commence. Should you choose to forfeit, you may claim the rewards accumulated from the first four challenges. Please be advised that failure in this challenge will result in the loss of all previously earned rewards. Upon hearing that the reward for the fifth challenge was a Taichu sacred fruit, Jiang Chuan felt an urge to jump up and curse. Was this not a cruel joke? He already possessed 7 of those fruits, and it was something that a normal person could scarcely consume. Yet, in pursuit of the rewards from the subsequent challenges, Jiang Chuan resolved to pass the fifth challenge. As the system's voice faded, he decided to take the risk of losing 2 fire element ability crystals to ensure that both he and Sha Nanjing would become dual elemental ability users. He inquired, "How long do we have to consider the fifth challenge?" The system's voice responded languidly, "There is no specific time limit for this trial." With this assurance, Jiang Chuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He retrieved the verdant Taichu fruit from his spatial storage, recalling the harrowing experience of consuming it previously, which sent a shiver down his spine. Upon seeing the fruit, Sha Nanjing immediately recognized it as the very same one they had harvested from the secret realm during their last expedition with Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan, eyeing the Taichu fruit and swallowing hard, turned to Sha Nanjing and said, "Nanjing, in order to prevent any mishaps in the upcoming battle, I have decided that we should both become dual elemental ability users ahead of time. However, under normal circumstances, one cannot comprehend two elemental abilities simultaneously." After a brief pause, he continued, "This fruit is called the Taichu fruit. Consuming it grants the opportunity to comprehend two elemental abilities at once. However, it must be eaten whole without any spitting out, for if you do, even if you manage to comprehend a new ability, its effectiveness will be significantly diminished. I must warn you, while it may not have a discernible smell, its taste is akin to consuming excrement, and most people cannot endure it." Upon concluding his explanation, Jiang Chuan handed the Taichu fruit to Sha Nanjing. She examined the fruit in her hand, noting its resemblance to an apple, albeit with an unappealing dark green hue. Bringing the fruit to her nose, she detected no unpleasant odor. Curiously, she asked, "Brother Chuan, is it truly as dreadful as you say?" "It appears rather unappealing, yet it smells quite normal." Jiang Chuan, adopting an elder's demeanor, replied with gravity, "Do not be deceived by its exterior, but I advise you to mentally prepare yourself before consuming it, lest you truly find yourself retching." After scrutinizing the Taichu fruit for several more seconds, Sha Nanjing declared, "I am ready." With that, she took a small bite of the Taichu fruit. Jiang Chuan, for reasons unknown, fixated intently on her facial expressions. Perhaps pondering that such a repulsive item should not be endured alone, as Sha Nanjing bit into the fruit, her expression was nothing short of extraordinary. She clenched her teeth tightly, tears welling in her eyes. After several agonizing seconds, her tears finally spilled forth. This spectacle left Jiang Chuan astonished. The once mighty Empress Feng Lin from his previous life was now brought to tears by a mere bite of the Taichu fruit. The fruit's potency was evident. Seeing Sha Nanjing on the verge of vomiting, Jiang Chuan swiftly covered her mouth and urged, "Nanjing, you mustn't spit it out. Hold on, if you do, its value will diminish significantly. This fruit is exceedingly precious. We cannot afford to waste it." Approximately a minute later, with tears streaming down her face, Sha Nanjing managed to swallow that small piece of the Taichu fruit. Jiang Chuan, feeling a sense of relief, nodded approvingly and encouraged her, "Well done, well done. The beginning is always the most challenging. From my previous experience, once you manage to get past the first bite, the subsequent ones will be easier to swallow. Here's a tip. Take larger bites, and it will require fewer swallows. This method has proven effective." Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's advice, Sha Nanjing burst into tears, her voice laced with grievance as she lamented, Why on earth does such a horrid thing exist? If I cannot comprehend a new ability after eating this, you will be in big trouble, I assure you." Su Man, observing Sha Nanjing's desolate expression, consoled her, "Nanjing, do not blame Brother Chuan, that he is only looking out for your best interests. Please do not be angry with him." Sha Nanjing turned to Su Man, her face a picture of torment, and retorted, "Sister Man, you cannot even begin to fathom how dreadful this is. It's worse than consuming excrement." Jiang Chuan, witnessing someone else experience the torment he had endured when eating the Taichu fruit, felt an inexplicable sense of pride swell within him, and a fleeting smile graced his face, almost imperceptible. Seeing this smile, Sha Nanjing felt even more aggrieved and pointed at Jiang Chuan, exclaiming, "Wah, look at him, shamelessly smiling. It infuriates me." Realizing his expression was not appropriate, Jiang Chuan quickly clarified, "Nanjing, that's not it. I'm sympathizing with you. This is a smile of shared suffering. Keep going. You'll finish soon. I've eaten this before, and I believe you can too." Reassured by Jiang Chuan's words, Sha Nanjing resolved not to be outdone and wiped her tears away. With determination, she took a large bite of the Taichu fruit, uttering a small cry. Half an hour later, with her face streaked with tears, Sha Nanjing finally finished the Taichu's sacred fruit. She cast a resentful glance at Jiang Chuan, who then retrieved 2 fire element crystals from his spatial ring. One of these crystals had been acquired from the fire element zombie they had slain the previous day, while the other was obtained during their recent adventure in the secret realm. Jiang Chuan handed one of the crystals to Sha Nanjing, sharing his insights on mastering the fire element. The key to comprehending the fire element lies in one word: endurance. You must withstand the scorching heat of the flames, and gradually, you will find yourself enveloped by fire, yet feel no discomfort, achieving a state of being impervious to the flames. Within the illusion, one does not perish. It is now up to you. After imparting his wisdom, Jiang Chuan and Sha Nanjing nodded in understanding, and together they consumed the fire element crystals. They then sat cross-legged on the ground of the white space, concentrating on the energy emanating from the crystals. Su Man patiently awaited beside them, as the crystals were ingested. A wave of warmth radiated from their dantian. Unlike ordinary crystals, this time, the energy not only generated heat, but also induced a burning sensation in their abdomens that in Jiang Chuan's mind. He found himself alone at the mouth of a volcano. The lava within churned restlessly, emitting gurgling sounds and billowing plumes of black smoke. Suddenly, flames erupted from the volcano's mouth. Despite having experienced this once before, the intense heat remained overwhelming, causing beads of sweat to cascade down Jiang Chuan's face. Flames licked at every inch of his skin, yet curiously, his clothes and hair showed no signs of damage. The sensation of heat, however, was distinctly palpable. As the flames continuously scorched him, the burning sensation began to subside, replaced by a comforting warmth that spread throughout his limbs. Jiang Chuan began to resist this warmth, striving to attain the state of indifference to fire that he had achieved in his previous life. Drawing upon his past experience, he swiftly reached a state of being impervious to the flames. That moment, he felt as though he was enveloped by fierce fire, filled with an immense power. He no longer feared the searing flames. Within the illusion, Jiang Chuan clenched his fists, and flames erupted from his palms, signifying his successful mastery of the fire element. Just as he was about to open his eyes and exit the secret realm, a figure suddenly materialized within the illusion. Due to the extreme heat of the fire element's illusion and the figure standing opposite him at the volcano's edge, Jiang Chuan could not make out the person's features. Though he discerned that it was a male, in principle, one would expect that those who comprehend elemental abilities would enter the secret realm alone. Yet at this moment, Jiang Chuan was astonished to observe the presence of others within his illusion. Given that no dangers existed in this extraordinary environment, he boldly inquired, "Who are you? Why do you appear in my illusion?" After a brief pause of 5 or 6 seconds, a faint voice wafted across from the opposite side of the volcanic crater. The guide. Upon hearing the term guide, Jiang Chuan stood frozen. His heart racing with disbelief, he vividly recalled the last guide he encountered, a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Sha Nanjing, while this new self-proclaimed guide was a man. This revelation indicated that the title of guide did not refer to a specific individual, but rather to the name of an organization. Furthermore, this organization, known as the Guides, was evidently formidable. The woman he had previously met wielded an imposing aura that rendered him immobile. Now, this male guide had managed to breach the rules by appearing in his illusion. Leaving Jiang Chuan profoundly shocked, he realized that if this organization harbored malicious intentions towards him, his submissiveness would be utterly futile. He directed his gaze towards the figure and demanded, "Why do you persistently seek me? Who are you, and what is your purpose in finding me?" The guide's voice remained ethereal. "Purpose? You should have encountered my companion. She must have conveyed to you that our existence is to ensure the proper functioning of the timeline, or rather, to hasten your journey to greater strength. I have come to remind you that your current understanding of fire elemental abilities is merely superficial. To become stronger and delve deeper into the mastery of fire, you must immerse yourself in the magma sea before you. Therein lies the potential for your enhancement." Once the guide finished speaking, he, much like the woman from the thatched hut in the previous secret realm, suddenly became transparent, ultimately vanishing from Jiang Chuan's illusion. Jiang Chuan, frustrated by the abrupt disappearance of the guide, exclaimed, "Damn it, not again. What is this mysterious game? What exactly is it that can make me stronger? You need to be clearer. Hey!" After calling out to the guide in vain, Jiang Chuan turned his attention to the volcanic crater, from which thick smoke and waves of heat emanated. Despite having acquired fire elemental abilities, he found himself drenched in sweat from the searing heat, only for the perspiration to evaporate almost instantaneously. Although one does not truly die within their own illusion, and the sensation of pain is significantly diminished, falling into a magma pool was no trivial matter. Jiang Chuan swallowed hard as he gazed at the crater, contemplating, what a farce. It seems you are merely attempting to deceive me. I am too astute to be fooled. There is no way I'm stepping into that fiery pit. With that thought, Jiang Chuan took a step back, only to inadvertently step on a round stone, causing him to slip and tumble towards the magma pool. Desperate to avoid the torment of such an experience, he immediately prepared to open his eyes and exit the illusion, only to find that his physical form within the secret realm refused to obey his command, that a sense of foreboding washed over him. Was he truly destined to wait for the illusion to end? Suddenly, he recalled the earlier guide and thought, where on this barren volcano could such a round, smooth stone possibly come from? Having pieced everything together, Jiang Chuan shouted furiously in mid-air, "Guide, you are truly deceiving me." Moments later, with a splash, Jiang Chuan plunged into the magma pool. Meanwhile, on a desolate planet devoid of human presence, save for the stark white bones of humanity, a man and a woman were engaged in conversation on a barren isle. The woman inquired, "Darling, how did you manage to pass that trial?" The man replied, I didn't even jump." The woman pressed, "But how could you be certain he would dare to challenge the trial?" The man chuckled, "I'm the master of the most powerful AI intelligence system. I naturally have my ways." Chapter 113. The new elemental ability. Yin within the secret realm, Shan'an Jing had awakened after merely 20 minutes in the illusion. At that moment, Su Man and Shan'an Jing stood anxiously by, observing Jiang Chuan, who was seated on the ground, drenched in sweat. Jiang Chuan had mentioned that upon consuming the elemental crystal core, one would enter an illusionary space to comprehend the essence of elements. If one failed to grasp the elemental truths or died within the secret realm, they would be expelled after a maximum of 1 hour. Although both women were filled with concern, they felt utterly powerless, merely waiting anxiously by Jiang Chuan's side. More than 50 minutes had passed since Jiang Chuan closed his eyes and entered the illusion, and Shan'an Jing had already awakened for over half an hour, yet Jiang Chuan showed no signs of movement. Filled with worry, Shan'an Jing turned to Su Man and asked, Man, can't you foresee the future? Is there anything wrong with Brother Chuan?" Su Man replied, "I don't know, but logically speaking, Jiang Chuan should have awakened by now that I can't use that ability for the moment. But rest assured, Brother Chuan will be fine. He might just not have grasped the fire elemental abilities. The flow of time in the elemental illusion was merely 168th of that in reality." While only an hour had passed in the real world, Jiang Chuan had already been submerged in the magma pool for over 6 days within the illusion, looking into the magma pool from the volcanic crater. His figure was nowhere to be seen. Only bubbles were observed frothing in the depths. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Chuan's head emerged from the bubbling surface of the magma pool. He had grown capable of enduring the intense heat and no longer felt pain. However, remaining in the magma still felt unbearably scorching, akin to soaking in an ultra-high temperature hot spring. Jiang Chuan shook his head to rid himself of the sparks and then lamented with frustration. "Damn that deceitful guide. It seems I've been tricked after all. I have scoured nearly every corner of this magma pool and found no treasures. Well, a load of nonsense. The next time I encounter that individual, I shall demand an explanation for why I was deceived. 6 days. I have no idea how I managed to survive this long." As Jiang Chuan pondered these thoughts, the duration of the illusion came to an end. In the secret realm, Jiang Chuan, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened them. Su Man gazed at him with concern, asking, "Brother Chuan, have you comprehended the fire elemental abilities?" Jiang Chuan nodded at Su Man before eagerly accessing his data panel. Combat data panel name. Jiang Chuan abilities. Elemental ability, physical ability, special ability weapon. Sharp ordinary long knife strength, 65 agility, 143 stamina, 63 endurance, 67 elemental empowerment, 121 overall combat power, 84 ability data panel element affinity physique, yes affinity attributes. Dark, lightning, yin dark, affinity degree, 10 lightning, affinity degree, 9 yin, affinity degree, 10 acquired elements, Lightning, fire, Yin's special physique. Yes, physique characteristics. Agile physique special ability. Mind reading upon reviewing his combat data. Jiang Chuan was left astonished. What is this Yin element? It seems to be significantly superior to fire. He felt a rush of excitement. It appeared that his ordeal in the magma pool was not in vain, as it had granted him an elementally powerful ability he had never heard of before. Moreover, his overall combat power was nearing that of a Tier 3 ability user, even though he was merely a Tier 1 ability user. He promptly began to call out to his AI assistant, Allow Biao. Something's happening? Quickly tell me what this Yin elemental ability is all about. Aluo retorted, TCH, making a fuss over nothing. You really lack experience. Also, the mistress has instructed me to be called Aluo from now on. Allow Biao is an unpleasant name. You really have no talent for naming AS for the Yin element. It is undoubtedly a far more potent elemental ability than fire. It is likely one of the primordial elements of the universe. Jiang Chuan disregarded Allow Biao's rambling. Oh, what makes it so remarkable? Please elaborate, Aluo replied. This is my first encounter with such an element. I can't specify, but it is surely powerful. Jiang Chuan responded, Am I unaware of that? I can't believe I overlooked your most evident nonsense. The remainder of your words is still trivial. Ultimately, it seems I've been too careless. With your level of insight, how dare you say I lack experience? Aluo countered, I am merely stating facts. But I lack experience myself. Jiang Chuan commanded, Disable sensory feedback. Su Man and Shan Jing, observing Jiang Chuan's silly grin, mistakenly believed he was merely disappointed for not mastering the fire elemental abilities. The two individuals offered their comforting words, saying, Brother Chuan, it's all right. If we don't succeed this time, we can always try again next time. Please don't be too upset. Nothing in this world is perfect. Sister Man spoke wisely, adding, Moreover, the fire element crystal core isn't particularly difficult to obtain, and we can freely select element crystal core shortly. Upon hearing their words, Jiang Chuan smiled silently, then lightly snapped his fingers. With a sharp crack, a dark, ink-like flame flickered to life atop his index finger. With a proud expression, he declared to the two women, Indeed, I have failed to comprehend the fire element ability, and even my affinity for the fire element has vanished. But I have now mastered a brand new ability. Yin, the black flame upon Jiang Chuan's fingertip could, astonishingly, alter its temperature according to his will. Yet, the full extent of this Yin element's power remains to be discovered. Su Man was overjoyed at Jiang Chuan's acquisition of this new element, exclaiming with a smile, Oh, Jiang Chuan, how could you make us worry for you? We refuse to entertain any notions of grandeur. Shan Jing looked at the black flame in Jiang Chuan's hand with envy, attempting to mimic his gesture by snapping her fingers. Yet the flame that appeared on her fingertip was merely ordinary fire. How foolish of us to worry that you would feel disheartened for not mastering the fire element. It turns out the jester was none other than myself. Chapter 114. Acquiring Rewards. After Sha Nanjing finished speaking, Jiang Chuan examined her numerical panel. Combat numerical panel name. Sha Nanjing abilities. Elemental ability, physical ability weapon, ordinary resilient longsword strength, 43 agility, 92 stamina, 39 endurance, 40 elemental empowerment, 82 overall combat power, 72 current energy, saturated. Can consume a second-tier crystal core to advance to a second-tier evolver. Ability data panel is element affinity physical. Yes, affinity attributes. Wind, fire wind. Affinity, 10 fire. Affinity, 6 obtained elements. Wind. Fire is special physique. No special ability. None loyalty. 93. After reviewing Sha and Nanjing's data panel, Jiang Chuan gained a deeper appreciation for the strength of his Yin element ability. This ability had created a 20-point disparity in combat power between him and Sha Nanjing, and both were still merely first tier. It is no wonder that those dual ability users from his previous life held themselves in such high regard and were exceptionally powerful. Jiang Chuan addressed Sha Nanjing, saying, Nanjing, you need not belittle yourself. The strength of an ability user is not judged in such a manner. Those evolvers who have also reached energy saturation, even if they were bound together in groups of 10, would not stand a chance against you. Now, let us continue to venture forth. With that, Jiang Chuan opened a white door, leading the way inside. The two women followed closely behind, entering the fifth stage of the hero's trial. This time, the trio found themselves amidst the ruins of a city, which bore the marks of desolation from years of neglect. They stood in a plaza, and the eerie stillness of the square was palpable, devoid of any signs of life. The ground was littered with countless bleached bones and dried bloodstains, while a peculiar, heavy scent permeated the air. How to describe that scent? It was oppressive. Yes, it was an incredibly weighty aroma, reminiscent of billions of lives extinguished, their remains left to decay in the open air, attracting swarms of insects eager to feast. These creatures multiplied in abundance, only to meet their demise, contributing further to the stench of decay. This odor was more nauseating than any Jiang Chuan had encountered during his 10 years in the apocalypse. As the three arrived, the lifeless ruins seemed to awaken that a chorus of horrifying zombie howls echoed from the corners of the plaza. Jiang Chuan tightened his grip on his long knife, cautioning the two women. Be careful. This horde is no ordinary zombie wave from the early days of the apocalypse. Their speed and strength are now comparable to that of normal humans. As he spoke, Jiang Chuan retrieved an elemental energy stone from his spatial ring and handed it to Shan Nanjing, saying, "This is an elemental energy stone. Holding it will rapidly replenish your elemental energy. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from using your abilities." Soon, the plaza was besieged by numerous zombies. Unlike the sluggish creatures from the early apocalypse, these ones charged toward the trio with incredible speed. However, such combat intensity posed no threat to them. The three fought back-to-back, continuously dispatching the incoming zombies in a matter of 20 minutes. The battle concluded predictably. As the trial ended, the zombies retreated like a receding tide. Jiang Chuan, observing the multitude of zombie corpses that remained in the plaza, felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. For each of these zombies harbored crystal cores within them. The sight of the bodies sprawled across the ground was, in Jiang Chuan's eyes, a treasure trove of countless crystal cores. After over an hour of effort, they successfully extracted all the cores. The spatial ring had a unique counting function. And upon placing all the cores inside, Jiang Chuan discovered they had amassed over 1,300 cores. At that moment, he felt that resisting the zombie horde for 20 minutes had been far too brief. If only they could extend the time, it would have been a delight. Congratulations, mighty challengers. You have successfully passed the 5th stage of the hero's trial. Next, please decide whether to enter the 6th stage of the hero's trial. Challenge content. Eliminate 151st tier ordinary zombies. Upon successful completion, all participants will receive a piece of alloy reverse feather battle armor. Enter the trial gate before you to commence the trial. Should you choose to forfeit, you may claim the rewards accumulated from the first 5 stages. Please note, failure to complete the challenge will result in the loss of all previously accumulated rewards. While this stage may seem impossible for ordinary individuals, the three within the secret realm were far from ordinary. After half an hour, they triumphed once more. Congratulations, mighty challengers. You have successfully passed the 6th stage of the hero's trial. As the first team to conquer the hero's trial, you will additionally receive the first completion reward, a growth attribute weapon. Please proceed to claim your rewards one by one. As the system announcement concluded, the pure white room they occupied transformed. Several massive weapon racks emerged from the ground. Following that was the familiar and exhilarating system voice. Please select your reward items from the first stage. Each person may choose one 6th-tier single attribute weapon. Jiang Chuan confidently approached the weapon rack displaying long knives, promptly selecting the Moon Slayer, a weapon he had previously chosen in his past life. The Moon Slayer bore the appearance of a Tang sword, its entire body shimmering with a cold light, exuding an aura of unparalleled sharpness, making it clear to any discerning eye that this was no ordinary blade. As Jiang Chuan grasped the Moon Slayer, he gazed at this old companion, which had accompanied him through the 10 years of the apocalypse. Softly murmuring, "Old friend, we meet again at last," he immediately checked his attribute panel. Combat numerical panel name, Jiang Chuan abilities. Elemental ability, physical ability, special ability weapon. Moon Slayer strength, 65 agility, 143 stamina, 63 endurance, 67 elemental empowerment, 121 overall combat power. 106 ability data panel is element affinity physical. Yes, affinity attributes, dark, lightning, yin dark, affinity, 10 lightning, affinity, 9 yin, affinity, 10 obtained elements. Lightning, fire, yin is special physique. Yes, physique characteristics. Agile physique special ability. Mind reading the first stage of the secret realm was essentially designed for those fortunate enough to discover the trial and choose to challenge its levels. After all, this secret realm was not a true weapon realm. The weapons obtained in a genuine weapon realm will be far more formidable than the Moonslayer. Chapter 115. 3 bracelets after Jiang Chuan selected his weapon. Su Man and Shan Nanjing. Following Jiang Chuan's suggestion, each chose a longsword. Once the trio completed their selections, the appearance of the secret realm shifted once more. The area where the weapon racks had stood transformed into several marble display stands, upon which rested exquisitely crafted small boxes. Next, please select your reward items from the second stage. Each person may choose a pill that enhances a single attribute. The 3 approached the display stands, and the effects of the pills instantly imprinted themselves in their minds. The single attribute pills, crafted by a certain adept race in alchemy, were categorized into strength attribute pills, agility attribute pills, endurance or mental strength attribute pills, and stamina attribute pills. Consuming one would permanently enhance the user's respective attribute by 30%. Each type of attribute pill could only be consumed once. Upon comprehending the effects of the attribute elixir, Jiang Chuan was utterly astonished. He felt that such a reward placed in the second level was exceedingly unreasonable. This was not merely a matter of enhancing a fixed attribute by a small fraction. In other words, if in the future his agility attribute reached a staggering 1,000 points, then under the influence of this elixir, his agility would be augmented by a remarkable 300 points. It could be said that he would become invincible among his peers. No wonder in his previous life, despite his exceptional talent, he always fell short when compared to those true powerhouses. It turned out they had already secured an advantage from the very beginning. After understanding the potency of this elixir, without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chuan opted for the agility attribute elixir. According to the elixir's description, it was most advantageous to select the elixir corresponding to the strongest attribute. As for Su Man, Jiang Chuan advised her to choose the endurance attribute elixir. This was because endurance essentially encompassed mental fortitude. Whether it was Su Man's yet-to-be-acquired light elemental ability or her special ability as a seer, both required substantial mental strength as a foundation. Thus, endurance was of utmost importance to her. Once the 3 had made their selections, the appearance of the secret realm transformed once more, in addition to the well-known elemental attributes. There were numerous rare elemental nuclei from the apocalyptic world displayed at the booth. For instance, elements such as light, thunder, rock, space, shadow, and time were present. The trio stood there, awestruck before the elemental nuclei, when the system's voice resonated again. Next, please select your reward for the 3rd level. Each person may choose any elemental attribute nucleus. As soon as the system's announcement concluded, Jiang Chuan hastily inquired, "Why is there no dark element nucleus? Shouldn't the rewards for this level include all elemental types?" The response came, "Dark element nuclei can only be obtained through personal endeavor. No one can comprehend dark elemental abilities through nuclei given by others." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan urgently asked, "Then where can one acquire the dark element nuclei?" Ding! Congratulations, fortunate challenger. You have activated a hidden level. Please decide whether to forfeit the opportunity to select an elemental nucleus and instead enter the hidden level to obtain a dark element nucleus. When Jiang Chuan heard that the dark element nucleus was finally attainable, he was naturally ecstatic. Adhering to the principle of utmost caution, he quickly asked, "What is the difficulty of the hidden level?" The reply came, "Challenge content. Eliminate a 5th-tier dark element zombie. Upon successful completion, participants will receive a dark element nucleus." Note: this challenge can only be undertaken solo. Enter the trial gate before you to commence the trial. This challenge bears a high difficulty, with a mortality rate of 100. Please consider carefully. After the system's announcement, Jiang Chuan was infuriated, exclaiming, "What the hell? Are you serious? A mortality rate of 100 and you congratulate me? I'm only at the 1st tier and you want to challenge a 5th-tier zombie." The system, unfazed by Jiang Chuan's expletives, continued, "Please choose whether to forfeit the opportunity to select an elemental nucleus and enter the hidden level to acquire a dark element nucleus. Without a moment's thought, Jiang Chuan resolutely declined. Is there even a need to think? I certainly won't be throwing my life away. He then queried, is it true that every heroic trial's secret realm can activate the hidden realm to obtain dark element nuclei? Indeed, as long as you successfully pass the third level, you'll have the chance to activate this hidden realm. Hearing this, Jiang Chuan's anxious heart finally settled. Fortunately, although the documented heroic trial secret realms were not numerous, there were still dozens to hundreds of them. Jiang Chuan's plan was to wait until he had grown stronger and was capable of calling off the challenge before the dark element zombie could eliminate him, thereby entering this so-called hidden realm. Later, Su Man and Shan Jing willingly relinquished their opportunity to select elemental nuclei to Jiang Chuan. After much deliberation, he chose the nuclei of light, space, and rock elements. The light elemental nucleus was naturally prepared for Su Man, as her affinity for light elements had reached 10 points, rendering her incapable of failing to comprehend light elemental abilities. Therefore, Jiang Chuan did not select an additional one as a backup. Subsequently, the trio received reward for the 4th and 5th levels, 3 bottles of elemental ability awakening potions, and 3 primordial holy fruits. After collecting the reward for the 4th and 5th levels, the appearance of the secret realm transformed yet again. Next, please collect your rewards for the 6th level. Each person will receive an alloy reverse feather battle armor. Chapter 116. Lord of the Gods, the 3 were perplexed, wondering why the armor had transformed into a bracelet. The alloy reverse feather battle armor was a combat functional armor developed through advanced civilization's nanotechnology in a non-combat state. It was worn as a bracelet on the wrist and continually improved the wearer's physical abilities, enhancing their combat capability at all times, that if the wearer sustained injuries, the armor would automatically heal them in a non-combat state. Upon entering combat, or through the wearer's mental command, it would swiftly envelop the wearer's body, significantly boosting their defensive capacity. Those with elemental abilities could infuse the armor with their elemental powers, generating alloy wings. These wings would greatly enhance the wearer's combat agility and increase their movement speed, with flying speeds potentially exceeding 5 times the wearer's maximum speed. After grasping all the details of the alloy armor, the system's voice chimed in. The challenger has collected all rewards. The secret realm will close in half a minute. Please exit through the white door before it shuts. This suit of armor was immensely intelligent and exuded a strong sense of technology. Resembling the Iron Man suit from Marvel movies, that IT gleamed in a uniform silver hue and would adjust its shape to fit the trio perfectly, enveloping them securely in the armor while leaving only their faces exposed. Su Man exclaimed in excitement, "Wow, this alloy armor is so cool. I was worried it would look terrible, but it's surprisingly beautiful." Shan Jing echoed her enthusiasm. Right? I was concerned there might be dangers in this secret realm, but I can hardly believe how effortlessly we passed all the challenges. In his previous life, Jiang Chuan had the fortune of witnessing the top-ranked powerhouse, Ice Monarch Chun Hao from Donghu Province, battle while donned in the alloy reverse feather armor. That moment, Jiang Chuan longed to possess such armor, and now that wish had finally been fulfilled. However, he was acutely aware that his ability to breeze through the trials was largely due to his prior advantage, having become an ability user over half a month earlier. This secret realm was merely designed for ordinary individuals, which explained why their challenges seemed so remarkably easy. Once people discovered the secrets of the apocalypse, the difficulty of the trial secret realms would undoubtedly escalate. Moreover, humanity's evolutionary tiers would struggle to keep pace with the zombies. For instance, it was only when second-tier zombies emerged that Jiang Chuan and his companions would have the opportunity to obtain second-tier nuclei and thus become second-tier ability users. The fact that they could successfully navigate this secret realm was largely attributable to their sheer luck. Yet they could not rely on such luck indefinitely. Hence, no matter how strong they became, they must remain vigilant in the face of the apocalypse. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan summoned forth 2 silver metallic wings from his back. That he approached the window, smiling at the 2 women, and said, "Doesn't the alloy reverse feather armor have the ability to sprout wings? Don't you want to experience the sensation of flying in the air?" With that, he opened the window and leaped from the 4th floor of the hotel. The sound of his landing did not echo from outside. Rather, the flapping of wings could be heard. Jiang Chuan glanced back at the two women in the room, chuckling before soaring into the sky above the city. Under the cover of night, three figures with enormous wings appeared in the sky over Guangnan City. Many survivors still within the city witnessed this extraordinary sight, sparking a wave of discussion in various survivor gathering spots throughout Guangnan. In a residential building of certain community, more than a dozen men and women congregated, deliberating on their next course of action. Look, is that an angel? Wow, I can't believe there are actually angels in this world. Am I seeing things? You're not mistaken. I see it too, and not just one, but three. The one in front looks like a man, and the two behind are women. It seems there is still hope in this world. We must strive to survive. I declare that from today onwards, our doomsday cult will officially be renamed the Angel Cult. A boy cornered on a balcony, besieged by zombies, also witnessed this scene that he felt that it was a sign from the heavens, reigniting the flame of hope within him. He pulled out a pair of binoculars from his backpack, starting to assess the distribution of zombies in the nearby blocks, resolutely deciding to make a bold move the following day. But a man and a woman found themselves ensnared on the rooftop of a towering building, besieged by a horde of zombies. The man, casting a predatory glance at the bound woman before him, smirked as he prepared to unfasten his belt. Since our time is limited, he sneered, why not indulge ourselves before the end? The woman thrashed desperately against her bindings, crying out, Li Mu, what are you doing? I am your sister-in-law. The man erupted into laughter. Isn't that precisely what makes it amusing? Despite her futile struggles, the woman could not escape the ropes that held her captive. Tears streaming down her face as she yelled, You beast! You shall meet a dire fate for this. If you dare touch me, I will die before your eyes. The man continued to cackle. In this world, all the good have perished. Have you forgotten how my elder brother met his end? He was bitten by a zombie while trying to save you. High above, Jiang Chuan heard the woman's cries and looked down to witness the horrifying scene. Recognizing the woman as a unique elemental ability user capable of controlling plant growth, she was in essence a mobile crop ripening machine, able to swiftly provide sustenance for her base, although she could only ripen a limited amount of crops alone. Her capabilities were undeniably significant. In his previous life, she had resided in the survivor base of Shananjing, where Jiang Chuan had crossed paths with her, though he did not know her name. Just as the man was about to fully disrobe, a fierce gust of wind announced Jiang Chuan's arrival as he descended gracefully beside them. The pair was taken aback by his sudden appearance, the man halting his assault on the woman. Moments later, Su Man and Shananjing also descended from above. Although the man's actions had ceased, the two women could still discern his intentions. Their anger towards him palpable. They loathed such brutish men who preyed on women, wishing fervently that Jiang Chuan would eliminate him on the spot. The man, swallowing nervously and wiping his eyes, knelt before them, trembling as he stammered, Divine Lord, I was momentarily blinded by folly. I swear it shall not happen again. Chapter 117. The wooden fish-head Jiang Chuan turned to the woman, whose attire was now tattered, and inquired, Who is this man? His name is Li Mu. He is my brother-in-law, she replied. What do you think we should do with such a man? Upon learning that this man had dared to assault her sister-in-law, Su Man's disdain for him surged. She recognized Jiang Chuan's character and knew that this man would not escape unscathed. Brother Chuan, you decide. I will follow your lead. Shananjing hesitated, stating, according to Brother Chuan's established rules, a man like this deserves death. However, perhaps we should consider the circumstances before passing judgment. Upon hearing Shananjing's words, the man began to fervently bow and plead for mercy, but no one paid him any heed. His forehead struck the ground with a resounding thud, soon drawing blood. I was truly lost in madness. I will never dare again, sister-in-law. Please intercede on my behalf. You know, I am usually obedient. My brother's death has left me shattered. Jiang Chuan ignored the man's pleas and addressed Shananjing. You are right. According to my rules, such a man should indeed be executed. However, you are mistaken about one thing. We do not have the luxury of time to see if this man will repent. The apocalypse offers no second chances. That I entrust you with the task of executing him. Perhaps in her previous life, Shananjing had been too ruthless towards men like him, creating a stark contrast with her current self. Jiang Chuan sensed that this version of Sha Nanjing lacked the iron-willed coldness of her past. Excessive compassion often proved to be the most dreadful poison in the apocalypse. He did not wish for her to become a woman overwhelmed by sympathy under his protection. Having decided to pursue a future with her, he needed her to become someone willing to wield blood to establish and maintain order. As for Su Man, Jiang Chuan held no concerns. Her unique ability as a seer had already instilled unwavering loyalty and support for his decisions. Noticing Sha Nanjing's lingering uncertainty, he continued, "Have you forgotten the 2 men in your home when we found you? To me, this man is no different from them. He simply lacks their audacity." Compassion is not inherently bad, but misplaced compassion only brings suffering to the innocent. In the apocalypse, excessive compassion does not garner gratitude. It merely exposes one as weak and foolish had we not arrived in time. The woman's fate would have been dire. After absorbing Jiang Chuan's words, Sha Nanjing bit her lip in silence. She understood he was right. Allowing such a man to live would only endanger more lives. The apocalypse does not grant second chances, and waiting until after a crime has been committed to punish the wrongdoer is merely closing the barn door after the horse has bolted. Resolutely, she approached the kneeling man. Seeing that pleading was futile, the man sprang to his feet and attempted to flee. Though Sha Nanjing appeared frail, she had surpassed the second tier of evolution, even rivaling third-tier evolutionists. Having already condemned the man to death in her mind, he stood no chance of survival. With a shriek that pierced the night sky, the man plummeted from the rooftop. A thunderous crash echoed as his body struck the ground, followed swiftly by a horde of zombies surging toward his corpse, ravenously devouring him. Within 2 minutes, nothing remained but a pile of bones, erasing any trace of his existence in this world. The woman, still bound on the ground, was left in shock by the actions of Jiang Chuan and his companions, although her brother-in-law deserved his fate. Being discarded by the strikingly beautiful woman who resembled an angel filled her with terror. As Jiang Chuan's gaze fell upon her, she began to shake her head frantically, pleading, "Please, do not kill me." Jiang Chuan had no intention of harming her. Instead, he untied her bonds and informed her of the survivor base he had established on the outskirts of the city. If she was willing to contribute to its construction, he would take her there. The woman, her voice barely above a whisper, asked, "How many people are in your base?" "Over 100. They are all survivors from Guangnan City. Think carefully if you decide to join us. We will help you leave." She stared blankly at Jiang Chuan and then at the 2 women behind him, who were as ethereal as fairies, and hesitantly asked, "Are you angels?" "No, we are human, just like you. But we are far more powerful. If you are willing to contribute, I can help you gain strength akin to ours." The woman, glancing between Jiang Chuan and the 2 women, misinterpreted his offer, her face flushing with embarrassment. Realizing her misunderstanding, Jiang Chuan felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Not misconstrue my words. I mean that if you follow me and work alongside the other survivors to build the base, I can help you attain the same powers we possess. That I did not misinterpret. My name is Zhang Yunyan, and I am willing to join in establishing a new home. After Zhang Yunyan donned the clothes Jiang Chuan had given her, he, along with Su Man and Sha Nanjing, departed the building. Su Man carried Zhang Yunyan on her back, unaware that if Zhang Yunyan learned of Su Man's past as the revered Empress of Holy Light, she would be utterly astonished. Wang Pengzi, Jiang Chuan's closest friend, would undoubtedly be overjoyed if he would comprehend a powerful ability. Jiang Chuan intended to bring Zhang Yunyan along, planning for Wang Pengzi to arrange a separate room for her. Upon reaching the lobby on the first floor, Jiang Chuan found Wang Pengzi engaged in discussion with several individuals who had guarded the hotel alongside him. "Fat brother, those 3 bird-like creatures are indeed flying towards us. Should we not inform the boss?" "Nonsense." Lao Jiang said that regardless of how crucial the matter is, we must wait until he descends himself. My brother is simply a blockhead. He rarely has a moment of clarity and is currently preoccupied with significant affairs. No matter the situation, no one is allowed upstairs until he comes down. It's merely a few new zombie variants. What are you so afraid of? I've seen far more perilous scenes with me here. What is there to fear? Chapter 118. I want to be Zhang Yiyan's devotee, as Wang Tianlong spoke. He had his back turned to Jiang Chuan, but he was oblivious to the fact that Jiang Chuan had already approached the staircase, where a few of Wang Pengzi's acquaintances, who shared a good rapport with him, were incessantly coughing to remind Wang Pengzi of Jiang Chuan's presence. However, Wang Pengzi remained completely ignorant. Upon hearing Wang Pengzi's words, Jiang Chuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This guy had actually remembered his embarrassing moments so vividly. Thankfully, Su Man and Shan'an Jing had not descended the stairs. Jiang Chuan cleared his throat to mask his awkwardness and said, "Pengzi, shut your mouth. Why do you have to blurt out everything?" Upon noticing Jiang Chuan standing behind him, Wang Pengzi shrank his neck and awkwardly chuckled. "Ah, times have changed. Old Jiang is still impressive, effortlessly winning over two such beautiful fairy-like girls." Haha. After Wang Pengzi finished speaking, Jiang Chuan chose not to elaborate. If he were to force an explanation at this moment, he would truly appear foolish, but he swiftly changed the subject and said, "Pengzi, just now, I sent Li Yunfeng to scout. He is the northeastern fellow we encountered on the 4th floor. He spotted 3-winged humanoid creatures flying towards us, and it seemed they had captured a human. That I wonder where these bird-like beings came from. Don't be alarmed. That was me and your sister-in-law." After finishing his statement, Jiang Chuan realized that Wang Pengzi seemed to be entirely uninterested in what he had said, instead staring blankly at Zhang Yuyan, who was standing behind Jiang Chuan. Once Jiang Chuan concluded his words, Wang Pengzi asked, completely off topic, "Old Jiang, could this lady also be your sister-in-law?" Zhang Yuyan, suddenly confronted by a group of unfamiliar faces gazing at her, felt her shyness intensify upon hearing Wang Pengzi's question, causing her face to redden even further. Jiang Chuan waved his hand to clarify, but Wang Pengzi suddenly seemed to comprehend. "Huh, when did you all leave? We've been in the hall the entire time and didn't see you depart." Jiang Chuan, feeling helpless, thought for a moment, and a pair of metallic wings unfolded from his back. Apart from Zhang Yuyan, who had already witnessed Jiang Chuan's metallic wings, everyone present was left utterly astonished. Wang Pengzi approached, curiously examining Jiang Chuan's metallic wings, and after swallowing hard, he exclaimed, "Wow, this is incredible. Old Jiang, have you ascended to godhood?" Having praised Jiang Chuan, Wang Pengzi then moved alongside Zhang Yuyan, showing no interest in the supernatural abilities. Jiang Chuan continued to watch Wang Tianlong's antics with an expression of disbelief as he saw Wang Pengzi approach Zhang Yuyan. Grinning like a fool, "Beautiful lady, my name is Wang Tianlong, and I'm the boss here. Are you hungry or thirsty? Would you like something to eat? In this place, I'll look out for you." Zhang Yuyan, puzzled, glanced at Wang Pengzi and then at Jiang Chuan, saying, "But I feel like he's the real boss here." Wang Pengzi, unabashedly grinning, replied, "Ah, he's the boss, and I'm the leader. We have our own domains. It is not contradictory. Beautiful lady, what do you like to eat? I'll have the chef prepare something for you." This was the first time Jiang Chuan had witnessed Wang Pengzi so openly express his affection for a woman. It seemed that Li Ting had indeed influenced Wang Pengzi significantly over the past few days. However, this version of Wang Pengzi was precisely what Jiang Chuan wished to see, unlike the burdened and melancholic Wang Pengzi of his previous life. After discerning Wang Pengzi's intentions through his gaze, Jiang Chuan called him aside. Reluctantly, Wang Pengzi looked at Zhang Yuyan before saying, after stepping aside with old Jiang, Wang Pengzi inquired softly, "Pengzi, have you taken a liking to her?" Wang Pengzi scratched his head, admitting, "Yeah, in this post-apocalyptic world, it's rare to see someone I like that I want to pursue her properly." "Old Jiang, you don't fancy her too, do you?" "What?" Wang Pengzi leaned closer to Jiang Chuan and whispered, "A married woman. That's the kind of woman that truly has allure." Jiang Chuan was taken aback, exclaiming, "What the hell? I'm not into that. You're slandering me. Don't go spreading rumors." He then added, "Didn't you always prefer innocent and cute girls?" Why the sudden change in taste? Wang Pengzi lit a cigarette, feigning a melancholic demeanor as he mused. A man must experience certain events before truly understanding what he desires. The more one learns, the more disappointment one feels towards their past self. Perhaps this is the price of growth. Jiang Chuan rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. "Give me a break. I know exactly what kind of person you are. It seems Li Ting is quite remarkable. What on earth happened during my absence that transformed you from a pure-hearted romantic into someone akin to a rogue? Wang Pengzi chuckled, revealing his true self. Indeed, quite a bit has transpired. She made me realize that as a man, one should be bold. The bolder one is, the greater the rewards. As long as you have enough courage, happiness will follow, Jiang Chuan cautioned Wang Pengzi. Pengzi, this lady is named Zhang Yuyan. She is a talent for building the base. You mustn't abandon her halfway. If we lose such a talent, I won't know where to find another. Wang Pengzi grinned mischievously. Rest assured, I genuinely like this vivacious young woman, and as long as she reciprocates my feelings, I promise to treat her well. I'll strive to be an exceptional, a remarkable warrior. Jiang Chuan then halted Wang Pengzi. Retrieving the special ability awakening potion he had obtained from the secret realm from his spatial backpack, Wang Pengzi gazed at the uniquely shaped vial in Jiang Chuan's hand, perplexed. Old Jiang, what is this? Chapter 119. Has it begun? It has ended. Jiang Chuan looked at Wang Pengzi earnestly and replied, this is a precious item known as the ability awakening potion that IT can grant you elemental abilities, transforming you from an ordinary evolver into an ability user. Elemental abilities? What are those? Jiang Chuan patiently explained the differences between ability users and evolvers, as well as the immense power of elemental abilities and the role of the awakening potion. After Jiang Chuan finished, Wang Pengzi stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the potion. What the hell? Is it really that impressive? I thought evolvers were unbeatable, but it turns out ability users are even more formidable. Old Jiang. May I call you father? Jiang Chuan chuckled. Enough with the flattery. I don't have a son like you. But honestly, I have no idea how long it will take for this potion to take effect. Once it does, I will help you obtain an ability crystal core, so you can become an ability user like me. After swallowing the evolution potion, Wang Pengzi exclaimed excitedly, so once I have abilities, can I soar through the skies like you? Jiang Chuan, looking at Wang Pengzi with a bemused expression, remarked, it seems you weren't paying attention to what I just said, that I mentioned that everyone's abilities may differ. I can fly, but you might not be able to. After saying this, Jiang Chuan took out a small cloth bag from his spatial backpack and handed it to Wang Pengzi. Pengzi, here are 100 ordinary crystal cores. Take your time to absorb them. Zhang Yuyan has the potential to become an evolver as well. You should give her one of the cores, but don't mention that it's from me. Wang Pengzi accepted the bag with a grin, saying, Old Jiang, the best decision I've made in this life is to be your brother. It's simply too rewarding. Wang Pengzi declared before swaggering over to Zhang Yuyan. Beautiful lady, old Jiang mentioned your name is Yuyan, right? I really like that name. Hello, I am Zhang Yuyan. I am older than you, so you can just call me Sister Zhang, that I'm Wang Tianlong. Please, for the sake of my brothers, call me Brother Tianlong. You can simply call me Tianlong from now on. All right, Brother Tianlong, by the way, what do you like to eat? I'll have the chef prepare something for you. Just some noodles would be fine. Do you have any water? I'm a bit thirsty. Old Li, hurry up and bring over that bottle of my treasured alpine spring water. Thank you, Brother Tianlong. Yin, you're being too formal that we're all family here. There's no need for thanks. And from now on, just call me Tianlong. All right, Brother Tianlong, as Jiang Chuan observed Wang Pengzi bustling about in front of Zhang Yuyan. He recalled the scene from his previous life when Wang Pengzi had recklessly charged into a horde of zombies to ensure his own safe escape. He murmured to himself, Pengzi, being your brother is truly invaluable. Rest assured, since you have taken a liking to this woman, I shall undoubtedly assist you in winning her over. Jiang Chuan then turned his attention to Wang Tianlong and opened his data panel. Battle Statistics Panel Name, Wang Tianlong Ability, None, Generating, Weapon, None Strength, 28 Agility, 21 Stamina, 24 Endurance, 22 Elemental Empowerment, 0 Overall Combat Power, 26 Ability Data Panel Elemental Affinity Physique, Yes Affinity Attribute, Unknown, Generating, Acquired Elements, None Special Physique, No Special Ability, None Loyalty, 97 Indeed. The elemental ability Awakening Potion had already begun to take effect within Wang Tianlong's body, much to Jiang Chuan's relief. Upon noticing Wang Pengzi's meager overall combat power of merely 26, Jiang Chuan suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of superiority in his own strength. He retrieved 3 single attribute pills obtained from the secret realm, 2 agility-enhancing pills, one of which he gave to Shan Nanjing, while keeping the other for himself. The endurance-enhancing pill was designated for Su Man. After the three consumed the pills, they immediately felt a notable change in their physical condition. Jiang Chuan was pleasantly surprised that the effects of the pills manifested so swiftly. He opened his own data panel to admire it. Yes, it was indeed admiration that in his previous life, he had been so weak, yet in this life he stood atop the pinnacle of humanity's combat prowess. Each time Jiang Chuan gazed at his data panel, a sense of reassurance washed over him, affirming that all he had experienced was undeniably real. Battle Statistics Panel Name: Jiang Chuan Ability, Elemental Ability, Physique Ability, Special Ability Weapon, Moonslayer Armor, Alloy Reverse Feather Strength, 66 Agility, 189 Stamina, 66 Endurance, 68 Elemental Empowerment, 121 Overall Combat Power, 119 Ability Data Panel Elemental Affinity Physique, Yes Affinity Attribute, Dark, Thunder, Flame Dark, Affinity Level, 10 Thunder, Affinity Level, 9 Flame, Affinity Level, 10 Acquired Elements, Thunder, Fire, Flame Special Physique, Yes Physique Characteristics, Agility Type Special Ability, Telepathy in Jiang Chuan's previous understanding. His current combat statistics far exceeded the limits of a first-tier ability user, yet they had not reached the limits of his own first-tier physique. It appeared that this dark elemental ability was indeed extraordinary, allowing his physique to surpass the limits of a first-tier evolver by a considerable margin. With merely a week having passed since the onset of the apocalypse, Jiang Chuan had unwittingly advanced far beyond ordinary evolvers, marking an exceptionally fortuitous beginning. Next, Jiang Chuan took out a light elemental ability crystal core and handed it to Su Man. This is your first time entering the elemental illusion. The flow of time within the illusion differs from that of the real world. 7 days in the illusion equates to merely 1 hour in reality. Therefore, if you cannot comprehend the light elemental ability in a short time, do not worry. With Su Man's light elemental affinity reaching a remarkable level of 10, Jiang Chuan was confident she would grasp the ability without difficulty. After receiving the crystal core from Jiang Chuan, Su Man nodded and assured him, "Brother Chuan, rest assured, I will not let you down." Subsequently, Su Man mimicked Jiang Chuan's posture, sitting cross-legged on the large bed. After consuming the crystal core, she swiftly closed her eyes. Jiang Chuan and Shan Nanjing sat nearby in quiet anticipation, ensuring that Su Man would not be disturbed by external factors before successfully comprehending her elemental ability. Given the rarity of the light elemental ability, no ordinary crystal core could compare. Just as Jiang Chuan settled into his chair, Su Man suddenly opened her eyes. Observing her, Jiang Chuan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What's wrong? Man, why have you not entered the illusion yet?" Su Man's expression was one of astonishment as she responded, But I've already comprehended the elemental ability. I've been in the illusion for nearly half an hour." Jiang Chuan stared at Su Man, taken aback, contemplating, "Goodness, is this the power of the Holy Light Empress? I barely sat down, and she has already completed her comprehension." Chapter 120. Marrying you in the future. Jiang Chuan immediately examined Su Man's battle statistics panel. Battle statistics panel name: Su Man Ability, Elemental Ability, Special Ability Weapon, Starfall Sword Armor, Alloy Reverse Feather Strength, 39 Agility, 42 Stamina, 40 Endurance, 53 Special Empowerment, 72 Elemental Empowerment, 36 Overall Combat Power, 82 Current Energy, is saturated. Can consume a second-tier crystal core to advance to a second-tier evolver. Ability Data Panel Elemental Affinity Physique, Yes Affinity Attribute, Light Affinity Level, 10 Acquired Elements, Light Special Physique, No Special Ability, Profit Loyalty, 100 due to the light element being unsuitable for direct combat. Su Man's elemental empowerment value was not high. However, with her comprehension of the light element, her endurance value increased, and her weaponry was upgraded, resulting in a remarkable boost of 27 points to her overall combat statistics. For someone whose elemental ability leaned toward support, this was a significant achievement, underscoring the formidable nature of the secret realm within Room 306. Yet Jiang Chuan understood that this time, he had leveraged his identity as a reborn individual to acquire formidable combat power ahead of time, thus benefiting immensely from the secret realm. future secret realms with immense opportunities would not be so effortlessly gratifying. Having reviewed Su Man's combat data, Jiang Chuan felt genuine happiness for her, as she had successfully begun her transformation from a purely supportive ability user into a powerful female warrior, all with his assistance. However, he also felt a twinge of sorrow for her. As a light-type ability, user could easily remain sheltered at the back of the team, avoiding any engagement in battle. Yet Su Man chose to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Chuan, striving to alleviate his burdens. Reflecting on this, Jiang Chuan disregarded the presence of Sha Nanjing and embraced Su Man, gently saying, Man, thank you. Your ability is not suited for combat. You truly need not exert yourself so much. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words tinged with regret, Su Man replied tenderly, Brother Chuan, you never need to feel sorry. Following in your footsteps is a choice I made willingly. No matter how arduous it may be, I find it worthwhile. Jiang Chuan did not desire Su Man to possess overwhelming combat prowess. Rather, he wished for her to stand independently in the apocalypse without relying on others' strength. Only the strong could survive more effectively in such dire times that, of course, as long as Su Man wished, she could always remain the gentle woman behind Jiang Chuan, serving as his loyal support. Jiang Chuan had often contemplated the possibility of living a fulfilling life in the apocalypse with the people he cherished, relinquishing his ambition to establish a base. Yet whenever he thought of individuals like Wang Pengzi, Gao Yutong, and Su Chanfeng, who might be eternally buried in the apocalypse due to his choices, he found it difficult to abandon his resolve to establish a base. Some might argue that in the apocalypse, merely surviving alongside one's beloved is sufficient. Others may perceive Jiang Chuan's aspiration to create a base to protect those whose morality and conscience remain intact as absurd. What Jiang Chuan sought might indeed be what many were gradually forsaking. However, please do not mock, for every individual grows in different environments, undergoes various experiences, and occupies distinct heights. Thus, the paths each chooses may also differ. Regardless of the path chosen, those who steadfastly advance towards their goals deserve respect. As the saying goes, there exists but one true form of heroism: to recognize the challenges in achieving a goal and yet resolutely choose to pursue it. This is the essence of aspiration. After Jiang Chuan embraced Su Man for 2 or 3 minutes, she gently patted his back and softly remarked, Brother Chuan, Nanjing is still here. Jiang Chuan gazed into Su Man's eyes, continuing to speak tenderly, You are my openly acknowledged girlfriend. What is wrong with me embracing you? After finishing his sentence, Jiang Chuan earnestly added, I will marry you as my wife in the future. Upon hearing his words, Su Man felt a surge of joy within her. However, this left Sha Nanjing, who was nearby, quite distressed. Sha Nanjing was genuinely furious, yet she found herself at a loss for a valid reason or identity to confront Jiang Chuan. All she could do was gaze enviously at Su Man, thinking to herself how wonderful it would have been if she had gotten to know Jiang Chuan first. After releasing Su Man, Jiang Chuan glanced at Sha Nanjing's data panel. Battle data panel name: Sha Nanjing abilities. Elemental ability, physical ability weapon, rainbow sword armor, alloy reverse feather strength, 43 agility, 123 stamina, 39 endurance, 40 elemental empowerment, 92 comprehensive combat power, 94 current energy, saturated. Capable of consuming a second-tier crystal core to advance to a second-tier evolver. Ability data panel is elementally affinitive. Yes, affinity attributes: wind, fire, wind affinity, 10 fire affinity, 6 obtained elements, wind. Fire is special constitution, no special abilities, none loyalty. 93 Jiang Chuan was quite pleased with the gains from the secret realm, as it had directly enhanced the comprehensive combat power of the three of them by 30 to 50%. After a night of silence, Jiang Chuan still opted to sleep on the sofa. The next morning before dawn, he rose and made his way to the first floor hall, where he encountered Wang Pengzi, who had also just awakened. After exchanging greetings, Jiang Chuan opened Wang Pengzi's data panel and was pleasantly surprised to discover that Wang Pengzi had fortuitously awakened a metallic elemental ability. Even more astonishing was the fact that his affinity for the metallic element reached a remarkable 10 points. Without hesitation, Jiang Chuan retrieved a metallic elemental ability crystal core from his spatial ring. one he had acquired during his search for firearms at the police station. He handed over the long knife he had previously discarded to Wang Pengzi. To Wang Pengzi's astonishment, he found he could control the long knife's flight through sheer will. This thrilled him immensely, having just grasped his newfound abilities. Zhang Yunyan had also evolved under Wang Pengzi's patient guidance the previous day. When Zhang Yunyan, now an evolver, entered the first-floor hall, Wang Pengzi eagerly showcased his newfound skills before her. Originally, he intended to demonstrate sword flight for her, but alas, his elemental control was still insufficient, and his weight rendered the long knife immobile beneath his feet. Witnessing Wang Pengzi's comical predicament, Zhang Yunyan, who had been feeling rather downcast, finally managed to break into a rare smile. Chapter 121. A transformative base. Shortly after Wang Pengzi comprehended his metallic elemental ability, everyone in the hotel awoke, as Jiang Chuan had announced plans to take them to the survivor base. Everyone, including the captives, was filled with excitement. Jiang Chuan had assured the captives that upon entering the base, if they performed well and contributed positively, they would have the opportunity to become ordinary residents of the base, and even the chance to evolve into powerful evolvers. There were nearly 40 individuals in total at the hotel. In the underground parking lot, they set out in no fewer than 10 off-road vehicles, making their grand way towards the research institute on the outskirts of the city. As the zombies and mutated creatures had already congregated in the city, the group did not encounter any significant horde along the way. Whenever they did face a blocking swarm, Wang Pengzi eagerly volunteered to confront them. His sole intention was to impress Zhang Yunyan with his prowess. Each time he unleashed his abilities, he insisted on assigning his moves delightfully exaggerated names, vocally declaring them as if to amplify their impact. Overwhelming the army. Fat Dragon conquers the heavens. Invincible, death-defying slashes. This left the survivors in the convoy utterly astonished. They had never witnessed an ability user before, and each one regarded Wang Tianlong as a divine figure. Wow. Brother Pengzi is simply extraordinary. If only he had revealed this skill earlier. Liu Yong and his gang wouldn't have dared to challenge us. Do you remember that movie called X-Men? I think Brother Pengzi's ability resembles that of an old bald guy in it. What bald guy? That's Magneto. But who do you think is stronger, Brother Pengzi or Brother Chuan? I reckon it should be Brother Pengzi. He can manipulate metal. Such an impressive skill must be hard to counter. Nonsense. I believe it should be Brother Chuan. I feel like Brother Pengzi holds a deep respect for him. Wang Pengzi reveled in the praise from the crowd. However, when they encountered the fourth wave of zombies, his bravado faltered. Although he wished to maintain his facade, he could only send a few subordinates to handle that wave of zombies. Jiang Chuan understood that Wang Pengzi, despite his bluster, was astute enough to learn from this experience. Hence, Jiang Chuan quietly observed Wang Pengzi's antics without intervening to halt his foolishness. Jiang Chuan shared a vehicle with the two women, driving while Su Man and Shan Nanjing sat in the back seat. Throughout the journey, Shan Nanjing's mood remained low. Jiang Chuan noticed the cause of her discontent, yet he refrained from offering her comfort. He genuinely held affection for Shan Nanjing, but if the time came for him to choose between the two women, he would undoubtedly select Su Man without hesitation. If Shan Nanjing sought to possess Jiang Chuan exclusively, he could only express his regrets. The roads had been cleared by Jiang Chuan and the others the day before, and with Wang Pengzi acting as the vanguard against the zombies, the convoy soon arrived at the research institute. About 200 to 300 meters away from the institute, a group of 4 to 5 individuals blocked their path. A young man with a gun slung across his back approached the convoy, notebook in hand. Striding confidently toward them, he slapped the hood of the first vehicle, instructing, "Lower the window. Do you understand the rules? Which district are you from? What was your previous occupation? How many people are in your convoy? You won't be allowed into the base until we finish the registration. That I warn you, do not lie, or you might find yourselves fed to the zombies." The individual blocking their path was a member of the second combat team, and Jiang Chuan had a slight recollection of him. Due to the lighting, the man could not discern Jiang Chuan's features from outside the window. However, when Jiang Chuan rolled down the window, the man was taken aback upon recognizing him and immediately snapped to attention. Saluting second combat team member Shen Guang, reporting to Captain Jiang. Jiang Chuan was quite pleased with Shen Guang's earnest attitude. He nodded and asked, "Report to Captain Jiang. We have a total of 143 individuals. including 83 male survivors and 60 female survivors. Jiang Chuan nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "This convoy consists of my people, 37 in total, with 22 males and 15 females." Shen Guang quickly waved his hand, saying, "Captain Zhang, you don't need to report to me. We only register outsiders. Your group doesn't require any reporting." Jiang Chuan took a cigarette from his spatial ring and handed it to Shen Guang, saying, "Without rules, nothing can be established. You're doing well. Keep it up. Share this cigarette with your comrades." Subsequently, the convoy rolled into the research institute. The base was bustling with activity as people hurried about, each fulfilling their roles, creating a lively atmosphere at that moment. The research institute resembled a grand construction site. Surrounding it were trenches dug by Jiang Chuan's arrangement with Yang Yongnian, which had begun to show results. The trench at the front of the base was complete, and the excavation work on the side trench was nearing its endpoint. 13 excavators were tirelessly working within the trenches, which had reached depths exceeding 7 meters, while trucks transported the excavated soil out of the base. Numerous vehicles were bringing in cement, sand, bricks, gravel, and steel bars, with 60 to 70 men constructing walls that were 4 layers high. Among them were those who had initially followed Jiang Chuan to this place, alongside many unfamiliar faces. After disembarking, Wang Pengzi approached Jiang Chuan, incredulous, exclaiming, "Wow, Lao Jiang, is this really the base you established? It's astonishing. Where on earth did you find all these people?" Jiang Chuan looked at Wang Pengzi with bemusement, responding, "What do you mean? Did you think I conjured them from thin air?" Wang Pengzi glanced between Jiang Chuan and the base, stammering, What on earth have you been up to these past few days?" Just as Wang Pengzi finished speaking, a voice from within the team, Li Ting, exclaimed in surprise, "My heavens, that bald man in the white vest. I ascend the Director Luo from the Urban Planning Bureau. Why is he here, carrying cement bags?" Chapter 122. Caught peeking at the Empress bathing, Jiang Chuan glanced at Luo Yujun, who was laboriously carrying a bag of cement, and said casually, after finishing my words. Jiang Chuan made his way towards Yang Yongnian, who was standing at the center of the construction site, directing the workers. Upon approaching Yang Yongnian, Jiang Chuan inquired, "Old Yang, where have Su Chunfeng and Lao Gao gone? Did I not instruct them to cooperate fully with your construction efforts?" Yang Yongnian, upon seeing Jiang Chuan, chuckled and stepped forward, saying, Jiang Chuan nodded and then called out, "Alo, is it dangerous for you to go out?" Alo replied, "I told you, I'm now called Alo. Rest assured, your subordinates take my opinions quite seriously. You can trust the route I arranged. There will absolutely be no mishaps. The anomalous zombies have gathered in the city center these past 2 days. The ordinary zombies we encounter now are merely delivering provisions." Jiang Chuan cautioned, "Be sure to prioritize your safety. That if you encounter any danger, report to me immediately, and I will rush to your aid." Alo responded, "All right, in just 31 minutes, we shall return triumphant." Jiang Chuan remarked, "Shouldn't you be grateful for my concern? Why are you so straightforward today?" Alo retorted, "It's just that I have no one else to chat with. So I intentionally sought a topic to discuss with you. Enough of this. I must strategize for the survivors." Jiang Chuan commanded, "Shield the sensors." As Alo entered the room, he unexpectedly collided with Jiang Chuan, who was peering at the bathroom door, curious about what lay within. Alo, with an inquisitive expression, asked, "Master, what are you doing leaning against the bathroom door? By the way, where are the mistress and sister Nanjing?" Jiang Chuan, having become overly engrossed and thus relaxed his guard at his own base, hurriedly shifted to the sofa upon seeing Alo that Alo's voice was rather loud, and as he finished speaking, the sound of water in the bathroom noticeably decreased. Jiang Chuan thought to himself, "Oh no, this is a disaster. My hard-earned glorious image is at stake. Su Man and Nanjing are bathing. Why are you so eager to find me? Why not communicate with me directly?" Alo, feeling wronged, replied, "I wish I could, but you have blocked me. Moreover, this matter isn't of utmost importance. I lack the authority to initiate contact with you." After Alo spoke, the bathroom door swung open, and Su Man and Shan Nanjing emerged. Already dressed, Su Man, her face flushed crimson, said nothing, while Shan Nanjing regarded Jiang Chuan with a gaze that seemed to devour him, reminiscent of the look she had when she dealt with a perverse man in her previous life, sending shivers down Jiang Chuan's spine. After a prolonged silence, Shan Nanjing finally scoffed. Creepy. Jiang Chuan shot a glare at Alo and irritably demanded, Speak. What is it you need? Although Alo was a highly advanced artificial intelligence, he possessed little understanding of human emotions and looked quizzically between Jiang Chuan and the two women, saying, If you wanted to see the sisters bathing, you could simply open the door. Why are you getting angry at me now? Before Alo could finish his sentence, Jiang Chuan hastily covered his mouth and, with a sheepish smile towards the two women who were now at the vanity, chuckled, Hee hee, children speak without restraint. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan communicated with Alo in his mind, for he truly did not dare to converse verbally with this seemingly dim-witted AI. Jiang Chuan said, You don't understand. The thrill lies in being open about it, not sneaking around. Now, let's skip the bathing issue and get straight to why you sought me out. Alo replied, Hee master, I am here to present you with a surprise. Jiang Chuan retorted, What the hell? Do you call this a surprise? Is this what you consider a surprise? Alo explained, Of course, this is not the surprise I meant. I have a second surprise that I guarantee you will appreciate. Come with me. I have something remarkable to show you. Jiang Chuan sighed, I will trust you once more. I hope you can live up to expectations. Soon, Alo led Jiang Chuan to the playground outside the Research Institute. There, over 30 individuals led by the 1st Combat Squad stood gathered. Most importantly, several of these individuals were quite familiar to Jiang Chuan. They were formidable figures from Shan Nanjing's base in his previous life. Given that her base was not far from Guangnan City, a significant portion of the top 200-strong individuals from her base hailed from Guangnan City. For Alo, locating these individuals through subtle clues was no stroke of luck, but rather a manageable task. The sour expression on Jiang Chuan's face finally eased, and he nodded at Alo, saying, You did well this time. I will begrudgingly consider this a redemption. Time passed swiftly, and dinner hour approached. Under Jiang Chuan's arrangement, the evening meal was particularly lavish. His motives were threefold: to welcome Wang Pengzi, to uplift the morale of the survivors in preparation for the impending zombie tide in 3 days, and to enhance the loyalty of the members within the base. At this moment, Alo was stationed at the entrance of the base, tasked with determining who was qualified to enter the Research Institute and enjoy the luxurious dinner on the 2nd floor, and who would be relegated to eating plain rice outside and crammed into the underground garage on the negative 2nd floor of the Research Institute. Alo, who enjoyed interacting with humans, willingly accepted this task from Jiang Chuan, even perceiving it as a reward. Behind him stood 5 combat team members led by Shen Guang, assisting him in maintaining order. With armed personnel present, no one dared to oppose Alo's decisions. Jiang Chuan's criteria were straightforward. Individuals with a loyalty of 60 or above could enter the Research Institute. Those previously assigned duties with a loyalty of 50 could also enter. Individuals with special skills contributing to the base or those qualified to become evolvers needed a loyalty of 30 to gain entry. As everyone queued for Alo's review, a particularly discordant female voice suddenly rang out from the front of the line. You little brat, on what grounds do you deny me entry? Do you know who I am? If Jiang Chuan doesn't see me shortly, you're done for. I can't fathom why Jiang Chuan would let a child handle such matters. Chapter 123. The time to contribute to the base has arrived. The woman causing the ruckus at the entrance was Li Ting. Her loyalty score was merely 43, so Alo naturally would not allow her entry into the Research Institute. Upon hearing her outburst, Shen Guang showed no leniency. He placed his hand on his gun and addressed her. The captain has stated that we have the authority to expel anyone who does not abide by the rules. If you refuse to heed our warnings, we are authorized to eliminate you. I advise you to leave. Many were denied entry into the Research Institute, including several who had initially accompanied Jiang Chuan there, such as Su Qinfeng's brother, Su Qinyu, who found himself similarly barred. After hearing Li Ting's outburst, Su Qinyu, adhering to the principle of collective responsibility, stepped forward, expressing, I also believe Captain Zhang's decision is somewhat inappropriate. My brother is the captain of the 1st Combat Squad. Why is this child denying me entry? Just then, Jiang Chuan emerged from the Research Institute, with Wang Pengzi trailing behind him. Yes, there's something you all wish to discuss with me. Upon seeing Jiang Chuan, Li Ting and Su Qinyu immediately wilted, for they were well aware of Jiang Chuan's ruthless reputation. At that moment, a disheveled man in his 40s stepped forward exuding an air of arrogance despite his ragged appearance. The expensive watch on his wrist and the diamond ring on his finger suggested he was a so-called successful individual. With his hands clasped behind his back, he addressed Jiang Chuan. "Are you the leader of this so-called survivor base?" Jiang Chuan regarded the man, who was raising his stature, and replied with a smile. "You could say that." "And you are?" The man, noticing Jiang Chuan's smile, elevated his demeanor further and introduced himself. "I am Ma Wei. That I possess certain insights regarding talent management. I find it highly inappropriate for a child to decide who deserves preferential treatment." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. "That my heavens! No wonder this man looks so familiar. He is Ma, the founder of the Tungfei Group. Why is he here in Guangnan?" "Humph. As if we fear such individuals. In this apocalypse, the old ways hold no weight." Jiang Chuan recalled that before the apocalypse, Ma Wei was indeed a notable figure, and it was evident that he was not very astute to invoke past matters in the current predicament. Jiang Chuan continued to smile and said, "Ah, so it is Mr. Ma. I too believe our management approach is lacking. It is indeed unsuitable for someone of your stature." Shen Guang arranged for Ma Zong to be provided with an electric bicycle, permitting him to depart from our premises. Shortly thereafter, Shen Guang appeared, pushing a small electric scooter before the assembled crowd. "A Zong, please," he beckoned, and may wait, seasoned in the ways of high-stakes encounters, remained unfazed by the presence of the 20-something Jiang Chuan. Assured that the young man would not dare to impose any harshness upon him, instead of displaying anger, he composedly addressed Jiang Chuan. "You must be Captain Jiang?" Jiang Chuan nodded in acknowledgement, wait. Maintaining his calm demeanor, continued, "I believe you have no authority to compel my departure. Firstly, this research facility is not your private domain. As far as I am aware, you are unlawfully occupying this place. Secondly, the outside world is rife with monsters. Forcing me out would be tantamount to indirect murder, and you would face legal consequences for such an act. There is no need for animosity between us. I can offer you 100 million, with the simple condition that I receive the highest level of accommodation at this base." Jiang Chuan, while recognizing Ma Wei's astute business acumen, perceived that at this moment, his intellect was somewhat lacking. With a grin that remained affixed to his face, Jiang Chuan replied, "Since Ma Zong wishes to stay at our base, he may do so." However, his smile faded as he continued, "I shall not accept your money. That if you desire to remain within my base, you must abide by my rules." I may wait, taken aback by Jiang Chuan's apparent indifference to the offer of 100 million, inquired curiously, "What rules must I follow?" Jiang Chuan patted Ma Wei on the shoulder and stated, "All survivors of the base are required to contribute. Ma Zong, it is time for you to fulfill your part in supporting the order of our community." 5 minutes later, at the entrance of the Research Institute, a figure was bound and suspended, a sight that belonged to none other than the formidable Ma Wei, once a titan before the apocalypse. Stripped of his clothes, he was left clad only in a pair of red underpants, his hands bound and hung from a large tree at the entrance that a filthy rag was stuffed in his mouth, rendering his utterances mere muffled sounds. That a massive sign hung from his chest, proclaiming, "I am Ma Wei. I have violated the base's rules and am suspended here as a warning. Do not emulate my folly." Meanwhile, Wang Pongzi had pilfered Ma Wei's prestigious watch, adorning his own wrist with it, and had even relieved him of his ring, stashing it in his pocket in the open area of the base. Luo Yujun, savoring a bowl of rice porridge and pickled vegetables, witnessed the spectacle. Wiping his mouth, he swallowed hard and muttered to himself, "Ma Zong, I warned you. That fellow is not to be trifled with. Now you are reaping the consequences. Like me, you would be better off carrying cement bags." After finishing his remark, Luo Yujun took another hearty sip of his porridge, exclaiming, "Today's porridge is particularly thick. With sugar and pickles, what a delight." At this moment, Jiang Chuan regarded the neatly lined-up survivors and spoke, "My arrangement serves a purpose. Within our base, the existence of evolvers and ability users is no longer secret. My brother, Zhang Luo, is also an ability user. He can discern each person's sense of belonging and loyalty to our base, as well as their capacity to contribute. Thus, as long as you all diligently work and treat our survivor base as your home, everyone will have the opportunity to receive greater resources and better treatment." After delivering his words, Jiang Chuan turned and entered the institute to Li Ting, noticing Jiang Chuan and Wang Pengzi preparing to leave. Hurriedly called out, "Brother Chuan, Brother Tianlong, it's me, why don't you take me along?" However, the two paid her no heed. Following this brief interlude, no one dared to act recklessly within the base, of course. A few individuals might still engage in clandestine antics, but such behavior was largely inconsequential. Chapter 124. I disliked children in the second-floor cafeteria of the Research Institute. Each table boasted at least 2 meat dishes and 4 or 5 vegetable dishes. Even the large pot of rice porridge at the entrance appeared thicker today, enhanced with sugar and accompanied by pickles. In the context of the apocalypse, such a spread could be deemed exceedingly lavish. Upon arrival at the cafeteria, Jiang Chuan and Wang Pengzi found that most of the seats were already occupied. The central table, laden with a bountiful array of dishes, 8 meat dishes for vegetable dishes, and 3 large jars of fine rice wine, was surrounded by 11 individuals: Su Man, Sha Nanjing, Su Chunfeng, the father-daughter duo Gao Yutong, Li Yongyin and his son, Luo Zhuwen, Luo Zhuwu, and Li Xiu. An empty seat had been left at the head of the table, clearly reserved for Jiang Chuan, with an adjacent space for Wang Tianlong, as Jiang Chuan had previously introduced him as his closest brother. Once seated, Wang Pengzi leaned toward Jiang Chuan and exclaimed, "Wow, Lao Jiang, you read truly impressive. In less than a week, you've established such an incredible base with hundreds of people already, and the food here is amazing. Compared to what I ate just days ago, it's like dog food." Jiang Chuan offered Wang Pengzi a cigarette, placing the pack on the table for others to take at their leisure, before replying, "We don't usually dine like this. Today is a welcome feast I prepared for you." Wang Pengzi, glancing at Zhang Yunyan at the neighboring table, mischievously whispered to Jiang Chuan, "Since it's my welcome feast, may I make a request? Let us add an extra chair and invite Yunyan to join us." 2 minutes later, Zhang Yunyan took a seat beside Wang Tianlong. As more guests continued to trickle into the second-floor dining area, everyone remained engaged in lively conversation, refraining from starting their meal just yet. Wang Pengzi observed that while everyone was chatting, only Zhang Yunyan sat quietly, seemingly lost in thought. He nudged her elbow and said, "Yunyan, I got a treasure for you that you're sure to love." Curiosity sparked in Zhang Yan's eyes as she watched Wang Pengzi reach into his pocket. He then revealed a dazzling diamond ring, exclaiming, "Tada, how do you like it?" Surprised? Happy? Zhang Yunyan's expression faltered. It's a bit gaudy." "Isn't this a men's style?" Wang Pengzi scratched his head awkwardly, then boldly declared, "Yunyan, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I was utterly captivated. I really like you. Will you be with me?" Zhang Yunyan's face was a picture of disbelief, akin to someone who had just choked on a greasy piece of meat. I was married, and my husband has just passed away." Wang Pengzi grasped her hand reassuringly. "It's all right, Yunyan, that I don't mind. You needn't worry about being unworthy of me. That I genuinely like you. That I'm much older than you." He glanced briefly at Zhang Yunyan's chest before meeting her gaze again, licking his lips with earnest intent. "No worries. I prefer someone with substance. A wife like this will ensure our children are well-fed." That moment, Jiang Chuan, who had been smoking, suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing. Wang Tianlong turned to him. "Lao Jiang, what's wrong?" Jiang Chuan patted his chest. "This brand of cigarettes is a bit harsh. It's making me cough that I should stick to Hualong." Zhang Yunyan, utterly exasperated with Wang Tianlong, retorted with evident irritation, "I do not like children." Wang Pengzi fell into silence, momentarily taken aback. After a pause, he looked up at Zhang Yunyan with intense longing, nodding earnestly. "Then we want to have children. I'll be more careful in the future." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into a boisterous guffaw. "Huh?" Wang Pengzi, bewildered, asked, "Lao Jiang, what is so funny?" Jiang Chuan managed to stifle his laughter. "Oh, nothing. Just recalled something amusing. Aside from the 2 bold women who dared to stifle their giggles, no one else in the room dared to laugh, each person either biting their lips or turning purple in the face. To mock the best friend of Jiang Chuan? They surely did not wish to jeopardize their standing in the base. From that point onward, regardless of what Wang Pengzi said to Zhang Yunyan, she remained silent, her expression dark and forbidding 15 minutes later, all eligible diners had taken their seats, and the cafeteria was filled to capacity with over 120 individuals. Alo also entered the dining hall. Although he did not partake in a meal, observing humans as they dined brought him a peculiar joy. Following Su Qinyu's consultation with Su Chanfeng regarding Jiang Chuan, he too made his way into the dining hall. The number of individuals lacking the qualification to enter far exceeded 200. Just before the meal commenced, Jiang Chuan stood up and addressed the gathered crowd, saying, "Today's feast serves as both a welcome banquet for my brother Wang Tianlong and an opportunity for us to become acquainted with one another. The very fact that we can gather here today signifies that we are all still alive. This disaster is a global calamity affecting all of humanity. The purpose of establishing this base is to ensure our survival amidst the apocalypse. I wish to emphasize one point. I do not wish to witness moral decay or the loss of humanity within this survivor base, that I hope that we can unite and weather these trials together." As he concluded, Jiang Chuan raised his glass, proclaiming, "To life!" Everyone, whether they were accustomed to drinking or not, lifted their glasses in response, exclaiming, "To life! To life! To life!" The wine in their cups was a medley of flavors, mingling the sorrow of lost loved ones with the relief of survival, the bitterness of losing everything with the joy of a new beginning. After downing their drinks, Jiang Chuan remarked, "All right, enough of the formalities. Everyone has worked hard today and must be hungry. Let us eat. Long live the chief." "Thank you, Team Jiang." "Thank you, boss. I'm about to dig in." Following this, the dining hall was filled with an atmosphere of joy, evoking a sense that they were still living in peaceful times. Within 2 minutes of sitting down, Wang Tianlong lifted his glass, saying, "Thank you all for welcoming me today." However, everyone was engrossed in their food, paying him no mind. Feeling the awkwardness of the moment, Wang Tianlong continued to speak to himself. "Everyone, please eat. I shall drink first." As the others finished their meals, they gradually approached Jiang Chuan's table to offer their toasts, deliberately honoring Wang Tianlong with a drink. Wang Tianlong, being Jiang Chuan's specifically noted best friend, was a figure of importance to anyone wishing to thrive in the base. This attention greatly satisfied Wang Tianlong's vanity, and whenever someone toasted him, he cast a triumphant glance in Zhang Yuyan's direction. Yet, Zhang Yuyan remained as detached as ever. Chapter 125. The reorganization of combat teams due to the increased number of members in the base. Jiang Chuan found it necessary to adjust the combat teams. Once the meal was concluded, he retained everyone in the dining hall. Standing in a clear area, he solemnly announced, "Everyone, I have decided to reorganize the combat teams, and I will continue to serve as the commander of the base's combat forces. I will now call out names. Those mentioned, please step forward." Wang Tianlong, Su Man. Upon hearing his name, Wang Tianlong sprang to his feet, excitement written all over his face. "Old Jiang, what position will I hold? You two shall serve as the vice-captains of the combat team." Wang Tianlong was thoroughly pleased with Jiang Chuan's arrangement, grinning broadly as he replied, "Hee, I knew you wouldn't shortchange me, old Jiang." Jiang Chuan continued, "Su Chanfeng, Li Yongyan. Here, that Su Chanfeng will be the captain of the Special Operations Team, while Li Yongyan will serve as the vice-captain. The Special Operations Team must consist solely of ability users. That IT is not the number of team members that matters, but their quality. Your team's responsibility is to assist other combat teams in completing their missions when they encounter difficulties. In the future, the primary targets for the Special Operations Team will be ability zombies or formidable mutated creatures." Li Yongyan expressed his confusion. "Brother Chuan, I'm just an ordinary evolver. Assigning me this position seems." Before he could finish, Jiang Chuan waved his hand. "Hold on, I have my own plans. Luo Zhuwu, you will also join the Special Operations Team. For now, the team will be composed as such, and we will expand if more ability users join our ranks." "Understood. Clear." Jiang Chuan pondered briefly before continuing. "Shan Nanjing, Gaoshan. Here. You will serve as the captain and vice-captain of the External Combat Unit, respectively. The External Combat Unit is responsible for operations outside, with the primary tasks of rescuing survivors, searching for supplies, and confronting powerful mutated creatures around the base. The previous members of the External Combat Team will all belong to this new unit. Cheng Kai, Zhang Feng, Li Xiu. Here, huh. Me. You will serve as the captains of the first, second, and third external combat teams, managing the original external combat teams 1, 2, and 3. Jiang Chuan looked at Li Siyu and said, although you have just joined us, I know your potential is immense that I believe you can excel in this role. Yes, Team Jiang, I will not let you down. Jiang Chuan nodded at Li Siyu and continued, Tan Yu Hang, Shun Guang. Here. Tan Yu Hang will be the captain of the base management unit, and Shun Guang will serve as the vice captain. The base's guarding team is responsible for maintaining security within the base, managing the arriving survivors, and ensuring the safety of other teams within the base. All previous defense team members will now belong to the base management unit. Once Jiang Chuan had completed the distribution of roles, he looked at those who had stepped forward and asked, does anyone have any objections to my arrangements? No objections. Jiang Chuan then addressed everyone in the dining hall loudly. We are in an apocalyptic world, and I believe everyone understands that survival is impossible without confronting the monsters outside. From now on, those who join the combat teams will receive priority in the distribution and usage of supplies. At this point, Jiang Chuan called out to Alo, continuing, this is my brother Jiang Luo. He is also an ability user, and his ability is quite unique that he can discern an individual's sense of belonging to our base, which is why I have him stationed at the entrance to determine who may enter the dining hall. Everyone present here has been recognized by my brother, except for those who have been assigned other roles. Everyone else may choose a team to join. Clearing his throat, Jiang Chuan went on, I believe all of you have heard of evolvers and ability users, but perhaps you do not have a clear understanding of the distinction between them. He then picked up a metal tray, exerting a slight force with both hands, transforming it into a small metal sphere. This is what an evolver is. Evolvers possess greater strength, faster reflexes, and sturdier physiques than ordinary individuals, which significantly increases their chances of survival in this apocalypse. Next, Jiang Chuan spread his arms wide, opening his palms. In his left palm, a pitch-black flame flickered, while a brilliant sphere of crackling lightning appeared in his right palm. This is what an ability user is. Compared to evolvers, ability users are even more formidable. Furthermore, both evolvers and ability users enjoy longer lifespans compared to ordinary people. Those willing to join the external combat unit will have the opportunity to become an evolver or even an ability user. While the attendees may not grasp the full significance of this yet, I can assure you that as time progresses, ordinary individuals will find it increasingly difficult to hold any sway in this world. To thrive in this apocalypse, the only path available is to become an evolver or an ability user. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement, eagerly expressing their willingness to join the combat teams. Jiang Chuan was quite pleased with the outcome. He waved his hand, and the cacophony in the dining hall immediately ceased. He then continued addressing the crowd, as soon as Jiang Chuan's words fell. The hall buzzed with life as survivors flocked towards the leaders and captains of the external combat unit. Not a single person wished to leave the dining hall. Meanwhile, Tan Yu Hang and Alo from the base management unit found themselves surrounded by only a few individuals. As it became evident that everyone recognized the importance of becoming an evolver in this apocalyptic world, as time passed, it would become increasingly challenging for ordinary people to establish their footing in such a harsh environment. Taking advantage of the crowd's enthusiasm to enlist, Jiang Chuan sought out Professors Chun Tianshan and Lu Yumin. He presented them with the two instruments Fruit and the Ability Awakening Serum, explaining their effects. The two esteemed professors were naturally thrilled with this new avenue of research. Little Jiang, you may not realize it, but if what you say is true, these two items could greatly aid humanity's advancement. They may become the cornerstone for human survival in the apocalypse. We cannot afford to waste any more time. Let us ascend and commence our studies. Carrying his belongings, he ascended to the third floor, where he commenced his research endeavors. Even Lu Yumin forgot to inquire of Jiang Chuan whether Jiang Luo was indeed the bionic being she had developed. Chapter 126. The most difficult to bear the favor of a beauty. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan sought out Li Yongyin, delivering the final vial of the Ability Awakening Serum to him, along with an explanation of its effects, as Jiang Chuan watched with delight as the survivors registered to join the combat team. He was approached by construction team leader Yang Yongyin, broadcast team leader Chen Shu, and several others who had already been assigned to different roles. It was as if they had conspired in advance. Standing in neat formation before Jiang Chuan, with Yang Yunyan addressing him, "Captain Jiang, we too wish to contribute to the base and join the expeditionary combat team." Jiang Chuan regarded them with a smile and replied, "Old Yang, I see that you wish to become evolved beings, don't you? Rest assured, as long as you make sufficient contributions to the base in your respective positions, you may approach a Luo at any time to apply for the opportunity to become an evolved being. Captain Jiang, you've seen right through us. You can trust that I will work diligently to contribute to the base." Half an hour later, all those who signed up for the combat team had completed their registration, without exception joining the expeditionary combat unit, which quickly expanded to 104 members. Jiang Chuan also fulfilled his promise to them, distributing over 900 crystal cores and more than 62 instruments fruits among them. He then emphasized that during his absence from the base, Zhang Luo would serve as his representative, and anything Zhang Luo said would express his intentions. No one was to contravene Zhang Luo's words. Despite the puzzlement of the others, save for the two informed empresses regarding why Jiang Chuan would grant such authority to a child, their trust in him precluded any questions. After the others departed, Tan Yuhao approached Jiang Chuan, who remained behind. Although Tan Yuhao had previously sustained severe injuries, his recovery abilities had greatly improved since becoming an evolved being. Although he had yet to fully heal, he was now capable of managing without engaging in high-intensity combat. Jiang Chuan smiled and inquired, "Director Tan, how is your recovery progressing?" "Captain Jiang, I have recovered remarkably well. Without your assistance, I would likely be dead by now." Tan Yuhao replied gratefully. Jiang Chuan patted his shoulder, saying, "Director Tan, there is no need for such formality. We are all in this together. We must help each other survive in this apocalypse. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then assist me in managing our base." Captain Jiang, our base management team, along with the original defense squad, consists of only 9 members. With at least 300 people in the base, managing such a large number is somewhat overwhelming. "Could you possibly devise a solution?" Jiang Chuan pondered for a moment and responded, "Director Tan, the base is soon to face the first wave of the zombie tide. At this juncture, the combat team's strength must take precedence. How about this? Tomorrow, recruit at the base entrance, bringing in some ordinary people to join the team. I will have a Luo accompany you. With his abilities, he can help weed out those with ulterior motives." Although a Luo did not possess mind-reading capabilities as a powerful artificial intelligence, he could discern lies based on micro-expressions, heart rate fluctuations, and hormonal changes in individuals as they spoke. After bidding farewell to Tan Yuhao, Jiang Chuan made his way to his quarters. Upon reaching the canteen entrance, he encountered Su Man waiting for him. "Chuan Gu." Upon seeing Su Man alone, Jiang Chuan approached, intending to embrace her. However, unexpectedly, Su Man evaded him. With a look of reproach, she said, "What are you doing? There are so many people in the base. It would be inappropriate if someone saw us. You are the leader of our base now. Must you not exhibit some decorum? I merely missed you. And besides, who in the base doesn't know that you are my woman?" Jiang Chuan countered, "By the way, why are you here alone? Where's Nanjing? Aren't you two inseparable?" Su Man then lamented, "Chuan Gu, can't you see that Nanjing has been unhappy today? You are right. Everyone knows I'm your girlfriend. But what about Nanjing? I can see she clearly has feelings for you. Do you have any idea how much psychological pressure she endures from others regarding this?" Jiang Chuan recognized that Sha Nanjing had indeed been in low spirits throughout the day. He understood that she was still troubled by the mutual confessions they had made earlier. Emotions are inherently selfish, and Nanjing was no exception, despite knowing she was the later arrival in Jiang Chuan's affections. Witnessing him display affection towards Su Man would still hurt her deeply. Man, I understand everything you are saying, but..." "No buts," Su Man interrupted. "I already told you that I wouldn't share a bed with you again until after you and Nanjing are together. Why can't you take the initiative? I have always considered Nanjing my good sister, and seeing her so distressed makes me unhappy as well. You want to perish in 2 years, leaving me to face this apocalypse alone. Let's not be so intimate when Nanjing is around. We can wait until you and she are officially together," Jiang Chuan suggested. "Chuan Gu, I don't expect you to be with only me. I can accept you pursuing Nanjing, as long as you keep me in your heart. That I want you to live well. so that you can be with me for a long time." After finishing her words, Su Man turned away, heading towards the dormitory without allowing Jiang Chuan a chance to respond. Jiang Chuan stood frozen, watching her retreating figure. After a moment, as she walked further away, he sighed. "How is it that I am not taking the initiative? It's Nanjing who doesn't want to be with me." Alas, the most challenging burden to bear is the favor of a beauty. Chapter 127. A Luo transforms into a little leader. Upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Chuan found Sha Nanjing already asleep, while Su Man was still washing up. He did not wish to dwell on matters of the heart. The pressing concern was to prepare adequately for the impending tide of zombies. Thus, he refrained from disturbing Sha Nanjing's rest. After reclining on the sofa, he engaged in dialogue with a Luo in his mind. "Aluo, I employed mind-reading abilities on a few squad leaders today. They have expressed great approval of your decisions over the past few days." "Humph, have you forgotten who I am? I am the most powerful artificial intelligence in the world. After all, my decisions are derived from meticulous calculations by the system, ensuring their precision. However, if human emotions are mixed in, my calculations may become less accurate. Thus, I still possess a slight flaw. Enough with the self-importance. Most of the veteran members in the base respect you. Henceforth, the responsibility of managing the base will be yours while I focus on becoming stronger," Jiang Chuan stated. "Manage the base? Goodness, I've already mentioned that I need to learn a great deal when it comes to dealing with humans. This task is too exhausting for me." A Luo protested. "No worries. I believe in you. You can certainly accomplish it, as you're the most powerful AI system in the world. Moreover, you are the one I trust the most." Jiang Chuan encouraged. Since you put it that way, I will reluctantly agree. However, I suggest you reconsider that enchanting Empress Chao Qingqing I mentioned earlier. She's a talent for managing the base and far surpasses me in that regard." That night, Jiang Chuan spent the entire night sleeping on the sofa. The following day, all those who had joined the combat team had become evolved beings in the early days of the apocalypse. It was an extraordinary feat to have such a large-scale team of evolved beings. When Jiang Chuan awoke, he found himself alone in the room, with both women and a Luo having vanished. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Chuan would never dare to indulge in such deep sleep. But ever since establishing his base, he had felt an overwhelming sense of security and comfort, resulting in a significant improvement in his sleep quality. This was why he had not noticed when the two women had taken a Luo and left the room. Believing he had simply overslept, he felt a wave of guilt wash over him, only to discover that it was still not yet 7 o'clock, alleviating some of his self-reproach. As he stepped out of his dormitory, he encountered a gathering of individuals in the corridor, team leaders from the combat unit, including Wang Pongzi and members of the Special Operations Team, were all present. A Luo stood at the center of the crowd, directing the day's work arrangements. Although he appeared youthful, he was now a significant figure within a base. At first, the inhabitants of the base harbored a skeptical attitude towards the seemingly youthful Alo. Within less than a day, however, the moniker Little Zhuge of the apocalypse was thoroughly disseminated throughout the base. The survivors, recognizing the formidable prowess of Jiang Chuan, found it unsurprising that he had a brother of exceptional intellect. Word of mouth, coupled with Jiang Chuan's explicit declaration that Alo would serve as his representative in the base, led to a unanimous respect for Alo among the people. When the crowd encountered Jiang Chuan, they promptly saluted him, greeting, "Good morning, Captain Jiang. Good morning, Captain Jiang. Old Jiang, why are you only getting up now? Your little brother is far superior to you." Jiang Chuan nodded towards the crowd in acknowledgement before addressing them. "Good morning, everyone. Let us first listen to Alo's arrangements for today's tasks." Alo, adopting an air of authority, cleared his throat and, with his youthful voice, issued commands. "First squad of the combat unit, please report your numbers and the count of evolved individuals." Chung Kai stepped forward, saluting Alo as he stated, "The first combat squad comprises 36 members, all of whom are evolved." Alo imitated Jiang Chuan's demeanor, observing Chung Kai closely before saying, "As this is your first mission as captain, I will assign Su Chunfeng to accompany you in executing this task. You must learn diligently from Su Chunfeng, for the responsibility of leading the team in battle will eventually rest upon your shoulders." "Understood." Su Chunfeng stepped forward, boldly declaring, "Alo, with me around, you need not worry." Alo nodded at Su Chunfeng before producing a map and handing it to Chung Kai. This is the route I have designated for this operation. Remember, do not alter the route at will. Any changes must be reported to me in advance. Understood. Next, Alo turned his gaze to Jiang Chuan, who immediately stood at attention and reported, "The second combat squad consists of 37 members, all of whom are evolved." Alo nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Very well." Soon after, Li Xiu, with a resonant voice, addressed Alo. "The third combat squad has 30 members, all of whom are evolved." Following the reallocation of combat personnel, the third squad remained exclusively composed of female survivors, making them the smallest group. Although Li Xiu had only just joined the survivor base, she was already aware of Alo's reputation and accepted the commands of the young officer with composure. "No problem," she replied. Having assigned the tasks, Alo instructed the remaining members, all others, accompany Captain Jiang to the city center zoo to hunt mutated creatures. Chapter 128. Evil begets evil. After Alo had organized the tasks for everyone, the group proceeded towards the entrance of the research institute, leaving the base under the watch of the management department personnel. Although there was only one evolved individual among the management team, Tan Yuhao, the loyalty of each member exceeded 50, prompting Jiang Chuan to equip them all with firearms in the early days of the apocalypse. Firearms still held considerable deterrent power, ensuring the base's security without concern. Upon exiting the gates, everyone hurried to start their vehicles in preparation for departure. Jiang Chuan took Alo aside and told a few individuals accompanying him to the city center zoo, "You all go ahead and prepare the vehicles. Wait for me at the base entrance." Subsequently, Jiang Chuan approached the entrance of the research institute, where he found Tan Yuhao preparing for the recruitment of management department members. Tan Yuhao had set up a table and chair outside, perusing the information of survivors who had registered upon entering the base. Meanwhile, the members of the management team, led by Shen Guang, were maintaining order throughout the base. Upon seeing Jiang Chuan and Alo approach, Tan Yuhao excitedly stood up and said, "Captain Jiang, everything is ready on my end. Do you think we can commence the formal recruitment now? Many people have already inquired about when it will begin." Jiang Chuan nodded at Tan Yuhao and instructed Alo, "Alo, assist Captain Tan in recruiting 20 members for the management department. Remember, you must select honest and reliable individuals. Leave it to me." Tan Yuhao thought to himself, marveling, is Jiang Chuan's brother really not even 10 years old? Alo handed Tan Yuhao a pre-prepared list and exchanged a few words with him. Tan Yuhao then picked up a megaphone and called out to the busy crowd at the construction site. "The recruitment for the management department is now officially open. Survivors whose names I call, form groups of 3 and line up here for your interview." He Jiajin, Tang Ziyu, Li Dong. The workers at the construction site perked up their ears, hoping their names would be called. When the 3 named individuals approached Tan Yuhao and Alo inquired, "What was your previous occupation? Have you ever had any experiences of a personal nature? What is the most disgusting thing you have done? What is the one thing you would least like others to know about you?" Alo's questions aimed to gauge the honesty of the candidates, as their loyalty ratings fell below 50. Thus, he resorted to these sensitive inquiries to discern whether they would speak truthfully. Their responses would serve as an indicator of their character. It was worth noting that survivors with loyalty ratings below 30 were entirely disqualified from participating in the interviews. "Comrade, is this little fellow the examiner for this interview?" Cough, cough. "Indeed, he is the designated representative of our base's founder and the sole examiner for this interview." "But aren't these questions a bit too personal?" Observing the 3 interviewees' discomfort, Jiang Chuan, who had remained nearby with Alo, instinctively inquired about Alo's reasoning that he naturally supported Alo's line of questioning. Jiang Chuan looked at the 3 interviewees, who appeared distressed, and stated, "With that said," he turned and departed from the interview area. The candidate who had voiced concerns about the personal nature of the questions watched Jiang Chuan's retreating figure and complained. Tan Yuhao frowned and replied, "He is the founder of our survivor base." At that moment, Alo also addressed the individual. Not long after Jiang Chuan had left, he encountered Ma Wait, who had been suspended naked from a tree for the night, his feet dangling 3 to 4 meters above the ground. Consequently, while a multitude of zombies gathered beneath him overnight, he suffered no harm from them. The 2 or 3 dozen zombies at his feet had already been dealt with by the management department personnel. Having hung from the tree all night, Ma Wait's spirit was utterly depleted, and his complexion had turned an alarming shade of pale. As Jiang Chuan approached Ma Wei, he felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. Upon seeing Jiang Chuan, Ma Wei immediately pleaded weakly, Captain Jiang, please, I beg you, spare me, I shall never dare to do so again." Jiang Chuan stifled his laughter, cleared his throat, and replied, "What was your mistake?" Ma Wei swallowed hard, moistening his throat, which felt as if it would crack, and said, I was wrong to make such an outrageous request of you. For now on, I shall obediently carry cement bags and move bricks for the base. I will never dare to think otherwise again." Feigning displeasure, Jiang Chuan remarked. Ma Wei was left speechless, staring at Jiang Chuan. "Captain Jiang, please don't toy with me. This is simply an impossible task. Do not be disheartened. If you hang here for a day, you can log 1 attendance. Once you accumulate 100 attendances, I will grant you your freedom," Jiang Chuan declared, snapping his fingers. "What a splendid idea. I'll arrange it for you right away." Without hesitation, Jiang Chuan shared his plan with Alo, who promptly assigned a member from the management department to oversee the matter. With Ma Wei as an example, any lingering thoughts of escape among the base's inhabitants evaporated entirely. The notion of leaving the base was utterly out of the question. In a world overrun by zombies and mutated creatures, departing from a survivor base fortified by powerful, evolved individuals and firearms would be tantamount to seeking death. Staying in the survivor base, to carry bricks, securing a meal without worrying for one's safety, was a dream come true for countless individuals. Some even contemplated joining the military base, but the nearest military district to Guangnan City was a daunting 180 kilometers away, and only a handful of people entertained the thought of venturing there. Furthermore, very few knew whether the military district still stood intact. Thus, those who joined the Jiang Chuan base would never consider heading to the military district. After resolving this matter, Jiang Chuan walked towards the convoy of Wang Tianlong and others, who were stationed at the entrance of the base. Once inside the vehicle, Jiang Chuan waved his hand grandly and proclaimed, "Let us depart. We are headed to the city center zoo. Today, I shall take you on a hunt." Chapter 129. Hunting at the zoo in the heart of Guangnan City, on the street before the zoo's entrance. A stark contrast emerged from a week prior when this thoroughfare was bustling with life, a vivid tableau of urban prosperity. Now, however, the street lay in ruins, desolate and dilapidated. Wrecked and abandoned vehicles littered the area, and the ground was strewn with the mangled bodies of humans, ravaged by the undead. Most of the zombies had congregated deeper into the city center, leaving only a sparse few on the streets. 3 zombies were crawling on the ground, gnawing at a human corpse that still bore remnants of flesh. With a resounding crash, the 3 zombies were violently hurled away by a Wrangler SUV. Their skulls were shattered upon impact with the vehicle's bumper, rendering them motionless on the ground. Following the route meticulously planned by Alo for Jiang Chuan, the group encountered no obstructions from abandoned vehicles, allowing them to reach the zoo in just 2 hours. As the tires screeched against the asphalt, the Wrangler came to a halt at the zoo's entrance. Wang Fatty, seated in the driver's seat, exited the vehicle and scampered over to the passenger door, where he opened it and exclaimed to the occupant, "Yin, we have arrived. Step out and just stick with me. I will protect you." Although Zhang Yinyan originally had no intention of joining, she expressed to Jiang Chuan her desire to contribute to the base as she had now become an evolved individual. Wang Fatty assured her repeatedly of his protection. Jiang Chuan deemed it beneficial for her to witness the harsh realities of the outside world, and thus she was included in their outing. At this moment, Jiang Chuan in the backseat of the Wrangler also opened the door, alighting alongside Shan Nanjing. Jiang Chuan, with a mixture of disappointment and admonition towards Wang Fatty, remarked, "Fatty, you are now an official. Could you not be more mindful of your personal image?" Soon after, Luo Jiwen, Luo Zhuwu, and Li Yongyan arrived at the zoo's entrance in their SUV, leaping from the vehicle with enthusiasm. Having utilized the elemental awakening serum provided by Jiang Chuan, Li Yongyan had acquired a sand element affinity, achieving a remarkable affinity level of 10. Jiang Chuan suspected this was no coincidence and was undoubtedly linked to the elemental awakening serum obtained within the secret realm. With such a high affinity, after their meeting yesterday, Li Yongyan approached Jiang Chuan, who then entrusted him with a sand elemental crystal core. Thus, Li Yongyan had successfully become a sand-type ability user. Once everyone had exited the vehicle and secured the doors, Li Yongyan sensed an eerie stillness enveloping the city and voiced his concerns to Jiang Chuan, saying, "Brother Chuan, why does this place feel so unnaturally quiet?" Logically, this is a bustling area, and being so close to the city center, there should be a significant number of zombies. Even if the zombies have retreated deeper into the city, shouldn't there be more than what we see now? Jiang Chuan, gazing at the damaged entrance of the zoo, replied gravely, "This is indeed the zoo, and numerous mutated creatures likely lurk nearby, preying upon the zombies. The undead are most wary of these various mutated beings, which is why the majority have fled from this area. In the apocalypse, mutated creatures stand as the most formidable entities. Their size often becomes colossal post-mutation, that a powerful mutated being presents a considerable challenge for us. Therefore, we must all move together and refrain from taking any independent actions." Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Wang Fatty swallowed hard and exclaimed, "What the hell? Lao Jiang, why did you bring us to this cursed place? Did I not tell you from the start? I brought you here to hunt," Jiang Chuan declared. "The flesh of these large mutated creatures is not only exquisitely delicious, but also accelerates the evolution of both evolved individuals and ability users. You need not worry excessively. My decision to bring you here today was made with careful consideration. The apocalypse has persisted for many days now, and given our proximity to the bustling district, the number of zombies is substantial. Those large mutated creatures have likely feasted well by now, and after satisfying their hunger, they generally lose interest in humans, preferring the slower-moving, easy-to-hunt zombies." As Jiang Chuan spoke, he turned to Zhang Yinyin, reiterating his instructions. "Remember, when the time comes to act, stay close to me, and one should lag behind. If a situation arises, do not panic, and especially refrain from shouting, "Do you all understand?" The group nodded in unison, affirming their comprehension. "Good." Subsequently, Jiang Chuan distributed silenced handguns to each individual before they ventured into the zoo. Upon entering, they first encountered a monkey mountain. However, the once lively area was now deserted. The iron fence surrounding the mountain had been breached, leaving a gaping hole. Inside, chaos reigned, with the remnants of zombies scattered about, their skulls mangled beyond recognition, presumably by some unknown beast. The bodies were piled high at the base of the mountain, swarmed by countless flies indulging in the grotesque feast. The stench from the monkey enclosure was overwhelmingly foul, compelling Jiang Chuan and his companions to cover their noses as they passed through. Witnessing the bloody scene within the enclosure, the newcomers, except for Jiang Chuan, were struck by a chill. The dismembered heads were nowhere to be found, making it challenging to discern whether the bodies belonged to humans or zombies. Wang Fatty, covering his nose, approached Jiang Chuan and whispered, "What the hell? Lao Jiang, are those corpses human or zombie? What kind of beast could be so brutal? Did the monkeys get devoured by something, leaving not a single hair behind?" Jiang Chuan cast a sidelong glance at Wang Fatty and replied, "Those bodies are all zombies. Primates rarely feast on humans unless provoked. The savage creatures you refer to are indeed those monkeys. However, there is no need for concern. All the monkeys have vacated this place and are likely hunting zombies in some corner of the city. Compared to humans, animals retain their awareness and memories after mutation, although the temperament of most mammals tends to become more ferocious. Primates are among the species that become vicious, yet their intelligence often prevents them from preying on humans. The reason is simple. Humans lack crystal cores, making it challenging for them to grow stronger quickly. And they're also difficult to contend with." Just as Jiang Chuan was conversing with Wang Fatty, Luo Zhuwu, who had been trailing behind, suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Chuan, there are monkeys!" Chapter 130. What kind of monster is this? Everyone turned in unison towards the direction Luo Zhuwu was pointing, and indeed, 3 blood-soaked monkeys came into view. They appeared distinct from ordinary monkeys, their size significantly larger, standing at nearly 2 meters tall. Though currently crouched, their heads reaching only to the chests of the onlookers, the blood that stained their fur had long since dried, matting their coats in a grotesque manner. These 3 monkeys had faces twisted with ferocity, and Jiang Chuan could not discern their exact species. Their eyes had morphed into a murky brown, and they bared their sharpened fangs at the group. In the aftermath of mutation, animals do not grow in size immediately. Only after consuming flesh do they begin to expand. It was evident that the 3 monkeys had feasted well. Wang Fatty, visibly anxious, stared at the three creatures and queried Jiang Chuan. "What the hell?" Lao Jiang. "You said monkeys wouldn't attack humans unprovoked, right? Don't tell me you were just guessing." Jiang Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I have no need to deceive you in this regard." Just as their conversation concluded, the three monkeys, realizing that Jiang Chuan and his companions were speaking humans, lost interest and scurried back towards the monkey mountain. They leaped onto the heaps of corpses, carelessly selecting and gnawing on what appeared to be relatively fresh limbs. This sight repulsed the onlookers, with Zhang Yinyan being the first to retch. Following her lead, Luo Zhuwen, Luo Zhuwu, and Wang Fati quickly joined in, their stomachs heaving uncontrollably. Only Jiang Chuan and Sha Nanjing remained unfazed by the gruesome spectacle. After 10 years of surviving in this apocalyptic world, such scenes had long ceased to disturb Jiang Chuan. After enduring trials over the past 2 days, and given her inherently resilient disposition, Sha Nanjing found herself relatively free from any significant feelings of nausea. Conversely, Liu Yin fought against the urge to vomit, unwilling to appear weak in front of Jiang Chuan. Once the others had finished retching, Jiang Chuan addressed them, saying, "It would be best for you to purge thoroughly. Such scenes will be frequent in this apocalypse, and I do not wish for you to vomit at every encounter. Now, let us proceed. The monkeys here are not our quarry. Stay close to me. In whatever situation we face, do not panic. The vast majority of mutated animals will not attack humans unless provoked. Often, the one who flees is the one who meets misfortune that is akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Mutated creatures exhibit such cruel whims." With that, Jiang Chuan continued deeper into the zoo, and the group followed suit. Jiang Chuan's mind was guided by the route provided by Aloe, leading them swiftly toward the reptile enclosure. After advancing a couple of 100 meters, Shenanjing's complexion suddenly turned ashen as she stared in horror at an oversized snake skin draped over a large tree. Jiang Chuan had heard in his previous life that Sha Nanjing, the frosty Empress, harbored an intense fear of snakes, confirming that this was no mere rumor. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped her delicate hand and assured her, "Sha Nanjing, fear not. I am here to protect you. Should any audacious snake dare to show itself before you, I shall ensure it becomes our hot pot for tonight." Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Sha Nanjing felt a wave of reassurance. However, she soon realized he was still holding her hand, prompting her to gently free herself from his grasp. Saying, "Thank you for your concern, Captain Jiang." Jiang Chuan sighed inwardly, knowing that Sha Nanjing was rather difficult to appease when jealousy arose that in the apocalypse is quite rare for venomous snakes to grow to an enormous size, as their natural size limits the prey they can consume to small animals, which does not suffice for rapid growth. Moreover, each mutated species has a size threshold that is challenging to surpass. Thus, upon seeing the snake skin, Jiang Chuan immediately deduced that a mutated python resided in this area. As they entered the reptile section, Jiang Chuan noticed multiple instances of massive snake skins. Nevertheless, he understood that these skins likely belonged to a single python, as mutated pythons possess strong territorial instincts, and such a large creature would command an expansive domain. Thus, it was evident that only one giant python inhabited the reptile enclosure. Any other mutated pythons had either been devoured by it or had vacated the zoo to hunt elsewhere in the city. The presence of numerous enormous skins indicated that this python had consumed a significant number of zombies, growing to a truly terrifying size. Despite the formidable nature of this giant python, Jiang Chuan remained confident in his ability to handle it, having dealt with over 10 mutated pythons before his rebirth. While these creatures may appear fearsome, they share a fatal weakness with zombies. They are remarkably mindless. The method to defeat a mutated python is straightforward. Allow it to swallow you, and then strike from within. Given their lack of intelligence and massive size, they have a singular feeding method, swallowing whole, without discerning whether their prey poses a threat. Jiang Chuan tightened his grip on the moon-cutting blade and addressed his companions. "Everyone, remain vigilant. A mutated giant python is nearby that it cannot differentiate between humans and zombies, and it particularly favors warm-blooded creatures like us. Expect its arrival imminently." Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, tension filled the air. Stemming from humanity's instinctual fear of serpents, Even though Shananjing was still grappling with feelings of jealousy, she clutched her sword and positioned herself beside Jiang Chuan. Within minutes, a rustling sound echoed nearby, prompting all but Jiang Chuan, who appeared calm and composed, to anxiously observe their surroundings. Suddenly, Wang Pengzi froze in place, trembling as he raised his left hand, pointing above Jiang Chuan and Shananjing's heads. Wah! What is that? By the heavens, what kind of monster is this? Chapter 131. The mutated Burmese python, the colossal python, with a white underbelly and a sleek, dark blue-black exterior, had glossy scales and piercing eyes fixated on Jiang Chuan and Shananjing. Two pointed horns protruded above its eyes, indicative of a primitive reversion, suggesting that this python was exceptionally powerful, showing signs of transformation. It opened its mouth, large enough to fit a basin, its forked tongue flickering as thick, foul-smelling saliva dripped onto the ground, creating a wet, slapping sound. Shananjing, already terrified of snakes, found herself merely 5 meters away from this giant python. Had it not been for Jiang Chuan's foresight in supporting her, she might have collapsed in terror. This marked the first instance where she had encountered her greatest fear at such close proximity, and the fact that she did not scream in fright was a notable achievement. The others, however, were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling as they longed to flee. This reaction was not due to their inferiority in strength compared to the python, but rather a deep-seated, instinctual fear of serpents and colossal creatures, one that can only be diminished through repeated confrontations with the feared beings. Jiang Chuan recognized that, given Shananjing's current state, she would likely be of little help in the forthcoming battle. In a swift motion, he wrapped his right arm around her waist and, wielding the moon-cutting blade in his left, struck at the giant python. Infused with electric powers, the blade's energy impacted the python's forehead. However, the creature's thick skin rendered Jiang Chuan's blow ineffective, and he did not expect to inflict any real damage. Seizing the moment of the python's disorientation, he swiftly stepped forward, guiding Shananjing to a spot more than 100 meters away and seating her down. Shananjing, everyone has their fears. It's perfectly normal. You need not participate in the upcoming battle. But I do not wish to see any vulnerabilities from you. Observe the fight closely. Next time we encounter such a giant python, you must engage. Jiang Chuan's multifunctional wristwatch, modified by Aloe, now displayed battle statistics for zombies and mutated creatures. Upon returning to the battlefield, he began assessing the combat metrics of the mutated python. The data panel for mutated creatures is significantly simpler than that for humans, featuring an additional defense attribute. Battle Statistics Panel Species: Mutated Burmese Python Strength, 168 Agility, 36 Stamina, 123 Defense, 206 Overall Combat Power, 142. After reviewing the creature's battle statistics, Jiang Chuan felt reassured. Despite the python's considerable strength, its agility was severely lacking, as long as the group remained cautious and avoided being ensnared or bitten during combat. They would not face dire peril. Moreover, if the creature proved too challenging, Jiang Chuan had a surefire strategy to win from within. After being struck by Jiang Chuan, the giant python lost sight of him, preparing to unleash its fury upon Wang Pengzi and the others. Just then, Jiang Chuan reappeared before it, and, as it flicked its tongue, it fixated on him, seemingly questioning his audacity to attack such a formidable creature. Jiang Chuan remained unfazed by the python's penetrating gaze. While mutated pythons are indeed formidable, they become manageable once their weaknesses are understood. However, Jiang Chuan was not yet ready to employ the most effective tactic against the mutated giant python, as entering its body was an unpleasant experience, oppressive and particularly repulsive. Engaging in direct combat would enhance his combat skills, especially against such a resilient yet sluggish opponent. Thus, taking the creature down from within remained a backup plan. Jiang Chuan shifted the moon-cutting blade to his right hand and reassured his companions. You need not be overly anxious. While this creature is gigantic, its agility is quite poor. During the battle, simply be cautious, avoiding entanglement or bites, and you should be safe. Wang Pengzi, incredulous, responded, "Are you serious, Jiang? Did I hear you right? Why would you provoke such a massive creature? If it's slow, why not just make a run for it?" Jiang Chuan gazed at the enormous python with an expression of sheer exhilaration. exclaiming, "It seems my study of thunder-based abilities over the past couple of days was not in vain. After all this time researching thunder powers, I have finally encountered a worthy target to hone my skills on. You shall serve as a stepping stone on my path to mastering the profound mysteries of thunder abilities. Thus your demise is not without purpose." As mutated creatures reach a certain level of power, their intelligence tends to increase, and the python before him began to exhibit signs of sentience. It could grasp some of Jiang Chuan's words. Although it did not fully comprehend, it recognized that this insignificant human intended to engage it in combat. And to its irritation, the human appeared overwhelmingly excited about the prospect. This infuriated the giant python, which opened its massive jaws and roared at Jiang Chuan, the stench emanating from its mouth overwhelming. In that instant, as its jaws widened, Jiang Chuan shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, arriving before the python in the blink of an eye, wielding a blade infused with electric energy. He struck down towards the python's gaping maw, and with a resounding crack, he severed the python's forked tongue, which fell to the ground with a thud. After dispatching the tongue, Jiang Chuan lightly tapped the python's body with the tip of his foot and landed silently on the ground. The python's roar abruptly ceased as it shut its mouth tightly. Jiang Chuan kicked the severed tongue aside, remarking, "Your breath is foul. During our ensuing battle, it will be wise for you to keep your mouth shut, lest I cannot guarantee that my next strike won't land within your maw." Chapter 132. Only that move left in agony. The mutated Burmese python collapsed to the ground, thrashing wildly and kicking up clouds of dust. Yet, it was a mutated creature, and the wound on its tongue healed rapidly. Once it regained its composure, it fixed its gaze on Jiang Chuan, remaining motionless, its eyes filled with venomous hatred, as if it yearned to swallow him whole in retribution. Just as it prepared to launch an assault, Jiang Chuan moved first. This time, he did not target the python's weak spots, but instead swung his blade fiercely against its impenetrable scales. The clash produced a deafening clang, yet yielded little effect. The lightning-imbued blade merely left a shallow scratch on the python's scales. Observing this, Jiang Chuan intensified the output of his electric energy, relentlessly hacking away at the massive creature's body. Clearly, he regarded the python as a practice target for his mastery of thunder abilities. Each strike merely resulted in additional superficial wounds, without placing the python in any real jeopardy. However, the creature's lamentable agility paled in comparison to Jiang Chuan's. Despite its head lunging repeatedly at him, its every attempt to bite and claw seemed powerful yet utterly ineffective, as its proud bulk became its greatest disadvantage. Nearby, Wang Pengzi and the others watched in astonishment. Is this python truly so feeble? Though it appears colossal, its movements are excruciatingly slowed. It's practically a living target for Jiang Chuan that moment. Their agility was significantly inferior to Jiang Chuan's, barely rivaling that of the mutated python. With some even slower to Li Yongyan assessed the battlefield, stating, "Captain Jiang has completely taken control of the situation. There's no need for us to intervene. With Captain Jiang's strength, our presence would only hinder him. I believe we should provide him with long-range fire support." After voicing his thoughts, Li Yongyan retrieved his handgun from his waist. Wang Pengzi, seeing this, followed suit and produced the silenced pistol Jiang Chuan had given him. Nodding in agreement, "You're right. Advancing towards this behemoth would only complicate matters for Jiang. Providing fire support is far more practical." The group, upon Wang Pengzi's suggestion, drew the firearms and ammunition distributed by Jiang Chuan after he had disembarked, taking aim at the python and pulling the triggers in rapid succession. However, the bullets from her silenced pistols struck the python's armored scales like raindrops on a stone, leaving not even the faintest scratch, only producing insignificant sparks upon impact. The python disregarded their feeble attacks, fixated solely on devouring the audacious creature that had dared to provoke it and severed its tongue. Witnessing their assaults yield no results, Wang Pengzi lowered his pistol in frustration, cursing, "What the hell? We're utterly useless here. I feel like we're merely here to make up the numbers." Then his gaze returned to Jiang Chuan, who was locked in combat with the mutated python. Upon seeing the long blade crackling with arcs of electricity in Jiang Chuan's grip, inspiration struck him. He raised his silenced pistol once more, aiming at the python's head. With a sharp crack, the gun fired again. And this time, miraculously, it proved effective. The bullet, arcing in an astonishing trajectory, pierced the python's eye, transforming it into a one-eyed beast. The python thrashed on the ground, struggling. The onlookers were astounded by the spectacle, and Li Yongyan approached Wang Pengzi, exclaiming, "Wow, fat bro, you're incredible. That python was facing away from us. Was that shot the legendary long-lost gunplay technique?" Wang Pengzi, reveling in the attention, blew on the muzzle of his gun and replied, casting a glance at the astonished Zhang Yunyan. "Gunplay technique? Nonsense. I'm a metal ability user. Altering the bullet trajectory is child's play, but why didn't you use that move from the beginning?" Wang Pengzi retorted, "What kind of nonsense is that? One doesn't lead with their trump card in a game of cards." After rising once more, the python, panting heavily, fixed its remaining eye on Jiang Chuan. Throughout this skirmish, it had not only failed to gain an advantage, but had also lost an eye and its tongue. Even the dullest of creatures would realize that it stood no chance against this diminutive adversary. With a cry of frustration, the python whipped its tail fiercely at Jiang Chuan and, seizing the moment of his evasion, hastily retreated in the opposite direction, where a bewildered Sha Nanjing awaited. The weakened python, upon spotting her, instinctively sought to devour her to replenish its strength, though Sha Nanjing possessed the speed to evade the python's grasp. Fear paralyzed her, rendering her immobile. The mutated python, while slower than Jiang Chuan, was only 200 meters away from her, and with its speed, it would reach her in moments. Although Sha Nanjing would not perish due to her protective armor, even if swallowed, Jiang Chuan was determined that he could not allow her to be consumed by the python. He had not brought her along merely for her to become the creature's meal. Activating his agility-based ability, Jiang Chuan surged forth at maximum speed. As the python opened its cavernous jaws before Sha Nanjing, she caught a glimpse of the remnants of flesh within its mouth and gasped, her eyes widening in terror. Just as the python's maw closed in on her, Jiang Chuan lunged forward, positioning himself between her and the monstrous creature, gripping the python's gaping jaws with all his might. The scent emanating from the python's mouth was repulsive, and he was reluctant to resort to that particular tactic, but the recent battle had made it abundantly clear that his attacks were futile against the creature's defenses. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Chuan thought, "It appears that to deal with this beast and partake of its flesh, I have no choice but to employ that maneuver. I will be fine. Just wait for me." Yet, to Sha Nanjing, this was a desperate act of sacrifice, as Jiang Chuan's assurance of safety was merely a self-comforting lie. Chapter 133. "What are you doing here?" As Jiang Chuan's words fell, he relaxed his grip on the python's jaws, allowing himself to be engulfed whole. The python, sensing its prey's foolishness and offering itself, gleefully snapped its jaws shut, fearing that Jiang Chuan might escape. Then, with a powerful motion, it lifted its body, swallowing Jiang Chuan whole. Sha Nanjing's heart raced as she witnessed Jiang Chuan being devoured alive by the monstrous serpent. Her feelings for him surged forth, and seeing him sacrifice himself to protect her ignited a flame of rage within her. In that moment, she disregarded her overwhelming fear of the great serpent, her anger transforming into a source of strength, propelling her to seek a way to rescue Jiang Chuan. Asked the giant python, thoroughly pleased, lifted its head, preparing to open its maw once more to engulf Sha Nanjing. She gripped her rainbow sword and executed a decisive strike. She had been preoccupied with observing Jiang Chuan's battle. And at this moment, although the blade of her sword did not make direct contact with the massive serpent, it emanated an invisible sword wind. When this sword wind struck the python's armored scales, it astonishingly cleaved 4 or 5 of the scales on its forehead in half, causing the detached fragments to drift down from the air. This unexpected maneuver left a conspicuous scar upon the python's brow, surprising all who bore witness. Although this mark was insufficient to inflict true harm upon the creature, it instilled a sense of trepidation in the python, which had long prided itself on its formidable defenses. At that moment, Wang Pengzi swiftly reacted. Disregarding whether he stood a chance against the python, he dashed to a position 50 meters in front of it, raised his firearm, and fired. Having learned from the experience of losing one eye, the python instinctively closed its remaining eye upon seeing the fiery metal object aimed at it. However, Wang Pengzi's efforts proved futile as all his bullets struck the python's eyelid. Since its mutation, the python had been an invincible entity, yet today it found itself repeatedly thwarted by these seemingly insignificant morsels. Was this a rebellion of sorts? How had they all grown so formidable? It had taken considerable effort to deal with just one of them, and now there were so many left that a wise serpent does not suffer unnecessary losses. It resolved to flee, recognizing that the day was still long ahead. The python chose to disregard the group, twisting its colossal body to escape the battlefield. Truth be told, had the python been resolute in its desire to flee, even Jiang Chuan, should he unleash his full power, would likely have been unable to subdue it today. Its error lay in the choice of prey. This moment, Jiang Chuan found himself within the python's belly, and thanks to his alloy reverse feather battle armor, he was quickly enveloped by it when the python clamped down upon him. The potent gastric acid of the python, though highly corrosive, posed no threat to the armor. Moreover, the armor was equipped with its own oxygen supply system, which activated automatically once Jiang Chuan entered the python's abdominal cavity. However, this system could not filter the noxious odors permeating the surrounding air. Jiang Chuan was left with a singular sensation of overwhelming stench, devoid of any other feelings. Put it dramatically, he could comfortably remain within the python's belly for a day or two without issue. Once Jiang Chuan felt he had ceased sliding deeper into the python's body, he discerned that the moment had arrived. Clutching his moon-cutting blade, he slashed at the python's flesh. However, the python's stomach was remarkably smooth and resilient. After 2 or 3 attempts, he still failed to breach its flesh. Jiang Chuan reflected that although the moon-cutting blade was indeed sharp, confronting such a powerful mutated creature with the raw strength of a first-tier revolver was proving to be an arduous task. Subsequently, he summoned the fiery elemental energy of his physical capabilities, enveloping the blade in black flames. This time, when Jiang Chuan's blade merely grazed the python's stomach wall, it immediately sliced through, accompanied by an overwhelmingly foul, charred aroma. Just as the python had managed to escape for over 100 meters, a sudden wave of intense pain surged through its abdomen, causing its speed to falter and its massive body to writhe violently upon the ground. Observing this change, Wang Pengzi initially feared the python was about to counterattack. He called out to Jiang, who was at the forefront, fiercely hacking at the python. "Second sister, be careful. It seems like the python is about to retaliate." Yet, Jiang paid no heed to his warning. Seizing the opportunity while the python was distracted, she unleashed a wind blade aimed directly at the python's intact eye. This time, the python could not close its eye in time. With a resounding thud, blood erupted from its eye, and after emitting a final, anguished cry of defiance, the colossal creature collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and subsequently lay still. Wang Pengzi cautiously approached the python's head, delivering a couple of kicks. Once he confirmed that the creature was indeed lifeless, he gulped nervously and stammered, Is it dead? Second sister, it's dead." How? How did you manage that?" Jiang ignored Wang Pengzi. Instead, she fought back tears and began to strike fiercely at the python's belly. However, despite the python's demise, its scales remained incredibly resilient. Even after exhausting her elemental energy, she could only inflict a shallow wound upon its abdomen. Last, tears streamed down her face, and the rainbow sword slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. Wang Pengzi, attempting to control his long knife, slashed at the python's belly with little effect. Li Yongyan, maintaining a semblance of rationality, stepped forward to comfort them. "Fat brother, Captain Shan, don't panic just yet. The python swallows its prey whole, and when Jiang Chuan was consumed, he was perfectly fine, and I believe with his abilities, he is undoubtedly still alive. Let us think of another way. We can surely rescue Jiang Chuan." At that moment, Jiang conceived a bold idea and strode purposefully towards the python's head. When Jiang Chuan finally broke through the python's belly and emerged, he was met with an utterly bewildering sight. "Second sister, you mustn't. If something happens to you inside, I would be in deep trouble with old Jiang." The bloodstains, foul remnants, and digestive fluids on Jiang Chuan's battle armor had been automatically cleaned away. He approached the group with a perplexed expression and inquired, "What are you all doing here?" Chapter 134. What does second sister mean? Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's voice, Shan Anjing promptly poked her head out from the dead python's mouth, causing Wang Pengzi and the others to stumble back in surprise. Seeing Jiang Chuan standing before her unharmed and glancing at the gaping wound in the python's belly, her eyes brimmed with tears once more. The tears that had previously subsided began to flow freely again. She leaped forward and embraced Jiang Chuan tightly, almost to the point of suffocation. Through her tears, she exclaimed, "How could you do that? If something had happened to you, what would I do? You haven't even taken responsibility for me yet. I want to allow you to in that moment, as Jiang Chuan witnessed Shenanjing's tears. He activated his mind-reading ability. It became clear that she believed he had entered the python's mouth to save her. Jiang Chuan initially intended to explain to the group why he had ventured into the python's body after emerging. But he swiftly changed his mind. The method he had employed to deal with the python must remain a secret from Shan Anjing. Absolutely. He gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It's all right, Nanjing, see, I'm perfectly fine now. As long as you are willing to be with me, I would brave any danger for you." Shan Anjing was immediately touched, shedding any remnants of her previously aloof demeanor. In that moment, she was simply a delicate woman seeking solace in Jiang Chuan's embrace. Wang Pengzi, witnessing this scene, chuckled and remarked, "Old Jiang, you have no idea how incredible Second Sister was just now. She chased that giant python everywhere, finally striking its eye and blinding it, leading to its demise. Turns out, its weakness was its eyes that, by the way, I also managed to blind one of its eyes. Shouldn't I get some credit for that?" Jiang Chuan was well aware that the python's death did not stem from Shenanjing's blinding strike. Rather, it was merely a coincidence that the python had already lost a significant amount of blood by that point. He looked at Wang Pengzi and said. Once Jiang Chuan finished speaking, Shan Anjing released him. Turning to Wang Tianlong with her usual icy demeanor, "Vice Captain Wang, may I ask what Second Sister means? Did Jiang Chuan instruct you to call me that?" Wang Tianlong felt an immense pressure at this moment. Indeed, Second Sister was a term Jiang Chuan had mentioned during their previous conversation. However, revealing Jiang Chuan's involvement would be akin to betraying his good friend. He immediately cast a pleading glance toward Jiang Chuan, who quickly understood and addressed Wang Pengzi. "Fatty, stop dawdling. Come help me." Wang Pengzi, feeling as if he'd been granted a reprieve, nodded eagerly at Shan Anjing. "Sister-in-law, I'm off to help now." Shan Anjing observed the two of them conspiring together and let out a resigned huff. Although mutated animals do not possess crystal cores like zombies, their flesh is indeed consumable and serves as a rare treasure for evolvers. For instance, the flesh of a third-tier mutated giant python is more effective for an evolver's enhancement than consuming 10 first-tier crystal cores. More importantly, the meat of mutated animals is not tier-specific. The stronger the mutated creature, the greater the energy contained within its flesh. After tidying up the battlefield, Jiang Chuan led the group deeper into the zoo. Their new objective was the ferocious beast park, located over 800 meters from the serpent enclosure. Following their mutation, large feline predators had not undergone significant changes in temperament, as the lions and tigers in the zoo had been domesticated by humans. Thus, they remained relatively docile compared to other mutated creatures, rendering them quite friendly toward humans. Yet, despite this, the majestic felines that emerged from a zoo remained formidable entities at the apex of the food chain in this post-apocalyptic world. Subsequently, this individual, leveraging the prowess of 2 mutated tigers, established a survivor base housing around 20 to 30,000 individuals not far from Shenanjing Sanctuary, earning a reputation that commanded respect. It is said that even the leaders of larger survivor bases dared not act recklessly within his domain. The strength of the 2 tigers is thus evident. Eventually, someone recognized that these mutated tigers were from the Guangnan City Zoo. This individual later recounted that he had tamed these beasts within the confines of the zoo, a tale duly noted in various biographies of renowned figures. The primary purpose of Jiang Chuan's visit to the zoo was to intercept these yet-to-be-revealed mutated monstrosities, although Jiang Chuan and his companions found themselves within the zoo. The number of animals present was sparse. Most of the creatures that remained were territorial predators, while others had long dispersed into the nooks and crannies of the city. They traversed the zoo, now a mere shadow of its former self, littered with debris, They swiftly reached the final enclosure, the deer park. The deer within had also undergone mutations, yet the power of these altered species was notably feeble. With no significant changes in size, Jiang Chuan generously offered this rare opportunity for practice to Wang Pengzi and his companions. Within a mere 15 minutes, they dispatched the last 4 mutated elk in the deer park. Just as Jiang Chuan was about to stow their carcasses into his spatial ring, a deafening roar reverberated throughout every corner of the zoo. This was followed by the ominous sound of drums. Thumping heavily, dong, 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 dong. Jiang Chuan immediately surmised that a battle had erupted between the mutated gorilla and the mutated tigers. Hearing this, Wang Pengzi, still haunted by his prior encounter with the mutated python, exclaimed, "Goodness, ahead lies the predator pavilion. What monstrous creatures await us this time? Old Jiang, I believe we have more than enough meat already. I suggest we make our exit." Shan and Jing, equally concerned about encountering further unforeseen circumstances, expressed a reluctance. Jiang Chuan, perhaps we should not venture forth. Jiang Chuan cast his gaze toward the predator pavilion, his face devoid of fear, instead alight with exhilaration. Without another word, he vanished from sight. Shan and Jing, unwilling to let Jiang Chuan face the danger alone, followed closely behind. The remaining members of Wang Pengzi's group exchanged glances. Li Yongyan contemplated, "Great minds think alike. I share the same sentiment." Chapter 135. Mutual destruction inside the predator pavilion. 2 mutated tigers were locked in a fierce struggle with a mutated gorilla. The tigers stood nearly 3 meters tall, their once black and yellow stripes replaced by a striking white coat. It was evident from their physique that they were indeed transformed from 2 tigers. The mutated tigers seemed to possess a hint of saber-toothed tiger lineage, as 2 sharp fangs jutted from their mouths. The mutated gorilla was equally colossal, standing around 4 meters when upright, with immensely powerful limbs that even an adult man could not fully encircle. The mutated gorilla, in comparison to the tigers, exhibited a more aggressive and bloodthirsty demeanor, harboring a natural enmity toward humans. Jiang Chuan and Shan Anjing soared above, wielding metallic wings, observing the fierce clash from a height of over 10 meters. Upon arrival, Jiang Chuan promptly accessed their combat data. Combat data panel species. Mutated Northeast Tiger strength, 162 agility, 138 stamina, 152 defense, 121 overall combat power. 143 combat data panel species. Mutated Northeast Tiger strength, 159 agility, 130 stamina, 136 defense, 119 overall combat power, 139 combat data panel species. Mutated gorilla strength, 206 agility, 155 stamina, 182 defense, 189 overall combat power, 179. The disparity in power between the combatants was stark. However, the advantage of numerical superiority for the tigers made the outcome uncertain. Such formidable mutated creatures possess a strong territorial instinct, making their confrontation unsurprising. The sounds of battle, crumbling structures, and beastly roars echoed incessantly. After more than 10 minutes, the predator pavilion was devoid of any intact edifices. With another thunderous crash, the 3 titans momentarily separated, panting heavily as they eyed each other. The white fur of the tigers was stained with crimson blood. One had its left eye closed, having sustained a vicious blow from the mutated gorilla during the skirmish. The other white tiger fared little better, with one forepaw swollen and painful, forcing it to rely on 3 limbs for support. Despite the gorilla's superior overall combat power, it was evident that it had not emerged unscathed from this 2-against-1 battle. Its remarkable defense, comparable to that of the mutated python, was not enough to withstand the formidable bite force of the tigers. The gorilla bore its own wounds, with several gaping lacerations adorning its body and 3 deep claw marks etched across its face. At this moment, the gorilla was also in a dire state, its fists resting heavily on the ground as it gasped for breath, clearly fatigued from the earlier confrontation. With a fierce roar, the 2 mutated tigers once again launched an assault on the mutated gorilla. Like arrows released from a bow, they hurtled toward their opponent, their jaws agape, attacking from both sides. The mutated gorilla let out a thunderous roar and deftly retreated, evading the initial onslaught of the 2 tigers. It reached out with its massive arms, ensnaring one of the tigers by the neck. As the gorilla tightened its grip, the captured tiger howled in agony, thrashing wildly in a desperate bid for freedom. Its powerful hind legs struck the ground with such force that they cracked the concrete beneath. Despite clawing relentlessly at the gorilla's chest, drawing blood, it could not break free. Although the mutated gorilla had easily subdued one tiger, it could not afford to neglect the other. The remaining tiger seized the opportunity, sinking its fangs into the gorilla's left arm. The gorilla shrieked in pain, and as it tightened its grip, the tiger it had captured collapsed, rendered unable to continue fighting. Realizing the dire situation, the remaining tiger quickly released its hold and retreated several meters, 3 legs on the ground, glaring fiercely at the gorilla. Had it not released its bite, it might have shared the same fate as its fallen comrade. The gorilla's arm, bitten, now dangled limply, blood dripping steadily from its dark palm. With a roar of frustration, the mutated gorilla, having incapacitated one of the tigers, fled towards the densely built urban landscape. Seeing the gorilla finally depart, the remaining 3-legged tiger sighed in relief. Limping toward its fallen companion, it extended its tongue, licking the downed tiger, and upon realizing its comrade still drew breath, all strength seemed to drain from it, collapsing beside its ally. Just then, 2 peculiar large birds landed nearby. The tiger fixed its gaze on one, pondering, what manner of bird is this, and from whence did it come? If it dares harbor ill intentions, I shall swat it dead. Jiang Chuan, locked in an intense gaze with the giant tiger, was astonished to find he could decipher its thoughts. His psychic ability, typically reserved for sentient beings, was inexplicably reaching into the mind of this mutated creature. It became clear why these beasts had once supported a survivor base. They had awakened their intelligence long ago. Intelligence and sentience are distinct. The latter refers to a being's capacity to think, but does not endow it with a soul. The high-level zombies may possess cunning, yet they exist solely for slaughter, devoid of comprehension regarding their motives. They are akin to instruments designed for the annihilation of humanity. Conversely, sentience is a wondrous phenomenon, a reflection of celestial wisdom embedded within the subconscious, not directly governed by the conscious mind, but capable of indirect manipulation. It allows everyone to perceive problems through their unique lens of thought, thereby crafting distinct life paths. In other words, consciousness enables each individual to exist as an entity independent of others. Jiang Chuan understood that a mutated being endowed with consciousness could undoubtedly comprehend human language. However, due to its anatomical structure, it was incapable of articulating words. Jiang Chuan addressed the fierce tiger that was intently gazing at him, saying, "Hey there, we're not birds. We are humans." Chapter 136. We are good friends with humans. The mutated tiger regarded Jiang Chuan, contemplating, nonsense. I have encountered countless humans, yet I have never seen one with wings. Those with wings are all birds, see? I am not lying. The mutated tiger sniffed the air, then thought to itself, so it is indeed a human. But these two are rather peculiar. Su Man curiously glanced between Jiang Chuan and the mutated tiger on the ground, asking, "Brother Chuan, are you conversing with this tiger? Can it really understand human speech?" All things possess spirit. This creature is far more intelligent than you might think. That moment, the mutated tiger suddenly sensed something amiss. It widened its eyes and stared at Jiang Chuan, exclaiming, "Wait, how did you know what I was thinking? Is this one of your bird people's superpowers?" After deciphering the mutated tiger's thoughts, Jiang Chuan cleared his throat and continued, "We are not bird people. We are humans. Tiger, I would like to discuss a matter with you." The mutated tiger, realizing that Jiang Chuan and Sha Nanjing were indeed humans, lowered its guard, resting its head on the ground. "What matter do you wish to discuss? I am in so much pain right now. I cannot be of much help." Jiang Chuan looked at the mutated tiger and said, "I will help you both deal with that giant gorilla, and in return, you will follow me." Upon hearing this, the mutated tiger lifted its drooping head and shook it before letting it fall back down. "You two are no match for that creature. A single punch could turn you into mush. Please, do not go to your demise. Humans are becoming increasingly rare, and it is a pity to lose two." Jiang Chuan found this rather amusing and teased the fierce tiger. "You are actually concerned for us?" The mutated tiger thought to itself, of course. Jiang Chuan continued. What I mean is not that I will personally deal with the gorilla, but rather that I wish to heal your injuries. Then, while it is still recovering, you can confront that creature yourself. If you can indeed help us defeat that beast, we will gladly acknowledge you as our elder brother. Jiang Chuan was delighted to hear this. He had initially thought it would be challenging to win over these two beings. Yet their thoughts were surprisingly straightforward. They not only placed immense trust in humans, but also readily pledged their allegiance to him. Such fortunate circumstances, if not experienced firsthand, would seem unimaginable in this apocalyptic world. It is no wonder that an ordinary survivor in the past could manage to subdue them. Eat this. The meat is infused with potent energy that will expedite your healing process, far quicker than waiting for your wounds to mend on their own. The mutated three-legged tiger, capable of movement, stretched its neck to sniff the mutated python meat before pondering. What is this meat? It smells incredible, more delightful than anything I have ever tasted. With that thought, the mutated tiger buried its head into the python's flesh, successfully tearing off a small piece after a struggle. However, it did not swallow it immediately. Instead, it limped over to its mate, nudging the mother tiger's nose with its own, offering the python meat beside her mouth, and gently emitted a sound. The mother tiger, mustering her strength, opened her mouth, while the three-legged tiger nudged the python meat closer to her, after chewing slowly for a couple of minutes. She finally managed to swallow the meat with great difficulty. Approximately 5 minutes later, the mother tiger stood up, unsteadily making her way toward the remaining python meat, joining her husband in a hearty feast. Half an hour later, all traces of the python meat had vanished. When a mother tiger saw Jiang Chuan and Shan Nanjing, she exhibited no signs of hostility, but rather displayed a demeanor of reassurance. The injuries of both tigers had healed considerably, and the previously limping three-legged tiger no longer hobbled. And the mother tiger communicated in a series of roars, a language Jiang Chuan could not comprehend. Upon learning that Jiang Chuan was their savior, that he could communicate with them, the mother tiger thought to herself. Jiang Chuan nodded at the pair of mutated tigers, saying, "We will accompany you. You need not worry about our safety. However, do exercise caution. Although that creature is gravely injured and weakened, its desperate final strike could still be lethal to you." The couple of mutated tigers, exhibiting a remarkable sense of humanity, nodded in agreement with Jiang Chuan before following the scent left by the mutated gorilla as they sprinted ahead. Jiang Chuan and Shan Nanjing promptly spread their wings, soaring into the sky to keep pace. Shan Nanjing, perplexed, inquired of Jiang Chuan, "Jiang Chuan, how exactly are you communicating with these two mutated tigers? I have been watching for quite some time and still do not understand. This is my special ability. I can discern their thoughts. Their intelligence has increased after mutation, allowing them to understand my words. Henceforth, we shall be partners." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the zoo, the mutated gorilla was leaning against Jiang Chuan's SUV. Panting heavily, Wang Tianlong and his companions were observing the situation from a nearby two-story building, not far from the zoo's entrance. Wang Tianlong exclaimed in frustration, "That old Jiang is truly reckless. That commotion was clearly a fight between mutated beings. Yet he insists on witnessing it. Now look, it has been hours, and we still do not know where he is." Zhang Yingyan glanced at Wang Fatty, contemplating before reassuring the group. "Do not worry. I believe the captain will be fine. Both he and Deputy Captain Shan have wings. They can fly and will surely be safe." Wang Fatty immediately chimed in cheerfully, Yes, Yinyan, I was thinking the same. Old Jiang is blessed. They will definitely be fine." Just then, Luo Zhiwu, who had been intently watching the zoo entrance, suddenly exclaimed, "What on earth is that?" Chapter 137. Officer Aloe playing in the mud. What Luo Zhiwu witnessed were indeed two mutated tigers seeking revenge against the mutated gorilla. Wang Fatty also looked outside and exclaimed, "What the heck? Not only is there a giant gorilla, but now there are also tigers. If old Jiang emerges and these creatures set their sights on him, he will be in serious trouble. Any of you have a way to contact old Jiang? Tell him to seek shelter until these creatures have moved on." Everyone shook their heads. They genuinely had no means of communication. The mobile network had ceased functioning on the third day of the apocalypse, and they had not brought walkie-talkies. Now, they could only hope that Jiang Chuan could fly high enough to avoid detection by the beasts. Jiang Chuan and Shan Nanjing landed about 100 meters from a zoo entrance. For flying in the sky also required considerable energy. When Jiang Chuan noticed the gorilla was right beside their SUV, he felt an overwhelming concern for Wang Fatty and the others. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the vehicle was empty. There were no signs of battle, and the ground bore no fresh bloodstains. Jiang Chuan understood that worrying was futile. He could only wait for the mutated tigers to finish off the mutated gorilla before searching for Wang Fatty and his companions. Upon encountering their adversary, the mutated tigers roared in fury and charged at the gorilla. Despite its weakened state, the gorilla summoned the strength to engage in combat with the two tigers. Although the mutated gorilla possessed immense power, it was still significantly injured. In the initial moments of battle, the gorilla showcased its remarkable strength by swinging its massive fists at one of the tigers. However, being at the end of its strength, the mutated tiger adeptly evaded the attack, while the other tiger launched an assault from the side, successfully knocking the gorilla to the ground. Even though the mutated gorilla was powerful, it lacked the agility and finesse of the tigers. Though it was thrown down, it refused to concede. Utilizing its strength advantage, the gorilla managed to flip one of the tigers over. Yet this counterattack was brief, for the other tiger quickly joined the fray, overpowering the gorilla once more. Despite the gorilla's impressive stamina, it gradually succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the two tigers. Eventually, one of the tigers aimed for the gorilla's throat and leaped high. Although the gorilla attempted to resist, its strength seemed utterly depleted at that critical moment, failing to withstand the tiger's assault. In this fierce confrontation, the mutated gorilla, despite its desperate resistance, could not prevail against the two united tigers. Its body was torn apart, blood spilling onto the ground before the zoo entrance. Wang Fatty and his companions, concealed behind the curtains, watched the battle unfold through the window, utterly astonished by the prowess exhibited by both sides. However, due to the angle, they failed to notice Jiang Chuan and Shan Nanjing standing by the wall not far away. Jiang Chuan was still quite intrigued by the meat of the gorilla. Even though the meat was rather dry and tough, with a peculiar taste, the formidable power of the mutated gorilla and the energy it contained should not be underestimated. Although the flavor was less than desirable, it could be made into soup for those residing in the underground garage, swiftly replenishing their strength and fortifying their bodies to in the previous life. Creatures like the mutated gorilla were virtually invincible during the first year of the apocalypse, unless the military personally intervened to exterminate them. It was astonishing that in this lifetime, they could hunt down such a behemoth so quickly. After the battle concluded, the few SUVs were rendered completely inoperable. Jiang Chuan stepped forward and addressed the two tigers. Tiger, could you help me locate a few friends who were in these two vehicles? I'm not sure where they've gone now. Wang Pengzi and the others were on edge, realizing that the two ferocious giant tigers were heading straight towards them. Everyone held their breath, pressing against the wall beneath the window, hoping that the mutated tigers would not discover their presence. However, before long, one of the mutated tigers broke through the window with its head, its snout still stained with gorilla blood, looming over Wang Pengzi. Wang Pengzi's eyes widened as he locked gazes with the white tiger for a moment. He swallowed hard and yelled to the others in the room, "Run!" Instantly, they all dashed out of the room in a panic. Just then, Jiang Chuan and Shan Nanjing appeared before them. Jiang Chuan called out, "Hey, Fatty, don't run. These two are friendly tigers." Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's voice and noticing that the mutated tigers were not pursuing them and that Jiang Chuan stood beside them, everyone halted in their tracks. Wang Pengzi, upon seeing Jiang Chuan, seemed to find reassurance, wiping the sweat from his brow. "What do you mean by brother tigers? Don't tell me you've sworn allegiance to them." Jiang Chuan, with a deadpan expression, replied, "That's not important. You all need to find the vehicle. Time is of the essence. By 4 o'clock that afternoon, the survivor base of the Research Institute was in utter chaos. How far are the monsters from our base gate? Less than 2 kilometers. Are the defensive barriers ready? They're all set. How many people are armed and ready for battle? Captain Tan, only 11 people have guns. The new recruits have yet to be assigned any. Sworn to live and die with the base. Sworn to live and die with the base. Sworn to live and die with the base. By the way, where's Officer A. Luo? I asked you to notify him. What did he say? Officer Eluo is currently playing in the mud with Captain Gao's daughter. He has seen me and said he would come over shortly to make tea that moment. Eluo, with dirt still smudged on his face, pushed open the office door and entered. Why is everyone here? What happened? Why does everyone look so serious? There shouldn't be any danger today. Report, sir. 2 giant beasts are heading towards the base. They are estimated to arrive at our gate shortly. Chapter 138. Following Jiang Chuan, their esme to eat are those 2 giant beasts resembling tigers, with entirely white fur. Tan Yuhua glanced at a member of the base management team beside him. Yes, they are 2 colossal white tigers. Officer Eluo is indeed remarkable. Eluo, slightly embarrassed, chuckled. I was just busy taking care of Gao Yutong and helping her fix her castle. I forgot to mention this. Those 2 white tigers are the mounts of Captain Jiang. They're very friendly towards humans, so there is no need for alarm. Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured among themselves, but given that Eluo had never been wrong before, they found his words quite credible. However, they couldn't help but think about how he had seemed to be enjoying himself with Gao Yutong just moments ago. Before long, the 2 enormous white tigers arrived at the gate of the Research Institute base. The guards at the gate, despite having received Tan Yuhua's notice, still held their rifles tightly as the giant white tigers approached within 10 meters. It was only when Jiang Chuan's head appeared over the back of one of the white tigers that their tense demeanor began to ease. Jiang Chuan had previously cleaned the 2 tigers at the zoo, and now their fur appeared even more pristine, radiating an aura of majesty. Jiang Chuan looked at the 2 base management team members whose calves trembled uncontrollably and spoke. You don't need to be afraid. These 2 giants are my partners. He patted the white tiger he was riding and continued. This one is named Dabai. Then he pointed to the other white tiger beside him. This one is Amei. She is Dabai's mate. They are friendly towards humans, so you need not fear them. The 2 members nodded in understanding. With Captain Jiang here, we naturally have nothing to fear. Jiang Chuan observed their insincere bravado, but chose not to say more and walked directly into the base. Thus, when the people in the base saw the 2 giant tigers, despite their initial terror, they found solace upon spotting Jiang Chuan and Shanan Jing atop the tigers. The base maintained its order. Those who were to move bricks did so, and those who were to shovel dirt continued their tasks. Yet, as they worked, whispers began to circulate. Our leader is truly impressive. He can tame such massive beasts that I'm no longer so worried about the impending zombie tide. Of course, without some skill, how could such a large survivor base be established? And have you noticed? Ever since the arrival of these 2 tigers, the nearby zombies seem to have vanished. I believe our leader is no ordinary human. He must be a deity sent to rescue us from the apocalypse. Uft, did you just realize that? I knew he was extraordinary the first time I saw him. I remember we were staying in a themed hotel back then. To stay here for now, in a couple of days. ILL arranged for the construction team to build you a place to stay. But I felt immense gratitude. Thinking, big brother, you were so kind to us. The previous place was foul and filled with the stench of blood. We could hardly bear it. You not only saved us, but also fed us and helped us bathe. You were even kinder than the keeper we had before. We don't know how to repay you. From now on, you are our true big brother. Jiang Chuan smiled at the 2 white tigers and said, we are now family, or rather, we should say we are all tigers. That's not right. In any case, you don't need to be so formal anymore. That if you wish to repay me, just help me guard the base, as this will be our shared home. As he spoke, Jiang Chuan retrieved 2 large pieces of mutated gorilla meat from his spatial ring. Go ahead and eat. The more you consume, the stronger you will become, enabling you to assist me further in the future. After expressing their gratitude once more, Dabai and Amei began to feast upon the mutated gorilla meat laid before them. During dinner that afternoon, when a large iron vat was brought out from the kitchen, everyone was immediately captivated by the enticing aroma wafting through the air, leaving them salivating. What on earth smells so good? Captain Jiang went hunting today and not only captured a mutated giant python and many mutated elk, but also took in 2 mutated white tigers as his companions. Wait, are you saying we're eating mutated python meat today? Dude, are you talking about those 2 giant beasts on the basketball court? I've seen them, and I heard they're now the guardians of our base. But every time I see them, my legs turn to jelly. By the way, Will eating this mutated python meat cause mutations in people? Haven't you seen the notice at the cafeteria door? Certainly, there will be no mutations, and it has been personally tested by Team Jiang. The flesh of the mutated beast is absolutely safe and can even enhance one's strength. Moreover, the meat of the mutated giant python is regarded as the most delicious among all mutated creatures. Life at the base under Team Jiang is indeed quite pleasant, with meat available daily, and even those residing in the basement outside can savor the soup made from mutated beast meat, albeit with a flavor inferior to ours. Jiang Chuan stood up and announced loudly to the crowd, "The supply of mutated beast meat is limited. Each of you is allowed only one bowl. If you wish to partake, please queue up with a bowl at Aunt Shen's." Instantly, everyone in the cafeteria sprang into action, maintaining excellent order thanks to Jiang Chuan's presence. Chapter 139. The outbreak of the zombie tide. It was on this very morning at a police station in Guangnan City that Jiang Chuan, having heard of the widely spread survivor base at the Research Institute, decided to leave the precinct and head to the base mentioned in the broadcast. As Jiang Chuan noticed that everyone was ready to depart, preparing to wave and signal for their departure, the distant sound of car engines grew louder, interrupting his command. Shortly thereafter, all within the police station heard the roar of engines. After a minute or two family cars came to a halt at the entrance of the station. The first was a BMW 5 Series, closely followed by a Toyota. The window of the BMW's driver's side had been lowered in advance, and the driver, a burly man, looked at the three police cars preparing to leave and shouted urgently, "Officers, we must hurry. A horde of zombies is approaching." Upon hearing the man's words, Jiang Chuan listened intently and, indeed, detected the sound of countless footsteps, at least 400 or 500 zombies moving in unison. Fortunately, the source of the sound was still quite far from the station and in the opposite direction of their planned route. Without a moment to waste, Jiang Chuan waved his hand and commanded, "There are zombies approaching from behind. Stay close." He then started the police car, leading the way along South City Road towards the entrance of the overpass. The three cars quickly followed suit, while the two unexpected arrivals obediently brought up the rear of the convoy. As Jiang Chuan drove out of the police station's gates, he glanced in the rearview mirror and noticed a throng of people surging approximately 300 meters away. However, he was acutely aware that the dark, billowing mass was not composed of humans. Those countless heads belonged to the grotesque and fearsome zombies. A chill ran down Jiang Chuan's spine as he contemplated the implications. Had they delayed their departure by merely 10 or 20 minutes, the entire police station would have been engulfed by this tidal wave of zombies, turning it into a grave for all within. Jiang Chuan was not naive enough to believe that a mere iron gate could halt the advance of such a wave. Simultaneously, he was riddled with curiosity regarding this outbreak of zombies. Why had the zombies in the vicinity of the police station suddenly vanished? What connection did they have to this zombie tide? What had triggered this sudden eruption? The apocalypse was laden with too many enigmas. Why the state and government remained conspicuously absent? Why had his own physique transformed into something remarkably powerful? What miraculous changes had occurred after consuming the flesh of that mutated pig alongside Chen? Were the zombies' peculiar behaviors instinctual or directed? Such questions were not easily answered. The immediate priority was to reach the survivor base at the Guangnan City Biotechnology Research Institute. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chuan dismissed his unresolvable doubts and concentrated on driving the police car towards the overpass entrance. Just as he cast aside his perplexities, Chen Yin, seated in the passenger seat, suddenly spoke in a trembling voice. "Yuan Shan, I sense an exceptionally terrifying zombie. It harbors immense energy. It is among the horde behind us, yet its speed is not extraordinary, akin to that of an ordinary zombie. I believe it is responsible for the sudden disappearance of the previous zombies and the emergence of the current tide." Jiang Chuan felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing this. While the zombies themselves were not particularly fearsome, merely a horde of mindless beings, if a sentient, commanding zombie truly emerged, capable of orchestrating others, the ramifications for humanity would be catastrophic. Despite his growing dread, Jiang Chuan reassured Chen Yin, "Do not worry. We shall soon exit the city. The zombies in the suburbs are not numerous, and it is unlikely we will encounter such peculiar creatures again. Moreover, even if we do confront a formidable zombie, With the abilities we have recently acquired, we will certainly survive. Chun Yen remained silent, fixated on the road ahead, but nodded gravely. Being able to sense that zombie also meant she understood its terrifying nature. Furthermore, she had the ability to glimpse into the feelings of others and could sense the worry filling Jiang Chuan's heart at that moment. Yet, his words provided her with a semblance of comfort. Under the pressure exerted by the impending zombie tide, the convoy sped forth, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the overpass. However, the scene that unfolded before them at the entrance sent chills down everyone's spines. 2 cars were parked at the entrance to the overpass, surrounded by a cluster of 70 to 80 zombies, along with 20 or 30 corpses of zombies. Most horrifying were the 3 human remains that had been gnawed down to mere bones on the ground. One of the vehicles still had its engine running, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Clearly, these 2 cars had arrived not long ago, but the occupants were undoubtedly dead. Otherwise, the engine would not still be idling. The stark white bones on the ground served as their ultimate testament to mortality. Perhaps the owners of these vehicles had hoped to take advantage of the zombies' momentary disappearance to traverse the overpass towards the suburbs. Regrettably, their luck had run out, leaving them eternally ensnared by 100 zombies. If they did not proceed onto the overpass and continue down the road, the uncertainties ahead were far too great, and such a course of action would likely yield minimal chances of survival. Even if someone were to escape by sheer luck, the group would likely suffer significant casualties. The only viable option was to clear the zombies and the 2 vehicles obstructing the overpass entrance before the tide arrived, thus maximizing their chances of survival. The horde behind Jiang Chuan and the others was still 600 or 700 meters away, and considering the zombies' speed, they had ample time, over 10 minutes, to clear the obstruction. Jiang Chuan stopped the car in front of the horde, swiftly took the walkie-talkie from Xiao Yuqing, and spoke in an authoritative tone. All armed combatants, disembark and equip suppressors to clear the zombies from the road. Those without firearms should swiftly remove the zombie corpses. We have only 10 minutes to clear a path. Non-combat personnel remain in the vehicles. Anyone displaying cowardice or violating orders will face military law. Once Jiang Chuan finished speaking, he opened the door, drew his weapon, and fired 3 rounds at the 3 nearest zombies, each shot silenced, resulting in the immediate demise of the 3 creatures, given the zombies' movement speed. The Research Institute would likely remain unaffected by this tide for at least another 2 days. Chapter 140. Jiang Chuan was no ordinary individual. In his previous life, he had been a prominent figure during the apocalypse, establishing a survivor base that housed tens of thousands alongside his close comrade, Chun Yen. Eventually, they had joined forces with Shan Nanjing's base, ascending to the position of vice leader. After dispatching the 3 closest zombies, Jiang Chuan scanned the horde blocking the road, ensuring no particularly agile creatures remained, allowing him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. As the gunfire echoed, 10 armed combatants engaged in battle, yet most bullets struck the bodies of the zombies, with few collapsing. Out of professional habit, the officers aimed for the zombies' bodies. Jiang Chuan quickly reminded them, "Aim for the head. If you don't shoot their heads, the zombies won't die." Upon hearing this, the officers snapped back to reality, adjusting their aim to target the zombies' heads, causing them to fall like wheat before a scythe. The unarmed combatants were not idle either. Once they confirmed that the zombies were truly dead, they systematically dragged the corpses to the side, clearing a path wide enough for vehicles to pass. Though they were all new to the harsh realities of the apocalypse, their survival instincts propelled them to work diligently. After their initial encounter with the zombies, their confidence grew, and the pace of clearing the road quickened. As for the few women in the group, they initially found the gruesome scene overwhelming and could not help but retch. However, Jiang Chuan bluntly informed them, "If we do not clear the road before the tide arrives, everyone will become food for these monsters." Upon hearing this, the women's faces turned pale with fear, and they quickly shed their delicate demeanor, joining the effort to clear the path. Due to their smaller stature, they paired up to drag a single zombie corpse, yet it was evident they were putting forth great effort. "Officer, we will help too." As the combatants were engaged in their fervent efforts, a robust voice resounded from behind them. The speaker was the burly man who had previously alerted them to the impending zombie horde at the police station's entrance. At this moment, he was accompanied by 3 men, each approximately in their 30s. After delivering his statement, The burly man joined the ranks of those clearing the path, significantly enhancing their pace. However, misfortune compounded their plight. The commotion caused by their activities inevitably attracted the attention of the zombies lurking in the shadows of the buildings flanking the road. The silver lining was that prior to their arrival, unfortunate souls had already triggered a few traps, resulting in a relatively modest number of zombies responding to the noise. The downside, however, was that amongst those emerging from the sides, a considerable number of agile zombies were present, with Jiang Chuan spotting at least a dozen. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chuan swiftly adjusted his tactical deployment. Qin Yin, you remain here and keep a close watch on the swift zombies. Remember, your sole responsibility is to eliminate the fast ones. The slow ones are for others to handle. Ji Tianhe, Chu Feng, Li Shuang. You three accompany me to the rear of the convoy to eliminate the nearby zombies. Ensure the vehicles and non-combatants are well protected. Having spoken, Jiang Chuan brandished his firearm and made his way towards the rear of the vehicle line, with the designated trio hastily following suit. Just as Jiang Chuan turned his head, he instinctively glanced at the approaching horde nearly 800 meters away. It was at that moment he noticed a towering zombie, standing over 2 meters tall at the very center of the throng. Evidently, this particular zombie's senses had not diminished. Instead, it had undergone an evolution akin to that of Jiang Chuan and Xiao Yuqing. What sent chills down Jiang Chuan's spine was that after locking eyes with him for a brief moment, the zombie's lips curled into a subtle smirk, exuding a mocking demeanor that seemed to challenge him. Unfazed, Jiang Chuan, upon reaching the back of the line, raised his gun and dispatched 7 agile zombies that were sprinting towards the convoy. Noting that no other agile zombies remained, he waved his firearm in the direction of the horde. The unique zombie observed this scene, momentarily taken aback, its face revealing a mix of confusion and anger. Jiang Chuan swallowed hard and muttered, "What in the world? Is that thing really a zombie? Shaoshan, are you joking? If these aren't zombies, then what are they? We must strike hard and not hold back." As soon as Tianhe finished speaking, a ferocious roar erupted from the direction of the horde. Tianhe jumped in fright, exclaiming, "What the hell? That scared the life out of me." "Shaoshan, what was that sound? Could it be that lions and tigers have mutated too?" Jiang Chuan, lacking the time to address Tianhe, turned his gaze towards the source of the sound and saw the peculiar zombie's mouth agape at an astonishing angle. The previous roar had evidently originated from this creature. Subsequently, the zombie cast a sinister glance at Jiang Chuan, its face adorned with a barely concealed smirk, as if to convey, "I've unleashed my ultimate move. You're doomed." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Chuan turned to Tianhe and instructed, "Old He, call all non-combatants to disembark and assist in clearing the obstacles that we are in serious trouble. Inform everyone that we have only 3 minutes left to clear the debris before we must vacate this area." Recognizing the seriousness reflected in Jiang Chuan's demeanor, Tianhe immediately went to summon those in the vehicle to assist. Jiang Chuan, meanwhile, kept his unwavering focus on the horde. Approximately half a minute after the zombies' roar, agile zombies began to surge forth from the horde, each rushing towards the convoy, without exception. In no time at all, over 100 had emerged. Witnessing this alarming sight, the onlookers were gripped with dread. Jiang Chuan promptly addressed everyone, "Do not panic. We must remain composed. Even though they run swiftly, their speed does not surpass that of a human sprinting at full capacity. They will reach the convoy in 4 to 5 minutes. If we can eliminate the zombies nearby, we can depart before they arrive." Shaoshan, aside from one elderly lady and a little girl, everyone else has gone to help. All the zombies blocking the path have been dispatched. Jiang Chuan contemplated that once they reached the overpass, the number of wrecked vehicles would be significantly reduced, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would soon arrive at the survivor base mentioned in the broadcast. Chapter 141. The zombie horde arrives early in the cafeteria on the 2nd floor of the Research Institute. The air was thick with the tantalizing aroma of mutated python meat. People joyously exchanged experiences regarding the physical transformations they had undergone after consuming the mutant beast's flesh, creating a lively atmosphere that an excited member of the 1st Combat Team exclaimed to his dining companions, "Wow, have you all felt it? After eating this meat, I feel an inexhaustible surge of energy, and my fatigue has vanished." It's simply miraculous. Indeed, I feel it too. And I can distinctly sense that my physical condition has improved, that I believe my strength has at least doubled compared to before, that a nearby individual, leisurely savoring the remnants of a mutated python meat soup, and whose loyalty to Jiang Chuan had reached a remarkable 78 points. Remarked, even Jiang Chuan himself did not anticipate that the effects of the mutated giant python's meat would be so extraordinary that the majority of the evolved individuals in the base would experience significant boosts in their abilities after this meal. At present, more than half of the evolved individuals within the base had reached a state of energy saturation, with only 10 second-tier crystal cores separating them from becoming second-tier evolved beings. Consequently, the benefits gained from consuming the mutated beast's flesh were not immediately apparent. However, given that most present were only first-tier in physical capability, while the meat possessed the qualities exceeding those of third-tier evolved beings, the advantages it conferred were undeniable, due to individuals like Wang Pengzi and Gao Shan being able to consume 3 times the amount of others. They had all reached a state of energy saturation. This was Jiang Chuan's first realization that consuming mutated beast meat could so rapidly enhance one's physical capabilities. However, he did not lament this, for the giant python's meat would not yield such pronounced effects for second-tier evolved beings and would be negligible for third-tier evolved beings. Thus, it was better to share it with everyone to elevate the overall strength of the base. After finishing his 4th bowl of soup, Jiang Chuan finally felt that his physical condition had reached a state of energy saturation and eagerly checked his data panel. Combat Statistics Panel Name: Jiang Chuan Abilities. Elemental Ability, Physical Ability, Special Ability Weapon, Moon Slashing Blade Armor, Alloy Feather Strength, 82 Agility, 220 Stamina, 77 Endurance, 79 Elemental Empowerment, 129 Overall Combat Power. 153 Ability Data Panel is Elementally Affinity Body. Yes, Affinity Attributes. Dark. Lightning, Flame Dark. Affinity Level, 10 Lightning. Affinity Level, 9 Flame. Affinity Level, 10 Obtained Elements. Lightning, Fire, Flame is Special Body. Yes, Physical Traits. Agility Type Special Ability. Mind reading Jiang Chuan was thrilled to discover that upon reaching energy saturation in this life, he had already attained a physical quality level twice that of his previous life. According to Allo, this was due to his awakening of the dark elemental affinity body. His combat power was even more impressive. With the enhancements from the super rare elemental abilities of lightning and flame, his combat power had surged to more than 3 times that of his previous life, while in a state of first-tier energy saturation. He even surpassed the combat power threshold of third-tier evolved beings. It was no wonder that in his last life, many formidable individuals could defeat opponents 1 or even 2 levels higher. He was finally experiencing that exhilarating sensation himself. Now, all he needed to do was await the zombie horde in 2 days' time to obtain second-tier crystal cores, allowing him to become a second-tier ability user. In the plaza outside the Research Institute, those who had been unable to enter the base, after consuming the mutated gorilla soup, although they could not partake in the meat, also experienced an enhancement in their physical attributes. However, none transformed into evolved beings to break the shackles of life and become an evolved being. One must consume crystal cores. Moreover, those who had consumed mutated beast meat would not endure the excruciating pain typically associated with directly consuming crystal cores when they eventually evolved. Nonetheless, the efficacy of both methods of breakthrough was quite similar. After this meal, Allo reached out to Jiang Chuan in his mind, informing him that the loyalty of everyone in the base had significantly increased following the meal. Even those residing in the underground garage had seen many of their loyalty levels rise above 60 points. Allo inquired whether Jiang Chuan wished to recruit this group into the combat team. Jiang Chuan pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to abandon his previous thoughts. After all, the pressing priority was to swiftly fortify the defenses of the base in preparation for the impending tide of corpses in 2 days. Under the diligent supervision of Yang Yongyan, the excavation of the trenches progressed at an astonishing pace, with only the trench located over 80 meters behind the Research Institute remaining to be dug. At the entrance at the front of the base stood a makeshift wooden bridge, allowing personnel to traverse the trench. Just as everyone was engaged in discussions, confidently asserting that the tide of corpses would pose no threat to the base, Shun Guang, who had finished his meal early and was on duty outside, suddenly burst into the cafeteria. Breathless and agitated, he rushed to Jiang Chuan's table, reporting, Jiang team. Huff. Huff. It's bad. The tide of corpses is coming towards our base. It's dense and endless. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet to freezing point, and the cafeteria fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Upon hearing the report, Jiang Chuan immediately contacted Aluo in his mind. Aluo, didn't you say the tide of corpses would arrive in 2 days? Aluo replied, I'm merely an advanced artificial intelligence, not a deity. How could I calculate that with such precision? Moreover, the early arrival of this tide of corpses at the Research Institute is primarily your responsibility. Jiang Chuan was taken aback. Me? Aluo continued, do you recall instructing the broadcast team to search for survivors? This tide of corpses has a 100 probability of being attracted by a group of survivors heading toward the base. Because most of my calculations are derived from the data extracted from your wristwatch, the butterfly effect triggered by your rebirth makes it exceedingly difficult for me to compute accurately. Jiang Chuan ceased his banter with Aluo and, with a grave expression, inquired of Shen Guang, how far is the tide of corpses from our base? Chapter 142. We are soldiers. After listening to the response, Jiang Chuan addressed everyone present. There is no need for panic. Though the tide of corpses has arrived earlier than anticipated, our overall strength has significantly improved. If we unite our efforts, we shall surely weather this storm. Wang Pengzi nonchalantly interjected, Old Jiang, stop the rambling and assign tasks to everyone. Su Man also chimed in, Chuanji, this base is our home. I believe everyone understands that only by safeguarding it can we survive steadily in this apocalypse. Su Chunfeng, while polishing his long blade, excitedly declared, Captain, you must let me take the lead this time. Jiang Chuan felt a wave of relief wash over him as he observed the determination in the faces of those present. None displaying any signs of cowardice, that he retrieved a military walkie-talkie from his ring space and handed it to Shen Guang, stating earnestly, Shen Guang, instruct the brothers at the forward post to maintain a safe distance from the tide and continue monitoring its movements. Report any developments immediately. Yes. Yang Yongyan added, organize personnel at once to repair the remaining defenses. The walls can wait. The trenches are our foremost priority. Yes, Jiang team, I will ensure you an hour's time. I will accomplish the task. I will arrange for Daba and Ame to assist you. With them present, ordinary zombies, without the guidance of intelligent ones, will not dare approach your construction team. Upon finishing his remarks, Jiang Chuan saw Yang Yongyan swiftly stride out of the cafeteria. Shan Nanjing, Gao Shan, Wang Tianlong, you will defend the base alongside the Special Operations Team. Remember, your primary task is to eliminate the mutated zombies while protecting other combat team members as much as possible. Yes, no problem, Wang Pengzi replied. Old Jiang, don't worry that I might be a bit apprehensive regarding mutated creatures, but I have no fear when it comes to zombies. Cheng Kai, Zhang Feng, Li Xiu, you will lead the combat troops along with Wang Pengzi and Su Man to hold the front line, buying Yang Yongyan time to repair the trenches. Yes, Su Man, you will accompany me. I require your light-based abilities for assistance. Understood. Tan Yuhao, your team has few evolvers. Avoid close combat with zombies. Eliminate isolated zombies and mutated ones using firearms. Yes, all team leaders and deputy leaders, heed my command. If anyone dares to disrupt order and undermine morale at this critical moment, you have the authority to deal with them on the spot. Yes, act immediately. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the convoy advancing toward the tide of corpses approaching the Research Institute was a large truck. Previously, Zhang Yuanshan had run out of fuel while driving a police car, and during the journey, he switched to a large truck that had its keys left in. Driving the truck with a grave expression, Zhang Yuanshan glanced back at the tide of corpses trailing 500 meters behind. He turned to Chen Yin in the passenger seat and said, Damn it, these zombies are moving unexpectedly fast. If they all converge on the survivor base, it will surely be overwhelmed, Chen Yin replied. Equally concerned, such a massive tide is indeed difficult to defend against. Brother Yuanshan, we could drive to divert a portion of the tide. This would significantly lessen the pressure on the survivor base. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuanshan's expression grew resolute as he picked up the walkie-talkie and instructed, Everyone, pay attention. All vehicles stop. Everyone come to the truck. After speaking, he looked at Chun Yin and said, Chun Yin, take the people to the survivor base. Chun Yin, worried, gazed at Jiang Chuan. He was the only remaining kin he had, and he certainly did not want to see anything happen to him. I am a soldier. Chun Yin understood Jiang Chuan's temperament and recognized that this was not the time for hesitation. He nodded in agreement. Enough with the nonsense. I'm a survivor. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan continued over the walkie-talkie. Chu Feng, Li Shuang, you are my most cherished soldiers, that we are soldiers, and we cannot allow the tide of corpses to reach the survivor base. Otherwise, the people there will suffer. Join me in driving 3 vehicles to divert the tide. All other vehicles stay put. Understood? Understood. Jiang Chuan was rousing the slumbering Daba and Ame on the basketball court when the walkie-talkie at his waist crackled to life with Shun Guang's voice. Jiang team, the brothers report that the tide of corpses has been diverted by 3 vehicles, and only 1 large truck is heading toward our base. After the diversion, the number of corpses approaching us has been reduced to less than half of what it was initially. Understood. Continue monitoring. Jiang Chuan then called out to Aluo, Alo, can you analyze who led the convoy that diverted the tide of corpses? Aluo replied, there's a 62% chance it was Jiang Chuan, a 15% chance it was Lu Hao, and a 23% chance it was someone else. That year, Jiang Chuan had already joined Sha Nanjing survivor base. During a hunting expedition, he and a small team consisting of Wang Pengzi, the Luo brothers, and Li Siyu inadvertently attracted a tide of over 2,000 zombies. Left with no choice, they had to rush toward the survivor base. Upon reaching the city gates, the tide of corpses was merely 600 to 700 meters away. The officer guarding the gates was initially reluctant to take the risk for Jiang Chuan and his companions, but Deputy Leader Jiang Chuan happened to be on patrol and encountered the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively ordered the gates opened for Jiang Chuan and his companions, thus preserving their lives. Later, Jiang Chuan heard that Jiang Chuan had severely punished the officer on duty, who was subsequently demoted to a regular soldier. In his previous life, Jiang Chuan had been too lowly in status to properly express his gratitude to Jiang Chuan, always being obstructed by Zhang's deputy when attempting to offer gifts. He had nothing of value to present. The thought of reuniting with the savior filled Jiang Chuan with excitement. However, 10 minutes later, when the large truck arrived at the base, Jiang Chuan, who had come to greet Jiang Chuan at the entrance, found no sign of him. It was only when Chun Yin urgently sought help from Tan Yuhao, who was conducting inspections, that Jiang Chuan learned Jiang Chuan was one of those who had gone to divert the tide. Commander, I beg you, send someone to rescue Jiang Chuan. He is a soldier who drove the tide of corpses away. We've exhausted all our ammunition, and after a day of driving, we are nearly out of fuel and food. If he gets caught, he will surely perish. Although this tide of corpses was artificially drawn, its numbers exceeded 13,000, far surpassing Aluo's earlier predictions by 3-fold. However, after Jiang Chuan diverted a portion, the number of corpses approaching was reduced to around 5,000. Jiang Chuan knew that even if he were absent from the base, with the current strength of the personnel, they could hold off such a tide for at least half an hour. After all, the principle of zombies attacking as cannon fodder was unwavering. He immediately asked Chun Yin, which direction did Jiang Chuan head toward? Chapter 143. The battle begins, Commander. They are heading toward Yonglu village in 3 vehicles. Jiang Chuan, having finished speaking, addressed his companions Wang Pengzi and Su Man. After uttering his words, he unfurled his metallic wings and swiftly departed in the direction of Yonglu village. Chun Yin, witnessing such a miraculous scene for the first time, was left utterly astonished. Wang Pengzi patted Chun Yin on the shoulder and remarked, Come on, brother, you look like someone who's never seen the world. Lao Jiang is the most formidable ability user in our base. What's so surprising about him flying in the sky? I can even fly with a sword. Su Man then turned to Chun Yin and questioned, You claim to be military personnel. How many weapons do you possess? Chun Yin shook his head and replied, Not all of us are military. There are only 6 from the army, 12 are police officers, and the remaining 20 are ordinary civilians. Each soldier and police officer has at least 1 firearm. But we currently have no ammunition. Su Man nodded, producing a key for a security door, and instructed, Comrade, have the survivors in your group assist the construction team at the rear of the base to build fortifications. Tian Kong, Take the soldiers and police from your team to the first-floor armory to find suitable ammunition. Then join them with the base management personnel to deal with the solitary zombies in the distance. Understood, came the response. Su Man, having finalized the arrangements, proceeded towards the combat troop stationed at the junction of the road, and the base point 5 minutes later, all capable combatants were positioned behind the trenches of the base. When Jiang Chuan departed, the horde of zombies was less than a kilometer away from the base. The makeshift wooden bridge over the trench in front of the base had been dismantled, leaving a 7-meter deep and 5-meter wide trench that separated the combat troops from the advancing zombies. None of the combatants displayed any signs of cowardice upon witnessing the vast horde. Although many felt a twinge of fear, they all understood that failure to defend against the zombie tide would spell disaster for everyone in the base. No one could remain unscathed. This was not a war between humans, but a conflict between two different existences. The vanquished would face eternal obliteration in this world once the battle concluded. It was a fight with no retreat. Even those who felt fear did not falter. Some, like Su Chanfeng, displayed an unusual excitement. Su Chanfeng approached Alo, eagerly volunteering. Alo, allow me to lead a squad to take the forefront. I will buy time for the construction team to dig the trench behind the base. Although Alo was an artificial intelligence, his demeanor and actions were indistinguishable from those of a normal human, and he had become the universally acknowledged strategist within the survivor base. With an unwavering voice, he addressed the crowd. Yes, understood. Remember, every human is your comrade. While eliminating zombies, also ensure the safety of those around you. Move out. Su Chenfeng laughed heartily, and perhaps due to Zhang Yanya's presence, Wang Pengzi also exhibited an unusual enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Hee, I've longed for an opportunity to showcase my skills, and today I finally have the chance." He added, "Yenya, stick with me. I promise to protect you and ensure you come to no harm." Gao Shan, filled with righteous indignation, declared, "These despicable zombies have invaded our home and slain our loved ones. I've been waiting for this moment to avenge Gao Yutong's mother. We must not allow them to take our home again." Then someone shouted, "Swear to live or die with the base." The emotions of the combat troops seemed to surge with this proclamation, and they all shouted in unison, "Live or die with the base. Swear to live or die with the base." As all members of the combat unit were evolved beings, the 5-meter-wide trench posed no obstacle for them. They could leap across it with ease. In contrast, even with their abilities, the zombies had poor jumping capabilities, making the trench effectively designed to hinder them. Comprising ordinary zombies, the vanguard, despite a week of growth, had physical fitness comparable to that of average humans. Yet they remained inferior to the evolved beings in a state of first-level energy saturation. As the combatants surged forth from the base, the moment they made contact with the horde, zombies fell in droves. Akin to wheat being harvested, the onlookers behind the trench felt their spirits lift, realizing the zombie tide was far from formidable. Our base's combat troops are truly impressive. I feel this horde may not even suffice for them to slay. Indeed, I believe whatever number of zombies come, our warriors can handle them. Many single female survivors, witnessing the spectacle, expressed their desire to find boyfriends among the combat troops. If there are any single men in the army, I must find someone from the combat unit. I heard that the chubby vice captain is single. I've decided he's the one for me. You all better not steal him from me. With your looks. You think you can be with Vice Captain Wang? Don't get ahead of yourself. He's a good buddy of Captain Jiang and has someone in mind. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful female survivor approached the group of women, declaring, "Regardless of who this vice captain has in mind, I will win him over." Recognizing the speaker as the popular star Han Qianqian, the other girls, aware of their own shortcomings, shifted their sights to other combat team members. Chapter 144. The Grim Reaper approaches at this juncture. Chun Yin, clutching his firearm, walked dumbly to Alo's side, having just heard someone refer to Alo as Commander Alo. Though unsure of Alo's capabilities, he recognized that everyone in the base was extraordinary. And thus he asked Commander Alo, "Is it truly necessary for us to participate in this battle? I feel we may be of no assistance." Alo shook his head, and as he did, the expressions of Chun Yin and Tan Yuhao grew grave. Meanwhile, not long ago, Zhang Yuanshan and his companions found themselves on a road choked with abandoned vehicles. Jiang Chuan slammed the steering wheel in frustration, watching the horde of zombies charging towards them from behind. With the zombies only 700 or 800 meters away, clearing the road was no longer an option. Jiang Chuan grabbed the walkie-talkie and instructed the occupants of the other two vehicles. Chu Feng, Li Shuang, get out immediately. We can't drive anymore, though we need to run to Yonglu village. We might still have a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, Chu Feng and Li Shuang abandoned the vehicles, and the three of them scrambled over the heaps of junk cars and continued towards the end of the road. By the time the horde reached the abandoned vehicles, Jiang Chuan had just arrived, descending from the sky as he noticed the still-running engines of the three cars, breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing that Jiang Chuan had already left the vehicles behind. Jiang Chuan continued his pursuit towards the advancing horde. After flying for another 2 minutes, he reached a villa near Yonglu village, where he observed that the zombies had ceased their advance upon reaching the villa, effectively surrounding it. The villa boasted 3 stories, and at that moment, the horde had piled up, reaching the windows of the second floor. Jiang Chuan, hovering in the air, felt a surge of anxiety due to his fear of crowded spaces. He swiftly approached the window of the third floor, peering inside room after room to assess the situation within the villa. Not long ago, Jiang Chuan and his companions had arrived not far from the villa, but misfortune struck as a dozen zombies appeared right in their path. With no other choice, they had to engage in combat with the zombies. Having consumed mutated pork, the three of them had seen an increase in their physical strength. However, during the skirmish, Li Shuang was bitten on the thigh by a remarkably swift zombie. Although they managed to kill the creature together, Li Shuang's thigh was bleeding profusely. He urged Jiang Chuan and Chu Feng to leave him behind, insisting they escape, but Jiang Chuan would never abandon his comrades. After performing a hasty bandaging of Li Shuang's wound, the three of them stealthily entered the nearby 3-story villa. At that moment, Li Shuang lay weakly on the ground within the villa, while Jiang Chuan and Chu Feng braced against the door. Li Shuang's lips were pale, his face ashen, and he was drenched in cold sweat, which seemed unceasing. Overwhelmed with guilt, he looked at the two men holding the door and, with tears in his eyes, murmured, "Squad leader of Feng, I've dragged you into this, that I'm so sorry. You could have escaped." Jiang Chuan, steadfastly holding the door, scolded, "Stop the nonsense. You're all my soldiers. I would never leave any of you behind. It is only fair to blame myself. I was the one who led you to divert the zombies with me. Otherwise, we would not have found ourselves in such dire circumstances." Chu Feng interrupted Jiang Chuan, and Li Shuang seemed to have found some solace. "Class monitor, you have always been my idol. It is an honor to die alongside you," he stated at this moment. Chu Feng jested. Well, Li Shuang, I always thought your reluctance to find a girlfriend was because you had feelings for our class monitor." As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, the door on the third floor creaked ominously as it was incessantly pushed by the zombies outside, and the sound of a falling screw echoed ominously, akin to a grim greeting from the Grim Reaper, causing the three to break into a cold sweat. It was not that they feared death. Rather, they were more terrified of leading the horde to the survivor's base and then enduring life. "Finally found you. So this is where you are." Chu Feng was the first to spot Jiang Chuan hovering outside the window. Instinctively, he remarked, "So this is what the Grim Reaper looks like. I always imagine him as a figure draped in black with a scythe. I've heard that those who see the Grim Reaper want to live long. Grim Reaper, may I inquire how much longer the three of us have to live? After we die, do we ascend to heaven or descend to hell?" Jiang Chuan replied with an expression of resignation, "It was Chun Yin who sent me to find you." Chu Feng was taken aback. "What? Old Chen is dead too. How did he die so much faster than us? What happened?" Jiang Chuan, feeling helpless, thought that if this Chu Feng were to meet Wang Pengzi, they would undoubtedly become inseparable brothers. Jiang Chuan, speechless, clarified, "I'm not the Grim Reaper. I am a human, a normal human being. I am the captain of the self-rescue team at the survivor's base. Chun Yin is alive at our base." After speaking, Jiang Chuan extended his hand, fingers splayed, with crackling lightning dancing at his fingertips. He then clenched his fist, and the lightning struck the heads of zombies within a 200-meter radius. Immediately, the sound of countless zombies collapsing to the ground resonated. Jiang Chuan looked at Jiang Chuan and said, "The horde has been dealt with. However, they are not dead. This technique does not annihilate zombies. It merely renders them temporarily unconscious. You can now free your hands and leave with me. Chu Feng gazed at Jiang Chuan in astonishment. If you are not the Grim Reaper, then you must be a deity? Jiang Chuan, unsure how to respond to this Chu Feng, who shared a striking resemblance in character to Wang Pengzi, succinctly informed the three. I am an ability user. There are many others like me in our base. Chapter 145. The Battle of the Zombie Tide. Jiang Chuan had not intended to lure the zombie tide further away from the base. Given the existence of intelligent zombies among the horde, as long as they were not drawn too far away, they would certainly make their way back to the base. That it would take at least a full day to accomplish that. And Jiang Chuan did not wish to put anyone he trusted at risk. Those he did not trust would naturally not put their lives on the line for the base. It was not that Zhang Shan and the others were engaging in futile efforts. Although the total number of zombies heading towards the base would not change, the pressure faced by the combat troops would be significantly reduced once the horde was diverted. The part of the horde that had been drawn away would take at least 3 hours to reach the survivors' base without a specific target, which was more than enough time to deal with the over 5,000 zombies that had already arrived at the base. This was what was referred to as picking them off one by one. In the square before the base's trench, the combat troops continued to battle the horde. The fiercest among them was Su Chunfeng, who, despite the zombies no longer being the immobile wooden dummies of the early apocalypse, managed to end the life of each zombie with every strike. Wang Pengzi was no different. He fought particularly hard in front of Zhang Yunyan. All members of the combat team fought with utmost determination. Fearing they might fall short on the observation tower behind the trench, Aloe monitored the situation while speaking into the walkie-talkie. Sister Man, can you hear me? After Su Man felled another zombie, she grabbed the walkie-talkie from her waist. Aloe, what is going on? Understood, she replied. Subsequently, Su Man shouted to the combat troops, and upon hearing Su Man's order to retreat, Su Chunfeng, feeling somewhat reluctant, exclaimed, What? We're retreating after just over 10 minutes. I've only just warmed up. Wang Pengzi wiped the sweat from his forehead, glancing at Zhang Yunyan, and pretended to act cool. We're retreating already. I haven't had my fill of killing yet. Although the two spoke in jest, they adhered to discipline and retreated to the rear of the trench. The combat troops' efforts proved remarkable. Without a single injury, they had successfully eliminated over 1,500 zombies with a force of just over 100 personnel. These zombies were not the slow-moving, wooden lumps of the early apocalypse. They moved with the agility of living beings. This resounding victory significantly boosted the morale of humanity, laying the groundwork for future triumphs. Aloe descended from the observation tower, standing amidst the victorious combat troops, and commanded all combat team members, pair up. Maintain a distance of no more than 30 meters between groups to secure the trench directly in front of the base and buy time for the construction team. Yes, Li Lao Kuei, organize personnel to bring over all the fuel tankers. Got it, I'll head over now. Tan Yuhao, Chun Yin, your armed units go to the rear of the base to protect the construction workers. Do not let the zombies approach. Report any situations immediately. Yes, we will ensure the mission is completed. After the ordinary zombies were eradicated, the advance of the tide slowed slightly, allowing those defending the base a moment to breathe. However, this respite was short-lived, as the second wave of the tide surged forth towards the base like an unstoppable tide. This time, the approaching horde was unlike any seen before. It was not composed of ordinary zombies, but rather comprised entirely of first-tier zombies. Although they lacked the special abilities of the ability zombies, their physical prowess was akin to that of first-tier evolved beings. Furthermore, this wave of zombies was alarmingly numerous, exceeding 3,000 first-tier zombies. As they ran, the ground trembled beneath the feet of those observing from the trench. The speed of the first-tier zombies was astonishing. They covered a distance of 1 to 2 kilometers in under 2 minutes, reaching the trench's edge in no time. However, all zombies below the 4th tier share a critical flaw. They lack the ability to jump and think, mindlessly advancing towards humanity. When the first zombie reached the trench's edge, though it possessed little intelligence, it instinctively halted its advance. Yet, the horde behind it was unyielding, continuing to surge forward towards the base. The leading zombies were pushed one after another into the 7-meter-deep trench by those behind them. The zombies that fell into the trench roared frantically at the crowd above. Wang Pengzi, Observing the zombies tumbling into the trench, felt a weight lift from his heart, looking at the few remaining zombies standing still in the distance. He burst into laughter. Ha ha! These foolish creatures can't even jump, yet they think they can breach our base. How utterly ridiculous. This battle seems to lack any suspense. Su Chunfeng disagreed, stating, I don't think it will be that simple. Last time, when I was out with Brother Chuan, we encountered an intelligent zombie at the police station. I have a feeling that one of those intelligent zombies is among the few remaining over there. Gao Shan chimed in, Old Su, last time it was just Brother Chuan alone. He was certainly overwhelmed. Now that we have so many people, can we really not handle these zombies? Su Chunfeng fell silent. But the unease on his face did not dissipate. He continued to stare intently at the last 70 to 80 zombies in the horde, pondering if those zombies were indeed all mutated like the ones from last time. This tide would likely be exceptionally challenging to confront. As zombies continued to pour into the trench before the base, the accumulation of corpses quickly reached a height of 3 to 4 meters. Moreover, upon hearing the sounds of excavators and transport vehicle from the rear of the base, many zombies hastily made their way along the trench towards the construction team that was digging the trench. Chapter 146. The inferno of the zombie horde. Jiang Chuan had anticipated this scenario long ago, having already stationed a Bai and a Mei at the two corners of the trench behind the base. The terrifying presence of the mutated colossal beast served as a deterrent to the zombies. Upon catching a whiff of the Bai and a Mei, they retreated a considerable distance. The foremost zombie was still at least 50 to 60 meters away from the two mutated Siberian tigers, baring its teeth in a futile display of aggression, while none dared to approach the majestic creatures. Seeing that over 1,000 first-tier zombies had flooded into the trench, Aloe immediately commanded the oil tanker nearby. Tank number 1, pour all the gasoline into the trench at once. At this moment, everyone understood the reason for Aloe's maneuver. The hose connecting the tanker was swiftly brought to the trench, and upon opening the valve, the gasoline gushed forth into the trench as if it were free. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, the tanker was finally emptied, while the number of zombies within the trench had surged to an astonishing 2,000. In areas where the bodies piled higher, they were nearly 2 meters from the trench's edge. Recognizing the opportune moment, Aloe ordered, "Ignite." As a small flame flickered from Shan Nanjing's fingertips, a fierce blaze erupted in the trench, consuming everything in its path. The flames raced along the edges of the zombie horde, finally halting at the trench's two sides. Zombies, devoid of pain, paid no heed to the inferno raging upon them. They continued to stretch their arms toward the humans above, desperately attempting to seize their next meal. Yet, no matter how fervently they reached, they could not touch the people above the trench, only able to emit feeble roars amidst the flames. Despite their insensitivity to pain, the searing heat rapidly decimated their muscles and nerve tissues. As the zombies at the bottom of the trench fell, the closest to the top gradually lowered their outstretched arms. However, the horde behind them relentlessly surged forward into the inferno, providing a fresh supply of fuel for the flames. The air was filled with the crackling sounds of zombies being incinerated, and the acrid scent of charred flesh quickly permeated the atmosphere, mingling with the smoke and the stench of blood, rendering it suffocating. The vitality of first-tier zombies was remarkably resilient. They endured the flames for a full 7 to 8 minutes before succumbing completely. Some cheered, "Wonderful. With this trench and our warriors, we will be safe moving forward." Indeed, it was a stroke of fortune to find oneself in such a base during the apocalypse. Yet, others, unable to bear the gruesome sight, retreated to the basement of the research institute or their dormitories, quietly weeping. Once human, these zombies now faced humanity's wrath. Every gust of wind felt like waves crashing against rocks, both fierce and tragic. The howls of the zombies, the crackles of the fire, the cheers of the warriors, and the murmurs and sobs of some survivors interwove to form a heart-wrenching symphony. The three individuals experienced this harrowing spectacle for the first time, their hearts pounding in their chests. As Jiang Chuan maintained contact with Aloe, he was not surprised by the scene at the base. Once on solid ground, he promptly sent Li Shuang, who had consumed 10 crystal cores, to rest in the research institute. Chan Yin approached to inquire about Li Shuang's injuries, and upon learning from Jiang Chuan that she would be fine, he finally relaxed. Jiang Chuan gazed at the fiery chaos engulfing the base. Guilt etched upon his face as he addressed the crowd. It is all my fault. I led the zombies here. I apologize to everyone if the leaders of the base wish to punish someone. Let it be me, Jiang Chuan, my subordinates, and the civilians are innocent. Wang Pengzi clapped Jiang Chuan on the shoulder, saying, "Good man, you didn't even realize who came to save you just now? Let me tell you, he is the leader of our base." Jiang Chuan stared in astonishment at Jiang Chuan. "You are the leader of this base?" Jiang Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "What leader? I am merely the captain of the survivor rescue team." "Do not listen to this fat man. I am just an ordinary person." Wang Pengzi perceived Jiang Chuan's regard for Jiang Chuan and, knowing Jiang Chuan's extraordinary nature, realized that this man must be exceptional. He resolved to cultivate a good relationship with him. Wang Pengzi, grinning, said to Jiang Chuan, "Old bro, you're being too modest. We are all survivors striving to live well. This is just a minor incident. The zombies have been mostly dealt with." After hearing Wang Pengzi's words, Jiang Chuan furrowed his brow, glancing through the flames at the 70 or so zombies standing motionless in the distance that he addressed the group. "Those few zombies over there will not come any closer." Su Chenfeng was the first to question. "Why not? Does that mean we won't get a fight? I was looking forward to a good bout." Only for Aloe to tell everyone to refrain from using abilities. "I was eager to stretch my limbs." Jiang Chuan looked at Su Chenfeng at a loss for words, pondering why there were individuals who so relished slaying zombies. If it weren't for his mind-reading ability, he might have thought Su Chenfeng had lost his sanity. Wang Pengzi, however, was delighted at the prospect of avoiding further conflict, in contrast to the thrill of battle. Wang Pengzi preferred a comfortable life, one where he could simply relax. He had no grand ambitions, merely wishing to find someone he loved and live a peaceful life. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, but with Zhang Yinyin present. Wang Pengzi feigned bravado. Perhaps they are afraid of my hefty fists." Jiang Chuan's expression turned grave, for this was not the zombie soul assault. A much larger tide was approaching, and the battle would grow increasingly arduous. Soon, all the empowered zombies would surge forth. Chapter 147. A hefty task 10 minutes later, the first wave of first-tier zombies had, without exception, perished in the inferno of the trench. Once these creatures were dealt with, the inhabitants of the base busied themselves once more. The combat units retrieved numerous fire extinguishers, swiftly dousing the raging flames in the trench. The construction crew's repairs were nearing completion, and once they finished fortifying the trench and the 5-meter-high, half-meter-wide wall behind it, they wasted no time heading to the front lines. With the assistance of excavators, they worked quickly, clearing the remains of the zombies from the trench to prepare for the next wave. Meanwhile, the combat team processed the crystal cores harvested from the zombies, and it must be said, the spoils from this battle were astonishing. Even the ordinary zombies had a terrifying 50% chance of containing a crystal core. In other words, for every 2 zombies examined, the combat team acquired 1 crystal core, ultimately delivering over 3,400 cores into Jiang Chuan's hands. Jiang Chuan was aware that the number of crystal cores from the next battle would exceed this, as some combatants would undoubtedly hoard cores for themselves. However, he knew the quantity would not be substantial, and as long as word did not reach him, he had no intention of probing too deeply. After all, they might simply wish to grow stronger or secure abilities for their loved ones, which was not inherently wrong. Subsequently, Aloe adeptly hacked into the National Defense Satellite System to assess the zombie situation around the base. Upon learning that the next wave would arrive in an hour and a half, Jiang Chuan selected those survivors whose loyalty had surpassed 50. At this time, over 70 individuals met the criteria, a stark increase from the previous day when none had reached the threshold. Perhaps witnessing the combat team's strength had instilled confidence in them, or perhaps Jiang Chuan's generous sharing of mutated beast meat earlier had won their hearts. Regardless, the rise in loyalty was undeniable, even including director Luo Yujun. After careful consideration, Jiang Chuan summoned all personnel in charge of the base's management. While he may not have been adept at winning hearts efficiently, he would not show favoritism. Next came Jiang Chuan and Chun Yan's contingent of police and military personnel. Though these individuals had only just arrived at the Research Institute base, Jiang Chuan believed that under Jiang Chuan's principled character and exceptional ability, They would not stir any trouble, even if they harbored ulterior motives. As police chief Gu Tianhe stepped forward. Tan Yuhao recognized him immediately. Old Gu Tianhe's gaze swiftly fell upon Tan Yuhao, who stood amidst the crowd of the base management team. Old Tan, what brings you here? Jiang Chuan, noticing the acquaintance between the two, inquired of Tan Yuhao. Captain Tan, do you know this gentleman? Reporting to the officer, this is Gu Tianhe, the chief of the Gudian District Police Bureau. We are colleagues, though not particularly close, Tan Yuhao replied. Jiang Chuan regarded Gu Tianhe, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the name. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly recalled that Gu Tianhe was indeed the chief associated with Li Ting. Without further ado, Jiang Chuan motioned for Gu Tianhe to step forward, effectively sidelining him. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan entrusted the two instruments fruit and the crystal core to the individuals present, directing them to the Research Institute to evolve into enhancers. Observing that others had reaped benefits while he, as the chief of the Tang Tang Police Bureau, stood apart, Gu Tianhe became convinced that Jiang Chuan intended to assign him an important task. Once those who had secured their spots in the program entered the Research Institute, Gu Tianhe promptly approached Jiang Chuan and said, Captain Jiang, might I inquire about my responsibilities? As the chief of the Police Bureau, it would be remiss of me to remain idle. Jiang Chuan, amused by Gu Tianhe's self-serving demeanor even before the apocalypse, replied with a smile. Chief Gu, your task is the most critical of all. For I recognize your talents. You must contribute significantly to the base. Unfamiliar with the implications of Jiang Chuan's jovial demeanor, Gu Tianhe nodded enthusiastically. Captain Jiang, you flatter me. We are all mere survivors now. Titles matter little, as long as I can contribute to the base. I am open to any responsibilities. Jiang Chuan patted Gu Tianhe on the shoulder and gestured towards the neatly stacked construction materials in the distance, saying, Chief Gu, do you see those bags of cement over there? Gu Tianhe appeared puzzled, wondering if Jiang Chuan intended to appoint him as the construction team leader. However, acknowledging the nascent state of the base and the abundance of construction tasks, he realized that taking on this role could yield substantial rewards without the need to confront zombies. Indeed, a rare opportunity. Having contemplated this, Gu Tianhe solemnly nodded. Captain Jiang, I understand. Although I lack experience in this field, I shall dedicate myself to learning and ensure the construction team is well managed. Reading the thoughts swirling in Gu Tianhe's mind, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but chuckle at his naivete. He patted Gu Tianhe's shoulder again and continued. Chief Gu, those cement bags weigh 30 to 40 pounds each. This task is indeed demanding, but you must persevere. Carrying cement bags not only benefits the base, but also strengthens your physique that you've indulged in too many social engagements. Compromising your health. This is a perfect opportunity for you to train. This is a golden opportunity one have arranged for you, so do not squander my goodwill. Jiang Chuan pointed to the figure hanging from a tree at the entrance of the Research Institute. Chief Gu, have you noticed that individual? Go and inquire about his identity and why he is suspended at the base entrance, that if you are reluctant to undertake this task, you may exchange roles with him. The choice is yours. After Ma Wei recounted his experiences to Gu Tianhe, the latter finally complied and joined the construction team. That an hour later, the individuals who had entered the Research Institute successfully evolved into enhancers and emerged. Under Jiang Chuan's direction, Zhang Yuanshan led the military and police personnel to form the 4th Combat Team, with Zhang Yuanshan as captain and Chun Yin as vice-captain. The other newly evolved enhancers chose various combat teams to join. However, only a scant few opted for Zhang Yuanshan's team, resulting in a mere 32 members, a stark contrast to the 50 to 60 members in the other 3 teams. Chapter 148. The third stage abnormal zombie, with the largest team now established. The next step was to await the arrival of the zombie horde. The nights of the apocalypse were eerily silent, yet the survivors within the Research Institute remained wide awake, gathered around a bonfire, anticipating the impending onslaught. Outside the Research Institute, only the combat troops and the base management team comprised of enhancers remained, as all ordinary individuals had sought refuge within the Institute, and children had fallen asleep under the care of the women. Aware that this horde was led by intelligent zombies, Jiang Chuan knew that victory would not come as easily as in their first encounter. After a half-hour of waiting by the bonfire, Jiang Chuan withdrew his arm from Su Man's embrace, stood up, and gazed at the distant horizon. A powerful roar from the zombies shattered the night's tranquility. With keen ears, Jiang Chuan recognized the sound as that of intelligent zombies. Calm, yet foreboding. They are here. Everything proceeds as planned. Understand? The members of the combat team rose in unison. Understood. This assault would be launched by over 8,000 ordinary zombies of at least first stage, promising a formidable challenge. As the beastly roars receded, countless silhouettes emerged on the horizon. Yet none could mistake these figures for humans. Their postures and movements clearly revealed them as the sacrificial victims of the apocalypse. The horde surged towards the research institute. The initial wave of zombies consisted of the less intelligent, first-stage ordinary zombies. Yet this time, under the command of intelligent zombies, their movements exhibited remarkable coordination, unlike the previous disarray. This horde resembled a well-trained army. However, as they rushed toward the base, they once again fell into the trenches cleared by the survivors. This time, as the zombies tumbled into the trenches, their bodies nearly filled the gaps. It wasn't until a zombie's hand could reach the surface that Jiang Chuan ignited the gasoline in the trench, igniting a fierce blaze. Yet, the zombies seemed to have learned from their previous encounter. Instead of dispersing, they clustered together, using their bodies to create a slope within the trench. The remaining zombies crawled up this makeshift incline to the ground. However, this process proved arduous. From the moment the first zombie fell into the trench to the first one climbing out atop its fallen comrades. A full half-hour passed. With the guidance of intelligent zombies, they jumped into the trench from nearly the same position, resulting in relatively few casualties. Only a little over 1,000 zombies were lost. Insignificant compared to the vast army of over 8,000. As the gasoline burned out and the skies opened up with heavy rain, the flames that had engulfed the zombies began to extinguish. Although the zombies had escaped the trench, they still faced a 5-meter-high wall separating them from the combat troops. Yet, Jiang Chuan was not relying on the height of the wall to deter such a multitude of zombies. With a thunderous roar, he commanded, "Brothers, charge!" He was the first to leap off the wall into the fray. In the pitch-black night, fierce combat erupted at Jiang Chuan's command. The horde surged like an ocean, a tide of murderous intent. The sounds of slaughter resonated, mingled with the roars of beasts. The warriors shouted slogans of victory, their eyes alight with fervor. A flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, briefly revealing the faces of soldiers, some resolute in the face of death, others brimming with wild excitement. Armed with firearms, the soldiers stood firm atop the wall, launching a fierce counterattack as the zombies approached. The sound of gunfire echoed, each clash of the horde akin to waves crashing against rocks, sending sprays of blood into the in the depths of the battlefield. Jiang Chuan wielded his Moonslayer blade, darting like a meteor, carving a path through the darkness that he was unstoppable. No zombie could withstand his might. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the advantage seemed negligible against Jiang Chuan. That moment, abnormal zombies and second-stage ordinary zombies emerged unexpectedly, their claws and peculiar abilities shattering the combat team's offensive. Leading the horde, they charged at the strongest combatants, attempting to breach humanity's defenses. Yet, the combat team held firm. Each enhancer stood resolutely, their swords and blades forming an unyielding barrier. Su Chunfeng had recently acquired the Shadow Element Crystal Core from Jiang Chuan, becoming a Shadow Element enhancer. This moment, he battled alongside 3 abnormal zombies, and though the zombies were numerous, their combat prowess paled in comparison to Su Chunfeng. Shan Nanjing, Tan Yuhao, Gao Shan, and the Yongyan each faced their own abnormal zombies, fighting valiantly. Wang Pengzi, however, was an exception. Remarkably, he found himself devoid of any ability-wielding zombies in his vicinity. Whenever he encountered personnel from combat units endowed with extraordinary powers, they would invariably be besieged by these supernatural undead. Glancing at Zhang Yunyan beside him, this rotund figure felt a slight embarrassment flushing his cheeks as he grumbled, "You wretched curs. Do you dare to look down upon your chubby grandpa?" With that, Wang Pengzi swiftly retrieved some pre-prepared metal bullet casings from his pocket. With a mere thought, the casings soared towards the heads of the zombies nearby, leaving gaping wounds in their skulls. Astonishingly, a vacuum-like space was cleared around Wang Pengzi and Zhang Yunyan. and as a result, Wang Pengzi found himself simultaneously targeted by 5 mutated zombies. Upon witnessing Wang Pengzi unleash his powers, the other ability users hastened to employ their trump cards. The scales of victory once again tilted in favor of humanity. Su Man, on the other hand, remained dutifully by Jiang Chuan's side, cleaving through the zombies around them while staying poised to enhance Jiang Chuan's combat prowess. At this moment, Jiang Chuan's heart was far from at ease, for he was confronted by a veritable horde of 30 or 40 ability-wielding zombies, including 8 second-tier and 1 third-tier mutated zombies. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he could scarcely have imagined that, merely 7 days into the apocalypse, third-tier ability-wielding zombies would already be in existence. Chapter 149. Su Man's light-based enhancement, the third-tier mutated zombie, stood at the rear of the horde. And Jiang Chuan was certain that this creature was indeed the orchestrator of the current zombie tide. It was an unequivocally powerful zombie, endowed with notable intelligence. The rationale was simple. It was inconceivable for a mindless zombie lacking both intellect and abilities to evolve at such a rapid pace. As the crowd observed Jiang Chuan surrounded by such a multitude of zombies, they couldn't help but sweat for him, accelerating their efforts to dispatch the zombies before them in hopes of rushing to his aid. All the ability users had reached the pinnacle of first-tier combat prowess. When they unleashed their firepower without regard for consequences, the first-tier ability-wielding and ordinary zombies surrounding them were rendered utterly defenseless. Wang Pengzi manipulated his sword and a number of bullet casings, incessantly piercing through the heads of the advancing zombies. Many ability-wielding zombies had not even had the chance to unleash their powers before they met their untimely demise at the hands of Wang Pengzi's attacks. Su Chanfeng, possessing shadow-based abilities and a physically powerful constitution, was even more formidable. As 5 ability-wielding zombies besieged him, they simultaneously launched their abilities at him. Yet all their efforts became mere farce in the face of his enigmatic shadow powers. In the darkness, Su Chanfeng's form flickered and vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already positioned behind a water-based ability-wielding zombie. With a swift motion, he severed the zombie's head from its shoulders, catching it unawares before it could utilize its powers, leading to its sudden and baffling demise. Even the formidable abilities of the water-based zombie could not save it from its fate, as once its head was severed, death was inevitable. Each of Su Chanfeng's strikes claimed the lives of 1 or 2 powerful ability-wielding zombies. Shan Anjing was similarly overwhelming. As the Wind Emperor of her previous life, her combat prowess was formidable. She swung her long sword, and although she did not directly strike any zombies, the blade's wind was visibly fierce. Every zombie caught in her blade's wake was cleaved in 2, although it seemed she had merely nonchalantly swung her sword. The force unleashed eradicated dozens, even hundreds of zombies, including both first-tier ability-wielding and ordinary zombies. The ability-wielding zombies were not entirely without the capacity to resist, yet under the comprehensive defense provided by Gao Shan, Li Yongyan, and Tan Yuhao, 3 users of sand and earth abilities, their attacks appeared somewhat feeble. The trio remained vigilant, constantly monitoring the situation of their comrades. Whenever someone faced danger, they would step forward to shield their fellow warriors. Thus, the death toll among the zombies continued to rise sharply during this battle. Of course, not everyone emerged unscathed. Many evolved warriors found themselves bitten or clawed in the fray. While the zombie toxin could not infect the evolved, the pain was excruciating, and those wounded often faced overwhelming hordes of zombies. Yet the sacrifice of their comrades did not instill fear in the warriors. Rather, it ignited their fighting spirit, compelling them to fight with even greater ferocity upon witnessing their fallen allies. The zombies encircling Jiang Chuan did not rush forward en masse. Instead, they fixated their gaze upon Jiang Chuan and Su Man, while Jiang Chuan maintained eye contact with the third-tier intelligent mutated zombie leading them. In that moment, Jiang Chuan did not intentionally suppress his aura, and the third-tier zombie sensed his formidable presence, contemplating whether to order its horde to retreat, although it believed it could slay Jiang Chuan. The prospect of losing a significant portion of its zombie army to devour a mere few hundred humans seemed unwise, upon realizing that this horde of zombies was not led by the infamous Zombie King. Guaisi, from his previous life, Jiang Chuan expressed his disinterest, remarking, "I thought it was Guaisi. Truly, what petty characters dare to provoke me?" I say, could you stop dawdling? Let us get this over with. I'm growing weary of waiting. This third-tier, mutated zombie could comprehend human language. Ever since it acquired intelligence and the ability to command other zombies, it had always crushed any adversary that dared challenge it, provoked by Jiang Chuan's taunts. The zombie, which had initially contemplated retreating, was instantly enraged. It let out a ferocious roar. A whoa. Following this, the encircling zombies lunged at Jiang Chuan like ravenous wolves sensing prey. Jiang Chuan's intent was to incite this zombie. Only by doing so could he ensure that the horde would not retreat, allowing him to acquire enough second-tier crystal cores after the zombies launched their assault on Jiang Chuan and Su Man. He exchanged a knowing smile with Su Man, and together, they unfurled their metallic wings. Soaring into the sky, Su Man extended her palm, unleashing a beam of white light that shot towards Jiang Chuan's rear. In an instant, all who witnessed this spectacle felt Jiang Chuan's power surge to extraordinary levels, causing both the battling humans and zombies to momentarily cease their actions. Captivated by the sight, it was a peculiar sensation, an intangible pressure that compelled everyone present, both human and zombie, to hold their breath. Only the third-tier zombie managed to retain its clarity of thought. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, it emitted another roar. However, the second-tier ordinary and ability-wielding zombies had already amassed at Jiang Chuan's feet, and it was now too late for them to withdraw. Battle Value Panel Name: Jiang Chuan Abilities: Elemental Ability, Physical Ability, Special Ability Weapon, Moonslaying Blade Armor, Alloy Reverse Feather Strength, 110 Agility, 298 Stamina, 106 Endurance, 109 Elemental Empowerment, 129 Overall Combat Power, 183 Ability Data Panel Elemental Affinity Physique, Yes Affinity Attributes, Dark, Lightning, Flame Dark, Affinity Level, 10 Lightning, Affinity Level, 9 Flame, Affinity Level, 10 Acquired Elements, Lightning, Fire, Flame Special Physique, Yes Physique Characteristics, Agility Type Physique Special Ability, Mind Reading. Upon reviewing his data panel, Jiang Chuan appeared somewhat dissatisfied. While his aura had indeed experienced a significant enhancement, his overall combat power had not increased substantially. He surmised that this was due to his strength having reached an exceedingly formidable level, making further enhancements under Su Man's light-based abilities quite challenging. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for Jiang Chuan. His objective was to suppress the zombies present with his overwhelming aura, rendering their retreat impossible. Chapter 150: Flame God of War in the Sky. Jiang Chuan, with his wings unfurled and feet hovering in the void, suddenly summoned a swirling mass of dark flames in his left palm. This flame emitted no light whatsoever. On the contrary, it seemed intent on absorbing all surrounding illumination. The moonlight, which had previously allowed observers to glimpse Jiang Chuan's visage, dimmed significantly upon the emergence of the black flame. Only Jiang Chuan himself could perceive the true magnitude of this flame's power. Its temperature was unfathomably high, exceeding that of ordinary flames by more than 5-fold, while the ambient temperature around the flame remained unremarkable. Beyond a meter away from the black fire, one could hardly feel the slightest warmth emanating from it. Even the well-informed Jiang Chuan found it impossible to explain this phenomenon. This was the elemental ability he had recently comprehended, flame, given that Jiang Chuan had been a fire ability user in his previous life. He now wielded this flame-based power with remarkable finesse, as the saying goes. Just as the moment passed, Jiang Chuan waved his hand, and the black flames descended upon the second-tier zombies at his feet. Once these black flames touched the ground, they swiftly spread out, enveloping all the second-tier zombies, including the second-tier ability zombies, within their grasp. Beneath Jiang Chuan's feet appeared a sea of ink-black flames, which, under his control, seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, consuming only the second-tier zombies while disregarding the first-tier ones entirely. This formidable maneuver nearly exhausted all of Jiang Chuan's elemental energy, although he possessed numerous elemental stones that could rapidly replenish his energy. Fully restoring it would still require at least 10 minutes. Thus, this attack could be deemed a desperate gamble from Jiang Chuan, yet he harbored absolute confidence in its efficacy, given that these flames were no ordinary fire. The unfortunate second-tier zombies did not even endure 3 seconds within the Black Inferno before meeting their demise. However, for the sake of caution, Jiang Chuan allowed the black purgatorial flames to burn for a full half-minute. By then, every second-tier zombie beneath him had vanished without a trace, leaving only a ground strewn with second-tier crystal cores, completely reduced to ashes by Jiang Chuan's fire-based abilities. The reason Jiang Chuan refrained from incinerating the third-tier ability zombies as well was that they, under his formidable aura, were not immobilized. Utilizing his fire abilities against the third-tier ability zombies would significantly increase the energy consumption for both himself and Su Man. Such a course of action would be unwise. It could ultimately result in many second-tier ability zombies surviving. If the intelligent ability zombie lost its powerful underlings, it would be akin to an ordinary third-tier ability zombie. With Jiang Chuan's current strength, he could easily dispatch it without even resorting to his abilities. As humans and zombies clashed once more, the third-tier ability zombies found themselves solely focused on fleeing, leaving little time to control the first-tier zombies, which promptly scattered like loose sand. Jiang Chuan, however, would not allow the third-tier crystal core to escape. His speed far surpassed that of the third-tier zombie. He soared over the head of the third-tier zombie and positioned himself like an insurmountable mountain in its path of retreat. The third-tier zombie, realizing escape was futile, opened its maw wide and lunged at Jiang Chuan. With its third-tier zombie toxin, a bite could very well prove fatal for Jiang Chuan. Yet this was merely a naive thought from the intelligent zombie. As it perished, it could not even comprehend Jiang Chuan's swift movements. That IT merely felt a flash in its vision before its head began to plummet downward. The last sight it beheld was that of its own headless corpse. This battle significantly bolstered human morale. While the zombies experienced a swift and catastrophic defeat, their lives claimed at an accelerated pace by the humans. The skirmish continued for another half hour until every zombie that had approached the Research Institute base was annihilated. The human side suffered a loss of 28 injuries and 11 fatalities, yet succeeded in eradicating over 13,000 zombies, an unprecedented feat, even in Jiang Chuan's past life. This battle yielded Jiang Chuan over 11,000 first-tier crystal cores, including more than 200 various ability crystal cores, over 600 second-tier crystal cores, and a single third-tier crystal core. As the battle concluded, jubilant cheers erupted, infusing the silent apocalyptic night with a semblance of humanity. Ordinary individuals who had taken refuge in the Research Institute witnessed this spectacle, and they emerged from their rooms to celebrate the hard-won victory alongside the soldiers. Remarkably, this was not even Jiang Chuan's full repertoire. The 2 mutated tigers he possessed had yet to make an appearance in this battle, yet victory had already been secured. This triumph propelled Jiang Chuan to new heights in the eyes of the people. War God! War God! War God! Su Chunfeng wore an expression of mild reproach as he approached Jiang Chuan and remarked, "Captain, when did you become this powerful? I still wanted to surpass you. Are you not going to give me even a sliver of chance?" Gao Shan laughed heartily. "Old Su, what are you thinking? The strength of our Jiang team is evident to all. You think you can surpass Jiang's team?" Although Shan Jing also looked up to Jiang Chuan. At this moment, her only feeling was joy at his newfound strength. Jiang Chuan gazed into Su Man's eyes and said, Man, I am now with Nanjing." Subsequently, he extended his arms, pulling both women into an embrace. Wang Pongzi approached, casting an envious glance at Zhang Yinyan, who was lost in thought while staring at the sky, and remarked, "Old Jiang, your skills in wooing women are quite impressive. When will you teach me a thing or two?" Chapter 151. Overall Strength Enhancement, Part 1. The crystal cores obtained from the zombie tide were not something Jiang Chuan intended to use immediately. As the apocalypse progressed, the number of first-tier zombies would dwindle. And ordinary people could only ascend to become evolved beings by consuming first-tier crystal cores in the later stages of the apocalypse. A single ordinary first-tier crystal core could surpass the value of numerous higher-tier cores, as every 10 first-tier crystal cores signified the birth of one evolved being. After resolving the zombie tide crisis, Jiang Chuan finally felt he could rest easy in the dormitory area on the 2nd floor of the Research Institute. Jiang Chuan lay in bed, realizing that, at long last, his dream had come true. He had the opportunity to share a bed with both empresses. However, This was merely limited to sleeping together. Luo had been sent away by Jiang Chuan to rest with Aunt Chun. Although nothing had transpired, Jiang Chuan had taken a significant step forward. The following day, in celebration of the victory in battle, Jiang Chuan granted everyone in the base a day off. The atmosphere in the base was lively, with many taking the time to pray for their lost loved ones and friends. Jiang Chuan selected the top 30 individuals from the loyalty rankings and elevated them to second-tier evolved beings or second-tier ability users. The overall strength of the survivor base experienced a tremendous leap. Remarkably, just 8 days into the apocalypse, Jiang Chuan's established survivor base boasted a total of 150 evolved beings and 26 ability users, with 60 of them reaching the second tier. This was something Jiang Chuan had never envisioned. In his previous life, the first appearance of a first-tier evolved being only occurred 2 weeks into the apocalypse. That night, as Jiang Chuan lay in bed, he felt a sense of satisfaction as he checked the data panels of everyone. Naturally, the first panel he examined was his own combat statistics. Combat statistics panel name: Jiang Chuan ability, elemental ability. Physical ability, special ability weapon, moonslaying blade armor, alloy reverse feather strength, 106 agility, 308 stamina, 100 endurance, 101 elemental empowerment, 153 comprehensive combat power, 198 ability data panel is elementally affinity physique. Yes, affinity attributes: dark, lightning, flame dark, affinity level 10 lightning, affinity level 9 flame, affinity level 10 acquired elements: lightning, fire, flame is special physique. Yes, physique characteristics: agility type, physique special ability. Telepathy, such formidable combat statistics rendered it difficult for even third-tier evolved beings, let alone fourth-tier evolved beings, to contend with Jiang Chuan. Next, he proceeded to examine the combat statistics panels of the other ability users within the base. The first to catch his eye was Su Man, the Holy Light Empress from his previous life, with whom he shared the closest bond. Combat statistics panel name: Su Man ability, elemental ability, special ability weapon, Starfall sword armor, alloy reverse feather strength, 50 agility, 54 stamina, 57 endurance, 60 special empowerment, 80 elemental empowerment, 67 comprehensive combat power, 113 ability data panel is elementally affinity physique. Yes, affinity attributes: light, affinity level 10 acquired elements. Light is special physique, no special ability. Prophet loyalty 100. As Jiang Chuan observed Su Man's combat statistics panel, he couldn't help but reflect on how he had unknowingly surpassed her. If one could still consider Su Man an empress in this life, then perhaps it could be said that he had become an emperor. However, he understood that it was still too early to claim dominance in the apocalypse. Jiang Chuan was acutely aware that the nation and government had not yet fully collapsed. If he were to declare himself a ruler at this moment, he would undoubtedly face suppression from national forces. Though his intentions were noble, aiming to establish a survivor base capable of sheltering more people, a nation does not permit the existence of two governing powers. Jiang Chuan had no desire to oppose national forces. Rather, if possible, he wished to collaborate with the legitimate powers of the state to rescue more individuals. In doing so, he aspired to create a stronger, more orderly, morally bound, and legally constrained survivor base that aligned with his vision. However, the time is not yet ripe. Only when various formidable beings emerge in the apocalyptic world will the higher echelons of the nation come to realize that the evolution of humanity itself is the key to thriving in such a dire era. At that moment, I shall reveal myself as a powerful esper, thereby garnering the nation's utmost attention. Subsequently, Jiang Chuan examined the data panel of Sha Nanjing. Battle statistics panel name: Sha Nanjing ability, elemental ability. Physical ability weapon: Rainbow sword armor, alloy reverse feather strength, 63 agility, 175 stamina, 59 endurance, 60 elemental empowerment, 92 overall combat power, 157 ability data panel is elementally affined. Yes, affinity attributes: wind, fire, wind affinity, 10 fire affinity, 6 acquired elements. Wind, fire is special physique, no special ability, none loyalty. 95 Shannon Jing, indeed, was the foremost female in the previous life's dandy combat rankings. Her current combat prowess is only surpassed by Jiang Chuan. He is certain that Shan'an Jing is undoubtedly the most formidable female esper in this world today. Yet, Jiang Chuan is profoundly curious as to why. Despite his superior combat level compared to Shan'an Jing, Alao states that if he were to duel her in a month's time, he would stand no chance of victory if she were to attack him without holding back. With a sense of curiosity, Jiang Chuan mentally communicated with Alao. Did you not say that if Shan'an Jing and I were to compete in a month, and she attacked me without restraint, I would surely be unable to defeat her? Yet my combat level is evidently much higher than hers. Chapter 152. A Comprehensive Strength Enhancement, Part 2. Having pondered this, Jiang Chuan proceeded to review the battle data panel of the next esper. He first scrutinized the data panel of his most trusted comrade, Wang Tianlong. Although Wang, often perceived as somewhat lackadaisical, proves to be an exceedingly reliable ally when matters become serious. With Jiang Chuan's assistance, Wang has swiftly ascended to become a second-tier esper, standing at the apex of the apocalyptic hierarchy. Battle Statistics Panel Name: Wang Tianlong Ability, Elemental Ability, Physical Ability Weapon, Ordinary Sharp Longsword Armor, None Strength, 58 Agility, 52 Stamina, 53 Endurance, 136 Elemental Empowerment, 63 Overall Combat Power. 103 Ability Data Panel is elementally affined. Yes, Affinity Attributes. Metal Affinity. 10 Acquired Elements. Metal is Special Physique. Yes, Special Physique. Endurance Special Ability. None Loyalty. 98 What Jiang Chuan did not anticipate was that Wang Tianlong had awakened his second ability, the Endurance ability, during his transition from first to second tier. The Endurance ability is intrinsically linked to the attack strength of an esper's elemental abilities. The higher the endurance value, the stronger the elemental attacks one can unleash. Additionally, a higher endurance value allows for the storage of greater elemental energy, enabling more frequent elemental assaults. To put it simply, endurance is akin to a mage's mana pool and spell potency. Jiang Chuan felt genuine delight at the thought that Wang Tianlong would no longer be the weak individual he once was, relegated to the status of an ordinary evolver in this life. Continuing his review of the espers and his team, Jiang Chuan examined the data panel of Su Qinfeng. Battle Statistics Panel Name: Su Qinfeng Ability, Elemental Ability, Physical Ability Weapon, Ordinary Sharp Longsword Armor, None Strength, 140 Agility, 60 Stamina, 53 Endurance, 52 Elemental Empowerment, 71 Overall Combat Power. 119 Ability Data Panel is elementally affined. Yes, Affinity Attributes. Shadow Affinity. 8 Acquired Elements. Shadow is Special Physique. Yes, Special Physique. Strength Special Ability. None Loyalty. 93 Su Qinfeng's combat power has astonishingly surpassed that of the Holy Light Empress. Su Man was never a combat-oriented esper, so Jiang Chuan was quite satisfied with her current level of combat prowess. Gazing at Su Qinfeng's data panel, Jiang Chuan recalled his brother, Su Qinyu, the one who might potentially bring about Su Qinfeng's demise. Although Su Qinyu's actions led to Su Qinfeng's downfall in the previous life, Jiang Chuan speculated that perhaps due to his intervention, Su Qinfeng might evade such a fate this time. Nevertheless, Jiang Chuan would not allow any of his own to be victimized, even if there existed the slightest possibility, having successfully withstood the first wave of the undead tide. It is now time to address the matter of Su Qinyu. Next, he examined Li Yongyan's data panel. Battle Statistics Panel Name: Li Yongyan Ability, Elemental Ability Weapon, Ordinary Sharp Longsword Armor, None Strength, 52 Agility, 56 Stamina, 51 Endurance, 54 Elemental Empowerment, 59 Overall Combat Power. 96 Ability Data Panel is elementally affined. Yes, Affinity Attributes. Sand Affinity. 10 Acquired Elements. Sand is Special Physique. No Special Ability. None Loyalty. 96 Although Li Yongyan's combat power may seem modest, this perception arises only when compared to the more prominent figures at his current level. He would have sufficed to support a survivor base in the previous life. Next, he reviewed Gao Shan's data panel. Battle Statistics Panel Name: Gao Shan Ability, Elemental Ability Weapon, Ordinary Sharp Longsword Armor, None Strength, 63 Agility, 53 Stamina, 53 Endurance, 59 Elemental Empowerment, 70 overall combat power. 91 ability data panel is elementally affined. Yes, affinity attributes. Earth affinity. 8 acquired elements. Earth is special physique. No special ability. None loyalty. 91 following Gao Shan. He assessed Tan Yuhao's data panel. Battle statistics panel name. Tan Yuhao ability. Elemental ability weapon. Ordinary sharp longsword armor. None strength. 53 agility. 49 stamina. 50 endurance. 51 elemental empowerment. 49 overall combat power. 82 ability data panel is elementally affined. Yes, affinity attributes. Earth affinity. 6 acquired elements. Earth is special physique. No special ability. None loyalty. 88 the individuals listed above, if drawn out at random, could easily be regarded as formidable leaders in their own right. Yet now, they have all pledged their allegiance to Jiang Chuan. Contemplating this, his heart swelled with excitement. Not to mention, there are over a dozen additional espers within the survivor base, each capable of sustaining a small survivor base during the early days of the apocalypse. Moreover, with the Bai and Mei overseeing matters, their strength has reached a terrifying level, boasting combat prowess exceeding 200, surpassing even Jiang Chuan himself. Seeing Jiang Chuan, who lay on the bed with a silly smile, both Shannan Jing and Su Man exchanged glances, suspecting him of indulging in some nefarious thoughts, leaving them quite speechless. After a brief whispering session, the two women decided to let Jiang Chuan continue sleeping on the sofa, upon sensing their thoughts. Jiang Chuan felt a sense of helplessness, yet he had no recourse. Who would have guessed that, despite sharing the same room each night with Su Man and Shannan Jing, he was relegated to sleeping alone on the sofa?